You awakened an extremely rare humanoid contracted beast, a succubus, but the first words she spoke were to refuse forming a contract with you. With her independent consciousness, she clearly understood that a poor student like you couldn't afford to sustain a high-tier contracted beast like her, so she began considering finding a wealthier master. What she didn't know, however, was that you possessed a cheat ability that could reveal hidden evolutions for contracted beasts. If you wished, this succubus could be nurtured into a legendary tier contracted beast under your guidance. After all, in this world, no one could see the detailed stats of a contracted beast, let alone its hidden evolution paths. But before you could even form the contract, someone took notice of your epic tier succubus and wanted to buy her. Young man, my son is also in his final year of high school and is in need of a powerful contracted beast. How about transferring this epic tier 1 to me? The speaker was Chen, the head of Lin Yuan City's largest merchant guild. Hearing this, your pupils contracted as you instantly grasped his intentions. He was trying to forcibly take your succubus. Noticing the situation, Teacher Wang spoke up. According to the laws of the Longsha Kingdom, no one can seize a summoned contracted beast without the consent of its master. Gu Xing, as long as you refuse, no one can take your beast today. Chen Shan's smile remained unchanged as he leisurely raised a finger. 10 million. That sum is enough for you to buy a contracted beast with excellent potential and still have resources left to nurture it. Raising an epic tier beast requires enormous investment. Why strain yourself as an ordinary student? It's better to take the money and secure a practical advantage. Others might be swayed by such an offer, but you merely sneered. With the system in hand, the succubus's growth path was crystal clear, with the potential to even break through to legendary tier in the future. Just as you were about to firmly refuse again, the succubus standing beside you suddenly spoke. I think he makes a good point. At this, your entire body stiffened, and you turned your head in disbelief. It was the succubus familiar nestled against your side who had spoken. The moment her words fell, the entire altar plunged into dead silence, the gazes of all three individuals locking onto her. Under such scrutiny, a hint of bashfulness flickered across the succubus's face, but her body subtly retreated from your side, even taking half a step toward Chen Shan's direction. Witnessing this scene, you felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. In this world, a familiar betraying its master was more absurd than the sun rising from the west. After all, summoners were akin to parents who granted familiars their very lives. Most would rather die in battle than abandon their masters. You stared fixedly at this succubus you had summoned yourself. Her innocent, charming face still seemed harmless, yet it now resembled a meticulously crafted mask, concealing nothing but schemes and greed beneath. But the next second, you suddenly laughed. Misfortune might prove a blessing in disguise. Better to see her true colors now than keep a ticking time bomb by your side. So what if she was an epic tier familiar? Your golden finger could cultivate far more than just this one. You chuckled lightly and shook your head. Interesting. It seems some people, no, some beasts, don't even understand the most basic loyalty. On the other side, Chen Shan was momentarily stunned before his smile widened even further. I've long heard that the succubus race is exceptionally intelligent, and today's encounter proves the rumors true. Miss Succubus, as long as you're willing to follow my son, the Chen family will spare no resources to nurture you. As he spoke, he couldn't resist casting a hypocritical glance your way. Classmate, since your beast has spoken so, surely you won't stand in her way? Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi abruptly stepped forward and roared in anger. Nonsense. The Dragon Xiaobi's taming law clearly states that any sale or transaction of tamed beasts must be approved by the summoner themselves. Since when do the beasts get to decide? Wang Yi turned to you, his gaze blazing. Gu Xing, as long as you shake your head today, no one will take her away. You slowly turned to look at the succubus, whose eyes were filled with pleading and a longing for freedom. Was this tamed beast so eager to leave you? Your voice grew calm. Boss Chen, I agree to this deal. As the words fell, both Chen Shan and the succubus faces lit up with joy, but before they could sigh in relief, you spoke again. However, the price must be doubled. The figure 20 million struck like a thunderbolt, causing Chen Shan's expression to darken instantly. After all, the market price for an ordinary epic-level tamed beast was only around 8 million. His offer of 10 million was already a premium, yet this kid dared to demand an exorbitant price on the spot. Suppressing his anger, Chen Shan attempted to bargain. Little brother, isn't this price a bit? Before he could finish, you cut him off. No haggling. If Boss Chen isn't willing to pay this price, I'd rather send her to be destroyed. Hearing this, the succubus's facade instantly crumbled. As a psychic-type beast master, she could clearly sense the killing intent in your words. This man was dead serious. Faced with death, she could no longer maintain her pitiful act. Terrified, she turned to Chen Shan with pleading eyes, her only hope for survival. Chen Shan's expression flickered between dark and uncertain. 20 million meant nothing to him, but being cornered by a rookie like this left him seething with frustration. Yet, thinking of his son, he forcibly suppressed his anger and gritted out, I agree. Seeing Chen Shan's consent, you wasted no more words and swiftly dissolved the temporary contract with the succubus. The moment she was saved, the succubus immediately cast a grateful, sickeningly sweet look at Chen Shan, cooing, "I will serve your son with all my heart." With his goal achieved, Chen Shan snorted coldly and turned to leave, the succubus in tow. After bidding farewell to teacher Wang, you walked out of the summoning altar alone, pondering your next steps. The most urgent matter at hand was to contract a beast as soon as possible. Regardless of its potential, without a beast, you wouldn't even be able to participate in the school selection 10 days later. With this thought in mind, you hailed a taxi by the roadside. "Driver, take me to the Beast Commerce, the largest one in Lingyuan City." The Beast Commerce was divided into 5 levels, each corresponding to a different tier: common, elite, excellent, epic, and legendary. Upon arriving, you didn't linger on the first floor but went straight to the third. The spacious hall housed dozens of beasts of various forms, each confined in specially crafted energy cages, with detailed information and prices displayed beside them. Gu Xing's gaze swept over, and a panel of their attributes automatically appeared before his eyes. Gray Snake. Qualification, excellent 3 stars. Rank, 0. Skill, Toxin Fongbite. Spirit Cat. Qualification, excellent 1 star. Rank, 0. Skill, Dexterity Dodge. The price of these imperial beasts generally ranged from 500,000 to 1 million, with the higher the qualification, the more expensive the price. Gu Xing eventually stopped in front of a wolf-type imperial beast. This is the most highly qualified one in the entire 3rd level. Coyote. Qualification, excellent 3 stars. Attribute, Wind. Rank, 0. Skill, Gale Clawstrike. Cultivation suggestions, Wind Spirit Grass, Hurricane Crystals. Looking at these imperial beasts with only 1 skill, Gu Xing frowned slightly. Although the excellent class imperial beasts were already considered a good choice, the difference was too great compared to the epic class phantoms. What's more, with $20 million in his hand, he is perfectly capable of pursuing a higher ceiling. "Hello, does the Imperial Beast Chamber of Commerce have any other imperial beasts?" He stopped a staff member and asked, undeterred. "Greetings, guest, on display are all the imperial beasts of this year from this chamber. Excellent qualifications." He stared at the pale wolf. A 3-star qualification was already rare in the eyes of an ordinary imperial beast master. However, after seeing the panel of an epic level chimera, this qualification of imperial beasts did not have the slightest attraction in his eyes. "And, I'm afraid that if you cultivate such an imperial beast to the level of a chimera, you won't be able to beat it by $20 million. However, just as he turned away in disappointment, the staff member suddenly called out to him. "Wait! There's another place." Gu Xing turned around violently, moving so fast that the staff subconsciously took half a step back. "Where?" The staff was taken aback by Gu Xing. "That's true, because we'll only display the latest imperial beasts acquired each year. And the imperial beasts that have not been sold in previous years will be unified in the logistics office." "It's just that." "Guest, you should not hold too much hope. After all, those imperial beasts are all remnants that have been picked by others." Upon hearing this news, the hope that had just flared up in Gu Xing's heart was extinguished once again. How could that still have a well-qualified imperial beast when someone else picked out the leftovers? However, adhering to the principle of coming all the way here, Gu Xing hesitated for a moment before deciding to go to the logistics office to take a look. Even if he didn't gain anything in the logistics office, then he would be able to return to the 3rd floor to contract the pale wolf. You'll have to hurry though, any later and they'll be sent in for destruction. Logistics service. The lights were dim and depressing. A young silver-haired girl huddled in the corner, hugging her knees tightly and burying her face deep into the crook of her arm. Around her, several imperial beasts of various shapes and sizes waited equally quietly for their fate. The shadow leopard with a missing leg, the spirit fox born blind. They're the scraps that no one picked off for an entire year. Time's up. The metal door shaft groaned harshly as a young man in uniform pushed his way in. Today is the day that the imperial beasts of Lingyuan City are summoned, and it is also the end of these imperial beasts. The Chamber of Commerce is not a charity, and keeping them for a year is a kindness. After destruction, some materials can be recycled, which is a good use of resources. At the sound of footsteps, the imperial beast stood up woodenly. But it was the silver-haired girl who stood out the most. When she raised her head, her long silver hair fell like a waterfall, and her delicate face was embedded with a pair of amber-colored eyes. Her entire being was like an angel that had fallen into the mortal world. "It's not right. She's an angel." The staff sighed. A year ago, this epic qualified angel had caused a sensation when it descended on Lingyuan City. Unfortunately, her innate disability made her inferior to even an ordinary imperial beast, much less able to upgrade through a contract. Such scrap has little recycling value left. "Let's go." Just as he was about to lead the way, a rush of footsteps came from far away. "Wait." Gu Xing rushed into the room panting, the broken hair on his forehead drenched in sweat. He searched through the maze of Imperial Beast merchants for a full half hour before finally arriving at this remote logistics department. His gaze swept across the room and was instantly drawn to the silver figure. The properties screen popped up instantly. Angel glazed. Status: uncontracted, cannot be contracted with a broken wing. Qualification: Epic 9 stars. Rank: 0. Skills: Holy Light Verdict, Wings of Heaven, Sacred Aria. Special condition: innate crippled wing, negative condition, unable to level up. Cultivation suggestion: use Angel's Feather, Glow Stardust, Holy Spirit Stone to repair injuries. Gu Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. Epic 9-star qualification for the Imperial Beast? This is the highest qualified Imperial Beast he has seen so far. Just one step away from legendary. And epic level Imperial Beasts usually only have 2 skills, while the glazed. Enough to have 3 skills. Only. His eyes unconsciously moved to her back. There should have been a pair of holy feathers there, but now they were empty. That's why she's unattended. But the system gives a fix. Angel Feather 1, Glow Stardust 3, Holy Spirit Stone 1. And these 3 materials happen to be available in the Imperial Beast Merchant Company. Gu Xing's heart beat violently. That's her. This was the Imperial Beast he sought. As long as she was healed, her talent would completely crush that chimera. Gu Xing took a deep breath and slowly walked to the staff. Hi, I'd like to buy that angel, how much please? Hear this. Lioli's pupils suddenly shrunk. She looked up slowly, her amber eyes reflecting the figure standing in the light. Is that about her? For more than 300 days and nights she had huddled in this shadowy corner, countless times with expectation and countless times with disappointment. In the end, she was so numb that she didn't even dare to hope that anyone would look at her more than once. But right now, the strange human, surprisingly, pointed at her. Her heart felt like it was being clutched hard by an invisible hand, and even breathing became difficult. Really know what you're picking? A scrap that can't even fly. The nails sank deep into her palm and she felt no pain. Lioli lowered her head, her silver hair hanging down, covering her slightly reddened eyes. Ming. Shouldn't have had any more expectations. But why? Does the heart still ache? Chapter 4. He is like a god. Gu Xing's action of picking an Imperial Beast from the salvage area caused the staff to freeze for a moment. Please? May I ask if you mean the angelic Imperial Beast? Yes, how much? Gu Xing repeated it again. The staff member rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. I'm sorry, guest, I can't do this. He hastily contacted his supervisor and got a quick response. For only 10,000 Longxia coins, you will be able to take this Imperial Beast away. It's a wreck, but it's epic quality after all. Gu Xing paid dryly. Soon the two were in the deed room. Luri stood at the edge of the contract spell, her silver hair hanging down to cover her slightly trembling shoulders. Do we really need a deed? Her fingertips unconsciously twisted the corners of her shirt, the fabric crumpling into a ball in her palm. A royal beast like yourself. Luri bit her lower lip, her amber eyes clouded with a mist of water. I'm sorry. I can't contract with you, I'm an incomplete Imperial Beast. The voice was tinged with sobs, like an aggrieved little beast. Gu Xing, who was preparing the contract spell formation, looked up in surprise. Seeing Ruri, whose eyes were full of tears, he then realized that he had neglected the feelings of the Imperial Beast. Don't get ahead of yourself, you're a very good Imperial Beast. Gu Xing looked firmly at Lioli, trying to relay some faith to the desperate little girl. No, I'm not. Luri covered her face as she lost control of her emotions. I can't even do the most basic of upgrades. I know your problem. Gu Xing stepped forward and held her trembling shoulders with both hands, but I have a solution. Really? Really? Ruri suddenly froze and looked up with teary eyes. Why would I pick you if I wasn't sure? Gu Xing pointed to the calendar on the wall. The examination is in 10 days, no one would joke about their future. Right after Gu Xing finished saying this, a knock sounded on the door. The staff delivered the materials he had just ordered. Almost all of his $20 million were spent. I've fetched the materials, want to try? Hearing these words, the cherub's body trembled slightly, and her heartbeat steeply accelerated. Although she knew that the chances of recovering from her injuries were slim to none. But what if? Under Gu Xing's encouraging gaze, Lioli used each of the 3 materials as instructed. The next moment, a rich purple light suddenly surged out of Lioli's wound. The light was even deeper than what he had seen when he had summoned the chimera at the altar, almost solidifying into substance as if it were going to swallow the entire room. And even more amazing, in the depths of the churning purple light, there was even a hint of a brilliant golden aura. This is... Gu Xing's pupils shrunk slightly, and before he could think about it in detail, that golden color spread rapidly like a prairie fire. Golden. Legendary credentials. How can it be? Gu Xing's breath hitched. The materials provided by the system were clearly only used to repair injuries, so why would they trigger a qualification evolution? Unless Luri's injury, itself, was a shackle that limited her potential. Just as his thoughts electrified, the golden light had completely enveloped the room. A piece of pure white feather slowly stretched out from the wound on Luri's back. It is as white as snow and immaculate. The feathers gently closed, wrapping the glaze tenderly and eventually transforming into a huge cocoon of light. Boom! An invisible fluctuation suddenly erupted, piercing through the roof and going straight into the sky. Inside the city lord's mansion, Lin Yuan City Lord Xia Zhang leaned on the sandalwood chair, his fingertips lightly knocking on the rim of the cup, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Even the aroma of tea is extra refreshing on a day when there is no invasion of alien space. And yet the next second, pop! The celadon teacup suddenly slipped from his fingers and shattered on the verdant stone floor. Xia Xiao, however, was oblivious to the fact that his pupils suddenly contracted and he violently stood up to look out the window. Just a moment ago, he sensed a vastness like an abyss descending from the sky, enveloping the entire Lin Yuan city. The aura was sacred and majestic, as if the gods were looking down for a glimpse, but it was fleeting. Come on, man! Xia Xiao's voice was steeply stern. Immediately thoroughly investigate all the surrounding alien space rifts. The guards hurriedly led the order and left, while Xia Xiao's frown grew tighter and tighter. There are only two possibilities for those who can trigger such a heaven and earth anomaly. Either that or the barriers of the alien space were loosening and the aura of a terrifying being was leaking out. Either. It's the legendary qualification Imperial Beast that was born. As for the legendary qualification Imperial Beasts, meh, how could? Xia Xiao shook his head mockingly and directly dismissed the second guess. In a small frontier city like Lin Yuan City, even epic qualified Imperial Beasts were incomparably treasured, let alone legends? What he doesn't know is that just inside the Imperial Beast Merchant's Chamber of Deeds, Gu Xing stared blankly at the light screen in front of him, his throat rolling involuntarily. Sacred Angel blazed. Status, not contracted. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Rank, 0. Skills, Sin Severance increased damage to demonic creatures, Divine Blessing immunity to 1 lethal attack, Blazing Angel form 200% increase in all attributes, Final Aria Angel enters a period of dormancy after use. Cultivation suggestions, use light crystals, Holy Spirit Marrow. Legendary. It's really come true. Gu Xing took a deep breath and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. Legendary and epic, two completely different concepts. But if this angel is also like the earlier chimera, then... A hint of coldness flashed through Gu Xing's eyes. He was able to safely spend 20 million to repair this angel's injuries, naturally because there were means within the Imperial Beast Merchant Company to prevent the betrayal of Imperial Beasts. However, swish! A silvery white figure suddenly dropped to one knee, its feathered wings spreading lightly, shedding a fine glow in the light. Lioli raised her head, and in her clear amber pupils was undisguised determination. Holy Angel Ruri, requesting to be your Imperial Beast. Gu Xing's taut nerves finally relaxed when that firm voice rang out. He slowly hooked the corners of his mouth, and a smile rippled a little from under his eyes. Incredible release. In this world, after all, not all Imperial Beasts are as thin-skinned as that chimera. The young girl on one knee tilted her head, her pure white feathered wings flowing pearly in the light, her golden eyes brimming with determination, yet with a hint of careful anticipation. Looking at the young girl who was waiting for his answer with apprehension, he took a deep breath and solemnly extended his hand. Ruri, welcome to being my first Imperial Beast. When Gu Xing's words fell, a crystal teardrop quietly slid across the young girl's porcelain white cheeks. It was a moment she had waited for far, far too long. How many days and nights she huddled in the cold corners of the trading house, her ears echoing with the words defective products, waste that no one wants, failures that even have broken wings. And now, at last, she had waited. Those pains licked alone, those despairs no one knows. In this moment, it all turned into the most precious gift. It turns out that the gods really do look down on an angel that the world has forgotten. Chapter 5 Rookie Trials. By the time the two completed their contract and left the Imperial Beast Merchant Company to return home, it was already dusk. Gu Xing pushed open the door and a familiar figure froze him in place. Sis? Gu Chanxian turned back at the sound of the voice, her chestnut-colored ponytail drawing a graceful arc in the air. Hoshi is back, she smiled and beckoned, come and eat. The siblings hadn't seen each other for half a year, ever since Gu Qianshan had gotten into the Zhengui Academy. The dining room table. Sis, why are you back all of a sudden? I took the mission from Lin Yuan City and happened to be passing by, so I came back to see you. Her gaze fell on Lioli, who was sitting upright, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Is this your Imperial Beast? At this moment, the little girl tensed her back and placed her hands on her knees in a regular manner. Hearing Gu Qianshan's question, she suddenly made a standard 90-degree bow, her forehead hitting the desktop with a thud. Greetings, Sister Sama. Gu Qianshan was first stunned, then laughed out loud at the cute reaction. There's no need to be so formal, we'll be family from now on. Only then did Lioli raise her head, her little face reddening, nodding her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. The laughter died down and Gu Qianshan's expression grew serious. She put down her chopsticks and looked straight into Gu Xing's eyes. Hoshi, you must seize the opportunity in tomorrow's Novice Trial space. The safe area that the military has isolated in the alien space has only up to 5th order demons. This is the best chance for newcomers. And the Novice Trials can only be entered once, the only buffer given by the military. Gu Xing nodded silently. Once they entered a truly alien space, even a commander-level Imperial Beastmaster could meet an untimely end. This world is divided into classes. Awakening, Transcendent, Commander, King. Each major rank is subdivided into 10 minor ranks. The current him was nothing more than an awakening level standing at the bottom of the hierarchy, so it was all the more necessary to be incredibly cautious. Seizing all the opportunities to grow up as quickly as possible was his current priority. The meal ended hastily with Gu Qianxian's admonition. With a mission in mind, Gu Qianxian didn't stay much longer, and this time, she just temporarily took a few hours vacation to come back and take a look. And she was relieved to see that her brother was all right. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. The entrance to the Novice Trial space was incomparably lively. Countless students gathered around, either seeking to form a team or looking for a lap. Although it was a Novice Trial space, one slip-up could very well lose one's life. Therefore, for civilians, grouping is the best option. Let's have an output-type Imperial Beast. Now we have a team of 4 = 1. Is there any big brother willing to take me, healing Imperial Beasts? I am also 36D Sweet Girl, into the trial space after the guarantee to obey. Humanoid Imperial Beast. Where is this big guy from? Quickly. Begging for a team. A humanoid Imperial Beast represented a powerful battle force, and Gu Xing walked in with Liuli, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. But soon, the crowd understood the identity of this humanoid Imperial Beast. Isn't that Gu Xing? Didn't he sell the summoned humanoid Imperial Beasts to the Chen family? Where did he get the humanoid Imperial Beasts around him now? I remember, this Imperial Beast was summoned from the altar last year. She seems to be a waste. Contracting a royal beast that can't be upgraded at all, is he giving up completely? Now, no one dared to come and form a group and stayed away from him. Bringing a loser Imperial Beast in the team, isn't that purely and simply looking for death? Now Gu Xing was happy instead. The entrance to the Novice Trials was so crowded that people like him who came later couldn't even squeeze in if they wanted to. Well now, the crowd parted of its own accord and the way ahead was clear. Right under the gaze of the crowd, Gu Xing calmly walked to the entrance. Still a weirdo. By the looks of him, is he not planning to form a team and is preparing to enter the trial space alone? Isn't he looking for death? Gu Xing completely ignored the whispered comments of these people, just as he intended to bring Liuli to register to enter the trial space. Suddenly a conspiratorial voice suddenly came from behind. Yo, isn't that who? Chen Ziming approached slowly with his arm around the chimera, deliberately rubbing his temples as if he was thinking. Gu, what was it? The chimera in his arms immediately understood and answered in a delicate voice. Master, his name is Gu Xing. Ah yes. Gu Xing. Chen Ziming slapped his forehead in an exaggerated manner, contempt flashing in his eyes. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for your generous favor, how could I have contracted such an excellent Imperial Beast? Said his right hand as he pinched hard at the chimera's waist. Well, Master. The chimera let out a pout, and although she secretly rolled her eyes, she quickly replaced it with a fawning smile that, only by following a genius like you can I be of true value. And the people around him saw it and agreed. How can he, a commoner, compare to young Chen? An epic-level Imperial Beast would definitely have to be in young Chen's hands to be of great use. Not to mention the fact that he's now contracted a loser Imperial Beast, which makes him even less comparable to Chen Xiao. Yeah, like this trial, young Chen will definitely be able to ride out the competition and take first place in this trial. As a special training ground created by the military at great expense, the value of the Novice Trial space is much more than a simple place for upgrading. All the magical beasts placed in it were implanted with special markings, and whenever a trialist succeeded in killing them, they would automatically accumulate the corresponding points. Outside the trial space, the military had set up a sophisticated monitoring system to track the movement of each trialist's points in real time. This system not only records the final score, but also accurately evaluates the trialist's combat talent and growth potential through the rate of point acquisition. All of this information collected at the end of the day will be included in the system and used to rate the final high school information. Gu Xing, on the other hand, looked at Chen Ziming and the others' performances with a bland expression, and his mouth was even tinged with a smile, if any, at the corners. When a person's strength was far higher than others, then he would be bland in the face of others' taunts. Only the weak get annoyed by some taunts. Obviously, Gu Xing, who had contracted a legendary great Imperial Beast, was not a weakling. However, beside him, the little girl was so angry that her body trembled, her silver teeth clenched, her pink fists clenched with white knuckles, and she looked like she was going to rush forward to the theory. Liuli. Gu Xing reached out at the right time to cut her off. The most important thing now is the Novice Trials, don't let them affect your mindset. Liuli tilted her head to look into Gu Xing's calm, watery eyes, and the churning anger in her chest gradually subsided. She took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Only, inwardly, she secretly vowed to do her best later. These people must be made to understand that their masters come first. A real first. Chapter 6 Elite Second Order Magical Beast, Kill in Seconds. Leaving the entrance, he and Liuli passed through a blue door of light, and the scene in front of them suddenly changed. At the moment, they were in a huge forest, the sky was gray and foggy, and it was cold and lonely. Although all the students were entering this same secret realm, as long as they didn't enter at the same time, they would be assigned to a certain place in this space as they went along. Gu Xing took out a timer and set it for 4 hours. The Novice Trial space had a 4-hour time limit, and once the time went to 0, they would be teleported out. Time is short and the task is heavy. It was imperative to find the magical beasts as fast as possible and kill them to quickly level up Liuli. And Liuli's wings unfolded at this time, suspended in the air, her little face all serious, completely missing the usual unreliability. Master, don't worry, with me here, you definitely won't have any problems. An awakening stage Imperial Beastmaster could be said to not be any different from an ordinary person. In the midst of this space, a single slip could cost one's life. This situation is only alleviated when one reaches the transcendental realm. At that time, the Imperial Beastmaster's physical qualities would increase drastically, and he would also be able to contract a second Imperial Beast. In addition to this, when the Beastmaster breaks through to the transcendent realm, he will awaken a natural ability that is uniquely his own. This is what really separates the strong from the weak. Because of this, the transcendent realm was recognized as the most important watershed on a royal Beastmaster's cultivation path. A powerful talent could often allow Imperial Beastmasters with mediocre qualifications to accomplish amazing metamorphoses. Unfortunately, this path of cultivation was far more brutal than imagined, and there were too many Imperial Beastmasters who were stuck in the awakening realm for their entire lives. At that moment, the sound of a branch breaking suddenly came from the depths of the fog. Master, be careful, a demon is coming. Liuli's wings suddenly unfolded, and she dodged in front of Gu Xing in a flash. The fog gradually dispersed, and a 2-meter-tall magical beast slowly appeared. It resembles a bull but is black, with bloodthirsty red light flashing in its copper bell-like pupils. Brute Bone Cow Magic. Qualification, Elite 1 star. Rank, 2. Power, 22. Physical, 21. Spirit, 11. Speed, 17. Skill, Brute Charge. Seeing the attributes of the savage bone ox, Gu Xing could not help but frown. Encountering an Elite 2 ranked magical beast as soon as he entered the Novice Trial space, this luck really couldn't be said to be good. For the average civilian squad of 5, this was almost extinction. However, with Liuli's strong battle power of a legendary great Imperial Beast, taking down this demonic beast shouldn't be too much of a problem. Ruri. Leave it to me, Master. The little girl's eyes were ablaze with fiery battle intent, but her slender body exuded an amazing aura. She had waited too long for this moment. Break the sin. With a clear cry, dazzling golden flames rose from Liuli's palm, coalescing in an instant into a huge 2-handed sword burning with holy flames. This was the innate fighting instinct of the angelic race, an inheritance engraved in the bloodline. The savage bone ox was enraged by this sudden might. Its stout hooves pawed the ground, its nostrils spewed out white air, and its copper bell eyes stared dead on at the small, 0-ranked dot in front of it. Moo! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the savage bone ox unleashed its signature skill, Savage Rush, charging straight at it like an out-of-control chariot. Liuli, however, did not move until the savage bull rushed in front of her. Swish! A perfect golden arc of light cut through the fog. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. The brute bone bull maintained its charging stance, but it collapsed to the ground with a bang behind Liuli, and its huge body was actually neatly split in two. The broken sin skills increased damage to demonic creatures, combined with the terrifying attributes of the legendary great Imperial beasts, allowed the battle to be decided in an instant. Immediately afterward, a blue light rose from the savage bone cow's corpse and did not enter Liuli's brow. Seeing this, Gu Xing immediately checked Liuli's information. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Rank, 1st. Power, 35. Body mass, 34. Spirit, 34. Speed, 37. Skills, Sin Severance increased damage to demonic creatures, Divine Blessing immunity to 1 lethal attack, Blazing Angel form 200% increase in all attributes, Final Aria Angel enters a period of dormancy after use. Cultivation suggestions, Light Crystals, Holy Spirit Marrow, Angelic Holy Blood. Just killing a 2nd rank Barbarian Bone Cow allowed Liuli's rank to directly break through to the 1st rank. At the same time, Gu Xing only felt a buzz in his mind, his spiritual power surged like a tidal wave, and his 5 senses instantly became incomparably clear. The level of the Imperial Beast Master depended on the level of the Imperial Beast, and at the moment, his level came to the Awakening 1 stage with it. Gu Xing then focused his realization on the various attributes of Liuli. It was then that he realized how terrifying the legendary qualified Imperial Beasts were. Lioli, who had just broken through the first rank, had actually comprehensively crushed the second-rank barbarian bone cow in every attribute. What's even more frightening is that this gap expands geometrically as you level up. The Lord. Gu Xing looked up at the sound of the voice, only to see Lioli frozen beside the corpse of the barbarian bone cow, her slender fingers trembling slightly. When she turned around, crystal and teardrops were rolling down her cheeks. Did you see that? Her voice was choked with sobs, yet it was radiant like never before. I really not a waste. Gu Xing was able to understand how Lioli felt at the moment. For the past year she's lived under the ridicule of others, and now she's finally tearing down all the skepticism with her strength. He stepped forward quickly and gently embraced the petite figure in his arms. You were never a loser, you were an angel soaring through the 9 heavens. Luri buried her face deep into her master's chest, her slender fingers clenching his lapel in a death grip. All those pent-up grievances and resentments were now transformed into hot teardrops that soaked Gu Xing's clothes. Time slows down in this moment. When Lioli finally raised her head, the crystal tear tracks had not yet dried up, but the confusion and cowardice in her eyes had been swept away. In its place was a radiance as resolute as hardened steel. At this moment, the once timid girl had truly completed her transformation. Master, I'm fine. Lioli wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes, grabbed the upgrade. Gu Xing nodded. With Lioli's current strength, ordinary third-order magical beasts were already unbeatable in front of her. Even fourth-ranked magical beasts could only barely pose a slight threat. And when she broke through to the second rank, even some of the fifth-rank magical beasts would no longer be her match. Therefore, what restricts their upgrading speed at this moment is not the strength of the magical beasts, but how to quickly and accurately find the traces of magical beasts in this trial space shrouded in thick fog. The entire Novice Trial space covered dozens of square kilometers, and the magical beasts were evenly distributed among them. What's even trickier are the high-level magical beasts that provide a bounty of experience. The numbers are even more sparse. Chapter 7, Blazing Angel Form, Emancipation. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the trial space, the person in charge, Su Feng, stared intently at the large fluorescent screen in the center, his brow frowning tighter and tighter. The screen displayed the points data of all the trialists in real time, as well as the potential ratings calculated by the system based on the points. Is this the level of this class of Lin Yuan City students? He shook his head in disappointment, except for Chen Ziming who barely reached grade A, the others can't even reach grade B. Just as he was about to avert his eyes, his afterglow suddenly caught an anomalous piece of data. Gu Xing. The points behind that name were soaring at an almost terrifying rate. 200.500. 2000. Eventually, in full view of the public, it went right over the 5,000 mark. Su Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. It was important to know that the other students only had a maximum of a few hundred points, and even Chen Ziming was only at the beginning of 2,000. And this disreputable student. Points have surprisingly reached 5,000. How is that possible? Su Feng slammed the table. Why is his point growth rate so terrifying? A staff member on the sidelines cautiously said. Could it be a pickup? If we come across 2 groups of beasts circling around and he just happens to be next to them. Obviously, such a statement couldn't conquer Su Feng. Ridiculous. Su Feng directly interrupted in a stern voice. Bring Gu Xing's information. That staff member didn't dare to delay and immediately fetched Gu Xing's information and handed it to Su Feng. And his frown deepened as he finished reviewing the information. Gu Xing contracted an imperial beast that was recognized as a cripple, so how was he able to achieve such dazzling results? But the next moment, as if he thought of something, his pupils shrunk. Could that angelic imperial beast recovered? When this angel-type imperial beast first appeared, it had caused a huge uproar in Lin Yuan City. Su Feng naturally heard about it, but after hearing about its flaws of not being able to upgrade, he didn't pay attention to it. And now, the terrifying potential that Gu Xing was displaying was clearly related to this imperial beast. It is highly likely that the imperial beast, which was judged to be crippled, has fully recovered. On the screen, Gu Xing's points were still climbing. The potential rating column has jumped to an S rating. Su Feng's hand involuntarily trembled. This level of genius. It was beyond his decision-making authority. Hurry! He turned to his aide and snapped, inform the lord of the city at once. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening 3rd Order. Power, 98. Physical Fitness, 96. Spirit, 94. Speed, 107. Skills, Sinseverance increased damage to demonic creatures, Divine Blessing immunity to 1 lethal attack, Blazing Angel form 200% increase in all attributes, Final Aria Angel enters a period of dormancy after use. After 3 hours of upgrading, Lioli's level managed to come to the Awakened 3rd stage, infinitely close to the Awakened 4th stage. And Lioli's various attributes were almost 3 times that of an unusual 3rd rank Imperial Beast. Beside him, golden arcs of light flashed by, and the several elite third-rank magical beasts that surrounded Liuli were also split in two. In the next moment, Gu Xing's body shook as the spiritual power in his mind rose once again. This also meant that Luri's level had reached the awakened fourth stage. There still aren't enough magical beasts here. Gu Xing let out an inappropriate human sentiment. However, to him, if the monsters could be a bit more numerous, there was no guarantee that he and Liuli would be able to reach the awakening fifth rank by now. After all, for the current Luri, there was absolutely no exertion in resolving these low-ranked magical beasts. After resolving the enemy, Ruri shook her wings. After confirming that her body was not stained with enemy blood, she then walked slowly to Gu Xing's side. Master, just now when I was fighting, I noticed that there seems to be a big guy towards the east. If my perception is not wrong, it should be a magical beast of the awakened fifth order. Upon hearing these words, Gu Xing was immediately energized. Awakening fifth rank imperial beasts, he and Liuli hadn't encountered a single one in the past 3 hours. Good to see one now. Ruri, go, finish it off. An awakened fifth order magical beast was enough to raise Liuli's level up a whole lot further. Following Ruri's lead, the two quietly leaned over. Sure enough, it was an awakened fifth rank magical beast, and it wasn't of low quality. Bloodthirsty Tiger Demon. Qualification, excellent 9 stars. Level, awakening fifth order. Power, 71. Physical fitness, 74. Spirit, 52. Speed, 69. Skills, Blood Rage Bite, Tiger Pounce. Looking at the excellent qualified fifth ranked magical beasts, Gu Xing could not help but secretly smack his lips. Compared to those elite qualified low-ranked magical beasts, this magical beast's attributes were stronger by more than a star. And because of being transformed, magical beasts of the same level were generally stronger than imperial beasts. This is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to upgrade in isospace. However, as of right now, Gu Xing's confidence was undiminished in the face of this awakened fifth order magical beast. With Liuli's various attributes of breaking 100 facing this awakening fifth order magical beast, it's a matter of 2 swords at most. Just as Gu Xing and Liuli quietly leaned over, they realized that the magical beast had been shortchanged by someone else. Nope. Instead of a shortcut, it would be better to say that this magical beast had found its prey. In the deep valley below, the bloodthirsty tiger was leading 3 awakened fourth-order magical beasts, forcing a 5-member squad into a desperate situation. The strongest in this squad was only a third-ranked imperial beast master, and at this moment, all of them were pale. Class President. A member of the team trembled as he looked over at the young girl in the center of the group, his voice filled with despair. Shen Ruoxue clenched her lower lip, her knuckles whitening from the force. Facing a luxurious lineup of 1 5th order and 3 4th order, it was a luxury for their novice team to even escape. Now that these magical beasts were slow to kill, they were just enjoying the dying struggle of their prey. Listen. We may not make it out of this valley. But even if we die, I'll still tear off a piece of their flesh. Concentrate all the imperial beasts and launch an attack on that 4th-rank magical beast on the left. Even if we can't kill it, we still have to hit it hard. Ming. Understand. The 4 gritted their teeth, the fear of death in their voices. And the bloodthirsty tiger's scarlet tongue licked over its fangs as it seemed to have finally gotten tired of playing this cat and mouse game. Roar. With a deafening roar, the 4 magical beasts stormed up at the same time. In the sharp whistling sound of the sharp claws tearing through the air, Shen Ruoxue could even smell the fishy wind that came to her face. Death, close at hand. And when Gu Xing, who was on the side, saw the scene, he no longer hesitated and immediately commanded Liuli to strike. In the end, he must get his hands on the experience of these magical beasts. Ruri, turn on the blazing angel form. At this moment, the situation was critical, and only the killing angel form with the double attributes of Luri had the ability to control the whole situation. And the moment Liuli received Gu Xing's command, she freed her body's shackles. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Chapter 8 Students with S-level potential. The crimson holy flame suddenly erupted, vaporizing all the gray mist in a 100-meter radius, and even the air was scorched and twisted out of shape. In Gu Xing's shocked gaze, a stunningly beautiful figure slowly rose from the flames. The 4 feathered wings burning with holy flames were fully stretched out, and each feather flowed with a brilliant golden divine pattern. Liuli's originally clear eyes had now transformed into burning golden vertical pupils, just like a flame empress coming out of mythology. Under this divine pressure, the air in the entire valley seemed to freeze. Woo! The 3 awakened 4th-order magical beasts let out mournful whimpers, and in fear, they buried their heads deep into the dirt. As for the bloodthirsty tiger, although he was awakened 5th stage, his state wasn't much better after enduring Liuli's pressure head-on. Its pouncing movements came to an abrupt halt, its huge body hovering bizarrely in midair. The pair of scarlet beast pupils contracted violently, reflecting the figure that made its soul tremble. Class. Benji, is this a royal beast? The youngest member of the group murmured and spoke, his voice trembling. Shen Ruoxue's hands unconsciously clenched, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. She opened her mouth, her throat so dry it hurt. Should. Though such a statement was not even acceptable to her. But in the novice trial space, there were only them, the newbie Imperial Beast Masters, with magical beasts. That holy figure is clearly not the latter. That leaves only the infinitely more ridiculous possibility. She is the Imperial Beast. A rookie Imperial Beastmaster's Imperial Beast. In the crowd's horrified gazes, Liuli's golden vertical pupils coldly swept over the prostrate group of magical beasts. The holy sword in her hand was just a casual swing. 3 crimson sword awnings cut through the void, and the 3 awakening fourth-order magical beasts couldn't even send out a wail before their huge bodies neatly split in half. Holy flames flared from the incision, burning the remnants of the body to ashes in an instant. Howl! The bloodthirsty tiger let out a desperate roar, its body exploding with the last of its ferocity. Liuli just gently raised her sword. Snort! The trajectory that the holy sword traced left a searing residue in the air. The hard body that the bloodthirsty tiger was proud of was like thin paper in front of the power of a legendary great imperial beast. Its pupils were still frozen in terror, but its body was already sliding slowly down the smooth cut. Buzz! A ball of azure light that was the size of a basketball rose from the bloodthirsty tiger's remnant body and slowly disappeared into Liuli's brow. When the last wisp of holy flame dissipated into the air, the golden divine patterns around her body faded like a tidal wave, and the 4 burning feathers turned into dots of starry flames that drifted away. The figure that was originally suspended in mid-air gently landed on the ground, but his footsteps were obviously a few points weaker. Although the blazing angel form was able to drastically increase her attributes, relatively speaking, the consumption was also extremely terrifying. With Liuli's awakened 4th rank, she could only last about 30 seconds with all her might. After making sure that there was no danger, Luri turned her head slightly sideways, her gaze cast to the shadows not far away. Shenruoshue and the others unconsciously held their breath, their eyes moving along with Liuli. What would it be like to be a royal beast master who could possess such a powerful royal beast? However, when that familiar figure stepped out of the shadows, everyone froze. Gu Xing? Shenruoshue's pupils contracted violently, and her voice unconsciously raised an octave. As the class president of Imperial Beasts Class 3, of course she knew this normally low-key classmate. Just a short while ago, she had heard that this classmate had been taken from the Imperial Beasts, and at the time, she had been indignant. But now, Shenruoshue's gaze darted back and forth between Gu Xing and Liuli, and her brain almost stopped functioning. As Gu Xing approached, he realized that what Liuli had saved were actually a few acquaintances. Yo, squad leader, coincidence. 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 Shenruoshue replied mechanically. A student who was usually not well known, but at this moment, there was a legendary great imperial beast that could kill a 5th-order magical beast in seconds standing beside him. The dissonance was so strong it made her temples jut. Gu Xing nodded politely, and then gestured for Liuli to leave. There was less than half an hour left. He had to grab this last time to get Luri's level up to awakening 5th rank. Liuli followed obediently, not forgetting to owe a slight bow to a few people before leaving. The action caused the squad members to take a collective breath of air. When Gu Xing's figure had just disappeared into the mist, the squad members immediately exploded. Did you see that, class president? I almost gave a knee when that imperial beast saluted. Wasn't Gu Xing he robbed of his imperial beast? Why do I feel like he's stronger now? Seriously, I feel that the epic level imperial beast that Chen Ziming grabbed is not even remotely comparable to this one. So, if you meet Gu Xing during the examination in 10 days. A member weakly spoke up. Admit defeat outright. The 5 spoke in unison. City Lord's Mansion. Xiaoxiu stood respectfully, with a few moments of consternation in his gaze. In front of him, a middle-aged man dressed in a navy blue Chinese mountain suit was standing with his hands folded. Although the corners of the man's mouth held a faint smile, it caused the entire hall to be enveloped in an invisible pressure. He is the head of the entire southern military region, the real hand, Wei Yuan. Wei. Chief Wei, why are you here in person? Wei Yuan turned around, his gaze lingering on Xiaoxiu for a moment. This small soldier who had once fought under his command was now the lord of a city. Just came from Arashiyang City, they produced a seedling with a rank potential this year, not bad. Although the words were said this way, Xiaoxiu keenly noticed that a hint of disappointment flashed under Wei Yuan's eyes when he said this. As the highest person in charge of the southern military region, Wei Yuan personally toured the cities this time, obviously wanting to find true top talents. Obviously, he's got nothing now. Headway, I'm afraid that our Lin Yuan City's situation this year is comparable to that of Lanyang City. Before the trial opened, he had ordered his people to check the information of all the participants in detail. Except for that dude from the Chen family who contracted an epic chimera, everyone else's qualifications for imperial beasts. It's all in a nutshell. Wei Yuan let out a light sigh, unable to hide his disappointment between his brows. It's just that the imperial beast summoning ultimately depends on the will of heaven and cannot be forced. He straightened his lapels. I'd better check out another city. I'm sending you. Natsuo was about to see him off when the assistant city manager stumbled in. What a scandal! Xiaoshou's face sank. Losing his honor in front of his old boss made him quite embarrassed. What did I teach you? Be calm and collected when things go wrong. It was then that the assistant noticed the big man in the hall and went cold. But he couldn't care less, his voice trembling with excitement. City Lord! Our Lin Yuan City. A student with S-class potential has appeared. What? Xiaoshou's voice suddenly rose, exploding within the quiet City Lord's mansion. Even Wei Yuan, who was still looking calm just now, turned around violently and cast a surprised look. Chapter 9 Potential Rating, SSS. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. One must know that in the entire southern warzone, there were only dozens of geniuses who could be rated with S-rank potential. And a small border town like Lin Yuan City hadn't seen a genius with this kind of potential for several years. Chief Wei, why don't we go take a look? Seeing that Wei Yuan had clearly raised his interest, Xiaoshou tentatively suggested. Wei Yuan's deep eyes flashed with a hint of essence as he straightened the collar of his Zhongshan suit and said in a deep voice, "Go!" The city lord's assistant naturally didn't dare to be slow and immediately bowed in front to lead the way. However, what a few people didn't know was that at this time, the monitoring room had already exploded. This can't be. This score opened up, didn't it? Why did the score go up so much in a flash? Is he ending the Wraith Slayer? This point. Is it really possible for a rookie Imperial Beast Master to reach it? It can't be that the instrument is malfunctioning, right? Su Feng stared at the surveillance screen. The coffee cup in his hand had long been tilted, and the brown liquid dripped down on his shiny leather shoes without even realizing it. The striking number on the screen hit him like a hammer. First place, Gu Xing 25,000 points. The second place finisher, Chen Ziming, was still stuck at a pitiful 3,000 points. What was even more breathtaking was that Gu Xing's score was still climbing at an alarming rate. The record high for the last decade is only 3,500 points. Su Feng muttered, the knot in his throat rolling involuntarily. His eyes slowly moved to the potential evaluation column, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Potential rating, SSS. Those three big, gold-stamped letters glittered on the screen, stinging one's eyes. In the midst of the trial space, Liuli's snow-white feathers were stained with the blood of the magical beasts, and the corpses piled up at her feet formed a small mountain. A suffocating, fishy odor filled the air, and the viscous plasma even pooled into tiny streams on the ground. Master, they've learned their lesson. Liuli crossed her sword and stood, protecting Gu Xing behind her. Her breathing was slightly rapid, but her grip on the sword remained steady as a rock. Gu Xing narrowed his eyes to look at the entrance of the valley. Dozens of different kinds of magical beasts actually formed an unprecedented allied army, baring their teeth and blocking all retreating paths. Although most of them were just some second and third order low-rank magical beasts, dozens of magical beasts gathered together were equally powerful. Looks like they're scared of being killed by us. For the past half hour, he had taken Ruri on a near frenzy of carnage. In the end, the remaining magical beasts had to join forces and lure the two to this valley. Gu Xing raised his hand and glanced at the timer. Remaining time, 3 o'clock. There are still the last 3 minutes left on the clock. Just as well, now it saves us the trouble of looking for it, Ruri. Understood. After this period of fighting, the tacit understanding between the two soared. There was no need for Gu Xing to open his mouth now, and Liuli was able to determine what Gu Xing was thinking. Killing angel form, liberate. Guilt-colored lines instantly crawled all over Liuli's body, and 4 radiant wings of light broke out. Break the sin. The piercing white light swept through the valley like a tidal wave, and wherever it passed, the wails of the magical beasts rose and fell. When the head of the last 5th-ranked demonic wolf flew high, a dazzling golden aura suddenly erupted around Liuli. Awakening of the 5th order, reached. Gu Xing, who was at the side, immediately checked Liuli's various attributes. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening 5th order. Power, 148. Physical fitness, 150. Spirit, 142. Speed, 153. Skills, Sinseverance increased damage to demonic creatures, Divine Blessing immunity to 1 lethal attack, Blazing Angel form 200% increase in all attributes, Final Aria Angel enters a period of dormancy after use. Cultivation suggestion, use light crystals, Holy Spirit liquid, and angelic holy blood to enhance the qualification of Imperial beasts. The terror of the cherub's legendary grade qualification finally came to light at this moment. Although his rank was only awakened 5th stage, Liuli's various attribute values had already crushed ordinary awakened 7th and 8th stage Imperial beasts. Gu Xing gazed at the cultivation suggestion bar on the system interface. He had a premonition that as long as he found all 3 materials, the bright crystal, Holy Spirit marrow liquid, and angelic sacred blood, Liuli's qualifications would see a leap forward. Only Lin Yuan City's largest Imperial beast merchant house doesn't even have news of these 3 materials. Gu Xing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had consulted the information before. At the top auction in the Dragon Summer Kingdom, a single piece of mutilated light crystal had fetched a sky-high price of $10 million. The light crystals that Lioli needed, however, required a complete block. As for the Holy Spirit Marrow Liquid and Angelic Sacred Blood, it was even more so that even the Longxia Kingdom Imperial Beasts General Association's canon had only vague records. The cultivation of a legendary grade qualification is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Gu Xing sighed softly. Even if you have a golden finger in your hand and clearly know the path of evolution, at this moment you can only look at the ocean and sigh. However, Gu Xing didn't dwell on it. The ship will be straightened out at the end of the bridge. One day he would surely be able to gather the materials to complete the first cultivation of Lioli. At this time, the restless energy around Lioli also finally calmed down. She instinctively wanted to approach Gu Xing, but froze the moment she took a step. The snow-white feathers were stained with dark red blood, and the hem of her skirt dripped with sticky liquid. Woo! The cherub wrinkled her delicate nose and surveyed herself in disgust. With a soft hum, red golden holy flames flared up from his fingertips, spreading over his entire body like flowing water. Those filthy bloodstains dissipated into green smoke the moment they came into contact with the flames, not leaving even a trace. After confirming that every feather had been restored to purity, Lioli then nodded in satisfaction and took a light step to Gu Xing's side. Master, should we leave? Lioli gently tugged on Gu Xing's sleeve, her small face slightly wrinkled as she looked around. This blood-soaked valley really doesn't make you want to stay much longer. Gu Xing looked down at the timer, the moment the numbers went exactly to 0. The next moment, a solemn mechanical sound resounded throughout the entire trial space. This novice trial is officially over, please prepare to disengage. After 10 seconds, everyone in that space will be teleported back to Lin Yuan City together. Countdown now begins. Hold on to me. Gu Xing naturally held Lioli's small hand. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. A blinding white light engulfed the world. When Gu Xing opened his eyes, in front of him was the familiar outline of Lin Yuan City's square. Before he could fully adjust to the vertigo after the teleportation, he realized that the surrounding area was already filled with excited-looking staff members. Su Feng, who was at the head of the group, quickly stepped forward, and this usually unsmiling head of the trial was now full of smiles. Student Gu Xing, your performance in the novice trial was truly amazing. Lord City Master has specially instructed that he would like to ask you to move in for a moment. Gu Xing froze for a moment and quickly realized that it must have been because his performance in the novice trial space had caught the city lord's attention. Such a result he had anticipated earlier and therefore did not refuse. Yes. Chapter 10 Epileptic Chen Ziming. Only when Gu Xing's figure disappeared at the end of the square were the other participants teleported back one after another. When Chen Ziming appeared in the center of the square with his arm around Phantom, he was immediately surrounded by a group of fawning trainees. Young Chen, the first place in this trial is not yours, is it? An epic level Imperial Beast is a great ride. I guess Chen Xiao got at least 3,000 points. That's a score that would have been a faulty first in previous years. 3,000 points? Wouldn't that potential rating be close to S rank? We're witnessing history here. Chen Ziming's mouth was grinning from ear to ear as he listened to the flattery. He wrapped his arms harder around the chimera in his arms, his fingers rubbing restlessly around the other man's waist. Originally, he had been synonymous with dude in Lin Yuan City. But since contracting this epic royal beast, not only did he get rid of the reputation of being a playboy loser, but he received praise everywhere he went. Thinking about this, he became even more satisfied with the chimera in his arms. Phantom, he leaned into Phantom's ear and lowered his voice, treat yourself tonight, and tomorrow you'll be taken to the other dimension to level up. The chimera immediately blushed with shame at his words, and his long, slender eyelashes drooped with light trembling. All listened to Brother Ziming. This look of refusal made Chen Ziming's body so hot that he couldn't wait to bring someone home immediately. But looking at the yet-to-be-released standings, he still forced down the urge in his heart. After all, this was his moment of glory to reach the top in the limelight. How could this be missed? One must know that Chen Ziming had taken great pains for this trial. He not only relied on the power of the chimera, but also secretly spent a lot of money to hire a 5-man squad. This squad specializes in critically injuring magical beasts to the point of near death before he finishes the final blow. At this moment, Chen Ziming felt the power of the awakened fourth stage within his body and hooked the corner of his mouth in triumph. This kind of trickery, while disdained, does have a remarkable effect. Not only do you soar in rank, but your points go up as well. Quick look! The leaderboard is announced. With a shout, the entire square instantly boiled. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the big screen in the center of the square. The leaderboard is slowly revealed from the last place. 187th, Zhang Wei, 85 points, potential rating D. Number 163, Li Na, 112 points, potential rating D. From time to time, cheers or sighs erupted from the crowd. As the list scrolled to the top 10, the atmosphere of the entire plaza grew more and more tense. The top 10 are announced in a decidedly different way, with each name lingering individually, accompanied by a special sound effect. 10th place, Wang Hao, 890 points, potential rating B. 9th place, Lu Feng, 902 points, potential evaluation B. In the center of the plaza, Chen Ziming smugly wrapped his arms around the chimera, a winning smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Fawning compliments were all around. Chen Xiao is sure to secure first place this time. Nonsense, besides Chen Xiao, who else has the strength to take first place? Chen Ziming enjoyed the crowd's admiration, his fingers frivolously twining around the chimera's hair, already sketching in his mind the scene where he would receive the city lord's commendation later on. However, did I read it wrong? Why is young Chen's name in second? The voice was like a shock of thunder, instantly shattering Chen Ziming's beautiful dream. He jerked his head around, staring dead at the blinding data on the light screen. Second place, Chen Ziming, 4,100 points, potential evaluation A. It's not possible. Chen Ziming was so enraged that his voice changed tone. Second. How is he second? 4,100 points, such a score had already created the history of Lin Yuan City, how could he still be the second place? Chen Ziming's eyes were red, and his eyes were dead set on the large screen in the center of the square. Who is it? Who robbed him of his first? And the chimera in Chen Ziming's arms was similarly stiff. She had been following the list for the purpose of checking the ranking of that original owner whom she had abandoned. Only all the way from last to second place, she never found that familiar name. Such a situation made her heart sink to the bottom. The next moment a terrible suspicion made her fall like a stone. Is it possible that Gu Xing is number one? The chimera immediately shook her head, trying to shake the ridiculous possibility out of her mind. No way. Absolutely not. That man did nothing more than a crippled angel. How could she lose to such a defective? It's just that often, the more you fear something, the more things go either way. The first place was slowly revealed as everyone watched. First place, Gu Xing, 44,300 points, potential evaluation SSS. The moment this ranking was revealed, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into the entire square. Oh my god. Gu Xing's points are 44,003? Tens and hundreds of millions. It really is 5 figures. SSS grade potential? This is a ING humanoid plugin, isn't it? Amidst the rising and falling cries of shock, Chen Ziming froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at the two numbers dead in the face. 44,300 versus 4,100. A whole tenfold difference. How is this possible? Chen Ziming's eyes were red, and his sinewy fingers pinched the staff member's shoulders in death. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. 40,000 points? What a joke. The staff member pushed his hand away with an expressionless face, his voice terribly calm. This score has been personally verified by the City Lord. Young Master Chen, are you questioning the City Lord's judgment? The words were like a pot of ice water poured over his head. Chen Ziming staggered back 2 steps, his ears buzzing. The gazes cast around him were like a million sharp knives, stabbing him. Ha! Ha! He suddenly laughed nervously, his nails pinching deep into his palms. I see. That poor guy must have taken the $20 million my dad gave him to hire someone to brush his score. At this moment, Chen Ziming had completely lost his mind, his handsome face twisted to the point of being almost hideous, and the veins rippling at the corners of his forehead continued to pulsate with his rapid breathing. When he thought of that poor boy, who had once been stepped on by him, humiliating him in turn with the $20 million that he, the Chen family, had given him in charity, the anger in his chest almost burned his entire being to the ground. Gu Xing, you think you can win against me with my family's money? He yanked the chimera's wrist violently across the room, with such force that he almost crushed the slender bones. The chimera stifled a grunt in pain, but didn't dare to struggle, and could only stagger as he dragged him along. Now! Immediately! Chen Ziming's eyes were crimson, like a wild beast in a frenzy. I'm going to hire the top demon hunting team, 20 of 10 isn't enough. At the academy examination in 10 days, I'm going to make that punk kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness. His voice echoed in the square, drawing countless astonished gazes. But at this moment, Chen Ziming didn't care about the image at all anymore, and his mind was filled with only one thought. At all costs, Gu Xing must be completely crushed. The chimera was tugged roughly forward by him, but in the instant he turned, his afterimage caught a glimpse of the name shining on the light screen of the square. Gu Xing, SSS class. An idea sprang into her mind. Did you really make the right choice in the first place? Chapter 11 Abyssal Level Trials. The Other Side. Under Su Feng's guidance, Gu Xing arrived at an elaborately decorated conference room. After signaling Liuli to stay outside and wait for him, Gu Xing pushed his way in. Upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to the navy blue figure seated in the main seat. City Lord Xiaoxiu stood respectfully. This detail made Gu Xing instantly realize that the middle-aged man in front of him with an extraordinary aura had a status far above that of the City Lord. When Xia Xiu saw Gu Xing enter the room, he immediately got up and introduced himself. Fellow Gu Xing, this is the chief of the southern military region, Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan? Gu Xing's pupils shrunk. This name can be heard like thunder in the Long Xia country. The monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster, the linchpin of the southern warzone, was an existence that could truly save the day in times of national crisis. Greetings, Lord of the City, and good day, Chief. After returning to his senses, Gu Xing saluted one by one. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, his deep eyes surveying Gu Xing as he said gently. Student Gu Xing, congratulations on earning an SSS rank potential evaluation in the Novice Trial. Thank you, Lord Chief, but Lord Chief should have called me here for something else. Seeing Xia Xiu standing aside like a transparent person, Gu Xing realized that the one who really wanted to see himself. It should be this chief of the southern military region, Wei Yuan. It was just that he didn't understand why a military region chief would offer to meet him of his own accord. Although he turned out brightly in the novice trials. But a genius who hasn't grown up isn't a genius. Seeing Gu Xing's performance, a trace of appreciation flashed in Wei Yuan's eyes. When he received the news of Gu Xing's SSS rating on the way, his first reaction was skepticism. After all, there were only a handful of geniuses who could reach this level in the Dragon Summer Kingdom. For a small border town like Lingyuan City, it was almost an impossible thing for an SSS grade evaluation genius to appear. He had thought that this genius had relied on some tricks to achieve an SSS rating. However, after seeing Gu Xing's Imperial Beast with his own eyes, this thought immediately dissipated. The aura emanating from the body of that Imperial Beast had clearly surpassed the epic level. Having a legendary grade Imperial Beast, it was only natural to be able to obtain an SSS rating. Student Gu Xing, I do have something to ask. Wei Yuan said, his gaze faintly sweeping towards Xia Xiu. This city lord immediately understood and respectfully withdrew from the room, but his heart set off shock waves. What kind of secret was it that even he, the head of a city, had no right to know? When the door to the room was closed, Wei Yuan raised his hand and waved it lightly. A light blue light screen rippled out like water waves, enveloping the two of them. This is... Gu Xing's pupils shrunk. The basic use of the domains will be mastered when you advance to the commander level. This thing, mostly, is to make sure our conversations aren't prying from the outside world. Gu Xing gazed at the fluctuating energy barrier in front of him, his expression gradually becoming grave. To be able to make a monarch-level Imperial Beast Master treat it so cautiously, even going so far as to use the power of his domain to isolate the outside world. By no means unusual. There is a possibility that the fate of the Dragon Summer Nation is at stake. Gu Xing student, you should know that the other space is another world that is merging with the Blue Star. All countries have established defenses in the alien space to provide a safe environment for low-ranked Imperial Beast Masters to practice. Gu Xing nodded. This history had been recorded in the textbooks long ago. However, Long Xia's defense line construction is lagging behind other countries. Wei Yuan suddenly changed his words. Do you know why? Gu Xing frowned and thought, it's because the defense line construction is not going well? That's right. Wei Yuan's finger outlined a light screen map in the void. 3 years ago, we discovered a giant trial site at a key location. On the light screen, a scarlet point of light was stuck right at the defense pivot. Normally, it's good to discover a place of trial. But this place of trial happens to be located at the most critical node of the defense line. If we don't open up this place of trial, there will always be a gap in the defense line, and those demonic creatures, at any time, may invade through this gap. When Gu Xing heard this, he couldn't help but look up at Wei Yuan. But I don't seem to be much help. Wei Yuan raised his hand to interrupt, his fingertips tapping in the void, and a three-dimensional projection then unfolded. The projection clearly labeled the various areas of the trial site, most of which had been displayed as past green, except for the most central area, which still flashed a blinding red light. The trial areas of the other levels have all been conquered by our army. Only this last place. He pointed to the red light. Requirements are awakening 5th order and below, team up in groups of 3 to challenge. The projection suddenly zooms in to show detailed data for the area. Difficulty level, Abyssal. The trial land is a special secret realm in the other space, where those who pass the level can obtain rich rewards. And based on the difficulty, the Long Xia Kingdom officially categorized them into 5 levels. Ordinary, Tribulation, Nightmare, Hell, and at the very top the Abyss. I need you, Wei Yuan looked straight into Gu Xing's eyes, along with the other 2 SSS-ranked geniuses, to complete this ultimate challenge and help the Dragon Summer Kingdom complete the construction of its defenses. Hearing this, Gu Xing finally understood. Why would a military region chief personally seek out novice Imperial Beastmasters in the awakening stage? Just as he was digesting this information, Wei Yuan mistakenly thought that he had concerns. This trial is indeed risky. That's why by participating, you'll be eligible to pick an item from the Southern Military Region's treasure trove. Wei Yuan said, raising his hand and unfolding a curtain of light in the air. The virtual shadows of countless rare materials flowed in the light curtain. Gu Xing raised his head and glanced up inadvertently, but his eyes were instantly drawn to one of the materials. Light crystals? Or a whole crystal of light? Chief Wei. Gu Xing's voice trembled slightly, in the treasury of the military region. Has an entire bright crystal? He didn't expect to learn about the news of the first material for cultivating lioli here. A hint of surprise flashed in Wei Yuan's eyes, and his fingertips tapped to zoom in on the crystalline silhouette. It seems this item is important to you? Gu Xing nodded. Good, just agree to participate in the trial, and it will be yours, regardless of success or failure. Deal. Gu Xing responded without hesitation. This kind of service to the country he originally intended to accept, and now the light crystal is purely unexpected. And Wei Yuan was fiercely relieved to see Gu Xing agree. He has made a military order that he will be able to complete the construction of the entire defense this year. If he hadn't met Gu Xing, he would have thought that there was no way to complete the mission this year. It wasn't that they hadn't sent geniuses to participate in the trial previously, only that even the SS potential geniuses had failed to break through even half of the progress. Thus he could only frantically search for geniuses with SSS-level potential within the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Now, he has finally found it. There's no time to lose, let's set off now. Every day we delay, the gap in the defense line will devour the lives of a few more Dragon Summer Imperial Beastmasters. Chapter 12, The Trial Opens. The head of the military district is really acting in a thunderous manner. Before Gu Xing could react, he felt a tightness in his waist. Wei Yuan actually directly brought him and Lioli up into the sky. Whoosh! With a breaking sound, a giant bird that covered the sky suddenly tore through the clouds. The three of them landed firmly on its broad back, and Gu Xing subconsciously probed for information about this imperial beast. Swallowing lark. Qualifications? Rank? Attributes? Skill? The clear question mark made Gu Xing's heart shake. But what surprised him even more was that even though the swallowing lark's speed was so fast that it tore through the air, they couldn't feel the slightest bit of wind pressure. This meant that this imperial beast underneath him was all at least at the commander level, and it was highly likely that it had reached the monarch level. Not long after, a distorted blue curtain of light stretched across the sky in sight. This is the spatial passage connecting the two realms. Through here and then flying for a few hours will arrive at the place of trial. Wei Yuan's voice remained clear in the whistling wind. The cloud-swallowing sparrow let out a long cry and lifted its wings and disappeared into the curtain of light. And below them, more than 20 teams surrounded Chen Ziming and the Chimera like stars. The captain at the head of the team was fawning. Don't worry, Chen Xiao, with the assistance of our elite team, we will definitely be able to allow you to break through the awakened 7th stage. But Chen Ziming turned a deaf ear. He stared at the spatial passageway with a deadly stare, and a gloomy cold light rolled over in his eyes. Gu Xing. His clenched fists were green with veins, comparing resources with the Chen family? I'll make you realize what despair means. With 20 teams helping me level up. What are you comparing me to? 3 hours later, Swallow Lark landed at the military base surrounded by mountains. When Gu Xing leapt off the back of the giant bird, he immediately noticed that in addition to the soldiers, there were 2 young men in the camp square. These 2 should be the companions who participated in the trial with him. Ying Bing and Qin Tian, from Kyoto, SSS Potential. Gu Xing, Lin Yuan City, same SSS rank potential. This trial will be rated by the 3 of you together. Wei Yuan briefly introduced a few people's information. Standing on the left side, Ying Bing was dressed in white, with an ice crystal-like bird perched on her shoulder. Hearing Wei Yuan's introduction, she nodded slightly to Gu Xing. Only her gaze lingered on Lioli for a few more seconds, a hint of surprise flashing through her ice-blue pupils. Gu Xing also greeted politely, then checked the information on the woman's imperial beast. Frosty Ice Phoenix. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening 5th Order. Power, 120. Body mass, 130. Spirit, 178. Speed, 150. Skills, Cone of Cold Piercing, Frost Storm, Frost Ring Imprisonment. The Imperial Beast enters a weakened state after use. As for Qin Tian on the right side, who had his arms wrapped around him, a 3-meter-tall bronze-colored tree man stood beside him. He cast a sidelong glance at Gu Xing, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Lin Yuan City? Never heard of it. There are geniuses inside this small city? Mostly it's just a matter of swiping points to get an SSS rating, I guess. Only in the way of Wei Yuan's presence, he didn't say what was in his mind, and just stood aside in a high and mighty manner. Gu Xing looked at Qin Tian's attitude and was unimpressed. It wasn't like he was participating in this trial to come and make friends, his purpose was for that light crystal. As for trial companions, it's best if they get along. It doesn't hurt if you don't get along, after all, you won't see them again after this trial. That being said, he still checked the other party's Imperial Beast information. War Treesman. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening 5th Order. Power, 160. Body mass, 165. Spirit, 112. Speed, 105. Skills, Root Strangulation, Giant Wood Blast, Ironwood Barrier. Gu Xing carefully compared the data of the 3 Imperial Beasts and gradually came to a judgment in his heart. The same as the Legend 1-star qualification, the gap is so obvious. Although Liuli's various attributes were not top-notch, they were well-balanced and did not have any shortcomings. More crucially, she possessed 4 skills, 1 more skill bar than the other 2 Imperial Beasts. Ying Bing's Frost Qian Ice Phoenix was clearly superior to Qin Tian's War Tree Man, especially that Frost Ring Imprisonment skill, which made Gu Xing particularly concerned. It was the same as Ruri's final aria, and there was a price to pay. Gu Xing guessed that the higher the cost required to release it meant that the more terrifying the power of the skill. This seems to be the equivalent of the Imperial Beast's finishing move. Aria of the end. The beast falls into a deep sleep after release. Looking at this skill of Liuli's, he decided that he would resolutely not release it until it was a matter of life and death. He then turned his attention to Qin Tian's War Tree Man. This Imperial Beast, in addition to excellent strength and physical attributes, there doesn't seem to be any other salient points. All 3 skills are mediocre, and they don't have a finisher yet. Gu Xing secretly estimated that this War Tree Man was just barely touching the threshold of legendary qualification. After understanding the strength of Ying Bing and Qin Tian's 2 Imperial Beasts, Gu Xing's gaze finally settled on Liuli. All things considered, it was his own little angel that pleased him more. Master? Ruri cocked her head in confusion. His slender fingers unconsciously caressed Liuli's silver-colored hair, and the soft touch from his fingertips warmed his heart. Master? Luri tilted her little face up in confusion, her gilt-colored eyes brimming with disbelief. She subconsciously rubbed against Gu Xing's palm, and this intimate gesture caused Gu Xing's heart to tremble. Guilt? Sin? Luckily, Wei Yuan, who was on the side, opened his mouth again and attracted Liuli's attention, which allowed the little angel to not notice the difference in his own master. Is there anything else you guys need to prepare? If not, I'll take you guys to the place of trial. Wei Yuan's gaze swept between the 3. Gu Xing coughed lightly and withdrew his hand without a trace, the silky touch of Liuli's hair still lingering on his fingertips. Ready to go. On the side, Ying Bing and Qin Tian also indicated that they were ready to finish. Soon, Wei Yuan led them to an ancient hall. The hall was dilapidated, but from some of the minutiae, it was still possible to see how majestic it had once been. This used to be the holy land of the Elf clan, but for some reason, the entire Elf clan disappeared, leaving only this place of trial. Pass this trial and you should be able to obtain a good reward. But if you encounter danger, you will choose to withdraw in time. After all, your safety is of the utmost importance. Don't worry, head Wei. Qin Tian patted his chest and assured, with me here, this trial is 9 out of 10. Wei Yuan gave him a deep look, I hope so. Without further ado, Wei Yuan pointed to the stone platform in the center of the great hall, place your hands on it to open the trial. And finally, with his booming voice, all the soldiers stood at attention and saluted in unison, I wish you triumph. With everyone watching, the 3 of them placed their hands on top of the stone platform at the same time. In an instant, blinding white light rose up into the sky, completely engulfing the 3 figures. Chapter 13. A Man Cannot Say No. When the silhouettes of the 3 completely disappeared into the white light, the adjutant on the side walked over to Wei Yuan's side and lowered his voice to ask, Chief, do you think that this time they can succeed? Wei Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the empty stone platform, his knuckles unconsciously tapping on his pants leg. It was a long time before he spoke slowly. With that girl from the Ying family, the chances of passing this trial? Half for half, I guess. After all, it was the highest level trial, and even if the 3 of them had Imperial Beasts that were all at the legendary level, Wei Yuan's heart was still not at peace. Last time, the participants in the trial were a genius with SSS rank potential and 2 other geniuses with SS rank potential. Only, the 3 didn't even make it past the 2nd level. After sighing, he took one last look at the stone platform and turned towards the outside of the great hall. What's done is done, we've done what's next. Leave it to Providence. Inside the land of trials, the soil was as black as if it had been drenched in ink, and ruins littered the landscape. Hey, country boy. Qin Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the thick branches of the War Tree Man rustled behind him. No matter what means you use to mix up the SSS evaluation, when you encounter danger later on, you should honestly hide behind me and Sister Bing. He raised his chin, condescension all over his face. With us around, in case of danger, you can at least save your little life. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow with interest. Although this young master from Kyoto was arrogant, he was not a bad person. It's just that it hasn't experienced the beatings of society, so it's a little overconfident. It just so happened that the various monsters in the middle of the trial could not raise the level of the Imperial Beasts after killing them. He couldn't be happier that someone was happy to take the plunge. No problem, you go ahead, I won't steal your thunder. With that, he deliberately took 2 steps back and made an exaggerated please go first gesture. Liuli cocked her head in confusion, but at Gu Xing's eye gesture, she also obediently stepped aside. Count your blessings. Qin Tian hummed in satisfaction and strutted to the front of the group. On the other hand, Bing, who was on the side, seemed to be completely oblivious to these things and was preoccupied with exchanging feelings with the ice phoenix on her shoulder. Soon, the trio encountered 3 monsters. Trial Puppet, balanced. Level, Awakening 6th Order. Power, 100. Physical Fitness, 100. Spirit, 100. Speed, 100. Skills, Shiggy Heavy Fist, Balanced Force Field. Seeing the information about these 3 trial puppets, Guxing realized the difficulty of the abyssal trial. The trial golem with a full attribute of 100 had attributes that were at the level of an excellent 6th order magical beast. Even because of the balanced attributes, its strength even exceeded that of a magical beast of the same level by a margin. What was even more frightening was that this was only the first wave of monsters for the trial. The strength of the next monsters encountered will gradually increase. However, Qin Tian didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. Qin Tian had already stepped forward. Sister Bing, don't make a move, just leave these iron bumps to me. After pondering for a moment, Bing nodded slightly and agreed. Anymore, Qin Tian was able to obtain an SSS grade potential evaluation, and killing these 3 trial puppets was still not the slightest problem. Tree Man, Root Strangulation. With Qin Tian's command, the War Tree Man's thick root system broke out of the ground and wrapped around the 3 puppets like a giant python. The wooden fibers rubbed against the metal shell with a piercing sound, and eventually, in 3 bursts, the puppet was reduced to pieces all over the ground. Well, my Tree Man. He turned his head proudly and looked at the several people with a face that begged for compliments. Guxing and Liuli exchanged a glance, and the 2 of them silently gave a thumbs up. Luri thoughtfully added, so awesome. Qin Tian was so flattered that he even raised his voice an octave. Even though you guys are a bit less powerful, you can definitely learn a lot by observing my battles properly. Yeah. Guxing nodded his head repeatedly, smoothly pressing down on Liuli, who wanted to retort. Next, Qin Tian had been assuming the role of an opener. Only, as the few people went deeper and deeper, the trial puppets they faced became more and more powerful. When the 5 awakened 7th stage trial puppets stopped in front of him, Qin Tian finally couldn't laugh anymore. He's sweating. Trial Puppet. Level, Awakening 7th Order. Power, 120. Body Mass, 120. Spirit, 120. Speed, 120. With 5 trial golems with an average of 120 attribute points, it was obvious that the War Tree Man was overwhelmed to cope with them. Fine beads of sweat oozed out from Qin Tian's forehead, and his clenched fists shivered slightly. Young Qin, do you need a hand? Guxing kindly approached to inquire. No need. Qin Tian clenched his back teeth and held on, but anyone could see that he was barely holding on. However, Bing on the side lightly patted the ice phoenix on his shoulder, his voice clear and cold. I control, you output. Hearing Bing's voice, Guxing raised his eyebrows in surprise. This iceberg beauty actually spoke. And Qin Tian instantly let out a sigh of relief when he heard that Bing was going to make a move. These 5 trial puppets, he could solve them, but he had to pay a certain price. But it's only the first hurdle of the trial. With Bing joining the fray, the situation was instantly reversed. Between the wings of the Frost Xian Ice Phoenix, the joints of the trial puppets were instantly covered in frost. The War Tree Man seized this opportunity and raised its thick branches, one by one, shattering the frozen golems one by one. For the rest of the journey, Guxing was happy to relax. The 2 of them, Bing and Qin Tian, joined forces, and the trial puppet barely lasted a single round in the hands of the 2. He and Luri became outsiders for a moment. It wasn't long before Qin Tian and Bing were able to break through the first level with great momentum. The 3 of them came to the end of the first level together, and 3 deep passages appeared in front of them. Here, this is the second level of the abyssal level trial. According to the information provided by Wei Yuan, these 3 passages had to be chosen by each of the 3 to independently complete the entire passageway trial in order to enter the 3rd level. As for the 3rd level, even Wei Yuan was unknown. The last time the trialists, the highest they reached was the 2nd level. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly turned around, his gaze lingering on Guxing for a long time, his tone carrying obvious skepticism. You okay? He naturally had no worries about Bing's strength. As the top ranker of the Kyoto City Novice Trial, her strength was even above her own. But this genius from the countryside in front of us, if he drags his feet. Even if he and Bing both passed the 2nd level, then they had likewise failed this trial. The always indifferent Bing also slightly side-eyed, waiting for Guxing's reply. After all, Guxing hadn't put up a fight along the way, and she was similarly unable to judge the strength of this companion. In the face of Qin Tian's questioning, Guxing did not argue, only the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he walked straight towards the passage in the very center. Man, you can't say no. Chapter 14, Level 2, Pass. The moment he stepped into the passageway, Guxing sensed that he seemed to be in another world. He snapped his head back, only to find that the entrance from which he had come had long since disappeared, replaced by a void of darkness. and before him, a mechanical figure slowly coalesced and took shape.
Trial Golem, Enhanced.
Level, Awakening 5th Order. Power, 90. Physical Fitness, 90. Spirit, 90. Speed, 90. Skills, Chicky Heavy Fist, Attribute Enhancement, Equilibrium Force Field Stackable.
Reinforced? Gu Xing frowned slightly.
Compared to an ordinary Equilibrium Golem, the guy in front of him was clearly stronger by more than a grade. Not only is there an additional attribute enhancement gain skill, but what's even trickier is that Equalize Force Field. It would be difficult if several enhanced trial golems followed at the same time.
But for now, not much of a problem. Ruri, fix it.
Before the words fell, Liuli's silver white feathered wings completely stretched out, and a long sword burning with blazing flames coalesced in her hand. Only to see her wings lightly vibrating, her figure instantly flashed in front of the puppet. The golden sword light cut through like a crescent moon. Swish! The reinforced golem snapped with a sound, turning into two pieces of wreckage that fell to the ground with a loud crash. Although the strength of this awakened 5th stage puppet was good, it was still unbeatable in front of Liuli, who had broken through 150 points in all attributes. As the puppet collapsed, the blue curtain of light blocking the way ahead also dissipated.
Gu Xing continued on with Liuli.
Inside the second space, what awaited them was still a reinforced trial golem, only that its level had been raised to the awakened 6th stage. Looking at the enemy whose various attributes soared to 120 points, Gu Xing could not help but frown. No wonder the previous trialists couldn't pass this level. With each space pass, the strength of the puppet would increase geometrically. The attributes of this awakened 6th order enhanced golem in front of him were already comparable to even a 5th order epic imperial beast.
And this, only the 2nd level.
Liuli's sword light flashed once again, and the trial golem fell in response.
Next inside space.
The two awakened 6th order puppets appeared at the same time, and the equilibrium force field began to show its power, suppressing Liuli's various attributes by about 10 points. Fortunately, even after being weakened, Liuli still had an absolute advantage, and quickly resolved these two awakened 6th stage trial puppets. Next, the difficulty of the trial continued to climb.
3, 4, 5, Awakening 7th Order.
When Gu Xing and Liuli arrived at the final space, 3 trial puppets that emitted a terrifying aura were standing by.
Trial Golem, Enhanced.
Level, Awakening 7th Order.
Strength, 150. Physical Fitness, 150. Spirit, 150. Speed, 150.
Skills, Chicky Heavy Fist, Attribute Enhancement, Equilibrium Force Field Stackable.
Looking at the 3 reinforced trial puppets that were confronting Liuli.
With the stacking of the 3 balanced stances, Liuli's various attributes were suppressed by nearly 30 points. This meant that even with Luri's strength, it would be quite tricky to take care of these puppets without turning on the killing angel form. But it wasn't the battle at hand that worried him at the moment, but
can the other 2 really pass this trial?
Ying Bing's Ice Phoenix Spirit attribute was as high as 170 points, and with her excellent skills, clearing the level should not be a problem.
But Qin Tian, that war tree man.
I'm afraid it's a bit up in the air when facing 3 awakened 7th order enhanced golems. In the midst of his thoughts, Gu Xing had already made his decision.
Ruri, turn on the blazing angel form and fight quickly.
Understood. The moment the little girl answered crisply, crimson flames exploded from around her. 4 wings of light stretched out behind her back, and divine blazing energy fluctuations swept through the entire space.
Attribute value doubled. 300 points of absolute crushing.
3 golden sword-ons cut through the sky like meteors, and the 3 reinforced puppets could not even react in time before they were neatly split in 2. The remnants of the body were burned by the blazing angel's flame, turning into ashes in no time and floating away with the wind. The curtain of light at the end of the passage also finally slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, the core monitoring room of the trial place. A huge stone platform hovered in the center, displaying the trialists' passes in real time.
Chief, they're entering the 2nd level.
Wei Yuan nodded slightly at his words, his eyes gazing intently at the stone platform. He knew better than anyone else that starting from the 2nd level was the true test of this trial. In that trial last year, apart from that SSS-ranked potential genius who barely made it to the end, the other 2 SS-ranked geniuses were even eliminated from the competition after completing only 70% of their progress.
Wei Yuan unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the exertion.
If we fail again this time, we'll have to wait until next year. Pass the word down, put the Border Legion on 1st level of combat readiness. After clearing the 2nd level, a part of the trial land would disappear, and then the demonic creatures would surely pour in through the gap. Although it was still unknown if the trio would be able to clear the 2nd level, it was always right to prepare early.
Yes.
The adjutant was about to turn away when his afterglow suddenly glimpsed the stone platform flashing with a dazzling light. His eyes widened in disbelief.
Chief, it seems like someone has cleared the 2nd level.
What? Wei Yuan turned around violently, his gaze deadlocked on the stone platform. The words "one person has passed" were clearly displayed on the top.
Who is it? One should know that only half an hour had passed since the three of them entered the second level. From the mouths of the last trialists, he also knew that there were 3 awakened 7th Order trial puppets in the final space. Awakening 5th Order versus Awakening 7th Order. Even if the trio's Imperial Beasts were of the legendary rank, it would be very difficult to cope with them. Chief, I think it should be Ying Bing, right? The adjutant, who had returned to his senses, carefully analyzed it at the moment. After all, the Ying family's bloodline is special and can only contract one Imperial Beast in a lifetime. The adjutant's thoughts coincided with the speculations in Wei Yuan's mind. The Ying family, as one of the oldest families in the Long Xia Kingdom, has an extremely special bloodline inheritance. Clansmen could only contract one Imperial Beast in their lifetime, but the power of the bloodline could gradually improve the qualifications of the Imperial Beasts. Because of this, the worst of the Ying family's Imperial Beasts were at the epic level to begin with. This girl from the Ying family is one of the most talented in the last 100 years. It makes sense that she could pass so quickly. Nothing but. Speaking of this, Wei Yuan's expression became grave. But the problem now is that if Gu Xing and Qin Tian can't pass the level, even if Ying Bing is strong, it won't help. After all, this trial is a trinity. As long as one person does not pass, then this trial can only be declared a failure. However, just then, the adjutant suddenly exclaimed again. Chief! Chief! Another pass! What? Wei Yuan's eyes turned to the stone platform once again. Only to see that the original one person has passed on the stone platform has changed to 2 people have passed. Chapter 15 Saving the Day. The center of the trial site, the rotunda. The moment Ying Bing stepped out of the passageway, her cool gaze quickly swept over the surrounding area. Just as she was about to find a corner to tune out and wait for the other 2. Hi! A clear voice suddenly rang out. Ying Bing's footsteps came to a violent halt, and a trace of consternation flashed through her ever so calm eyes. She turned sharply, looking incredulously at the source of the sound. Only Gu Xing was seen lazily leaning against a stone pillar, with Liu Li quietly hovering at his side. The familiar angelic Imperial Beast was currently cocking its head and surveying her curiously. You! Ying Bing, who was always calm, rarely lost his words. In the trial just now, she had almost no reservations, and the Ice Phoenix was even at full strength. Even so, she was still a step behind this man? After a few moments of silence, Ying Bing finally stepped forward, a few moments of hesitation in his cool voice. You? How long has it been here? Gu Xing raised his eyes to meet the slightly furrowed brows of this iceberg beauty and replied casually. About 10 minutes or so. Ying Bing's pupils shrunk slightly. 10 minutes difference. This meant that the other party's Imperial Beast was far above the Ice Phoenix in terms of strength. Perhaps sensing the thoughts in his master's mind, the Ice Phoenix on Ying Bing's shoulder flapped its wings defiantly. After reaching out to calm Bing Huang, Ying Bing nodded towards Gu Xing before turning towards the other side of the hall. It was only that cool gaze that still moved between Gu Xing and Liu Li from time to time. Time passed in silence, and the third passageway never moved. Gu Xing's expression gradually became grave. It was estimated that Qin Tian had had an accident, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be so long and still not have cleared the level. Ying Bing similarly furrowed her eyebrows, her slender fingers unconsciously rubbing the Ice Phoenix's feathers. This year it was hard to gather 3 SSS-level geniuses, if this year are unable to pass this trial. It was also at this moment that Gu Xing suddenly got up. Ruri, let's go. Where are you going? Ying Bing turned her head in shock. Saving the day. 2 simple words, but they made Ying Bing's pupils shrink. She watched Gu Xing stride towards the entrance of the passageway where Qin Tian was and instantly understood his intentions. You're crazy. Her always calm voice drew up in a rare moment. The second level assesses individual ability, and once someone intervenes, the difficulty will directly triple. The final level if 10 awakened 7th order enhanced golems appear, plus the stacked equilibrium force field. Even if Gu Xing's strength was stronger than hers, there was absolutely no way she could pass the level. But Gu Xing's footsteps did not hesitate in the slightest. Although Wei Yuan had promised to give him the light crystals regardless of whether he passed this trial or not. But he, for one, didn't want to owe anyone a favor. What can be done, then must be done to the best of our ability. Ruri. The cherub's eyes were ablaze with fiery wariness. The will of the master is the highest mission of the Imperial Beast. As long as the master's sword is pointed at, even if the front is an abyss of 10,000 feet and a mountain of swords, she will surely clear all obstacles for her master. The killing angel fully liberated. Under Ying Bing's shocked gaze, Liu Li transformed into an angel of war bathed in holy flames, her crimson light illuminating the entire hall. Liu Li, when you go in, you must take care of half of the puppets at the first opportunity, or else the 10 equalized force fields will be superimposed, and even you will be suppressed. Understood. Ruri's answering voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. Then Gu Xing took a deep breath, punch. The silhouettes of the 2 instantly disappeared into the dark passageway. Ying Bing stood in a daze, the fading afterglow of the holy flame reflected in his ice-blue eyes. After a long time, she gently caressed the Ice Phoenix on her shoulder, her voice so soft that it seemed to be whispering to herself. Ice Phoenix, you say? Do we really deserve to be called geniuses? Within the dark passageway, the gnarled branches of the war tree man firmly protected Qin Tian at its core. Bang! Another heavy punch slammed hard on the tree trunk, and between the flakes of wood, the eyes of the awakening 7th-ranked trial golem flashed with a scarlet light. If it wasn't for the war tree man's ironwood barrier skill, I'm afraid that Qin Tian would have been eliminated from the game by now. Damn! Qin Tian, who was curled up in the tree cocoon, clenched his teeth, his knuckles whitening from excessive force. The war tree man's vine whip lashed at the golem, but could only leave a few shallow marks. The two sides just reached a weird stalemate. Damn it, this trial puppet, why is it so strong? Is it really possible for a human to pass such a level? As he watched the trial puppets tirelessly attacking on the war tree man's torso, Qin Tian's face was incomparably ugly. Tree man, root strangle. The gnarled roots of the war tree man broke through the ground and lashed the golem's chest like a giant python, but only left a few shallow marks on the metal carapace. The trial puppet merely staggered back a few steps, and its scarlet eyes flashed twice before it pounced again. The attack just now did not cause any substantial damage to the trial golem. The trial golem made of alloy just happened to be the nemesis of physical-type imperial beasts like the war tree people. What's more, after defeating this trial golem, in the room after that, there were still 3 awakened 7th-stage trial puppets. Thinking of this, a wave of despair surged through Qin Tian's heart. 2. Give it up? Only. This thought had just surfaced when a deafening popping sound suddenly came from the depths of the passage. The blazing white light came in like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the trial puppet. When the smoke and dust cleared, a figure that could never have appeared was reflected in Qin Tian's wide-eyed eyes. How? How could it be you? His voice caught in his throat and his fingertips trembled uncontrollably and slightly. How could he not have expected that the one who came to his rescue from the end of the line would be Gu Xing, whom he had despised in the beginning? And what it means for Gu Xing to be able to appear here? Qin Tian couldn't be clearer. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow and looked at young Master Qin, who was covered in wood shavings. Yo, is young Master Qin dumbstruck by the puppet? You don't even recognize the person who saved your life? You. Qin Tian's face reddened, and his outstretched fingers traced a half-exasperated arc in the air, but in the end, he couldn't even squeeze out a complete sentence. Alright, Gu Xing put away his joking demeanor. It's time to go, young Master Qin. The trial puppets within the last space had already been resolved by Gu Xing, and now the entire passage was unobstructed. When Gu Xing returned to the hall with the muddled Qin Tian, the proud son of the family was still in shock. His gaze mechanically switched back and forth between Gu Xing and Ying Bing, and he eventually had to accept an absurd fact. This guy from the countryside not only crushed him, but may even be stronger than the first genius of Kyoto. And at this moment, Ying Bing. Her cool eyes locked onto Gu Xing's body as if she was looking at a monster that defied common sense. He literally passed the triple difficulty trial all by himself. Literally killed 10 awakening 7th ranked enhanced trial golems. Chapter 16, Trial Golem Ultimate. Next, the 3 did not open the final trial hastily. The difficulty of the 2nd level was already so high, and the 3rd level was even more difficult on top of that. In order to make sure that everything was in order, before opening the 3rd level of the trial, they had to allow their respective imperial beasts to recover to their best state. When all 3 of their imperial beasts were adjusted to their peak, Ying Bing slowly walked towards Gu Xing. She stopped in front of Gu Xing, her ice blue eyes fluctuating in a rare way. The 3rd level. Her ever-cool voice paused. You will be the main attacker. This proposal caused Gu Xing to be slightly stunned. With Qin Tian's arrogance, would he accept such an arrangement? He turned his head to look, but saw that this young master of the worldly family, who had always had his eyes high, did not have the slightest retort to these words at this moment. If the difference in strength was not too great, Qin Tian might still have the idea of competing. However, after witnessing Gu Xing speed brush 10 awakening 7th ranked enhanced trial puppets, he completely let go of his pride. I also agree with Sister Bing's idea. Qin Tian patted his chest. My tree man is resistant to fighting, so I can definitely help stall for some time. Seeing that both of them had said so, Gu Xing could only nod and agree down. After all, in terms of the skills of the Ice Phoenix and the Tree Man, the 2 imperial beasts were indeed weaker than Luri in terms of offense. After settling on a tactic, the 3 of them walked to the center of the rotunda. Here was the stone platform that opened the 3rd level of the trial. As their palms simultaneously touched the cool surface of the stone platform, the entire hall suddenly lit up with an ethereal blue glow. A mechanized voice echoed in the void. Final trial confirmation procedure activated. The curtain of light unfolded in front of the 3 of them, and the blood-red text was particularly blinding. Final trial warning. Rule 1, once the trial is started, it is impossible to quit in the middle. Rule 2, you can only leave the trial space if you pass the test. Rule number 3, the loser stays here forever. Please confirm. Yes, no. Gu Xing noticed that there was also a line of small, almost transparent words in the lower right corner of the light screen. Final trial clearance rate since the establishment of the trial site, 0%. Looking at this tip, Gu Xing's expression was a bit gloomy. You should know that if you feel you can't hold out in the first 2 levels, you can keep yourself safe by retreating to a safe area. And the final trial, it seems, is different. The pass will only end. This meant that once the 3 of them failed to pass the barrier, then all 3 of their lives would remain here. Gu Xing's gaze first fell on Qin Tian. To his surprise, the young master of this worldly family was full of seriousness at the moment. I'm in. Qin Tian suddenly spoke. Before he left, the old man gave his word. Either go back with the glory of the pass, or then don't ever set foot in the Qin family's door. More importantly, Qin Tian raised his head violently, his eyes filled with stubbornness. I'm going to show that old codger that his son isn't a greedy punk. Gu Xing was slightly stunned at his words, then realized. The Qin family was the same as the Ying family, both of which had been inherited for hundreds of years. Qin Tian is the heir of the Qin family. One can be arrogant, one can be cocky, but one can never be greedy and afraid of death. When her line of sight turned to Ying Bing, this cool young woman merely raised her eyelids. Her slender fingers caressed over the plume of the ice phoenix, and her thin lips lightly opened. Attend. 2 simple words, but they carried an overwhelming sense of determination. Clearly aware of the choices made by both Qin Tian and Ying Bing, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth unconsciously raised a smile. He took a deep breath, and his fingertips chose yes without hesitation. Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening roar, 10,000 pounds of huge rocks crashed down, completely sealing off the only way of retreat. And in the center of the hall, space suddenly distorted and a vague giant shadow was coalescing. With each point of manifestation, there was one more point of suffocating pressure in the air. Trial Puppet, Ultimate. Qualification, Epic 9 stars. Level, Awakening 8th Order. Power, 301. Body Mass, 340. Spirit, 256. Speed, 240. Skills, Equalized Force Field Completion, Boundary Breaker, Stability Barrier. Seeing the object of the final trial, Rao Gu Xing, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The strength and constitution attributes exceeded 300 points, and even the slightly weaker spirit and speed attributes reached 250 points. Is something like this really something that a novice Imperial Beast Master of the Awakening 5th rank can clear? And naturally, Qin Tian and Ying Bing also felt the might emanating from this giant puppet. Qin Tian unconsciously took half a step back, the knot in his throat rolling up and down. Star, can we really finish this thing off? His gaze swept over to his pride and joy, the War Tree Man. In front of this trial golem, the 3-meter-tall War Tree Man was like a small chicken. When Ying Bing saw this trial puppet, he similarly frowned. The Xianfrost Ice Phoenix on her shoulder also cried out uneasily at the sight of this trial puppet, apparently also sensing the terrifying nature of this puppet. At this moment, Gu Xing looked at the coalesced and completed trial puppet, his head quickly calculating the method to decapitate this trial puppet. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening 5th Order. Power, 148. Physical Fitness, 150. Spirit, 142. Speed, 153. Skills, Sin Severance increased damage to demonic creatures, Divine Blessing immunity to 1 lethal attack, Blazing Angel form 200% increase in all attributes, Final Aria Angel enters a period of dormancy after use. Luri's attributes would be raised to around 300 points if she turned on her Blazing Angel mode. Although there was still a gap in constitution and strength from this Imperial Beast, with the bonus of the Sin Severance skill, it should be enough to cut through the golems up to 340 points of constitution. Only, this trial golem wouldn't stand still and let Luri slash it. This required the 2 Imperial Beasts of Ying Bing and Qin Tian to buy 3 seconds for Lioli. If the plan fails, Gu Xing's eyes were on the little girl's final technique, Final Aria. The entire skill of the Blazing Angel form was already so powerful, so the Final Aria, which was even more powerful than the Blazing Angel form, would surely be able to resolve the ultimate trial golem in front of him. Only, Gu Xing really didn't want to use this skill until it was absolutely necessary. After all, after using it, the little girl would fall into a period of deep sleep. Who knows how long this time will be? Thinking of this, Gu Xing removed the distractions from his mind. No problem. Definitely. Ying Bing and Qin Tian, I need you to buy at least 3 seconds for Lioli. Hearing Gu Xing's voice, Ying Bing and Qin Tian's bodies shook. Brother Star, don't worry, it won't be able to kill the puppet this time, but stalling for time, the War Tree Man will still be able to do it. Ying Bing on the side similarly nodded. Although the Frost Ice Phoenix was not good at attacking, it's good at controlling. Together, she and Qin Tian should be able to control this trial puppet for 3 seconds. Looking at the 2 men's Imperial Beasts, Gu Xing was not optimistic. The attributes of the trial golem were almost double that of the 2-man Imperial Beast. With such a huge gap, it was very difficult to stall for 3 seconds. What's more, this trial golem also possessed skills. But for now, there is no other option. One can only bet on it. Chapter 17 Frost Ring Confinement. Shin Tian, have the War Tree Man use its roots to strangle the binding trial puppet. How could Shin Tian be considered one of the top geniuses in Kyoto? As soon as Guxingdi's order fell, Shin Tian was the first to command the War Tree people to attack. War Tree Man, release the Ironwood Barrier to boost the strength of the roots. Then use Rootbeard Strangle to entangle, targeting the golem's limbs. The dark and thick roots of the War Tree Man had broken out of the ground like a giant python, and in the moment when the trial golem had just coalesced into shape, it dead-endedly entangled its limbs. Those metallic glowing roots layered on top of each other, wrapping the golem tightly. And while Shin Tian acted, Guxing was not idle either. Almost at the same moment, Liuli's body was ablaze with crimson flames around her, and her blazing angel form was in full bloom. She turned into a line of fire and shot straight at the puppet, the air distorting wherever she passed. Guxing turned his head to Yingbing. Yingbing, have the Ice Phoenix release a frost storm. Freeze its joints. Understood. The Xianfeng Ice Phoenix let out a clear cry and lifted its wings from Yingbing's shoulder. As its feathered wings stretched out, its figure expanded dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it resumed its true body that was more than 2 meters. With a flick of its wings, biting cold currents surged towards the golem like a tidal wave, condensing thick ice crystals at those joints that were entangled in the root system. And Guxing's gaze was always locked on Liuli. This was currently the only method he had figured out to defeat this trial puppet. If this trial puppet was allowed to unleash the steady-state barrier, the defense would increase once again. Then the chances of the three of them trying to kill this trial puppet were very slim. Thus, it was only possible to take advantage of the fact that this trial puppet had not reacted, so it could be disposed of at the first opportunity. Break the sin. The flying Liuli's aura climbed in every direction, her blazing angel wings trailing brilliant trails of fire behind her. As she approached the golem, the flames burning around her were already as bright as the rising sun. Seeing this scene, joy flashed across the eyes of Shin Tian and Yingbing. They could clearly feel that at this moment, the pressure emanating from Liuli was actually on par with the trial puppets. As long as their controls are not accidental, they will definitely be able to pass this trial. However, Guxing's face was a bit heavy at this time. His gaze was deadlocked on the trial golem, and the uneasiness in his heart surged like a tidal wave. It's too easy. This is all going too well. According to his preconception, the probability that Shin Tian and Yingbing would be able to successfully control the trial puppets was less than 30%, but the reality was, they bounded with little effort. It's not right. The moment the red aura in the eyes of the trial puppet skyrocketed, Guxing's heart shrunk violently as a strong sense of crisis swept through his body. Ruri, retreat immediately. Hearing Guxing shout, Liuli was puzzled but had no hesitation in her master's order. Without hesitation, she gathered her blazing angel wings and her figure stormed back. Boom! Almost at the same instant, the War Tree Man's roots crumbled inch by inch. The cold ice of the Xianfeng Ice Phoenix instantly melted away. The trial golem closed both fists and slammed into the ground as hard as a meteorite falling to the ground. Avalanche Boundary Heavy Hammer. Rumble. Berserk shockwaves swept out, the ground cracked inch by inch, and rubble splashed. Luri managed to avoid the blow, the edge of her blazing angel wings still being grazed by the aftermath, the searing flames swaying violently. Liuli was appalled. If I had been half a second slower. With the trial golem's terrifying power of 340 points, plus the increase in skills? Even if she was in her blazing angel form, this blow was enough to seriously injure her to the brink of death. Seeing that Liuli managed to dodge this attack, Guxing breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, however, but looking at the situation on the scene, his heart immediately lifted again. He guessed right. This trial golem. Not dead things, but with battle intelligence. This trial golem's target at the beginning was Liuli. That's why he made the appearance of being controlled by the War Tree Man and the Frost Ice Phoenix. The purpose of this was just to lure Ruri closer and then launch a sneak attack. Resolve the enemy on the field that threatens it the most. Roar! The trial golem missed with a single blow, and its scarlet mechanical eye pupils suddenly turned towards the War Tree Man. Shin Tian. Quickly make the War Tree people retreat. However, it's too late. The speed of the trial golem was as fast as lightning, and almost the instant Guxing opened his mouth, it had already transformed into a stump and pushed straight towards the War Tree Man. Avalanche Boundary Heavy Hammer. The War Tree Man hastily erected the ironwood barrier, but the huge difference in attributes made it impossible to resist. Bang! With a dull crash, the War Tree Man flew backwards like a broken kite, heavily embedded in the wall of the rotunda, life and death unknown. But Shin Tian's face turned pale as a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he then fainted. The Imperial Beast Master was connected to the spiritual power of the Imperial Beast, and he naturally could not be spared when the War Tree Man suffered a heavy blow. The trial golem's vision moved again, and this time, locked onto the Xianfeng Ice Phoenix. Liuli! Save the Ice Phoenix! Guxing snapped. If the Xianfeng Ice Phoenix suffers another heavy injury, this trial can basically be declared a failure. It was a good thing that at this time, Liuli's speed attribute was nearly 50 points higher than this trial golem. She transformed into a crimson stream of light, violently yanking the Shenfoam Ice Phoenix away from the danger zone before the trial puppet's giant fist smashed down. Swish! The blazing angel's wings lifted up waves of scorching hot air, and Liuli brought the Ice Phoenix to land steadily beside Gu Xing. She then stretched out her wings, protecting the two men and the beast behind her, and stared warily at the trial puppets in the distance. The battle took a sharp turn for the worse. Shin Tian was unconscious, and the War Tree Man lost his battle power. The original plan to surround and kill fell apart in front of this trial puppet that only had a fighting instinct. Ying Bing's face was grave, and he turned his head to look at Gu Xing, his voice low. Gu Xing, what now? Gu Xing did not answer immediately. His mind raced as his gaze swept back and forth between the trial golem and Liuli. Awakening 8th rank strength, crushing attributes. Unless Ruri's finishing technique was used, it would be nearly impossible to defeat it head-on. But then, his only Imperial Beast would fall into a deep sleep, and Liuli's growth rate would definitely be greatly delayed. Just as he was weighing the pros and cons, Ying Bing suddenly spoke in a deep voice. If I can control it, are you sure you can kill it with one blow? Gu Xing turned his head violently, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. As his sight noticed Ice Phoenix's skill, he instantly understood Ying Bing's intentions. Frost Ice Phoenix's finishing move. While it would also put the Imperial Beast into a weakened state, the cost would be far less than that of Rurani. Gu Xing's gaze fell back to Liuli, then he nodded without hesitation. As long as you are able to control it, Liuli will definitely be able to fix this trial puppet. When Ying Bing heard this, the battle intent in his eyes suddenly flared up. Frost Ice Phoenix, release Frost Ring Imprisonment. Chapter 18 Master, I can. As Ying Bing's command fell, the Shenfoam Ice Phoenix suddenly blossomed with a blinding ice blue light around its body. Gu Xing's pupils shrunk slightly as a brand new data panel surfaced before his eyes. Frosty Ice Phoenix Special Status. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening 5th Order. Strength, 120-220. Body Mass, 130-230. Spirit, 178-378. Speed, 150-250. Skills, Cone of Cold Piercing, Frost Storm, Frost Ring Imprisonment. The Imperial Beast enters a weakened state after use. Before the Ice Phoenix released its finishing technique, its spiritual attribute value soared by 200 points like a rocket, and the rest of its attributes also suddenly rose by 100 points. Looks like this final technique of the Imperial Beast also relies on boosting the various attributes of the Imperial Beast to achieve the purpose of enhancing the skill's effect. Only, to achieve this special state, there are certain after effects. A bold conjecture suddenly welled up in Gu Xing's mind. If Ruri, who was in the state of a blazing angel, were allowed to perform her finishing technique, would it be possible to achieve a secondary increase on top of the double attributes? However, the more elevated it was, it also meant the higher the after effects of the Imperial Beast. However, now was not the time to think about such things. Ruri, get ready! Hearing Gu Xing's command, Liuli's eyes that burned with red flames locked onto the trial puppet in death, and the flames around her body roared. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix's aura climbed to its peak state. Two diametrically opposed energies, one ice and one fire, raged within the trial space, and the entire battlefield was intertwined with frost and flames. The trial golem obviously also sensed the threat, and a red light flashed in its eyes. Steady state barrier. A black shield with a metallic luster instantly took shape. However, the Shen Frost Ice Phoenix's finishing technique did not simply start freezing from the outside. Quite the opposite. Ka-ching! Accompanied by the crisp sound of ice crystals shattering, inside the shield, the entire body of the trial golem suddenly condensed with crystallized ice, and these ice crystals were also spreading across the surface of its body at an extremely fast speed. The body suffered an attack, and the homeostatic barrier released by the trial golem instantly fell apart. Gu Xing, hurry! Ice Phoenix's explosive state can only last for 5 seconds. Gu Xing naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Ruri, it's now. Understood. A crimson stream of light cut through space as Luri burst forward like a meteor with a burning longsword in hand. The blade of the sword pointed straight at the mechanical head of the trial golem. For the first time, a humanized panic surfaced in the electronic eyes of the trial puppet, but the ice crystals had completely imprisoned it, and it couldn't even move a single finger, so it could only watch as the red light of death approached. Severance! A piercing metallic hiss erupted as the sword blade collided with the alloy head. Bang! Liuli's tiger's mouth went numb, and the recoil from the sword made her heart flutter. Hard. This was the only thought that Luri had at the moment. Even in the peak state of the blazing angel form, facing a metal monster with a physical attribute of up to 340. She felt as if she were cutting diamonds, and every inch of advancement was incredibly difficult. Good for. Although it was slow, the red flame longsword was still gradually disappearing into the golem's head, and dazzling sparks erupted from the blazing blade in melted metal. However, just when several people would have thought that this trial would end like this, The dying trial golem's eyes suddenly erupted with blinding bloodlight. Black as ink energy mist gushed out from the cracks of the joints, instantly corroding the ice crystals on the surface of the body. When Gu Xing and Ying Bing saw this scene, their pupils shook tremendously. What is it? And in Gu Xing's line of sight, the attribute panel in the field of vision was wildly distorting and reorganizing. Trial Golem, Ultimate Demonized. Qualification, Epic 9 stars. Level, Awakening 8th Order. Power, 301-400. Body mass, 340-450. Spirit, 256-350. Speed, 240-360. Skills, Equalized Force Field Completion, Boundary Breaker, Stability Barrier. Demon Transformation. Gu Xing and Ying Bing looked at each other, and both of them simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cold air. At this moment, all the mysteries are revealed. Why was the difficulty of the abyssal level trial so perverse? It was clear that the entry criteria was Awakening 5th stage, but ultimately, he had to face an enemy that was close to the transcendent level. It turned out that the entire trial space had long been infiltrated by demonic energy. Under the influence of the demonic chi, the attributes of the trial puppets within the land of trials were slowly rising. If these things were not dead, then their enhancement would be even more horrifying. Knowing this, the two men's hearts hit rock bottom. The usual state of the ultimate trial golem was so difficult for the two to fight. And now, because of demonization, the various attributes of this trial golem were once again raised by 100 points. What about this? Ka. The glazed blade of the sword made a piercing friction sound at the golem's neck, and it was difficult for the blade to inch in any further. Even deadlier, the extreme cold confinement of the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix was fading fast, and the surface of the ice crystal was already crawling with spiderweb-like cracks. Both of them are clear that once this monster with attributes exceeding 400 points regains its freedom, this trial might actually lose the possibility of passing. Click. Cracks began to appear in the ice crystals on the head of the trial golem. It regained mobility in its head. At this moment, its line of sight slowly rotated, directly locking onto Gu Xing and Ying Bing. After demonization, its spiritual intelligence obviously further increased. The two imperial beasts are even more powerful, but as long as you solve their imperial master. Gu Xing and Ying Bing felt a piercing chill at the same time, as the trial puppet's sight locked onto them like a poisonous snake. Ka-ching! With a crisp cracking sound, the ice crystals covering the puppet's entire body exploded. Its mechanical arm grabbed the splattered ice pick shards with amazing speed and completed the entire process of aiming storage throwing in a split second. Whoosh! A sharp cracking sound resounded through the battlefield, and the ice cone transformed into a life-threatening cold light that went straight for Ying Bing's throat. Chirp! The Xianfeng Ice Phoenix let out a heartbreaking chirp, desperately trying to raise its wings to block it. But having just finished its finishing technique, it could not even stand, and could only watch death approach its master. Ying Bing's mind went blank as the shadow of death enveloped his entire body. The cold aura of the ice cone dilated rapidly in his pupils. Ruri, God bless! Gu Xing's roar exploded within the trial space. In an instant, a brilliant golden curtain of light completely enveloped Ying Bing like a divine shield descending from the sky. This is one of Luri's 4 core skills. God bless! The ultimate guardian capable of absolute defense against a single lethal attack. Boom! The ice cones collided violently with the golden light curtain, erupting into a deafening roar, but in the end, they were unable to break through the seemingly thin barrier. After seeing Ying Bing unharmed, Gu Xing turned his head and locked his sight on the trial puppet. Now, facing this monster with up to 400 attributes, there was no choice but to release Ruri's ultimate technique. And at this moment, Liuli seemed to have sensed Gu Xing's deepest thoughts, as she violently raised her golden eyes with incomparable determination. Master, I can. Chapter 19 Trial Pass. I'm sure I can. Liuli's golden pupils suddenly contracted, staring dead on at the crack at the neck of the trial puppet. The blade was only the last 3 inches away from being completely severed, but it was as insurmountable as a heavenly moat. Just a little bit stronger. Just a little stronger. Resigned flames burned wildly in her chest, hotter than the red flames around her. She would never allow her master to look that embarrassed for her, never be that weak self again. The trial golem's scarlet electronic eyes suddenly turned towards Luri, and its mechanical arms emitted a piercing metallic friction sound. Since he couldn't kill the Imperial Beast Master, he would destroy the most threatening angel first. Ruri, retreat! Gu Xing's cries tore at his heart. But this time, the young girl didn't move. Her long crimson hair danced wildly in the storm of energy as she poured all of her strength into the blade of her sword. This time, I'll be sure to. Boom! The red flames rushed up to the sky, and the 4 light wings suddenly stretched to their limit. What was even more shocking was that 2 more illusory outlines of light wings surfaced behind her. The silhouettes of 6 winged angels loomed in the sea of fire, sacred and majestic. Glazed Special Condition. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening 5th Order. Power, 296-446. Body mass 300-450. Spirit 282-432. Speed 306-456. Skills: Sin Severance, Divine Blessing on cooldown, 24 hours, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. After seeing Liuli's attributes, Gu Xing's pupils shrunk violently. The same as the Xianfeng Ice Phoenix, both in a special state. But Liuli clearly didn't release her ultimate skill. Ying Bing staggered and steadied herself after the calamity, and when her gaze fell on Liuli, her pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Critical. Critical state? Gu Xing turned his head violently, filled with doubt. What critical state? Ying Bing took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. This state should have been a realm that could only be touched by the transcendent level. Imperial beasts in the awakening stage can be forced in through special skills, except that there will be strong side effects after release. This side effect will only go away when you reach the transcendent level. Gu Xing's brows furrowed when he heard these explanations. He was certain that Ruri hadn't used the ultimate skill Final Aria. And is there any other way to get the Imperial Beast into this state? Ying Bing pondered for a while and slowly spoke out. There is another possibility. It is recorded in my family's ancient books that when the talent and conviction of the Imperial Beasts reach extreme resonance, there is also a certain chance of entering this state. This state is incomparably rare. And with almost zero side effects, it only increases the Imperial Beast slightly less. After learning that there were no side effects, Gu Xing's hanging heart finally dropped, and his gaze refocused on the center of the battlefield. The moment. The mechanical arm of the trial puppet came to an abrupt halt an inch away from Luri, and was firmly resisted by an energy shield as red as blood. The scarlet light in its eyes flickered violently, and the demonic energy in its body couldn't stop trembling. At this moment, in the trial puppet's perception, the aura of this imperial beast in front of him was already on par with his own, if not exceeding it. Danger. Extremely dangerous. The glazed golden pupils reflected the golem's terrified electronic eyes as 6 wings of light stretched out fully behind her, each feather flowing with liquid flame. There was only one thought burning in her mind at the moment. I have to win. Give me. Die. Accompanied by this furious cry that ran through the heavens and the earth, the stalled longsword suddenly erupted with a piercing red aura. Clank. The moment the sword blade cut through the air, time seemed to freeze. The crimson sword awnings were like meteors falling to the ground, and the alloy body of the trial puppets was easily torn apart like thin paper in front of the absolute power. The flames pulsating on the blade melted the metal at the incision into crimson iron, dripping onto the ground with a snorting burning sound. Boom! With a deafening sound of collapse, the huge mechanical body of the trial golem smashed heavily into the ground, stirring up a sky of smoke and dust. The very moment its core went out, a pure blue ball of energy rose from the wreckage and split in two in the air. Slaying demonic creatures is the only way to level up the imperial beasts. And after this trial golem was demonized, it also belonged to a type of demonic creature. Perhaps it was because Qin Tian's War Tree Man played too small a role in this battle and did not trigger the minimum distribution criteria. And after accepting this blue ball of light, Liuli's body lit up with a piercing golden light. And Gu Xing also felt his spiritual power getting stronger again. Level up. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening 6th Order. Strength, 175. Body mass, 177. Spirit, 173. Speed, 181. Skills, Sin Severance, Divine Blessing on cooldown, 24 hours, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. Gu Xing's fingertips trembled slightly as he looked at the data that skyrocketed on the panel. That's sick. Ordinary Awakening 8th Order Imperial Beast's attribute peak is only about 150, and glazed. Nearly 180 points in all attributes. Not to mention that Ruri also possessed, even more perverted, a Blazing Angel Form. Again, legendary credentials. Gu Xing glanced at the War Tree Man embedded in the wall, and suddenly understood the textbook's same class, different lives. Meaning, although the qualification of War Tree Man and Liuli is the same as the Legend 1 star, but the strength gap. Heavenly difference. After shaking his head, Gu Xing's eyes turned to Liuli. However, Liuli stayed in place as if she was under a fixation spell, and the silver wings stayed in their unfolded position but did not move at all. Ruri? His heart skipped a beat as the worst possible guess flashed through his mind. Something's wrong? Not being able to think about it, he rushed forward with an arrow step. But it wasn't until he walked in that he realized. Hey! I did it! Hey hey hey! The cherub was giggling into the air, his cheeks flushed with an unnatural blush. Lord! Lord! Sure to be happy. Gu Xing. Just as Gu Xing looked at the giggling Liuli, the stone wall in front of him suddenly made a rumbling sound and slowly parted to both sides. An ethereal and distant voice echoed in the trial space. Congratulations on passing the ancient trial. The blessings of the elves be with you. Brilliant green light intertwined in the air and coalesced into 3 crystal clear rating crystals. Final evaluation. Gu Xing, SSS highest ever. Ying Bing, grade S excellent. Qin Tian, grade A good. Immediately after that, 3 pillars of light of different colors descended from the sky. Gu Xing was enveloped by a dazzling pillar of golden light, and a series of beeps rang out in his head. Acquired, Beast Qualification Enhancement Potion Legendary. Acquired, Cohesive Core of Imperial Beast Space. Obtains, Elven Ancestral Ground Key 1 can open the secret passage. A bottle of potion and a key floated in Ying Bing's silver pillar of light. Acquired, Beast Qualification Enhancement Potion Epic. Obtained Elf Ancestral Ground Key 1. In front of Qin Tian was an emerald green healing light. Acquired, Essence of the Fountain of Life can completely repair the injuries of the Imperial Beasts. Chapter 20 Qualification Improvement, Imperial Beast Space Coalescence. Looking at the 3 items suspended in front of him, Gu Xing focused his attention on the golden potion. Qualification Enhancement Potion Legendary. Effect, enhances the qualification of a legendary beast by 2 stars. Seeing the effects of this potion, Gu Xing breathed slightly. The jump in 2-star qualifications was enough to raise Liuli's various attributes upwards by another large margin. The current average attribute for Luri is 180 points. If he took this potion, he might be able to make the attributes break through the 200 mark. Such a reward. It does manage to match the difficulty of this trial. And the cohesive core of the Imperial Beast Space was a crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystal, with a river of star-like points of light flowing inside. Gobi Space Cohesion Core Legendary Grade. Effects, helps the Beast Master to construct a complete beast space in advance. After reading its introduction, Gu Xing was shocked in his heart. Constructing a full Imperial Beast Space in advance? It was important to know that only when one reached the Transcendent Realm would they condense their accompanying Imperial Beast Space. And through this core, it was surprisingly able to enable the Imperial Beast Master to do such a thing at the awakening stage. Against the day. As for the last remaining item, Gu Xing was a bit puzzled. Because he couldn't view the information on this key. He reached out slightly to touch it. Buzz. The key turned into streams of light and disappeared into the center of his brow, and a massive amount of information instantly emerged. Elven Ancestral Grounds, Bones of the Burying Ground. Entry requirement, collect 3 keys. Time remaining, 49 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Attention, late closure will be permanent. The Elven Ancestral Lands? It was only after deciphering all the information about this key that Gu Xing roughly understood its function. This trial is equivalent to a test. Only the geniuses who passed this examination would be able to enter the burial place of the elf clan and obtain the legacy they left behind. Only 3 keys were needed to enter the secret realm. Currently, he had one in his hand, and Ying Bing had another. As for the last handful, it seems the whereabouts are unknown. But as long as the last person wants to enter the secret realm, then within those 50 days, they must meet at the entrance of the secret realm. Thinking of this, Gu Xing looked up at Ying Bing and happened to meet her gaze. She must have gotten the message too. But with 50 days remaining, there was no rush about entering the secret realm. Gu Xing reached out and took the Imperial Beast Qualification Enhancement Potion, and was about to hand it over to Liuli when he noticed that the little girl's eyes were moving closely to the bottle of potion. He deliberately spun the potion bottle around his fingertips, and the glazed golden pupils immediately followed in an arc. And when Gu Xing's line of sight moved over, the little girl immediately pretended not to care and averted her gaze. The little angel who only had her eyes peeking out, unaware that her little action completely exposed what was going on in her mind. Seeing her own little angel in this state, Gu Xing decided to tease her. Ruria, what do you think about leaving this potion for the second contracted Imperial Beast? Her qualifications are definitely not as good as yours, why don't we let her have this one? Luri's wings suddenly stiffened. She turned her neck mechanically, the corners of her mouth twitching as she squeezed out a smile. Lord! The Lord is right. Yes. There was a distinct tremor in the little girl's voice, and her eyes were already beginning to water. But Gu Xing finally couldn't hold back his laughter and casually tossed the potion over. Take it. Luri caught the potion bottle in her hands and blinked dully. It wasn't until she saw her master's promising smile that she realized she was being teased. She puffed up her cheeks at once and glared at her master in displeasure. Only. While she gazed down at the potion, her fingers tightened involuntarily. She couldn't be more clear about the value of this legendary grade potion. But Gu Xing handed her the bottle of potion without the slightest hesitation. The master believed in her so much, she must perform well, she must try harder. And Gu Xing was completely unaware of the little girl's thoughts. To him, the Imperial Beast Qualification Enhancement Potion wasn't worth as much as Luri thought. He was able to see through the Imperial Beast's cultivation route, as long as he searched for the materials. Through the cultivation program given by the system, the increase in strength of the Imperial Beasts would definitely be far higher than the boost from this potion. Thus, the Imperial Beast Potion was just the icing on the cake for him. As for the more important, Gu Xing's gaze eventually locked onto the crystal-clear Imperial Beast Space Cohesion Core. It's this core that will usher in a qualitative change in him. Once he succeeded in condensing the Imperial Beast space, Liuli's growth would no longer be limited to hunting demonic creatures. She could stay in the Imperial Beast space and improve herself whenever she wanted. In addition, it was more capable of allowing Gu Xing to develop brand new tactical coordination with her through the Imperial Beast space, realizing the true meaning of heart to heart. Without hesitation, Gu Xing activated the core in his hand that was flowing with starlight. The crystal instantly transformed into a stream of light, and straight into his brow. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy rushed through the sea of consciousness like a tidal wave. The originally blurred outline of the Imperial Beast space was now becoming clear and solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, with every detail rapidly taking shape. At the same time, Liuli tilted her head and drank the bottle of qualification enhancement potion that glowed with a golden aura. The dazzling golden light cocoon instantly wrapped her completely, and powerful energy fluctuations shook out in the middle of the circular hall. The metamorphosis begins. On the outskirts of the land of trials, twilight was like blood. Wei Yuan stood at the forefront of the defense line with his hands in the air, and hundreds of soldiers behind him stood at attention. The gap that had previously been unsealed after the second pass had been cleared. He had had a tight defense put in place. Now, it's just the final step. As long as the three of them passed, then the entire Longxia Kingdom's defense could be linked together. By then, the difficulty of upgrading a newcomer Imperial Beast Master will plummet. Chief, it's been half a day and the third level hasn't been passed, will it? Failed? The adjutant lowered his voice, wanting to speak. Only, Wei Yuan's sight was unmoved as he gazed at the forbidden area with a deadly gaze. I believe them. 5 short, powerful words that ring true. The adjutant was stunned, then realized. Indeed, this class of trialists is considered the strongest lineup in recent years. If none of them can break through, then I'm afraid this trial is. There's no chance of passing. Suddenly. Click, click, click. A crisp crack broke the silence. Hearing this voice, Wei Yuan and the adjutant turned their heads almost simultaneously. This is the sound of the band breaking. This means that the three of them passed. Attention all. Wei Yuan bellowed, his voice shaking the 4 fields. The prohibition has been broken. Prepare to meet the enemy. Hundreds of soldiers responded in unison. Roger that. The sound waves are like thunder. Ka-ching. With a final crunching sound, the prohibition completely collapsed. At the huge gap, countless demonic creatures let out ear-piercing hisses and came in like a tidal wave. Wei Yuan gazed at the tide of demons as the monarch-level Imperial Beast Masters pressed across the entire battlefield. These demonic creatures, if you let one go, military justice will be served. The Great War, it's on the verge of happening. Chapter 21, We Bail. The demonic creatures were fierce and fearless, but the soldiers led by Wei Yuan were likewise the elite of the Longxia Kingdom. In order to plug this gap and make the entire defense of Longxia Kingdom connected as one, the war lasted several days. In the land of trials, unlike the warring front lines, it was incomparably silent. In Gu Xing's Sea of Consciousness, the outline of the Imperial Beast space had completely solidified, and the vast spiritual power surged like a tidal wave. This core not only helped him to construct the Imperial Beast space to completion, but also caused a qualitative leap in his spiritual power. Beside him, on the surface of the golden light cocoon wrapped around Liuli, cracks spread like a spider's web, and a palpitating aura seeped out from it. Liuli's qualification improvement was also nearing its end. The other side. Xin Tian's injuries had long since healed under the nourishment of the Spring of Life. Ying Bing's Xian Frost Ice Phoenix was also catalyzed by the epic qualification enhancement potion and successfully broke through to legendary 2-star, its strength skyrocketing. Sister Bing, how long do you think it will take for Brother Star to wake up? It's been 9 days. Xin Tian scratched his head, the initial arrogance no longer present in his tone. Ever since learning that Gu Xing had killed the demonized ultimate trial puppet almost alone, his pride and arrogance shattered to pieces and he completely became Gu Xing's little fanboy. Ying Bing glanced at him fatally and didn't reply, only lowering his head to gently caress the Shin Foam Ice Phoenix in his arms. It was only her ice blue eyes that always unconsciously swept over Gu Xing's direction. Xin Tian sardonically touched his nose and was about to turn around and walk away. The air suddenly trembled. The spiritual energy around Gu Xing exploded violently, sweeping around like a storm. When Ying Bing felt this spiritual power, the pupils of her ice blue eyes shrunk slightly, and her heart was shaken. Transcendent level mental power. Although Gu Xing's current rank was still stuck at the awakened 6th stage, at this moment, the strength of his mental power was already enough to rival that of a true transcendent level Imperial Beast Master. He was also just one talent away from being a true transcendent level Imperial Beast Master. Her arms around the Shin Foam Ice Phoenix tightened slightly, her eyes locked onto Gu Xing's body. And at the moment, Gu Xing's Sea of Consciousness. The pure white Imperial Beast space was completely formed under the construction of his spiritual power. Now, it's just the final step. Thoroughly merging his spiritual energy with the Imperial Beast space. Fusion. Without hesitation, Gu Xing poured all of his spiritual energy into it. Boom! In an instant, it was as if his consciousness had crossed some kind of boundary and entered an unprecedentedly subtle state. Even with his eyes closed in concentration, he could clearly perceive everything around him. The subtle movement of Ying Bing's fingertips caressing the Shinfeng Ice Phoenix, the knuckles of Qin Tian's nervously clenched fist, and in the golden cocoon covered with cracks, the qualification enhancement was completed in Lioli. Gu Xing snapped his eyes open and looked in the direction where Lioli was. Ka-ching! The cracks on the golden cocoon suddenly widened, and crimson flames erupted from the gap. The next moment. Boom! The golden cocoon completely burst. In the midst of the blazing flamestorm, the holy feathered wings unfolded with a roar, and a holy figure stood in the air. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legendary 3-star. Level, Awakening 6th Order. Power, 205. Body mass, 207. Spirit, 213. Speed, 211. Skills, Sinseverance, Divine Blessing, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. Cultivation suggestion, use light crystals, Holy Spirit liquid, and angelic holy blood to enhance the qualification of Imperial Beasts. The 2-star qualification boost allowed Lioli's attributes to break through the 200 mark. The current her would not even need to enter a special state if she were to face the ultimate trial golem again. The doubling of all attributes brought about by the blazing angel form alone was enough to crush the opponent. As Lioli adapted to her metamorphosed body, her golden eyes immediately locked onto Gu Xing. Master! Gu Xing only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and there was a warm and soft little one in his arms. Lioli hugged him tightly like a fledgling, her soft cheeks rubbing against his chest affectionately. Master, I miss you. The soft voice carried delight in it, warming Gu Xing's heart. He reached up and tenderly stroked the young girl's long, silky hair. Well. Feeling the warmth coming from the top of her head, Luri suddenly froze, realizing with hindsight what she had done. The white cheeks colored scarlet at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the tips of her ears turned a lovely pink. She panicked and let go of her hand, and her snow-white feathers swished together, wrapping herself into a furry cocoon. What did you do yourself? So humiliating. So humiliating. Gu Xing was dumbfounded, and with a slight movement of his mind, this shy little fellow was transported back to the Imperial Beast space by him. With the Imperial Beast space, Luri could not stay in the real world all the time. Only after seeing the little girl settle down in the Imperial Beast space did Gu Xing slowly walk towards Ying Bing and Qin Tian, speaking with a slight apology. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. No harm done. Ying Bing's cool voice rang out. It was meant to be a trial for 3 people together. Qin Tian turned his head violently, and his mouth opened so wide that he could stuff an egg into it. Is this still the same iceberg goddess who is indifferent to everyone? To actually take the initiative to respond to Gu Xing? Feeling the burning sight beside her, Ying Bing frowned slightly. Problems? No. Qin Tian hastily waved his hand, almost biting his tongue. It's just that I think we should set off. It's been 9 days. Aha! Gu Xing had just taken a step when his figure suddenly lurched and violently turned around to stare at Qin Tian. How long did you say had passed? 9 days off. He stammered at the sudden reaction. Brother Star, is something wrong? Gu Xing's heart tightened as he quickly took stock. Wei Yuan used half a day to bring him over, plus these 9 days. In other words, today is the time for the varsity test. Thinking of this, Gu Xing instantly couldn't sit still. Only, he turned his head to look at the unperturbed Ying Bing and Qin Tian. You guys don't have to take the varsity test? Qin Tian and Ying Bing glanced at each other before they realized what the test Gu Xing was talking about. Both shook their heads at the same time. We bailed. Gu Xing. People are really different from each other. He still needed to work hard to take the college entrance exam, and these two even skipped that step directly. With time running out, Gu Xing directly exited the trial without saying a word. A piercing white light flashed, and the figures of the 3 instantly appeared outside the land of trials. Great! You guys are finally out. The adjutant, who had been waiting for a long time, stepped forward quickly, worry written on his face. There was no movement for 9 whole days, and Chief Wei was almost about to send people in to search and rescue. Only, at this time, Gu Xing was in a hurry. Taking the college entrance exams and entering college is the only way to access more resources. It was only then that Luri had the chance to improve. Can you please send someone to send me back to Lin Yuan City? The school-level examination is going to be too late. What? The adjutant's face suddenly changed, then immediately reacted. Don't worry, classmate, we will definitely send you back to Lin Yuan City as fast as we can. Right away. Chapter 22 The school-level examination begins. Lin Yuan City, Examination Square. The sunlight poured down on the granite-paved square, where 200 candidates lined up neatly. Today was the first round of the Longxia country's college entrance examination, the school-level examination. Only if you are among the top 50, you can qualify for the next round of assessment. Attention all candidates, the examination is about to begin. According to the order of the draw, please take the stage in order to compete. This examination is divided into 2 rounds, and the top 50 advancing contestants will be selected. Those who advance will be required to participate in subsequent competitions, and the final results will be used as an important basis for the comprehensive evaluation of the college entrance examination. Please make sure you take this seriously and play at your best. As the staff read the rules. On the big screen, the list of candidates began to scroll rapidly. In the crowd, Shin Ruoshua clutched the corner of her school uniform, her gaze constantly darting between the screen and the entrance channel. Behind her in the class square, there was a noticeably empty spot. Class president, why hasn't Gushin come yet? It shouldn't have missed the examination, right? Yeah, with Gushin's strength, taking first place is no big deal at all. To be disqualified for being late. Squad leader, can you contact Gushin? Rush him a bit. The ones who opened their mouths were all classmates who had been saved by Gushing during the novice trial. Hearing these voices, Shin Ruoshua was also incomparably embarrassed. Ever since the end of the trial, she had been searching for Gushing's whereabouts, wanting to thank him in person, but she had never been able to find him. Everyone take it easy. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. I'm sure Gushing will arrive on time. Try to buy as much time as possible during the competition later. A few people looked at each other in disbelief, and in the end, they could only nod helplessly. Battles between lower-ranked Imperial Beastmasters were often seen very quickly. In the ring, the battle between 2 Imperial Beasts is often decided within 30 seconds. Even though Shin Ruoshua had a few companions try to stall for time, the list of matches on the big screen was still scrolling rapidly. Gushing vs. Wang Wu. When this line appeared, Wang Wu, who was standing in the ring, instantly turned pale. Although there had been rumors circulating in Linyuan City that Gushing's SSS rank evaluation was bought with money, but a skinny camel was bigger than a horse, and how would he, an awakened 3rd stage Imperial Beastmaster, dare to fight against it? Gushing students, please come on stage. The referee's booming voice echoed through the square. Time passed, and the other side of the ring remained empty. The referee frowned at the timer and raised his volume. Is student Gushing present? If you are not present, you will be deemed to have forfeited this competition. There was no response from the floor. The referee frowned and swept the entire arena, still not spotting Gushing's figure. Since Mr. Gushing is not present, I announce. Shun Ruoshua was about to make a sound to stop it. And wait. A voice with a touch of levity suddenly cut in. Chen Ziming walked slowly with his arm around the enchanting phantom, and the phantom's tail twined ambiguously around his waist. Referee, how about making this bout a finale? After all. He deliberately trailed off. We're all looking forward to the performance of this SSS class genius. For the past 10 days, he had practically lived in the other space, fully leveling up the phantom demon. For the sake of stomping the kid who stole his thunder today. But now, the protagonist is actually absent? How could he possibly be willing to do that? Fine sweat oozed from the referee's forehead. The rules are plain as day late arrivals are disqualified. But the one in front of us. On Vice Principal Chen's side, I'll go and explain the situation. Chen Ziming added lightly, his fingertips rubbing ambiguously around the chimera's waist. Hearing Chen Ziming move the name of the vice principal, this referee instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Good, then this match is delayed. Gushing and Wang Wu's match will be placed at the end. And as the referee's voice rang out, the scene instantly exploded. Gushing didn't show up at the scene? What's going on? Didn't he receive an SSS grade evaluation? Could it be that he's afraid of failing this examination? Don't you guys know? Gushing seems to have spent $20 million this to become number 1 in the novice trial examination. And the Imperial Beast he contracted is still a ruined angel, so I guess he's afraid of revealing himself, so he doesn't dare to come and participate in this examination. Gossip spread like a poisonous fog in the arena. Shun Ruoshua's knuckles turned white, her nails pinched deep into her palms. How she wanted to stand up and tell everyone that the teenager who had saved her like a god descending from heaven in the novice trial was a true genius. But in the end, she just unclenched her fists in dismay. Her human words were so slight that no one would believe her even if she said something like that. What's more, during this period of time, under the Chen family's deliberate spreading of rumors. Basically, the entire Linyuan city defaulted to the fact that Gushing's SSS rank evaluation was obtained by relying on cheating. Plus, Gushing hadn't appeared since the novice trial to explain this matter. It also made everyone agree that this is what happened. Next match, Chen Ziming vs. Li Si. As the referee announced, Chen Ziming slowly stepped onto the stage with his arm around Phantom. His opponent Li Si's face was pale, his awakening 4th rank strength was already top among the current graduates, but at this moment, he was like a lamb to the slaughter. Shen Xiao. Li Si's voice trembled, please be merciful. The corner of Chen Ziming's mouth hooked into a cruel arc, and the scarlet tongue of the chimera in his arms gently licked over his fangs. Gen 2 Turtle. Water current impact. Li Si ordered stiffly. Wow. A jet of water gushed out, but stalled strangely 3 feet from the chimera. only to see the chimera lazily lifted up her slender hand. The water column was actually like hitting an invisible barrier as it collapsed. Ah! The purple aura in the phantom demon's eyes skyrocketed, and a spiritual ripple visible to the naked eye swept out. The Xuanjia turtle couldn't even utter a miserable scream and directly fell limp to the ground. Li Si was struck by lightning and fainted with blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Hiss! The sound of the entire room sucking in cold air rose and fell. Holy, an awakened 4th stage Imperial Beast was actually resolved by Chen Ziming's Imperial Beast with a single move? What level has he reached now, huh? It can't be that he's already awakened to the 6th rank, right? I have a feeling it's more than that. It's possible that it has awakened the 7th rank. No way, it's only been 10 days since the Novice Trial, and he's already awakened to the 7th rank. How else are we going to compete with him? Chen Ziming's grim gaze swept back and forth through the crowd, but he was never able to find the figure he most wanted to see. It can't be a real runaway, can it? If that's the case, the big gift he prepared for Gu Xing will be useless. Knowing that he had spared no expense in hiring 20 professional leveling teams in the past 10 days, he had hardened the Phantom Demon to the awakened 8th Order. Together with the epic level qualification of the Imperial Beast, he is confident that he can crush the whole field. Especially that Gu Xing who got his SSS rating by cheating. The rest of the match was lackluster until Shun Ruoxue made her entrance. This awakening 5th ranked young girl deliberately did not defeat her opponent and stalled on the stage for a full 10 minutes. Chen Ziming narrowed his eyes and watched her deliberate act of stalling for time, the corner of his mouth pulling out a dangerous arc. Next match, Gu Xing vs Wang Wu. The referee's voice brought silence to the room. When Gu Xing still didn't show up, the smile on Chen Ziming's face grew colder and colder. This time, he wouldn't give it a chance. Gu Xingtao. However, the referee hadn't finished that sentence. Boom! A golden meteor suddenly descended from the sky and heavily smashed into the center of the ring. Chapter 23 Luck and strength go hand in hand. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Gu Xing's figure gradually became clearer in the sunlight. The glazed wings gently retracted and the porcelain white hands slowly released from his waist. It was a close call just now, and it looked like the referee was about to announce the elimination. He didn't have time to think about it and leapt straight off the back of the military Imperial Beast that was escorting him back to the city. That's what it took to get to the race in a last-minute thriller. Gu Xing's sudden appearance caused this referee to freeze for several seconds before he came back to his senses and announced, "Player Gu Xing has arrived, the match begins." As this voice rang out, the audience instantly boiled with chatter. Why has Gu Xing suddenly appeared? He actually came to take the test for real. This is going to be a good show. Chen Ziming definitely won't let him off easily. Although they say that Gu Xing got his SSS rank evaluation by cheating, he really isn't weak, so he might really be able to fight Chen Ziming to a draw. A tie? What a joke. Didn't you see the performance of Chen Xiao just now? It's at least awakened 6th stage strength. Do you guys understand what this concept is? Amidst the murmurs of the entire arena, Wang Wu in the ring's legs went weak and his forehead was covered in fine sweat. Originally, when Gu Xing didn't show up, he thought that he would be able to advance steadily by luck. But I didn't expect. Eventually Gu Xing arrived at the tournament, and in such a high-profile manner. Gu. Brother Gu. Wang Wu's voice trembled, be merciful. Regardless of the rumors from the outside world, Gu Xing was also a solid SSS-ranked potential. This meant that Gu Xing's rank was at least awakened 5th order. And he himself. Because of the fear of dying in the alien space, he didn't dare to go to the alien space to raise his level at all in these 10 days. This also led to his current rank, which was only awakening 3rd stage. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Before Wang Wu could react to the meaning of these words, a white residual shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. Ow! His awakened 3rd stage Imperial Beast only had time to let out a miserable cry before it planted itself heavily on the ground. I concede. Wang Wu raised his hands without hesitation, his face instantly turning pale. Offstage, Chen Ziming's eyes narrowed slightly. He stroked the chimera's hair absently. Charming, what rank would you say the Imperial Beast that your former master contracted is now? The chimera swept a glance at Liu Li before hesitating for a moment before speaking slowly. Brother Ziming, from the way that Imperial Beast behaved just now, it's at most awakened 6th order. The corner of Chen Ziming's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Awakening the 6th order? In front of his awakened 8th order chimera, it was nothing more than an ant. The rest of the game moved quickly. 2 hours later, the top 50 students had been decided. Only the students who made it into these top 50 were also able to participate in the second test organized by the military department. The entire entrance exam consists of 3 tests. The first test is organized by the school and is scored based on the novice trial space as well as the school level test. The second assessment is organized by the military department, again grading the students' performance. The final assessment is then jointly organized by all the universities in the country and is also scored on the basis of the performance of the students. Finally, the scores from these 3 assessments are combined for ranking. At this moment, what was about to happen to the 50 students who had advanced was the school-level examination ranking. Quiet. With the referee's order, the entire square was silent. The ranking matches for the top 50 will continue to be drawn against each other. In the first round, 50 people will be drawn against each other, and 25 will advance. In the second round, 24 people drew straws to face each other, 1 person took a turn, and 13 people advanced. In the third round, 12 people drew straws to face each other, 1 person's turn will be empty, and 7 people will advance. In the fourth round, 6 people drew straws to face each other, 1 person's turn will be empty, and 4 people will advance. The final still draws for the semifinals and finals. And now, the game is officially on. The competition was in full swing, with each player fighting their way to the top. Some people crushed their way through by overpowering, while others narrowly beat their opponents with great luck. Gu Xing's path to promotion, on the other hand, became the biggest talking point of the entire tournament. This luck is too unbelievable, isn't it? 3 chances to take a turn, and he drew 2 on his own. There was a lot of talk in the audience, and many people had already started calling Gu Xing the chosen one. What was even more amazing was that in the remaining 2 matches, the ones Gu Xing encountered were actually members of the squad that he had saved in the Novice Trial space in the first place. Brother Gu, we admit defeat. Without you saving us in the first place, we would have been long ago. The 2 players chose to abstain without hesitation, with gratitude in their eyes. Just like that, after 4 rounds of matches, Gu Xing easily advanced to the top 4 without even lifting a finger. Along with him, there was also the imposing Chen Ziming, the notoriously strong Shin Ruoshua, and a dark horse, the awakened 5th Order Imperial Beast Master Li Yan. The following morning, the entire Lin Yuan city was abuzz. The appraisal plaza was surrounded by crowds, and even the roofs of the surrounding buildings were filled with spectators. Quick look! That's President Chen. The vice principal is here too. Heavens, even the city lord himself is there. At the VIP seats, the most powerful bigwigs of Lin Yuan City took their seats in order. Chen Ziming's father, the president of the largest chamber of commerce in Lin Yuan City. At the moment, he was talking in a low voice with the vice principal, a meaningful smile on his face. I heard that your son's chimera has awakened to the 8th rank? The vice principal asked tentatively. Chen Shan waved his hand in mock modesty. Kids are just playing around. On the contrary, that Gu Xing. He paused meaningfully, an SSS rating, very promising. He had thought that the poor student whom he had bought the Imperial Beast would never be able to get ahead again. But he didn't expect that at the end of the Novice Trial, he had become the man of the hour within Lin Yuan City. Only how much water there was in it he wouldn't know. Chen Shan narrowed his eyes and his fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the seat. Regarding Gu Xing's bottom line, he had long ago sent people to find out everything. Ruined angels? Ha! He sneered in his mind. Even if that angel did regain its strength, it would still be an epic level at best. And the phantom demon that his own son had contracted was not only of the same epic level, but had also reached the realm of the awakened 8th Order. With a difference of 2 levels, what can Gu Xing win? The vice principal, sensing that the atmosphere was not right, hastened to round off the situation. Elder brother Chen is too modest, let's just focus on the match, said the man, returning his gaze to the playing field. At the moment, the atmosphere of the scene was so condensed that it was almost wringing out water. And in the midst of all the attention, the draw for the first match managed to appear on the big screen. First match of the quarterfinals, Gu Xing vs Li Yan. With the referee's announcement, the awakening 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master dragged his heavy steps to the ring. Li Yan looked at the bland Gu Xing across from him, and the knot in his throat rolled involuntarily. Brother Gu. He squeezed out a smile that was worse than tears, have mercy. Chapter 24 Gu Xing's Anger. Although Gu Xing barely put up a fight, as a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, Li Yan was keenly aware that those rumors might be wrong. I'm afraid that this teenager who was said to have gotten his SSS rating by cheating wasn't that simple. Game on. Li Yan took a deep breath and looked firmly at Gu Xing across the room. He knew in his heart that the chances of winning this match were slim, but as an Imperial Beast Master, he had to at least show his dignity. Rock Turtle, use Rock Wall. In front of him, earth-colored walls instantly appeared. At least, to last more than 3 minutes. Li Yan secretly set a goal for himself in his mind. Yet the gulf between ideal and reality is on full display at this moment. Liuli's various attributes had long since far exceeded those of Imperial beasts of the same level. If she were to exert her full strength, not to mention the awakened 5th Order, even an 8th Order defensive Imperial beast would not last more than a single glance in front of her. Gu Xing looked at Li Yan, who was standing by in a strict position, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. At least, this Imperial Beast Master was able to muster up the courage to fight, knowing the huge difference in strength. Ruri, point taken. Before the words fell, only a white shadow flashed by. The rock turtle that was defending with all its might didn't even have time to react, and its thick body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, completely losing consciousness. Li Yan stared at his Imperial Beast in a daze for a long time. He shook his head with a bitter smile and raised his right hand. Referee, I concede.
Gu Xingsheng. With the referee's announcement, the room erupted. What's the situation? Li Yan is a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. It was too fast. I just saw a flash of white light. And it's over? This Gu Xing's strength doesn't feel much worse than Chen Ziming. Discussions rose and fell in the audience, and many people began to reassess Gu Xing's strength. Offstage, the corner of Chen Ziming's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Onlookers might not be able to see what happened in that instant just now, but his chimera, as a mental Imperial Beast, had long since taken everything in. Brother Ziming, the chimera whispered in his ear, it's been confirmed that the angel spirit fluctuation is indeed awakening 6th order. When Chen Ziming heard this, a glint of victory flashed in his eyes. Second match, Chen Ziming vs Shin Ruoxue. The referee's voice rang out at the right time, bringing everyone's attention back to the ring. Chen Ziming straightened his collar and walked towards the ring with a calm pace. As he passed by Gu Xing, he deliberately slowed his pace and cast a meaningful look. Seeing this look, Gu Xing frowned slightly. What does Chen Ziming mean? Only. His eyes swept over the chimera. Phantom. Qualification, Epic 2-star. Level, Awakening 8th Order. Attributes, Darkness, Spirituality. Power, 110. Physical fitness, 108. Spirit, 184. Speed, 120. Skills, Desire Drawing, Seductive Pupil. Awakening the 8th Order. No wonder Chen Ziming was so confident, so he had cultivated the chimera to this extent. Only. Did Chen Ziming think that an awakened 8th Order Phantom Demon would be able to eat him? Interesting. Master, I'll definitely teach that bad guy a good lesson later. Luri huffed and puffed and waved her little fists, her silver wings flapping restlessly behind her. She had been keeping that score ever since she learned of the chimera's betrayal. Gu Xing lost his smile and reached out to rub her soft silver hair. Okay, all yours. Well. Immediately, Ruri narrowed her eyes like a cat whose fur had been smoothed and unconsciously rubbed against his palm. But quickly, as if remembering something, he slumped his little face. Master, that sister shouldn't be a match for the chimera. Gu Xing followed her line of sight to the ring. Shin Ruoxue was standing there with her lower lip tightly bitten, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. The snow shadow wolf in front of her had its fur upside down, but it couldn't hide its slightly shivering limbs. Awakening at least the 7th Order. Shin Ruoxue's clenched fists had white knuckles. With a rank difference of 2 ranks, coupled with the suppression of epic-level qualifications, the outcome of this match was almost self-evident. However, when she caught a glimpse of Gu Xing's gaze from the stage in her afterglow, she straightened her spine. Snow Shadow, prepare for battle. Even if she knew she would lose, she would not give up. Especially. Game on. As the referee's voice fell, Phantom Demon's figure instantly disappeared in place. Pop. Crisp slaps exploded in the ring. Shin Ruoxue staggered back a few steps, and a bright red palm print immediately surfaced on her left cheek. The audience was instantly abuzz. The Imperial Beasts are actually striking out at people? Can it still be like this? It seems that in the rules, there really isn't an article that forbids Imperial Beasts from striking out at Imperial Beast Masters. But this seems not really a contest, is it? This face slapping is a bit insulting, isn't it? The corner of Chen Ziming's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Oops, I'm so sorry, my hand slipped. He spread his hands in a pretense, but there was a grim gleam in his eyes. This damn woman earlier helped Gu Xing to delay. That meant that Gu Xing and this woman must have a good relationship. Since Gu Xing couldn't be touched for the time being, it would be better to take his friends first. Phantom, go on. He ordered gently, but there was a piercing chill in his voice. The chimera's scarlet tongue slowly licked over his fingertips with teasing pleasure in his eyes. For the next 3 minutes, the ring turned into Shin Ruoxue's purgatory. Woo! Shin Ruoxue curled up in pain, and every time she tried to open her mouth to admit defeat, she was hardened by the Phantom Demon's mental shock. The Snow Shadow Wolf desperately tried to protect its master, but it could only let out a helpless whimper as it was fixed in place by a single look from the chimera. Ah! There was another cry of pain as Shin Ruoxue's right shoulder was cut open by the Phantom's sharp claws with 3 bloody marks. Blood dripped down her white arm, blossoming into a piercing red plum on the ring. The referee on the side was just about to step forward to stop it, but he was nailed in place by Chen Ziming's speedy eyes. Facing this Chen family's young master, he ultimately did not have the courage to go forward and stop him. And when Gu Xing, who was offstage, saw the scene, his brows furrowed fiercely. The ring couldn't even be considered a contest, it was more like a humiliation. But what kind of enmity did Chen Ziming have with Shin Ruoxue? And so on. A guess suddenly appeared in his mind. Is it because of yourself? He raised his eyes just in time to bump into Chen Ziming's smug eyes. It's really because of him. Shin Ruoxue suffered an undeserved disaster. And when Liuli saw this scene, both of her eyes turned red. Master, how can that Imperial Beast be like this?
Why did you attack the Imperial Beast Master during the competition? Isn't this a battle between Imperial Beasts? Why hasn't the referee called a stop? That sister has obviously lost. In the face of Liuli's question, Gu Xing was momentarily at a loss as to how to answer. After hesitating for a moment, he gently gathered Liuli into his arms, his gaze icily locking onto Chen Ziming in the ring. Trying to provoke me that way? The corner of Gu Xing's mouth curved up in a dangerous arc. Congratulations, it did happen. Only. Can you live with the consequences of this? Chen Ziming. Chapter 25 Shinruo Xue. Serious injury. On the high platform. When Lin Yuan City Lord Xiaoxiu saw that Shinruo Xue was once again staggered by the phantom demon's spiritual shock, this Lin Yuan City Lord finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Vice Principal Chen, his voice wasn't light, but it caused the entire high platform to fall silent. This competition is a bit much, isn't it? The smile on Chen Yan's face froze for a split second, and then he piled on a brighter smile. City Lord Xia is overstating the case. It's inevitable that young people can't keep their hands off when they spar. This child Ziming has always been measured, don't you think so, elder brother Chen? Chen Shan stroked his beard, a hint of smugness flashing through his eyes. That's natural, my canine son has always known how to be gentle with his hands. Lord City Master is overly concerned. Xiaoxiu's eyes gradually sank as he saw the two men singing in unison. There was absolutely no point in carrying on with the match in the ring. But looking at the attitudes of the two, it was clear that they wanted to condone Chen Ziming to continue humiliating that girl in the ring. Xiaoxiu's fists clenched slightly, but he didn't make a sound to stop it after all. The iron law of the kingdom of Long Xia. The military is separated from the government and the education system operates independently. Even as the noble lord of Lin Yuan City, he had no right to interfere in the matters of the college entrance examination. He originally didn't have to personally attend the examination hall, but he was just curious about this SSS-ranked genius who was personally taken away by Wei Yuan, and that's why he specially came to watch the match. But I didn't expect. Before Gu Xing could make his move, he encountered these two men eyeballing themselves. Seeing Chen's father and son condoning this so blatantly, Xiaoxiu snorted coldly and said no more. Only. His gaze on Chen Ziming grew colder and colder. The ring. Chen Ziming seems to be feeling tired. He waved his hand with disinterest, and the chimera immediately stopped its attacking movements. At this moment, that enchanting figure trembled slightly, and an unnatural flush rose on her pale cheeks. As a contracted imperial beast, she would not have been allowed to strike out at humans. But Chen Ziming's order made her break through this taboo. Before, he took a shot at Shinruo Xue. She felt a certain longing inside her suddenly released. Looking at Shinruo Xue's defenseless appearance in her hands, an unprecedented pleasure rushed through her. She licked her lips reluctantly when she was abruptly called off at this moment. In the end, he forced down the urge to wreak havoc and obediently stepped aside. Chen Ziming walked slowly and methodically to Shinruo Xue. Condescendingly, he surveyed the paralyzed, bloodied maiden. Tell me about it, he crouched down, danger in his voice. What exactly is your relationship with Gu Xing? Earlier you were willing to stall for him? Shinruo Xue raised her head with difficulty, blood sliding down the corner of her forehead, coloring her vision red. But those eyes remained stubbornly open, with undisguised mockery flashing underneath. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Ahem. Who am I? To tell you? The smile on Chen Ziming's face deepened abruptly, but it was unnerving. It doesn't matter, what's between you guys isn't very important to me. How about if you answer one question, I'll let you admit defeat with honor. Seeing Shinruo Xue's still cold eyes, he continued on his own. Do you think? Who is stronger, me or Gu Xing? Remember. Think clearly before answering. When he said the last few words, Chen Ziming deliberately added accents. As long as the woman wasn't a cutie. Should be able to understand the meaning of his words. However, Shinruo Xue suddenly laughed. Blood dripped down her chin, but it couldn't hide the sneer in her eyes. Chen Ziming, you're pathetic. Is that all you've got? She said one word at a time. You're better than Gu Xing then. Not even close. These three words were like sharp blades, instantly piercing through Chen Ziming's disguise. His pupils suddenly contracted and his face twisted for a split second. Great. He jerked straight up and snapped his fingers at the chimera. The chimera's scarlet tongue licked over its fangs, and a sickly excitement shone in its eyes. Ka-ching. The sound of crisp bone cracking resonated throughout the room. Shinruo Xue's body trembled violently, her nails sinking deep into her palms, but she stiffly swallowed back her cries of pain. Beads of sweat mixed with blood rolled down, pooling in a dark red puddle beneath her. Ow! The snow shadow wolf struggled frantically, its snow-white fur oozing mottled blood marks. But under the chimera's terrifying spiritual pressure, it could only let out unwilling wails, and was eventually hard pressed down on the ring, its limbs convulsing violently. An awakened 5th Order Excellent Qualification Snow Shadow Wolf and an awakened 8th Order Epic Qualification Phantom. The gap between the two is like a chasm. The phantom demon was able to completely suppress the snow shadow wolf simply by relying on its mental attributes. Chen Ziming slowly and methodically straightened his cuffs, and the tip of his boot kicked Shin Ruoshue's face. "You should be glad that it's in the ring." Chen Ziming turned around while lightly dropping an order. "Phantom, kill that wolf." Hearing this voice, even Shin Ruoshue, who was trembling from the severe pain, froze. But the next moment, a great panic overwhelmed her. "Your own imperial beast? To be killed?" Even the girl who hadn't even cried out a single ounce of pain even when her body was bruised all over under the phantom's attack, tears were now instantly slipping from the corners of her eyes. In this moment, she was afraid. "Chen Ziming, please. Please, no." However, Chen Ziming, who turned to leave, did not pause for a second in his footsteps. Late. The chimera licked the corners of its mouth, and in the next moment, it appeared in front of the snow shadow wolf. "No. Don't." In Shun Ruoshue's desperate gaze, the slender tip of the chimera's tail pierced into the snow shadow wolf's brow like a sharp blade, bringing out a shower of scarlet blood. Imperial Beast Pact suddenly breaks. Plus the shock of the death of the Imperial Beast. Shin Ruoshue violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, then fainted like a puppet with broken strings above the ring. The entire audience froze for a moment when they saw this scene. That Imperial Beast seems to have been killed by Chen Ziming. Such behavior is against the rules, right? But the referee didn't make a sound to stop it until the end. Something's wrong. Haven't you guys noticed that Chen Ziming's opponents seem to be miserable every time? It seems like it from what you're saying, there wasn't a single Imperial Beast that walked out of the ring in one piece, and the one who suffered the most would be Shin Ruoshue. Even the Imperial Beasts were killed by Chen Ziming. Shu, keep your voices down. The vice principal of Lin Yuan High School is also named Chen. You guys don't want to participate in the next examination? In the midst of the noisy chatter, Chen Ziming slowly turned around, his gaze piercing straight through the crowd to Gu Xing. The corners of his mouth curved in a victor's arc, and he said wordlessly with his mouthpiece. "Against me. Are you worthy? Only." In the face of Chen Ziming's provocation, Gu Xing was incomparably calm at the moment. But Ruri, who was standing beside him, could clearly feel the coldness emanating from the master's body almost froze the air. "Lioli," Gu Xing's voice was frighteningly calm, "when you board the stage later, go all out." The cherub nodded heavily. Even for the pure and good-natured person she was, a rare anger flared up in her eyes at this moment. Chapter 26. This bet, I accept. The match is over. Chen Ziming wins. The referee's voice carried a touch of urgency, and before the words were out of his mouth he hastily waved the medical team into the ring. Shin Ruoshue on the stretcher, her face pale, with undried blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth, was quickly carried away from this bloody ring by the medical staff. "The finals will be held in 1 hour, so please make your adjustments." The referee made a cursory announcement of the match and left the scene at a brisk pace. His back looked a little hammy. The incident of Shin Ruoshue's Imperial Beast being killed in public had already sparked strong discontent among the students. At this moment he must immediately report the matter for processing. And the stands. Chen Yan was paying a compliment to Chen Shan. "Elder brother Chen, this child Ziming is progressing at a rapid pace. With this momentum, breaking through to Transcendent is just around the corner." Chen Shan waved his hand in a pretense of reserve. "It's not even close, it's only the 8th stage of awakening." Even though he said that, he couldn't hide the smugness between his eyebrows. Xia Xiu coldly watched this pair of Chen brothers' performance, finally could not help but speak out. "Vice Principal Chen, intentionally killing an opponent's Imperial Beast during an examination should disqualify the participant as a rule, right?" When Chen Yan heard Xia Xiu's words, he immediately revealed a difficult expression. Obviously, he didn't want to deal with it by the rules. On the other hand, Chen Shan on the other side hastily took over the conversation. The canine son made a big mistake in a momentary lapse, which led to such heartbreaking consequences, but you can rest assured that the Xia City Lord. We will definitely compensate that student in full for his loss. Xia City Lord, it is inevitable for young people to have accidents when they cut. Xia Xiu's eyes grew cold. What an accident! Killing an Imperial Beast that has lost its ability to resist in public, such a naked atrocity, but in the mouths of these two people, it has become a glib slip of the tongue? This was treating him, the City Lord, like a little cutie. Or are you treating the entire crowd of Linyuan City like little cuties? It was at this point, however, that the referee who had left the ring earlier arrived in a hurry. He bowed respectfully to the three. "Lord City Lord, President Chen, Vice Principal." Chen Yan raised his eyelids absently. "Something?" The referee looked around the room and rolled his throat a few times before speaking in a hard voice. "Here's the thing. A lot of students have raised dissent." Chen Yan and Chen Shan exchanged a meaningful look. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yan slapped his knee in a mock daze. Indeed, there were oversights in the previous assessment rules that led to such accident. "Here's the deal," he said, smoothing out the non-existent creases in his shirt. 2 new rules for the next game. First, Imperial Beasts are forbidden to attack Imperial Beast Masters. Second, the referee has the right to intervene if a situation arises that could result in the death of a royal beast. The referee opened his mouth and swallowed his words. How he wanted to say that what the students were protesting wasn't the rules at all, but rather Chen Ziming's outright abusive behavior. But looking at Chen Yan's gloomy eyes, he eventually just bowed deeply. I'm going to announce it. When this evasive new rule came over the radio, the audience booed. There's a blackout, isn't there? This time it's just going to be downplayed? What about the injury Shin Ruoxue received? What about the Imperial Beasts she lost? The matter of the class president can't just be left alone. Let's go to the vice principal to get a statement. Yeah, we can't just let it go, let's go get a statement. The members of Shin Ruoxue's squad stood up with red eyes, their fists clenched white. But just as they took a few steps, stop! A terribly calm voice made everyone freeze in place. Gu Shun? The team turned around incredulously, only to see that Gu Xing had stood behind them at some point. A storm was brewing in the teenager's dark eyes, but his voice was unusually soft. There's no need to go, the school is obviously harboring Chen Ziming. There's nothing you guys can do if you go. Should we just leave it at that? Gu Xing slowly raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the blood remaining on the ring. It won't be let go like that. Don't worry, Chen Ziming will pay the price. I promise. There was a seriousness in his voice that had never been there before. The referee re-enters the ring as the last grains of grit fall from the hourglass of time. Now begins the final of this examination. Gu Xing versus Chen Ziming. The two figures leapt onto the ring almost simultaneously. Gu Xing's eyes scrutinized the chimera in Chen Ziming's arms. It all started with this chimera. The chimera squirmed uneasily, its scarlet eyes dodging and not daring to meet his gaze. What? Chen Ziming deliberately hugged the chimera tighter. Staring at someone else's imperial beast is not a very polite behavior. He tickled the chimera's chin flirtatiously. Although this chimera was summoned from your hand, don't forget that this chimera, her name is now Chen. Gu Xing slowly averted his eyes and locked them on this rich second generation. This kind of imperial beast is a perfect match for an imperial beast master like you. Chen Ziming's face suddenly changed, and then he forced down his anger and sneered. Gu Xing, in the ring it's all about strength, just relying on your lips won't do much good. Gu Xing stopped speaking. Arguing with such people is just a waste of words. Only. Out comes this new rule. Gu Xing's line of sight slowly turned to Chen Yan, who was sitting on the high platform. This rule, in a way, helped Chen Ziming. Not letting the Imperial Beasts attack the Imperial Beast Master? Heh. It's okay. Are both sides ready? The referee stood in the center of the ring and inquired of the two men. Gu Xing nodded slightly, but he saw Chen Ziming suddenly raise his hand in a gesture. The referee had no choice but to let Chen Ziming speak. Chen Ziming slowly stepped forward, his eyes filled with calculations. Gu Xing, the chimera that was snatched away, don't you want to take it back? Gu Xing froze for a split second, and out of the corner of his eye, he swept Lioli. He gets it. It seemed that the Chen family had once again taken a liking to Lioli. Why don't we add a wager to this match? How about the loser breaks the contract with the Imperial Beast? Well, you wouldn't dare. Chen Ziming pressed on step by step. This matter was something that Chen Shan had specifically instructed him about before going to the ring. This angel's qualifications were, at the very least, epic level. He was about to reach the transcendent level, and it just so happened that he was still missing a royal beast. Gu Xing was dumbfounded in the face of Chen Ziming's performance. Really ridiculous. The Imperial Beasts, who were supposed to be partners, had become gambling money. He was about to refuse. But I didn't expect. Yes, we promise. A crisp voice rang through the ring. Gu Xing turned his head in surprise. Only to see that the usually warm and soft and lovely little angel was now full of seriousness, and her amber-colored eyes danced with a wariness that she had never seen before. Master, please believe me, I will never let you down. What's more, that traitor should have been judged by you. Sensing the little girl's firm resolve, Gu Xing laughed. His own little angel had spoken, so he, the Imperial Beast Master, naturally couldn't back down. He looked straight at Chen Ziming's provocative gaze and said in a single word, I'll take this bet. Chapter 27 Unforgivable. Yes. As long as Gu Xing agreed to the bet, that Imperial Beast would definitely be in his pocket. A winning smile appeared on Chen Ziming's face and he couldn't wait to snap his fingers. A secretary dressed in professional attire immediately walked to the ring holding a hot-stamped document with the words betting agreement shining in the sunlight. Sign this and no one can back out. Chen Ziming's eyes were filled with greed as he looked at Lioli. Phantom he had already tried, so what would this angel taste like? I'm looking forward to it. And Gu Xing coldly swept his eyes over the contents of the document, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a sneer. So well prepared? This is to determine that he will definitely lose in this competition? Gu Xing's eyes swept over the chimera. Awakening 8th Order. Is it great? Thinking of this, Gu Xing no longer hesitated and signed his big name with a wave of his hand. Immediately afterward, this contract was respectfully delivered by the referee to the city lord. Xiaoxiu played with the contract that had just arrived, and his eyes flicked over the smug Chen Shan. I'm afraid that this fool doesn't know that Gu Xing is a genius who is personally valued by Wei Yuan. Although this kid's level is only awakened 6th order, the aura emanating from that angel, even the awakened 9th order Imperial Beast, was far inferior. Also, a hint of playfulness flashed under Xiaoxiu's eyes. Just 10 minutes ago, he received a message on his communicator. Wei Yuan is not far from Lin Yuan City, and the purpose of this visit to Lin Yuan City. It also seems to be related to Gu Xing. If Wei Yuan, the iron-blooded commander, knew about these things, it was estimated that the name of Lin Yuan City's #1 Chamber of Commerce would be afraid to change hands. This bet is notarized by the city lord's office, and violators will face the highest punishment. And when Chen Shan heard these words, he instantly put his heart at ease. Originally, it was absolutely impermissible for students to privately wager on a fight and for the wager to still be a royal beast. And now that the Lin Yuan City lord had endorsed it, then this matter was a sure thing. Even if Gu Xing wanted to back out by then, there would be no chance. Soon, the referee returns to the ring once again. Game on! And as that voice fell, Chen Ziming finally stopped hiding it and his unrestrained laughter echoed in the ring. Gu Xing, you actually dared to sign this betting agreement. Should I say you're confident in your own strength? Or is it stupidity? Do you think that an awakened 6th order Imperial Beast will be able to allow you to achieve first place in this examination? You're too naive. My chimera, but it's awakened 8th order. Before the words fell, a gloomy aura suddenly erupted. Dark purple energy ripples wrapped around the chimera's body, and the awakened 8th order's pressure swept across the entire field like substance. The students in the audience, on the other hand, instantly exploded. What? Awakening 8th rank? Isn't such a rank directly booking the first place in this examination? I'll go. How can an awakened 6th order fight an awakened 8th order? Gu Xing might as well just admit defeat. It's over. Gu Xing was also tricked into signing a betting agreement. It's really over. Chen Ziming enjoyed the crowd's gasps of surprise and whistled frivolously. You now surrender obediently and offer up the Imperial Beast, which will also prevent my sweet little angel from getting hurt. After all, it wouldn't look good for such a beautiful angel to have a scar on her face. With that, he licked his lips meaningfully. And Gu Xing's eyes went completely cold. Not only did he implicate the innocent Shen Ruoxue, but he also had thoughts about Liuli that he shouldn't have. Chen Ziming was considered to have completely touched his bottom line. Liuli, Gu Xing's voice was horribly calm. The chimera is all yours, make sure she understands how to be a beast. Chen Ziming was just about to open his mouth to mock, but his pupils suddenly contracted. Bang! A heavy punch slammed hard into the phantom's abdomen, so fast that it didn't even leave a residual shadow. The awakening 8th ranked phantom demon actually fell to his knees like a rag doll, scarlet blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Not possibly. The chimera's pupils trembled violently. As a spirit-type Imperial Beast, she actually couldn't capture the trajectory of Ruri's movements at all. Isn't this angel awakening the 6th order? Why is it so strong? Boom! The second blow followed. The tip of the glazed foot slammed down like the hammer of judgment, and the chimera's head embedded itself deeply into the ring, spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. With Liuli's strength attribute of over 200 points, if not for Liuli's deliberate retraction, this blow would have been enough to kill the phantom on the spot. The whole place is dead silent. Chen Ziming was dumbfounded as he watched the scene, the expression on his face shifting from smugness to shock, and finally transforming into twisted anger. He kicked violently at the chimera. Punk! Get the hell up! The chimera shuddered and pulled her head out, to be greeted by the grimace of her master. Waste! Use your skills for me! Chen Ziming's hysterical roar echoed in the ring. However, the chimera trembled violently, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. What Chen Ziming said she could no longer hear. His constitution was just over 100 points, and he had suffered 2 heavy blows from Ruri. It could be said that the current her was no different from being wasted. Listen! Can't you hear me? Chen Ziming kicked the chimera in the waistline, but only received a weak groan in return. And looking at Chen Ziming, who had fallen into a frenzy, Gu Xing slowly stepped forward and came to his body. He gazed at the wretched master and servant duo, his voice icy cold. Chen Ziming, your proud 8th rank Imperial Beast. It seems to be a waste. Chen Ziming turned his head violently, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness. What the did you say? Bang! A heavy punch slammed into his face so hard that 2 bloody teeth splashed out. You don't seem to see the situation clearly? Chen Ziming staggered back, incredulously touching his sunken cheek. This pampered young master had his first taste of blood. How dare you? Bang! A second punch followed, and Chen Ziming was knocked to the ground. After a half-dozen frozen moments, he turned to the chimera like a madman. Kill them! Kill them for me! At this moment, he was completely unconcerned about the rules. His only thought was to send the man in front of him to hell. And the Chimera barely raised its hand under the Covenant's compulsion, trying to launch an attack on Guxing. But Luri is clearly faster. Boom! The Silver Angel presses the Phantom's head with one hand and slams it hard into the ring. The Phantom's scream was pressed hard back into his throat as debris flew. Anger danced in the glazed amber eyes as the silver-feathered wings unfolded fully. This Imperial Beast was actually trying to take a shot at its own master. Unforgivable. Between her slender fingers, the red-gold fire of judgment slowly took shape. No. Please. The Chimera's pupils contracted violently. She could sense that this was no ordinary flame. Instead, it's divine fire that can directly sear the soul. But Luri's eyes didn't waver in the slightest. The moment the Chimera attempted to harm Guxing, it had touched her reverse scale. In the midst of the Chimera's horrified gaze, the reddish-golden flame slowly fell. Chapter 28 Phantom knows she's wrong. Ah. The Phantom's heart-rending screams echoed over the square. The pain from this fire, which acts directly on the soul, is 1,000 or 10,000 times greater than the pain in the flesh. At this moment, the Chimera's body was convulsing, twisting, and turning on the ground like a fish out of water. She deluded herself into trying to ease the pain from this flame, only to. It doesn't do anything. Everyone in the audience held their breath. Awakening 8th Order Chen Ziming. Lost just like that? God Gu is too ruthless. Directly punching the Imperial Beastmaster with his hands. But it's so cool to watch. Serves him right. People like Chen Ziming should be taught a hard lesson. Good hit, Guxing. Beat him to death. In the ring, Guxing's fists fell like rain. On Chen Ziming's swollen face, madness was gradually replaced by fear. When the 10th punch landed, he trembled and tried to concede. Well, however. Before his voice could come out, Guxing's iron-clamped palm pinched his jaw in a deadly grip, his knuckles sinking deep into the flesh. Immediately afterward, a voice slowly drilled into his ears. Remember Shen Ruoxue also wanted to admit defeat at that time? Didn't you also not allow her to admit defeat? Now it's your turn, you want to admit defeat, it's not that simple. The pain you inflicted on Shen Ruoxue, I'll definitely have to pay you back several times over. These words were like a death sentence, causing Chen Ziming's body to tremble violently. He struggled desperately, a muffled plea coming from his pinched and deformed jaw. No. The rules? Guxing sneered, and the force on his hand increased a few more points. It's true that there's a rule that Imperial Beasts can't strike at Imperial Beastmasters, so that's why. I'm not taking this personally? Ka-ching! The toothsome sound of bone cracking clearly traveled throughout the room. One had to know that through that core, Guxing had gained more than just mental power. When the construction of the Imperial Beast space was completed, the spiritual power would be fed back. His various attributes, however, had doubled several times, and even when compared to the lower-ranked Imperial Beasts, they were no less impressive. And a body like Chen Ziming's that had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex was like a toy in his hands. Fresh blood mixed with saliva spilled from the corners of Chen Ziming's deformed mouth. This untouchable young master was afraid. The man in front of him would not hold back on him at all. Seeing that the man in front of him was about to continue striking, he slammed both his knees on the ground heavily, his forehead knocking out a dull ringing sound on the lapis lazuli plate. At this moment, dignity and honor were all left behind him. He just wants to live. Only. Guxing's eyes were always cold as iron. These behaviors of Chen Ziming did not have a single effect on him. On the high platform. Bang! Chen Shan smashed the armrest of the seat with a slap and stood up with red eyes. The Imperial Beast summoning spell formation between his hands had just taken shape when Xiaoxiu's icy voice was like a pot of ice water poured over his head. President Chen, you're going to break this bet? Chen Shan's raised right hand froze in mid-air, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. He clearly felt that an extremely powerful aura had locked him down. As long as one dared to summon the Imperial Beasts, the next second one would be splattered in blood. Sensing the source of this aura, Chen Shan's old face turned red. Xia City Lord, you. Natsuo tapped his fingertips on the armrest. President Chen, the bet was one that you begged the City Lord's office to notarize, do you want to back out now? As he said this, Xiaoxiu's commander-level Imperial Beastmaster's pressure penetrated his body. Chen Shan was only at the transcendent higher level, and facing this pressure directly, his knees made an unbearable clicking sound. He turned his head with difficulty and turned to Chen Yan for help. Feeling this line of sight, Chen Yan stiffly got up. Xia City Lord, this is after all an official examination, you intervene like this. Intervention? Each crunch of Xiaoxiu's fingertips tapping on the armrest caused Chen Yan's heart to tremble. This City Lord is upholding the fairness of the bet. Do you guys think there's something wrong with what I'm doing? After Xiaoxiu's words, the entire viewing platform was suddenly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Earlier, in the Shen Ruoxue match, there was no reason for him, as the City Lord, to want to intervene. But now, Xia Su squeezed the contract in his hand. These two men had delivered the reason to him personally.
Not to mention, Gu Xing was a genius that Wei Yuan had personally taken away.
Even if there wasn't this bet today, Xia Xiu would still bail out to the end. Shen Yan was like a man under Xia Xiu's icy gaze, but he was forced to speak.
Xia. City Lord Xia, in this state, Ziming has clearly lost. There's no need for this examination to continue, right?
At this moment, Xia Xiu got the initiative, and he opened his mouth without panic.
Didn't he not admit defeat? Since he hasn't conceded, that means the match will continue.
Of course, if you guys have a problem with that, then go talk to my Imperial Beast. Before his words fell, a yellow light flashed, and the 3-meter-tall earth-splitting bear landed on the viewing platform with a loud bang, shaking the ground slightly. A ferocious light danced in the giant bear's amber pupils, and the sharp tips of its claws cut deep grooves in the ground. Chen Yan's newly opened mouth immediately closed tightly, and fine beads of sweat oozed from the corners of his forehead. And Chen Shan still wants to make a final attempt.
Lord Summer City. Enough!
Xia Xiu suddenly bellowed and slapped the sandalwood table in front of him. The split earth bear sensed its master's will and looked at the two with an increasingly dangerous gaze. I'm putting my word out today, Gu Xing, as long as it's within the reasonable limits of the rules, even if the sky is pierced through, I'll have to cover it. Awakening 6th Order was able to leave Awakening 8th Order Chen Ziming without any counterattack, such a genius, so what if I bail out?
You guys, if you want to intervene, then beat me.
Sensing this determined attitude of Xia Xiu, Chen Yan tugged on Chen Shan's sleeve, and the two of them could only break their teeth and swallow them in their mouths. Xia Xiu swept his eyes coldly, before he withdrew his mighty pressure. Since you have no more comments, just watch this bout for me. The two were incomparably stifled, but they could only cast their eyes above the ring.
And the ring at the moment. The Chimera's miserable screams intertwined with Chen Ziming's wails. The phantom demon's originally enchanting body became ugly even under the scorching of the holy flames.
She struggled to crawl to Gu Xing's feet, her burnt fingertips trembling as she grabbed the tips of his boots.
Lord! Lord!
Her voice was so hoarse that it was inhuman. Mir knows she's wrong. Please? Gu Xing lowered his eyes, his icy sight falling on the phantom's burned and skinned face. Those eyes, once full of calculation, were now reduced to humble begging.
Without mercy, Gu Xing then jerked his foot away. And this kind of girl still wants to follow him? Dreaming! Luri!
She still has the strength to talk, so she doesn't seem to be in place yet.
Luri sniffed and nodded heavily.
Such imperial beasts did not deserve her pity. She folded her hands, and the reddish-golden flame suddenly skyrocketed, wrapping the phantom demon's entire body into a human-shaped pillar of fire.
Chapter 29. Wei Yuan arrived. In the midst of extreme pain, the Chimera finally couldn't support herself and completely fainted.
Seeing this, Gu Xing made a wink towards Liuli. The cherub understood and immediately withdrew the red flame covering the surface of the Chimera's body. After all, this was in full view of the public, and if he really killed this Chimera in public, he would inevitably fall into disrepute.
Not to mention, destroying an epic Chimera like this is too much of a shame.
He looked down at the unconscious Chimera, thinking faintly. According to the betting agreement, Chen Ziming had already lost the bet, and the right to dispose of this Chimera naturally fell into his hands.
Reinstate the imperial beasts that once betrayed you?
He didn't have that kind of bad taste. But Shen Ruoxue had lost her own imperial beast because of him.
And now, isn't this a chance to make amends? This Chimera has a fair amount of talent, despite its heart.
As long as Shen Ruoxue signed a slave contract with it, not only could it make up for her loss, but it could also ensure that this Chimera would never dare to have any impure thoughts again. Ordinary imperial beast contracts were about equality and mutual assistance, but slave contracts were very different. Once signed, the life, death, soul and even thoughts of the imperial beast will be completely in the hands of the master. Although this type of contractual pact has been banned, given the special circumstances of this Chimera,
Xiaxu shouldn't say no.
After deciding where the Chimera would go, Gu Xing's gaze fell back on Chen Ziming. At this moment, Chen Ziming was still on his knees, his forehead resting against the rough ground of the ring, his voice hoarse and pleading.
Gu, brother Gu.
Please raise your hand.
Gu Xing's eyes darkened.
Said he'd pay it back several times over, so he'd have to do it. From the mouths of the members of Shen Ruoxue's squad, he had just learned what had happened. Just because Shen Ruoxue had helped him delay for a few minutes, Chen Ziming had done this to her. Gu Xing slowly stepped forward, his boots making a dull sound as they stepped on the ring.
It's time to end it.
Torturing people was not his intention, and that earlier punishment was enough to vent his anger.
Gu Xing looked down condescendingly at the trembling Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming, the score between you and I is cleared. The next is the debt you owe Shen Ruoxue.
Of course he moved his wrist, she can't collect the debt herself now, so I'll do it for her. Chen Ziming jerked his head up, panic flashing in his eyes. You break one of her legs? I'll break all 4 of your limbs. Before the words fell, before Chen Ziming had time to react, for crisp bone-cracking sounds rang out one after another.
Click. Ka chow. Ka chow.
Click. The intense pain came like a tidal wave. Chen Ziming didn't even have time to scream miserably, his eyes rolled over and he fainted. His limbs were twisted at weird angles, like a disassembled puppet on strings. And the spectators who witnessed this scene sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Goo. This is too ruthless of God Goo. He actually wasted Chen Ziming's limbs in public. Isn't he afraid of the Chen family's retaliation? Open your eyes and see. Chen Shan sat in his original position without moving from start to finish, and it was clearly Lord City Lord who made the move. That's right, if it weren't for the Lord City Master's hand, the referee would have put a stop to it long ago. Where would he have waited until now? At the edge of the ring, the referee suddenly stumbles. The terrifying aura that had locked his entire body finally dissipated. He glanced in shock at Xia Xiu, who was resting with his eyes closed on the high platform, and immediately announced in a loud voice. This duel, Gu Xing wins. The entire square fell into a brief silence, and then erupted into a mountain of cheers. In stark contrast is the high-top VIP table. Shen Shan's 5 fingers pinched deeply into the handrail, and the handrail made of solid wood was actually pinched out with 5 finger marks. His own son was wasted in public and he couldn't even move a finger. It's too much of a bully. Chen Shan's eyes were crimson as monstrous anger rolled around in his chest. Xia Xiu saw that the victory had been decided, and only then did he speak slowly and methodically. Vice Principal Chen, it's time to announce Gu Xing as the winner of this year's examination. Sharp warnings were hidden in Xia Xiu's gentle tone. If the two still couldn't see the situation, he wouldn't mind helping to make Lin Yuan City have one less Chamber of Commerce president as well as vice chancellor. However, Chen Shan suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot. City Lord Xia, do you think you can guarantee him a pass with this? Oh? Xia Xiu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his body's qi surged like an abyss and a sea. He was the lord of a city, but he was provoked by Qin Shan, a transcendent beastmaster of a high level, and even with his cultivation, his heart was burning with anger at this moment. However, Chen Shan had already completely lost his mind. With his only son having his limbs scrapped in public, all that remains in his eyes is a mad obsession. Gu Xing isn't qualified to compete at all. He was more than half an hour late and should have been disqualified according to the rules. This is a long Xia ordinance. Even if you're the city lord, there's no way to change the fact that Gu Xing was eliminated. Xia Xiu's brows furrowed slightly, and after the attendant verified the news, his face became grave. He did neglect to mention this. When he came, he saw Gu Xing already in the ring, so he didn't delve into the question of eligibility. He hadn't expected this earlier. Now it's going to be difficult. Chen Yan also reacted and immediately made up for it. City Lord Xia, rules are rules. Even SSS class geniuses cannot override the rules. That's why Gu Xing's qualification for the examination must be cancelled. Xia Xiu was in a dilemma. This could have been a big or small thing. The school authorities turned a blind eye and passed on. But at the moment, Chen Shan and his father and son were dead set on the Long Xia ordinance, raising the simple issue of tardiness to the level of national law. Even if he was the city lord of Lin Yuan City, it was impossible for him to have privileges. Trouble. The delay in announcing the winner's result caused a gradual commotion in the room. What's going on? Gu Xing clearly won the match. Why haven't the results been announced yet? There shouldn't be any mistakes, right? Gu Xing followed the rules the entire time. Wait. Gu Xing was late before the start? In the center of the ring, Gu Xing frowned slightly. In this world surrounded by foreign beasts, the Dragon Summer Kingdom practiced wartime regulations, and rules were above all else. Because of this, he had followed all the rules during his party's competition, not leaving any word for anyone. But now it seems. He raised his eyes to the high platform and was met with Chen Shan's twisted, smiling face. After a little thought, he realized what went wrong. Only. The corner of Gu Xing's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Even if they do get disqualified, so what? With the strength of Liuli, special recruitment channels, military recommendations. There are ways to step into higher learning. It's just a little more work. On the high platform, Chen Yan was slowly getting up, slowly and methodically straightening his koan cuffs. With a triumphant smile on his face, he spoke slowly. After our deliberations. He purposely trailed off, waiting for the eyes of the room to focus. Candidate Gu Xing is disqualified due to his severe tardiness. Before the sound of the last word landed, an ear-piercing air-breaking sound suddenly came from the sky. The crowd looked up, only to see a giant bird with a wingspan of more than 30 meters tearing through the clouds, the shadow that covered the sky instantly enveloping the entire square. What a nerve! Thunderous angry shouts exploded from high above. I'd like to see who dares to disqualify the first-class Medal of Honor recipients from the entrance exams. Chapter 30. What are you? Before the words fell, Wei Yuan's figure had appeared in front of the crowd like a ghost. The pressure of a monarch-level powerhouse instantly enveloped the entire square, and the air froze. See the visitor. Chen Yan's pupils suddenly shrunk, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. This is the supreme commander of the southern military region. He could not give face to Xia Xiu, but he would never dare to act out in front of Wei Yuan. My lord. Chen Yan scrambled forward, his waist bent almost to the fold. How do you personally? Wei Yuan glanced at him faintly and walked straight towards Xia Xiao. Xia, tell us what's going on. The moment. Xia digested the information in Wei Yuan's words just now. Medal of Honor, First Class. This is something that only people who have made great contributions to the Dragon Summer Kingdom can obtain. You know, he had been in the military for 30 years and had only managed to win a second-class Medal of Honor. Guoxing. How old is he? Strongly suppressing the shock in his heart, he then narrated the original story of what had happened there. And with every word, Wei Yuan's face became more somber. Robbing a royal beast? Harboring a fraud? There was already thunder brewing in his eyes. When he heard that Chen's father and son were actually trying to disqualify Guxing, Wei Yuan's body suddenly erupted with an appalling murderous aura around him. Not long ago, he had learned from Qin Tian and Ing Bing that the entire Abyss trial had been passed almost entirely by Guxing alone. For this reason, he rushed over from his military duties to come here, just to personally honor the young hero. But now, heroes are humiliated. You? Going to disqualify Guxing from the college entrance exam? Wei Yuan's voice was as cold as the 9 ghosts of ice, each word carrying a piercing killing intent. Snap! Chen Yan slammed his knees heavily on the ground, cold sweat rolling down his forehead like rain. Wei, Chief Wei. His voice trembled. We really didn't know that student Guxing was a first-class medalist. This is just following the regulations. But noticing Wei Yuan's face was not right, he hastily changed his words. Since the situation is special, it's only natural that special treatment should be given. Student Guxing's qualification for the examination is restored immediately. At this moment, Chen Yan no longer dared to be half-hearted. After all, Wei Yuan's great name resounded throughout the southern region. Although he looked gentle and elegant on the outside, in reality his methods were incomparably iron-blooded and decisive. If not for that, he would not have been able to become the head of the entire southern military region. However, Chen Shan, was still not willing. So he spoke stiffly. Chief Wei. Even a first-class medalist should abide by. And when Chen Yan heard these words, he immediately turned his eyes aside in fear. Chen Shan had stayed in Lin Yuan City for too long, living amongst the rules for many years. It seems to have been forgotten that some people don't seem to have to follow the rules, they are the rule-makers. What are you? Who are you to talk to me about rules? Boom! A whip leg exploded like thunder, and Chen Shan's entire body flew out horizontally like a broken sack, smashing heavily in the center of the ring and fainting on the spot. Seeing Chen Shan's miserable state, Chen Yan's body softened and almost collapsed to the ground. Wei Yuan's eyes turned back to Chen Yan. You know what to do, right? Wei. Chief Wei, Ming. Understand. Chen Yan's voice trembled as he braced himself and stood up, announcing. The winner of this year's examination is Guxing. The room instantly fell into an eerie silence, followed by a deafening outburst of cheers. Guxing finished first in the tournament with an awakened 6th order victory over an awakened 8th order, only to be disqualified. And then the head of the southern military region turned up in person, and the situation was reversed once again. Today was just too much for these guys. Unlike the excitement of the others, Chen Yan was like falling into an ice cave at the moment. He didn't know what would await him next. However, Wei Yuan, did not look at him and turned towards the ring. Just when he thought he had escaped, Wei Yuan's voice came slowly. People like you don't deserve to teach. Submit your resignation at the military headquarters yourself, and report to the vanguard tomorrow. These words were like a thunderbolt striking the top of Chen Yan's head. Pioneers. Also known as the Cannon Fodder Battalion. Specialized in housing felons and malfeasant officers, the mortality rate is as high as 70%. Chen Yan's face was as white as paper, but he didn't even dare to say the word no. Thanks. Thank you, Chief Wei, for your openness. I'll report for duty tomorrow. His voice was hoarse, as if he had instantly aged 10 years. Wei Yuan nodded faintly. If he hadn't taken the old principal's feelings into consideration, with his temper, he would have already slapped this scum to death here on the spot. Soon, Wei Yuan arrived atop the ring. A smile instantly appeared on his face. Guxing student, thank you, you've helped Long Xia solve a big problem in his heart. And at the moment, Guxing was still a bit confused. After all, just now he was planning to enter the university by way of a military recommendation. But I didn't expect the situation to be directly reversed in just such a moment. Quickly, he came back to his senses and spoke hastily. Headway, why have you come to Lin Yuan City again? Could it be that something went wrong with the trial? Good boy, listening to your tone, I can't come to Lin Yuan City for other things? Wei Yuan deliberately made a stern face. No. Guxing hastily waved his hands. With his current status, how could he possibly dislike Wei Yuan? Seeing Guxing in this state, Wei Yuan laughed and threw a piece out. You boys left in such a hurry that you forgot to take something with you, so I brought it over to you. Guxing hurriedly reached out to catch it. Brightness crystals, containing the ultimate power of the brightness attribute. Seeing this palm-sized light crystal, Gu Xing then reacted. The purpose of going to participate in the trial is for this. As a result, the completion of the trial went too quickly, causing him to forget about this matter. Thank you, Head Wei. Gu Xing sincerely thanked him. What's the point of being polite to me? Wei Yuan smiled brightly and suddenly changed his words. By the way, are you interested in coming to our military region after graduation? One of his purposes for coming to Lin Yuan City this time was to thank Gu Xing for his contributions. As for the other, that would be pulling this genius to the SSC ahead of time. If he waited until Gu Xing went to the university to show off his skills, then he would have a lot of competition. Gu Xing froze at his words. He hadn't even enrolled in college yet, and this head honcho was actually starting to make reservations for 4 years from now? Chief Wei, I'm not even finished with the college entrance exam yet. Isn't it too early to talk about this? What's early about early? With your strength, isn't taking the top spot in the college entrance exams a nail in the coffin? Young people should plan early. Looking at Wei Yuan's serious expression, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched slightly. There are so many variables in 4 years. Who can say what's going to happen? I'm really sorry, Chief Wei, I really don't have any plans in that regard right now. Seeing Gu Xing's resolute attitude, Wei Yuan had no choice but to settle for the second best. In that case, if you consider joining the military in the future, you must give priority to our southern military region. Definitely. Wei Yuan then revealed a satisfied smile. He hadn't initially thought that he would be able to pull it off, and now this was a very good result. Next, Wei Yuan raised his hand and pointed at Chen's father and son who were paralyzed like dead dogs. And what do you want to do with them? Chapter 31, Stinking Phantom Demon. Who are you calling master? Gu Xing's eyes moved along Wei Yuan's fingertips. In the ring, the once high and mighty Chen family father and son were now in a sorry state, paralyzed like two dead dogs. Chen Shan's usually majestic and cold face was now ashen as dirt. Chen Ziming, on the other hand, was even more bloodied at the corners of his mouth, his limbs were twisted, and he had long since lost his arrogant and domineering appearance of the past. Gu Xing looked at them coldly, his heart not fluctuating half-heartedly. Chen Shan had forcibly taken the imperial beasts of an unknown number of students over the years due to his power and coercion. As for Chen Ziming, he roams Lin Yuan City on the strength of his father's power, bullying his classmates and acting recklessly. The fact that the two had ended up where they were today was entirely self-inflicted. Chief Wei, dispose of it according to the law. Wei Yuan sniffed and nodded slightly. He had purposely left behind the Chen family's father and son, originally wanting to give Gu Xing a chance to take out his anger. But apparently, Gu Xing didn't think that way. He pondered slightly, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Chen family's father and son. Chen Shan is organized into the vanguard. When speaking of Chen Ziming, he deliberately slowed down his speech. As for this, willfully injuring a classmate and abusing a royal beast. Wei Yuan said word for word, escort to Lin Yuan City's main prison for life. As Wei Yuan's verdict fell, the fate of the Chen family's father and son was settled. Soon enough, there were special people to pick up the unconscious Chen family father and son and take them away. And before leaving, a spiritual imperial beastmaster's palm glowed with an ethereal blue light, dryly severing the spiritual link between Chen Ziming and the chimera. They hadn't forgotten that this chimera now belonged to Gu Xing. Wei Yuan looked around and confirmed that all matters had been taken care of. I'll leave you to your military duties, and remember to always prioritize the southern military region after graduation. Gu Xing nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Wei Yuan was then satisfied and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, it was as if he remembered something important. By the way, about the second stage of the military test. Considering that you and Ying Bing will soon be traveling to the Elven Secret Realm, you can choose not to participate in this 1.5-month examination. Your score needs no examination, you are the first place winner of this examination. Wei Yuan's decision brightened Gu Xing's eyes. Earlier, he was still hesitant about how he should resolve the conflict between the results of the second examination and the time of the Elven Mysteries. Now that he didn't have to take the military test, it directly saved him a lot of trouble. This military chief came and went like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he had left Lin Yuan City. Only 2 precious gifts remained. Bright crystals that emit a warm glow, and a first-class medal of honor. This is good stuff. Xiaoxiu had stood beside him at some point, his eyes burning with envy as he stared at the medal. The first-class medal of honor not only mobilizes the city guards, but it can also apply for a contingent at critical moments, so don't underestimate the weight of this badge. After Xiaoxiu's reminder, Gu Xing realized the preciousness of the object in his hand and hurriedly put it away solemnly. He had thought that it was just a medal symbolizing honor, but he didn't expect it to have real power. Only after seeing Gu Xing put it away did Xiaoxiu then proceed to speak. By the way, that injured girl, I've already sent the best healer over, so I guess it won't take long before she's able to recover. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Natsuo waved his hand indifferently. And Gu Xing's gaze inadvertently glanced at the bound chimera, his gaze slightly cold. City Lord Xia, I want Shinruo Shuai to sign a slave contract with this chimera. A slave contract? Xiaoxiu raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded in understanding. Indeed, such master-eating imperial beasts should be bound by the harshest of contracts, I agree. After mixing it up with Gu Xing, Xiaoxiu also turned around and left the ring, leaving the scene to Gu Xing. Immediately afterward, deafening cheers suddenly erupted around the ring, with waves of sound like a tidal wave. At this moment, Gu Xing's name resounded throughout Lin Yuan City. The chimera apparat to the sound of cheers. Her dark purple pupils reflected the figure standing in the sunlight. Gu Xing was clad in glory, surrounded by all the cheers and praise. And beside him, a silver-haired girl tightly grasped his palm, and the two of them looked incomparably well matched. Her heart suddenly clenched. A tidal wave of unprecedented remorse washed over him. If she hadn't betrayed Gu Xing in the first place, if she had stuck to her contract, would the one standing in that position now be her? But nothing seems too late. As the spoils of the bet, she had been lost to Gu Xing by Chen Ziming. This means that she still has a chance. There is still a possibility that she can become Gu Xing's imperial beast again. She could enjoy everything that Angel enjoyed too. Medical room. Captain, the god of Gu has avenged you. Chen Ziming had his limbs broken in the ring, and Chief Wei personally stepped in. The Chen family is completely finished. Captain, don't feel bad. We'll get together money from the whole team and we'll definitely buy you a better imperial beast. Yes, Captain, the second test is still waiting for you to lead it. Captain, snap out of it. Gu Xing had just walked to the door of the medical room when he heard the comforting voices of Shin Ruoshua's team members coming from inside. Gu Xing New York looked at the chimera with his head. Lord, what have you brought me here for? At this moment, the chimera's voice trembled and its scarlet pupils contracted slightly. A sudden sense of foreboding welled up in her heart. Only stinking chimera. Who are you calling master? The little girl standing beside Gu Xing was immediately displeased. Even if one's master wanted to contract a royal beast, that had to be with one's consent. This phantom. Obviously not up to her standards. No screaming. Lioli's eyes widened in exasperation, and a cluster of crimson flames slowly appeared on her palm. The chimera trembled at the sight of the flames, and the memory of that agonizing pain that seared the bone marrow instantly surged to the forefront of his mind. The pain of having her soul seared was something she never wanted to experience again. I'm sorry. She scrambled to bow her head and admit her mistake. Only then did Luri put away the flames in satisfaction and hummed softly in arrogance. Gu Xing cried and laughed as he looked at his own little angel. The little girl is good at everything, but she's a little jealous. Gu Xing shook his head helplessly and raised his hand to gently knock on the door of the medical room. Knock, knock, knock. The chatter in the room came to an abrupt halt. A moment later, the door was pulled open a crack to reveal a familiar face. Gu Shun? The team member who opened the door widened his eyes, then scrambled to get out of the way. Come on in. Gu Xing nodded politely and stepped inside. And the people in the room were instantly in disarray when they saw Gu Xing. Gu Shin. You come and sit here. Gu Shin. Will you eat the fruit? I'll help you. The most striking thing was Shun Ruoxue on the hospital bed. The originally dull gaze gradually gained focus after seeing the visitor, and even the pale cheeks were tinted with a noticeable blush. Chapter 32 Master, is that sister's hand soft? Inside the medical room, a resourceful female team member was the first to react and immediately began rushing people. Out, all out, all out. She pushed the team out like chickens. Get out of the way. After pushing the last member of the team out the door, she turned and winked at Gu Xing. Gu Shin, our captain is counting on you. He even made a cheering gesture after that before gently closing the door. As the door to the room closed, the room fell silent. Shin Ruoxue clenched the corner of the quilt, her fingertips trembling slightly. Gu Xing, what brings you here? Although she had been trying to find Gu Xing before to express her gratitude. But now, seeing Gu Xing actually appear in front of her, she was so nervous that her voice trembled. Gu Xing calmly picked up an apple and peeled it smoothly. I caused your injuries, isn't it only right that I come to visit? Shin Ruoxue replied in a panic, Duh. We're all students in the same class, it's only right to help each other. Her face turned even redder, a lame excuse that even she didn't believe. Seeing this, Gu Xing didn't poke at it. There's something else going on this time besides coming to see you. After saying this, Gu Xing turned his head and his eyes fell on the chimera. At this moment, the foreboding of uncertainty in the phantom's heart grew stronger. Apologize. Gu Xing's voice snapped harshly. And the chimera, startled by the sudden rise of the voice, immediately fell to his knees. I'm sorry. The chimera repeated the words of apology, but his eyes stayed focused on Gu Xing's body without a trace of sincerity in his eyes. Seeing this, Gu Xing shook his head, and the last trace of hesitation in his eyes dissipated. It's hard to change your nature. He was originally hesitant to use a slave contract on the imperial beasts, but now it seemed that the decision could not have been more correct. And Shin Ruoxue froze when she saw the chimera's movements, but quickly reacted. Gu Xing, there's no need to be like this. At that time it was because of Chen Ziming's order that she was so. From the mouths of her own teammates, Shen Ruoxue already knew that this phantom demon now belonged to Gu Xing, which meant that in the future, she would be Gu Xing's imperial beast. Even if she did have a grudge against the chimera in her heart, she should let it go at this point. Gu Xing, get her up, don't blame her. However, Gu Xing didn't listen, but handed the peeled apple in his hand to Shen Ruoxue's hand. She had something to do with this one, she must apologize. Shen Ruoxue looked at Gu Xing's incomparably serious eyes, and her heartbeat suddenly missed a beat. She carefully took the apple, and her fingertips inadvertently touched the back of Gu Xing's hand, and immediately shrank back as if she had been scalded. Ever since that time when he was saved by Gu Xing in the Novice Trial space, he seemed to possess a different kind of emotion towards Gu Xing. Therefore, even if she had lost her imperial beast, she had not felt any regrets. However, call the master. Gu Xing's sudden gulp caused the medical room to freeze instantly. The apple in Shen Ruoxue's hand hit the ground with a thud, and she looked at Gu Xing in disbelief, suspecting that she was hallucinating. Wasn't your imperial beast killed by Chen Ziming because of me? Now I'm returning one to you. No, how can this be? After Shen Ruoxue heard Gu Xing's words, she hurriedly waved her hand to reject them, her eyes reddening with anxiety. Himself, although it's true that he doesn't have a royal beast right now. There was no way she could accept Gu Xing's imperial beast either. If he took away this epic level imperial beast, what should Gu Xing contract when he rose to the transcendent level? I've already made up my mind. It's useless for you to refuse. Gu Xing was direct and forceful, not giving Shen Ruoxue a chance to refuse. And the chimera, who had fallen to her knees, was now covered in ice. She can accept failure and can even face death with open arms, but only not. How dare he himself be turned over to a mediocre human? No, I'm not following her. The chimera jerked up, her dark purple eyes glowing red, her eyes full of disbelief. Gu Xing, even if I once betrayed you, you shouldn't humiliate me like this. It's true that I'm not as good as this angel, but I'm still a genuine epic level imperial beast. I can't believe you're giving me away to. Looking at the phantom demon that had broken defense, Gu Xing sneered, his eyes icy cold. Epic? Is it strong? As for you saying no to, do you have a choice? Before the words fell out of his mouth, Liuli, who was on the side, reached out and deadlocked the chimera in place. Gu Xing slowly raised his hand, and a pentagram formation with a blood-colored glow emerged in the void. A slave contract? The chimera's pupils suddenly tightened to the size of pinpricks, his voice twisting and distorting with fear. She struggled frantically, her dark purple magic power rippling around her body, but she was completely unable to break free from Luri's control. Gu Xing pulled Shen Ruoxue's hand over expressionlessly, and his fingertips lightly scratched at her index finger. The moment the drop of crimson blood fell into the center of the spell formation, the entire compact formation suddenly blossomed with bloodlight. I don't want a contract, I don't want. However, Gu Xing's movements did not pause for a second. Amidst the chimera's despairing gaze, the blood-colored rune still mercilessly disappeared into her brow. Phantom. Owner, Shen Ruoxue. Status, slave contract. Qualification, epic 2-star. Level, awakening 5th order. Attributes, darkness, spirituality. Power, 70. Physical fitness, 72. Spirit, 137. Speed, 81. Skills, desire drawing, seductive pupil. Watching the contract complete successfully, Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had cast a slave contract, and he didn't expect it to be successful at once. However, since Shen Ruoxue only had the strength of the awakened 5th order, the original awakened 8th order phantom rank had fallen as well. But only if Shen Ruoxue's level increased, the phantom demon's strength would quickly rise back up as well. Only then did Shen Ruoxue wake up as if from a dream, looking at her palm incredulously. An epic level imperial beast that just became her contracted beast? And in a slave contract of absolute obedience? The chimera sat on her knees, resignation written on her face, but unable to resist due to her contractual bindings. Her dark purple eyes glistened with tears of humiliation, but she didn't even dare to utter a word of complaint. Well, it's done. Gu Xing clapped his hands and stood up. With this matter over, he could finally take 2 days off. Although Wei Yuan had granted him special permission to not participate in the second stage examination, his current rank was only awakened 6th order. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, he still planned to participate in the second examination to raise his level first, and could leave halfway through then. Squad leader, there's nothing else to do, so I'll leave you to it. After saying goodbye to Shen Ruoxue, Gu Xing offered his farewell. Looking at Gu Xing's back as he turned to leave, Shen Ruoxue subconsciously reached out her hand, wanting to stay. But in the end, nothing was said but a feeble dropping of the arms. Bang! The door to the medical room had just been pulled open when several stacked figures fell in a heap. Trying to eavesdrop on the captain and Gu Xing's gossip, he was caught in the act. Shen Ruoxue's team members climbed up on their hands and knees with awkward smiles on their faces. Of course Gu Xing didn't mind about all this, and with a slight nod, he led Liuli away. However, just after stepping out of the medical room, Gu Xing felt a chill behind him. Master, that's sister's hand. Soft? You peeled an apple that even I haven't eaten before. Chapter 33 Goodbye Winning Ice. In the end, under Gu Xing's repeated assurances, the little girl was able to return to normal. For the next 2 days, Gu Xing had the rare opportunity to bring Liuli on a leisurely tour of Lingyuan City. From the food to the customs, he took his little girl to experience everything. All the way up to the day the second test began. Gu Xing had just brought Liuli to the gathering square when he met an unexpected person. Ying Bing? The white-clothed, snowy maiden came walking slowly, followed by a spirited old man at her side. What brings you here? Seeing Gu Xing, Ying Bing's footsteps slightly paused, and her cool eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Ying Bing pursed his lips and hesitated for half a second before slowly opening his mouth. The secret realm. The young girl's voice was very soft, and Gu Xing didn't notice any difference in the young girl. After all, in his impression, Ying Bing was such a man of few words. However, Ying Xinghe, who was standing on the side, narrowed his eyes. As a Taoist protector who had watched Ying Bing grow up since he was a child, he keenly caught the difference in his own young lady. The selfsame young lady could be said to have been preoccupied with her own imperial beast before, which would be distracted by external objects. And now, Ying Xinghe's sharp gaze swept back and forth across Gu Xing's body as he pondered in his heart. Miss insisted on coming to this Lingyuan city. Could it be about this kid? But on second thought, his duty is only to protect Ying Bing's safety. As for Ying Bing's emotional problems, better to let the patriarch worry about it. Now that there are still more than 40 days before the secret realm is closed, I plan to take the military examination first and raise my strength to the 9th stage of awakening before entering. So, I want to take the second test organized by the military first, then you. Gu Xing's eyes fell on Ying Bing. His original intention in saying this was to let Ying Bing make his own arrangements first and then rendezvous when the time was right. Only, I'm in. Gu Xing? Gu Xing was momentarily speechless and opened his mouth to say something. But looking at Ying Bing's rightful expression, he finally just sighed helplessly. Just participate. With Ying Bing's strength, plus the protection of that deep-seated old man, there would definitely be no danger. What's more, he couldn't decide what Ying Bing thought. Therefore, it was also listened to. Soon after the acting vice principal's lecture was completed, the crowd formed up and set off, marching towards the second assessment point. This test was set up by the military and located in an alien space. Its purpose was to allow novice Imperial Beastmasters to get used to the brutality of the battlefield as quickly as possible. Even though the military has initially cleared the area of demonic creatures, a number of students are still killed here every year. Second appraisal of the area. Gu Qianxian gazed at the field in front of her, slightly mesmerized. Although the military provided the venue for this test, the performance of each student was judged by people arranged by each university. As a genius student of the Jingui Academy, she did not have to participate in the invigilation of this kind of basic examination. But when she thought of Gu Xing, she still volunteered to apply to be a reviewer. Chen, still worried about your brother? A gentle tap on her shoulder in Tang Xinru's voice pulled her back to reality. Gu Qianxian turned her head and was met with her best friend's concerned gaze. She shook her head. And when Tang Xianru saw Gu Qianxian's face, she knew that her bestie was just being tough. Qian, don't worry. With a sister as good as you, how bad can your brother be? Besides, there's still me. I've already greeted all the senior brothers and sisters and told them to pay special attention to Gu Xing's safety. Just put 100% of your heart at ease. Gu Qianxian looked at her best friend's concerned expression and gently nodded her head. Thank you, Mindy. Seeing her best friend's mood improve, Tang Xinru finally let go of her heart. Afterward, she looked around mysteriously, then approached Gu Qianxian's ear and lowered her voice. In fact, not only did I ask them to protect your brother, but I specifically instructed. Even if he had performed that slightly worse, he would have given high marks at his discretion. Gu Qianxian smiled. Xianro, there's really no need to be like this. I'm sure he'll be able to get into the Jingui Academy with his own strength. Tang Xinru bristled in disbelief. How can the Jingui Academy be so easy to get into? This was the top school in Longxia country. When Gu Qianxian was barely enough to reach the admission line, she didn't really come into her own until she awakened her top talent at the transcendent level. And her brother has been staying in a small town, the odds of getting in? Less than 10%. Of course, she naturally wouldn't say these words out loud. Well, I've got to get to the assessment area I'm in charge of. Tang Xinru waved her hand, but she suddenly straightened her color. By the way, the military said that 2 transcendent level demons were missed when this area was cleared before. Chen, you have to be careful. Aha! The other side. After the familiar feeling of vertigo, the 50 cadets who passed the first round of the test have been immersed in a whole new world. Ancient trees rose from the sky, and a faint mist hung in the air. In the distance, in front of the military's temporary command post, the dragon summer flag hunted in the breeze unique to the other dimension. Last time, he was led by Wei Yuan, and he couldn't even see what the entrance to the alien space looked like. To Gu Xing, this was only considered to be his first time officially stepping into an alien space. And as soon as their group of more than 50 people entered the alien space, they attracted the attention of a large group of people. In addition to the candidates from Lin Yuan City, all of the advanced students from several neighboring cities had also converged here. This should be Lin Yuan City's team, right? Sure enough, it's the latest to arrive again. It's not a small row to be at the bottom of every test score. Yeah, they don't have many students who can pass this test, so what's the point of waiting for them? Amidst the whispers, Gu Xing frowned slightly. In the past, Lin Yuan City's results in every examination were not very good, and could even be said to be at the bottom. But with you around this year, I guess this time Lin Yuan City will be able to take first place in this examination. Just in time, Shen Ruoxue walked over with her own team and solved his doubts. As for the phantom demon on Shen Ruoxue's side, when she saw Gu Xing, she immediately cowered and lowered her head, not daring to make any more advances. After Shen Ruoxue's tutelage during this period of time, she had behaved quite a bit. I shouldn't be involved in this examination. Shen Ruoxue was first stunned, then realized. With Gu Xing's strength, there was really no need to prove anything through this kind of examination. Only. Her eyes turned to Gu Xing. What a pretty girl. Looks so good with Gu Xing. Although she had expected this scene, she still could not hide the loss in her heart, pulling out a stiff smile and inquiring in a probing manner. And this is? Gu Xing was just about to open his mouth. Ying Bing. Ying Bing calmly announced himself, his voice clear and cold. After Shen Ruoxue politely nodded her head, she wisely offered her farewell. She stays here and continues to bother the two. Not good. Then we'll leave first, the test is about to begin. She barely managed to maintain a decent smile, but the loss in her tone was noticeable even to the slow-witted Ruri. The little girl suddenly reached out and twisted Gu Xing's back waist fiercely. Owners seem to. Unexpectedly popular then. Chapter 34 where it's not bad, it's a monster. Hiss. Liuli's sudden little action caused Gu Xing to suck in a breath of cool air. He turned his head to meet the dangerous eyes of his own imperial beast, and immediately gave a look towards his own imperial beast that begged to be spared. Humph. Liuli arrogantly averted her face, which let Gu Xing go. Seeing this scene, Gu Xing was helpless. Ever since the last time I saw Shen Ruoxue, my little angel seemed to have awakened the attribute of jealousy. And as soon as the little angel gets jealous, it was the soft flesh around his waist that suffered. Ugh. Gone are the good little angels who used to be so well behaved, and now she's learned to turn on her master. Just as Gu Xing sighed, an officer walked out. The test begins. As the instruction fell, the trainees rushed to the assessment area like arrows from a string. Entering the assessment area earlier would mean a greater possibility of advancing to a higher rank. And Gu Xing subconsciously looked around and realized that. Shen Ruoxue's phantom. It seems that it can be ranked in the top 5 among the imperial beasts. Plus her far superior tactical command skills to Chen Ziming's. Even if he didn't participate, Lin Yuan City had a great possibility of taking first place this time. Only after watching the students enter the examination area one after another did Gu Xing turn his head to look at Ying Bing. That? You with me? Aha! Looking at Ying Bing, who looked as if she had fallen in love with herself, Gu Xing was somewhat helpless. If he didn't know that Ying Xingha was lurking nearby, he would have felt like a pervert abducting an ignorant girl. According to Ying Xingha, he would not make a move unless his life was in danger. But Gu Xing knew that Ying Xingha should be hiding nearby. It was just that his current transcendent level spiritual power could not perceive Ying Xingha's existence at all. However, after just a little bit of thinking, Gu Xing acquiesced to Ying Bing following him. After all, with her Ice Phoenix assisting in the control, Liuli's upgrading efficiency would definitely increase dramatically. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated in letting Bing straight towards the examination area. The entire appraisal area is divided into 3 graded areas, low, medium and high. Gu Xing directly led Ying Bing into the high-level area. Here, basically all the demonic creatures were above the awakened 6th order. This was supposed to be an area that would only be opened at the later stages of the examination, but the two of them just intruded into it in a dignified manner. As it happened, this area happened to be the area managed by Tang Xinru. At the moment she was eating chips and was idly teasing her imperial beast. As a transcendent-level Imperial Beast Master, if it wasn't for the sake of accompanying Gu Qianchen, she definitely wouldn't have been able to come here. Plus, this was just the beginning of the examination, it was simply impossible for anyone to come to this area. What a month to get through. She was muttering when an alarm suddenly came from the Imperial Beast. 2 trainees entered the high-level area. What? The chips in Tang Xinru's hand snapped to the floor. What kind of a desperate guy comes up here as soon as he can? Though her mouth grumbled, her movements were lightning fast. As an examiner and safety officer, she had to get there immediately to check on the situation. With a flash of her figure, she had sped towards the direction of the two. In the meantime, not long after Gu Xing and Ing Bing delved deeper into the high-level area, 3 huge-sized ogres blocked their way. These awakened 9th-order demonic creatures exuded a sickeningly putrid odor, and their dark purple skin was covered with hideous demonic lines. Ogre. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Qualification, Demon General. Power, 193. Body Mass, 182. Spirit, 102. Speed, 132. Skills, Frenzied Bite, Mega Strike. Gu Xing's eyes stared. Demons can be different from magical beasts. The latter is demonized because of the infection of demonic energy. And the former was born from demonic energy. No one knows where they come from, only that they are the common mortal enemy of all intelligent races. The devils are divided into 6 classes according to their qualifications. Demon Soldier, Demon Lieutenant, Demon General, Demon Monarch, Demon King, Demon God. Corresponds to the Imperial Beast's common, elite, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythic levels in that order. The 3 ogres in front of him were all Demon General level existences. However, upon seeing these 3 demons, Gu Xing's heart rejoiced. The purpose of entering the high-level area was to kill the demons to level up. Now they were coming to him of their own accord, which was just what he wanted. However, when Tang Xinru rushed to the scene, the sight in front of her made her pupils shrink. 3 awakened 9th Order Demon General level ogres. This was simply not an opponent that a freshly graduated Imperial Beast Master could handle. Her gaze swept over the teenager in the arena, and suddenly she felt something familiar. Hurriedly pulling out the photo given by Gu Qianqian for a comparison. Isn't this Qianqian's brother? Tang Xinru sucked in a breath of cool air. Why is this kid running to the high-level area on the first day of the test? She immediately took a fighting stance. If she let her best friend's brother get hurt under her watch, she would never have the face to see Gu Qianqian in her life. But the moment she was ready to strike, an unbelievable scene occurred. Instead of running away, the 2 men in the field took up an offensive stance. The moment. Gu Xing and Ing Bing glanced at each other in silent understanding. You control, I output. Yes. Before Ing Bing's words fell, the Shenfeng Ice Phoenix had already lifted its wings and chirped. Frost Storm. A piercing frost storm swept out, and the 3 ogres were instantly covered in ice crystals, their movements instantly slowed down. Gu Xing naturally wouldn't let go of this good opportunity. Ruri. Break the sin. The crimson sword light appeared like a thunderbolt, and before the ogre in the very center could break free of the frost, it was chopped in half by a sword. The 2 remaining demons let out angry hisses, but they were instantly approached by Liuli's ghostly figure. Even though she had only awakened to the 6th rank, her various attributes had long since crushed these 9th rank demons. The sword light flashed again, and the 2 ogres fell to the ground in response. As the 3 blue halos disappeared into the center of her eyebrows, Liuli's aura around her body suddenly climbed. Another upgrade. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legendary 3-star. Level, Awakening 7th Order. Power, 237. Body Mass, 240. Spirit, 241. Speed, 236. Skills, Sinseverance, Divine Blessing, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. Cultivation suggestion, use light crystals, Holy Spirit liquid, and angelic holy blood to enhance the qualification of Imperial Beasts. Upgrading to the 7th stage of Awakening, Liuli's various attributes once again increased. Gu Xing roughly estimated Liuli's various attributes. A normal awakened 9th stage Imperial Beast was already no match for Liuli's various attributes. The Xian Frost Ice Phoenix on the side also made use of this battle to smoothly break through to the 7th stage of Awakening. Not far away, Tang Xinru, who had witnessed the whole thing, rubbed her eyes incredulously. She once joked with Gu Qianqian that the brother of a genius is certainly not bad. But when she saw it in person, she just realized how wrong she was. It's not bad, it's a monster. The 2 awakened 6th Order Royal Beast Masters, under their cooperation, had actually cut down the 3 awakened 9th Order Demon Generals as if they were chopping up vegetables. One must know that back then, when she awakened to the 6th rank, she had a very hard time dealing with a demon general who had awakened to the 8th rank. Gulp. Tang Xinru involuntarily gulped. She must apologize for her earlier judgment. With such strength, I'm afraid that the Jinhua Academy would have to grab their heads to recruit them. Looking at the silhouettes of the 2 as they continued to go deeper, Tang Xinru suddenly looked forward to Gu Qianli's expression when she saw her brother's strength. Chapter 35 Evaluation, Full Marks. Within the next few days, Tang Xinru felt like her worldview had been reshaped. In front of these 2 people, no matter how many ranks of demons were awakened, they were as fragile as papier-mâché in the hands of the 2. It was under such circumstances that the strength of the 2 men climbed at an astonishing rate, and in just 2 days, they both broke through to the 8th stage of Awakening. When the 2 finally left her supervised area, Tang Xinru was still too immersed in shock to return to her senses. She stood frozen for a long time, and finally solemnly wrote down a perfect score in Gu Xing's evaluation column. What she doesn't realize, however, is that at this moment in the Southern Military Region headquarters, Wei Yuan was personally writing a recommendation. With a strength like Gu Xing's, taking the college entrance exam was a complete waste of time. And the letter of recommendation, on which the ink is not yet dry, is addressed to Long Jinghua, the principal of the Jinghua Academy, personally opened it. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the assessment area, Gu Qianxian frowned tightly. As the strongest of the students sent by the Jinghua Academy, she was responsible for overseeing the very area that was the most dangerous. At this moment, her perceptions clearly captured the aura of a transcendent-level demon race. Star-tier butterfly, Jade Fox. With a soft shout, the two imperial beasts came out in response to the call. The star-tier butterfly was an epic qualified imperial beast that she had redeemed due to her efforts in School-us, and at the moment, its rank had reached Transcendent 2. As for the other one, it was the first imperial beast that accompanied her all the way from the awakening stage, and at the moment, its rank was only awakening 9th stage. Looking at her two imperial beasts, she knew she had to rush to finish off this transcendent ranked demon before the candidates arrived. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. If a transcendent level demon race were to strike at this group of awakening stage candidates, it would be a massacre. Thinking of this, she immediately rushed in the direction where she felt the scent. What she doesn't realize, however, is that at this moment, Gu Xing and Ing Bing had already stepped quietly into this area. If we keep this up, we'll soon reach the 9th stage of awakening. Gu Xing looked sideways at the ice beauty beside him. When the time comes, we'll head directly to the secret realm. These few days of spending time together had allowed him to gradually figure out Ing Bing's nature. Instead of being apathetic, we should be indifferent to the vast majority of things. Only, I wonder if it's just him. This frosty maiden seemed to be a little gentler with herself than with the others. Aha! Ing Bing's long, slender fingers gently stroked over the feathers of the ice phoenix on her shoulder and nodded imperceptibly. The last few days had put her in a trance from time to time. Growing up, this was the first time she'd spent so much time with someone of the opposite sex her own age. She quietly glanced sideways, her eyes skimming over the teenager's handsome side. This inexplicable mood swing confuses her. Unable to figure out why, she turned to gaze at her ice phoenix. Perhaps it was only because they were about to explore the secret realm together that they paid extra attention to him, I guess. However, it was also in this instant. Look out! Gu Xing's voice of reminder had just fallen. Liuli's figure flashed in front of Ing Bing, her snow-white feathered wings slashing out a silver light, precisely knocking the incoming black bone spikes away. Ing Bing's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a drop of cold sweat slid down the corner of his forehead. If it wasn't for Liuli's timely intervention, I'm afraid that this strike would have penetrated her chest. Frantic! The Shenfoam Ice Phoenix let out an angry chirp, its ice-blue feathered wings fully unfurled, its sharp gaze deadlocked on the shadows deep in the forest. And Gu Xing's eyes were heavy at this time. The speed of that attack just now was extremely fast, and with his transcendent level of mental power. It was only when this attack came in front of Ing Bing that it was perceived clearly. At that point, all he could do was instinctively yell a reminder. Luckily, Luri's reaction speed was extremely fast. At the first sign of his alert, he dodged and blocked the attack. And a demon race that could send out such an attack must not be at the awakening level. Just as Gu Xing had expected, with a cackling sound of friction, two bizarre figures slowly appeared. The skeleton demon on the left side was wrapped in black mist, and its morose white skeleton was covered in hideous spikes. As for the demon race on the right, it was completely shrouded in a black robe, completely unreadable. Gu Xing did not dare to be careless and hurriedly checked the information of the two demons. Skeleton Demon. Level, Transcendental 2nd Order. Qualification, Demon General. Power, 482. Body mass, 511. Spirit, 358. Speed, 493. Talent, Bone Repair. Skills, White Bone Barrier, Thousand Thorns Bone Spur. Pretender. Level, Awakening 9th Order Disguise. Qualification, Demon General. Power? Physique? Spirit? Speed? Talent, Disguise and Deception. Skill? Seeing these two demons in front of him, Gu Xing's divine brows twisted tightly. Transcendent ranked demons. The skeleton demon's 3 attributes alone, which were approaching 500 points, made him feel pressure like a mountain. Nowadays, Liuli's various attributes were only around 270 points, so even if she opened her blazing angel form, she might not be able to win steadily. After all, there was a qualitative gap between transcendence and awakening. But what really sent chills down his spine was the creepy pretender next to him. Although the level displayed was awakening 9th rank, all of the attributes were. This, coupled with its talent for camouflage deception, made Gu Xing's heart vaguely uneasy. And Ing Bing quietly retreated to his side, his ice-blue eyes flashing with gravity. What to do? It seems like there's a transcendent ranked demon among them. Gu Xing weighed his options and still planned to retreat. With the current battle power of both him and Ing Bing, With the two of them exploding at full power, it was estimated that they shouldn't have much of a problem dealing with the skeleton demon. But there was a pretender of unknown depth on the side, and a strong attack was obviously too risky. Retreat first. Gu Xing lowered his voice and spoke. Ying Bing nodded slightly. Although the dark side was guarded by Ying Xinghe, it was not a reason to act recklessly. Just as the two of them tacitly prepared to retreat, the two demons suddenly stormed out. Skeleton demon's white bone claws waved, several sharp bone spikes swished nailed into the ground, instantly blocking all the way back. They have been hiding in this area for many days and are already hungry, so how could they let go of the prey that is right in front of their mouths? Gu Xing and Ying Bing looked at the blocked retreat and exchanged glances. It is already understood between eye contact. This battle is unavoidable. Ying Xinghe, who was in the shadows, condensed an ice blue field at his fingertips and was ready to help. Using the awakening stage against the transcendent level was ultimately too much of a stretch. But just as he was about to show himself, a sharp air-breaking sound suddenly came from the distance. A figure was approaching the battlefield at an astonishing speed. The figure arrived in an instant, bringing up a harsh and powerful wind. Star-tier butterfly, cage of light. With a clear cry, starlight suddenly spilled down from the sky, transforming into a radiant cage to trap the two demons within. Gu Qianli arrived, the star-tier butterfly circling around her. Sister. Sister? Gu Xing stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the suddenly appearing silhouette. Chapter 36, Six-Winged Killing Angel, Descent. Hearing this voice, Gu Qianshan turned around violently, her pupils contracting suddenly. This candidate who rashly intruded into a dangerous area was actually his own brother. She subconsciously facepalmed, the words of reprimand already on her lips. But when his eyes swept over to the girl with the cool temperament beside his brother, he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Forget it, in front of outsiders, you have to give this kid some face. However, when Ying Bing heard Gu Xing's sister, her body obviously stiffened. Her cool face added a bit of unnaturalness at the moment. Luckily, Gu Xing was staring intently at the battlefield and didn't notice her difference. I'll clean you up later. Gu Qianli glared at Gu Xing, then turned to face the skeleton demon. As long as this transcendent class demon was resolved, this battle could be declared over. As for the other awakened Ninth Order demon, it was more than enough to give it to Jade Fox. Stand back. These two demons are not something you can handle. Gu Qianshan blocked in front of the two without question. Gu Xing looked at Gu Qianshan's back and wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. He had already checked the attributes of the star-tier butterfly just now, and it should be easy to deal with a transcendent second-stage skeleton demon. As for the other demon, Jade Fox. Awakening Ninth Order. Qualification, excellent 9 stars. Power, 153. Body mass, 142. Spirit, 186. Speed, 177. Skills, Fox Spirit Double, Fox Spirit Divergent, Fox Claws. Gu Xing quickly compared the values on the data panel, and none of the Jade Fox's attributes could compare to Liuli's. The other demon race could not see the depths at all, which made him secretly alert in his heart. Without moving, he sidled up and whispered in Luri's ear. Liuli, if you encounter anything wrong later, you can just strike. Luri's little face tensed and she nodded solemnly. This was in front of my sister Sama, so I must behave myself. The battle was imminent. The star-tier butterfly was the first to take the lead, and during the light fluttering of the brilliant butterfly wings, the starlight in the sky condensed into sharp light blades that poured down like a torrential downpour. The skeleton demon let out an ear-piercing whine, and the surface of its skeleton glowed with a bizarre black halo, actually bouncing most of the light blades away. Starlight chains. Gu Qianshan gave a clear cry. In a flash, eye-catching light erupted from the star-tier butterfly's body, and 7 chains condensed from pure starlight broke through the air, wrapping around the skeleton demon's body like spiritual snakes. The starlight flowing from the chains continued to erode the white skeleton, emitting a toothache-inducing ZZ sound. On the other side, the Jade Fox leapt up lightly, trailing 3 indistinguishable shadows behind her. The pretender seemed to have his hands full, and was losing ground as he was cut by the fox's claws with several wounds. Looks like it will be resolved soon. Seeing that the situation was under control, Gu Qianshan slowly sighed in relief. However, Gu Xing's frown grew tighter and tighter. This pretender shows strength. Too weak. And this pretender is acting so deliberately, it's like acting. As if to confirm his suspicions. Roar. The pretender suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, its figure expanding dramatically as pitch-black demonic chi surged out like a tidal wave. It instantly strangled the jade-faced fox's throat and slammed it heavily into the ground. The situation was turned around in an instant. In the nick of time, the Jade Fox managed to escape from the danger by performing the Fox Spirit Substitute. However, it also completely lost its battle power due to the depletion of its spiritual energy. Pretender. Level, Transcendental Third Order. Qualification, Demon King. Power, 589. Body mass, 482. Spirit, 612. Speed, 554. Talent, Disguise and Deception. Skills, Perfect Disguise, Mental Shock, Magic Shadow. It was only when this pretender took the initiative to reveal all of its aura that he was able to fully see the various attributes of this demon race. A whopping 612 points of mental attributes, coupled with a combination of talent and skill, allowed it to successfully fool everyone's senses. And that made Gu Xing take the transcendent level talents seriously. This demon race, even the level revealed by the system, was awakened 9th order when it used its talent. And Gu Qianshan's face instantly turned white when she saw the true strength of this pretender. Transcendent 3rd order. Demon Monarch level pretender. Her voice trembled slightly with shock. At this moment, she realized why the military had laid a dragnet and was still escaped by these two demons. Turns out it's all because of this pretender. Gu Xing. Take the girl away immediately. The farther away the better. Gu Qianshan practically roared out these words while commanding the star-tier butterfly to shatter the bone spikes blocking her retreat. Her slender fingers clenched involuntarily, her knuckles white with exertion. Although the star-tier butterfly's strength isn't bad, it wants to deal with two transcendent-level demons. Not at all. But behind them are their own brothers and candidates. At the moment, she is in the right place. None of it can be returned. Ying Xinghe in the shadows was similarly shaken. Even with his experience, he hadn't expected this pretender to reach the Demon Lord level. Due to the pretender's gift, it is completely impossible to tell until you unleash your own strength. Therefore, while he had previously determined from experience that it might be a pretender, however, it hadn't occurred to him that this pretender was actually at the Demon Monarch level, and its rank had also reached the Transcendent 3rd stage. In that case, that little girl from the Jingui Academy doesn't seem to be able to cope with this scene either. Only, just as he was about to strike, the scene changed once again. The moment. Instead of withdrawing, Gu Xing and Ying Bing took an offensive stance. Ying Bing, can you control it for an instant? Gu Xing's voice was unusually composed. Ying Bing nodded his head without hesitation, his ice blue eyes filled with determination. Although she didn't understand Gu Xing's plan, she chose to trust it unconditionally. And trying to control a transcendent 3rd order pretender at awakening 8th level. Then there's only one way. Ultimate skills. Frost Ice Phoenix. Frost Ring Imprisonment. The Ice Phoenix, which had already been poised to strike, let out a long, clear cry, and the cold aura around its body skyrocketed. The full strength of the awakened 8th order was already a world away from when he had first awakened the 5th order. Only to see crystalline ice crystals instantly condense around the pretender's body, and his movements were noticeably sluggish. 3 seconds tops. Fine beads of sweat oozed from the corners of Ying Bing's forehead. Instead, a hint of contempt flashed in the eyes of the demon lord who was imprisoned by the frost. Even if it belonged to the end of the line amongst the demon monarchs, the strength of a transcendent mortal 3rd stage was not something that could be shaken by a mere awakening level. However, at this moment, Gu Xing, however, immersed all of his mental energy in the Imperial Beast space. This was a special technique that he had discovered after he possessed the Imperial Beast space. That's establishing deep resonance through the space of the Imperial Beasts helped Luri stabilize to a critical state. Ruri. Blazing Angel Form. The silver-white feathered wings suddenly spread out, and the crimson flames swept out like a volcanic eruption, instantly wrapping the girl-like figure. 4 pairs of burning feathered wings spread out behind her. 4-winged blazing angel form opens. However, the changes in the glaze didn't stop there. Gu Xing's spiritual power resonated completely with Liuli through the Imperial Beast space, and the two forces mingled perfectly at the soul level. Critical state on. Under the continuous infusion of Gu Xing's spiritual energy, the holy flame around Liuli's body suddenly skyrocketed. New veins of light began to emerge from the edges of the 4 wings, and with the sound of breaking air, a pair of even more radiant feathers broke through the flames. 6-winged blazing angels, descend. Chapter 37 Transcendent Mortal 3rd Stage, Seconds. Sacred Angel blazed. Status, 6-winged killing angel critical. Qualification, legendary 3-star. Level, awakening 8th order. Power, 252,654. Body mass, 253,656. Spirit, 259,668. Speed, 260,670. Skills, Sinseverance, Divine Blessing, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. Entering the critical state through the Blazing Angel Form, the increase in its attributes shocked even Gu Xing. A full 400-point boost in all attributes. This meant that the battle power of the awakened 8th rank Liuli had already crushed many low-qualification transcendent great imperial beasts. But this power does not come without a price. Gu Xing could clearly feel his spiritual energy draining away at an alarming rate. Even with his transcendent-level mental power reserves, he could only maintain this state for 60 seconds at most. At the same time, Gu Qianshan, whose eyes were closely watching the battlefield, suddenly stalled. She felt an extremely terrifying fluctuation coming from behind her. The aura emitted even surpassed that of the star-tier butterfly. Could it be a new demon lord class? She jerked her head back. The crimson six-winged angel instantly broke into her sight. When she saw the figure wrapped in holy flames, Gu Qianxian's pupils contracted violently. Ryu. Luri? How is that possible? How could my brother's imperial beast erupt with such a terrifying aura? Isn't her level an awakening level? Ing Xingha in the shadows was even more shocked that his old eyes widened roundly, even his withered fingers trembled unconsciously. Awakening the 8th rank to have a battle power close to the transcendent 3rd rank? Though it's trickery through criticality. But this kind of talent is still unheard of. In the center of the battlefield, the pretender's mind was shaken. Under that glazed pressure, it felt an unprecedented threat of death. If we let that imperial beast strike, it will die. One will absolutely die. The pretender's pupils contracted like the tips of needles, and his body's demonic aura churned madly, as if it were boiling black magma. Driven by the extreme desire to survive, it struggled desperately, and the ice crystals on its body's surface finally issued an unbearable crunching sound. Click. It's now. Spirit shock. Berserk spiritual power erupted from his body like a tsunami, instantly exploding the ice crystals into ice shards all over the sky. The frost ring confinement was forcibly torn apart, and the breath of the frost ice phoenix suddenly withered, the icy blue luster on its feathers rapidly dimming. Ing Bing stifled a grunt and turned pale. Backfire. Forcibly confining a transcendent 3rd order demon with the strength of an awakened 8th order was ultimately too much of a stretch. And without a moment's hesitation, the disentangled pretender immediately unleashed the life-saving skill. Devil's Shadow is heavy. The thick black mist churned like a living thing, instantly engulfing it. Within this field of black mist, its figure could change at will, completely hiding its tracks. Gu Xing frowned and screamed in his heart that it was not good. If the pretender had failed to break free just now, with Liuli's critical state at the moment, he might have been able to attempt a hit. But right now, trouble. Anymore, it was also a transcendent 3rd order. If it insisted on avoiding battle, even with Liuli's current attributes, it would be difficult to have a quick battle. And most damning of all, Luri's critical state simply couldn't withstand the delay. Swish. Liuli's holy sword slashed through the black fog, but it only cut through a piece of shadow. Physical attacks are nearly ineffective. Just as Gu Xing was about to ask Liuli to burn the black mist with the holy flame instead. Little star. Gu Qianxian's cool voice suddenly came out. If I can control it, will Liuli be able to kill it with one blow? Gu Xing subconsciously nodded. But it's hard to hide the doubt when you look back. Jade Fox has lost the battle and star-tier butterfly is in a stalemate with skeleton demon. What could Gu Qianxian use to hold back a transcendent 3rd order pretender? Receiving Gu Xing's affirmation, Gu Qianxian's eyes slightly condensed, and a shocking spiritual fluctuation suddenly erupted around her body. Reprise. Chains of stars. In the midst of Gu Xing's shocked gaze, the golden chains that were supposed to be in a cooling down period actually shot out from the star-tier butterfly's body once again, piercing through the black mist like meteors and firmly binding the pretender. A second release of the Imperial Beast skill? This was completely against the common sense of Imperial Beast combat. Under normal circumstances, after each time a Royal Beast casts a skill, it must wait for the skill's effect to completely end and go through a period of cooldown before it can be used again. But right now, Gu Qianxian's star-tier butterfly had launched the chain of stars twice at the same time. Gu Xing's pupils shrunk slightly, but quickly reacted. This was Gu Qianxian's natural ability. At this moment, he also finally understood why the Jingui Academy had rewarded her with an epic great Imperial Beast. Skill double cast. This kind of talent was simply a divine skill tailor-made for control system Imperial Beast masters. When Gu Xing turned his head, his sight pierced through the black fog to meet the pretender on all fours. Reflected in those crimson eyes was the other's panic that there was nowhere to hide. Having just broken free of its bonds, it had thought it had escaped. But I didn't expect. In the blink of an eye, it was once again reduced to a piece of meat. Ruri. Fix it. The cherub's holy flame around his body suddenly surged, and a wave of self-reproach welled up inside. I can't believe I missed in front of my sister. It's simply inexcusable. This time. Must be a one-shot kill. Her crimson figure transformed into a burning meteor, tearing through space in an instant to arrive in front of the pretender. Break the sin. With a clear and bright drink, the holy sword bloomed with a bright light. The pretender who was imprisoned by the golden chains couldn't even struggle, and could only watch as the holy sword chopped down. The earth trembled as the sword light flashed by, and the terrifying shockwave blasted a huge crater 10 meters in diameter in the ground. In the red flames, the demon's body disintegrated inch by inch, eventually turning into drifting black ash. And bathed in golden light, Liuli, breath climbed again. Killed a transcendent 3rd order demon, her level. Re-elevation. Sacred angel blazed. Qualification, legendary 3-star. Level, awakening 9th order. Power, 302. Body mass, 301. Spirit, 307. Speed, 314. Skills, Sin Severance, Divine Blessing, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. With Liuli's successful promotion to the 9th stage of Awakening, all of her basic attributes broke through the 300 mark. This value already far exceeded that of Imperial Beasts of the same rank, and was even approaching certain Transcendent level Imperial Beasts. Boom! Gu Xing suddenly felt a roar in his head, and surging spiritual energy came in like a tidal wave. This was the enhancement brought about by the Imperial Beast's feedback, allowing his spiritual power to take another leap. At the other end of the battlefield, the skeleton demon who witnessed the fall of the pretender was trembling all over his skeleton. After burning all to break free from the chains of the stars, this demonic race turned and fled without hesitation. Want to go? Gu Qianxian's cold eyes stared, and the star-tier butterfly transformed into a silver stream of light, instantly penetrating the skeleton demon's body. The transcendent mortal second-stage skeleton demon was hit so hard that it fell to the ground with a loud crash, turning into a field of broken bones. The transcendent second-stage demon race died in this way. Only after the dust had settled did Gu Qianxian turn to look at her brother. When her gaze landed on the well-behaved standing cherub beside Gu Xing, the ever-calm woman couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. His own brother, this imperial beast. The talent is a little over the top. Chapter 38 Correction. First place Gu Xing. Just as Gu Qianxian approached, Liuli curtsied obediently. In front of her master sister, her previous furious aura had long since disappeared, and she was as meek as a good baby. And when Gu Xing saw Gu Qianxian's face, he immediately explained the matter of the secret realm clearly to Gu Qianxian. What? The entrance to the secret realm is beyond the defense line? Gu Qianxian exclaimed in shock. It was important to know that the Dragon Summer Kingdom had merely constructed a line of defense around the entrance to the alien space. The area covered is just an extremely tiny part of this space. And beyond the defenses of the Dragon Summerland. Incredibly dangerous. Absolutely not. Gu Qianxian refused categorically. With the strength of the two at the awakening stage, going to those places was simply a death sentence. Only. Just as Gu Qianxian wanted to list the stakes and dissuade the two. Don't worry, the two of them have old man in charge of their safety. The pale voice suddenly rang out. Winning Star River stood with his arms folded, not knowing when he had come to the side of the crowd. Mr. Win. Gu Qianxian's pupils suddenly shrunk, and she hurriedly bowed respectfully. Winning Star River. A senior tutor of the Jingui Academy, commanding a high-ranked Imperial Beast powerhouse. With him personally speaking as a guarantor, Gu Qianxian naturally had no reason to refute. Seeing Gu Qianxian's acquiescence, only then did Wen Xinghe take out a glowing blue potion from his sleeve and hand it to Wen Bing. A nourishing agent that speeds up recovery. As the potion entered his throat, Wen Bing's originally pale face quickly regained its blood color, and his damaged spiritual energy also recovered rapidly. She took a light breath and forced down the inexplicable feeling of alienation in her heart as she nodded her head toward Gu Qianxian in greeting. Sister Gu. Gu Qianxian's gaze swept between Wen Bing and Gu Xing, and a hint of realization flashed under her eyes. There was something unusual about the way this winning girl looked at her brother. Only. The winning family's $1,000 ah. She sighed softly in her heart, with such an honorable status, I'm afraid my own silly boy is not worthy. It's getting late. Winning Star River's wide-sleeve robe was windless, and a giant eagle with green feathers appeared out of thin air. Its wingspan reaches more than 10 meters, kicking up gusts of wind. It's a long trip, so I'll take them one step ahead. Gu Qianxian looked at the trio leaping onto the eagle's back, wanting to speak. In the end, she just made a solemn bow. Mr. Wen, please. Sigh. With a clear eagle cry, the giant eagle lifted its wings and flew away, turning into a black dot in the sky. Time flies, and the 1-month assessment period will come and go in a flash. In this trial, nothing was more surprising than Chen Ruoshua's sudden rise. She developed her chimera abilities to the extreme and led the squad through the test area with great force. Have you guys noticed? The captain is not in the right state this month. It couldn't be that he was rejected for confessing his love to Gu Xin, could it? Shoo. But look at the desperation, it's a real possibility. Shen Ruoshua's cold gaze swept over the whispering team members. Still gossiping during the final sprint? Don't want to level up? Within this month, she had focused almost all of her time on hunting the demon race. Even the members of the squad exclaimed that they were overwhelmed. But it also managed to bring the Chimera's level back to awakening 8th rank. Finally, before the end of the trial, Shen Ruoshua managed to break through to the 9th stage of awakening. When the teams returned to the meeting point one after another, the entrance was already crowded. The first place this time should be our Blackstone City's Yi Xiao. Yes, within this month, Yi Xiao's level has reached the 9th awakening stage. With such strength, who among the younger generation can compare? Shen Ruoshua had just stepped into the assembly area with her squad when she saw the crowd surrounding a brocade-clothed young man like stars. The Lin Yuan City student who arrived early on the side explained in a low voice. That's Yi Tao from Blackstone City. He has the highest rank among those who have returned so far. But that's why our Ling Yuan City's Gu Xin didn't participate. Otherwise, the first place this time would definitely not be his turn. Although the students' words were soft, they were still heard by the people of Black Rock City. The news quickly reached Yi Tao's ears. Only to see the corners of this Blackstone City's heavenly pride's mouth slightly raised, the Shen snake wrapped around his neck spitting out scarlet letters as he walked toward Shen Ruoxue and her group unhurriedly. As the focal point of the assembly area, the eyes of the entire assembly area were quickly drawn to him. Oh! Yi Tao stood in front of Shen Ruoxue, and the black Shen snake on his neck kept spitting out snake letters. The one you're talking about. God of Gu? He trailed off with a hint of playfulness. Strong? The boy who had spoken earlier lowered his head at once, not daring to speak at all. But the members in Shen Ruoxue's squad didn't care about that much. In their hearts, Gu Xing was the strongest. A boy blurted out. Of course Gu Xin is strong. At least stronger than you. The smile at the corner of Yi Tao's mouth suddenly turned cold. Hiss. The basilisk around his neck ripped up like black lightning, its fangs aiming straight for the boy who opened his mouth. Charming pupil. Seeing something wrong, he immediately commanded the chimera to strike. A mental shock hit the Xian snake with precision. The hideous snake's head froze violently in mid-air, its scarlet letter drooping softly. And Shen Ruoxue took this opportunity to protect that team member behind herself. Pass. Yi Tao gently caressed the Shen snake that was still in a trance, and a hint of surprise flashed under his eyes. His eyes were focused on this woman in front of him. This woman. It's not easy. Looking at the growing number of people gathered around him, he let out a cold snort and whisked his sleeve to turn around. The first one is definitely his. There can be no surprises. Soon, an examiner in military uniform strides onto the high platform. Next, please ask the Zhengui Academy's invigilator to make the final assessment of this examination. The stage was in an uproar. What? The rules changed this year? Aren't they automatically ranked by rank? There's actually an invigilator? Why didn't I realize that at all? Shen Ruoxue looked as normal. As early as during the examination, she had discovered the invigilator in the shadows by virtue of her phantom demon's powerful spiritual perception. Therefore, she had already guessed about the rule changes for this examination. At that moment, Gu Qianqian, dressed in white, slowly stepped onto the stage. Her gaze swept across the room, and then a clear and cold voice slowly sounded. 150th. 149th. When the rankings were announced to the top 10, the atmosphere suddenly tightened. 9th place. 8th place. 2nd place, Yi Tao. Yi Tao's pupils plummeted and his knuckles pinched white. How is that possible? He awakened the 9th rank surprisingly only ranked 2nd? And who's number 1? And so on. He suddenly thought of someone. Could it be that woman? Yi Tao's face became very ugly. 1st place, Shen Ruoxue. Wow. The whole room instantly boiled over. Young Yi is actually not number 1? I thought how good he was. Turns out it's just 2nd. Yi Tao's forehead corners were rippling with veins, but he forced down his anger. Losing to a woman? It's a disgrace. And Shen Ruoxue was stunned in place when she heard this result. Her eyes swept over the chimera. If Gu Xing hadn't given her this chimera, she would definitely not have been able to achieve such a result. Only after Gu Qianqian had announced all the rankings did that officer slowly step forward. Correction, all places are postponed by 1 place. 1st place Gu Xing. Boom. The scene exploded. Who's Gu Xing? He doesn't even seem to be here. Didn't Gu Xin not participate in this examination? How is this still number 1? Chapter 39, Unrivaled Potential. Wei Yuan's own writing. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Yi Tao's brain. Losing to a woman, Shen Ruoxue, was fine. But losing to someone who didn't even take the test? How can it be? On what grounds? His eyes reddened as he pushed away his blocking classmates. What gives an absentee the right to take 1st place? The officer just lightly swept him a glance, his voice as cold as the cold ice of the far north. Yi Tao, disqualified. The room was instantly silent. Yi Tao was struck by lightning and froze in place. Whispers rose from the stage. What is this Gu Xing? Yi Tao was disqualified just for questioning? The officer looked around the room and his voice was like a bell. Yi Tao saw death during the examination, causing 7 fellow students to be injured. Also, because of his bent, he almost caused the death of a student. Such a person is also worthy of passing the test we set up? Immediately afterward, his words changed and his aura climbed steeply. As for Gu Xing's ranking, this is a military order issued by Lord Wei Yuan himself. Now, who has any objections? Wei Yuan. When the name of the Southern Military Region's pinnacle came out, the whole room stood in awe. Since the head honcho had issued military orders, Gu Xing naturally had his reasons for winning 1st place. Yi Tao still wanted to argue, but the moment he touched the officer's cold gaze, he felt like an ice cave. Immediately after that, 2 Iron Blood soldiers stood him up left and right. When you make a mistake, you naturally have to pay for it. Unlike Yi Tao, Shinruoshua did not have the indignation of having her first place taken away at all after hearing such news. Quite the opposite. In her mind, she felt that Gu Xing was the one who deserved first place. On the high platform, the officer held the evaluation book, his voice like iron. The following trainees, eliminated. As the last name was read out, the examination, which had lasted for more than a month, finally came to an end. Next, all evaluation results are sealed and go directly to the admissions office of each university campus. And at this time, thousands of miles away inside the township schoolhouse. Principal's office. Long Jinghua's fingertips lightly twisted a hot gold letter, and when he saw the word Wei Yuan, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Rare, this guy actually writes letters of recommendation for students himself? As he spoke, he opened the letter. After reading the contents on it, Long Jinghua's expression gradually became serious. Legendary level Imperial Beasts. Almost a single pass through an abyssal level trial. First class Medal of Honor recipient. These words and phrases stacked on top of each other made Long Jinghua feel a bit dazed. He just hasn't paid attention to school recruiting for a while. The current awakening stage newcomers were already this strong? Director Fu. He picked up the communicator, retrieved Gu Xing's first 2 examination records. Receiving the principal's order, Fu Yanjie hurriedly sent Gu Xing's information over. After seeing the data, Long Jinghua raised his eyebrows slightly. First place in both tests. Wait. His sister is Gu Qianqian? What goes around comes around. Such a genius must be recruited into the Jingui Academy. Long Jinghua slammed his palm on the sandalwood table, causing the tea lights to jingle. Director Fu. Get ready, I'm going to personally go to the examination site in half a month to snatch people. Fu Yanjie's heart shook. The last time the principal got so worked up was 5 years ago. Meanwhile, at the enrollment offices of the nation's top academic institutions, countless gazes were staring at the stamped gold-edged evaluation forms. In Gu Xing's potential rating column, Wei Yuan's forceful vermilion approval was like blood and flame. Comprehensive evaluation, unrivaled potential. Wei Yuan's own handwriting. In the meantime, Wen Xingha had already brought Gu Xing and Wen Bing to the end of the trip. It's a concave valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. There are still a number of collapsed buildings in the alcove. After raising his hand and resolving the demons hovering here, Winning Star River commanded the giant eagle to land on the ground. I remember you guys said that a third key seems to be needed to open this secret realm? Gu Xing nodded. According to the information in his mind about the Elven secret realm, to open this secret realm, all 3 keys must be activated at the same time. But at this moment, Gu Xing scanned the scene but did not see anyone else. The other one might not be here yet, let's wait. Seeing this, Winning Star River could only nod his head. The one who held the last key, if he wanted to enter the Elven secret realm, then he must come here. Taking advantage of the wait, Gu Xing took the opportunity to ask Wen Xingha about the news of the glazed cultivation materials. Teacher Wen, may I ask if you've heard of the Holy Spirit Marrow Liquid and Angelic Holy Blood? Winning Star River's brows furrowed slightly as a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He pondered for a moment and said slowly. The Holy Spirit Marrow Liquid is known. It seems that this material exists in the treasury of the Jingui Academy. As for Angelic Holy Blood, this I have not heard of either. After hearing Winning Star River's words, Gu Xing's heart was delighted. The whereabouts of the Holy Spirit Marrow Liquid had finally been settled, and it was in the Jingui Academy. It seems that the Jingui Academy is a must-go. As for Angelic Holy Blood, there's only one step to take. However, it was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. What man? Wen Xingha suddenly let out a stern cry, his sharp gaze shooting to the right at the ruins. His wide sleeves were windless and his eyes were full of wariness. As far as the party's perceptions were concerned, it was clearly empty. Yeah, sorry. A timid voice came from behind the rubble. Only a young blonde girl slowly stepped out. She had a plain appearance, but she had a pair of unusually bright emerald green eyes. The young girl strangled the corners of her coat in urgency, her voice as thin as a mosquito. I am the holder of the third key. My name is Laney and I come from with the council. You know that since the invasion of the alien space, the global power is threefold. A council led by the Dragon Summer Kingdom, dominated by the Eagle Kingdom, and the Western Holy See. There is occasional friction, but the 3 parties maintain a delicate balance. Winning Star River frowned. As a commander-level powerhouse, he had completely failed to notice the presence of the young girl just now. This girl is not simple. Gu Xing, on the other hand, keenly noticed that the young girl's feet were followed by a cat with a ghostly black body. That would be the maiden's imperial beast. Underworld Leopard. Qualification, Legendary 5-star. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 311. Body mass, 285. Spirit, 284. Speed, 350. Skill, Spectral Instant Kill. The moment the data of this imperial beast surfaced before Gu Xing's eyes, his pupils suddenly contracted. Legendary 5-star. This qualification made Gu Xing's heart tighten. The terrifying speed of 350 points surpassed even Lurie, and the other 3 attributes were all close to 300 points. Such a royal beast was not in existence that an ordinary royal beast master could possess at all. The blonde girl seemed to notice Gu Xing's gaze, and hastily hid the spirit cat behind her. This is my imperial beast. Winning Star River's gaze swept back and forth between the young girl and the spirit cat. A few simple cross-examinations later, the young girl answered. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Winning Star River gave up. Although this young girl's identity was suspicious, but after all, she was the possessor of the third key, and Gu Xing and Wen Bing still needed to open the secret realm of the elves with her this time. Remember, Winning Star River lowered his voice as he turned around. After entering the secret realm, be careful with everything. Don't trust anyone else but the 2 of you. Gu Xing and Wen Bing both nodded. Chapter 40, The Blazing Angels. With Winning Star River's approval, the young girl slowly stepped forward and slightly nodded her head in greeting to the 2. The 3 of them simultaneously pushed their intentions and activated the secret key that was latent in the depths of their consciousness. In an instant, 3 keys of different shapes emerged from the center of his brow, slowly rotating and splicing in midair, and finally fitting perfectly into an ancient token. The ground suddenly trembled violently, and an emerald green light door slowly appeared from the void. The suspended token then disintegrated and turned into 3 streams of light that re-entered the 3 people's eyebrows. At this moment, a golden sun will mark emerged on Gu Xing's forehead, a sinusoidal moon pattern flowed on Wen Bing's brow, and a star emblem lit up on Laney's forehead. Immediately afterward, the 3 of them simultaneously stepped into the portal that emitted a mysterious glow. Their figures were gradually engulfed in green light, and as the last person entered, the emerald portal slowly closed. A bright pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. Same moment. The angelic tribe's compound, the top of the cloud queue. A blonde angel's eyes snapped open, a playful smile curling the corners of his mouth. The elven ancestral land has opened? Interesting. He flicked his wings and instantly appeared in the center of the palace. The few elders guarding this place immediately knelt down on one knee when they saw this. See you, young patriarch. Miller waved his hand casually. I'm going out on my father's side. You know what to say. Several elders looked at each other, and one of them advised with a stiff upper lip. Young patriarch, you have just stepped into the transcendent realm. If you go out at this time and encounter danger, I have my own peace of mind. Miller interrupted impatiently. For something as big as the opening of the Elven secret realm, how can I not go and join in the fun? Although the elves were once a great clan on par with the angels, they favored being close to humans, and even the ancestral ground key was set to be accessible only to humans. But the angels had their own way to enter the Elven ancestral lands, but they just struggled to find the location. Now that he had found it, it was a cup of tea that he, Miller, had to share. And, as far as he knew, in the midst of that holocaust, the Elf Queen seemed to have paid a great price to keep her daughter. The Elf Queen's daughter. The corner of Miller's mouth quirked up in a smile. Returning to his words, he changed his mind. What's the situation with the killing angels? Any word on the girl? Back to the young patriarch, one of the elders bowed. Those old codgers are dead set against talking. But we had already broken her wings back then, so even if she had been sent out, she wouldn't have made it. Miller nodded in satisfaction. As long as the bloodline of the Blazing Angel Kings couldn't grow, his father's position as patriarch was as secure as a mountain. I'm leaving, remember. Miller unfurled his feathers and said in a cold voice, no telling my father about this. When Miller's figure disappeared into the sky, the elders looked at each other. You really won't report it to the matriarch? There's no harm in it, there will be someone to secretly protect the young clan chief. But isn't the Elven mystic realm restricted to entry at the commander level and above? An elder snorted, with those barbarians in the secret realm and a few awakening stage humans, can they hurt the young patriarch in the slightest? As well. Let's just keep an eye on the Blazing Angels group of prisoners. At this time, in the palace dungeon, a group of ragged angels sat in a circle, with a stunningly beautiful but hardly haggard female angel in the center. Ruxia, an old man lowered his voice, where did you send Ruli? The War Angels people didn't find out, did they? The woman known as Liuxia slowly shook her head. They will never be able to find Lioli. She should be able to live in peace. The moment Gu Xing's trio stepped into the secret realm, the scene before them suddenly changed. They actually appeared directly in the center of a tragic battlefield. Broken building wreckage and corpses were scattered around on the charred black land, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and magic. And less than 100 meters in front of them, a gripping scene is playing out. 5 huge-sized demons were forming a circle, frantically attacking a petite figure in the center. It was a catgirl. She was drenched in blood, her snow-white fur stained scarlet, and her left arm hung limply, apparently broken. However, she still clenched her teeth in death, her right hand gripping a short sword that was broken in half, her turquoise vertical pupils filled with unyieldingness. Off. You filthy demons! The cat girl hissed and swung her blade violently at the nearest wolf-shaped demon. The blade cut a bloody mark on the demon's chest, but it angered the other party. The wolf demon let out a fierce laugh, its sharp claws wrapped in a fishy wind and slapped down hard. Ruri, help! Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Xing gave an order. Swish! Silver wings suddenly unfolded in the void, and Liuli's figure swept across the battlefield like lightning. Her speed was so fast that only a string of residual shadows were left in the air. Break the sin! Liuli's right hand swings, sword blade sweeps. Poof! 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 3 hideous demonic heads rose up into the sky. The remaining 2 demons didn't even react, Liuli had already appeared behind them. Silver light flashed, instantly chopping their torsos into several pieces. The battlefield was suddenly quiet. The cat girl froze in place, staring blankly at the angel who had suddenly appeared before her. You're. Before she could finish her words, her body fell forward from the loss of blood. Luri rushed forward and held her up with one hand. And the 3 of them, Gu Xing and Wen Bing, leaned over at this time. Looking at the cat ears on this young girl's ears, as well as her tail behind her, Gu Xing rushed to be a bit surprised. So check out their info. Orc cat. Level, Awakening 7. Qualification, Excellent 4 stars. Skills, Bestialization. Seeing Gu Xing and Wen Bing look surprised, Lainey opened her mouth to explain. These are orcs, they are more common in our country. By her features she should be a cat. This race is relatively weak. Gu Xing nodded and turned his gaze to the 2. Now that we've just entered the secret realm, how about we wait for her to wake up and feel out the situation of the secret realm before we take action? At such a suggestion, both Wen Bing and Lainey nodded. After all, the information gained in the mind's eye, apart from telling a few people the way to enter the secret realm, it did not tell several people how they should act in the secret realm. Therefore, having someone who is familiar with the secret world is crucial. Gu Xing's eyes fell on the unconscious orc as he swept his gaze around. It's not hard to guess what happened here. Several awakened 9th Order demons broke into the place, and these awakened low-order cat beastmen did not have the slightest ability to resist in front of the 5 awakened 9th Order demons. Wen Bing took out a bottle of light green potion from his bosom and carefully fed it into the cat girl's mouth. The potion went down her throat, and the cat girl's pale face recovered slightly. She opened her eyes weakly, her pupils crinkling as she gasped out in shock when she saw who had saved her. Lord Seer. Chapter 41, Special Secret Realm. Attribute Boost. The Cat Clan girl's exclamation of surprise caused the 3 Gu Xing people to be stunned in place at the same time. What the hell is a prophet? After the cat girl's explanation, several people realized what she meant by Lord Seer. This secret realm is sort of a world unto itself. The elves were once a large race with many subsidiary races. And during that war, the elves and their many affiliated races migrated en masse to the secret realm to escape the calamity. While the secret realm has protected us from the war, it has also become a prison from which there is no escape. The cat girl looked grim. In the secret realm, the rules of heaven and earth were not perfect and it was almost impossible to level up. The new generation was getting weaker and weaker, and by now, there were only a handful of orcs even of transcendent rank. What's more, in addition to not being able to lift, she bit her lip, a flash of fear in her eyes. But the bad thing is, half a year ago, the demons infiltrated. At that, her voice trembled slightly and she suddenly fell to her knees. Sally begged a few of the lords to save this place. The demon race is converging towards the holy city at the center of the secret realm. Once the sacred city is destroyed, the legacy of the elves will be completely cut off. Her eyes reddened and her voice choked, and my father, too, was there. Gu Xing reached out and held Sally's shoulders, stopping her from continuing to kneel. Since it was clear that the inheritance of the elf clan was in the sacred city, they must make a trip to the sacred city. Gu Xing turned his head and asked Wen Bing and Lainey for their opinions. Wen Bing nodded. I have no problem with that. Both of them belonged to the Dragon Summer Kingdom, so she would naturally choose to join Gu Xing. Yet Lainey shook her head. I'm terribly sorry, I may have to leave this place. My purpose this time is not the elven heritage, so I'll take my leave. Gu Xing and Wen Bing looked at each other and nodded in tacit agreement. They were meant to be a temporary companion, there was no need to force their way along. After saying goodbye to the 2, Lainey turned her head and left. Until after it disappeared from the sight of several people. This mysterious young girl suddenly stretched out, her delicate waistline drawing a graceful arc in the sunlight. With a crisp snap of her fingers, her disguise faded like a tidal wave. I'm exhausted. Veronica rubbed her sore shoulders, it's hard to disguise. The black cat in her arms landed lightly on the ground, its form expanding into a majestic black panther in the blink of an eye. A hint of helplessness flashed through the dark golden pupils of the beast. Ms. Vero, you are still so playful. Call me Lainey, pouted Veronica, her fingertips twirling around the ends of her hair, it's such a nice name. Panther sighed, his stubby tail flicking. As an imperial beast that had guarded the Vero family for generations, it knew this great lady's nature all too well. The concentration of the bloodline was the highest of all the successive generations of heirs, and the talent was astonishing. But that's exactly how she was raised by everyone to have this fun-loving personality. Okay, no kidding. Veronica suddenly squared her shoulders, her emerald green eyes flashing with a hint of sharpness. It's time to find the token grandfather left here. But how the hell did that old man sneak in? Hearing Missy address the old family master in such a cordial manner, Black Panther's beard twitched. Ms. Vero, it's better to be careful in case of danger. Don't worry, you're still there in case of danger, aren't you? On the other hand, Sally was leading Gu Xing and Wen Bing to rush to the holy city at the center of the secret realm. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, the number of demons that appeared along the way increased significantly. However, in front of Lioli, these demons were as fragile as paper mache and were wiped out in a flash. However, after killing dozens of demons in succession, Gu Xing was keenly aware of the anomaly. He frowned at Wen Bing beside him and realized that the same confusion flickered in the other party's eyes. Strange. Gu Xing whispered to himself, by all rights, after killing so many demons, Lioli should have broken through to the transcendent rank long ago. Sally noticed the two men's misgivings and hastened to explain. Two lords, restricted by the secret realm's special rules, it's true that you can't level up by killing the demon race here, but... She paused, these energies translate into attribute enhancements, only with a limited increase. Attribute enhancement? Gu Xing's eyes lit up and immediately called up Lioli's attribute panel. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legendary 3-star. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 302-312. Body mass, 301-311. Spirit, 307-317. Speed, 314-324. Skills, Sin Severance, Divine Blessing, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. After seeing all of Lioli's attributes, Gu Xing's pupils contracted slightly. It was surprising that all the basic attributes had been raised by about 10 points. Put it this way. It seemed that the devil race was the greatest treasure in this secret realm. Out of curiosity, he checked Sally's attributes again. Cat Orc Sally. Level, Awakening 7. Qualification, Excellent 4 stars. Power, 212. Body mass, 213. Spirit, 201. Speed, 232. Skills, Bestialization. The moment the data jumped into her eyes, Gu Xing sucked in a breath of cool air. It was only now that he realized how wrong Sally's various attributes were. One had to know that ordinary awakened 7th stage excellent great imperial beasts usually only had around 120 points in each attribute. Sally, on the other hand, had nearly 100 points higher in each attribute compared to an unusual imperial beast. No wonder it was able to survive the siege of 5 awakened 9th order demons. While Wen Bing, who was on the side, also noticed that the Ice Phoenix's attributes had improved at this time, she turned her head and exchanged a glance with Gu Xing. The two men's eyes met, and they instantly reached an understanding. In addition to the original quest to find the elvish heritage, this time there was one more mission objective. Hunting demons improves attributes. Gu Xing made a rough calculation. If we can get Lioli to raise her attributes by nearly 100 points in the secret realm, and with the system's qualification enhancement function, by the time she broke through to Transcendent, what terrifying level would her attribute value reach? Transcendental 3rd Order. No, even an ordinary imperial beast of the 4th rank might not have attributes comparable to Lioli. If the addition of the Blazing Angel form was added, it might even be very easy to challenge the Transcendent 5th Order over the levels. Thinking of this, Gu Xing's gaze towards those hideous demons had become fiery. Where are these ferocious enemies? They are clearly walking attribute points. Lioli, not a single demon race in this secret realm can be spared today. After learning about the benefits of slaying these demonic races, the little girl's eyes suddenly glowed. Becoming stronger is the pursuit of every imperial beast. What's more, the way to get stronger is so easy here. Yes, master. When Luri really got serious, all the demons along the way suffered. Whether it was a miscellaneous soldier of the awakened 5th order or an elite of the awakened 9th order, they were all as fragile as paper mache in front of her. Because of this, Lioli's attributes continued to climb at a rate visible to the naked eye. Chapter 42 Transcendent 2nd Order Demon King. Holy City. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and the demonic aura was overwhelming. On the towering stone wall, Cat Clan leader Ron's claws gouged deep into the stone cracks, his brown pupils clenching into a thin line. There were too many demons, constantly surging towards the holy city like a tidal wave. If it wasn't for the boundary left behind by the elves, the holy city would have been trampled by the demons. Report to the matriarch. A Cat Clan beastman reported with a grave face, cracks have already appeared in the boundary, it will last at most another half an hour. And the walls guarded by the other races aren't looking good either. Hearing the barrage of bad news, Ron sighed. According to the prophecy, it was during this time that the elf clan's heir entered the secret realm. For this reason, he tried his best to send his daughter out half a month ago, just for this ray of hope. but now it seems most likely met with an accident as well. Just then, boom! The entire holy city suddenly trembled violently. Damn it, it's the Demon King! The tumbling black clouds were suddenly torn apart by some kind of terrifying force, and a tall humanoid with bone wings on its back slowly descended. His dark purple skin flowed with lava-like lines, and the curved horns on top of his head glowed metallic in the light of the thunder. Simply hovering in mid-air made the orc soldiers on the walls go weak in the knees. Seeing this Demon King, Ron's face was incredibly ugly. Without this Demon King, relying on the boundary would definitely be able to hold out. But now, although he was also at the transcendent rank, the difference was too great compared to a Demon King. The Demon King Carlos hung in mid-air, his bone wings slowly spreading, the shadow covering half of the holy city like a curtain. He did not rush to strike, but instead looked down on the beasts on the walls as if he was admiring the last struggles of his prey. In order to find this secret realm, the demon race had gone to great lengths. But as long as the daughter left behind by the Queen of the Elves was assimilated, then the demon clan would all have at least one more Demon King ranked combatant added to their ranks. It was highly likely that it was a demon god level battle power. Orcish Griffin, said the Demon King Carlos, his voice like a dull knife scraping bone, tell me where the elf princess is. Don't even think about it. The orcs would rather die in battle than bow to the demons. The corners of Carlos' mouth twisted into an inhuman smile. Interesting. He raised his right hand, 5 fingers clasped in a false grip. Boom! The entire sky suddenly darkened and black clouds churned, transforming into a devilish claw that covered the sky and slapped down fiercely towards the holy city. Maintain the boundary at full power. Ron hissed. The orc warriors had bitten their fingertips and smeared their blood on the ancient runes. The boundary glowed brightly, barely holding up a light golden-colored barrier. However, ka-ching! With a mere grip of the devil's claws, the boundary crumbled into countless cracks like fragile glass. Followed by another blow. Bang! The entire boundary shattered like broken glass. No good. Ron's pupils shrunk. The boundary shattered, and he had to hold back that Demon King for the first time. However, too slow. An icy voice rang in his ears, and Ron didn't even have time to react before a palm covered in dark purple scales had already grabbed him by the throat. Patriarch! The orcs on the city walls were in a state of rage, but no one dared to step forward. He flung it hard. Bang! Ron's body was slammed hard into the city wall like a cannonball, boulders crumbling and smoke rising in all directions. Patriarch! Amidst the hissing of the beasts, Carlos slowly landed on the highest part of the city wall, his bony wings closed and his demonic might was overwhelming. Last chance to tell me where the elf princess is. None of them answered. A hint of impatience flashed in Carlos' eyes as he slowly raised his hand, a dark purple ball of energy coalescing in his palm. Black lightning bolts danced on the surface of the energy ball, emitting a suffocating pressure. Foolishness, then all are buried with it. An extremely terrifying fluctuation came from the sky above the holy city. Yet just in the nick of time, a crimson pop approached sharply. Feeling the aura in it, this Demon King slowly frowned, abandoning the energy ball in his hand and turning to dodge. And that figure was Luri. Gu Xing and the others arrived here just in time to see the scene of the Demon King breaking through the city. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, Gu Xing had Luri open her blazing angel form and strike. Rushing into the city from the outside, Liuli cleared a passageway that also allowed several people to successfully return to the city. The moment Gu Xing looked up at this Demon King in the sky. Carlos. Qualification, Demon King. Level, Transcendental Second Order. Power, 821. Body mass, 834. Spirit, 812. Speed, 842. Talent, Magic Control. Skill, Devil's Claw. Looking at Carlos' attributes, Gu Xing looked grave. It had to be said that this guy was the most powerful opponent since he contracted Liuli. Although it was the Transcendent Second Stage, the various attributes were already close to thousands. If Liuli hadn't relied on the demons along the way to boost her attributes, she would be facing this guy at the moment. There is certainly no possibility of victory. But now. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legendary 3-star. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 423 846. Body mass, 428 856. Spirit, 421 842. Speed, 430 860. Skills, Sin Severance, Divine Blessing, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. Relying on her Blazing Angel Form, Liuli's various attributes barely reached the point of being on par with this Demon King. Only the attributes got to this point. A mere difference of a few dozen points in attributes couldn't even determine the direction of the battle anymore. More importantly, this Demon King's talent was the point that Gu Xing was most worried about. This sudden change of heart caused the orcs in the room to freeze, then erupt in cheers. The ancestors are above. The prophecy has really come true. It's the Lord Seer, we're saved. In the middle of the ruins, Ron, who was helped up by Sally, looked at the glaze in the sky, which was separated from the Demon King, and muttered out, "The holy city is saved. The heritage of the elves won't fall into the hands of the demons." Upon seeing his opponent, Carlos' brow furrowed slightly. Angel 1? How did such a higher race come to be here? His gaze fell on Guxing's body. Surprisingly, it was also a human imperial beast. But an awakened angel is trying to stop him? It's just ridiculous. The corners of Carlos's mouth twisted into a hideous arc, and his morose white bone wings snapped open behind him, bringing up a gust of fishy wind. His sharp claws covered in pitch-black scales attacked Lioli at an astonishing speed, with suffocating demonic aura wrapped around his fingertips. Lioli lightly dodged sideways, the tips of her hair were still cut off a few strands by the harsh claw wind. A few scorched black scars had appeared on her snow-white feathered wings, and it was clear that the previous encounter had not been easy. Guxing's pupil shrunk slightly, realizing the gap between Lioli and this Demon King. Although the attribute panel was dominated by Luri, the magic aura boost granted by the Demon King's talent gave Carlos an advantage on the battlefield. Realizing such a situation, Guxing no longer hesitated. It can't be put off any longer. Turn on the critical state. Chapter 43 Early Awakening. Talented King's Landing. In the critical state, the red flames around Lioli skyrocketed. Six-winged blazing angel form. It was also, at the moment, Ruri's strongest form. The numbers on the attribute panel jumped wildly, eventually breaking the 4-digit mark. Power, 1023. Body mass, 1045. Spirit, 1018. Speed, 1052. In the ruins, Ron felt the aura, but his face became more and more gloomy. Although Lord Prophet's Imperial Beast aura had already overpowered the Demon King, the gap between the awakening stage and the transcendent level was ultimately insurmountable. What's more, this Demon King's talent was superior amongst the demon race. If the Lord Prophet has no other means. Sure enough, as Ron had guessed, Carlos sensed Lioli's aura climbing, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a bizarre arc. To be able to reach such strength at the awakening stage is indeed proof of your extraordinary nature. But the transcendent level is, after all, the transcendent level. Before the words fell, in the midst of the demonic aura churning, Carlos's figure had flashed like a ghost in front of Lioli. Lioli, whose attributes had broken through 1,000, reacted, her holy sword instantly in her hand, and chopped down towards the Demon King's head. Clang! The holy sword collided with the demonic aura, emitting a crisp metallic clash. The sword was actually blocked alive. Like I said, an awakening period is an awakening period. Carlos' bone wings swept violently across the room, striking heavily on Luri. The petite body fell like a meteor, ruthlessly smashing into the ground in front of Guxing. Ahem! The little angel frowned tightly, her white feathers dusty, but still stubbornly holding herself up. Master, I'm fine. Guxing looked at Lioli's pale little face and slightly trembling wings. For the first time, he felt the power of the demon race. A Demon King ranked demon is equivalent to a legendary qualified imperial beast. Lioli was already nearing her limit with her awakening 9th rank strength being able to maneuver around the Demon King. And as the surrounding orcs watched Luri fall, a look of despair appeared on their faces. Couldn't the Seer-sama also solve this Demon King? Damn it, if Lord Prophet wasn't merely at the awakening level, this Demon King would definitely be no match for Lord. Damnable demon race, 1,000 years ago destroyed to the elf clan, now it's our turn? The moment. Sally bit her bottom lip in a death grip, her arm holding her father blanched from the exertion. Fingernails sunk deep into his palm, but he was oblivious to the pain. Why? It was clear that the Lord Seer had been found, but he still couldn't stop the overthrow of the Beast Clan or save the holy city from falling. Ron felt his daughter's trembling body and forced a small smile. Sally, you've done your best. Even the Queen Sama, I'm afraid she didn't expect the demons to invade this secret realm. His large, rough hands gently stroked through his daughter's hair, his voice low. Later on, I will gather all the beast warriors to stall the Demon King, you just leave with Lord Prophet. Looking at his daughter's young face, Ron's eyes flashed with determination. Death was not scary to him, as long as Sally could live, it was worth dying in battle today. However, just at the moment when despair grips everyone, Guxing stared dead-on at the demonic aura churning around the Demon King, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Is the gap between awakening and transcendence so insurmountable? Even if Lioli opened her ultimate skill, if she couldn't break that damn talent, the chances of winning would still be slim. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness swept through his body. But that's when Guxing suddenly felt strange power surging from all parts of his body, surging towards the Imperial Beast space like 100 rivers returning to the sea. He gazed in amazement at the familiar blue balls of light. This is the energy gained from killing the demons. In this secret realm, whenever Luri absorbed demonic energy to strengthen himself, a portion of that energy also quietly settled within him. These energies had been latent in the depths of the bloodline, and at this moment, they were finally completely stimulated. Buzz. As the energy was fully released, the world plummeted into an eerie stillness. Time seemed to be stretched out and everything became slow and distorted. Gu Xing slowly looked up and saw the Demon King's hideous smile frozen on his face, and the desperate expressions of the beasts frozen in that moment. In the field of vision, the Demon King was slowly raising his arm, a pitch-black ball of energy coalescing in his palm and slowly advancing towards him. He saw Ruri turn her head with difficulty, her lips parted in a desperate attempt to pounce on him and protect him. Those golden eyes were filled with panic, his pupils reflecting him clearly. This girl, whose heart and eyes are full of him, is not worried about her own safety at the moment, but whether she can protect him. The Lord. People. Luri's voice seemed to come from underwater, fuzzy and distant. Gu Xing knew that under this blow, she would definitely turn on her God's blessing skill and use her body to build a final barrier for him. But what about herself? The heart felt like it was being clenched hard by invisible hands. Heartache. Unwilling. Strong emotions tumbled through his mind. Boom. Silver-white spiritual energy exploded violently in the sea of consciousness. Pounds of spiritual energy rushed out like a flood that broke the dike. Gu Xing slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes that glowed with silver-white light, and golden lines, like sacred branding, spread from the corners of his eyes to his neck. His gaze was empty and deep, as if it penetrated everything in front of him. Master! The moment Liuli met those eyes, her body suddenly stiffened and her mind went blank. In a trance, she seemed to see a monarch perched high above the throne, holding the sword of kingship that symbolized supreme power. This is the Emperor's Eye. It all happened in a flash. The Demon King's attack was still approaching, but at this moment, Gu Xing was calm to the point of palpitating. King's Landing. With this low voice, it was as if an invisible chessboard had unfolded in front of him. The Liuli was the most important piece in it, and he, the king who was in charge of the whole situation. Bestow. Killing Fury. Vast spiritual power transformed into substantial streams of crimson light, rushing out from him and wrapping around Liuli's body. Under the infusion of this power, a certain unprecedented quality began to emerge around Liuli. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legendary 3-star. Special status, Killing Fury ignores any defense. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 1000. Body mass, 1000. Spirit, 1000. Speed, 1000. Skills, Sin Severance, Divine Blessing, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. The crimson killing aura wrapped around Liuli's body like a blood-colored battle robe, dyeing the six wings scarlet. She incredulously felt the power rushing through her body, her entire body trembling slightly. This is Master's gift? Unprecedented battle intent flared up in the glazed golden pupils. One could never fail his master's expectations. How could a mere demon lord compare to the bond between her and her master? She tilted her head to look at the black shadow suspended in the demonic cloud, her heart no longer half shaken. Break the sin! The holy sword suddenly blossomed with blood aura, and the murderous aura wrapped around the sword caused space to distort. In the face of the demonic aura that was coming from all over the sky, Liuli advanced instead of retreating, her six wings vibrated violently, and she turned into a blood-colored meteor that rushed straight up. Looking for death. The Demon King laughed and urged his demonic energy. However, the crimson sword light tore through the pitch-black demonic aura like a crack, and Liuli's figure broke through the barrier. Carlos' pupils plummeted as he watched in disbelief as his attack was split in two. How is it possible? Chapter 44 Killing the Demon King in seconds. Shocking the entire audience. Winning Ice maneuvered the Ice Phoenix to hover over the city, and the biting cold air froze the demons that surged up the city walls into ice sculptures. Just as she was about to unleash the next round of Frost Storm, her afterimage suddenly caught a glimpse of Gu Xing's body surrounded by a strange silver aura. Early awakening? She sucked in a breath of cold air. As a direct descendant of the Winning family, she knows better than anyone what this means. In the entire history of the Dragon Summer Kingdom, there were only a handful of Imperial Beast Masters who could forcibly awaken their talents in battle. Those heavenly prides that were recorded in the history books, none of them were amazingly talented, and their awakened talents were even more incomparably powerful. But at this moment, Wen Bing felt that all the records in the history books were eclipsed. The aura emanating from Gu Xing was far more unfathomable than what was described in the canonical texts. The sky. Liuli, who possessed the Gu Xing talent enhancement, was completely fearless of the Demon King at this moment. Ignore the defense. It meant that this Demon King's demonic aura didn't work on her at all. Break the sin. Accompanied by a crisp sword sound, the holy sword in Liuli's hand bloomed with an unprecedented blood aura. The killing aura and the blazing flames mingled perfectly, and wherever the sword blade passed, space was distorted. Snort. The magic aura barrier that Carlos had hastily gathered was torn apart in layers like thin paper. Its scarlet demonic pupils contracted violently. No. It's not possible. Between the bone wings vibrating crazily, dozens of demonic chi barriers surfaced one after another. However, Liuli's six wings only gently vibrated, and the moment the sonic boom cloud exploded behind her, the blood-colored sword awnings were already in front of her eyes. Put! In the nick of time, Carlos barely sidestepped, and his pitch-black bone wings snapped in response. Between the spurts of demonic blood, he hissed and exploded all of his demonic energy, finally pulling away. Why? You would be unaffected by my gift. Hissing, Carlos' eyes fell on Guxing, who was on the side. Upon seeing those silver-white eyes that looked down on all life. So it's you. His hideous face twisted with rage, Carlos' demonic aura suddenly turned inward around him. In the next moment, the body steeply rushed towards Guxing. Damn you! However, how could Luri give him another chance? Between the light vibrations of the 6 wings, the red-colored stream of light had already crossed between the Demon King and Guxing. Carlos, who had lost his magic energy, was like a lamb to be slaughtered in front of Lioli at the moment. A cold light filled Lioli's eyes. The Imperial Beastmaster is the antithesis of the Imperial Beast. This Demon King had clearly touched Luri's bottom line. The red flame surged, and Lioli's aura had reached its peak. Next moment, Lioli's figure suddenly disappeared. Appearing again, Luri had already appeared behind the Demon King. The Demon King's body froze strangely in the air. His lips twitched slightly as if he wanted to say something else, but only a stream of black blood gushed out. Snort! A slender line of blood slowly emerged from his brow, extending straight downward. First the forehead, then the bridge of the nose, and finally the mouth with its perpetual sardonic smile. The line of blood continued downward, crossing the neck, running through the chest, and finally stopping at the abdomen. Carlos looked down at his body as he raised his hand shakily as if to touch the line of blood. Just moments before the fingertips are about to touch. Wow! The Demon King's body cracked in half like broken porcelain. The pitch-black demonic blood was just about to gush out when it was instantly vaporized by the red flames, turning into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the air. The 2 halves of his stump fell slowly, and even before they hit the ground they began to weather into fine black ash. Those scarlet eyes stared round until death, disbelief frozen in them. He couldn't believe to his death that he would fall under the sword of an awakening stage angel. The entire battlefield was silent. The beast stared at the scene in disbelief, forgetting to even breathe. Until... Wait. 1. Sally's trembling voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. The next second, deafening cheers rang out. The holy city is saved. Long live the Lord Prophet. Amidst the cheers, Guxing's spiritual power slowly retracted, and the silver-white glow in his eyes gradually faded, reverting back to a deep black color. Only. After casting this talent, he realized that his golden finger was actually capable of his own talent. Guxing. Beasts, holy angels. Number of contracted beasts, 1. Level, awakening 9th order. First talent, King's Landing can apply killing, guarding, etc. to the Imperial beasts. Second talent, unawakened awakened upon reaching transcendent level. Upon seeing his talent, Guxing's pupil shrank. He had just experienced the power of the King's Landing talent. Incredibly powerful. By granting various special statuses to the Imperial beasts, it can bring about almost unbelievable enhancements. Take the state of kill and destroy as an example. The characteristic of completely ignoring defense meant that in the future, Ruri would be able to face any enemy with high defense and cut them down as easily as slicing tofu. As for the other states, Guxing had not tried them, but thought that they would not be worse than killing this state. But what really shocked him was the second talent column that was displayed on the attribute panel. In this world, regardless of talent, everyone could only awaken 1 talent. There are no exceptions. But he. Yet there is a second gift. Guxing swallowed, an inexplicable premonition spreading in his heart. This second talent that has not yet been awakened is probably more powerful than King's Landing, which is why it cannot be revealed at all during the awakening period. Thinking of this, Guxing couldn't wait to immediately reach the transcendent rank now. But then realized that a second Imperial beast would need to be contracted then. As of yet, he had no clue. It's too early to think about that. Guxing shook his head and pulled his attention back to reality. The most important thing right now is to obtain the inheritance of the elves. After all, after going through so much effort to come to this secret realm, if he hadn't acquired anything good yet, then he's really losing out. And with the fall of Demon King Carlos, the remaining demons were suddenly thrown into chaos. Winning Ice seized the moment and commanded the Ice Phoenix to cooperate with the Orc warriors to launch an all-out counterattack. Under the attack from both sides, the remaining demons were quickly swept away. As the smoke dissipated, Ron dragged his injured body to the Guxing duo with Sally's support. This Orc chief bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. My lord's kindness will never be forgotten by my beast clan. If it wasn't for Guxing, then both the holy city and the beast race will disappear into the hands of the demons. Guxing waved his hand at this. Regardless of whether or not he had the heritage of the elves, looking at the beast race that was surrounded by the demon race, he wouldn't sit idly by. Then, after expressing his thanks again and again, Ron told the 2 about the heritage of the elves. My 2 lords, surely you have come here for the inheritance of the elf clan. But there's only one copy of the Elvish heritage, so that's why. Wen Bing heard Ron's words just as he approached and spoke without hesitation. Gu Xing, you go. Her tone was dry, and there was no hesitation in her eyes. Once upon a time, she was also a genius that was looked up to by everyone, but after seeing Gu Xing's strength, she truly understood what it meant that there were heavens beyond the heavens. Killing a transcendent mortal second-stage demon king with an awakening stage, such a battle record was simply unimaginable. It was important to know that the demon race was inherently more powerful than imperial beasts of the same rank, but Carlos had still lost to Gu Xing. Thinking of this, Wen Bing looked at Gu Xing with a little more awe in his eyes. If he waited for Gu Xing to step into the transcendent rank, how powerful would his imperial beasts be? Ron was visibly relieved when he saw that Wen Bing had taken the initiative to back down, and he hastily added. Although Lord Winning Ice was unable to obtain the elven inheritance, the Elven Queen also left behind a place for bloodline purification. Her eyes lit up at the news. After all, the Winning family's bloodline was special. You can only contract a single imperial beast, but you can feed it through the power of your bloodline. The higher the purity of the bloodline, the stronger the imperial beast will be. This place of bloodline purification was practically tailor-made for her. And after ordering someone to take Wen Bing away, Ron respectfully bowed deeply to Gu Xing. My lord, please follow me as I lead you to the land of the Elven heritage. Chapter 45 Elven Inheritance. Mythical Imperial Beast. Led by Ron, Gu Xing walked through the central square of the holy city. Come into an ancient hall. On the ancient stone floor, a teleportation spell formation composed of silver-white runes was emitting a faint glow. Ron stepped back and bowed slightly. My lord, this is it. Through here one will be able to enter the holy land of the elves, the birthplace of the elven race. Hearing Ron's explanation, Gu Xing took a deep breath and stepped into the center of the spell formation. There was a flash of white light, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he had appeared in another world. Gu Xing slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him caused his breath to catch. A huge tree that penetrated the sky and the earth stood majestically, its thick trunk as majestic as an ancient mountain, and its dry bark covered with the grooves of the years. Standing at the foot of the giant tree, Gu Xing felt as small as a speck of dust. He subconsciously reached out his hand and his fingertips touched the rough bark. Cold and dry. Apparently the giant tree had lost all signs of life. Master, are you okay? Liuli's anxious call came from the Imperial Beast space. The moment she entered this mysterious space, she was forced back into the Imperial Beast space by an invisible force. Gu Xing tried several times, but was unable to resummon Liuli, so he simply gave up. I'm fine. Only after pacifying Liuli did Gu Xing begin to take a closer look at the giant tree. In the middle of this space. Nothing but this tree. What is that elvish heritage? This tree? Just as Gu Xing was puzzled, a soft glow suddenly lit up on the withered tree trunk. The light gradually coalesced and transformed into a female silhouette with a graceful figure. She had pointed elven ears, long pale blonde hair that fell like a waterfall, and a comforting warmth about her. Only those emerald eyes were filled with a sorrow that could not be melted. It's been 1,000 years. The silhouette murmured softly, with the vicissitudes of spanning time. Finally, Gu Xing instinctively took half a step back, his eyes alert. But soon, he realized that the one in front of him was most likely the legendary elf queen. Only, isn't she dead? Perhaps seeing Gu Xing's doubts, the shadowy figure slowly spoke. You guessed right, I was the last queen of the elves and died 1,000 years ago. The one conversing with you now is nothing more than a strand of divine consciousness that relies on the remnants of the tree of life. Gu Xing's pupils shrunk. Consciousness? To be able to maintain 1,000 years without dispersing with just a wisp of divine sense, how terrifying should this elf queen's strength have been in her lifetime? Even if it was a monarch-level imperial beast, it would never be possible for it to retain its consciousness for 1,000 years after its death. As such, elf queens are all at least above monarchs. But immediately afterward, his heart tightened. Such a powerful existence even fell in that war 1,000 years ago. Then the strength of the demon race. The elf queen's emerald green eyes seemed to be able to penetrate Gu Xing's mind. There's no need to worry, today's demon race has long since ceased to be in its prime. Moreover, she paused meaningfully. The human race possesses the most exceptional natural potential, which is incomparable to any other race. The human race is like a bug to the races of the other dimension, being able to become a beast master and gather the clans. And they themselves have reached a certain level, but also have a notable combat power. It's almost like the world's favorite. Only. And I don't know why. Until now, the human race had surprisingly not appeared in existence above a monarch. Therefore, before she fell, she set up a nearly impassable trial in order to select geniuses among the human race who could ascend to the gods. And Gu Xing had also figured out the tip of the iceberg of this world during his conversation with the elf queen. The alien space that the crowd was in now was more like a battlefield than a world. All races compete and jockey in it. The demons are the common enemy of all races. But ironically, powerful races often don't bother to ally themselves with the weak. Once upon a time the elves were pretentious and looked down on other races as well, and the result was paid a terrible price. The vapors shook their heads gently, pulling the drifting thoughts back. Good thing, the elves still have the last of the fire. The silhouette reached out slightly, and an emerald green light slowly rose from the roots of the giant tree. Accompanied by the ancient bark of the tree emitting a click sound, the center of the trunk slowly cracked open, a channel emitting a shimmering light. Go, the shadowy voice began to drift, and may you treat her well. Before the last words were finished, the silhouette had completely dissipated. It has fulfilled its mission. And Gu Xing looked at the passageway that appeared in front of him, and without hesitation, walked straight in. If the elves held ill will towards him, then they could not have gone to such lengths to lure him here. Soon he came to the end. A natural spring less than 2 meters square came into view, the water glowing a strange silvery white. A small tree less than a man's height grows tenaciously by the spring, with crystal dewdrops still hanging on its tender green leaves. And in the center of the spring, a green light cocoon composed of pure life energy floated quietly. Through the translucent walls of the cocoon, a petite figure can be faintly seen huddled in it. This is the Imperial Beast? When Gu Xing's gaze fell on the green light cocoon in the spring, a set of data panels surfaced before his eyes. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Level, Awakening 0. Status, Sleeping unable to contract. Solution, enter the holy pool of the Imperial Beasts for awakening. Mythical level qualification? Gu Xing sucked in a breath of cool air as his pupils suddenly contracted. No one had ever contracted an Imperial Beast of this level, even in the entire history of mankind. He watched the elf carefully, noticing a few strands of gray hair lurking between her long pale blonde hair. It seemed that the 1,000 years of sealing had still had a considerable effect on her. The sacred pool of the Imperial Beast. Gu Xing murmured in a low voice as a location flashed through his mind. Township Schoolhouse. As the highest human academy, the only Imperial Beast sacred pool did exist there. The cultivation materials of the glaze, plus the Imperial Beast sacred pool. Looks like the Township Schoolhouse is a must-see. Gu Xing took a deep breath and felt the Imperial Beast space within him. Although he hadn't yet broken through Transcendent, he had already constructed the Imperial Beast space in advance. He carefully reached out his hand and attempted to include the light cocoon in the Imperial Beast space. Well, no surprises. If he couldn't include this little guy in the Imperial Beast space, it would still be too ostentatious to carry a mythical great Imperial Beast out. In the midst of the Imperial Beast space, Luri saw that the figures of other Imperial Beasts appeared in the Imperial Beast space. She froze. But soon, it became clear that this was the Master's second Imperial Beast. Although, she very much wanted to have her Master all to herself, it was also clearly an unrealistic thing to do. Looking at this tiny figure wrapped in a green cocoon, Lioli leaned forward slightly, but she could feel a faint sense of oppression coming from within the green cocoon. Lioli's face changed slightly. The new guy seems to have a little bit of talent. One's position as the #1 Imperial Beast was untenable. Think about it. A sense of urgency immediately surged through Lioli's heart. One has to work harder. And outside of the Imperial Beast space, Gu Xing had wanted to turn around and leave. But as he left, his eyes fell on this spring. The Fountain of Life, a sacred relic of the elves. Effect, accelerates the growth of the beast and repairs damage. Good stuff. Gu Xing's eyes lit up, and he immediately attempted to put it into the Imperial Beast space. With a burst of spatial fluctuation, the entire spring was actually completely contained. After that, his gaze then fell on the small sapling that was less than a man's height on the side. The springs are all collected, so it's not so bad for a tree. Collections. Chapter 46, Battle Angel Miller. On the other side, Veronica is going through the biggest crisis of her life. Her entire body was lying on the back of the ethereal spirit panther, her hands wrapped around the black panther's neck in a deadly embrace. Not far behind him, a 6-winged angel with a golden glow all over its body was in hot pursuit, bringing up a piercing holy light with every wing lift. Ms. Vero, the spectral spirit panther's voice was full of helplessness as his gaunt body darted through the dense forest. I clearly warned you not to mess with that angel. Things could have gone well. They had already found the treasures left behind by Vero's grandfather, and were perfectly capable of leaving the secret realm in peace. However, this great lady was inclined to be playful and had to continue exploring the depths of the secret realm. As a result, they ran head-on into Miller, who had just entered the secret realm. It was then that the spectral spirit leopard sensed the danger. The pressure emanating from that angel's body was far beyond the ordinary, definitely a transcendent-level existence. She was just about to quietly back away with her master, when Veronica stepped right up and opened her mouth. Will you be my royal beast? Miller had originally planned to let this human who didn't know the high ground go, but he didn't expect that the other party would dare to be so provocative. How could the angelic race, as one of the top races in this world, condescend to become the imperial beasts of humans? Looking for death. The Phantom Panther reacted quickly, picking up the back of Veronica's collar and starting to run for his life the moment Miller became furious. And this is exactly what completely enraged the high and mighty angels. No one has ever escaped from him since he was born. Looking at the direction the man and beast escaped from happened to be the center of the secret realm. That's just what Miller wanted. His destination would have been the center of the secret realm. Panther, I know I'm wrong. I'll listen to you next time. I just trying to find a powerful imperial beast in advance for the breakthrough to transcendence. The underworld spirit leopard shook its head helplessly. Though she knew it was an excuse, she couldn't say anything to blame. How could Veronica, as the heir of the Vero family, worry about her contracted imperial beast? There had been people within the family for a long time who had gotten everything done for her. But what's done is done, and blame won't help. Sidestepping again to dodge the attack behind him, the spectral spirit panther once again increased its speed. If it was an ordinary awakening stage imperial beast that was being chased by this transcendent level angel, it would have long since drank its hate in the northwest. But she had taken the initiative to sign a contract with Veronica, which had led to her level being only awakening 9th rank. Thus, with his years of combat experience and the speed of the spectral spirit leopard, he was barely able to pull away from the angel behind him. Hold on tight, miss. A hint of determination flashed through the pupils of the underworld spirit leopard, and the muscles of its limbs tensed up as its speed increased by 3 points once again. Veronica wrapped her arms tightly around the panther's neck, the brisk wind blowing her long hair around. Suddenly, the outline of a looming city appeared on the horizon. Seeing the city, Black Panther's eyes were delighted. Having a city means there is life, and they will surely be able to stall this angel for a while. However, Veronica saw the city, but had some hesitation. Wait. Panther, they're all innocent, right? The angel behind him was able to push the leopard to this extent, and that means that angel was very strong. They chose to rush into the city, and that would most likely bring about the destruction of that city. However, Black Panther's footsteps did not stop at all, and his voice was more serious than ever. Miss, you will inherit the Vero family in the future. You must learn to make decisions at critical moments. But we clearly have the means to save our lives. Miss. Black Panther interrupted sternly, with an elder-like severity in his tone, those undercurrents come at a price. Why consume them for nothing when there is a chance to avoid them? Without giving Veronica a chance to think, the Black Panther charged directly towards the holy city. And at this moment, the beast race, which had just experienced a battle, noticed the abnormality. Look at the sky. What's that? A new demon race? No. Not right. It's not a demon race, it seems to be an angel race. An angelic race? Could it be a companion of the Lord Seer? Just then, Veronica on the panther's back came into their sight. The pupils of the leading orc captain contracted violently. No. That angel is chasing the person in front of him. Wait. That seems to be another Lord Seer. All hands on deck. The boundary cracked open an opening, and Panther seized the moment to make a leap and landed firmly in the city with Veronica. Before the two could catch their breath, they were surrounded by a group of heavily armed orcs. Not a threat, but protection. Veronica blinked and pointed incredulously at herself when she heard the orcs call her Lord Seer. Me? Panther pricked up his ears in equal confusion. They entered the secret realm and went straight to the target location, completely unaware of what had happened in the secret realm in the meantime. Outside the city. Miller has hovered over the holy city. He looked down on the rising protective boundary from above, a contemptuous sneer curling up at the corner of his mouth. This level of boundary. Heh, what a native. Just as he was planning to casually shatter the boundary, he suddenly sensed an incomparably familiar scent in the air. This breath. His pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. The scent of the Killing Angel clan? How is that possible? His father had clearly imprisoned the entire Killing Angel clan in a prison. Miller could be sure that there could never be a single blazing angel straying outside of the angelic quarters. Wait. Miller suddenly remembered something, and a flash of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. The daughter of the former matriarch. That little guy that was sent out by the Killing Angel remnants in a desperate attempt. Glazed. Treadmill. Miller's mouth twisted into a grim arc. His father had been worried about the young Blazing Angel growing up. After all, although the Blazing Angel clan grew slowly, once they reached adulthood, their battle power far exceeded that of their Battle Angel clan. Now, the trail of this heartbreaker had even been discovered by him. Miller looked down at the orcs below in a tightly held position and slowly extended his right hand. A long sword with a gilded body coalesced and took shape in his palm, with ancient Battle Angel runes wrapped around it. Ka-ching! He merely made a light stroke with the tip of his sword, and the seemingly solid boundary was torn open like thin paper with a hideous crack. And it was also because he relied on this sword that all was able to easily enter this secret realm. This sword is one of the greatest treasures of the Angel clan. Being able to ignore all prohibitions, as well as boundaries. And the crowd of the orcs saw that Miller had actually entered the holy city with ease, as if they were on the verge of an attack. The orc warriors escorted Veronica and Panther in the center of the group. "My lord, you guys go, I'll help you hold him off." Seeing how the orcs looked like they were at home with death, Veronica glared fiercely at the Black Panther. They tried to use this group of orcs as a shield, but people used them as. Seeing this state of affairs, even Black Panther, a beast that had lived for many years, rushed to a trace of embarrassment. "Panther, are you still running? Do you have a clear conscience?" Panther was silent. While she didn't want to pay Veronica to pay the price, it was only a small price to pay. Seeing Veronica look determined not to back down, Panther slowly stepped forward. Not just a transcendental rank angel. Back then, this kind of goods were not even worthy of lifting shoes in front of her. She stepped forward and was about to strike. That's when it happened. Gu Xing retreated from the inheritance land. Chapter 47, How did you get your wings back? As soon as Gu Xing exited the inheritance land, he realized that something was wrong. The entire city was under total martial law, and all the orc clans were put on battle readiness. "You lowly races, hand over the angels hidden in the city. If you don't, then don't blame me for slaughtering the city." Wrapped in spiritual energy, Miller's voice carried throughout the holy city. "Angel?" Upon hearing this word, Gu Xing then realized that the visitors did not seem to be demons. And there is currently only one angel, Luri, in the entire holy city. That means this enemy is coming for him? Gu Xing thought back carefully. He didn't seem to have offended anyone after entering the secret realm, did he? Then this guy. Although he was puzzled, he immediately summoned Ruri. Since the enemy outside was coming for him, there was definitely no way he could back down. After all, he had also taken the benefits of the elf clan, so he naturally had to shelter the elf clan's affiliated races. After Lioli appeared from the Imperial Beast space, she first gave her master a blank look. Love the new and hate the old. It was clear that he had been able to summon her out of the Imperial Beast space a long time ago, but he had waited until now. It's true that men are a species that loves one when they see one. However, although Luri was grumbling in her heart, her movements were not slow. With his hands encircling Gu Xing's abdomen, he would lead Gu Xing straight to the battlefield. At this point, Miller looked down on the group of beasts from above, his eyes growing cold. The beast race was already considered a very weak race in the entire other space. What's more, what was now standing in front of him was one of the weakest few races among the beast race. "Hand over that angel and the elf princess and I'll spare your lives." However, all the orcs were not half afraid. Although the beasts were weak, they were incredibly loyal. According to the instructions left behind by the elves, meeting the seer is like meeting an elven. What's more, that Lord Seer had saved them from the demons not too long ago. Trying to get them to betray. Never. Seek death. Miller scowled. As a higher race, being able to stop and warn this group of natives was already his greatest mercy. But not only did the natives not give him any thanks, they even attempted to rebel against him. Panther. Veronica turned her head to look at the Phantom Panther. She didn't want anything to happen to these lovely orcs. Got it. The spectral spirit leopard's entire body tensed, its sight locked on Miller's body. Trying to deal with a transcendent ranked angelic clan with an awakening stage. It's not going to happen without some blood today. Only. Before Miller could make his move, the first ones to wait were Gu Xing and Lioli. After Lioli put Gu Xing down, the first thing she did was to cast her eyes towards Miller in the middle of the sky. It was the first time she had ever seen one of her kind. Only. Why was this one of her kind harboring murderous intentions towards her? And Gu Xing frowned slightly as he looked at the angel. Holy Angel Miller. Qualification, Legendary 7-star. Level, Transcendent 3. Power, 1054. Body Mass, 1063. Spirit, 862. Speed, 1024. Skills, Battle Angel Form boosts own attributes 1.5 times, Angelic Holy Shield, Angelic Holy Sword. Like Ruri, both are also of the Holy Angel clan. Only. Luri is a blazing angel, and this is just a war angel. However, judging from the skills of the two, it seems that the Killing Angel clan is better. After all, Ruri's blazing angel form was able to boost her attributes twice. But having said that, the base gap between the two is there. Although after Luri killed that Demon King, all attributes increased by 50 points again. But so far. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legendary 3-star. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 473. Body Mass, 478. Spirit, 481. Speed, 490. Skills, Sin Severance, Divine Blessing, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. Even if Luri opens the Blazing Angel Form in advance, plus the critical states boost, it's only about 1,200 attribute points. In that case, there seems to be only one way to do this. Final Chant. It was also a skill that, so far, he had been afraid to use once because of the side effects. But if it's a last resort, the moment Miller looked at Lurie with scorn floating on his face. As a bloodline of the Blazing Angel clan, you are actually willing to become a human's imperial beast. You are really disgracing the face of the Angel clan. Only, Miller's words like that didn't have the slightest effect on Lurie. Having been pulled out of the abyss by Gu Xing's own hands, how could she possibly dislike her master? What's more, she didn't feel that her angelic bloodline was that noble. Only, Lurie's disregard for Miller made his face sink. In the old days, before the patriarch of the Angel clan, Ruri's father, disappeared, this girl seemed. It's such a condescending attitude. And now, it was amazing that she still held him in such contempt. However, he wasn't the humble angel who only dared to hide in the shadows and envy Ruri's position anymore. Now, he was the young patriarch of the Angel clan. Ruri, looking at you. It seems like you don't remember what happened to the Angel clan anymore. Do you need me to refresh your memory? Needless to say, Miller managed to catch Lurie's attention. In addition to Liuli, Gu Xing also perked up his ears. Regarding the little girl's birth, he was also very curious to know. When he saw that Lurie was interested, Miller was not flustered up. If you want to know your origins, then tell me first. How you got your wings back. Everything in the angelic race comes from the wings on the back. When you lose your wings, you lose the hope of growth, the possibility of fighting, everything. But Ruri's wings had obviously been completely cut off. Why is she now? Wings still intact? A way to regenerate the wings of the angelic ones. Miller licked the corners of his mouth greedily. If he obtained this method and improved it, wouldn't he be able to further enhance his strength? Liuli was suddenly asked about her wings and subconsciously turned her head to look at Gu Xing. However, it's little gestures like that. Straight away, Miller realized that the originator was probably this human. Humans? How is that possible? A race despised by all races. Race that fights poorly on its own and relies solely on others. Surprisingly, it possesses such an ability? It seemed that, in addition to Ruri, this human would have to be captured in passing. Miller's eyes swept the crowd on the ground. Except for 2 or 3 loser transcendent orcs. Just the glaze in front of me was barely enough. Lurie, seeing as you came out to die of your own accord, I've decided to spare this group of orcs and those 2 humans. Hearing these words, the underworld spirit Panther almost stormed out. Let her go? Panther, calm down, calm down. Veronica wrapped her hands around the spectral spirit Panther's neck, dragging her down in a deadly fashion, which calmed her anger. Panther, let's not bother with this angel. You said before that as the heir of the Vero family, I must know how to make decisions. I don't think, Panther, that this is the right time for you to be on. Chapter 48, the final aria. The 2 men's movements attracted Gu Xing's attention. Gu Xing turned his head to see the exotic girl with long light blonde hair and emerald green eyes. In terms of looks, it was on par with Ying Bing. Being stared at by Gu Xing, Veronica also realized that she had lost her temper, and hurriedly placed the phantom spirit leopard, elegantly straightened her skirt, and then extended her hand. Hello, to reacquaint you, my name is Veronica. Veronica winked mischievously when she said this. Seeing this scene, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Though he had realized before that this girl was not simple. But he hadn't expected such a contrast from the girl. A shy, innocent look when they first met with him in Winning Ice. And now, if it wasn't for the fact that Gu Xing was sure that the leopard was the same cat that Lainey had been holding in her arms earlier, he would not have believed that the contrast was so great that it was the same person. Gu Xing didn't reach out and just nodded politely. And Veronica, seeing that Gu Xing didn't reach out, skimmed her lips in dissatisfaction. Careful man. Didn't she just hide her identity for a bit? Surprisingly, she still holds a grudge. Only, Gu Xing's attention had all been drawn to Miller at this point. About your birth. I can tell you. Miller had a smug grin on his face. After all, not only were they able to solve the aftermath of the Killing Angel clan, but they also found a possibility to become stronger. In a better mood, looking at this blazing angel became agreeable. More importantly, he very much wanted to know. He couldn't wait to see Ruri's reaction when she realized the truth. You're the princess of the Killing Angel clan, can you even forget such an important matter? Miller had a mockery on his face, but now that the Killing Angel clan is dying out, it seems only natural for you to forget that identity. Perish? Gu Xing also frowned when he heard this news. Though he didn't know the relationship between blazing angels and war angels. But Lurie clearly belonged to the Killing Angel clan. And the near extinction of the Killing Angels. Veronica, who was on the side, suddenly interjected at this time. Blazing Angels and Battle Angels both belong to the Angel clan. And the Blazing Angel clan is the royal clan of the Angel clan, and their numbers are incomparably rare. Only a short time ago, the king of the Blazing Angels clan disappeared, and the War Angels clan seized power, and with the bloodline of the Blazing Angels. I guess it's bad luck. Of course, that's what I've heard. You can judge for yourself whether it's true or not. Verony added at last. Although Gu Xing had just treated her lovingly, Miss Vera wouldn't take it to heart. Hearing Vero's explanation, Gu Xing then realized. Why did Ruri lose her wings? Turns out it's all the work of the War Angel clan. With that, Gu Xing looked at Liu Li worriedly. At the moment, it was the little girl's heart that was bearing the most. Luri looked at Miller in disbelief. Looking at the wings behind him, memories slowly awakened in his mind. The Killing Angel clan was slaughtered and her wings were shredded. The images in his mind kept coming back. Involuntarily, tears began to slip from the corners of her eyes. The Killing Angels? Princess? Seeing Luri in this state, Miller was clearly beyond satisfied. Come to think of it. Everyone related to you is suffering, and you're oblivious to it all. As the princess of the Killing Angel clan, you deserve it too? The words clearly hit home for Luri. At this moment, the little girl looked at her hands, her body trembling continuously. Your own people are suffering. But what about her? Does she really deserve this status? Seeing Liu Li's state, Gu Xing's brows twisted tight. At this rate, it wouldn't even take Miller's hand for Luri to break down on her own. It can't go on like this. King's Landing. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Xing decisively used his talent. The Emperor's eyes reappeared. At this point, persuading Ruri was clearly the least efficient way to go. Since persuasion was useless, let the little girl feel his heart. His spiritual energy penetrated his body and connected tightly with Liu Li. Mental power can be used not only for fighting, but also for probing the hearts of others. In the spiritual world, Gu Xing saw a tiny figure hugging his knees and cowering in the corner. This is a reflection of Luri's heart. Even if Liu Li is strong and has experienced many battles, but essentially, she's still a little girl. Looking at the little girl who buried her head into her knees in an effort to escape reality, Gu Xing's heart seized up violently. It was all too much for her. Gu Xing took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward, extending his hand firmly to Liu Li. Ruri, stand up, no matter what happens, you have me with you. The little girl looked up, her pale little face streaked with tears. Master. Liu Li raised her tearful little face, her golden eyes reflecting Gu Xing's determined face. Ruri, no matter what, I will firmly choose you. Since the Battle Angel clan is in your way, I'll accompany you to crush them. Through the light of her tears, Luri saw that the hand that reached out was just as firm as it had been when she had first contracted in Lin Yuan City. Yes, now she had a master she could rely on. No matter what, the master will be firm in his choice of her. Over the holy city, Miller was losing patience. It's time to end it. Luri, I will send you to meet your clansmen in the ground. A long sword slowly appeared in Miller's hand, and the next moment, he then jabbed violently at Ruri. However, the inner world. A slender hand held Gu Xing's palm steadily. How could she run away again? She's an angel chosen by the gods. How can I fall down here? Bestow, kill. Killing angel form on. Two voices sounded almost simultaneously. Next moment. The crimson killing aura intertwined with the fiery flames, completely wrapping Liu Li. Miller gets his takedown attempt stuffed easily. Gu Xing looked at the glaze with thousands of attributes and his eyes slightly condensed. It's not enough. This level, it's not enough. To this extent, it's still impossible to defeat this battle angel. Ruri. There was no need for Gu Xing's order, the two of them, who were spiritually fused, were connected, and Gu Xing's thoughts reached her heart in the first instance. There is only one way to go further. Final aria. The chants in unison echoed across the battlefield. Liu Li behind the back of the four wings suddenly lit up red-gold flames, hot tongue of fire spit between, but also four brand new light wings suddenly appeared. 8-winged blazing angels. This is... Miller's pupils contracted violently, and the holy sword in his hand actually began to tremble uncontrollably. How is that possible? How could one become an 8-winged blazing angel without reaching the divine level? This is not possible. Illusion. Miller's eyes were crimson with madness. How could a crippled angel reach this level? Battle angel form. The 6 feathered wings instantly unfolded. Today, even if you are an 8-winged blazing angel, must die too. Chapter 49, Angelic Holy Blood. Boundary Breaking Blade. Within Gu Xing's field of vision, Miller's attributes suddenly skyrocketed. Holy Angel Miller. Qualification, Legendary 7-star. Level, Transcendent 3. Strength, 1054-1581. Body Mass, 1063-1594. Spirit, 862-1293. Speed, 1024-1536. Skills, Battle Angel Form boosts own attributes 1.5 times, Angelic Holy Shield, Angelic Holy Sword. Under the enhancement of the Battle Angel Form, Miller's various attributes reached a terrifying point. The 3 attributes of strength, physique, and speed surprisingly exceeded 1,500 points. Seeing this, Gu Xing unconsciously clenched his fists. Liu Li, today you must die. Miller's 6 wings vibrated violently, and a holy sword with a gilded body coalesced and took shape in his palm. The golden light on the surface of his body also surged, dyeing the clouds in a 100-meter radius into gold. Holy Sword, Judgment. Without any unnecessary movements, Miller's figure swooped down like golden lightning. Wherever the holy sword passed, space was slightly distorted. Meanwhile, Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legendary 3-star. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 473-1446. Body Mass, 478-1456. Spirit, 481-1462. Speed, 490-1480. Skills, Sin Severance, Divine Blessing, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. Blazing Angel Form doubles Ruri's attributes, then uses the ultimate skill on top of Blazing Angel Form. Lioli's attributes increased by 500 points again. As a result, Lioli's various attributes were already close to 1,500 points. Although at this time Miller compared to Lioli's attributes there is still a certain gap, but Grant, guard. Gu Xing clenched his teeth, and his spiritual energy surged out like a drowning flood. Ice blue guardian power condensed into a materialized light armor around Lioli. If killing is the sharpest spear, then guarding is the strongest shield. Gu Xing stifled a grunt, his temples bruised. Maintaining two top-level states at the same time caused his mental sea to nearly collapse. But looking at the petite figure in front of him, he held on hard with red eyes. This battle, no matter what, Luri had to win. Ruri. The hiss seemed to flip some switch. The last trace of hesitation in the glazed golden pupils dissipated. Boom! With his 8 wings fully stretched out, Lioli transformed into a crimson line of fire rushing up into the sky. Wherever it passed, space was seared with twisted trajectories. And as Miller looked at the glaze that was rushing towards him, Miller's pupils contracted violently, and for the first time, a look of panic appeared on his face. "You're crazy." He clearly saw that at this moment, Lioli completely abandoned her defensive stance and poured all her strength into this strike. If Gu Xing could not support herself, causing the guardian state to be lifted, her petite body would instantly be torn to pieces by the holy sword. Yet there was not a hint of fear in the glazed golden eyes. She believed in Gu Xing, in her master. The golden holy aura touched the crimson line of fire. Boom! Boom! The moment the golden holy aura touched the crimson fire line, time seemed to stand still for an instant. Immediately after, the center of the collision erupted with a light that was even more dazzling than the sun, and an energy ripple visible to the naked eye spread out in a perfect circular arc. Above ground, the raging energy storm blew Veronica's long, light blonde hair around. The huge body of the underworld spirit Panther blocked her, yet she could still feel the scorching airwaves that pummeled her face. Panther. Veronica's voice carried an incredulous tremor. He is really only in the awakening stage? The pupils of the underworld spirit leopard contracted violently, and its pitch-black fur stood up in the energy turbulence. As a former monarch-class imperial beast, even if she had now fallen to the awakening stage due to contractual limitations, her battle power when she erupted at full strength far exceeded that of her peers. But the scene in front of her was still beyond her cognizance. It's true. The voice of the underworld spirit leopard was rare in its gravity. That teenager and that angel are both still stuck at the 9th stage of awakening. If other magical beasts had told her that there were awakening stage angelic imperial beasts that could harden themselves to the transcendent mortal 3rd stage, she would have absolutely slapped her claws over them. But right now, this ridiculous scene was literally playing out in front of her eyes. What shocked her even more was that teenager had actually awakened the gift. One must know that even a genius like Veronica would have to wait until the transcendent rank to awaken her talent. And this teenager, even in the awakening of the 9th stage on. Miss, the underworld spirit leopard lowered his voice, I'm afraid that teenager will become your greatest rival in the future. Do you want me to take advantage of this? Her sharp claws poked out slightly. Veronica turned her head suddenly, her emerald eyes no longer playful, replaced by an eerie calm. The spectral spirit leopard was instantly silenced. She knew that look all too well. Whenever Veronica showed such a look, it meant that the great lady was really angered. I understand. The spectral spirit leopard obediently put away its claws and swallowed back the latter half of its words. Veronica looked back to the center of the battlefield, a flicker of complexity in her eyes. And the sky. The confrontation between the two was nearing its end. Although the attributes are a little inferior, but in the killing and guardian dual support. Each of her strikes posed a huge threat to Miller. The killing state completely ignored defense, which also meant that Miller's defensive skills were null and void in front of Luri. Bang! The holy sword clashed with the light blade for the millionth time, and Miller finally knocked away Ruri's weapon. But at this moment, the eyes of this war angel no longer had any arrogance in them, and only a deep-seated fear remained. Crazy! You're all crazy! Miller's voice trembled out of control, and his 6 wings flapped in panic as he turned and fled. What eradicating a great danger from his heart and what seizing the power of a human imperial beast master were all replaced by the instinct to survive at this moment. But, want to come and go as you please? Endgame. The 8 glazed wings unfurled angrily, and the crimson flames instantly blocked off the entire airspace. Miller slammed headfirst into the knot of flames and was horrified to realize that they were actually searing his psychic energy.
It's the killing angel's final boundary?
When Miller turned around, there was already a hint of pleading in his eyes.
Lurie, you can't kill me. Your people are still.
Before the words fell, the judgment of Lurie had already descended.
Arya.
With this whisper, the red-colored boundary with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly collapsed. Miller's screams were engulfed by the compressed-to-the-minute flames of light, eventually turning into a dazzling-to-the-minute crimson star point.
Boom!
Amidst the earth-shaking explosions, the boundary that the beasts had hastily propped up trembled violently.
Wherever the shockwave passed through, even the space showed fine black cracks.
When the light cleared, all that was left in the sky were drifting golden feathers, and the 8-winged figure standing proudly. The holy city fell into dead silence at this moment. All the orcs held their breath and looked up at the shocking scene.
That unbeatable war angel had completely disappeared.
In the sky after the smoke cleared, only 2 items remained suspended silently.
Angel's blood. Category: Legendary materials. Effect: greatly improves the qualification level of the angelic beasts.
Remarks: the core blood of the war angels contains pure divine power.
Boundary breaking blade.
Category: angelic sacred weapons.
Effect: breaks the world's boundaries and prohibitions. Remarks: the most precious treasure passed down from generation to generation of the angel clan. Chapter 50, the end of the secret world.
The moment he saw the angelic holy blood, Gu Xing's pupils plummeted. The second material for the glazed cultivation advancement. He already had the light crystals, angelic holy blood in his hands, and now only Holy Spirit medulla. But according to Winning Star River, the Holy Spirit marrow liquid was found in the treasury of the Jingui Academy.
Just joined the town and country schoolhouse.
Then this last material he could definitely get his hands on. When the time comes, cultivate the glaze through these 3 materials.
Will it bring the glaze to a mythic level? As for the other item, since it was a holy relic of the Angel Clan, it would be given to Liuli, the princess of the Angel Clan, for safekeeping. However, it was at this point. The figure of the 8-winged angel in the sky suddenly shook violently, the crimson flames faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the 8 radiant wings of light shattered inch by inch. It was as if all the strength had been drained from Liuli's body, and she fell straight down from a high altitude. The aftermath of using the ultimate skill. Gu Xing's heart tightened and he couldn't care less about his body before rushing forward. Only.
Just as he took a step, a dizzying sensation of heavenly rotation slammed into him. The overdrawn mental power finally reached its limit, and the world before him plunged into darkness. His body tilted forward uncontrollably, only to be steadily caught by a pair of soft arms the moment he was about to touch the ground.
In a trance, an orchid-like fragrance lingered on the tip of her nose.
At this moment, outside the secret realm, Wen Xinghao was pacing back and forth anxiously. After all, this was a brand new secret realm, and no one was sure what existed in it.
If anything happens to Wen Bing and Gu Xing, then how will he account for it to the winners and the country?
Thinking about this, Wen Xingha's back was already drenched in cold sweat.
One is the heir to a winning family and the other.
It was even more of a beast-robbing genius that was rare to come across in Longxia for 100 years. He simply could not afford such a loss.
That's when space suddenly rippled like water. Out.
Wen Xinghao looked up sharply, but instantly froze in place.
Only to see a vast number of orcs suddenly appear on the originally empty plains.
Hundreds of orc warriors paraded out, their bodies still bearing scars from the battle, but all of them straightening their backs. And at the front of the group, it was clearly Wen Bing holding the unconscious Gu Xing. Looking at this huge group, the corner of Wen Xingha's mouth twitched. These people. Wen Bing had no time to care about this at the moment. She had rushed to the battlefield the first moment she completed her bloodline enhancement, just in time to witness the moment Gu Xing collapsed from exhaustion. Almost as an instinctive reaction, she rushed forward in an arrow step before Veronica and caught the teenager securely in her arms.
Grandpa Xinghe, take a quick look at Gu Xing.
The always calm Miss Winner's voice carried an unprecedented level of panic.
He seems to have passed out from talent overdraft.
Wen Bing herself didn't even notice that her arm holding Gu Xing was shaking slightly, and those eyes that were often like ice were full of anxiety at the moment. However, at this moment, Wen Xinghe froze in place, and he seriously suspected that he was hallucinating.
Did he hear right? Just now, my lady seemed to say that Gu Xing's talent was overused? What? Winning Star River reconfirmed Gu Xing's rank. That's right. It's the awakening 9th order. That means Gu Xing had unexpectedly awakened his talent early?
Wen Xinghe's throat knots rolled violently for a few times, forcing down the shocking waves within his heart. This situation must be reported to the principal immediately, if we let such a great talent slip through our fingers.
Grandpa Xinghe.
Seeing that Wen Xinghe didn't answer for a long time, there was a hint of anger in Wen Bing's tone. It was only then that Wen Xinghe woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly bent down to check Gu Xing's condition. There's no major problem with his body, it's just that he fainted because he overused his spiritual power. Wen Xingha said, his gaze turning to Liuli, who was being carefully held by Sally. As for his Imperial Beast, this look was the aftermath of the Imperial Beast using the ultimate skill. It just needs to heal itself after a while. Only, this Imperial Beast's ultimate skill use actually had such a big after effect? You know, the bigger the aftermath, it also means the stronger the ultimate skill. One use of the Ice Phoenix's ultimate skill merely rendered one unconscious. And this Imperial Beast, surprisingly, was directly asleep. Wen Xingha twitched the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, a perverted Imperial Beast master must have a perverted Imperial Beast. Hearing that Gu Xing was not in any serious condition, Wen Bing's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. After glancing behind her, she seemed to realize something and slowly opened her mouth to explain. These beast races were fleeing in the secret realm before, and now that the secret realm is being invaded by the demons and Gu Xing saved them, so that means they chose to follow us. It was only after Wen Bing's explanation that it dawned on Wen Xingha. The country of Long Xia does not exclude foreigners. There were also quite a few races in the middle of the alien space that had sought refuge in the Dragon Summer Kingdom. And the Dragon Summer Kingdom, which is a sea of tolerance, did not refuse any of them. Therefore, one more beast race wasn't too much of a problem right now. This is a long way from the Dragon Summer Kingdom, you. Matriarch Ron stepped forward and respectfully bowed with the highest etiquette of the orc race. My lord, I will lead my clan to the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Please take Lord Prophet back to heal his wounds first. Winning Star River nodded approvingly. Although the Dragon Summer Kingdom was open to all, it would not unconditionally provide for all races. Whether or not this group of orcs would be able to cross the danger to reach Long Xia was in itself the best test for them. Before he left, Ron, however, pleaded with Wen Xinghe to take his daughter Sally with him. Thinking that the unconscious Gu Xing really needed someone to take care of him, he didn't refuse. The other side. Veronica had just stepped out of the secret realm when a dark shadow knelt down in front of her like a ghost. Miss, the family head has ordered you to return immediately. The black-clothed man's voice was low and respectful, but it carried a firmness that could not be refused. Veronica's emerald green eyes flashed with a hint of impatience, and her slender hand waved impatiently. Old man, there's so much going on. She glanced at the kneeling Imperial Beastmaster in disgust, and you, Black 10, next time you're not allowed to appear in front of me, just looking at your smelly face makes me angry. The Imperial Beastmaster known as Black 10 remained in a humble posture, not even daring to raise his head. Yes, ma'am. Seeing the other party being so contrary, Veronica felt tasteless. She sighed softly, her tone easing a bit. Never mind, I don't and shouldn't give you a hard time. She then turned her head to look at the spectral spirit leopard, and her aura flashed. Panther, what do you say? How about I enroll in the Dragon Summer Kingdom? The corners of the eyes of the spectral spirit leopard twitched. This young lady of mine really thinks out of the box. With her status, if she were to enter the Dragon Summer Kingdom, how much chaos would she set off? But on second thought, there were other people to worry about such errands. I don't see a problem with that, Ms. Vero. Good, then it is happily decided. Chapter 51, Stepping into Transcendence, Second Talent. Blood red. Gu Xing's spirit world was blood red. A color like blood that made him gasp with oppression. However, surrounded by the sea of blood, his spiritual power climbed madly upwards again. Inside the room. After sensing Gu Xing's state, Wen Xinghe hastily spoke out to remind him. Miss, it seems like Gu Xing is about to step into transcendence. Transcendence? Wen Bing's pupils plummeted at the words, and she violently turned her head to look at Gu Xing on the bed. Only to see that the teenager's body was being surrounded by a bizarre bloodlight, and even his breath became scorching hot. It really is a breakthrough to transcendence. But why the bloody color? Wen Bing remembered that when Gu Xing awakened his talent, it was clearly silver. But now, without waiting for Wen Bing to return to her senses, Wen Xinghe pulled her aside, strangled and formed a seal, and an ice-blue boundary instantly enveloped the entire room. Winning Star River gazed at the bloodlight on Gu Xing's body surface and frowned slightly. If he is not mistaken, Gu Xing, this is not only breaking through the transcendent. It's more of a synchronized awakening of talent. But didn't Wen Bing say that Gu Xing had awakened early? So now this. Wen Xinghe's heart shook, and a guess instantly surged into his mind. The second talent. And at that moment, Gu Xing's Imperial Beast space was undergoing a sea change. The surge in spiritual power brought about by the breakthrough to transcendence caused the original Imperial Beast space to nearly double in size. And in the Imperial Beast space, the green light cocoon that had been silent for a long time suddenly trembled violently. It took the initiative to tug on Gu Xing's surging spiritual energy, outlining contract patterns within the cocoon. Voluntary deed. As the last contract tattoo was completed, Gu Xing clearly felt an additional sleeping consciousness in his spiritual sea. And the green cocoon, after completing the contract, regained its calmness as if nothing had happened. At the same time, his second gift, the Soul Eater, was also fully awakened. The effect of this talent is simple and overbearing. Unconditionally doubles all attributes of the Imperial Beast. Take glazing for example. When the Killing Angel state is turned on, her attributes will become 2x. And through the talent of Soul Eater, her attributes would once again be increased by 2 times. As a result, Liuli's final battle power increased by a staggering 4 times. Only, Gu Xing felt it. It doesn't allow you to use both the King's Landing and Soul Eater talents at the same time. Otherwise, relying on the status provided by King's Landing, coupled with the talent of Soul Eater, Luri is good enough to walk sideways in the Transcendent class. When Gu Xing fully controlled his newly awakened power and slowly opened his eyes, what came into his eyes were the extremely complicated expressions of Wen Bing and Wen Xinghe. You guys? Gu Xing touched her face in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? Wen Xinghe's facial muscles twitched slightly. But in the end, no questions were asked. Has Gu Xing awakened his second talent? After all, he had already reported up about Gu Xing's situation long ago. The Lord Rector has naturally made up his mind about this. How long have I been asleep? Winning Ice made a rough calculation and slowly opened his mouth. By the time we got out of the secret realm until now, you've been unconscious for half a month. Now where you are, in the Imperial Winning House, which is my house. Hearing that you've been in a coma for half a month. Gu Xing frowned slightly. The aftereffects of spiritual energy depletion were surprisingly so severe. However, the results are also pleasing. Noticing the 2 materials in the Imperial Beast space, Liuli's evolutionary materials were basically collected. Wait. Glazed? How's the little girl doing after using the ultimate skill? Gu Xing immediately felt it through the contract. At the moment, the little girl seems to be right next door. Moreover, it seemed that she was about to complete the metamorphosis from the awakening stage to the transcendent level. Think about it. Gu Xing immediately rolled over and got out of bed. Advancing from the awakening stage to the transcendent rank, there was absolutely no unpleasant feeling in his body that he had been lying down for half a month. At the moment, he felt like he was in great shape. 3 steps rushed to the next door, and the moment he pushed it open, crimson flames hit him. Liuli's petite body was completely wrapped in sacred flames, her 4 feathered wings stretching in the firelight. Just as Gu Xing watched, all the flames suddenly collapsed inward, turning into streams of light and disappearing into Liuli's body. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Legendary 3-star. Level, Transcendent First Order. Power, 820. Body mass, 810. Spirit, 800. Speed, 830. Skills, Sinseverance, Divine Blessing, Blazing Angel Form, Final Aria. Evolution, Angelic Sacred Blood Possessed, Light Crystals Possessed, Sacred Marrow Spirit Liquid Unobtained. Luri's attributes took a qualitative leap forward. After stepping into the Transcendent Realm, her various attributes directly soared from less than 500 points to over 800 points. The corners of Gu Xing's mouth rose slightly as he felt the power fluctuations coming from the contract. If the current Luri were to face the Battle Angel Miller again, I'm afraid that she wouldn't need to utilize the final aria to cut him down. Even more surprising is the Pact of Vera, the nature sprite. Although she fell back into slumber after concluding the contract, this was a genuine mythical qualification Imperial Beast. Gu Xing speculated that it should have been the fluctuation of spiritual power that he had emitted when he had broken through the transcendent that had triggered Vera's instinctive response, prompting her to complete the contract. Just find a way to wake her up and then help her break through to the transcendent level. Excitement shone in Gu Xing's eyes. If we can successfully enter the Zhengui Academy to obtain the Sacred Marrow Spiritual Liquid, so that Liuli's qualification can also be upgraded to the mythical grade. 2 mythic qualified Imperial Beasts. This thought made Gu Xing's heart beat faster. At that time, even if he faced a transcendent high-ranked Imperial Beast Master, he would still have the power to fight. And that's when Liuli slowly opened those radiant golden eyes. The moment her eyes focused, she did not hesitate to pounce towards Gu Xing. Gu Xing subconsciously opened his arms, and the little girl immediately burrowed into his arms like a nesting chick. No one noticed that a hint of cunning flashed in Luri's eyes. Through contract sensing, she had long since detected her master's newly contracted nature elf. It gave her a strong sense of crisis. Can't wait. Luri swore mentally. You have to be proactive to get your master to open up. She quietly tightened her arms around Gu Xing and buried her small face into her master's chest. As Wen Bing on the side watched this scene, a trace of sourness inexplicably welled up in his heart. She furrowed her eyebrows in confusion, not understanding where this emotion was coming from. To hide the dissimilarity, she coughed softly as a reminder. Gu Xing, the 3rd examination will begin soon. The words were like a pot of cold water poured down. Gu Xing jolted awake. Sacred Marrow Elixir. He had to pass the examination to enter the Zhengui Academy. If you miss this opportunity, what if I can't join? However, this worry of Gu Xing's was completely superfluous. At this moment, Long Jinghua, the principal of the Jinghua Academy, as well as the major principals of the other academies had all converged towards the examination site. These usually godforsaken bigwigs had a surprisingly consistent goal for this trip. It's that supreme genius who was personally recommended by Wei Yuan. Gu Xing. Chapter 52 The Examination Site, the Principal in Person. Angelic Quarters. The few elders suppressing the blazing angels realized something was wrong at this time. Why hasn't the young patriarch returned? Could something have happened? One of the angelic elders turned his head sideways and inquired of his companion beside him. It can't be. Did the young patriarch not have anyone to follow? Suddenly, the holy flames in the great hall suddenly stagnated. A magnificent figure appeared out of thin air, 8 pairs of radiant golden wings stretching behind him. It was none other than Battle Angel Clan Chief Mi Battle. Miller is dead. Mi Zhan's voice was like 10,000 years of cold ice. Find out for me who did this. Several elders looked at each other. They naturally knew that the patriarch didn't really care whether the son lived or died. Mi War has a large number of heirs and can always create another young patriarch. What really shook the patriarch up was boundary-breaking blade. The greatest treasure of the angelic race was actually lost after being stolen by Miller. I'll go check it out right away. The 4 elders knelt down on one knee, their eyes filled with disbelief. With Miller's strength, how could he fall in the district's secret realm? When the elders left, Mi Zhan turned towards the underground prison. At the end of the darkened passageway, the last of the blazing angels were imprisoned. Mi War. You traitor! An old blazing angel cursed him when he saw him. The patriarch has treated your war angel clan with great kindness. How dare you betray him? How dare you betray him? Mi Zhan turned a deaf ear, his icy gaze locking onto Ryusha in the center of the crowd. This blazing angel princess was bruised and battered but still had a straight spine. Ryusha, last chance. Mi War's voice was like a viper spitting. Tell me the whereabouts of Lioli, or else. Ryusha suddenly laughed, a sneer in his smile. You wouldn't dare kill us. My brother is only missing, not dead. That's why you're searching for Ruri everywhere like a mad dog. You're afraid he'll suddenly come back one day. Mi Zhan's pupils suddenly contracted. Indeed, it was this scruple that always kept these blazing angels alive. Only. Seeing the mockery in Ryusha's eyes, his eyes sank. You're right, I really wouldn't dare kill you all. He slowly raised his hand. Immediately afterward, several war angels approached holding chilling instruments of torture. But I can make your lives worse than death. As Mi Battle's figure disappeared at the end of the passage, heart-rending screams echoed from the dungeon. Third appraisal site. A mountain of people. All the major media outlets have rushed here in unison just to cover this annual college entrance exam extravaganza. Every year these colleges have to play some new tricks. I wonder what this year's test will be. Whatever. We just need to see who the winner of this year's high school entrance exam is. He's the strongest within this class. How is it possible? The real geniuses have long been specially recruited by major colleges and universities, and as for those who remain, you can't say that either. 5 years ago the principal of the Zhengui Academy was personally present for a special recruitment. Didn't you also say that? That was 5 years ago. The test was not perfect at that time, that's why the genius was omitted. As for now, such a thing as special recruitment is never possible. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, candidates who have passed the first 2 tests will be admitted in turn. Shinruo Shue was naturally among them. The moment. Her eyes scanned the field frantically, trying to find the familiar figure. However, nothing. Captain, don't look for it. Gushin isn't here. I guess Gushin hasn't arrived yet. If we find Gushin's figure, we'll definitely notify you first. Yes, Captain, with us here, as soon as Gushin enters this place, we'll be able to spot it immediately. Hearing her own team members flirting, Shinruo Shue's small face slightly reddened. She still felt very ashamed of being flirted with by her own teammates in her face. The chimera beside her, however, lowered her head silently as she heard a few people talking. The current her had completely seen the situation and didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes about the matter of Gu Xing becoming her master. Perhaps, from the day she betrayed Gu Xing, she was destined to end up like this. However, Gu Xing had at least left her alive. However, it was at this point. The sky suddenly darkened. A large group of flying imperial beasts suddenly appeared in the sky above the examination venue. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the presidents of the major universities landed on their feet. The most noticeable among them was naturally a silver-haired old man among the group. This is the principal of the Zhengui Academy, Long Zhengui. It was also the top pillar of the entire Long Xia kingdom. A monarch 9th-ranked imperial beast master. I go? How did the principal of the Zhengui Academy come to the examination site? It's not just the Zhengui Academy, the Black Dragon Academy, the Yellow Dragon Academy. The principals of the famous academies within Long Xia seem to be here. What are they doing here? It can't be that they're going to proctor the exam. Stupid. A real genius must have appeared, and must have come here for one purpose: special recruitment. Special recruit? No way, who is it? It's worth such a big deal. Sparks also seemed to rub off between these principals as the crowd murmured. They could all be getting the message. To be able to be evaluated by Wei Yuan as a genius with unrivaled potential, no matter how much it cost, they had to drag him back to their school. Only the biggest competitor by far. Everyone set their eyes on the figure at the very front. Township schoolhouse. They didn't expect that this time, it was the principal of the Zhengui Academy himself. Elder Long, why are you here this time? Li Bo, the principal of the Black Dragon School, hesitated for a long time before taking a step forward. As the only monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster present, he thought he had the qualifications to speak with Long Jinghua. What do you say? Long Jinghua gave him a sidelong glance, not giving Li Bo the slightest bit of face. Who doesn't know what we're all here for? Have to play the big tail here. The muscles on Bo's face twitched slightly, but he didn't dare to snap. He didn't have the slightest solution for Long Jinghua. But although he respected Long Jinghua, Gu Xing was a student that he had to fight for. He took a deep breath and arched his hand. Elder Long is sorry, but this talented student, the Black Dragon Academy, will also have to fight for it. These words were like pouring water into a frying pan, and the other principals could not sit still. The Heavenly Phoenix Academy, also. We at Purple Sky Academy. The scene was a mess. In the corner, a principal with gold-rimmed glasses reminded weakly. Gentlemen, shouldn't we find that rightful owner first? We're arguing now, in case the person. Before the words were finished, there was a sudden silence in the room. But when the crowd calmed down, they had to admit that he had a point. Long Jinghua frowned, and his majestic spiritual power instantly covered the entire examination site. The other principals followed suit, and a dozen or so channels of spiritual energy intertwined into a net, sweeping all the students in the arena. Strange. Li Bo's frown grew tighter and tighter. How come I didn't sense the brat Wei Yuan was talking about? The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became weird. A dozen or so principals, who were usually powerful, were now looking at each other with confusion written all over their faces. What? The genius is gone? It shouldn't be. One of the principals suddenly thought of something and his face turned odd. That kid pressed? Chapter 53. The academy goes crazy, the whole place is shocked. And at this time, Gu Xing saw that he couldn't catch up with the examination, so he simply let himself go. He asked Wen Xinghai if he would be able to enter the Zhengui Academy if he missed this examination. And Winning Star River gave him an answer. The bag is fine. After all, if a genius like Gu Xing, who awakened early, is not accepted by the Zhengui Academy, that's really out of your mind. And after receiving Winning Star River's assurance, Gu Xing was relieved. On the way to the examination site, he also took the opportunity to buy a whole bunch of food. After all, during that time of unconsciousness, the energy in his body was pretty much depleted, and he desperately needed to replenish it back. As for Liuli, who was also a snacker, she naturally raised her hands and feet in favor of Gu Xing's decision. When the two showed up for the assessment with large bags and kebabs in their mouths, the room was silent. Everyone froze. Tens of thousands of students were present, plus the presidents of the university campuses were waiting for you. I can't believe you're eating. After reacting, Gu Xing was quick on his feet and instantly collected all the food in his hands along with the snacks in Liuli's arms into the Imperial Beast space. Where's my candy cane? Liuli blinked her wide eyes in bewilderment until she followed Gu Xing's gesturing gaze and realized that she had become the center of attention. After letting out a cute exclamation of surprise, the little girl instantly turned into streams of light and hid in the Imperial Beast space. But it was a bitter pill to swallow for Gu Xing. There's no place for him to hide. A man stood in the center of the field, bearing the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. Well, the next moment, a soft force suddenly lifted him up. Long Jinghua waved his big sleeve and brought him directly to the podium. The dozen or so principals threw their grudging gazes in unison, like a group of disgruntled women who had been let off the hook. They've been waiting here wide-eyed for a whole half hour. Hello, principals. Good job, principals. Gu Xing reacted extremely quickly and immediately took a 90-degree bow, his voice so loud that it could be heard throughout the venue. The speed of this face change saw the corner of Long Jinghua's eye twitch. How fast this kid can change his face. A little fast. But genius. It's normal to be a little bit special. Gu Xing, would you like to join our Zhengui Academy? Upon hearing these words, Gu Xing turned his head and saw a silver-haired old man looking at him with a smile. Gu Xing immediately realized that this old man was the principal of the Zhengui Academy. In the face of Long Jinghua's inquiry, Gu Xing was not prepared to agree to this. After all, from Wen Xinghai's mouth, he had learned that Wei Yuan had sent his information to the admissions offices of all the colleges and universities. Wei Yuan had only one purpose for doing so. That's drawing a mad rush from all the major universities to help him maximize his benefits. Principal Long, I haven't thought about which school to join yet. My talent is a bit special, I don't know why. And this talent was awakened during the awakening period. With that, Gu Xing used King's Landing. The silver-white eyes struck a direct blow to the hearts of the principals in the room. Early awakening. Gu Xing's value has risen again. The people were all at the top of their eyesight, who could not see the gold content of this talent that Gu Xing had awakened. Moreover, they also sensed that Gu Xing's spiritual power seemed to be too much stronger than the average Imperial Beast Master. At a mere Transcendent Mortal first stage, the mental power already seemed to be on par with a Transcendent Mortal 5th stage Imperial Beast Master. Student Gu Xing, our Heavenly Phoenix Academy. Gu Xing student, our Xuanwu Academy. This group of principals scrambled to introduce their schools. Only Li Fu and a few other top university presidents stood silently. They all heard the subtext in Gu Xing's 2 sentences. To get him to join, you have to put the benefits in front of him. Long Jingguo was also dumbfounded at this time. He didn't expect Gu Xing to take the initiative to expose this matter of his early awakening. However, he was very understanding of Gu Xing's idea of working for his own benefit. After all, resources can be earned. Seeing Gu Xing's afterglow consistently fall on his body, it became clear to him that this kid must be waiting for him to speak. Only. Having established that this kid wanted to join the Jingui Academy, he was not in a hurry to throw out his conditions. And at this time, Li Fu slowly stepped forward and spoke to Gu Xing with full sincerity. Student Gu Xing, as long as you join us at the Black Dragon Academy, we will definitely dedicate our entire school to cultivating you. You will have the highest treatment our academy has ever seen. Gu Xing was at a loss for words. Faced with the ardent gaze of this monarch-level powerhouse, the words of refusal spun around his mouth several times, but he froze and didn't have the heart to say anything. His afterglow kept looking at Long Jingguo, his eyes filled with "You old man should say something." Ahem. Well, Long Jingguo was also afraid that he would have a brain fart and directly agree to Li Fu's conditions. Student Gu Xing, if you're willing to join the Jingui Academy, I can fulfill one of your requests. The words sounded light, but they caused the entire room to go suddenly silent. Although it seemed like Long Jingguo was giving very shabby conditions, it was important to know that he was one of the strongest people in the entire Long Xia Kingdom. There was basically nothing that could not be accomplished within the Long Xia Kingdom with one request from Long Jingguo. Finally waiting for Long Jingguo to speak, Gu Xing also finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm very sorry, Principal Li, I still want to learn about the Jingguo Academy first. Li Fu had actually expected such an outcome. Although his Black Dragon Academy was ranked second, compared to the Jingui Academy, the gap was probably even bigger than the gap between him and the last place college. The word Jingui is not simply a word. And after Gu Xing saw Long Jingguo's mirror-like eyes, he immediately understood that his small mind had long been seen through by Long Jingguo. So, he simply stated his request. Principal Long, I actually just have 2 requests. The first is that I want the Holy Marrow Spiritual Liquid. As for the second request. Under Long Jingguo's gaze, Gu Xing spoke stiffly. I want my Imperial Beast to enter the Imperial Beast Holy Pool. Upon hearing Gu Xing's request, Long Jingguo's brows frowned slightly. The first requirement was nothing, even if it was more precious, the Sacred Marrow Spiritual Liquid was just a material, no more precious than a genius. But the Sacred Pool of Imperial Beasts. This is the cornerstone of the Township's Academy. It would normally only be awarded to a monarch-level Imperial Beast Master who had made a significant contribution. And Gu Xing a transcendental-grade Imperial Beast Master. Long Jingguo gazed into Gu Xing's eyes and spoke slowly. Your purpose for wanting to enter the sacred pool of Imperial Beasts? I have a royal beast that needs the royal beast holy pool to heal its wounds. Long Jingguo slowly folded his fingers back and forth, obviously pondering the pros and cons of this matter. Seeing Gu Xing's pleading eyes, he finally spoke slowly. I can grant you the first condition, as for the second. Hearing those words, Gu Xing's eyes had revealed a look of disappointment. This tone of Long Jingguo's already represented that this condition was hopeless. However, Long Jingguo's words changed. As long as you can prove your worth at the freshman ceremony, this condition, old man, is granted. Chapter 54 Angelic Evolution, Mythical Imperial Beasts. And when Long Jingguo said this, the whole room was shocked. What is the concept of the holy pool of Imperial Beasts? That's where the foundation of the Jingguo Academy has been established for 1,000 years. How many monarch-level powerhouses had begged for the opportunity, and the old principal had actually really loosened his lips? And receiving Long Jingguo's answer, Gu Xing looked delighted. He had been prepared for the worst, but now, peak to peak, with the hope of entering the Imperial Beast sacred pool. However, the deep meaning in Long Jingguo's words made him fall into deep thought. Why the biased emphasis on proving yourself at the freshman ceremony? Gu Xing looked up if she was aware of it, and met the old principal's meaningful gaze. In a flash, he came to a realization. Although Long Jingguo was the principal of the Jingguo Academy, after all, the school was not his one word. Even if he agreed to Gu Xing's entry into the sacred pool, the other monarch-ranked patriarchs would never easily agree to allow a new student to step into the sacred pool. And there's only one way to get those monarch-level Imperial Beast Masters to shut up. That is to prove yourself. Prove your potential. Prove that you can have the potential to suppress everyone of your generation. And there was only one reason why Long Jingguo purposely emphasized the freshman ceremony. That is, only at the time of the freshman ceremony, all the freshmen who joined the Jinghua Academy would be present. And he's going to do it in front of all and sundry. Defeat the thousands of students who joined the Township Academy. Principal Long, I understand. Gu Xing nodded heavily at Long Jinghua. When Long Jinghua saw this, a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. This kid really knows what he's talking about. Gu Xing's guess was not wrong. In principle, not to mention the transcendent level, even a commander-level Imperial Beast Master would never want to get their hands on the Imperial Beast Sacred Pool. But if Gu Xing, being able to suppress all the students in the same class altogether, then what's the harm in giving him the qualification to enter the Holy Pool? A genius who crowns the ages and has some privileges, who dares to say more? He's not a vegetarian with his old fists. Then I look forward to your performance at the freshman ceremony. As for the sacred marrow spiritual liquid, someone will send it into your hands later. After saying that, the old principal waved his sleeve and turned to leave. The other principals all had regret written on their faces when they saw that Gu Xing's destination had been decided. Missing out on a demon like Gu Xing, he didn't know how long he would have to wait before he could meet another student with such natural talent. With all these principals coming, it's only natural to have a good look around the site. Although he couldn't get Gu Xing, it was nice to pick some bright geniuses. Soon their eyes were drawn to a girl. Relying solely on a handful of epic charms, she had surprisingly achieved a top 10 ranking amongst the candidates. What subtle maneuvering! Fu Li couldn't help but marvel. To be able to develop the potential of the Imperial Beasts to such an extent meant that this girl's combat talent was extremely outstanding, and the possibility of awakening a powerful talent in the future was extremely high. Several principals looked at each other and immediately surrounded them. Yet when they enthusiastically threw out the olive branch, they got a surprising response. I'm sorry, headmasters, but I have to join the town school. Shin Ruoshua owed her body slightly, but her gaze always followed the direction in which Gu Xing had left. The young girl's voice was all determination. There is someone I must catch up with. And after leaving the examination site, Gu Xing realized that it was surprising that he had nowhere to go in the Imperial City. As a last resort, he turned his head back to the winners. It's nice to eat soft food. And Wen Bing was naturally very welcoming to Gu Xing's arrival. Immediately, he had someone arrange a residence for Gu Xing. It was not long after staying down that the holy marrow spiritual liquid promised by Long Jinghua was also delivered to Gu Xing. The moment Gu Xing gazed at the three materials in front of him, his fingertips trembling slightly. The arduous task of collecting these materials is known only to him. Crystals of light enhance the holy angels' control of their abilities. Angelic blood, purification of the blood of the holy angels. Sacred marrow spirit liquid, containing a huge amount of energy, it provides the energy needed for the evolution of the holy angels. Each piece glowed with a golden halo that mingled in the dimly lit room. Any piece of material that is out there will trigger a looting. But now, all three materials are consumed in the cultivation of the glaze. Gu Xing's heart throbbed slightly. Heartache. But it can't be helped. You are responsible for your own imperial beasts. Ruri, come out. The compact flickered with light and the cherub gradually appeared. When she looked at the materials on the table, her golden pupils suddenly contracted. Once upon a time, Gu Xing had used 3 materials to repair her feathered wings. And now, the same 3 materials were in front of her. It was clear that his own master's purpose was self-evident. The little girl looked at Gu Xing with gratitude. Thank you, master. Gu Xing waved his hand carelessly. Though all this time, Luri hadn't shown it. However, Gu Xing realized that the little girl would basically enter the Imperial Beast space to improve herself when she was fine. The fact that she was so desperately eager to become stronger proved that what Miller had said earlier about the condition of the Killing Angel clan had still deeply irritated this little girl. Ruri, close your eyes. Luri closed her eyes obediently, her long lashes casting fine shadows in the light. Gu Xing took a deep breath and slowly lifted the 3 treasures, letting them hover above the cherub's head. In an instant, the holy light poured down like a waterfall, completely enveloping Lioli's petite body. The 3 materials transformed into brilliant streams of light, rotating rapidly around the cherub like planets. Buzz. Accompanied by a clear chirp, Luri instantly entered her blazing angel form. 4 pairs of radiant feathered wings unfolded with a roar, each feather blossoming with a dazzling crimson light. As if summoned, the 3 treasures precisely merged into the 4 main feathers at the very core of her back. Boom! The red golden sacred flame shot up into the sky, transforming into a pillar of light that ran through heaven and earth. Pure mythic level pressure spread out like a tidal wave, and the birds and beasts in a 100-mile radius simultaneously crouched and trembled. Inside the Jinghua Academy, the tea light in Long Jinghua's hand snapped and shattered. He fiercely stood up, and his aura at the peak of the monarch level exploded. Mythical? His reaction was as fast as lightning, and his vast spiritual power instantly wove a heavenly net to firmly block the mythic level aura. A few other monarch level powerhouses just wanted to probe, but they were forced back by the pressure. Only after confirming that the aura was completely covered did Long Jinghua feel relieved. But his pupils are still slightly constricted. From among the breath just now, he sensed a familiar aura. Surprisingly, Gu Xing's Imperial Beast. Mythical. Long Jinghua muttered, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the cuffs of his sleeves. A mythical great Imperial Beast that had never appeared in the entire history of the Dragon Summer Kingdom had been born just like this. What's even more shocking is that the owner of this mythical great Imperial Beast also possesses the demonic qualification of early awakening, as well as the amazing potential of suspected dual talents. He suddenly leaned back and laughed. Good. 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 I really did see the right person. Chapter 55 Strength Surge, Wind and Clouds gradually rise. In the meantime, under the influence of the three materials, two wings were once again exhibited behind Luri's back. The 6 radiant wings of light were fully stretched out, each one burning with crimson divine fire. The violent energy formed a flamestorm around her, reflecting the area like a furnace. Under Gu Xing's gaze, Liuli's aura continued to climb. A tipping point was soon reached. Seeing this, Gu Xing clenched his palms. He could sense that if Luri was able to break through this layer of hindrance, her rank would then break through to the mythic level. If she couldn't break through, then her qualification would stay at the legendary 9 stars. But at the moment, everything is up to her. Rumble. The red flames suddenly stormed out, turning into monstrous waves of fire that swept across the room. Amazingly, the flames seemed to possess life, automatically diverging when they were about to touch Gu Xing. But the violent explosion still alarmed the entire Winner family. By order of the matriarch, no one is to approach. Winning Star River's majestic voice resounded through the clouds. An azure-colored boundary instantly fell, firmly blocking the storming energy. The crowd of winners who were about to check out the situation stopped. The matriarch himself gave the order, who dares to make a mistake? However, a slender figure, sped against the flow of people in the direction of the boundary. Wen Bing clenched her lower lip, her eyes filled with worry. The moment she touched the boundary, the azure curtain of light actually separated automatically like water waves. The boundary was actually no hindrance to her. Deep within the ancestral land of the Winning family, the patriarch stood with his hands folded, his gaze like a torch. He naturally knew exactly what was happening inside the boundary. That teenager, he was actually improving the qualifications of the Imperial Beasts. This was unprecedented in the 1,000 years of Imperial Beast history of the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Ice? The patriarch murmured in a low voice, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Perhaps the flaws in our Winning family's bloodline may be able to be in this youngster's body. Completely resolved. Inside the boundaries, Wen Bing was so shocked by the sight in front of him that he couldn't speak. The crimson sea of fire churned, but the only thing it did was bypass Gu Xing in the center. Seeing this, the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix instantly unfolded its ice crystal shield. Looking at the 8-winged angel in the center of the blaze, her eyes were filled with caution and even a hint of fear. Wen Bing's pupils shrank as he felt the emotions of the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix. One should know that the last time her bloodline was purified in the middle of the Elven Mystic Realm, coupled with her level breaking through to Transcendent. Relying on the bloodline of the Winning family, the qualification of the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix had already reached legendary 7 stars. But even so, the Ice Phoenix still felt a hint of fear. What kind of terrifying realm had that 8-winged angel's qualifications reached? And at this moment, Liuli's breakthrough had reached its final point. Luri's eyes snapped open. Arcane divine patterns actually surfaced in those golden pupils. Broken. With a clear cry, the red flames in the sky suddenly solidified. In the next second, all the flames were like being nudged by the hand of God, instantly metamorphosing into a radiant reddish gold color. The terrifying heat even caused the ice shield condensed by the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix to start cracking, with fine cracks spreading like a spider web. Chirp! The Ice Phoenix let out a sharp chirp, and the ice crystals on its feathers began to melt. Winning Bing's heart shook dramatically, and finally looked deeply at Gu Xing, decisively bringing the Ice Phoenix to exit the boundary. She knew that if she stayed any longer, she was afraid that her Imperial Beast would suffer irreparable damage. Within the boundary, the red golden divine fire danced like a living thing. Liuli was suspended in the center of the sea of fire, and the divine patterns on the 8 feathered wings lit up one by one. When the last divine stripe lit up, boom! A heavenly pillar of light penetrated the clouds, and Liuli's aura finally broke through the shackles and stepped into an entirely new realm. Gu Xing stared blankly at the scene before him. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Level, Transcendent First Order. Power, 1020. Body Mass, 1010. Spirit, 1000. Speed, 1030. Skills, Blazing Angel Form 8 Wing State, Final Angel Form 10 Wing State, falls into weakness after use, Field of Heavenly Fire Initial Level. Evolution, Angelic Divine Blood, Bright Sacred Crystals. Gu Xing gazed at the data leaping on the light screen in front of him, his pupils contracting slightly. Although Liuli's attributes had increased by a mere 200 points, her skills had been refreshed. She now has two forms: the Killing Angel and the Angel of the End. Today's Blazing Angel form. It has reached 8 wings. And the final Angelic form. In turn, it was able to help Ruri break through to the level of a 10-winged final angel. According to what Miller had said earlier, it seemed that Ruri's father had only reached the level of an 8-winged angel. And at this moment, his little angel had actually touched the threshold of 10 wings. As for the final field of celestial fire. With the word field, it was no longer a power that could be grasped by a transcendent rank. Synthesize it down. Liuli's current strength, unless a transcendent peak Imperial Beast Master makes a move, then she could have pushed across the entire transcendental hierarchy. The little girl's qualification was raised to mythic, and one of Gu Xing's preoccupations was finally accomplished. And next, Gu Xing's eyes fell on the green cocoon in the Imperial Beast space. It's all about helping this little guy wake up. Get a second mythic level Imperial Beast. Inside the Jingui Academy, several monarch level Imperial Beast Masters barged into the principal's office. Principal Long, why would you agree to a request as outrageous as that, students? The Imperial Beast Sacred Pool has to queue up to apply even for us at the Monarch level, and you've agreed to give it to a little doll at the Transcendent level? Yes, after setting this precedent, what if all the other geniuses come to follow suit in the future? Long Jingwa slowly put down the teacup in his hand and swept his gaze across the crowd like a blade. These monarchs from the world's families are each full of family interests. Apart from the ones that truly serve the country like the Chen and Winning families, the rest are simply assholes. You. His voice turned suddenly cold, are questioning my decision? Don't dare. Several monarch-level Imperial Beastmasters hurriedly bowed their heads. You should know that there is also a gap between the kings. And those of them who had just stepped into the monarch level were completely incomparable to a peak monarch royal beastmaster like Long Jingwa. But, although they were in awe of Long Jingwa, the royal beast sacred pool concerned their immediate interests. There was no way they were going to back down. This is not only our opinion, more than 70% of the monarch level in the academy are. Enough. Long Jingwa let out a cold snort that shook the glass of the office. It's decided like this. If Gu Xing can shock all the freshmen at the freshman ceremony, he will be allowed to enter the sacred pool. Otherwise, the matter is dropped. Several people saw Long Jingwa's unrefusable sight. It also understood that this was Long Jingwa's bottom line. A few people thought about the following and agreed. After all, Gu Xing was no more than a genius. And how many new students are enrolled in the Jingwa Academy? Thousands. Not only that, during this time, many of the new students had reached the transcendent rank. And there are a lot of special recruiting geniuses that are in the mix. Even if Gu Xing was strong, he was still human. Shocking thousands of students with the power of one man? Dream on. Chapter 56, Opening Ceremony, Bullying Out. Soon. The time then came for the entrance ceremony. The central training field was transformed into a giant meeting place, and the stands were packed with people and chatter. Have you guys heard? I heard something about this freshman ceremony. Situation? What situation? Isn't it the same every year? The principal gives a lecture, then the freshman representative gives a speech, and that's the end of it, isn't it? No, I heard that within this year's freshman, a student was personally invited back by Principal Long. Moreover, Principal Long will set the test at the new student ceremony, and as long as they pass the test, that new student will be able to enter the Imperial Beast Sacred Pool. What, the Royal Beast Holy Pool? Isn't that something that only a monarch-level Royal Beast Master can enter? Gu Qianxian stood in the crowd, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. She hadn't expected her brother to make such a fuss. This freshman ceremony. Not only were all the freshmen present, but even many of the older students came to join in the fun because of this incident. Xian, your brother is so fierce. And good-looking too, why don't you introduce him to me? Tang Xian Ro touched Gu Qianxian with her elbow and brought her face over, her eyes full of little stars. Handsome and strong, and the brother of his best friend. Fertile water is not left in the field of outsiders. Who doesn't eat? Gu Qianxian expressionlessly pushed away her best friend's approaching face. No. Why? You're too old. Tang Xinrua's body abruptly stiffened. Solid. As the entrance bell rang, the freshmen entered the venue one after another. Qin Tian in the special recruitment area saw Wen Bing at a glance and hurriedly brought a few juniors over. Sister Bing. Qin Tian scratched his head, where's Brother Xing? Why isn't he with you? When Wen Bing saw Qin Tian, he faintly explained. He said he had his own rhythm and told me to get there first. He nodded. And the minions behind Qin Tian looked at each other in disbelief. Then bravely asked. Boss, who is this star you speak of? Yes, boss, with your strength, why do you still call others brother? Aside from Sister Bing, who else amongst this class is your opponent? Qin Tian violently turned around, his stern gaze instantly silencing a few of his juniors. All listen to me. Gu Xing is my brother. When you see him from now on, you must all act as if you were seeing me. These junior brothers could know Qin Tian's character. To be able to make Qin Tian say something like that would mean that Gu Xing's strength definitely exceeded his. And more than a little bit more. Understood. A few people spoke in unison, already engraved the name Gu Xing in the bottom of their hearts. Just then, a piercing sound came from the side. Yo, isn't this Mr. Qin? Wang Tang wandered over with a few followers, a sneer on his face. When did you recognize a wild brother? Or that little cutie who presumed to enter the royal beast sacred pool? He was instructed by his family's ancestor. Make sure to thwart Gu Xing severely at the freshman ceremony. He had also received news before that this opening ceremony, there was a possibility that it would be that Gu Xing, one person against all of their new students. He is very disdainful of this kind. The sacred pool of the beast? How does a transcendent deserve this? Swish! An emerald green vine suddenly broke through the air and came to an abrupt halt inches away from Wang Tang's throat. The War Tree Man's massive figure loomed behind Qin Tian. Next time you dare to insult Brother Star, a cold light flashed in Qin Tian's eyes, this vine will go through your mouth. Cold sweat instantly seeped out of Wang Tang's forehead, and he opened his mouth but did not dare to make another sound. He will do what he says he will do. Moreover, regardless of his strength or family history, he was slightly inferior to Qin Tian. His face changed, and finally he gritted his teeth and turned around. Let's go! When he turned around, he transferred all his anger to that Gu Xing, whom he had never met. If he couldn't beat Qin Tian, couldn't he still clean up a clown who had risen to power by clamoring for attention? Although it is Long Jinghua went to the examination site special recruitment. But that also means the guy can't even meet the requirements for special recruiting before high school starts. Special enrollment? It was just the awakening of a powerful talent. Talent alone doesn't work with imperial beasts. Can he not beat such a student? At this point, Long Jinghua had slowly ascended the podium and stated the history of the Jinghua Academy. But his mental powers are focused on sneaking into the venue on Gu Xing. Though he revealed that he meant for Gu Xing to single-handedly take on all the freshmen. But he had no intention of forcing these students to fight Gu Xing. How Gu Xing was going to get thousands of freshmen to willingly put up a fight was one of the crucial tests. In addition to Long Jinghua, this training ground had also received the attention of several monarch-ranked imperial beast masters. They were also very curious as to what kind of skills this little kid had. How dare he make such a request as entering the imperial beast sacred pool? Next we have a speech from the freshman representative, Mr. Winning Ice. The moderator's voice echoed through the room. Win Bing was just about to get up when his afterglow caught a glimpse of a familiar figure furtively groping towards the podium. The corners of her lips lifted slightly and she stopped in her tracks. Will the representative of the freshmen please come up to the stage to speak? The host shouted again. However, Winning Bing, whom the crowd had been waiting for, did not show up, but instead, an athletic figure leaped onto the podium. In the staff's stunned gaze, Gu Xing raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! The red golden sacred fire suddenly bloomed, and the 8 winged angels spread their brilliant wings and hovered in mid-air, reflecting the entire podium as if it were the altar of God. Gu Xing's fingertips traced across the entire room of freshmen, his voice wrapped in spiritual power spreading to every corner. With all due respect, other than me, which one of you is worthy of being called the number 1 freshman? The corners of his mouth curved up in a bratty arc. Could it be the present, all you losers? Wow! The entire room first choked, then erupted into a tsunami of clamor. Who's this pussy? Can't ing stand it? I have to kill him today. Where's the staff? Hurry up and drag this psycho down. In the crowd, Win Bing heard this statement from Gu Xing. Couldn't maintain that iceberg look anymore. Pfft, came the laugh. And Qin Tian silently gave Gu Xing on the stage a thumbs up. As expected of Star, he's just good at it. The older students in the stands were also collectively dumbfounded. This freshman, against all odds. This has sparked outrage. He won't be killed, will he? Wait. This can't be that Gu Xing, right? Tang Xinru, on the other hand, was gripping Gu Qianli's sleeve at the moment, looking agitated. Chen. My husband. My husband. The corners of Gu Qian's mouth continued to twitch. Is it really her well-behaved brother? Long Jinghua looked at the arrogant to the extreme Gu Xing on the stage and almost didn't pull his beard off. He also didn't expect Gu Xing to provoke the entire room in such a way. But the effect? It seemed surprisingly good. However, just when the freshmen were about to go berserk, Gu Xing suddenly made a pause gesture. Sorry about the slip of the tongue earlier. He gave a harmless smile, and then in a moment of relief for everyone. Swish! His fingers snapped to the stands, his voice rising steeply. I mean, including the seniors in the stands, all of them are trash. Chapter 57 Entrance Test. The whole place was in an uproar. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence enveloped the entire venue. Before the open mouths of the freshmen could close, the older students in the stands had stood up in unison. If just a moment ago it was just a commotion in the freshman area, now, the entire training ground was boiling. This freshman class is going against the grain. Damn if he doesn't beat the out of him today. Principal. Doesn't this even matter? Long Jinghua covered his forehead, both angry and amused. This kid. I can't believe the battle is going straight to the older students. But on second thought, to prove your worth, that really can't be limited to a class comparison. Interesting. Long Jinghua narrowed his eyes, and instead of stopping it, he waved his big hand, and a boundary enveloped the entire training ground. At the same time, the staff's voices resounded through the PA system. It has been decided by the school administration that in light of student Gu Xing's bad behavior, everyone within the boundary is free to strike. As soon as the words left his mouth, the transcendent level staff member dodged and fled out of the boundary. Just kidding, thousands of furious genius students, if he was not careful, he would be caught in the wave. Gu Xing subconsciously swallowed his saliva as he looked at his classmates who were densely packed under the stage and couldn't wait to eat him alive. Although confident in Luri's strength, being stared at by so many pairs of angry eyes? Who wouldn't be terrified in such a situation? However, except for this group of students who were staring at him viciously. Several figures quickly leapt onto the high platform and lined up beside Gu Xing. Shinruoshue, Wen Bing, Xin Tian, Gu Qianxian, Tang Xinru. Brother Star, I give you full marks for this maneuver. Xin Tian grinned as the War Tree people stood behind him like guards. But first things first, I'll help you hold back at most 3 or 5 transcendent level Imperial beasts. Wen Bing, on the other hand, had a grave expression on his face. Although she was stronger than Xin Tian, there was nothing but freshmen present. There were also quite a few Transcendent Mortal 3rd Order and even Transcendent Mortal 4th Order veterans present. She wasn't sure how many she could hold off. But no matter what, she would do her best to help Gu Xing. However, the little followers behind Xin Tian did not have such a strong psychological quality. Looking ahead at their vicious classmates, their legs shook like chaff. Tian. Brother Sky, will we be killed alive? Beating to death shouldn't be possible, there's the principal, but I have a feeling that half-mutilated shouldn't be able to run away. It's okay, the school has a healing team, we won't die. How you say that makes me even more scared. Only. There are others who are beyond excited to face such a scene. At this moment, Tang Xinru's face was filled with excitement. Hubby. It's so exciting. I love you. Swish. Liu Li, Wen Bing, and Shen Ruoshua's gazes instantly locked over. She's kidding. Gu Qianshan rushed forward with an arrow step, covered her best friend's mouth with death, and dragged her to the corner. Her gentle eyes were now chilling, and her lowered voice carried an unprecedented murderous aura. Tang Xinru. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Tang Xinru was startled by this sudden murderous aura and hastily nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. It was only until she confirmed that this mouthy BFF had finally settled down that Gu Qianxian let go of her hand and returned to her normal appearance, turning back to Gu Xing. Hoshi, what are you going to do? Just a few of us, trying to deal with these thousands of students. It's a bit difficult, isn't it? Gu Qianxian had already spoken conservatively. It's not really the difficulty, it's the downright crushing power. Even if Gu Xing's strength was strong, with so many people, even if they piled him up with numbers, they would be able to pile him up. Not to mention, Gu Qianshan's heart sank violently as her gaze swept over a few older students with extraordinarily powerful auras in the front row. Those few transcendent 5th Order monsters were watching the show with their arms wrapped around them, but the oppressive feeling of just standing there made people gasp. Not to mention that there were dozens of transcendent mortal 3rd and 4th Order experts under the stage. Every one of them was the existence of a top genius when placed in other academies. And his own brother. But this offended all these people at once. However, Gu Xing, suddenly stepped forward and blocked the crowd behind him. You guys don't make a move later, this is the test I promised Principal Long. It must be completed by myself. But, Shen Ruoshue still wanted to speak. Shen Ruoshue wanted to say something else, but Gu Xing raised his hand to stop him. Don't worry. I never do anything I'm not sure of. After saying these words, Gu Xing's eyes swept over the group of crowds of students and spoke faintly. King's Landing. Silver-white light blossomed in Gu Xing's eyes, and the Emperor's might instantly enveloped the entire arena. With Liu Li's current attributes, Ruri, who had her blazing angel form on, was strong enough to crush any student in terms of attack power. So for Luri, the attacking aspect was enough. But, defense. Although God's blessing can absolutely immunize an attack. But the students present. It's just too much. When the time came for a melee, Liu Li could flip the car if she wasn't careful. Therefore, the defense aspect is left up to him to make up for it. Grant, guard. A blue shield instantly covered Liu Li's body surface. Beyond that, the blazing angel flame then rose up and transformed into a second flame barrier. Seeing this, Gu Xing then nodded in satisfaction. For normal attacks, the outermost layer of the flame shield was enough to block them. Even if one or two attacks broke through the outermost shield, they were blocked by the shield of guardianship he provided afterward.
Sister Bing, are we really not going to help?
Behind Gu Xing, Qin Tian lowered his voice and spoke. Wen Bing was silent for a moment, and his eyes fell on the angel suspended in the sky.
She remembered that in the winning family, the Shenfeng Ice Phoenix was all terrified of that angel's aura. No need. I trust him.
Seeing how certain Wen Bing was, Qin Tian could only take a few steps back. Though I don't know where Winning Ice's trust comes from. However, the current him could only watch Gu Xing walk alone towards the dark crowd.
Heh, the nerve.
Wang Tang pushed through the crowd and walked to the front, a hideous smile on his face. If Winning Ice and a few of them had helped you, it would have been a bit of a chore for us, but you even walked up to us alone. Although I can't beat you to death here, but I'm sure the principal won't say anything if you're half mutilated.
The followers behind Wang Tang followed suit.
Yes, dare to call us trash. Today we'd like to see what kind of backbone you have to say this. A hint of coldness flashed in Gu Xing's eyes. He was worried that he couldn't find the right person to start a fight, but he didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to jump out now. It was just what he wanted.
Ruri, do it.
With Gu Xing's command, the glaze in midair suddenly bloomed with a reddish golden light. The 8 pairs of feathered wings were fully stretched, and the blazing angel form was in full bloom. Boom! A reddish golden fireball descended from the sky, precisely blasting towards Wang Tang's location.
Wang Tang's transcendent mortal first stage royal beast could not even react in time before it was instantly secured.
The room was instantly silent. Gu Xing stood with his arms folded, his silver white eyes sweeping over the dumbfounded crowd.
Go on?
Chapter 58, Stopping 1,000 with 1, the entire arena is shocked.
Snap!
Wang Tung fell on his butt, his face still frozen in disbelief. In that moment just now, it was as if he saw Tainan waving at him. This
can't be.
He muttered with trembling lips, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. His Imperial Beast was a peak epic qualification, and it was still ranked at the Transcendent First Order.
How is that possible? How can you be defeated so lightly?
No one paid any attention to the crumbling Wang Tung, and the remaining freshmen, at this moment, looked at Gu Xing with eyes full of gravity.
Wang Tang is the existence of the top 20 in this group of freshmen, but just now. Surprisingly, it was crushed without the slightest resistance. Then this meant that even if they went on, their downfall would not be much different from Wang Tang. For a moment, everyone actually froze in place, and no one dared to go forward. And the few Transcendent Fifth Order veterans who stood at the edge of the stands holding their arms and watching the show, turned their heads and glanced at each other at this moment. They were stronger and thus saw more of Gu Xing's details. The strength displayed by that angel just now was not inferior to the Transcendent Fifth Order at all, and even had a hidden tendency to surpass it. The corners of several people's mouths twitched slightly. The Transcendent First Order possessed the strength of the Transcendent Fifth Order.
It was no wonder that this freshman had asked the principal to enter the Imperial Beast Sacred Pool. But this new student had not only provoked the new students this time, but also provoked were them, the old students. If they didn't let this freshman suffer a bit, how would they build up the prestige of the older students? Soon, in a few eye-to-eye glances, the idea was agreed upon. That is, Gu Xing must not be allowed to pass this examination.
Beyond the boundary.
Long Jinghua had expected Gu Xing's strength.
And he knows that angel's credentials are mythical. It would only be a problem if they couldn't destroy an epic-level Imperial Beast. Only.
His eyes coalesced above Gu Xing's eyes.
This talent. It was surprisingly never recorded in the history of the Dragon Summer Kingdom. And, as his gaze gazed above those silver white eyes, he was actually vaguely able to feel a hint of threat. You know, he was already considered to be standing at the top of the human race. The peak of the monarch was the limit of the human race. But even so, he could still feel a hint of threat, so how terrifying should Gu Xing's talent be? The moment. After the initial hesitation, these freshmen came to an agreement. He's just one person, there are thousands of us, can he still defeat us all with just one Imperial Beast? That's right, as long as we make a move together, his Imperial Beast won't be able to resist even if it has 3 heads and 6 arms. Don't hesitate, everyone, strike together on my command. The Imperial Beasts with long-range attacks will strike together in 3 seconds, while the Imperial Beasts with melee attacks will wait for the long-range attacks to finish and then everyone will go together. Watch as one of the people in the crowd soon steps up to take command of the situation. Gu Xing had to sigh.
It was worthy of being a genius who was able to enter the Jingui Academy. Although he initially froze for a moment because of his strength, he quickly reacted and organized his attack.
Only
a large number of people might work for the average Imperial Beast.
But for this moment, with 2 layers of shield Lioli, it's not working. The attacks of the long-range Imperial Beasts landed on the fire shield on the surface of Lioli's body and could not set off a single ripple. Couldn't even break the first layer of shields.
But Gu Xing was now very distressed. Because with Lioli's current attributes, with a little bit of serious striking, These transcendent level Imperial beasts were then either dead or injured. Not to mention, many of the Imperial beasts were still at the awakening level. Not to mention receiving Lioli's attack head-on, even if it slightly grazed it, the result of serious injury could not be avoided. And this isn't a battlefield, after all, it's just a test, after all. If the Imperial beast is seriously injured or dies because of you. And Luri was in a bit of a bind at the moment. Although she was able to easily kill these Imperial beasts. But trying to do just stun without killing. There are thousands of Imperial beasts here. Each one required such precise control of her force that it would be too difficult. And the fact that Lurid got no counterattack seemed to give the group hope. Everyone, don't give up. Melee Imperial beasts have to attack for another round. That Imperial beast doesn't dare to counterattack. It must be because her defense type skills have a great disadvantage. In an instant, energy attacks of various colors poured down like a torrential downpour on the incandescent angels in the air. And as Qin Tian watched the scene, he stomped his feet in a hurry. Sister Ice, what is Star waiting for? How can you win if you just take a beating and don't fight back? And Wen Bing got a slight frown on his face. She also didn't understand why Gu Xing didn't fight back. Logically, with Gu Xing's strength, this group of Imperial beasts should be able to be destroyed with the lift of a hand. And so on. Wen Bing suddenly understood why. Gu Xing was disgusted that the group of students were too weak, fearing that they wouldn't be able to carry his attacks. And gradually the older students could see that something was wrong. What's the situation with this kid? Why didn't he counterattack that group of freshmen, seeing as how he's comfortable with defense? The attacking ability shouldn't be weak. Weak? Don't you know that the Angel Clan are absolute attacking Imperial beasts? But none of the attacks from this group of freshmen can break the defense, so I have a feeling they can't be relied on. It can't go on like this, let's join in. We can't let this kid act like a pussy any longer. Soon, all the older students joined the fray as well. Only those few transcendent mortal 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters remained outside the field. How? A transcendent 5th Order Imperial Beastmaster with an inch of hair had battle intent in his eyes as he turned his head to inquire about his companion beside him. Let's go together. That angel alone has shaken so many skills without taking a step back. It's obvious that the angel's limit has not been reached at all. Let's go down and add more fuel to the fire. Good, I've been wanting to go down there and try my hand for a long time. I'd like to see how strong this newbie is. As these few transcendent 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters joined the battlefield, the blazing angel flame around Lioli finally showed a slight fluctuation. Even with her current attributes, she gradually felt overwhelmed by the continuous attacks of thousands of Imperial Beastmasters at the same time. It's working! Seeing that the attack worked, a look of excitement instantly appeared in the eyes of this group of students. As long as we break the angel's exterior fire shield, we'll win. Everyone, step it up. The attack skyrocketed again. Ka-ching! With a crisp cracking sound, the shield constructed by the blazing angel flame finally fell apart. The group of students erupted into a cheer, but before the cheer could fully spread, it stuck hard in their throats. A curtain of azure-colored light that was even more brilliant than the flame shield stood loftily behind the shattered fire shield. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? Why is there another shield? Desperation was written all over the faces of this group of students. Just now, breaking the first shield had already caused them to give their all. And now, surprisingly, there was a stronger shield waiting for them. And Gu Xing finally made up his mind at this time. He believed that with Long Jinghua around, he would never let anything happen to this group of students. Lioli! He raised his right hand and his voice resounded throughout the room, Heavenly Flame Field. Chapter 59, Crushing the Entire Field, Access to the Holy Pool. In an instant, it was as if the air within the entire boundary was set on fire, the temperature climbing at an astonishing rate. In the void, a reddish-golden fire lotus bloomed next, each petal flowing with a palpitating aura of destruction. Gu Xing's choice to cast the Heavenly Flame Domain was not an impulse, but rather the result of deep thought. From the various skills of Lioli, this cherub was clearly an extreme pair of single Imperial beasts. Facing the siege of thousands of people, Lioli's blazing angel form as well as her final angel form were not able to do much. Thus, Gu Xing directly allowed Lioli to use the Heavenly Flame Domain. One reason was that the Heavenly Fire Field seemed to be the only group attack skill that Luri had. Another reason was because Gu Xing was also very curious about how strong this skill with the word domain was. Beyond the boundary. Long Jinghua violently stood up straight. His pupil suddenly contracted as he looked at the reddish-golden flames in the boundary that gradually condensed into a field. How is that possible? Mere transcendent realm. Surprisingly, he touched the threshold of the domain. Although this was only a fledgling form, it was important to realize that Gu Xing had only just stepped into the transcendent realm. If you continue to refine this area as you level up, Long Jinghua didn't dare to imagine what kind of heights this teenager could reach in the future. It might actually be possible to transcend the curse of the human race. Unable to break through the curse of the monarch level. Within the boundary, time seemed to freeze. Thousands of students tilted their heads, staring in horror at the red goldfire lotus slowly rotating in the void. Is this really a skill that a transcendent level can perform? Damn! Why do I feel death from that fire company? Something's not right. This seems to be the domain of a commander-level Imperial Beast Master. Fields? Are you kidding me? He's only at the Transcendent First Order. Several Transcendent Mortal 5th Stage Imperial Beast Masters also had extremely ugly faces at this moment. They had tried to overestimate Gu Xing's strength as much as possible, but reality told them. Their speculations were only the tip of the iceberg of Gu Xing's strength. What kind of monster is this guy? The inch-headed Transcendent 5th Order Imperial Beast Master swallowed hard. He was now completely desperate to compete with Gu Xing. The strength of the two was not above a level at all. Looking at the terrifying fire lotus suspended in the air, he had a premonition that even with a slight touch, his Imperial Beast would be scorched to ashes. Pitch it, it's unplayable. At this moment, the other few 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters were also thinking the same thing. On school grounds, if one's Imperial Beast is seriously injured or even dies, the gains don't pay for the losses. As the several Imperial Beast 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters gave up their resistance, the remaining students surrendered. They could fight for their lives if they possessed the slightest possibility of victory. But now, there is absolutely no hope of victory. And Gu Xing looked at the students who had surrendered in droves and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had originally planned to launch an attack to experiment with the power of this domain. After all, with Long Jingguo around, it was impossible for anything to happen. But as it turns out, the field is half released. All voted. This directly caught Gu Xing off guard. But just win this test. He waved his hand, signaling the little girl to lift the field. The domain was still too much of a stretch for the current Luri. It's fortunate to be able to successfully put it to use. Maintaining it for long periods of time is extremely taxing on her. After disarming her blazing angel form, Ruri flew lightly back to Hoshi's side. A hint of exhaustion was revealed in the large, soulful eyes. This battle seemed like she hadn't done anything, but precisely defending against the attacks of thousands of Imperial beasts, this was an extremely terrifying drain on the little girl's mental energy. Ruri, hard work. Gu Xing tenderly rubbed the little one's head and took her back into the Imperial beast space. It was there that she was able to recover as fast as she could. And Qin Tian behind Gu Xing was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He stiffened and turned his head to look at Wen Bing. Sister Bing, have you noticed? I feel like Brother Star is already in two worlds with us. And Wen Bing was slightly out of his mind when he heard these words. Remembering when the three of them participated in the abyssal level trial together, she could feel. Although Gu Xing's strength was stronger than hers, it was still possible for her to catch up. But now, though during this time, her strength was also increasing. But I don't know why, the gap between her and Gu Xing. And yet it's pulling wider and wider. Gu Qian similarly looked at Gu Xing's back slightly out of focus. Her own brother had now completely surpassed her and reached a level she looked up to. Sister! Tang Xianro suddenly came over from beside Gu Qian. Sister Qian, please, introduce your brother to me. I'm already conquered by him. Gu Qian wanted to turn her head to reprimand, but then she realized that Tang Xianro's eyes were all serious. The words of refusal stuck in his throat for a moment. She knew her best friend's personality, although she usually had a big smile and liked to joke around. But when she got serious, that meant she really did. Gu Qian's eyes swept over Shen Ruoshui and Wen Bing, suddenly realizing that both of them were actually quietly perking up their ears waiting for her answer. The corner of her mouth twitched as her gaze swept to her brother. So far, she had found 3 girls who had fallen for this brother of hers. Nope. She also thought of the cherub. In front of her, with that nervous look, it was clear that she had thoughts about this as well. 4 girls. Just thinking about it gave her a headache for Gu Xing. Returning to her senses and looking at Tang Xinru, who was waiting for her answer, Gu Qianli took a deep breath. Xianro, although you're my best friend, I won't interfere with who Xing likes, and I'm still willing to give you my blessing if you're really able to get together with him. And getting Gu Qian's answer, Tang Xianro sighed in relief. At least Gu Qian didn't reject it outright. But she seems to have a bit of competition. She found it just now. When Gu Qian said I won't interfere with who Xing likes, the 2 girls were relieved at the same time. But who says you can only have one girlfriend? If you can't be the main wife, can't you be a concubine? At the moment, Gu Xing was completely unaware that there was already a girl who had him in her thoughts. His full attention was on Long Jingguo, waiting for an answer from the principal of this township's academy. According to Long Jingguo, he has now shown his worth. As to whether or not they can enter the royal beast sacred pool, it wouldn't be up to him to decide. But despite saying that, he had to go to the Imperial Beast Holy Pool. The battle just now made him realize that relying on only one Imperial Beast, Liuli, was still too thin. If one had already contracted a group attacking Imperial Beast like a nature elf, where would one need to go to such great lengths? And Long Jinghua couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he felt the teenager's burning gaze. Does this kid think he's gonna break the contract? Is he that discredited as an old man? Long Jinghua shook his head before stepping forward, his domineering voice echoing throughout the venue. I approve Gu Xing's entry into the Imperial Beast Sacred Pool. Who opposes? Chapter 60, Fame in the Whole School, Holy Pool opens. The moment Long Jinghua's words fell, the entire venue fell into deathly silence. The monarch-level Imperial Beast Masters who are paying attention to this examination naturally know that Long Jinghua's words were meant for them. But at this moment, who dares to object? Gu Xingfang's performance had proved everything. That teenager had suppressed thousands of geniuses of the same level with the stance of a transcendent mortal first order. More importantly, Long Jinghua's attitude at this moment could not be more obvious. He just had to support Gu Xing to the end. Several monarch-level Imperial Beastmasters looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, they all chose to remain silent. They knew this principal's temper too well, and if they stood out to oppose it at this moment, they were afraid that they would be suppressed on the spot in the next second. As for the trainees present, they had long been completely convinced by Gu Xing's performance. Take one for the team. With the strength of a transcendent first order, he had almost singled out half the school. Who are they to object? Long Jinghua's sharp gaze swept across the room. Seeing that no one dared to make a sound, he then collected his aura. He turned to Gu Xing with a hint of authority in his voice. Tomorrow the sacred pool of Imperial Beasts opens for you. Gu Xing nodded solemnly. As long as they entered the sacred pool, the sleeping second Imperial Beast would be fully awakened. 2 mythical grade Imperial Beasts. His strength is bound to take a qualitative leap. He then turned around. It was meeting the complicated gazes of Wen Bing and Shen Ruoxue. Several people understand the gap between them and Gu Xing. It's getting bigger. As for the Chimera, the moment Gu Xing's eyes swept over it, it lowered its head in shame and tried to lower its presence. Thinking back to what he had done, he only felt ashamed at the moment. Brother Star! Several of Qin Tian's juniors suddenly shouted in unison and bowed 90 degrees in a neatly organized motion. The originator, Qin Tian, however, looked at Gu Xing with a face full of anticipation, looking as if he was expecting praise. The corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched slightly, and he finally nodded helplessly. After all, it was a piece of Qin Tian's mind. Cutting through the crowd, his eyes finally locked onto the familiar figure. Gu Qianxian stood not far away with a proud smile on her face. That's her brother. At the same time, the news that Gu Xing had single-handedly defeated the entire school with the power of one person swept through the academy like a hurricane. Did you guys hear? There's a freshman here who's singled out the entire school by himself. One person taking on an entire school alone? You're kidding. How can that be false? That freshman has acquired the entry qualification for the Imperial Beast Sacred Pool. Holy! I remember a few of our school's top geniuses tried to enter the Imperial Beast Sacred Pool many times, but they didn't even seem to get approval. Newcomers are horrible these days. Soon the time came to the next day. While Gu Xing was traveling to the location he had agreed to with Long Jinghua, the conversation he had with his sister yesterday kept echoing in his mind. Hoshi, what do you think of the few girls around you? Suddenly being asked this question by her own sister, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. How? Can he see with his eyes? But looking at his own sister's serious eyes, he still answered stiffly. Sister, I'm only thinking about getting stronger right now. As for talking about love, I haven't considered it at the moment. Seeing this, Gu Qianli also nodded. The two girls, Winning Ice and Shen Ruoxue, she quite liked. As for your own BFF, Tang Xinru, big heart. It doesn't matter if you get hurt. As for the other two girls, if these two Gu Xing chose any one of them, then the remaining one would probably be hurt very deeply. Now, Gu Xing does not go to make a choice. It seems to be the best outcome. Harm. Gu Xing shook his head, shaking the thoughts cluttering his mind out of it. He didn't have time to think about that stuff right now. Awakening the nature elves was the most important thing for him right now. As for the rest, it all has to be put back a bit. However, in the midst of the Imperial Beast space, Lioli gritted her teeth as she looked at the green cocoon suspended above the spring of life. Seeing that her master was surrounded by more and more people of the opposite sex, she had purchased quite a few romance novels from the human world to read yesterday. Now, she was a word that she understood. Green tea. This nature elf. It's just green. She is green tea. And green tea is by definition very pleasing to the eye. This nature sprite, before even awakening, had captured its own master's mind completely. Perfectly in line. ING green tea spirit. Luri indignantly yanked off a handful of leaves from the tree of life, but just as those leaves left the branches, they turned into bits of green light and returned to the tree. Although the poor tree of life couldn't speak, its slightly trembling branches were clearly expressing helplessness. Outside, Gu Xing had arrived at the required location by this time. He stood in front of the ancient teleportation array, and the complicated runes under his feet were emitting an eerie blue light. This was one of the entrances to the Imperial Beast's sacred pool. The sacred pool of the Imperial Beasts is not in this world or in other dimensions. Rather, it is located in the middle of the gap between this world and the other dimension. It can only be reached through a teleportation array. Humans have discovered a total of 3 Imperial Beast sacred pools. Therefore, it was also divided into 3 major powers: the Dragon Summer Kingdom, the Holy See, and the Council. For monarch-level powerhouses, this is almost the only way for them to level up. After all, at this realm, it was already extremely difficult to level up by hunting demons. However, the annual output of energy from the sacred pool was extremely limited, and even monarch-level powerhouses had to compete for it. It was precisely for this reason that those Imperial Beast Masters from worldly families were so resistant to a Transcendent Stage newcomer obtaining the qualification to enter the Imperial Beast Sacred Pool. Just as Gu Xing was contemplating, a sound of steady footsteps came from far and near. Long Jinghua came with his hands in the air, his robe swaying slightly in the morning breeze. Regarding the basic information about the Imperial Beast Sacred Pool, I'm sure you've already understood it clearly? Gu Xing nodded. Last night he purposely consulted the information. Very well. Since you understand the role of the Imperial Beast Sacred Pool, you understand its importance and must cherish this opportunity. With that, he threw out an ancient bronze token. Gu Xing hastily caught it, and it was heavy in his hand, engraved with elaborate dragon patterns. If you meet other monarch classes in the sacred pool, you'll take out this token, or they might blast you out. After saying these words, Long Jinghua waved his robe, and an aqua-blue spatial doorway slowly unfolded in front of the two. Go on. Gu Xing took a deep breath and bowed deeply towards Long Jinghua. He had a heartfelt respect for the old man. If he hadn't been the one to carry all the pressure and forcefully given a qualification to enter the Imperial Beast Sacred Pool, it would have been categorically impossible for him to awaken the nature elves at the transcendent level. As for, Long Jinghua said to make good use of this opportunity. The sacred pool could not only be able to raise the level of a monarch royal beast master, but the huge amount of energy contained within it was for a transcendent level royal beast. There is some chance. Upgrade qualifications. When she got up, Gu Xing's eyes were already full of determination. He turned and stepped into the curtain of light, his figure instantly engulfed in the dazzling light. Chapter 61, Meeting Wei Yuan Again. Myth Revisited. When the blinding light dissipated, Gu Xing found himself standing on top of a dense cloud of 7-colored haze. Beneath his feet was a crystalline crystal floor, and the slow flow of liquid energy below was faintly visible. It was the water of the holy pool condensed from the purest spiritual power of heaven and earth. This is Imperial Beast Holy Pool? Gu Xing looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The entire space was like a fairyland, with a huge pool emitting a golden glow. A new monarch class? No. This mental strength. Transcendent level? Since when is a transcendent level able to enter the holy pool? Throw it out. A few monarch-level powerhouses noticed Gu Xing's presence, and there was a lot of chatter. One of the red-robed elders even directly raised his hand, about to expel Gu Xing from the sacred pool space. Just as the red-robed old man's spiritual power was about to touch Gu Xing. Stop! A dignified chorus sounded like a thunderous explosion. The water in the center of the sacred pool suddenly churned violently, and an upright figure instantly appeared beside Gu Xing, bringing up a strong wind that even blew away the old man's spiritual power fluctuations. Gu Xing turned his head and his pupils suddenly contracted. Chief Wei? Standing in front of him is the supreme commander of the southern military region. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled at this point. Wasn't Gu Xing's level transcendent? Why is it here? Gu Xing immediately understood and succinctly recounted the test set by Long Jinghua. When he heard one person suppressing thousands of peers, Wei Yuan's stalwart face rarely flashed a trace of consternation. Although he had known for a long time that Gu Xing's strength and talent was strong, he hadn't expected Gu Xing to be strong to this extent. Gu Xing had done him a favor by passing the abyssal level trial. Plus, he learned that Gu Xing hadn't been specially recruited into the university. That's why he writes personal letters of recommendation and sends them to the admissions offices of various universities. The intention was that Gu Xing would be able to gain certain benefits. But I didn't expect. Not only had Gu Xing acquired great benefits, but now he had even gained the qualification to enter the sacred pool. Chief Wei, thank you for writing the recommendation letter in the first place. Gu Xing also understood that if it wasn't for Wei Yuan's recommendation, he would never have been able to get Long Jinghua to personally be there for the special recruitment. And to agree to his outrageous terms. Wei Yuan, however, shook his head, appreciation surfacing on his face. If your talent is not up to par, there's no way for you to obtain these benefits, it's all the result of your own efforts. But the people here aren't friendly, so follow my lead. Gu Xing nodded. Just now, he had also sensed that this place was indeed unfriendly to monarch-level royal beastmasters. At the drop of a hat, he tried to drive out the holy pool. Being able to follow Wei Yuan's side was naturally much safer. Where did this relationship come from? Even if it's okay for a transcendent level to enter the sacred pool, Wei Yuan is even close enough to protect it. But it's not much use for a transcendent level to enter the sacred pool. Could he still absorb the energy here? That's right, you'll be a good boy and quit yourself later. Several conspiratorial voices came from the edge of the holy pool. Wei Yuan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his sharp gaze swept over like a blade. The men were instantly silenced. If anything, Long Jingguo was recognized as the #1 strongest person in Longxia country. Then Wei Yuan, as well as the other 3 military region heads, were second only to him. These beastmasters who were new to the monarch level didn't even have the qualifications to breathe out loud in front of Wei Yuan. Roll. A simple word, but it made those few outspoken monarchs feel like they were being pardoned, turning around in a grayish manner and leaving, not even daring to return their heads. Only, what those few monarch levels said was not without reason. The more the sacred pool energy goes to the center, the more violent it becomes, with your current strength. Speaking here, Wei Yuan deliberated on the wording. It's best to keep your imperial beasts only in the fringe areas. This statement has been quite conservative. The reason why the imperial beast sacred pool was restricted to the monarch level was not only because of their strategic value, but also because the energy of the sacred pool required at least the commander level to withstand it. Even the fringe areas? Transcendent level imperial beast masters are also likely to be seriously injured even if they make contact rashly. And the reason Wei Yuan had given such advice was purely for the sake of Gu Xing's legendary great imperial beast. With a legendary physique, he might be able to hold on to the edge for a few moments. Although the imperial beasts can enter, the imperial masters themselves. Before awakening the realm, don't even think about touching it. Gu Xing knew that Wei Yuan's words were entirely for his own good, so he solemnly nodded. Gu Xing then slowly approached the imperial beast sacred pool. It wasn't until he got closer that Gu Xing realized that the liquid in the sacred pool was actually gaseous, and it was only because the concentration was so high that it showed a liquid appearance. However, perhaps it was also because of this that the nature spirits could be successfully awakened. After taking a deep breath, Gu Xing summoned the nature elf and placed it into the imperial beast sacred pool. The emerald green light cocoon immediately erupted with a dazzling light as soon as it came into contact with the aura. As if summoned, the aura in the pool frantically converged towards the light cocoon, forming a small aura vortex in the blink of an eye. The surrounding monarch-level imperial beastmasters who were watching this scene instantly cried out in shock. What's the situation with this imperial beast? Isn't it at the transcendent level? Why is it absorbing the holy pool energy so violently? This isn't right, is it? Even if it's a legendary level qualification, it's impossible to withstand this kind of energy impact at the transcendent level, right? Transcendent ranked imperial beasts that are completely fearless of the berserk nature of the holy pool? What qualification is the imperial beast? The essence light in Wei Yuan's eye soared, and his spiritual power instantly swept through the nature elves. In the next second, this battle-hardened general was struck by lightning, and his entire body froze in place. God! Mythical? After freezing for a split second, Wei Yuan immediately made his move, and a light blue boundary instantly enveloped Gu Xing. The first mythical imperial beast in human history. The discovery made even his breath catch. No wonder Long Zhenggong would agree to Gu Xing entering the imperial beast sacred pool. It turned out to be because of this mythical great imperial beast. At the moment, all of his eyes were drawn to the nature elves, the jewels of mankind. However, Gu Xing at the edge of the holy pool was on the verge of a death-defying frantic tryst. At the moment, his entire attention was drawn to the sacred pool. The tree of life in the imperial beast space was swaying frantically, each leaf conveying the same message. Get in there! Get in there! Such a strong urging made Gu Xing a bit frazzled. Isn't the transcendent level not allowed to touch the holy pool? But ghostly, he slowly reached out his fingers and gently touched the pool water. Surprisingly, the expected sharp pain did not come. What came from the fingertips was actually an indescribable sense of relief, as if millions of pores were being moisturized by a sweet spring at the same time. What was even more amazing was that those raging auras were like nesting swallows, flowing through his meridians to the imperial beast space. This is... Under Gu Xing's internal vision, he saw that the tree of life was greedily devouring the influx of aura, each leaf glowing with an emerald luster. And what surprised him even more was that Liu Li was also conveying a strong thirst in the imperial beast space. Gu Xing's throat rolled and stole a glance at Wei Yuan, who was still in shock. Since Principal Long has made an exception to let him in, it shouldn't matter if you absorb a little more? Chapter 62 Nature Elf. District Angel. Confirming once again that Wei Yuan hadn't noticed his movements, his heart was hardened. Puff! Wei Yuan turned his head at the sound, only to find Gu Xing's figure had already disappeared from the shore. What? Where are the people? Looking at the gurgling and bubbling holy pool, Wei Yuan instantly realized something. You kid don't want to die. He flashed to the shore in an instant, but all he could see were bubbles gurgling up from the water. Only Gu Xing, who sank to the bottom of the pool, instead of feeling the slightest pain. It was so good that I was trembling. Pure spiritual energy surged into the meridians like a tidal wave, nourishing the physical body while injecting a steady stream into the Imperial Beast space. At the same time, feeling the strong will of Rory, Gu Xing directly summoned the little girl. As soon as Luri exited the Imperial Beast space, her sight was locked on the nature elf's body. The little girl instantly rounded her eyes when she saw it absorbing the energy of the sacred pool in a big way. Can't be outdone by the green tea spirit. The six-winged state instantly unfolded. In an instant, 2 aura vortexes boomed into shape at the bottom of the pool. Also, the Tree of Life and the Spring of Life in the Imperial Beast space were equally unwilling to show any weakness. A third vortex followed. And when Wei Yuan saw this scene, the blandness on his face could no longer be contained. 3 aura vortexes appeared at the same time. And even more alarming to him is, Gu Xing seemed to have more than one mythical great Imperial Beast in his hands. It was 2 mythical great Imperial Beasts that had never appeared in human history, yet Gu Xing alone held 2 of them. A hint of envy passed through Wei Yuan's eyes. Mythical Imperial Beasts. He wants it too. However, when he reluctantly retracted from the 2 mythical Imperial Beasts and turned his gaze towards Gu Xing, this envy instantly turned into shock. The speed at which Gu Xing absorbed energy was actually not inferior to the 2 mythical great Imperial Beasts. Seeing this scene, Wei Yuan's pupils suddenly shrunk. How is that possible? The 2 mythic great Imperial Beasts were able to absorb the sacred pool thanks to their heaven-defying qualifications. But Gu Xing, a human being, why wouldn't it hurt to absorb the energy of the sacred pool? Beyond the boundary. The energy of the sacred pool suddenly fluctuated violently. What's going on? The sacred pool energy is flowing madly in the direction of the boundary. The concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye, and several monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmasters who were cultivating awoke with a start. Isn't Wei Yuan in the boundary? Did he break through again? Impossible. Even Lord Wei Yuan couldn't have absorbed energy at this speed. It can't be. That transcendent level little guy, right? Are you crazy? Transcendent level absorbing holy pool energy? How can you say such words? It was only that despite their dissatisfaction, they didn't dare to find trouble with Wei Yuan. After silently spitting a few words, the crowd could only silently move away from this place. And at the moment, Gu Xing's spirit was completely immersed in his Imperial Beast space. The Spring of Life, which was originally less than a meter, had now expanded to several meters, and the spring contained amazing life force. The one-man-high Tree of Life was even more flourishing, with a trunk that was several times thicker, and each leaf flowing with an emerald luster. Gradually, the absorption of both began to slow down. They seemed to sense the limits of Gu Xing's body's tolerance and actively stopped their energy plundering. Any further absorption would cause a great burden on Gu Xing's body. But even so, seeing the energy Gu Xing had absorbed, Wei Yuan was still jaw-dropped. One should know that the energy Gu Xing had just devoured was able to help a monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster ascend by at least 2-3 steps. It doesn't sound like much, but that's 2-3 orders of monarch. What level is Gu Xing now? Transcendental rank. And after devouring so much energy, Gu Xing's level did not increase. Odd. At this point, the nature elf's energy absorption also reached its end. There was a sudden click from the green cocoon. Gu Xing's heart trembled. In the next moment, spider-web-like cracks actually appeared on the cocoon shell. And he clearly sensed the fluctuation of consciousness coming from the cocoon. The second mythic royal beast. Awake! Finally, in Guzhou's waiting gaze, the green cocoon exploded. A petite figure slowly emerged from the points of light in the sky. Waist-length golden hair fell like a waterfall, and her alabaster skin was glistening under the light of the holy pool. The most amazing thing was the flawless little face. Elves are truly the favorites of the gods. The corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched slightly. That's only a 7 or 8-year-old girl anyhow. Master. The elf suddenly opened her eyes, reflecting Gu Xing's figure in her emerald pupils. Before he could react, a small, warm, soft body flung itself into his arms. The sweet call paired with those big wet eyes hit Gu Xing's heart. Lovely. Hug. Gu Xing subconsciously caught this pampered little one, but he didn't notice the slyness that flickered under her eyes. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 1-star, Mythical 2-star. Level, Awakening First Order. Power, 30. Physical Fitness, 35. Spirit, 102. Speed, 42. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain Initial. Nature's Lament, use this skill to unlock the triple chain of natural disasters, Sea of Bone-Eating Vines, Dome of Thunder Falls, and Siphon of the Earth's Veins. Elven Kingship, after using it, it will triple the spiritual power attribute and automatically refresh the Nature's Lament skill. Nature's Field Initial, when the field is turned on, all skills gain overload mode. Evolution, Heart of Nature, Fountain of Life, Earth's Marrow. When Gu Xing looked at Vera's attribute panel, his pupils suddenly contracted. The spiritual attribute clearly displayed the astonishing figure of 100. Terror. Undeservedly fabulous credentials. This. He swallowed hard. It was important to realize that when Lioli awakened, her average attribute was only 30 points. Vera's spiritual attribute, on the other hand, was 3 times that of Luri's. What was even more shocking was that after absorbing the massive amount of holy pool energy, Vera's qualification had jumped from Mythic 1-star to Mythic 2-star. As his eyes moved down, the skill bar even made Guxing suck in a breath of cold air. Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain. Each one was a terrifying group attack skill that could be called a Battlefield Reaper. A powerful spiritual attribute, coupled with skills that could be considered terrifying. Battlefield Meat Grinder. The word instantly surfaced in Guxing's mind. If you pair it with a defense-ignoring kill, this little girl alone was able to take over a battlefield. Guxing looked down at the innocent, pure-faced Vera in his arms. Who would have thought? This little girl's body lurked with an exterminating strength. Right now, the little girl's level is still too low. In order to truly utilize the power of these skills, it was necessary to raise her level to the transcendent level as soon as possible. Guxing suddenly recalled the secret realm of the Jingui Academy that was specifically used to cultivate the second Imperial Beasts. You can check it out then. Well. Vera was in Guxing's arms, gently rubbing against his chest. The turquoise eyes, however, were dead set on Lioli, who was not far away. The master is mine. District Angel. Chapter 63 Mythic 3 Stars. Glazed Elevation. Under Guxing's watchful eye, Lioli's qualification improvement came to an end. The red-golden holy flames gradually converged, and the divine patterns on the 6 wings flowed like living creatures. When the last trace of energy was perfectly integrated into his body, Lioli slowly opened those radiant golden eyes. However, the first scene that came into her eyes, made her pupils contract violently. Only to see that in Guxing's arms, an imperial beast was proudly spitting its tongue at her. What was even more irritating was that she deliberately rubbed herself into Guxing's arms, revealing a look of enjoyment. This. Green tea extract. The corners of Rory's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She clenched her fists in death, but there was nothing she could do about this mind elf. Her disguise. Great. This elf has slept from 1,000 years ago to the present day, and is actually old. More than 1,000 years old. Surprisingly, he has deliberately turned into a childlike figure. Looking at Vera flaunting her arms in her master's arms, Lioli only felt the joy of the qualification breakthrough instantly vanish. She just woke up a little late, surprisingly. Home was burglarized. Guxing, on the other hand, had his full attention on Lioli's attribute panel at this time, and completely failed to notice the small movements between his own imperial beasts. Sacred Angel Blazed. Qualification, Mythical 3-star. Level, Transcendent First Order. Power, 1220. Body Mass, 1210. Spirit, 1200. Speed, 1230. Skills, Blazing Angel Form, Final Angel Form, Field of Heavenly Fire Elementary. Evolution, Angelic Divine Blood, Bright Divine Crystal, Extreme Fire. Guxing scrutinized the attribute panel, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This qualification enhancement not only allowed Lioli to rise 2 stars in a row, but all the basic attributes skyrocketed by 200 points. With the addition of the Blazing Angel form, the actual increase was a staggering 400 points. The attributes of the Transcendent First Order already surpassed Miller, who was at the Transcendent Third Order in the first place. Guxing muttered. But think of Miller's father. A peak monarch war angel. His brow furrowed slightly again. Trying to forcefully break into the Angelic Clan's compound to rescue people with his current strength was like hitting a stone with an egg. Master. Lioli gently tugged on his sleeve, a few points of aggravation in her voice. Guxing was so immersed in his own planning at the moment that he didn't notice the little girl's low mood, and just rubbed the top of her hair out of habit. That's right, Rory. Guxing suddenly remembered something and lifted the nature elf in his arms with both hands. This is Vera, our new companion from now on. Vera, who was lifted up in front of Rory, immediately revealed an innocent smile and fluttered her big eyes in a good-natured greeting. Hello, Rory-san. As she said this, Vera winked her big eyes playfully. The corner of Luri's mouth twitched imperceptibly. But under the gaze of Gu Zhozhou, she can only force a smile. Hello, Green. Vera. The last word was almost squeezed through his teeth. You're just a green tea spirit, so wait for me. Guxing looked at the two people in front of him with relief and nodded with satisfaction. It is true that rumors cannot be trusted. I had heard that multiple imperial beasts would fight for favor among themselves, but now it seems this is not the case at all. There is a great deal of love between the two imperial beasts of the house. It was only then that Wei Yuan came back from the shock, his gaze complexly sweeping over the two mythic great imperial beasts beside Guxing. An 8-winged blazing angel, a 1,000-year-old nature elf, plus this demonic master. He had no doubt that in time, Guxing's achievements would surely surpass his own. Immediately afterward, with Wei Yuan's help, he teleported back to the Jingui Academy. Returning to the academy, he found that Long Jinghua had already left first. It's early. Gu Xing looked at the sky and his gaze fell on Vera in the Imperial Beast space. The awakening first rank was indeed too low to utilize the true strength of a nature elf at all. It's time to level her up. The front of Jingui Academy's awakening mystic realm was packed with people, and the newly enrolled students were lining up to enter. This special secret realm dedicated to cultivating the second Imperial Beast was bustling with activity at the moment. When Gu Xing appeared with Lioli, the entire square was instantly quiet for a split second, and then burst into a flurry of murmurs. Quick look! It's that Gu Xing who singled out half the academy. The fierce man who singled out half the school. He came to the secret realm of awakening. Could it be that he has already contracted a second Imperial Beast? It's not going to be another perverted being like an angel, is it? How could it be? You think an Imperial Beast as strong as that angel is a cabbage? Under the gaze of the crowd, Gu Xing walked straight towards Wen Bing and his group in the crowd. Brother Star! He was the first to spot him and waved excitedly. Wen Bing also nodded slightly, but his heartbeat suddenly missed a beat when he inadvertently met Gu Xing's eyes. She couldn't contract a second Imperial Beast, nor did she have a second one to train. She didn't know why she was here. Still, at that moment, Qin Tian suddenly opened his mouth, attracting everyone's attention. Brother Star, is your second Imperial Beast contract ready? This question immediately aroused everyone's interest, and even Wen Bing couldn't help but look at Gu Xing again. After all, the power of Gu Xing's first Imperial Beast was there for all to see. Several people were curious as to what the second Imperial Beast Gu Xing contracted was. Gu Xing smiled bashfully and raised his hand to summon the nature elf Vera. The little one bent over slightly in a good-natured manner. Hi everyone, I'm Vera. And the crowd immediately fell in love with such a cute little guy. Just then, however, a piercing voice came from the side. Imperial Beasts are for fighting, what good is just being cute? Hearing this voice, Qin Tian immediately twisted his head angrily. He only saw that Wang Tang was standing with his arms wrapped around him, and beside him was crouching a dragon lizard that was covered in burning flames. Qin Tian frowned slightly when he saw this Imperial Beast, then turned his head to explain in Gu Xing's ear. Brother Star, be careful, this Imperial Beast is not simple. I heard that his family spent a lot of money to get this dragon lizard. It is said to have a dragon bloodline. Dragon bloodline? Gu Xing raised an eyebrow with interest. Lava Dragon Lizard. Qualification, Legendary 7-star. Level, Awakening First Order. Power, 35. Body Mass, 31. Spirit, 28. Speed, 34. Skills, Dragon Inferno Spit, Scale Defense. Gu Xing quickly scanned through the attribute panel, and the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. An average of about 30 attributes. Is this the so-called dragon bloodline? It was all a far cry from the glaze that was once there. At this moment, Wang Tung tilted his chin, his face full of complacency. He was keeping his father's bold words in mind. After contracting this dragon lizard, my son Wang Tang will be a great emperor. He had just reached the transcendent rank yesterday and hadn't had time to contract this Imperial Beast yet. Just an epic level Imperial Beast. That's why it was at the commencement ceremony, a big embarrassment. But now, it's time for a clean slate. Wang Tang secretly clenched his fists. Although I do not dare to say that my dragon lizard can match that perverted angel, but against this only cute elf in front of me. He glanced contemptuously at Vera, who was blinking her big, innocent eyes. The corner of Wang Tang's mouth hooked into a cold smile. I'm going to win this time. Chapter 64. What? Entering the Secret Realm. Looking at the complacent Wang Tang, Gu Xing was a bit taut. If he hadn't been able to see the attributes of the Imperial Beast clearly, he would have been bluffed. Dragon bloodline? Gu Xing secretly shook his head. If it were really a pure-blood dragon race, it would be worth taking seriously, but this lizard that barely dabbled. Let's just forget about it. However, at this moment, Wang Tang was already completely immersed in the bragging of the students around him. If I remember correctly, the one beside Wang Tang is the legendary top qualification lava dragon lizard. I heard that the Wang family used almost all of their connections at that time to get this Imperial Beast. With such a strong Imperial Beast, it seems like Wang Tang is trying to break the record of this awakening mystic realm and obtain the headmaster's reward. Gu Xing, on the other hand, was a bit surprised to hear these arguments. What record? What reward? As a new student, he was not yet familiar with many of the rules of the Jingui Academy. Brother Xing, look over there. Qin Tian pointed at the entrance to the secret realm in due time. That record tablet has the best results of all time engraved on it. Gu Xing looked over in the direction of Qin Tian's finger, only to see an ancient stone tablet engraved with gilt characters. First place, Qin Chuxue, 9 hours 15 minutes. Second place, Wenchen, 28 hours and 17 minutes. Third place, Wang Jie, 28 hours and 25 minutes. 10th place, Zhang Jian, 30 hours and 7 minutes. Seeing this list, Gu Xing frowned slightly. The gap between first and second place. Why is it so big? The difference between third and 10th place is just 2 hours. And between first and second place. But there was a full 19 hours difference. Gu Xing subconsciously turned his head to look at Qin Tian. Brother Xing, this list records the time taken for a royal beast to break through from the awakening First Order to the Ninth Order. The one at the top of the list is the genius who was specially recruited by Principal Long like you 5 years ago. When she heard about the special recruitment, Gu Xing remembered. Long Jinghua has specially recruited students a total of 2 times. Once it was him. And the other time was this Qin Shuxue. Because senior sister Qin's record is too unbelievable, the academy has long since declared that her results will not be used for reference. Headmaster Long once personally promised that as long as someone could surpass the second place, they would be able to enter the Jinghua treasure trove to choose any treasure. With that, Qin Tian glanced at Wang Tang and lowered his voice to continue speaking. For Wang Tang to be able to possess this imperial beast, it's most likely that the Wang family also has their eyes on a certain treasure in the Jinghua Academy's treasure trove, which is why they've invested such a large amount of blood. Upon hearing the word Jinghua treasure trove, Gu Xing's pupils shrunk slightly. He clearly remembered that the sacred marrow spirit liquid needed for Liuli's last evolution came from there. And as long as you break the record you will be able to go in and pick a material. Gu Xing thought of his 2 imperial beasts. Now, although the qualifications of both imperial beasts had come to the mythic level. But who doesn't want their royal beast to become stronger? Entering the Jinghua treasure trove, in case you can come across the evolutionary materials of 2 imperial beasts. Must go in. Gu Xing immediately made up his mind. Missing this opportunity, the next time they were able to obtain the qualification to enter the Jinghua treasure trove would not know when it would be. Also, his eyes unconsciously fell on the glittering name at the top of the list. Qin Shuxue. Like him, they were all geniuses who had been specially recruited by Principal Long himself to suppress an era. The corners of Gu Xing's mouth rose slightly, and the long-lost desire to win suddenly blazed in his chest. He wondered how he compared to this legendary schoolmate. Who's strong? And Wang Tang was enraged when he saw Gu Xing completely ignoring him. He was about to snap, but he suddenly felt the emotion of fear coming from the lava dragon lizard through the contract. What's going on? He turned his head in surprise, only to see that his imperial beast was lying on the ground with its limbs soft, its scales trembling uncontrollably. Where was there any trace of the might of a legendary level imperial beast? Wang Tang looked violently at Gu Xing. That scary angel again? But on second thought, the secret realm of awakening was forbidden for transcendent level imperial beasts to enter. Even if that angel was as strong as it was, it couldn't determine the outcome of this secret realm. This time the first place must be his. But looking at the shivering appearance of his own dragon lizard, he finally had the sense to take the imperial beast and leave in ashes. And when Bing looked at Vera in disbelief, her spiritual power was stronger. Being able to feel the source of the aura just now was this cute little girl. To be able to make the legendary top qualification dragon lizard feel fear, that means the level of this imperial beast is likely to be the same as Ruri's. All mythical? And Gu Xing turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on Vera, who was pretending to be innocent beside him. She was the one who started the scare of that dragon lizard just now. When this little girl saw Gu Xing looking over, she immediately spat out her tongue. Master, I just can't stand the sight of him running wild, I'm sorry. Gu Xing lost his smile, and his slender fingers gently rubbed her blonde hair. For such a small matter, he naturally wouldn't blame his own imperial beast. After all, she was doing it for her own good. Nothing. Seeing that her master wasn't angry, Vera immediately opened her arms in an inch and her voice was sweet. Master hug. This dainty look is like a little daughter begging for candy. It made Gu Xing's heart soften and he subconsciously wrapped her into his arms. However, in the imperial beast space, Liuli, who had witnessed the whole thing, was so angry that she stomped her feet. That little green tea spirit. She gritted her teeth and stared out at the pouting Vera, her golden pupils almost spitting fire. Pretending to be young again and cheating the owner's feelings. Damn it! The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and her gaze fell on the shivering tree of life. That's when the hour has come. A teacher dressed in green robes stood in the air, and the boundary at the entrance of the secret realm rippled like water waves when his sleeve robe was lightly waved. Countless arcane runes flowed in the void, eventually coalescing into a radiant door of light. The secret realm of awakening is officially open. All trainees enter in order. Inside the principal's office, Long Jinghua was frowning at Gu Xing's dossier. Gu Xing's body is not good. This meant that the academy had to take responsibility for Gu Xing's second imperial beast. What imperial beast should I pair him with? Long Jinghua stroked his beard and muttered. His eyes scanned back and forth over the list of the few remaining legendary great imperial beasts in the academy, but he was never satisfied. The first one was already mythic level, how could the second one be legendary top tier? Just as he was struggling, the office door was suddenly thrown open violently. Headmaster! Something big has happened. Fu Yanjia burst in, panting. Long Jinghua frowned unhappily. Director Fu, it's unseemly to panic. Gu Xing! Gu Xing, he's entered the awakening secret realm. Upon hearing this news, Long Jinghua was not expecting it. Isn't it just entering a secret realm? But the next moment, Long Jinghua rose up so suddenly that the solid wood seat was brought to slide backward half a meter. What? It's entering the secret realm. What does it mean to enter the secret realm of awakening? It meant that Gu Xing had contracted his second imperial beast. But he was completely unaware of it. If the second imperial beast's qualifications are too poor, Long Jinghua's heart went cold. Chapter 65 Changes in the Secret World. The moment Gu Xing stepped into the secret realm, the sight before him caused his breath to catch. It's a blood-soaked scorched earth. The black and red earth cracked with countless hideous fissures, skeletons were half hidden in the dust, and the lingering smell of blood filled the air. Where is this a secret place? It was clearly a tragic battlefield. Gu Xing remembered the information about this secret realm. This was once a spatial rift connecting the other worlds. 70 years ago, the demon army came in like a tidal wave, attempting to use it as a springboard to invade the present world. That battle lasted for 3 whole months, and in the end, the Long Xia kingdom managed to stop the disaster at the cost of the lives of millions of generals. It was also because too many demons had fallen in this area, so under the effect of the gathering of demonic qi, new demons would constantly be produced. And to prevent these demons from growing up and eventually destroying the seal of this passageway from within. Therefore, Long Jinghua ordered this passage to be used as an awakening secret realm for the students' second imperial beast's practice. Not only were they able to cultivate the students of the Jingui Academy, but they were also able to take this opportunity to exterminate the demonic races that arose from the secret realm. 2 for the price of 1. Roar! Suddenly, an ear-piercing hiss broke the silence of the secret realm. Gu Xing's eyes flinched as he saw 10 festering skin demons surrounding him from all directions. Pickpocketing. Level, Awakening 5th Order. Qualification, Magic Captain. Power, 60. Body Mass, 51. Spirit, 21. Speed, 45. Skill, Flesh and Blood Stripping. These low-ranked demons, known for their cruelty, love to skin their prey alive, hence the title Skinning Demon. Although these are the most numerous of the devils at the bottom. But why are there 10 of them all at once? Gu Xing's brows furrowed slightly. It was important to realize that not everyone's imperial beasts were as perverse as his. Vera's spiritual attribute had already broken 100 when she awakened at the first rank. But other students. Even the legendary level Lava Dragon Lizard. The attributes are only around 30 plus attribute points. A come up to face 10 awakening 5th order demon race, if not the Imperial Beast Master itself, has a particularly powerful talent. I'm afraid I'll be in danger at the first opportunity. Just at the moment when this group of pickpocket demons was about to pounce, Vera in Gu Xing's arms frowned unhappily. How dare these ugly things interrupt her posting with her master? A coldness flashed in his turquoise eyes. The elf clan was destroyed because of the demons, and Vera naturally did not have the slightest bit of goodwill towards this group of demons. Plus, it now appears to be interfering with her ability to cultivate a relationship with her master. Vera's delicate fingers raised slightly, without even having to use her skills. 10 thick thorns suddenly broke through the ground and wrapped the demon into a cocoon like a living thing. This was an innate talent of the elves, and as a royal, Vera's ability to manipulate plants was even more advanced. Rustling a few soft sounds, those thorns turned from green to red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, 10 dried-up demonic corpses were scattered on the ground like rags. And the shimmer of escalation floods Vera. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Awakening 4th Order. Power, 120. Body Mass, 134. Spirit, 480. Speed, 123. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain Initial. Evolution, Heart of Nature, Fountain of Life. Looking at the exaggerated numbers on Vera's attribute panel, Gu Xing could not help but jump slightly at the corners of his eyes. If anything, Ruri is a hexagonal warrior with a balanced development of all attributes. Then Vera is a complete bias student. Just by awakening the 4th stage, the spiritual attribute is already approaching the 500-point mark. This value even surpassed many transcendent-level imperial beasts. Master. The elf tilted her pretty face, anticipation written in her blue eyes. Gu Xing would reach out and rub her blonde hair. Next, just let Vera rise to the awakening 9th rank as fast as possible. With Vera's spiritual attributes now. As long as they used their skills, that awakening stage demon race would be able to push all the way across. Thus, Gu Xing's gaze was directly placed on the center of the secret realm. With his spiritual power to perceive the demonic aura there was the strongest, and naturally, it was also the gathering place of the demonic race. It is also the best place to upgrade. At the entrance of the secret realm, there were constantly students exiting in a sorry state, shock written all over their faces. Hell no! I just went in and I ran into 5 awakened 5th order demons. In previous years, weren't there just a few? This year it's as if we've stabbed the devil's nest. My epic level Imperial Beast went in and saw that stance and just backed off. Seeing these unexpected conditions, Wing Bing frowned slightly. She vividly remembered a similar situation 5 years ago. It was said that that time was when the demon race in the secret realm rioted, causing the number of demons to grow exponentially. It was this particular reason that allowed Qin Shuxue to complete the astonishing breakthrough of the Imperial Beasts from awakened First Order to Ninth Order in only 9 hours. Sister Bing, nothing will happen to Brother Star, right? Although Qin Tian had already reached the transcendent rank, the family had yet to find a suitable second Imperial Beast for him, so he did not participate in the awakening mystic realm this time. Looking at the chaotic scene at the moment, a hint of worry appeared on his face. Despite his confidence in Gu Xing's strength, right now Gu Xing could only use one awakening stage Imperial Beast. Even if Gu Xing's talent was strong, it was impossible for him to create a miracle with just one awakening stage Imperial Beast, right? The tutor in charge of the awakening secret realm's face suddenly changed, immediately realizing the seriousness of the situation. The memory of that demonic riot 5 years ago is still fresh. At that time, if Qin Shuxue hadn't used her own strength to flatten the secret realm, I'm afraid that the demon race would have already broken through the seal and caused a great disaster. And today, this time, there's no demon like Qin Shuxue to sit in on it. The mentor did not dare to delay for a minute and immediately activated the emergency contact procedure. At the same moment, in the principal's office, Long Jinghua had just sent Fu Yanjie away when the red alarm suddenly sounded. What? Awakening secret realm alteration? The communicator in Long Jinghua's hand cracked open with a click. Another high-level demon race is born. His face was grim as iron. He couldn't be more clear about the truth of that riot 5 years ago. At that time, the secret realm had birthed a Demon King-level demon race, and if not for Qin Shushue's intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The old principal tapped his knuckles on the desk and paced back and forth in his office. There are only 2 options at hand. For one thing, it was up to him to personally erase the entire secret realm. But this would cut off the important way for new students to develop a second Imperial Beast. The second was to send students with awakened Ninth Order Imperial Beasts into the secret realm to clear it. As long as he could clear out the demons before things got worse, he wouldn't have to personally go out and destroy the secret realm. In this way, the crisis could be resolved and this secret realm could be preserved. Soon, an emergency notice spread quickly through the campus radio system. Attention all teachers and students. The secret realm is experiencing abnormal fluctuations. Please all students with awakened Ninth Order Imperial Beasts, immediately head to the entrance of the secret realm to gather. Repeat. Chapter 66, I'm sorry Master, it's all because Vera is useless. With the issuance of the emergency summoning order, the eligible trainees quickly assembled at the entrance of the secret realm. Gu Qianli and Tang Xinru were all there. Although Winning Ice was strong, he was unable to participate due to the limitations of the Royal Beast level. And extraordinarily conspicuous in the crowd was Shinru Ashue, who had just broken through to the Transcendent level. Although she has not contracted the second Imperial Beast. However, he was specially authorized to participate due to the awakening of a rare gift of spatial transience. This ability not only allows her to travel back and forth between the secret realm and reality, but most importantly she can provide information transfer. When the last trainee arrived, Long Jinghua's figure appeared in front of the crowd. Long Jinghua rarely put away his usual amiability and said solemnly, according to the monitoring, the secret realm may have birthed a Demon King-level demon race. However, it is suppressed by the rules of the secret realm, and its level won't exceed the awakening stage. Your mission is to eliminate as many demons as possible, focusing on sniping that legendary class demon. But remember. His gaze swept over each young face. In the event of danger, retreat immediately. The safety of your lives is above all else. After all, unable to kill the Demon King, he could still step in and directly erase the secret realm. But if a student dies, that's irreparable damage. The secret world opens. With Long Jinghua's command, the spatial rift slowly unfolded. In the crowd, Tang Xin came over to Gu Qianxian and swore, Chen, it's too dangerous for you to have only one excellent great Imperial Beast, let me go. I promise to bring my husband back safely. Gu Qianxian helplessly rubbed her temples. To be honest, she wasn't too worried about Gu Xing. After all, with the importance the school placed on Gu Xing, it was bound to be impossible for the school to contract a poorly talented Imperial Beast for Gu Xing. Coupled with Gu Xing's talent, in the secret realm of the awakening stage, as long as he didn't encounter that Demon King, he shouldn't be in trouble. Xanro, Gu Xing can take care of himself, just make sure you're safe when you go in. Don't worry. Tang Xinru patted her chest. Next, the spatial channel was fully opened. The secret world. Gu Xing led Vera continuously towards the center of the replica. The demons along the way were climbing dramatically in both number and level. However, for Vera by Gu Xing's side, these demons were still very manageable. No need to release skills at all. The mythically qualified Vera, relying on her crushing level of mental attributes, just slightly raised her hand. The countless blood-colored vines that sprang out from the ground then directly strangled these demons to death. Not far. An Imperial Beast Master saw this scene, but rubbed his eyes in fear. My god. I didn't see it wrong. A group of awakening 8th and 9th ranked demon race were killed by a royal beast in a casual second? This Imperial Beast Master's talent was perception. It was also because of this talent that he was able to avoid the attacks of the demon race when he entered the secret realm. And as he approached the center of the secret realm, he ran into a few of his companions who had also escaped the demonic attack. At this moment, a few of his fellow teammates were filled with disbelief when they heard his exclamation. Don't be ridiculous, we can only barely deal with 2 or 3 high-level demons by relying on our talent to cooperate. How could anyone be able to exterminate a large swath at once? That's right, most of the students were eliminated right after they came in, right? With a few of us advancing together, it'd be nice if someone could keep up with us. Man, you'd better observe properly if there are any fallen demons, don't go looking at those that are there. His teammate patted him on the shoulder. Now that these demons are in packs, how else are we going to upgrade the Imperial Beasts? This Imperial Beast Master rubbed his sore eyes. Indeed, with the strength of his mental power, coupled with such a long distance, the scene just now was most likely an illusion. He shook his head and laughed to himself. That's right, even if it's a Royal Beast Master of Wang Tang's level, it's impossible to instantly kill a large swathe of high-ranked demons in seconds. It seems that I was blind. The other side. Gu Xing frowned slightly as he detected a hint of abnormality. As he went deeper, he realized that the amount of energy he could obtain from killing these demons seemed to be a little less than it was initially. And the closer you get to the center of the secret realm, the more obvious this phenomenon becomes. It was as if something had absorbed the demonic energy of these demons. He looked at Vera's rank. When she had just entered the secret realm, after killing 10 awakened 5th stage demons, she had reached awakened 4th stage. But now, it had already been half an hour, and he had killed quite a few high-ranking demons, but Vera's level had only just managed to break through the awakened 6th rank. If the group of Imperial Beastmasters had known Gu Xing's thoughts just now, they would have found a pillar to crash into. You know, they fought to the death, and a few of them cooperated to kill the demon race. Up until now, several people's levels were only at the 3rd awakening stage. And what about Gu Xing? Reaching the awakened 6th order in half an hour was surprisingly unsatisfying. Greed. Too greedy. And at this point, Gu Xing, however, was thinking about the possibility of increasing his upgrade speed. With Vera's strength, it was enough to crush all the demon races in the secret realm. Plus her powerful group attack skills? That is, as long as you can attract enough demons at once. Then with Vera's strength, she would be able to kill the gathered demons in seconds. Vera, when the demons gather over, you'll unleash your skills at full power. Vera turned her head in confusion. Though she did know that gathering the demons together would be much more efficient. But how to draw the demons in is the biggest problem. However, in the midst of her shocked gaze, Gu Xing cut his hand through a slit, and blood instantly dripped down. Creatures like the demon race are extremely sensitive to blood. As long as there is the smell of blood around, they are able to gather a large group over instantly. What's more, right now, the secret realm was already overloaded with demons. But the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Only Gu Xing did not hesitate to slash his palm, and crimson beads of blood instantly dripped down onto the scorched earth. Master! You! Vera's pupils contracted violently, then she lowered her head with red eyes. I'm sorry, Master, it's all because Vera is useless that she has to make Master use this way. Looking at the incomparably self-condemning elf, Gu Xing was a bit dazed. But it soon became clear. To the Imperial Beasts, it was simply the greatest dereliction of duty to allow their masters to be injured. Looking at the little girl who was about to cry in a hurry, Gu Xing was quick to appease. This little injury is nothing, and proper bloodletting is good for your health. Really, really? Vera looked up in disbelief. With Gu Xing's repeated assurances, she was barely able to calm down. Then, at Gu Xing's request, Vera cast wind magic to spread the smell of blood. It swept like a wave over a 3-kilometer radius. Smelling the smell, all the demons stopped their movements at the same time, their scarlet eyes turning to the same direction in unison. Roar! Amidst the rising and falling hissing sounds, the black tide of demons began to frantically surge towards the source of the bloodshed. Chapter 67, Wang Tang, will be a great emperor. However, this tawdry maneuver of Gu Xing, however, victimized Wang Tang, who had just arrived in the vicinity. The moment. He huddled between the cracks of the boulders, holding his breath and staring dead on at the demon race that was surging like a tide in the distance, his forehead oozing a fine cold sweat. Grass. Which one deliberately lured so many demons over, don't want to live? He gritted his teeth and cursed lowly, his body shrinking further into the rock, itching to embed himself into it. Although contracted the legendary top qualification Lava Dragon Lizard, but in front of such a number of demons. Not to mention the awakening 9th rank, even if it was a transcendent level, I'm afraid it would be torn into pieces. Old me's upgrade plan was all ruined by this stupid bastard. He cursed once again, his voice suppressed extremely low for fear of attracting the attention of the demons.
Upon entering the secret realm, he sensed the anomaly.
The number of demons was far greater than ever before, almost exactly the same as that mutation 5 years ago. At first, he was secretly ecstatic, thinking that he could easily break the record this time, but reality slapped him hard in the face. The energy gained from killing demons was pitifully small.
Damn!
He glanced at the dragon lizard beside him. Despite being a legend-grade qualification, he had only barely broken through to the 4th stage of awakening today, and was still a foot short of the 5th stage. However, as long as the rising dragon lizard rank was raised upwards by 2 more steps, he would be able to completely turn the tables and would no longer need to hide like he was now. At that time, his dragon lizard would definitely sweep across the entire secret realm.
Boom!
Suddenly, the ground trembled, and an awakened 9th stage demon race appeared with a roar as a terrifying pressure swept over them. Wang Tung stiffened and instantly held his breath, his body shrinking further into the stone crevice, almost becoming one with the shadows.
Indecent development first.
He thought darkly through clenched teeth, a vicious color flashing in his eyes. When the old man grows up,
he will become a great emperor. The moment.
Gu Xing looked at the demon race that was coming in like a tidal wave, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile instead.
Since the energy of a single demon has become less. If quality is not enough, then quantity will be.
If one lure wasn't enough for Vera to raise to awakening 9, then 2. The demons discovered the source of the bloody odor and instantly fell into a frenzy, hissing as they lunged towards Gu Xing. The dark tide of demons almost covered the sky, and the ground trembled violently under the trampling of the countless demons.
But Gu Xing stood still and didn't move.
He looked up slowly, his gaze falling on Vera beside him.
Vera! Do it! With Gu Xing's eyes signaling, Vera gracefully rose into the air.
Although Vera was currently only awakened 6th rank, as a group attack type Imperial Beast, she was best at.
The less is better than the more. Not to mention. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Awakening 6th Order. Power, 180. Body Mass, 204. Spirit, 810. Speed, 193. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain Initial. Evolution, Heart of Nature, Fountain of Life. Vera's spiritual attribute had reached 800 points.
One should know that even for the awakened 9th Order demons, their various attributes were only around 300 points. Vera, on the other hand, is almost 3 times the size of these demons.
That means, as long as Vera's mental energy isn't drained, no matter how many demons came, Vera would be able to eat them all. Nature's Lament.
Vera's long blonde hair suddenly danced wildly without wind as she slightly raised her hands. Behind her, an emerald divine ring unfolded with a roar, coloring the entire sky turquoise.
A triple apocalypse. The first natural disaster. Sea of bone-eating vines.
The earth let out a groan of pain as countless blood-colored thorns tore through the surface. These living vines are like hungry demons, and any demon that touches them is instantly drained of their flesh and blood, leaving only white bones falling down.
The second natural disaster.
The Vault of Thunder falls. Thousands of emerald thunderbolts exploded from the clouds, each main lightning bolt splitting into hundreds of thunder snakes when it landed. The entire battlefield instantly turned into a forest of thunder and lightning, and the demons convulsed into charcoal amidst the jumping lightning.
The third natural disaster. The Earth's veins siphon. Giant nature spell formations surfaced on the ground, and all the demonic remains were forcibly extracted of their demonic energy.
These dark energies flowed through the spell formation, and were actually purified into emerald green spiritual torrents that continuously fed back to Vera. The first 2 heavenly plagues powerfully output while the third keeps Vera's range.
Perfectly closed loop. This is the true power of a mythic great imperial beast?
Gu Xing looked at the battlefield where the sky and the earth were changing colors, and for the first time, he intuitively felt what a god level was. Although Vera's level is only awakening 6th order, the power exerted by releasing skills, it had been nothing less than a transcendent level.
And as the demons continue to be exterminated, Vera levels up gradually. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 310. Body Mass, 320. Spirit, 1130. Speed, 300. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain Initial. Vera's spiritual attributes directly broke through the 1000 mark.
And the level directly broke through to the Awakening 9th stage. Edge of the battlefield. The entirety of that earlier squad stood frozen.
I didn't perceive it wrong.
That perception type Imperial Beast Master's voice trembled. There really is someone who can kill the demon cluster in seconds.
There is no need to perceive.
The captain deadpanned as he stared at the emerald divine light in the distance. We
all saw it.
Disbelief was written all over the faces of several people.
How could the same group of Imperial Beastmasters that entered the secret realm be so strong? Hundreds of demon clans, actually, went up in smoke under a single skill.
What level Imperial Beast is that? Legendary level? No. Legendary level. There's no way it could have this kind of power. The other side. Boom! Wang Tang in the stone crevice had his eardrums shaken by the loud noise. He cautiously peeked out just in time to see. The emerald divine ring shines in the heavens and earth, 10,000 thunder waterfalls pour down, and the sea of bloody vines devours 10,000 devils. This can't be. Wang Tang's pupils shrunk into pinpoints, and his blood seemed to freeze. His lava dragon lizard is obviously also a top qualification, but even if he breaks through to the 9th order of awakening, it definitely couldn't do this kind of destruction either. How can? Wang Tang gripped the rock with a death grip, his knuckles turning white. His pride, at this moment, was crushed to pieces. Mythic level. It must be mythical. The realization sent shivers down his spine, both from fear, and even more so because insanely jealous. Beyond the secret world. Suddenly, a gasp rang out from the crowd. Quick look! The leaderboards are refreshed. All eyes were instantly focused on the leaderboard. First place, Gu Xing, 57 minutes. Second place, Xin Shushue, 9 hours and 15 minutes. Third place, Wenchen, 28 hours and 17 minutes. After a brief silence, the scene exploded. This can't be. Gu Xing is open for business, isn't he? How could it possibly surpass senior sister Qin? 57 minutes? Is this ING human? It takes more than that just to catch up, doesn't it? Doesn't he have to search for the demons? Wen Bing's pupils suddenly contracted, but soon, a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. She remembered the strange feeling she had when she first saw the Imperial Beast, and now it all made sense. And Long Jingwo looked at Gu Xing's first ranking. Again, slightly out of breath. Gu Xing took less than an hour? And what level is his second Imperial Beast? You should know that Qin Shushue's Royal Beast was hand-picked by him. It's the top-of-the-line legendary Imperial Beast. But even so, Qin Shushue's clearance speed was 8 hours slower than Gu Xing's. What kind of concept is that? This meant that Gu Xing's second Imperial Beast was able to crush the legendary top. Could it be that? Another mythic royal beast? Chapter 68 turned around and fled. It was like making some sort of determination. The secret world. Gu Xing was about to take Vera and move on. Suddenly, a violent demonic aura swept from the center of the secret realm. Damned human! How dare you slaughter so many demons? Accompanied by a deafening roar, a wolf-type demon race with blood-colored demonic patterns wrapped around its body appeared in front of the two. Those eyes burning with the fires of hell stared Gu Xing dead in the face. His name is Vaughn, and he was originally a legendary class demon king who was decapitated by humans 70 years ago. Only, with the help of the blood and demonic energy in the secret realm, he managed to resurrect himself 5 years ago. Moreover, the special environment in the secret realm had caused him to successfully advance to the demon god level. This was corresponding to the mythical rank of the human race. 5 years ago, Vaughn had encountered a powerful human when he first awakened. At that time, he was resourceful enough to find a scapegoat to get away with it. And now, his rank had already reached the awakened 9th step. In this secret realm, he was invincible. Humans, you're out of luck. Vaughn's sharp claws flared with dark purple flames. You remind me of that woman 5 years ago. Prepare for the wrath of God. Vaughn didn't realize that he was facing an even more terrifying existence than the perverted human from 5 years ago. And Gu Xing looked at this brain-dead demon clan with a face full of doubt. Is this demon race out of his mind? With the strength Vera showed just now, how dare he take the initiative to lean over? Wolf God, Vaughn. Qualification, Demon God 1 star. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 802. Body mass, 804. Spirit, 642. Speed, 820. Skills, Devil's Body, Blood Escape. Killing reward, slaying the demon god will earn you a divine mark, and consuming the divine mark will allow you to contract an additional imperial beast. After reading the attribute panel, Gu Xing then realized where this demon's confidence originated from. Demon god level. But when his eyes swept to the kill reward, his pupils suddenly contracted. The human race had never slain a demon god in their history, and naturally, no one knew about this rule. Slaying the demon god actually allows the Imperial Beast Master to contract an additional Imperial Beast. Gu Xing's gaze fell on Vaughn's body, his eyes narrowing slightly. This could be the only chance to kill the demon god. He knew very well that in the other space, Demon King level demons were extremely rare, let alone demon god level. Even if they encountered a demon king, the rank would be at least at the monarch level. With his current strength, want to touch the monarch level? Idiot. Human race, as long as you are willing to defect to the demon race, I can spare you from death. Vaughn was still chattering. The first time he had actually met up with a human, he had to give this human the utmost latitude. However, he hadn't noticed at all that the way Gu Xing looked at him had become increasingly dangerous. Just kill this demon god. You'll be able to contract an additional Imperial Beast at the Transcendent level. This thought made Gu Xing's heart beat faster. The strength of the Imperial Beast Master is directly related to the number of contracted beasts, and one more Imperial Beast brings not a simple superposition of numbers, but a qualitative leap. With several Imperial Beasts working together, the strength could be geometrically increased. Human, I'm talking to you. Belatedly waiting for Gu Xing to kneel down and beg for mercy, Von's anger grew hotter and hotter. The last time he awakened his strength did not recover just, but now he is already awakening the ninth order of the demon god. This human actually dared to belittle him so much. Not to be spared as such. However, at this moment, Gu Xing had already given orders to Vera. This demon god must not be spared. It has to be a 1-2 punch. Vera. With Gu Xing's command, Vera did not hesitate to unleash her strongest killing move. Elven Kingship. The divine ring behind Vera suddenly flashed. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 310. Body mass, 320. Spirit, 1133,390. Speed, 300. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain Initial. 3,000 points of terrifying spiritual power stirred in the void, but Gu Xing was still not satisfied. It's not enough. A silver aura appeared in his eyes, and the Emperor's eyes suddenly opened. King's Landing. Kill. The blood-colored killing aura wrapped around Vera's body, mirroring the emerald divine light. If not limited by the awakening level, Gu Xing would have hated for Vera to even unfold her domains together. Nature's Lament. A second divine ring manifested behind Vera, and the double divine might cause the air to start distorting. Von's grimace suddenly froze. This awesome pressure. How is it possible? He realized with horror that he was clearly at the same awakening 9th stage, but the sense of oppression coming from the opposite side made his soul tremble. But wasn't he the strongest demon god level? But it was too late for him to think about the situation at hand. Demon god's body. Not daring to hesitate for a moment, Von immediately activated his strongest skill. In Gu Xing's vision, Von's strength and speed instantly doubled. However, that's still a huge difference compared to the current Vera. Not to mention, Vera had his gift added. Vera slowly raised her slender arm, a seemingly gentle movement that distorted space. But just as the fatal blow was about to fall, Von actually turned and fled suddenly, completely disregarding the dignity and honor of the demon race. There was not a moment's hesitation in the escape. What the hell? Gu Xing froze for a moment. In his perception, the demon race had always been synonymous with brutality and bloodthirstiness, preferring to die in battle rather than fleeing from the battlefield. But this guy in front of me, who was called the demon god, actually escaped? Looking at Von's wretched appearance without looking back, Gu Xing couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch up. This is the demon god? However, the entire secret realm was just this big, where could one escape to? Vera, after them. Today this demon god must die. Due to the fact that Longjinghua personally opened the secret realm, Gu Chanshan and her group did not disperse and were directly transported to the center area of the secret realm. As soon as they landed on the ground, the crowd immediately formed a defensive formation and looked around vigilantly. After all, in the secret realm after the mutation, the number of devil clans should be extremely large. However, it's too quiet. After waiting for a long time, he didn't even see a shadow of a demon race. Strange, where have all the demons gone? Did they know we were coming? It can't be, even a legendary demon king can't have such a high IQ. How do I feel? Demons here look like they've been cleaned up? No way. 90% of the freshmen pushed out. Who can clean up the demon community? They didn't know that Gu Xing had long ago slaughtered all the demonic races within a 3-kilometer radius. Just as the crowd was talking, the sound of breaking air suddenly came from the distance. Something's coming. This speed. It can't be that legendary class demon king. It's charging towards us. All hands on alert. Prepare to meet the enemy. As Von approached, everyone commanded the Imperial Beasts to strike at the demon. However, all the attacks landed on Von without leaving even a trace. Attack completely ineffective. Is this really the Demon King? As the crowd looked on in horror, Von charged straight towards them. But unexpectedly, this demon god even swept right over their heads without even looking at them. What's going on? How come he didn't take a shot at us? I feel like it. Seems like it's running for its life? Chapter 69 Ghost Maiden. After deliberations, the crowd unanimously decided that Shin Ruoshua would report the situation. The threat of this demon race in front of them was clearly beyond their ability to cope with. Shin Ruoshua did not excuse herself and immediately launched her natural ability to come outside the secret realm and find Longjinghua. Headmaster Long, we found a special demon race. Outwardly resembling an upright war wolf, the attacks of the awakened Ninth Order are completely ineffective against it. Long Jinghua initially thought that it was a newborn demon king, but when he heard the characteristic upright war wolf, his face suddenly changed.
Vaughn? The demon king that was close to the peak of the monarch king 70 years ago had been resurrected? What shocked him even more was Shin Ruoshue's next description. The full force attack of many awakening ninth steps had failed to leave even a trace of injury. He immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. If Vaughn's rank was still that of a demon king, it could never be so powerful. Then there is only one possibility. That is, Vaughn has transcended the level of the demon king. Notify everyone to evacuate the secret realm immediately. Long Jinghua made an immediate decision. The situation in the secret realm was clearly no longer something that this group of students could handle. Demon god level demon race want to rely on this group of students to kill. It's too hard. He was ready to take matters into his own hands. Although it would cost a secret world, there was no other way out now. What's more, this was a demon god level demon race. If, however, he was allowed to escape the secret realm and return to the demon race, then he would definitely add another great enemy to the human race in the future. After receiving Long Jinghua's instruction, Shen Ruoshue immediately turned around and returned to the secret realm to convey the instruction. The secret realm. Gu Xing was puzzled when he saw Gu Qianxian and the others in the midst of the meter silence. Sister, hasn't your second imperial beast awakened to the 9th rank? Why are you still coming to the secret realm? The corners of Gu Qianli's mouth twitched slightly. This brother of his was obviously completely unaware of what was happening in the secret world. After some explanation, Gu Xing realized that the crowd. Surprisingly, he tried to steal his target. How does that work? This demon god he has already predetermined to become his goal. He is already considering what race to contract for the 3rd imperial beast. If he's robbed, who's he going to talk to? No, definitely not. At that exact moment, Shen Ruoshue's figure reappeared in the secret realm. Principal Long ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. He's going to do it himself. At the same time, Wang Tong and the others arrived here. When his gaze touched Gu Xing, the desire to win had long since disappeared from his eyes. That skill of destroying the demonic horde had left an indelible shadow in his heart. This gap. His eyes swept over his lava dragon lizard, and a hint of dislike flashed in his eyes. Then he pinned his gaze dead on Vera beside Gu Xing, the fire of jealousy burning in his heart. Why? What makes him able to have such a strong imperial beast? As if sensing malice, Vera suddenly turned her head. The elfin's sense of malice was always sharp, and she instantly locked onto the source. This man is a threat to his master. Vera silently memorized Wang Tang's aura in her mind, and her emerald eyes flashed with a cold aura. Afterwards, the crowd prepared to evacuate the secret realm one after another. However, you guys go ahead and leave the secret realm. I want to go and try it out. These words were like a thunderbolt, causing everyone to freeze in place. He just said, to try to fight the demon god? Gu Qianshan also looked at her brother in surprise, but quickly relieved. She understood that her brother was not reckless. Since he said that, he must have his own plans. Shinro, let's go. She pulled Tang Shinru beside her, only to find her best friend staring at Gu Xing in fascination. Qian. Tang Xianro's eyes were mesmerized. I realized that your brother is getting more and more handsome. The corners of Gu Qianshan's mouth twitched as she directly tugged this nymphomaniac to exit the secret realm. Soon, everyone except Wang Tong had left. Shen Ruoshue was about to follow the evacuation when she was stopped by Gu Xing. Ruoshue, your talent is related to space, right? Can you do me a favor? Although Vera's spiritual attributes were amazing, her other attributes were indeed somewhat average. To catch up with Vaughn, who broke the 1000 speed barrier, you have to use outside forces. And Shen Ruoshue's spatial talent was naturally the best choice. No problem. In the face of Gu Xing's request, Shen Ruoshue agreed without a moment's hesitation. Just as the two were about to move, they noticed Wang Tong, who was still standing still. You're not leaving? Shen Ruoshue was a bit surprised. Wang Tang has a good plan at the moment. My imperial beast is very strong. I want to take this opportunity to level it up a bit more, and later on, if it encounters danger, I'll exit on my own. Hearing Wang Tang's reply, Shen Ruoshue frowned slightly, but did not say anything more. After all, she had already conveyed Long Jinghua's meaning in place. Wang Tong wasn't Gu Xing. She didn't give a damn about this person. She then turned to look at Gu Xing, her fair cheeks suddenly flushed. It was important to realize that while she was able to bring someone along with her, it took two people to physically touch each other. Gu Xing, I need to hold you in order to unleash the gift. The voice was as thin as a mosquito. Gu Xing, however, frankly opened his arms. Come on. After all, the experience of being carried by Lioli in flight had long since made him accustomed to it. Seeing Gu Xing so naturally, Shen Ruoshue took a deep breath and wrapped her arms around him from behind. And although Vera was full of unhappiness, she knew that letting Shen Ruoshue carry it was the fastest way. She went up and fell into Gu Xing's arms.
In the next second, the silhouettes of the three disappeared into the spatial fluctuations. Wang Tong, who stayed in place, had gloomy eyes and immediately chased after him after a slight hesitation. What if he was able to reap the benefits of the fight between Gu Xing and that demon clan? He couldn't break the record this time, and the Wang family lost their eligibility to enter the treasure trove. There has to be a way to find some damage back. And after a few people disappeared into the area, space rippled slightly, and two slender figures quietly emerged. Sister, that human actually possesses a spatial talent. The unicorn girl on the right excitedly shook her sister's arm, anticipation written all over her stunning face. Shall we recognize her as Lord? The one-horned woman on the left pressed her sister gently, but her gaze always followed the direction in which Gu Xing had disappeared. There's no rush. Her voice was as pleasant as a clear spring. Observe and see. After all this time, there's no rush with the moment. The young girl on the right pouted slightly at the sound of her sister's voice. Okay. Moon, let's go. The young girl on the right raised her slender hand lightly, and where her fingertips crossed, space was easily torn apart like silk. The two silhouettes disappeared into the void, as if they had never existed. If someone who knew what they were doing was here, they would be appalled. This is clearly the most mysterious ghost race in other space. In an alien space where the weak are the strongest, the ghost race is able to rank among the higher races thanks to two major talents. One of them is strength. One arm can lift a mountain, which is the peak of alien strength. The second is the void, which is naturally affinity with space and can live forever between the void and nothingness. Only, they should have had both horns, but now they are each missing one. About the book. Hello to all the readers who have caught up to this point. I'm the author of this book. Here are some thoughts from the young author. Unlike other full-time authors, the young author is a student. I have classes and papers to write during the day, so every day I shower before rushing to start coding. As a newcomer to webcomics, I really don't have fast hands, most of all because I get stuck in the plot. 2 chapters of updates that people might have read in a few minutes took me a full 4 hours to complete. It's a little embarrassing to say it, but it's the truth, oh so true. But I'm really happy that this book has achieved what it has. To tell you the truth, I am often surprised and delighted, afraid that this luck will suddenly disappear. I remember one day when I had a late update. Because that day, I sat in front of my computer from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. writing and my fingers were shaking. I'm afraid that the writing won't be good enough. I'm afraid that I won't live up to everyone's expectations. That day was particularly anxious. After I wrote it, it seemed like I didn't sleep all night. But now, I figured it out. I'm sure those who like the book should keep reading it, and those who don't, I guess you can't see it here, hee. And. A special thanks to Iho for his great love. This is the first time I've received such an expensive gift. Sure. And every reader who insists on voting and rewarding every day, your support is in my heart. When the young author has time, she will definitely compile a list and thank each one. That's all for now. I'm afraid I'm going to say too much for fear of boring the greats. Finally, really special thanks to you guys for liking the story and for making it fun for the young author to create. Love you guys. Last but not least, good luck to everyone. Good night and sweet dreams. Chapter 70, Scarlet Moon, Green Frost. The Other Side. Space slightly distorted, Shen Ruoxue once again activated her talent and brought Gu Xing to instantly move in front of Vaughn. This is the third jump. When the silhouettes of the two men completely solidified, Vaughn's footsteps stopped violently, and a trace of fear that was hard to hide flashed in his eyes. He has just seen the strength of that elfin imperial beast. Even if he put his best foot forward, he seemed to be no match for it. How is that possible? A sense of absurdity welled up in Vaughn's mind. He's a demon god. The first human he encountered after awakening was able to push him so far? 70 years on. The human race, has it become so strong? Human. Vaughn's eyes reddened and he growled lowly in a fierce manner. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? One must know that a demon god-level existence not only possessed powerful personal combat strength, but was also able to dominate all the lower-ranked demon races. And at this moment, in this secret realm, the last thing that was lacking was the demon race. Howl. With his order, the entire demon race in the secret realm suddenly rioted. The earth trembled, and countless black shadows converged from all directions, like a black tide, madly surging towards this place. Shen Ruoxue's face changed slightly, but when she turned her head to look at Gu Xing, she found that he was still calm, even. There was still a hint of a smile, if any, at the corner of his mouth. Her taut heartstrings relaxed slightly. And Gu Xing watched Vaughn's movements indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the swarming demons, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Just in time. Vera is now at the bottleneck of the 9th stage of awakening. If she can kill all these demons, perhaps it could be used to break through to the transcendent level in one fell swoop. The bottom line is this. In the face of absolute strength, quantity is never a problem. When the blackened demonic army finished assembling behind Vaughn, a hideous smile finally appeared on the demon god's face. Human, you are too careless. Vaughn spread his arms wide, a twisted smugness in his voice. The next moment, an amazing scene appeared. The magic chi on the body surface of all the demons wriggled like living creatures, turning into countless black threads that madly surged into Vaughn's body. His body began to swell, his muscles gnarled, and bizarre demonic patterns emerged on the surface of his skin. His attributes grew to a terrifying level with it. Wolf God, Vaughn. Qualification, Demon God 1 star. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 802-1802. Body Mass, 804-1804. Spirit, 642-1642. Speed, 820-1820. Skills, Devil's Body, Blood Escape. Gushing squinted his eyes, and the numbers on the data panel made him look slightly stagnant. Higher-ranking demons are able to absorb lower-ranking demons to forcefully increase their strength. It had always been one of the most agonizing points for humans when they fought against the demons. And this ability of the demon god to absorb its own kind was obviously even more powerful. Each attribute is directly increased by 1,000 points. If you add the body of the demon god, that can raise the attributes again. This time, it seemed that if he didn't take out something real, he didn't seem to be able to handle this demon race. Ha ha ha. Vaughn's laughter shook the surrounding gravel. Human, letting me summon these demons was the worst decision of your life. However, Gushing only gently shook his head, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. Some people are always living in their own woven fantasies, and the only way to make them see reality is to yank them out in the cruelest way possible. Instead, the corner of Gushing's mouth curved up in a dangerous arc. Currently, even if Vera used the Elven Kingship, her spiritual attribute was only around 3,000 points. Such strength, want to kill this demon race in seconds. It's a little difficult. Looks like only the second gift could be used. He slowly closed his eyes as his mental world suddenly churned. In an instant, consciousness is pulled into an ocean of blood. Scarlet spiritual energy swept through his body like a tidal wave, and every nerve was trembling. Soul Eater. The moment the talent opened, a demonic blood aura erupted around Gushing. This simple and crude talent has only one effect. Doubles all attributes of the Imperial Beast. Vera. Gushing's eyes snapped open, bloodlight flowing in his pupils, Elven Kingship. With the double increase, Vera's breath climbed. The spiritual energy entwined around her body turned from emerald green to scarlet red, and eventually transformed into a radiant golden red color. And the numbers on her data panel jumped wildly. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2 star. Level, Awakening 9th Order. Power, 310-620. Body Mass, 320-640. Spirit, 1136,780. Speed, 300-600. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain Initial. The double increase of the soul-devouring talent and the triple effect of the Elven Kingship stacked perfectly, actually allowing Vera's spiritual attribute to directly break through the heavens. 6,780 points of mental power. That's almost more than 3 times as much as Vaughn. Both were awakened 9th Order and were of the same mythic rank. But at this point, the attributes are worlds apart. This was precisely the terror of the soul-devouring talent. As the basic attributes of the Imperial Beasts increase, the benefits from this percentage increase will grow geometrically. Now. He looked up at the frozen Vaughn. It was time to let this demon god see what true despair meant. When Shin Ruoshua, who was on the side, saw the blood-colored spiritual energy surrounding Gushing, her pupils suddenly contracted. This color. It's not right. She clearly remembered the pure silver-white color of the talent Gushing displayed at the opening ceremony. And now this demonic blood mango. Second gift? The thought exploded in her mind like a thunderbolt. Textbooks do document the theory. Only those with supreme talent had a very small chance of awakening a dual talent. But in reality, she had never heard of a real case. In the void, the ghost race sister's breathing also stuttered at the same time. How is this possible? Greenfrost's pupils trembled slightly, her violet eyes deadpan on Vera. That awakened 9th Order elf, the pressure emanating from it at the moment actually made the two of them, both transcendent 9th Order, feel suffocated. One must know that their qualifications were all of the highest grade of mythical qualifications. As a Void One, she had seen too many methods of temporary reinforcement. But to be able to strengthen an awakening level Imperial Beast to such an extent. That man's gift. So scary. Sister. Beside her, Scarlet Moon suddenly tugged on Chingfrost's sleeve, her scarlet pupils flashing with excitement. How about we be his Imperial Beasts? If he inflicts this state on your sister, you'll definitely be able to hammer away at that group of old things within the clan. Greenfrost, however, shook his head lightly. You, the human transcendent level, can only contract 2 Imperial Beasts, and that human already possesses 2 Imperial Beasts. Hearing her sister's answer, Himawari was a bit disappointed. So, sister, when will we find our master? If we don't contract, because of our physical defects, we'll be stuck at the transcendent level forever. Green Frost gently took his sister into his arms, his fingertips caressing her unicorn.
Moon, wait a little longer, if that human is qualified.
Then we'll wait for him to reach the commander level.
Chapter 71, Master, I'm so tired, I want to hug you.
A blood-colored storm swept across the battlefield, and Vaughn's pupils contracted violently. The aura of death once again enveloped his entire body.
The blood transportation.
Without hesitation, he unleashed his life-saving skills and his figure instantly turned into a blood mist.
But this time, how can you still let him get away? Ruoshue.
Shun Ruoshue instantly understood. Between the ripples in space, the figures of the two had stopped in front of the blood mist. Vaughn's blood escape was forced to break, and his recoalesced form stumbled and manifested itself in mid-air. He looked in despair at the ripples in space that had not yet dissipated and finally realized.
There is no way out today. This human had cornered him.
Vera slowly raised her hand, destructive energy coalescing at her fingertips again. Seeing this scene, Vaughn's heart was hardened.
Suddenly,
he slammed both his knees into the ground, and the hard ground was spiderwebbed with cracks from his knees.
Please, my lord, let me go.
At one time he was also a prima donna and death-defying demon, only with the passage of time.
Resurrected again after 70 years, he is now already fearing death. He would give anything to be alive. However,
Gu Xing looked down indifferently at the kneeling demons without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes.
It was the reward for killing him that he was looking at. Surrender? Not allowed. Vera. Nature's lament.
The vault of thunder falls.
Heaven and earth suddenly changed color. With 6,000 points of spiritual power in full force, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently.
The clouds were torn apart by the violent thunder element, and a 10,000-foot thunder dragon condensed from pure thunder took shape in the vortex, each piece of its scales flashing with a destructive blue light.
Seeing this scene, Vaughn's body trembled continuously from fear. God's wrath.
The word popped into his mind. Although he was a demon god rank, the strength Vera expressed at this moment was beyond his knowledge.
But after fear comes madness. He's a demon god. How can you die here?
He also had to go back to the demon race and enjoy the pilgrimage of the lower-ranked demon race.
He has a bright future ahead of him. Demon god's body absolute defense.
The pitch-black demonic chi continuously gathered towards him. In front of his body, a giant bone shield gradually formed, with countless wailing spirits floating on its surface.
However, boom!
The moment the thunder dragon swooped down, the bone shield, which was claimed to be an absolute defense, shattered like thin paper. The last thing Vaughn saw was the thunderous light that engulfed everything. The remaining momentum of the thunder dragon smashed heavily into the earth, turning into millions of thunder snakes wreaking havoc. Wherever they passed, the demon race was annihilated.
This area was even briefly transformed into a pure white thunder prison under the baptism of thunder. Wang Tong huddled behind a rock wall, his pupils contracting violently from shock. Gu Xing is crazy.
He stared dead on at the figure in the distance, illuminated by the thunderous light, his knuckles white from clenching too tightly.
Not only killing the demon god, but also purging the entire secret realm of the demon race? So how do I upgrade my imperial beasts?
Jealousy and anger churned in his chest, but he didn't dare make a sound. The silver-colored thunder spread like a tidal wave, and wherever it passed, the demon race was annihilated.
No, we have to pull out first.
After he gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, he wanted to exit the secret realm.
Only. Swish.
A bright green vine wrapped around his ankle like a viper, tightening instantly. Wang Tung stiffened, and chills ran straight from his spine to the top of his head.
It's the imperial beast.
He jerked back, meeting Vera's icy stare in the distance.
She found out about me a long time ago?
Fear overwhelmed his reasoning like a tidal wave, and he struggled frantically, but the vines got tighter and tighter. The silver thunder had spread to his feet, and the blinding light of electricity reflected his twisted face.
No!
The moment the lightning engulfed him, only endless remorse and despair remained in Wang Tang's eyes.
If I had known, I shouldn't have messed with this monster.
In the next moment, his figure was completely annihilated in the thunderlight, not even ashes were left behind.
Afterward, the lightning dispersed, and the heavens and earth returned to silence.
Gu Xing's gaze fell on the place where Vaughn had dissipated. A dark divine pattern was hovering in midair, emitting a mysterious fluctuation. He raised his hand and lightly beckoned, and the divine pattern fell into his palm like a swimming fish.
This thing. Just increased deed eligibility?
Rubbing her fingers over the rough lines, Gu Xing frowned slightly. Suddenly, a faint tremor came from the palm. As if sensing something, the black divine pattern slowly wriggled and climbed up along his fingertips like a living thing.
Gu
Xing was just about to react, but the divine pattern suddenly accelerated, transforming into a dark stream of light that instantly disappeared into his brow. Swish! The center of his brow was slightly cold, as if a drop of ice water had seeped into his mind.
Gu Xing's eyes went black and his consciousness was instantly pulled into the imperial beast space.
In the darkness, the divine pattern shuttled like a swimming fish, eventually hovering above the fountain of life, slowly rotating. A wave of arcane information flooded into his mind. Demon Tattoo can contract an additional beast. Within the Imperial Beast space, Liuli curiously circled around the newly appeared black divine pattern. She reached out with a slender finger and carefully poked the stripe. Cool. No danger. After confirming it, she sent a message to Gu Xing through the mental link. Master, it seems that apart from letting you contract an additional Imperial Beast, no other effects have been found. Halfway through her sentence, Ruri suddenly froze. Big amber eyes blinked, and her little face gradually fell. Pacting an extra Imperial Beast? Wouldn't that mean that her status again -1? At the same time, Gu Xing's consciousness returned to reality. The contract qualification was granted, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, he didn't notice Vera behind him sneaking an afterglow at him, her elven ears twitching uneasily. After confirming that her master really hadn't noticed the hiccup earlier, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Although she is helping her master eliminate hidden threats, it was ultimately unreasonable for the Imperial Beasts to strike out at humans. After putting her heart down, Vera suddenly jumped into Gu Xing's arms and rubbed against his chest like a pampered kitten. Master, so tired, want a cuddle? Gu Xing. Beyond the secret world. Long Jinghua stood at the exit like a statue. He stood with his arms folded, the power of the realm vaguely flowing between his knuckles. As long as Shin Ruoxue and Gu Xing appeared, this secret realm would be erased by him in an instant. Time passed by and the crowd of onlookers began to stir. Shouldn't die in there, right? He was so arrogant that he deserved to die, to think that he would want to take on a demon god-level demon clan all by himself. But it's fine for him to send himself to his death alone, but he even brought Shin Ruoxue along. Before the words fell, Long Jinghua's gaze swept in like electricity. The invisible pressure fell with a bang, and those few students immediately fell to their knees, cold sweat soaking their backs. Discussing your classmates deserves punishment. I'm sorry, Principal Long. Several people turned pale and their foreheads hit the ground hard. After letting a few people receive their punishment, Long Jinghua focused his gaze once again on the secret realm. Suddenly, the secret realm began to tremble violently. Long Jinghua frowned slightly. What's going on? To be able to make the secret realm tremble, it meant that at least someone in the secret realm had broken out into a battle at the transcendent level. Despite having faith in Gu Xing, this is after all the first encounter between humans and demon gods. Whether Gu Xing can win or not is anyone's guess. Only. Just as he was worried, there was a fluctuation in space and two figures appeared. Chapter 72 Transcendence. The cornerstone of the domain. When Gu Xing and Shin Ruoxue's figures appeared at the exit of the secret realm, they instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. They came out. Could the demon race in the secret realm? Couldn't have escaped without a fight, could you? In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Long Jinghua's gaze locked onto the two men for the first time. Although he was able to erase the secret realm, but for the things in the secret realm, he knows nothing about it either. But looking at Gu Xing and Shen Ruoxue, both of whom were unharmed, he was probably able to guess that the demon race in the secret realm. 9 times out of 10, they had already been decapitated by Gu Xing. Gu Xing was about to open his mouth to explain, but suddenly his expression froze. He sensed that Vera's energy in the Imperial Beast space was fluctuating violently. The energy accumulated from killing a large number of demons in the secret realm had finally broken through the tipping point at this moment. Wow! Vera's figure appeared out of nowhere, and along with it was the lava dragon lizard. In the secret realm, although she showed no mercy to Wang Tang, to this Imperial Beast, simply knocked him out. After all, the Imperial Beast is not guilty. At this moment, Vera could no longer suppress the surging energy in her body. Her body slowly floated into the air, and a dazzling emerald green light began to linger around her. Seeing this, Long Jinghua immediately realized what had happened. Considering the crowded sight, with a wave of his hand, swish! A spatial fluctuation flashed by, and Gu Xing and Vera were instantly transferred to the special training room. And the students who stayed in place looked at each other and instantly exploded. Wang Tang didn't come out? Isn't that royal beast his lava dragon lizard? Facing the demon god, there is not even a chance to escape. But Gu Xing is really benevolent. At a time like this he still thinks about saving other people's imperial beasts. In the training room, Long Jinghua stood to the side, his gaze shocked at the sight before him. A rich turquoise light lingered around Vera, and her mythic level aura surged like a tidal wave. Sure enough, Gu Xing's second imperial beast was also at the mythic level. Only, didn't the elves die out a long time ago? How is it that mythical elves still exist? Just as he froze, Vera's metamorphosis was nearing its end. The originally spreading energy began to shrink inward, the turquoise light gradually condensing and eventually all of it converging back into her body. Gu Xing stared intently at Vera's change, only to see her figure gradually elongate in the light, morphing from the appearance of a little girl into a tall and mature imperial lady. However, just as Vera's eyes opened. Swish! Her size quickly shrunk again, and she transformed back into the petite and cute elf girl. What? Gu Xing froze. Why do you still look like a child? He had originally thought that the reason why Vera maintained her juvenile state was because of the level restriction of the awakening period. But now that she had broken through to the transcendent level, it was only logical that she should grow. Gu Xing didn't understand, but didn't think much of it. After all, Vera's strength had increased in real terms. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Transcendent First Order. Strength, 710 plus 400. Physical fitness, 720 plus 400. Spirit, 1830 plus 700. Speed, 700 plus 400. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain Initial. Looking at this exaggerated increase in attributes, Gu Xing could not help but smack his lips. The mental attributes were still ridiculously high, but the other attributes barely caught up to half of Liuli's level. Master. Vera, who had just completed her ascension, cheerfully opened her arms and tried to jump into Gu Xing's arms like she always did. However, swish! A silver figure suddenly appeared between her and Gu Xing. Luri's long, slender fingers clasped the back of Vera's collar with precision, dangling her in midair like a kitten. The silver-haired girl turned gracefully and owed Gu Xing a slight bow. Master, allow me and Vera to communicate. Hiss. Hearing this ancient tone of Liuli, Gu Xing's back went cold. Familiarity. Oh. Master, help. Vera fluttered her little short legs pathetically in the air. Gu Xing decisively averted his eyes. You guys? Communicate well. Saying that, he quickly took the two imperial beasts back into space. It was quite normal for imperial beasts to exchange feelings with each other. After forcing herself to convince herself, Gu Xing turned her head to look at Longjingwa. The situation regarding the secret world definitely needs to be reported. And considering the gaps in human knowledge of demon god level demons, Gu Xing was meticulous about everything and reported all the information about Vaughn to Longjingwa. Awakening the 9th rank will allow you to utilize transcendent high-rank battle power? Longjingwa's brows gradually locked, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desktop. Just being in the awakening stage was so powerful. Then if you're at monarch level, what about even the demon god level demons above the monarchs? Can mankind really stand up to such an enemy? His gaze unconsciously fell on Gu Xing. At present, the entire Dragon Summer Kingdom, no, I should say all of humanity, can fight against the demon god level existence at the same level. Only the young man in front of me. But Gu Xing's current level is only Transcendent First Order. Too low. He must be allowed to grow up as soon as possible. Longjingwa suddenly clapped his hands, shaking the teacups on the table and making them jump. He instantly overturned the normal student kind of training program. Step up to Transcendent 5 at school on a regular basis, then enter the battlefield. This was a waste of time for Gu Xing. Gu Xing, who possessed 2 mythical imperial beasts, even if he was only at the Transcendent First Order now. I'm afraid that its true battle power is already at the top of the Transcendent level's ascent. Gu Xing, how much do you know about the cultivation system of the Transcendent rank? This sudden question stunned Gu Xing. As a freshman, he really hasn't systematically studied the relevant theories yet. Seeing his confusion, Longjingwa paced with his hands behind his back. The awakening stage is simple. Kill the demons, raise the imperial beasts, and your spiritual power grows naturally. He turned abruptly, but the transcendental level. It's the cornerstone to the commander level. Imperial beast upgrade can only feed spiritual power and to awaken the domain. Longjingwa suddenly grabbed the lapis lazuli inkstone on the table and slowly closed his 5 fingers. The hard inkstone made an unbearable click sound in his palm and finally turned into powder. Without the corresponding physical qualities, the domain cannot be executed at all. Longjingwa opened his palm, and fine powder rustled and spilled from between his fingers. The stronger the physical quality, the stronger the awakened domain. Upon hearing these words, Gu Xing's pupils plummeted. He originally thought that transcendental level can also be upgraded by brushing the demons? Now it seems that he was the one who thought it was too easy. But the physicality. He subconsciously checked his information. Gu Xing. Beasts, holy angels, nature spirits. Level, Transcendent First Order. Talents, King's Landing, Soul Eater. Power, 205. Physique, 201. Spirit, 434. Speed, 202. Looking at his various attributes, he roughly estimated them. An ordinary Transcendent First Order had almost 100 points in each attribute. And other than his spiritual power being 4 times that of an ordinary Transcendent Mortal First Order Imperial Beastmaster, his other attributes didn't seem to be much stronger than an ordinary Transcendent Mortal First Order Imperial Beastmaster. To step into the realm of Commander level awakening, all of his attributes, at least, need to be above 1,000 points. This meant that his focus, next, had to be on the improvement of various attributes. Chapter 73, The Northern Realm. Heart of Nature. While Gu Xing was out of his mind, Long Jinghua continued to speak. Originally, my intention was to have you elevated to the Transcendent Mortal 5th stage at the Jinghua Academy, but that would be too limiting to your talent. So, I've decided to let you go to the north early. The north? Gu Xing searched his memory for the name of this place. It was located outside the northern defense line of the Dragon Summer Kingdom's alien space, a special zone where the three major forces of the human race mingled with the many alien races. And most especially, it was the first main battlefield where the clans united against the demons. In the north, not only can you hunt ample demons to level up, you can also obtain the specialty there, and or specialized in strengthening the body. What's more, there are countless foreign races there, and as long as you can conquer them, you'll be able to contract with them to become your imperial beasts. Hearing this, Gu Xing had already made his decision. The three benefits Long Jinghua said were the ones he was currently most in short supply of. 2 imperial beasts, both of which need to be leveled up. And his physicality, too, needs to be upgraded. More importantly, he really needed to pick his 3rd imperial beast now that he had an extra contract slot. Moreover, he also felt out that the growth that he could obtain by continuing to stay in the Jinghua Academy did not seem to be very high. Just before leaving, Headmaster Long, Gu Xing suddenly looked up. The previous promise of entering the Jinghua treasure trove if you said you would break the record. Brat! Long Jinghua was first stunned, then he laughed and cursed. I, Long Jinghua, am true to my word. Not only will I let you pick, but I'll let you pick too. It's a deal. Within the secret realm of awakening, the once demonic secret realm was now in dead silence, and a terrifying thunderous aura remained on the shattered earth. Suddenly, the void cracked open and 2 silhouettes landed lightly. This. Himawari's scarlet-colored eyes were wide and her small mouth was slightly open. The destructive power shown by that awakening stage imperial beast. It was so horrible. Even compared to her own sister, it seemed no less impressive. But his own sister's rank was Transcendent 9. That human gift. So scary. Sister, where are we going now? That human seems to have gone to another world, I can't follow him there. As crippled ghost race, each of them had inherited only half of the ghost race's abilities. The vivacious Himawari inherited the power of the void. And the seemingly gentle Green Frost has inherited the power of the ghost clan. Moon, it's okay. She knew her own sister's abilities well. The void together was applied almost to the extreme. If Scarlet Moon couldn't even follow them, it meant that that world didn't welcome their arrival. Only. At this moment, Qingfeng's absolutely beautiful face carried a rare trace of confusion. She turned her head to her sister, her voice soft but hesitant. Moon, do you think we should wait for him? Wait for him to reach the commander level and recognize him as our master. That human just now was indeed the most gifted human she had seen in many years. And that human talent. It also fits them extremely well with the ghost race. And hearing Qingfeng's question, Himawari was stunned. The two have been wandering in the void for years and really need to find themselves a master. For a moment, both men had trouble deciding. After a long time, it was only then that Himawari raised her head, stubbornness shining in her eyes. Sister, if we don't contract humans, we'll always be stuck at the transcendent level. I don't want to just resign myself to my fate. I'm going to fight back with my sister and show those old codgers how wrong they were in the first place. Qingfeng's pupil shrunk slightly, her sister's words were like a sharp sword stabbing into her heart. Similarly, she's also always been haunted by that incident in the first place. Yes. Why should they resign themselves to their fate? They are to be disliked by their own people because they only have one horn? Chased out of the ghost nation like garbage. Suddenly, a determined smile surfaced at the corners of Qingfeng's lips. Then let's go to the north. When he reaches the rank of commander, recognize him as Lord. Only before that, we need to show that human what we're worth. Otherwise, even if we recognize him as Lord, we won't be taken seriously. As for Himawari, when she heard Qingfeng's decision, she was first stunned, then she was overjoyed. Sister, are you serious? Over the years, the sisters had been deliberately avoiding other races and wandering through the void. For Himawari, who was lively by nature, these days were extremely difficult. And now, my sister finally let go. As for the north, they had long ago figured out the pattern. The geniuses of the human race, without exception, would all head to that area to train. Moreover, it was only in the northern realm, with foreigners everywhere, that the two sisters would not be so conspicuous. Looking at her sister's fluttering face, Green Frost nodded slightly. Really? Sister, love you the most. In the middle of the Jinghua Academy, Gu Xing, who had received special authorization from Long Jinghua, was led by the staff through the heavy restrictions to an ordinary-looking warehouse. Despite its plain and unassuming appearance, Gu Xing was keenly aware of several monarch-level auras looming, worthy of the town's treasure trove. After checking his identity, the heavy alloy door slowly opened. In a flash, a wide array of exotic treasures came into view. Only. Gu Xing was incomparably clear about the purpose of this entry into the Jingua treasure trove. That was to find the materials for the evolution of the two imperial beasts. The previous evolution was then able to raise Liuli's qualification from legendary rank to mythic rank. If all the materials were collected again, it would help the two imperial beasts evolve once. Isn't it somewhat possible to make them rank above mythic? Thus, he directly skipped those ordinary materials and concentrated on searching for the 6 materials that would allow the two imperial beasts to evolve. However, Gu Xing turned around the treasury and found no glazed evolutionary materials. Angelic Divine Blood, Bright Divine Crystal, Extreme Fire. Of these 3 materials, he had originally had no hope for Angelic Divine Blood and Extreme Flame. Only, he didn't expect. Even the Bright Divine Crystals were not found in the treasury. As for the materials Vera needs, the Fountain of Life, the Heart of Nature, the Marrow of the Earth. The Fountain of Life he already had. As for the other 2 materials, suddenly, a charred oval object caught his eye. It is? Upon reading the information about the item, Gu Xing's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Heart of Nature Mutilated. Level, Mythic. Function, enhances the qualifications of the elves. He then grimaced helplessly. It's hard to find a material, but I didn't realize. Surprisingly, it's crippled. Still, something is better than nothing. Take it first. After continuing to turn around and confirming that no other useful materials were found, he had no choice. It could only take one of the few remaining mythic ranked materials in the treasure trove. Heart of Gemini. Level, Mythic. Role, unknown. Although the purpose is unknown, the mythic quality is unquestionable. Plus, of the several mythic grade materials, only this Heart of Twins was the most complete. Hence, take it straight down. What if it works in the future? Chapter 74. I want to travel to the north. After collecting the 2 mythic grade materials, Gu Xing left the treasure trove. The latest flight of flying imperial beasts to the north was in 3 days, so he decided to take the opportunity to tour the imperial capital. More so, he took this opportunity to properly cultivate a relationship with the 2 imperial beasts. Only as the blue 7 mangled star formation surfaces, appearing in front of Gu Xing, but only Liuli was the only one. The silver-haired girl lifted the hem of her skirt and arched her back slightly, her silver hair glowing softly in the sunlight. Seeing Gu Xing out of his mind, Liuli let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, men like gentle girls. Gu Xing blinked and froze a little. Didn't he summon 2 imperial beasts? Why did Ruri show up? Luri, Vera. Hearing Gu Xing mention that green tea essence, Liuli's face changed slightly, but a gentle smile soon appeared on her face once again. Master, Vera says she's not feeling well. Lately, the green tea essence has taken up so much of the owner's time. It was hard to wait until Gu Xing was free, and on a day like this, how could he let that green tea spirit disturb him? And hearing Liuli's explanation, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. That tough physicality of the imperial beast. Something else could go wrong? In the midst of the imperial beast space, Vera was sitting under the tree of life, hugging her knees and sulking. Recalling the friendly education she had just received from Ruri, she kicked the roots of the tree reluctantly. If I hadn't been able to beat that angel. Seeing this, the tree of life shivered and curled up its branches, fearing that it would be angered by this little ancestor. However, it was also just when Gu Xing was planning to keep Liuli company. Winning Star River searched for it. Seeing this, the corner of Ruri's mouth twitched. Not sooner, not later, but this time of year. And Wen Xinghao was keenly aware of the grudging gaze cast by Liuli and couldn't help but be stunned. When had he messed with this imperial beast? But it didn't matter that much right now, it was still the patriarch's orders that were more important. Gu Xing, our clan leader wishes to meet with you. Gu Xing thought for a split second before agreeing. Previously has been living in the winning family, not to mention Liuli Advanced also blew up a mansion of people. Now that the matriarch had personally invited him, it would be unreasonable not to go. Yeah, no problem. Gu Xing nodded and could only give Liuli an apologetic look. Under the guidance of Wen Xingha, Gu Xing quickly arrived at a conference room of the Wen family. The aroma of tea curled up on the long sandalwood table, the trees outside the window were in shadow, but the interior was surprisingly quiet. It wasn't long before footsteps came through the door. As Winning Star River assisted an old man to slowly enter, Gu Xing raised his eyes and his pupils suddenly contracted. According to what he had learned, Winning Ice was the daughter of the patriarch of the Winning family. By age, that Winning family patriarch was only about half 100 years old. And the man who appeared before him, white hair like snow and wrinkles. The only thing that didn't match his age were those gorgeous eyes. Scared you, didn't I? The old man's raspy voice held a few chuckles, and then he smiled as he explained the reason for his appearance. The Winning family had a special bloodline and was only able to contract a single imperial beast. But, however, it was able to make this imperial beast's strength continuously increase through the power of its special bloodline. Not only qualifications or attributes, but this enhancement is limited. At the highest, it can only help raise the Imperial Beasts to Legendary top. But this boost comes with a side effect. That's what keeps draining the life force from the winners. This was the reason why Winning Sky was so old. Hearing this, Gu Xing's brows furrowed slightly. It was no wonder that every time he saw Wen Bing, her strength and royal beasts skyrocketed. At this rate, I'm afraid her Imperial Beasts are not far from the top of the legend. Seemingly realizing Gu Xing's thoughts, Wen Tian's wrinkled face squeezed out a smile. Although Binger is about to reach her limit in terms of Imperial Beasts, her bloodline concentration is extremely high, and she has gained a chance in the Elf Secret Realm. There will be no problems with her body in the short term, just the future. At this point, the old man suddenly squared his shoulders. He straightened his hunched back, his voice hoarse but solemn. Gu Xing, I implore you to help Binger. I know that you have methods to enhance the qualifications of the Imperial Beasts, and I implore you to be able to help Binger when she can't hold on any longer. If her Imperial Beast is able to break through the mythic level, her bloodline flaws might be able to be overcome under the feedback of the improved qualifications of the Imperial Beast. Hearing Winning Sky's words, Gu Xing froze slightly. However, he quickly reacted, and it wasn't surprising that Winning Sky was able to discover this. After all, Luri was among the winners when she crossed over from legendary qualification to mythic rank. And it was inevitable that Winning Sky, as a monarch-level Imperial Beast Master, would be able to discover this. Looking at Winning Sky with a hint of supplication in his eyes, Gu Xing made a decision in his heart. He took a deep breath and solemnly said, I'm friends with Wen Bing, so if I can help, I'll do my best. A look of relief appeared on Winning Sky's wrinkled face as he sniffed. He gently pushed away Wen Xing his assistance and tremblingly bowed to Gu Xing. On behalf of the entire Winning family, I thank you, little friend. Gu Xing rushed forward to assist. This person in front of him was a monarch-level powerhouse who was on par with Long Jinghua and had made great achievements for the Long Xia kingdom. Although now, because of his body, he cannot strike at will. Now that this highly respected old man was actually performing such a great honor to himself, Gu Xing only felt ashamed to receive it. Elder is overstating the case, senior really doesn't dare to take it. As she left the conference hall, Gu Xing's thoughts were still somewhat in a trance. Winning Sky's solemn entrustment made him feel a hint of responsibility. And as he stepped out of the gate, he coincidentally met Wen Bing. A hint of surprise flashed in the young girl's cool eyes. Gu Xing? You? Gu Xing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not mention the conversation with Winning Sky. Instead, they made excuses. I'm departing for the north in 3 days, and I came to say goodbye to you, but I didn't realize you weren't there. Hearing that Gu Xing had specifically sought her out to say goodbye, a rare blush appeared on her face, which had always been as cold as ice. A warm feeling ran through the heart, like someone had lit a small light there. Gu Xing then excused himself and left. Seeing Gu Xing's back as he turned to leave, Wen Bing suddenly realized something. Gu Xing is getting out of here. Suddenly, the little light in my heart went out, and all of a sudden I became empty. What's wrong with her? The palm of his hand unconsciously covered his heart. Why was it that when she heard that Gu Xing was leaving the imperial capital, her heart suddenly felt so bad? It was as if the world, where once there had been a beam of light, had once again returned to a cold, dead silence. In a trance, she instinctively found her father. Looking at the puzzled gaze cast by Winning Sky, she froze. It was a long time before she looked up and made her request. That's the only time she's ever asked for it. Father, I want to enter the Winning family's secret realm, I want to quickly ascend to the transcendent mortal 5th stage, and I want to head to the northern realm. She had always known what it meant for her to level up. More strength meant that the more the imperial beasts would suck their own life force. Her life will also be counting down. But even so, she still wanted to quickly reach the transcendent 5th order, quickly travel to the North Realm, and quickly meet that person. Winning Sky gazed at the cluster of flames in his daughter's eyes that he had never seen before. After a moment of silence, a smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face and he slowly nodded his head. Yes. Chapter 75, The Rise of the New Gods. Northern Realm, City of Chaos. Whistling cold winds swirled with fine ice crystals, hovering over the City of Chaos. This is the only city in the Northern Realm where all races converge. In the square at the center of the city, 3 ancient stone rings were arranged in a zigzag pattern. They corresponded to the Transcendent, Commander, and Monarch levels, the 3 grades. These rings are not only a place for the clans to settle their disputes, they have another special layer of significance. When a masterless imperial beast steps into the ring alone, it is a sign of he's looking for his master. Green Frost told Himawari to wait where she was and stepped into the ring. There was a commotion around the ring. The strongest members of the clans noticed that there was only one figure on the stage and immediately realized that this was not an unusual private fight. Look, someone else is mounting the ring, it looks like they're trying to find their master. But what race is this? How come I've never seen it before? Wait. Why does she kind of look like the legendary ghost race? But aren't the ghost race supposed to be born with 2 horns? A ghost race with a single horn? The power of the ghost race originates from 2 horns, and only 1 horn. I'm afraid it's not a stump, right? Green Frost ignored the harsh murmurs. Over the years, even though she had deliberately avoided other races, she still let encounter quite a few similar taunts. The only thing she can do about these skepticisms was to respond with her fists. She slowly looked around the room, her cool voice echoing in the square. Anyone up for a challenge? These words were like a spark that instantly ignited the emotions of the beast race audience. You know, getting attention through the ring is certainly the fastest way, but this way, it is tantamount to trampling the face of the clans underfoot. Stepping on your own way to the top? How can this be tolerated? Stepping on our faces to climb up the ladder? How dare you? A bellow explodes as Wolfman Walker leaps into the ring. His body was gnarled with muscles, and his eyes burned with warlike intent. However, Green Frost just flicked out a jab. That seemingly slender arm exploded with amazing strength. The air trembled wherever the wind of the fist passed. Bang! Walker didn't even have time to make a defensive stance, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily on the ground 10 meters away. Cough! Ahem! The werewolf braced himself with difficulty, his eyes full of incredulous horror. Until this moment, he had never truly realized the terror of this single-horned ghost race. In that instant, it was as if he saw an entire mountain range coming towards him. Is this really transcendent level power? There was instant silence around the ring. The warriors of the various clans who were originally foolishly moving unconsciously gulped at this moment. Green Frost slowly retracted his fist, his green hair flying in the wind. Next! The cool voice echoed in the ring, contrasting with the silence below the stage. Himawari had scurried to the front row of the audience at some point, waving a colorful flag that she had passed on from somewhere. Sister, it's great. Sister, you are invincible. Other than Crimson Moon, the other beast race powerhouses looked at each other with disbelief written all over their faces. Walker. Defeated just like that? He's a transcendent 9th order. Epic level Walker, in her hands, just one move. Then the qualifications of this ghost race is definitely above the legends. Are we going to witness the birth of another future monarch? Apart from the beast race, the human imperial beast masters who were onlookers were the ones with blazing gazes. The transcendent mortal 9th order, legendary qualification imperial beast, took the initiative to beg for its master. An opportunity like this comes along once in a lifetime. Soon, a transcendent mortal 9th stage imperial beast master pressed on and leapt onto the ring. He suppressed his excitement and tried to show his sincerity. Hi, my name is. However, the words had not yet been spoken. Green Frost's fist has arrived. The Imperial Beast Master's face changed drastically, and in his haste, he summoned his 2 Imperial Beasts to block in front of him. However, under this punch, the 2 Imperial Beasts, along with himself, flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily outside the ring. And this was still the result of Qingfeng's deliberate collection of strength. If she had been slightly more serious, this punch would have been enough to blast them to pieces. The whole room was silent. The Royal Beast Masters who were originally eager to move were all frozen in place at this moment, their cold sweat beating up. Such strength. Without enough skill, going up there is just looking for death. Qingfeng withdrew his fist and swept his gaze indifferently across the room. Anyone else? Off stage, no one answered. The strongest members of the clans looked at each other, but none of them dared to step forward again. Green Frost frowned slightly. Is there not a single one in the north so large that can fight? These words were like a spark falling into a powder keg, instantly igniting the entire room. This sentence clearly insulted all the foreign races in the northern realm, one by one. Damn, the ghost race is great. Grass, I can't beat you, don't I know how to call out? That's right, even though we're vegetables, the north. Surely someone will be able to beat her down. I know Kek who dominated the ring last time, I'll ask him to come over and teach this beast a lesson. Looking at the manic scene in the room, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Qingfeng's eyes. That's what she wanted to achieve. The fastest way to get to the top is to step on the entire north. She secretly apologized to her defeated opponents, but her gaze quickly returned to determination. Challenging all the Fae in the north was a choice she made after much deliberation. If you bring your sister to the door in a hurry, and that human could only contract 1 imperial beast, what if he didn't agree to keep his sister by his side? Crimson Moon is proficient in the power of the void, but her attributes are extremely weak, and she. Green Frost unconsciously clenched his fists, a ghostly light flaring from a single corner. Although she was unable to use her void talent, her power was several times that of an ordinary ghost race. Not long after, a commotion came from the edge of the ring. A burly figure leapt up in the air and landed heavily in front of Qingfeng, shaking the ring slightly. The dark green scales glowed metallic in the sunlight, and the thick dragon's tail swung slowly behind it. He was the dragon warrior who had made a name for himself in the north by challenging the entire field last time, Kek. But as soon as he stepped onto the field, he felt an extreme sense of oppression. Kek's golden vertical pupils contracted suddenly. He had originally thought that it was just another unknowing guy clowning around, but he didn't realize that he had really met an expert. Kek, the dragonman's low voice carried a warlike tone. Your name? Qingfeng's silver eyes flickered slightly, revealing a serious look for the first time. Transcendent Mortal 9th stage, and the qualifications were still the top group in the legend. For such an opponent, she spoke slowly. Green Frost. Hearing this reply, Kek grinned and bared his fangs, his dragon's tail slapping the ground excitedly. In the tradition of the Dragonling clan, exchanging names is to recognize each other's qualifications as opponents. Despite the mountain of pressure coming from the other side, despite the fact that every fighting instinct screams, I'm going to lose. When has the Dragon Man clan ever feared defeat? Kek spread his wings violently, and the dragon's might rose to the sky. Come and fight. No fancy skills, no unnecessary trysts. While the ghosts were known for their strength, Kek, who had dragon blood flowing through his veins, was equally not weak. Boom! The two fists collided brazenly in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. The berserk shockwave exploded with the two as the center, and the low-ranked foreigners watching the battle in the front rows suddenly tumbled over. Can hit! Kek's heart was gladdened, and his muscles pancaked beneath his dragon scales. However, Qingfeng's next words instantly cooled his hot blood. Good strength. This is appreciated from the heart. Being able to take a punch with 50% of her strength, Kek was indeed enough to stand proud. But that's about it. When Green Frost really got going, the end was in sight. Bang! The second time the fists were exchanged, Kek's lanky body flew backwards like a kite on a broken string. Precise power control landed him firmly on the edge of the ring, unharmed. And that's precisely what's most chilling. Controlling power to such an exquisite degree. Kek dropped to one knee, his dragon's tail hanging low. I concede. The whole place is dead silent. The strongest man who once dominated the ring, just like this. Defeated? They witnessed. A new god rises. Chapter 76 Departure for the North. 3 days passed in a flash. Finally the day of parting came. After saying goodbye to Gu Qianli and the others, Gu Xing arrived at the starting point of his journey to the Northern Realm. This was a flying Imperial Beast base outside the Imperial capital. The flying Imperial Beasts here are capable of traveling anywhere. The team that was traveling to the Northern Realm this time, in addition to the several transcendent 5th Order cadets from the Zhengui Academy, there were also elites from other academies. Coincidentally, the ones from the Zhengui Academy were the same few seniors that he had suppressed during the opening ceremony. When they saw Gu Xing, a hint of awe flashed in their eyes, and they immediately greeted him warmly in greeting. Although Gu Xing had long been unable to remember their appearance, he saw their friendly attitude and nodded slightly in response. Soon, a Commander-class Royal Beast Master began to check the list. After confirming that everyone was present, he announced in a loud voice. Listen up, everyone, we're going to start assigning shelters now. The journey to the northern border was long, requiring one to enter an alien space and then fly for nearly a month before reaching the border. As such, the backs of the flying Imperial Beasts were equipped with small shelters to ensure that the crowd could rest a little during the long journey. However, the number of rooms is limited to 3 or 4 people, with the rest of the group having to squeeze into a large bunk. Of course, this is deliberately set up in such a way as to give preferential treatment to the strong and incentives to the weak. This Commander-class Royal Beast Master came from the Zhengui Academy and naturally recognized Gu Xing. He didn't hesitate to assign the largest room to Gu Xing. However, this decision instantly ignited the discontent of the cadets from the other academies. By what right? He's only at the Transcendent Mortal first stage, why does he have a room all to himself? Heh, a related family is different. Even the quota to the Northern Realm was obtained by background, right? Damn it, a mere Transcendent First Order is worthy of riding on our heads? Although according to the original allocation rules, these people might not be allocated separate rooms either. However, watching a Transcendent First Order enjoying privileges was harder on their hearts than anyone else. It's human nature to be jealous. However, before Gu Xing could react, a few other Transcendent 5th Order cadets from the Zhengui Academy couldn't sit still first. Calling Gu Xing trash? Wouldn't that be saying that they were even worse than trash? Can this be tolerated? The fiercest tempered inch-headed Imperial Beastmaster's eyes snapped as he fiercely stepped forward and shouted angrily. Dare to insult the people of our Zhengui Academy? Seek death. Before the words left his mouth, he raised his hand and instantly summoned his Imperial Beast. An epic qualified, Transcendent 5th ranked Gale Wolf. One must know that although epic-grade Imperial Beasts were not considered rare in the Zhengui Academy, in the eyes of the students of other academies, it was definitely a crushing level of existence. The Gale Wolf merely let out a low growl, and the terrifying pressure caused the crowd to turn pale. 3 minutes later, a group of bruised and swollen-nosed trainees lined up in front of Gu Xing and bowed deeply, their voices trembling as they apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Star. It's us who have eyes but no eyes. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have been so mean. Looking at the group of snotty and submissive students in front of him, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched slightly and he was speechless for a moment. And that inch-headed imperialist. Rory, on the other hand, scratched his head and gave Gu Xing a naive and simple smile. Gu Xing politely nodded to him. Thanks. Rory stammered with some embarrassment at the sound of that. That is nothing. My name is Luo Li from Sichuan Shu. I just think. You're so handsome and strong. Shouldn't be insulted by them. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his eyes even glowed vaguely. It's not right. Rory acutely sensed the abnormality and immediately cast a wary gaze at Rory. This guy should not look at the master, right? Thinking of this possibility, Luri's pupils suddenly shrunk. Master, we should go in. Without waiting for Gu Xing to react, she tugged on his sleeve and forcefully pulled him quickly towards the room on the back of the flying imperial beast. Rory stood still, bewildered. And his classmates silently glanced at each other and unanimously took a few steps back to distance themselves from him. There are ghosts. Vero Manor. Old man. I'm going to school at the Zhenghua Academy. Veronica stomped her foot on the mahogany table, crossed her arms with one hand and glared condescendingly at the council's chief imperial beast master. Vera can. He has another identity, that of Veronica's father. This supreme human being, who was on par with Long Zhenghua, had the corners of his mouth twitching at the moment, but he had to forcefully suppress his anger. No way. Spectre has told me that you want to go to Longxia because of that brat named Gu Xing. Any wild boy wants to abduct my daughter? Dream on. Your word doesn't count. Veronica snapped, slamming the table. Try to stop me and I'll flip you off. Carvin's temples jutted. Looking at the entire human race, this Veronica was the only one who dared to call him out like this. Nika. He squeezed out a stiff smile. Even if I agree, there's no way Ryusha's side will agree, right? Veronica cocked her head in thought. Indeed, with her status as the speaker's daughter, if something happened to her in Longxia, she could almost think her dad would absolutely turn Longxia upside down with an army of council members. Then I'm going to the north. Nonsense. What's the point of going to that hellhole when I can send you all the transcendent materials you need? Old head, son, the young girl approached with a single word, stop me again and I'll turn the tables now. Seeing Veronica's serious look, Kevin let out a long sigh. He knows this daughter too well. Even if he didn't agree, this girl would sneak out. He suddenly squared his shoulders, but a contract must be made with the White Emperor. Don't. It's so ugly. Calvin almost choked. That was a demigod-qualified monarch-grade imperial beast, a supreme treasure that the entire council couldn't find a second one of. No deed to the White Emperor, no deal. He was decisive. Veronica's eyes rolled. She understands that this is her father's last line. If her safety could not be guaranteed, there was absolutely no way Kevin would let her go. Deal. The spectral spirit panther on the side silently averted its face, unable to bear to look directly at this father-daughter exchange. My own young lady is purely too tightly supervised by her family. Bored, bad, and broken. Panther Veronica suddenly pounced over and wrapped her arms around its neck, her eyes shining brightly. I heard that there's a special secret realm in the northern realm. The spectral spirit leopard helplessly swept her wrist gently with its tail. Although she likes to settle down. Who let her fall prey to such a lady? At this point, Veronica suddenly collapsed her little face and wilted and muttered. Just got a contract, that stupid bear. The corners of the mouth twitched as the underworld spirit leopard sniffed. If anyone else had such a powerful imperial beast, they'd be overjoyed. Only his own young lady, with a look of disgust. Whatever, the deed is done and we're off to the north. Gu Xing will definitely go to the northern realm as well. Panther, let's go find him then. Chapter 77, No Entry is No Entry. The center of the north, the city of chaos. A month later, Gu Xing and his group finally arrived at the core city of the northern realm. Just after landing, Gu Xing unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Lord Gu Xing. Sally stood in the crowd, waving her little hands excitedly, a delighted smile on her face. Gu Xing walked over with Luri and Vera. Sally saw this and immediately bent down respectfully to curtsy. Lord Gu Xing, Lord Lioli, Lord Vera. Gu Xing smiled helplessly and advised. Sally, no need to be so polite, just call me by my first name. No. Sally shook her head firmly, an adult is an adult. Seeing that she was so insistent, Gu Xing no longer forced himself and could only let her go. Still, he was very curious as to why Sally was here. After throwing the beast race to Winning Star River to deal with earlier, Gu Xing left it alone. It was only after Sally's explanation that Gu Xing understood the reason. As there was still some risk in allowing the foreigners within the Longxia defense line, after deliberation, the beast races were unified and resettled to the northern border. This was originally a place where all races were mixed, and one more beast race would not cause any ripples at all. Subsequently, at Sally's gracious invitation, Gu Xing did not head to the Zhenghua Academy's premises but decided to land at her residence first. On the streets of the City of Chaos, Sally led the way while introducing Guxing to the rules of the city. The most precious resource in the Northern Realm is the Starstone. She pointed to the towering exchange hall in the distance. For the Imperial Beast Masters, it enhances the body, and for us Fae, it purifies the bloodline.
Guxing nodded thoughtfully.
Only, Starstones are more precious.
You have to hunt demons to redeem it?
Yes. Different demon races are worth different amounts of points, and by using the points you will be able to exchange them for Starstones of the corresponding quality. Learning this information, Guxing nodded. Hunting demons can both level up Imperial beasts and be exchanged for resources. The best of both worlds. In the middle of the conversation, the crowd had arrived at the Cat Clan's compound. When Clan Chief Ron saw Guxing, he immediately bowed and saluted with the entire clan. Upon learning that Guxing needed Starstones, the white-haired old man turned around and ordered his clan members without saying a word.
Fetch all the Starstones from the warehouse. It won't work. Guxing waved his hand in a hurry.
Instead, Ron insisted on shoving the animal skin pouch full of Starstones over to him, tears glistening in his eyes.
Your Excellency saved our entire clan. What is this token of appreciation?
Seeing his hand clenching the mouth of the bag in a death grip and refusing to retract it, Guxing sighed helplessly.
It's just.
He solemnly took the Starstone and made a mental note of it. At that time, after he hunted the demon race, he would return it in full. Immediately afterward, Sally brought Guxing to the guest room to rest. Only instead of leaving, Sally waited with a respectful face.
Sally?
Lord Guxing. The young girl suddenly bowed deeply. I purposely took the maid course. Please let me stay by your side and serve. Guxing opened his mouth and was interrupted sharply by the other party before the words came out.
I promise I won't bother you.
Just trying to take care of your living. With those words, Sally gave another deep bow. Please. This is not a request. Guxing looked at the little girl biting her lips tightly, as if she could already hear the voice of if I refuse, I will cry to you. Guxing had no choice but to agree down. He shouldn't be in the city most of the time either, and Sally was nothing more than a maid in name only.
And Sally's face lit up when she saw Guxing agreeing to come down.
Then rest first, Lord Guxing. I'll be right outside the house. Call me if you need anything. Guxing tried to reach out, but Sally breezed out the door.
Never mind.
Guxing shook his head, signaling that Lioli and Vera were free to move about, before turning his gaze to the beast skin package on the table. The moment the knot was untied, dozens of crystals glowing with starlight tumbled out, colliding with a crisp sound on the tabletop.
Starstone. Just the lowest rank though.
According to Sally, using it in conjunction with specific materials can dramatically strengthen the physique. Unfortunately, the beast race was so physically powerful that they didn't need to use auxiliary materials, and merely collected only the Starstone itself. Guxing suddenly raised his eyebrows as his consciousness sank into the Imperial Beast space. The spring of life rippled, and the branches and leaves of the ancient tree moved without wind.
To talk about supporting materials, is there any better material than these two things?
However, considering that these two were, after all, the holy relics of the elf clan, Guxing still decided to seek Vera's opinion first. Vera, I'd like to use some of the Fountain of Life and the leaves of the World Tree.
Use it.
Before he could finish, Vera had jumped up in excitement.
How much does Master want? I'll go fetch it right now.
Guxing was momentarily speechless.
Wait. Is there something wrong with this reaction? By the way, aren't these two things the holy relics of the elf clan?
The performance of Corvilla. Before he could return to his senses, Vera had already flashed into the Imperial Beast space.
3 seconds later. Wow!
A large oak barrel landed heavily on the ground, filled with the emerald luster of the Spring of Life, and dozens of leaves flowing with golden patterns floated on the surface of the water.
Master, is this enough?
Vera's eyes shone brightly. Not enough, I'll go pick more.
Fountain of Life soak.
If this were to spread out, I'm afraid I'd be hunted down by other Imperial Beast Masters. Just as he was lost in thought, Vera had already turned around to head for the Imperial Beast space again. Guxing's eyes were quick to tug on her coat.
Enough is enough. Any more would be a waste.
After confirming that the materials were complete, Guxing unbuttoned his jacket and suddenly froze in place as if he realized something. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that Luri and Vera were staring straight at him, anticipation written in both pairs of eyes.
You guys? Guxing held his forehead. Why don't we go back to the Imperial Beast space first?
No, X2. The two Imperial Beasts refused in unison, but their bodies honestly moved forward.
Guxing made a snap decision, picking them up by the back collar with one hand and throwing them out of the room. Bang! Closed the door and dropped the lock in one fell swoop.
Immediately, there was a thud and an aggravated whimper at the door.
A man and a woman are not related. Not even the Imperial Beast.
Outside in the hallway, Sally cocked her head and looked at Ruri and Vera in confusion as they were invited out.
Why are the two lords out?
She blinked her emerald cat pupils, her tail wagging curiously. When she learned that Guxing was taking a bath, she subconsciously tried to push the door open.
I'll go rub Lord Guxing's back.
Stop, X2. Luri and Vera dodged at the same time, blocking the door dead center like two walls. This cat. Is it really simple or just pretending to be confused? Looking at Sally's face full of innocence, the two Imperial Beast Lords could only feel their temples jutting. But it's the maid's duty? Confused, Sally broke her fingers and counted: prepare bath towels, adjust water temperature, massage shoulders and neck. With each word, Luri and Vera's faces darkened. Anyway. Luri pressed down on the stupid cat's tail. No entry means no entry. Vera even used her skills to weld the door to the room shut. Chapter 78, North of the Northern Realm. Devil's Domain. The other side. The water mist is dense. Gu Xing removed his clothes in 3 tries and leapt into the barrel filled with the spring of life. The emerald-colored spring instantly spread across his chest, and the cool, soft energy wrapped around his body like silk. Afterward, he grabbed the animal skin pouch and poured dozens of starstones into the water as much as he could. Wow! The moment the starstone fell into the spring, the entire tub suddenly lit up with a 3-colored glow. Fountain of Life boosts the spirit, starstone strengthens the body. Plus the life essence of the leaves of the world tree. I wonder what the effect of stacking all 3 is. Gu Xing closed his eyes and concentrated, his mental energy spreading out like a spider web. In his perception, 3 distinct energies were intertwining in the water. Gu Xing felt it carefully. The blue color was the energy of the starstone, the white color was the energy of the fountain of life, and as for the green color, it was the energy contained in the leaves of the tree of life. Come on! The spiritual power turned into an invisible hand, introducing the 3 colors of energy into the body at the same time. Boom! In an instant, the sea of consciousness set off waves of shock. King's Landing talent blooms with silver and white light, soul-devouring talent bursts with blood-colored sharpness. The 2 forces actually fought in the meridians like fierce beasts fighting for territory. Oops! Cold sweat seeped from Gu Xing's forehead, his neck veins rippled, and the surface of his skin alternately flickered silver white and blood red. If he kept going like this, his mental power would definitely collapse over this. However, just at the tipping point where the spiritual power was about to go out of control, the 2 sides of the confrontation suddenly came to a standstill. The silver white light mass and the blood aura each took half a step back, actually drawing a dividing line as if they had reached an agreement. In the blink of an eye, the 3-colored energy was neatly split into 2 and began to be methodically devoured and absorbed by the 2 major talents. Looking at the 2 forces in his body that had reached a delicate balance, Gu Xing let out a long sigh of relief. But, if the energy is sucked out by 2 gifts, what should he do to improve his fitness? Thus, Gu Xing forcibly controlled his spiritual power and began to take food from the mouth of the tiger. Soon, the water mist in the bathroom cleared. Gu Xing slowly opened his eyes, and streams of silver white and blood-colored intertwined light seemed to flash in the depths of his pupils. He looked down at the tub. The spring of life had long since dried up, the leaves of the world tree had turned into ashes and dissipated, and even those originally brilliant starstones had completely dimmed, turning into a pile of spiritless rubble. He shook his head helplessly. Obviously his own body to absorb energy, but the result of the 2 gifts fell like a hungry wolf pouncing on food, almost swallowed all the benefits. If he hadn't forcefully suppressed it, I'm afraid that even the last ounce of energy would have been divided up among them. It turned out pretty well, though. With a thought, Gu Xing called up the attribute panel. Gu Xing. Beasts, Holy Angels, Nature Spirits. Level, Transcendent First Order. Talent, King's Landing under Enhancement. Soul Devourer in the process of being upgraded. Strength, 205-250. Body Mass, 201-250. Spirit, 434-520. Speed, 202-250. Gu Xing stared at the attribute panel and his eyelids jumped. Sure enough, the energy was almost entirely divided between King's Landing and Soul Eater, causing the spiritual power to skyrocket. And although the 3 attributes of strength, physique, and speed had also increased, the increase was significantly less than the spiritual attribute. These 2 gifts. Gu Xing rubbed his temples and had a bit of a headache. According to this trend, in the future, if you want to equalize the promotion, I'm afraid that you have to smash in several times the resources. Especially the Starstone. But his gaze was dead set on the 2 lines on the attribute panel. Talent, King's Landing under Enhancement. Soul Devourer in the process of being upgraded. This. His breath stuttered slightly. Talents are usually fixed after awakening. But King's Landing and Soul Eater, surprisingly, continue to evolve? One must know that King's Landing and Soul Devouring were originally extremely rare top-tier talents. And now, are they even growing? Gulp! Gu Xing subconsciously gulped, his heart beating wildly. These 2 talents, if they continue to improve, how strong will it be? After realizing this, he jerked up from the tub. Dry up. Isn't it just a little bit of Starstone? We'll go to the demon region tomorrow to hunt the demons. Since the gift is so edible, then let them have their fill. The next day. City of Chaos, Exchange Center. Gu Xing stood in front of the counter and received the black token handed by the staff. The token was cold to the touch, its surface engraved with intricate magical patterns, with a dull crystal set in the center. It was a voucher used to record the number of demons killed. Name? Rank? The staff member asked without looking up. Gu Xing, Transcendent First Order. Oh, Transcendental 1. Wait. The staff member's head snapped up and his eyes widened. What did you say? Transcendent First Order? His voice unconsciously rose, and the entire hall was momentarily quiet for a split second. In the next second, the crowd around them exploded. Transcendent First Order? Did I hear you right? This kid is crazy, right? Going to the demon realm at this level? I don't know where the young master came from, treating the magic realm like a house. You'll be honest if you lose your life in there. Mocking, disdainful, pitying glances were cast. However, Gu Xing, ignored it, his gaze firmly locked on the huge light screen directly above the hall. Points redemption list. Low-grade starstones 10 points per stone. Intermediate starstones 1000 points per stone. At the very top, a line of striking gold text flashed. 1 million points Special Secret Realm Entry Qualification 1. Special Mysteries? It was only under the staff's explanation that Gu Xing understood what this Special Secret Realm meant. It takes 1 million points to redeem, but it's worth every penny. And this secret world has 3 levels. Every time you pass a layer, then the attributes of the participants will be greatly increased in the secret realm. It costs 1 million points, but it's worth every penny. Then where did this secret realm come from? Gu Xing asked curiously. The staff shook their heads. This secret realm has existed since before the City of Chaos was established, and no one knows when it existed. Gu Xing nodded thoughtfully. In a few hundred years' time, it would be a complete impossibility for a human being to poke around the alien space. Are you really sure you want to go to the demon realm alone? The staff couldn't help but advise again, the lowest level demons there are all at the transcendent level, and if you're not careful, you might encounter a commander level demon. He paused, his tone grave. Even with a full complement of transcendent high-ranking teams, the folding rate is over 30%. The implication. You're a transcendent first order, going is just a death sentence. Gu Xing smiled and slipped the token into his bosom. Check in. Seeing his iron resolve, the staff only sighed and completed the formalities. Soon, a team of royal beast masters boarded under the guidance of specialists heading to the north of the northern realm. That is, the flying imperial beasts of the magic realm. As Gu Xing boarded the flying imperial beast alone, undisguised sneers came from beside him. Bet or not? I bet he doesn't survive the night. I'll raise the bet. This kid won't even be able to leave a corpse. Gu Xing did not move and swept a glance at a few people, keeping it in his mind. Chapter 79 Kindness is Stupidity. Magic Borderline. The huge flying imperial beast slowly landed, kicking up a sky full of sand and dust. The imperial beast master in charge of transportation stood on the back of the beast, his voice solemn and cold. Remember, life and death are your own responsibility after entering the devil's domain. I will meet you here on time in 10 days. His sharp gaze swept through the crowd, focusing on the lone Gu Xing for a moment. Those who miss the hour will wait to be fed to the demons. There was a commotion in the crowd. Gu Xing looked around the circle. In addition to the people from the 3 major forces of the human race, there were still quite a few foreign races entering the demon region. Just then, a man from the Tiger clan quietly approached Gu Xing. Human, want to come with us? We can keep you safe. Oh, ing murmurs erupted around them. This newcomer is finished, he's being targeted by Tiger Power. But this newcomer doesn't have any starstones on his body, what is Tiger Power looking for him for? Stupid, there's no starstone, but it can be used as bait. Serves you right, a transcendent mortal first order running to the demon region is just sending them to their deaths. Being a decoy is also considered a contribution. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Gu Xing slowly turned his head to look at Tiger Force, who was approaching him. The murmurs reminded him of that. This is the devil's domain, there is no law, no regulation, everything is based on strength. Gu Xing summoned 2 imperial beasts. As for strength, the 2 imperial beasts he had now are what was called strength. Human, are you deaf? I asked you a question. Gu Xing didn't answer, just raised his eyebrows and looked at him faintly. However, this contemptuous attitude completely enraged Tiger Force. Damn, give you face. Today, whether you go or not, you have to come with me. With that, Tiger Force violently reached out and grabbed Gu Xing's shoulder. Only, his hand had not yet touched Gu Xing's shoulder. Swish! A crimson sword light flashed. Snap! A severed arm smashed to the ground. Tiger Lily froze, looking down at his empty arm, where blood was gushing out of the break. The sharp pain finally brought him back to his senses, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. A mere transcendent first-order human dared to take a shot at him? He growled hideously, turning to his teammates behind him and hissing. Kill him for me. Looking for death. Dared to hurt our tiger. 5 Tiger Clan warriors roared and rushed in with murderous intent. However, they have no idea what kind of monster they are dealing with. A princess of the Angel clan with 1,400 points in all attributes and the bloodline of a blazing angel. Although these Tiger clans had ranks ranging from Transcendent 7th and 8th stage, there wasn't even a single one with attributes that broke 1,000. To Lurie, it was nothing more than a casual sword fight. Swish! The crimson sword light flashed again. Snap, snap, snap. 5 thick tiger arms fell to the ground in unison, spattering blood. The whole place is dead silent. The crowd of onlookers stared with wide eyes, shock written all over their faces. This is really a transcendent mortal first stage? Tiger Power's team is at least in the top 10 in our group, right? It was just seconded like that? Looking at the angel's relaxed appearance, I'm afraid he didn't even use half of his strength. No wonder he dared to come to the demon region alone. Amidst the exclamations of shock from the crowd, the faces of the few people who had previously taunted Gu Xing on the flying magical beasts instantly turned pale. They had only just stepped into the Transcendent Mortal 5th stage, and they couldn't even compare to the weakest members of Tiger Force's team, let alone fight against the terrifying Imperial Beast that had crushed Tiger Force's team. Gulp! A few people swallowed hard and quietly moved their feet to escape. However, just as they were taking their first steps, boom! A wall of thorns rose up from the ground, instantly sealing off all paths of retreat. A few people summoned the Imperial Beasts in a panic, and all kinds of elemental attacks bombarded the thorn walls crazily. However, in terms of spiritual attributes alone, Vera was even more terrifying than Lurie. Bang bang bang! Their attacks landed on the thorns without making a single ripple. At the same time, Vera gracefully rose into the air, an emerald green divine ring emerging behind her. She gently raised her hand, and 4 walls of thorns rose up from the ground, trapping all the races and fate present. What does this mean? Does he want to take a shot at all of us? There are hundreds of us. Amidst the horrified murmurs of the crowd, Gu Xing slowly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, 2 announcements now. First, everyone hand over the starstones they are carrying. That's right, it's a robbery. Secondly, an exception can be made for those from the country of Longxia, who can leave now. Vera sniffed and immediately opened an exit in the wall of thorns. The Imperial Beastmasters of the Dragon Summer Kingdom were as if they had been pardoned, and they all cast grateful gazes at Gu Xing as they quickly withdrew from the scene. And those few Longxia countrymen who previously mocked Gu Xing, at this moment also mixed in the crowd, want to take the opportunity to slip away. Swish! Several vines suddenly wrapped around and bound them to death. When I say the people of Longxia, I don't include a few of you. Several people's faces changed drastically, and cold sweat oozed from their foreheads. Yeah, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have gotten mouthy, we really know we're wrong. Please leave us alone. They desperately begged for mercy, but clutched the starstone pouch at their waist. To the Imperial Beastmaster, the starstone was the lifeblood. Meh! Gu Xing sneered, and the glazed swordlight had already flashed. Several left arms should fall to the ground. Not delivering? Gu Xing narrowed his eyes. Next time it'll be the right hand. A few people were trembling in pain, but they no longer dared to play small, shivering as they pulled out all the starstones. Only then was Gu Xing satisfied and turned to the others. What about you guys? Take your pick. The faces of the people present turned blue, but under the watchful eyes of the 2 gawking Imperial Beasts in the sky, they finally handed over all of their starstones with trembling. Very good. Vera put away the wall of thorns, and the crowd, as if amazed, scattered in all directions without looking back. As for those tigers? The corner of Gu Xing's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Lives and starstones, he wants them all. As for whether those who let go will retaliate? He wasn't worried in the slightest. Vera has the ability to sense malice, and none of those with ill intentions will escape. Sure enough, a few moments later. Rustle! Several vines returned dragging a dozen or so corpses, all of which were guys who had escaped and were looking for revenge. Seeing this scene, Gu Xing nodded in satisfaction. He's not a good old boy. He wasn't going to leave a hidden danger for the guy who wanted to get back at him. As for cruelty, in the Magic Kingdom, kindness is stupidity. He had been warned by Vera when he first arrived that a large portion of the people present held ill will towards him. In that case, then nip it all in the bud. As for the starstone? Now that you've done it, it's only natural to grab a clean one. After all, both talents as well as physical enhancements need this stuff. He's in short supply. These guys ran right into his guns. Well done. Gu Xing rubbed Vera's head, and the latter squinted happily. Vera then maneuvered the vines to roll up the corpses, and the group headed deeper into the demon realm. After all, how can you hunt enough demons without bait? Chapter 89,000 Spiritual Attributes. It's comparable to an external hang-up. The other side. In the command center of the Joint Military Headquarters, the atmosphere was solemn. Representatives of the Dragon Summer Kingdom, the Parliament, and the Holy See, as well as several foreign powerhouses were seated in separate rows. With a wave of his hand, the representative of the council, Height, unfolded a topographical map of the magic realm on the screen on the wall of the military headquarters. The densely packed red dots on the map represented the various parties that had entered the demon region.
I wonder how many commander-class demons can be lured out by this bait.
Hector rubbed his chin, his tone indifferent. Hearing this, Ryan, who represented the Holy See, spoke with some dissatisfaction.
Hector, watch your language. What bait? They are clearly warriors on a combat mission. But in the next second, his tone eased again. But the quality of this batch is really poor. I'm afraid it's hard to lure out the high-level demons. The stronger the strength of these people entering the devil's domain, the higher the probability of being able to lure out a high-level demon. And the members of this entry into the devil's nation. Ryan shook his head.
At this time, several representatives of the foreign races also spoke up.
What kind of goods have the human race sent into the demon realm recently? Yes, I heard that there is also a transcendent first order among the people you sent into the demon region this time.
The human race has been getting slacker lately.
Only, and just then. Shut up.
A cold female voice suddenly rang out, and the entire command center was instantly silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the silhouette that had its back to the crowd and was gazing at the map.
Qin Shushue, representative of the Dragon Summer Kingdom.
She turned slowly, her stern gaze sweeping over everyone present.
Using the lives of low-ranked Imperial Beastmasters and foreigners as bargaining chips, and you have the nerve to argue here?
The human races and also the foreign races present, when they heard Qin Shushue's voice, none of them lowered their heads.
For no other reason than that. This woman is too strong. The most deservedly strongest at the commander level. It was only after a while that one of the Fae spoke cautiously. Commander Qin. This is also the result of the clan's joint deliberations.
Qin Shushue coldly swept a glance at that person.
But nothing more was said.
As strong as she was, it wouldn't change the outcome of this matter. After all, the overall strength of the demon race was far greater than the combined strength of the human race and the major alien races. Although it was not clear why the demon race had never launched a full-scale attack. However, the clans did not dare to take it lightly, and after much deliberation, they finally worked out a cruel but effective program. Using starstones as bait, they drove low-ranked Imperial Beastmasters and foreigners into the demon realm to hunt the demon race. When the number of deaths of the lower-ranked demons reached a certain level, the higher-ranked demons would show up to take revenge. At this point, the strongest members of each clan would then step in and kill the high-ranking demons.
This program has been really fruitful.
So far, they had managed to hunt down dozens of commander-class demons. But the price is just as steep. Countless low-ranked Imperial Beastmasters and Fae remained in that dark land forever. Qin Shushue detested this tactic, but had to recognize its effectiveness.
If a commander-level powerhouse personally entered the demonic domain, those demons would immediately hide without a trace.
Her icy gaze swept over the people in the command room, eventually landing back on the flickering holographic map. It was also at this moment that Qin Shushue's gaze suddenly froze. On the map, a lone red dot was penetrating deeper into the demonic realm at an astonishing speed, leaving all other points of light far behind.
She frowned.
According to common sense, the exploration range of transcendent levels in the demon region was extremely limited, but this red dot was actually approaching the limit of the transcendent level's exploration area.
Further on, it's the territory of the commander-class demons. Inquire for me who this is.
Pointing at this red dot, Qin Shushue instructed the staff at the side. The tokens provided by the exchange hall not only had the function of recording the number of demon kills, but also had the function of storing personal information, as well as temporary communication. That staff member's face instantly changed after pulling up the data.
Report.
Commander-in-Chief, this person seems to be a student of the Jingui Academy.
Qin Shushue wasn't surprised anymore when she heard this information.
The Jingui Academy was the elite of the Long Xia Kingdom, and it was quite normal for a Transcendent Ninth Order student to be able to approach the border of the Transcendent region. Only, even then, he couldn't be allowed to go on any longer.
Inform him to withdraw. Going any further is not something he can handle as a Transcendent Ninth Order. Only. Commander-in-Chief.
But his registration information shows.
It's Transcendent First Order. What?
Hearing these words, Qin Shushue's pupils suddenly shrunk.
Transcendental First Order?
One must know that in the demon region, the deeper one goes, the stronger the strength of the demons one encounters. And where this man was, there were Transcendent 9 steps almost everywhere.
The more important point is, this person was able to penetrate deep into this location in the demon region with just a Transcendent First Order. How talented should he be then? Maybe even better than her.
After all, she was completely unable to do so to such an extent when she was at the Transcendent First Order.
After realizing this, Qin Shushue immediately ordered.
You guys stay here and continue to monitor, and if you find a commander-class demon race appearing, immediately strike.
I'm going to make a trip to the demon region now. After the order, Qin Shushue immediately moved.
1 second later, the danger to that talented schoolmate would be 1 point greater. However, just as she was about to storm out of the command room, Commander-in-Chief, the staff suddenly exclaimed, "A Commander-class demon energy response has been detected. It's near him." Qin Shushua's figure suddenly froze. A pop followed, and her figure disappeared into thin air. In the meantime, Gu Xing stood with his arms folded, looking coldly at the demon race that came in like a tidal wave. The number of demons here, far more than he could have imagined. Plus, there was the lure of the tiger race as well as the corpses of several human races. These demons went completely crazy. Only, it was just what he wanted. Quantity has not a single effect in the face of absolute strength. Especially, Vera's attributes were no longer any different from an outlier with the addition of the skill Elven Kingship. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Transcendent 7. Power, 1310. Body mass, 1320. Spirit, 3039,090. Speed, 1300. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship boosts mental attributes by 300%, Nature's Domain Beginner. This figure made Gu Xing feel sad for the demon race. One had to know that even a transcendent 9th order demon ruler ranked demon race would only have around 2,000 points in attributes. And they're going up against. It's the Earth's favorite with 9,000 spiritual attributes and refreshed skills. Nature Spirits. Nature's Lament. Vera flicked her vermilion lips, and furious spiritual energy surged out crazily. A split second. Rumble. It was as if the whole world had been pressed into pause. The silver-white thunder dragon descended from the sky, and wherever it passed, the demon race could not even scream in time before it turned into flying ash and dissipated. The earth cracked and the sky trembled. With just one strike, all the demons within a 1,000-meter radius were annihilated. This area, too, had a layer of the Earth's surface obliterated raw by Vera's greatness. Chapter 81 Monarch-level breakthrough method. It was also the blow. Straight away, Vera reaches the apex of the transcendental rank. Transcendental 9th order. Just one step away from the commander level. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 1510. Body mass, 1520. Spirit, 3430. Speed, 1500. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship boosts mental attributes by 300%, Nature's Domain Beginner. Vera, who had successfully promoted to the Transcendent Mortal 9th stage, turned her head at the first opportunity to look at Lioli, sending a provocative gaze. She turned over a new leaf. With the advantage of her group attack skills, the vast majority of the demons on the battlefield were encompassed by her alone. This also leads to Sacred Angel Blazed. Qualification, Mythical 3-star. Level, Transcendental 7th order. Power, 2620. Body mass, 2610. Spirit, 2600. Speed, 2630. Skills, Blazing Angel Form, Final Angel Form, Field of Heavenly Fire Elementary. Looking at Lioli, who was still stuck at the Transcendent 7th stage, Vera floated in midair with her arms crossed and smugness written all over her small face. She drifted. District Angel. Before the words are out. Swish. With a flash of silver light, Luri had appeared in front of Vera, her 6 wings stretching. What did you say? Vera stiffened momentarily. She was restrained. Although her spiritual attribute was as high as 3,400 points, Ruri's terrifying 2,600 points for her full attribute. If they really fought, she, a brittle mage, would definitely be rubbed on the ground. I mean. Vera resolutely conceded. Angelic glazes go best with their masters. Poof. Luri hummed softly, still satisfied with that answer. But then a sense of urgency came over me. Even this little green tea spirit was at the Transcendental 9th order, how could he lag behind? But the problem is, Vera's Nature's Lament just now had almost cleared out the demons within a 1,000-meter radius. It's a bit of a hassle trying to find demon upgrades right now. Just as Luri was secretly anxious. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise of the ground shaking in the distance. A pitch-black demonic aura approached like lightning. In the blink of an eye, a tall demonic race with 2 wings on its back had appeared not far from the 3 of them. Gu Xing's pupils shrunk slightly, the breath of this demon race. It was far more terrifying than those transcendent-level demons just now. He immediately checked the other person's information. Winged Devil. Level, 1st Order of Commander. Qualification, Demon Monarch equivalent to Epic Qualification. Power, 5,300. Body mass, 5,700. Spirit, 5,000. Speed, 6,000. Fields, Empty Field, Magic Wing Shelter, Wind Blade Storm. Looking at the attribute panel of the demon in front of him, a hint of gravity flashed in Gu Xing's eyes. Commander class demons and Transcendent class were 2 completely different concepts. All attributes exceeded 5,000 points, especially the speed attribute, which was as high as 6,000. The tricky part is the power of the field. Although both Luri and Vera possessed the ability to open their domains were still at the primary stage. The empty realm of the winged demon in front of me was obviously in its full form. This is trouble. Gu Xing's mind raced. It's impossible to escape now. Even if Liuli opened her blazing angel form, her speed was far inferior to this winged demon. Not to mention the fact that he's a drag. The winged demon looked down on Gu Xing from above, a piercing chill in his dark eyes. Human race, after killing so many demons, it's time to pay the price. It has long been aware of this human. Watching him slaughter the demon race along the way and train the imperial beasts to the transcendent 9th level. Gotta admit, this is a real genius. At the transcendent level, I'm afraid that even Lord Demon King is not his opponent. But there was a world of difference between the commander level and the transcendent level. The winged demon laughed and unfolded its wings. Killing you should be heartbreaking for the human race, right? Liuli and Vera simultaneously blocked in front of Gu Xing. The demon race in front of them was the strongest enemy they had ever encountered. Master! Wait, you be careful. Liuli's eyes gazed at the winged demon, her battle intent boiling over. Gu Xing nodded solemnly. Despite the disparity in strength, there was no fear in his eyes. Comparing purely on attributes, the two imperial beasts were by no means inferior. The key is, can the primary domain stand up to the full empty domain? Liuli, heavenly fire field. Vera, nature's domain. With Gu Xing's command. Boom! Blazing white flames and emerald green divine light erupted at the same time, ruthlessly colliding with the pitch-black demonic chi. The other side. Qin Shushue's rapidly speeding figure suddenly came to a halt. Don't rush off, human. A voice that was dangerous in its lethargy came from the void. Qin Shushue's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the power of the domain around her body instantly unfolded. Swish! The space in front rippled like water waves, and a slender figure slowly emerged. Other than the dark demonic aura that wrapped around his body, this demon race was actually no different from humans. Monarch! Qin Shushue's red lips slightly opened and her voice was cold and piercing. Introduce yourself, the demon gracefully made a gentlemanly salute. Demon King Slick, it is an honor to meet a beautiful young lady such as yourself. Having said that, there was only piercing killing intent in those scarlet eyes. Clank! Without hesitation, Qin Shushue summoned the imperial beasts. It was actually a long sword with a silver-white body. Interesting. Slick narrowed his eyes, encountering a monarch-level demon in the demon realm and actually not fleeing? Escape? Qin Shushue laughed coldly, her jade hand lightly stroking the sword. Yet there was no hint of fear in her eyes. Half a year ago, she had already reached the peak of the commander and had not been heading to the sacred pool to break through. It's for the monarch-class demons. There are two ways for a commander-class imperial beastmaster to break through to monarch class. One was to break through the monarch level through the powerful energy of the sacred pool. The other was to elevate to the monarch level by killing monarch-level demons. Although both could break through to the monarch level, they were fundamentally different. The first was to allow oneself to break through to the monarch level, but one's imperial beasts were forever fixed at the commander level. Therefore, those who broke through to the monarch level through the first method were also known as pseudo-monarchs. And the second, breaking through the monarch level by killing monarch-level demons at the commander level. This kind is incredibly difficult, but when it works, that's true monarch level. There were hundreds of monarch-level powerhouses in the entire Dragon Summer Kingdom, but less than a dozen of them had broken through by decapitating the demon race. For Qin Shushue. Either you do it or you do it to the max. She would rather wait half a year at the commander level and never choose a shortcut to break through. Qingli, are you ready? The long sword in his hand emitted a clear buzzing sound, and the sword body flowed with a chilling aura. The only reason why she was able to sit at the top of the commander class was because of her unique sword heart talent. Unlike other sentinels, she is the strongest sword. Monarch. Qin Shushue's eyes were like electricity, looking straight at Slick. Is it strong? Before the words are out. Clang. A brilliant sword light cut through the sky. The human sword was united, and the attributes were stacked. This sword was so fast that even space was distorted by it. Chapter 82, Qin Shushue. Monarch level. Slick had thought that the ambition of this interception was a good one. After all, one of his monarch-level demon kings had personally made a move. How can it fail? However, just the moment he saw this human woman strike her sword, he clearly knew. He's wrong. And so wrong. Qin Shushue's aura coming at him was already no different from a true monarch level. Magic shield. In his haste, he frantically urged the power of his domain and condensed a pitch-black giant shield in front of him. Snort. Wherever the sword blade passed, the magic shield was easily sliced through like tofu. Slick scrambled to sidestep and dodge as the blade grazed his neck, bringing up a trail of pitch-black demonic blood. He appeared 100 meters away in shock, his face losing its elegance and replacing it with a scowl and fury. A tiny fraction of a millimeter. He was about to be beheaded by this human with a sword. He slowly raised his hand and touched his neck, the anger in his eyes rising completely. A mere commander-class human. Surprisingly, he almost decapitated him. Human, you seek death. His hands snapped together. Boom! The pitch-black field instantly expanded, completely enveloping Chen Shushue. The biggest gap between the commander level and the monarch level was above the control of the domain. If we are talking about the level of dominance, it is a shallow application of the domain. So monarch level. It is the complete control of the field. Slick looked at Chen Shushue, who was trapped in the pitch-black demonic domain, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a cruel arc. It was indeed his carelessness. I didn't expect this woman's strength to be right up there with the monarch level. But now, killing intent boiled in his eyes. Such a genius must be stifled. In the center of the domain, Chen Shushue looked calm. She slowly unfolded the field of swords. The blue sword domain was like a lone boat in the midst of the monstrous demonic aura and could capsize at any time. When she chose this path of breakthrough, she expected the worst. To use the commander level to reverse fall a monarch was originally an act against the heavens. And this enemy before us is the third rank of the king? She gripped her longsword tightly, her eyes glowing like ice. It was trickier than expected. The only thing she was thankful for was that her various attributes were able to rival this demon king's. The real gap is only in the field. Only one chance. Her eyes grew cold, and her mind was made up. Detonating the sword's domain and forcibly breaking through the demon king's domain. And then, a sword kill. But if you miss, losing the shelter of the domain, she would lose all ability to resist. She was a lamb to the slaughter in front of this monarch-level demon king. Who? She held her breath, looking for that one chance. On the other side, Slick relaxed completely. In the king's domain, he was the absolute master. Unless this human's domain was stronger than his. But it was impossible for a commander-level domain to want to be stronger than one of his demon kings of the monarch third stage. Slick looked down at the blue sword field that was shaking in the demonic aura of victory. Human, I recognize your strength. If it were an ordinary demon king, he might really fall into your hands. Seeing that Chen Shushue was unmoved, he turned his words around. Do you want to know why the king himself interrupted you? Hearing these words, Chen Shushue's eyes all moved slightly. It does seem a bit counterintuitive. Earlier, not to mention the monarch level. Even the commander level wouldn't go head to head with them. Seeing Chen Shushue raise her interest, Slick spoke slowly. Your human race is really interesting, to send true geniuses into the demon region. A transcendent first stage can sweep my clan's transcendent level. Such a demon, you guys are willing to serve as bait? But it's precisely this kind of genius that deserves my hand. I will kill you. As for that transcendent level human race, you say? He can fight against a commander level demon race? A cruel smile tugged at the corners of Slick's mouth as he said this. One must know that the gap between the transcendent level and the commander level was even greater than the gap between the commander level and the monarch level. If anything, there was still a possibility of the commander class defeating the monarch class. Then it would be a fool's errand for a transcendent level to defeat a commander level. Whether or not you have a domain is a world of difference. Being able to take care of the two geniuses of the human race in one go, Slick's face carried a hint of pleasure. And when Chen Shushue heard these words, there was also a puzzlement in her eyes. A genius like Gu Xing whose talent is not inferior to hers, and even said to have the possibility of surpassing her. Why did the Jingui Academy send him to the demon region without even informing her? This is very unreasonable. It's as if someone is deliberately arranging it that way. But there's no time to think about that much anymore. She only hoped that the genius would hold out. Having said that, you're ready to die too. Slick also loses interest in toying with Chen Shushue and prepares to deal the human a final blow. It was also at this moment that Chen Shushue's eyes stared. She waited for her chance. When Slick struck, that was when the Demon King's domain was at its most vulnerable. It's now. She catalyzed the field with all her might. A cold aura appeared in Chen Shushue's eyes, and the spiritual energy in her body surged crazily. Success or failure is at stake. Field of swords, explosion. The azure-colored field suddenly contracted, then expanded with a bang like a star exploding. Boom! The berserk sword chi turned into streams of light, tearing a rift in the Demon King's domain. A strand of blood spilled from the corner of Chen Shushue's mouth, but she didn't even frown. The backlash from the domain's self-destruction was enough to cause an ordinary Imperial Beast Master pain, but it was as if she couldn't feel the pain. The Qingli sword was held across her chest, the sword emitting a clear buzz. At this moment, there was no longer the slightest obstacle between her and the Demon King. Sword flash. In an instant, Chen Shushue's entire body transformed into a radiant swordlight, heading straight for Slick. This was her strongest move and her final killing move. And Slick sensed that something was wrong the moment the domain was torn apart by Chen Shushue. Now looking at Qin Shushue, who was charging towards him like blue lightning, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes.
It's going to die. Don't dare to have the slightest delay.
He quickly controlled the Demon King's domain to close up and close the gap in front of him.
Only. Late.
Qin Shushue's basic attributes were already on par with his, and earlier it was only because of the domain advantage that he was able to suppress her.
And at this moment,
the Demon King's domain was forcibly torn apart, and both sides were finally on the same starting line.
Swish.
The light of the sword was like electricity, and it flickered away. Slick only felt a piercing chill at the base of his neck as the scene in front of him suddenly began to spin skyward. In his last moments before his consciousness dissipated, he saw his own headless body was slowly falling to its knees, and the gushing demonic blood dyed the earth black.
The monarch Third Order Demon King fell in this way.
Buzz. After killing Slick, Qin Shushue's aura around her body suddenly fluctuated violently, and a brand new power was awakening within her body.
She has now taken the final step. The last hurdle for the Commander-in-Chief.
Being completely crushed by her.
And the Dragon Summer Kingdom was about to have one more true monarch level. Chapter 83 weakened? So what?
At the same time, high above the demon region, a burly figure stood with his arms folded, his sharp gaze piercing through the clouds as he quietly watched the battlefield below.
He's the head of the Northern Military Region, Lei Zhuan. It's done.
Lei Zhuan's tense muscles slightly relaxed, and a hint of a smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Qin Shushue's rank had been stuck at the peak of commander for too long. When Long Jinghua sent the news that Gu Xing was about to arrive in the north, a bold plan took shape in his mind. Use this genius as bait to fish out the monarch-class demons.
Help Qin Shushue ascend to the monarch level. Although the success rate is less than 50%.
But at this moment, looking at the monarch's breath that rose up to the sky, he knew.
The bet was won. The Dragon Summer Kingdom, adding another monarch-level battle force.
His plan had succeeded, and Gu Xing's mission as bait had been accomplished.
Thunder War is on the verge of making a move to help. After all, a transcendent level against a commander level was an inherently impossible task. However, the moment he was about to act, his pupils contracted violently.
This is? He looked incredulously at the center of the battlefield.
He was ready to step in and help Gu Xing out of his predicament. That teenager's two imperial beasts. Why are you able to use the field? The moment. Luri and Vera opened their fields at the same time.
The blazing heavenly fire domain and the angsty nature domain instantly enveloped the winged demon.
What?
The winged demon's pupils suddenly shrunk as he stared incredulously at the scene in front of him.
Wasn't this human in front of us a transcendent rank? How is it possible to have a field? Its body shuddered involuntarily. Only the field can fight the field.
Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, he then used his empty realm. The black and pitch-black empty realm suddenly erupted, and the violent spatial power hardened the heavenly flame and the natural realm, forcing them back. Under the compulsion of the empty domain, the area occupied by the heavenly flame domain and the nature domain shrunk to half of their original size. Gu Xing frowned slightly when he saw this. It seemed that although the two imperial beasts were able to use domains, there was still a gap compared to real domains.
The gap, though, is how much?
Vera, unleash the vaulted thunder falls.
With Gu Xing's command, Vera did not hesitate to strike.
The thunder dragon roared into the realm of air, only to dissolve into nothingness the moment it touched the winged demon.
The blow was not in vain.
A brilliant light flashed in Gu Xing's eyes, finally figuring out the opposing field's suppression effect. With the heavenly flame and nature's domain, the power of the imperial beast's attack was only weakened by 50%. This meant that Vera's 3,400 points of spiritual attributes could still exert 1,700 points of actual combat power. This discovery caused Gu Xing's heart to relax. A normal transcendent rank launching an attack against a commander rank would be cut down by at least 90% more after entering the field. This was one of the reasons why the commander class was only the core fighting force in a race. Even more transcendent levels were like ants under the domain suppression. The two are simply not on the same level. And now, thanks to the domains of the two imperial beasts, the gap between the transcendent and commander levels had been narrowed down too much. Humans, after all, are just transcendent level ants. After seeing the power of Vera's attack, the winged demon completely relaxed, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. At first, when he saw the two imperial beasts casting their domains, he was indeed frightened. After all, in terms of attributes alone, the strength that the two imperial beasts had displayed was even more terrifying than the commander level him. He had watched as those transcendent level demons were easily slaughtered at the hands of these two imperial beasts. Just now, when he saw the two imperial beasts casting their domains, he almost turned his head and ran. After all, apart from the domain, he was compared to these two imperial beasts. Not the slightest advantage. But now, looking at the thunder dragon that didn't even set off ripples, the winged devil finally completely let go of his heart. It seemed that the fields of those two imperial beasts were nothing more than flowery. Human, I will make you understand. What it means to be worse than death. Thinking that he was actually intimidated by a transcendent-level human just now, a tyrannical rage flared up in the winged demon's eyes. This shame must be washed away in the most brutal way possible. However, he didn't notice. The look Gu Xing gave him didn't have a hint of fear in it, but instead carried a hint of eagerness to try. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly when he heard that this demon clan wanted to make his life worse than death. This demon seems to think he's winning? Then let yourself shatter his illusions. Soul Devourer. Scarlet-colored spiritual energy instantly enveloped the two imperial beasts. A 50% nerf? So what? It's not enough for him to make it up. Ruri, final angel form. Vera, turn on the elven kingship. Gu Xing gave an order. Red golden flames instantly swept out from the surface of Liuli's body, in the midst of the winged demon's incredulous gaze. The 10 feathered wings gradually solidified as the red flame burned. And as the 10 feathers appeared, the reddish-golden flames on the surface of Liuli's body were gradually all transformed into gold. 10 winged blazing angels. This was the first time since Ruri had this form that she had struck out. With the addition of this form, the perversity of the mythic-class angels began to truly emerge. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Mythical 3-star. Level, Transcendental 7th Order. Power, 2620 15720. Body mass, 2610 15660. Spirit, 2615 600. Speed, 2630 15780. Skills, Blazing Angel Form, Final Angel Form, Field of Heavenly Fire. Liuli's various attributes exceeded 15,000 points. Even with the 50% weakening of the Empty Realm. The average attribute of Luri is also close to 8,000 points. And when the winged demon felt the aura emanating from that 10-winged angel, his entire body completely froze. The aura seemed to be more than twice his size. He swallowed hard. Looking at the empty domain that surrounded him, he felt for the first time that the domain was unable to give him even an ounce of security. And even more chilling to him is, in addition to this 10-winged angel, there seems to be an even more enlightened sprite. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 3020. Body mass, 3040. Spirit, 3430 20580. Speed, 3000. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship boosts mental attributes by 300%, Nature's Domain Beginner. Under the addition of the soul-devouring talent and the Elven Kingship, Vera's spiritual attribute directly broke through the 20,000 mark. With her mental attributes reaching this point, Vera merely levitated in the air. The air around her began to distort slightly. The winged devil looked at the two imperial beasts that had erupted with all their might. He regrets it. He regretted taking the initiative to come here to intercept this transcendent-level human. Even if he was asked to go against a commander-level imperial beast master, he would be willing to do so. Only, there's no such thing as a regret pill. Above the battlefield, Lei Zhan looked at the aura emanating from the two imperial beasts. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. This Gu Xing is a human being? Although he had learned from Long Jinghua that both of Gu Xing's imperial beasts were of mythic rank. But, even if it was a mythic rank imperial beast, it would be impossible to reveal the aura of a commander high rank at the transcendent mortal 9th rank, wouldn't it? With the strength this kid is showing now, if he succeeds in advancing to the commander level, wouldn't that be a direct way to become an uncrowned king at the level of a commander? Even some of the weaker monarchs. Probably not even a match for him. Earlier he was prepared to step in and help Gu Xing finish off this commander-level demon race, but now, he even felt sad for the demon. It's tragic. Chapter 84, Pull Full. Must be pulled full. The center of the battlefield. The three fields are divided. The empty realm still had the upper hand. The pitch-black empty realm still had the upper hand, but the winged demon's face was no longer the rampant one from earlier, and was replaced by a touch of panic that was hard to hide. Gu Xing's gaze fatally swept over the winged demons and slowly ordered, Vera, the Sea of Bone-Eating Vines. Vera's rank had already broken through to the Transcendent 9th Order, while Luri's rank was merely the Transcendent 7th Order. Then, the final blow of this demon must be reserved for Luri. But before that, never let your prey escape. Rumble. The earth trembled, and countless giant vines broke out of the ground, spreading out like a tidal wave, covering the entire empty realm in the blink of an eye. What was even more terrifying was that these vines with a ghostly green glow began to slowly invade the interior of the domain, pressing towards the winged demon step by step. No good. The winged demon's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the feathered wings behind his back violently unfolded. Windblade storm. He crazily vibrated his wings, and countless sharp wind blades roared out, ruthlessly chopping at the approaching vines. However, ding, ding, ding. The wind blade chopped on the vines, but it didn't even leave a trace. Vera's 20,000 points of spiritual attributes catalyzed a sea of bone-etching vines, even if it was weakened by the field by 50%.
That's not something the current winged demons can match. This is impossible.
The winged devil's voice began to tremble, the pride of the commander class crumbling at this moment. Even his worldview began to crumble.
You're not transcendent level at all.
He pointed hysterically at Gu Xing. You're a commander level.
Must be.
Gu Xing just faintly spread his hands, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile.
This action became the last straw that broke the camel's back. You're the commander level. You lied to me.
The winged demon shook his head frantically, the wariness in his eyes having long been replaced by fear.
Demons are bloodthirsty, but they also value their lives.
Looking at the death vines that were getting closer and closer, only one thought remained in his mind.
Escape. Must flee.
The winged devil's wings vibrated wildly, but froze the moment he turned.
In all directions, the bone-etching vines intertwined into a heavenly net.
He scanned the room in horror and realized that the sky overhead, which had not yet been blocked off, seemed to have a silver lining.
There's still a chance. He could have escaped.
The fire of hope lit up in his eyes, and his figure shot up into the sky like an arrow.
But the Angel Clan is the rightful master of the sky. Not to mention,
Luri in her ultimate angel state had almost twice the attributes of a winged demon. The winged demon had only just prepared to make a move when a golden stream of light had already cut through the sky and blocked in front of him.
The 10-winged blazing angel hung in the air, holy flames flowing in the blade.
In the face of the demon race, Liuli would not have the slightest bit of softness. In the midst of the winged demon's despairing gaze, Luri slowly raised the sword in her hand.
The tip of the sword was pointed straight at him.
Winged demon instinctively tries to counterattack.
Only faster than him was Luri at this point.
In the midst of his horrified gaze, a golden meteor came towards him. The empty realm that he was proud of did not serve as the slightest deterrent in front of this golden figure.
Put.
The moment the holy sword entered his body, the winged demon's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked down incredulously, watching the golden flames spread from the wound. The moment he brushed shoulders with that 10-winged blazing angel, the winged demon finally confirmed a fact.
Through his chest. It was actually really a transcendent level angel. Transcendental level hunts for commander level.
He turned his head with his last ounce of strength, trying to get a good look at the human sentinel once again.
Only
the golden flames of the 10-winged incandescent angel didn't give him that chance. In just an instant, his remnant body turned into bits of starbursts and dissipated between heaven and earth.
Over the northern battlefield, this commander-level breath. It was also annihilated.
Edge of the battlefield. Qin Shushua, who had rushed here, witnessed this scene with her own eyes. Her body, which was moving forward sharply, came to a violent halt. Having just finished decapitating that monarch-ranked demon race, she couldn't even worry about stabilizing her realm breakthrough before rushing to the rescue despite everything. But the scene before us. But it made her pupils shrink. That transcendent-ranked schoolmate was actually fighting off the commander-ranked winged demon on his own. What shocked her even more was, she watched as Gu Xing's 2 imperial beasts worked together well, and eventually that 10-winged angel completed the kill.
Transcendental reverse chopping commander. What was considered impossible in the world of the imperial beasts was truly unfolding before her eyes. Over the battlefield, Lei War's lanky body shook violently, nearly falling from the clouds. Earlier, watching Gu Xing's 2 imperial beasts open their domains, he had already overestimated Gu Xing's strength as much as possible. He was able to safely escape from the winged demon. Even further, it was able to separate itself from the winged demons. Such speculation has been very bold. If someone had told him who could be able to draw with a commander-level demon at the transcendent level, he would have called the man crazy. Transcendent level and commander level, can that be compared together? But now, he watched as Gu Xing killed that commander-class winged demon in a near-crushing manner. Thunder War's worldview was turned upside down. Gu Xing, on the other hand, had completely failed to notice at this point that the 2 monarch levels had been shocked out of their wits by what he had just done. At the moment, his full attention was on Luri's body. After killing this commander-level winged demon, Liuli's level managed to break through to the transcendent 9th stage. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Mythical 3-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 3020. Body mass, 3010. Spirit, 3000. Speed, 3030. Skills, Blazing Angel Form, Final Angel Form, Field of Heavenly Fire. The full attribute reaches 3000 points. Right now, Liuli was able to compare her attributes to the previous winged demon just by turning on her Blazing Angel Form. Gu Xing secretly evaluated the strength of the 2 imperial beasts. If they encountered a demon race of a lower rank of commander, the 2 imperial beasts definitely had the strength to fight them hard. But he quickly calmed down. Domain suppression increases as the demon levels up. If you encounter a high-ranking demon, the suppression of the 2 imperial beasts reaches more than 80%. Then it would be difficult for him to win even if he turned on his soul-devouring talent.
Overall, the current him should have the power to fight against any demon clan of the lower rank of the commander. But rating it any higher is expected to be a bit difficult. Knowing this, Gu Xing also realized that he had to awaken the domain as soon as possible. Now, the two imperial beasts were elevated to the transcendent ninth order. This also leads to Gu Xing. Beasts, Holy Angels, Nature Spirits. Level, Transcendent 9. Talents, King's Landing, Soul Eater. Power, 250. Body Mass, 250. Spirit, 1634. Speed, 250. His spiritual attributes had already broken 1,000 under the influence of the two imperial beasts. But other properties? It's hard to say. The corner of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. It looks like the next goal is to boost every other attribute. But, as a matter of common sense, each attribute reaches 1,000 points to attempt to break through to the commander level. But that was also the weakest commander class Imperial Beastmaster. And he certainly couldn't be satisfied with just that. In that case, how could one stand up to one's two mythical grade Imperial Beasts? Pull full. He silently set himself a small goal. Pull all the attributes of the Transcendental level full. Chapter 85 First Class Medal of Honor? Too shabby. When Gu Xing came back to his senses, he realized that at some point, there was actually a straight military uniformed figure standing at the edge of the battlefield. He was just about to open his mouth when there was a blur before his eyes. Ta! The soft thud of military boots hitting the ground was close at hand. Gu Xing looked at the woman who had instantly appeared in front of him, and his gaze unconsciously fell on the shining general star on her shoulder. What alarmed him more was the momentary movement of the party. She's definitely monarch level. Senpai. You. Qin Shushue, just call me senior sister. Qin Shushue casually replied back, her eyes fixed on those two imperial beasts. Her contracted Qingli was a demigod level, but re-transcendent rank, Qingli showed strength but was completely incomparable to the two imperial beasts beside this schoolmate of his. This means these two imperial beasts were definitely above the demigod level. And beyond the demigod level. Mythical. Schoolboy with two mythical imperial beasts. The corner of Qin Shushue's mouth twitched uncontrollably. And Gu Xing was stunned when he heard the name Qin Shushue at this moment. It had only been a month since he had left the Zhengui Academy. He hadn't forgotten that there were rumors about this senior sister everywhere in the Zhengui Academy. Even he was able to obtain 2 mythological materials in the town treasury. All because of breaking this schoolmate's record. Hello, schoolteacher. Gu Xing immediately climbed up the pole. It never hurts to be nice. Upon hearing Gu Xing's voice, Qin Shushue retracted her eyes from the two imperial beasts and then turned to Gu Xing. There were a lot of things I wanted to ask, but when I saw the demonic aura that surrounded me, this is not the place to talk. Her red lips flicked up. Go back to the northern realm first, it's too close to the commander class demon realm. Hearing this, Gu Xing nodded. Both imperial beasts' grades had been raised to the transcendent 9th grade. Continuing to stay here to hunt the demons also serves only one purpose. That's getting points for starstones. However, he killed a commander class demon race. There was no value written for a commander class demon in the middle of the exchange hall. But I guess there are a lot of points that can be exchanged. No problem, schoolmarm. In the sky. Lei Zhuan gazed at the direction Gu Xing and Qin Shushue left. After thinking about it for a moment, he still didn't choose to show his face. Based on Care Star's talent, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for his rank to rise to the commander level. At that time, there is a natural opportunity to meet. Only. He rubbed his chin and let out a sudden sneer. Wei Yuan, I said why you had to help this kid apply for the first class medal of honor before. It turns out that you were trying to trick this kid into going to the southern military region. What an old fox. Nothing but. If you can give it, I can't give it in the northern military region? Lei Zhuan's body turned around and turned into a thunderous light and headed straight for the northern realm. Gu Xing had killed a commander class demon with a transcendent rank, so he could just use this as an excuse to draw closer to Gu Xing. Medal of Honor First Class? It's too shabby. Northland. In the City of Chaos, in a courtyard. Crimson Moon sat on the windowsill, wiggling her small white feet, her red lips lightly biting a candy cane. Sister, I saw that human come to the North Realm earlier. Haven't you made a name for yourself? Why hasn't he come to us yet? Generally speaking, transcendent level Imperial Beast Masters would search for their Imperial Beasts well in advance at this stage. After all, wait until you've truly broken through the commander level and then look for your contracted Imperial Beast. It would be a little too late. After hearing these words from her own sister, Greenfrost didn't look up. Qingfeng's fingertips trembled lightly on the strings of the zither, but the tone remained smooth. It's normal for him not to come looking for the third Imperial Beast since he hasn't broken through the commander level. However, as long as he wants to look for his Imperial Beasts in the City of Chaos, he will definitely find them. Himawari pouted, the sugar plums forgetting to bite. Sister speaks softly, but who knows if that human has a royal beast in mind? If that human broke through to the commander level and contracted her own imperial beast, wouldn't her own sister have no chance? Thinking about this, Himawari couldn't sit still. No! Himawari suddenly leapt off the windowsill, pointing her bare feet to the ground. She had to avoid that. Anymore, she had to brush her eyes in front of that human. Only, Himawari had just taken half a step when a light knock suddenly came from the courtyard door. Is Miss Qingfeng in? There's a monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmaster Lord who wants to pay you a visit. The sound of the piano came to a screeching halt. These days, there were quite a few Imperial Beastmasters who came to visit her. Not only were they at the Transcendent level, but there were even quite a few Commander-level Imperial Beastmasters. But they have one purpose. That would be to contract her as a royal beast. Only, for these Imperial Beastmasters, she rebuffed them one by one. Not a single one to be seen. But the one who appeared now was a monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. She pondered for a moment, but decided to meet. After all, a monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster was already considered the topmost battle force in the Northern Realm. She and her sister wanted to remain in the north, so this human's face still had to be given. She rose slowly, her gaze going to her sister. Crimson Moon shook her head. Sister, I'm not going. She didn't want to meet any other humans. What's more, now she had to go keep an eye on that human to avoid him contracting another Imperial Beast. She didn't have the time to go around in circles with other humans. And when Green Frost saw this, he didn't force himself. After all, it was her that the human had come to see. The moment. In the middle of the parlor of the small courtyard, monarch-level royal beastmaster Wang Yu held a cup of tea and waited quietly. Although Wang Yu was not in a hurry, a commander-class royal beastmaster following him could not sit still. Brother Yu, this ghost race is too ungrateful. Letting you wait here dryly. Even if this ghost race's qualifications are good, he can't be so arrogant. Wang Yu raised his hand to stop it, his tone all calm. No harm done. The City of Chaos is recognized as the strongest Imperial Beast, so it naturally has the capital to be proud. Hearing this commander-level Imperial Beastmaster instantly changed his words. Hey, too. Only you, brother you, are worthy of her. However, I'm still a little confused as to why you had to choose a transcendent-level Imperial Beast? Hearing this, the corner of Wang Yu's lips rose slightly as he remembered the ring that day. He was there at the time. Witnessed the image of Green Frost crushing the entire field. She was able to easily defeat a legendary top qualification Draconian, so that means that this ghost race's qualifications. 9 times out of 10, it was a demigod rank. A flash of heat flashed in his eyes at the thought. At that time, he was only at the peak of his rank as a commander. He wasn't sure he'd necessarily be able to get that Imperial Beast to contract with him. So after that day was over, he then immediately returned to the Wine Clan and applied for the qualification of the Sacred Pool to break through to the Monarch rank. It's all about being foolproof. And now, he had reached the rank of Monarch, the pinnacle of the human race's battle power. And, he's still missing his 4th Imperial Beast. What reason could that Ghostbuster have to turn him down? And the Commander-class Imperial Beastmaster on the side saw this and also patted his ass. You is far-sighted. This Ghost Clan is bound to be in your possession. Here, I'll congratulate you in advance for obtaining his 4th Imperial Beast. Chapter 86. I have no idea of contracting a master. And that's when it happened. Green Frost walked slowly into the room. She showed no fear or balking in the face of the monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster. Just a polite nod. Seeing Qingfeng in this state, that commander-level Imperial Beastmaster immediately couldn't sit still. Even if this Imperial Beast's talent was good, then it couldn't be bullied. Pa! The commander-class Imperial Beastmaster slammed the table. He was just about to open his mouth, but he was stopped by Wang Yu once again. Wang Yu slowly got up with a hint of eagerness on his face. Ms. Greenfrost, I'll be blunt. I came here for the purpose of contracting with you. You'll definitely be able to get the best out of your talent in my hands. Confidence was all over his voice as he said this. The purpose of the ring that this Imperial Beast had ascended in the first place was to find its master. And in these days, she had been refusing to meet with Transcendent and Commander-level Imperial Beastmasters. Doesn't that mean? Does she want to find a Monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmaster? And looking across the City of Chaos, a Monarch-level Royal Beastmaster who has reached the Monarch level and possesses the qualification for a contract. He can be the only one at the moment. This Imperial Beast doesn't choose him? Would you have chosen anyone else? Therefore, when Wang Yu said these words, he had already thought of the scene where Qingfeng bent down and agreed. Only. In response to the olive branch thrown out by Wang Yu, Qingfeng's eyes were as calm as water and only politely shook her head. I'm very sorry, but Green Frost has no thoughts of contracting a master at this time. She and her sister do need the deed to make up for the birth defect. Only by contracting an Imperial Beastmaster could she and Himawari break through to the commander rank. But that doesn't mean. She'll find a random sentinel contract. Otherwise, in all these years, they would have found their masters long ago. And the monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster in front of me. Nope, this false king-level Imperial Beastmaster clearly didn't meet her requirements. Following this kind of person, the upper limit of her life would be the peak of the commander. With this kind of strength, what would bring my sister to fight back to the Ghost Clan and make those stubborn old men look good? And upon hearing Qingfeng's refusal, Wang Yu's eyes sank. He's even gone to such lengths for this Ghostbusters. This Ghost Clan is surprisingly still so insensitive. He didn't move and gave a wink to the Commander-class Imperial Beastmaster beside him. Seeing this, that Commander-grade Imperial Beastmaster immediately understood and stepped forward to speak. Miss Ghost Clan, I advise you to think about it. Your Ghost Clan doesn't have a clan in the City of Chaos. You and your sister are outnumbered. Finding a human to defect to would be the best outcome. Otherwise, you may be able to defend yourself with your strength, but your sister. The Commander-class Imperial Beastmaster suddenly stopped when he said this, a hint of threat in his tone. In the City of Chaos, the overall strength of the foreign races was stronger than that of the human races. But the Fae aren't a barrel of steel among themselves, quite the opposite. The conflicts between the different races are violent, and even the two races are still mortal enemies. Therefore, although the human race was weak, the entire City of Chaos was dominated by humans. And when Qingfeng heard these words, her eyes suddenly went cold. Himawari was the only family she had in this world. It was also her scales. Anyone who dares to take a swing at her sister, she'll bet everything on it and fight to the death. What did you say? The moment Qingfeng raised his eyes, the temperature of the entire room plummeted. That Commander-class Imperial Beastmaster had not yet realized the danger and continued to speak with a fierce smile. Watch out for your sister. Only, his voice had not yet spoken. Boom! The Commander-level Imperial Beastmaster was smashed into the wall like a ragbag, not even having the chance to summon an Imperial Beast. Qingfeng's sudden strike caused Wang Yu to freeze for a moment, but after returning to his senses, he immediately summoned his Royal Beast. In a moment's time, 3 Commander-top Royal Beasts surrounded Qingfeng. Miss Qingfeng, there is a price to pay for breaking the rules. If you contract with me now, I can forget about it. The City of Chaos has a law that forbids strikes in the city. The penalties for violators are extremely severe. Hearing the voice, Qingfeng's eyes filled with coldness swept towards Wang Yu. How could she not understand that Commander-class Royal Beastmaster had the authorization of this Monarch-class Royal Beastmaster to say those words? Only, wanting to make the ghost race yield by threats? How is that possible? Buzz. The pitch-black ghost lines spread all over his body like a living thing, and his pupils turned into pure blood color. Ghost King status dramatically increased the attributes of the ghosts. This also meant that Qingfeng had gone all out at this point. Although Wang Yu is only at the false king level, all 3 of his were at the level of commander anymore. The likelihood of her trying to defeat it was almost zero. But the ghosts will never back down. While Wang Yu gazed at Qingfeng's movements, his eyes sunk slightly. If he made a move today, then there was bound to be no possibility of this ghost race being contracted by himself again. Then wouldn't he be unable to gain any benefit at all by going through all the trouble of obtaining the Holy Pool qualification to ascend to the Monarch level? Thinking of this, he waved his hand and the 3 Imperial Beasts returned to the Imperial Beast space. Miss Qingfeng, I'll give you 10 days to think it over. As long as you pact with me during these 10 days, then I'll pretend this never happened. If not. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as his Monarch-level aura swept across the entire field. You can try consequences. After saying this, Wang Yu turned around and left. As long as this Imperial Beast wasn't stupid, then it should understand what it should choose. Looking at Wang Yu's distant figure, the ghostly lines on Qingfeng's body faded like a tidal wave, but her eyes carried a hint of sadness. 10 days. She definitely couldn't wait for that human to elevate to the commander level. Looks like had to give up the contract with that human. Though this human was the most suitable master for her and Himawari after all these years. But that's all that can be said for now. There was no bond between them and that human. Green Frost turned around and returned to the yard. She's made up her mind. Leave the City of Chaos after 10 days. Although she was very strong, she still hadn't reached the point where she could fight against a commander level. Going up against a monarch royalist. She doesn't have the strength to do that right now. But with Himawari present, they want to leave, and no one can stop them. The other side. Wang Yu had just stepped out of the gate and instructed a few commander-level Imperial Beast Masters. Keep an eye on her, don't let her leave the City of Chaos. He had given 10 days, so naturally, he would not give this ghost race a chance to escape. Only what he doesn't know is that Crimson Moon's control over the power of the void had completely surpassed that of an unusual ghost race. If she wanted to leave, the mental power of these commander-class Imperial Beastmasters couldn't sense a single fluctuation. Not only these commander-class Royal Beastmasters, even he, a monarch-class Royal Beastmaster, was completely unaware when Himawari had just left. Understood. Several commander-level Imperial Beastmasters received the order and immediately covered the entire small courtyard with their spiritual power. Guan Yu, on the other hand, straightened his collar and turned towards the joint military headquarters. It wasn't long ago that he was tipped off. Qin Shushue stepped into the monarch level. Or in the most shocking kind of way. Chapter 87, Man, Sis has her eye on you. The entrance to the UCMJ. Gu Xing was still a bit stunned at this point. Qin Shushue's admonition constantly echoed in his mind. The transcendent level is the cornerstone for breaking through to the commander level. The stronger the cornerstone, the farther you can go. Before breaking through to the commander level, one must allow one's various attributes to reach their limits. As long as that happens, the domains that can be awakened by reaching the commander level will only be stronger. Qin Shushue also told him. If the full attributes exceeded 1000 to break through the commander level, then it was an ordinary commander level Imperial Beast Master. If the full attributes exceeded 1500 to break through the commander level, that would be an elite commander level Imperial Beast Master. If the full attributes exceeded 2000 to break through the commander level, that would be a top commander level Imperial Beast Master. And she, herself, has reached the limits of the human race. 2500 points in full attributes. She had once tried to break through this boundary without success, which led to her helplessly breaking through to the commander level. Gu Xing rubbed his temples. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to reach 2500 attribute points. Rather, those two bandit-like talents. Every time they absorbed starstone energy, they would be plundered for the most part. How many starstones would one have to consume if they wanted to raise it to 2500 attributes? But the good news is that there are two more pieces of good news. Due to the fact that he had killed the commander-level demon race by crossing the level with his transcendent rank, Qin Shushue made the decision to grant him a qualification for a special secret realm. This special secret realm can only be entered once per person. As long as he cleared this secret realm, he would be able to enhance his attributes significantly. This is one of the most important aspects of boosting transcendental level attributes to their limits. If you can't get through this secret area, it is impossible for a regular person to raise their attributes to the limit in their lifetime. In addition, Qin Shushue rewarded him with 1 million points. Originally, the other members of the United Military Department had objections to Qin Shushue taking such favoritism. Only, under the pressure of her monarch-level aura, these people obediently shut their mouths. Thinking of this, Gu Xing silently put his secret realm pass into the royal beast space, keeping Qin Shushue's kindness to him in his heart. The opening time of the secret realm was 2 days later, and now he had to go to the exchange center to exchange for starstones to improve his attributes first. Thinking of this, he immediately took the two imperial beasts to the City of Chaos Redemption Center. And he didn't notice that a pink silhouette on the corner was pacing back and forth anxiously. Himawari hugged her arms and bit her cherry lips. Straight up, my sister wants to contract you? No way, no way. Himawari immediately shook the idea out of her mind. It's too blunt. It made it look as if her sister was, like, rushing to contract with this human. As he watched, Gu Xing's figure walked into the exchange hall. No. Himawari stomped her foot, her eyes firming up. Whatever. A up first. Don't dwell on it. With a hardened heart, she headed into the exchange hall. Inside the exchange hall, the one who received Gu Xing this time happened to be the same staff from last time. When the staff member looked up to see the face of the visitor, the whole person froze in place. His eyes widened, and the pen in his hand fell to the table with a snap. He was extremely impressed with Gu Xing, a transcendent first-order Imperial Beast Master. The last time he checked in, he was still lamenting this young life. But I didn't expect. Surprisingly, he managed to come back. You actually. Gu Xing saw the staff member's behavior and naturally understood what he was thinking. Only, he wasn't enough to embarrass a staff member. Hello, help me exchange my starstones. He took out the token from the Imperial Beast space and gently placed it on the counter. The staff member mechanically received the token, and when his eyes fell on the numbers on the token, his entire body was struck by lightning. 3.5 million? He rubbed his eyes furiously and blinked hard again, afraid he'd blinked. 5 zeros. With trembling fingers, he counted through the zeros one by one. Again. Twice. 3 times. After confirming that there was no mistake, the knot in his throat rolled hard and he looked at Gu Xing in disbelief. This lord, are you sure you want to exchange all your points for starstones? Gu Xing nodded indifferently, redeem them all. 3.5 million points. 1 million of them is an extra reward from Qin Shushue, while the remaining 2.5 million. On the other hand, it was the battle results he had accumulated from killing transcendent-level demons in the demon domain. The surrounding crowd noticed the scene and then exploded. How much? 3.5 million? Did I hear you right? A person? Transcendent level? How is this possible? Wait. I think I've seen him before. Isn't he that transcendent first-order Imperial Beast Master from before? Coming back alive from the demon region and bringing back 3.5 million points? This world is crazy. Only, in the face of these arguments, Gu Xing looked calm. Soon, the staff member handed over a delicate jade box with slightly trembling hands, inside of which were neatly arranged 35 high-grade starstones. There are 3 levels of starstones: low, medium and high. 1 intermediate starstone equals the energy of 100 low-grade starstones. 1 high-level starstone equals the energy of 100 medium-level starstones. And now, he had a full 35 high-grade starstones in his hands. He just doesn't believe it. Those 2 bandit talents can still eat up all that energy. With the exchange completed, Gu Xing was about to turn around and leave. Only, suddenly a pink figure stopped in front of him. When she saw the figure in front of her, Gu Xing was a bit puzzled. It was a young girl of about 16 or 17. The most striking feature was a single horn at the forehead. I don't think he recognized this imperial beast. Out of instinct, he checked the information of this imperial beast. Oni Crimson Moon. Level, Transcendent 9. Status, Birth Defect. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Power, 100. Physical Fitness, 100. Spirit, 100. Speed, 100. Skill, Void. After seeing the attributes of this imperial beast, even Gu Xing did not refrain from growing his mouth. Not because the attributes of this imperial beast are too powerful, but because this imperial beast. It's too weird. A mythical grade qualification imperial beast with only a measly 100 points in each attribute? The skill bar has a lone void skill. With such stats, it was not even as good as a normal excellent grade imperial beast. Could it be that it's the effect of a birth defect, like Lurie back then? Gu Xing subconsciously associated himself with his first imperial beast. But Gu Xing observed and realized that it wasn't. According to the information given by the system, even if the defect is cured, it seems, her attributes don't grow either. Her attributes are 100 points each. Just as Gu Xing fell into deep thought, Himawari froze in place. Although she showed a greatly generous personality, she had the presence of green frost every time she came into contact with someone over the years. And this time, sister is away. Panicking more and more as the crowd watched. In the heat of the moment, she stomped her foot violently and blurted out, Man, sis has her eye on you." The eyes of the entire room were instantly attracted when these words came out. But what's even scarier is, 2 lines of sight locked onto Himawari almost simultaneously. This imperial beast wants to rob its master? And robbing them in front of them? Gone with the Wind. Chapter 88, I'll get back to you when I'm ready. What does this imperial beast mean? Is this courting? It really deserves to be a fae. It's just blunt. It's been a long time since I've lived. This is the first time I've seen a royal beast take the initiative to confess to a human. Every word was like a fire that burned Himawari's cheeks red. She felt like her unicorn was burning, and the top of her head felt as if steam was coming out of it. For the first time in years, she intuited what it meant to. Social death. She clearly meant to say that her sister wanted to contract him. How come when you're nervous? Just, man, sis has her eye on you. Took the words out of my mouth. Himawari's pink toes gouged the ground awkwardly, and a glint of water appeared in all of her pink eyes. It's over, it's over, it's over. This human didn't think she was a pervert, did she? Gu Xing was also a bit confused by this sudden confession. However, looking at the growing crowd, he still decided to take this imperial beast away first. This is not a good place to talk. Follow me. He couldn't help but hold Himawari's slender wrist, which was slightly cool to the touch and still had a slight tremble to it. Wait. Himawari exclaimed in shock, but was still pulled to stagger along. The 2 of them, Lurie and Vera, looked at each other and immediately followed suit. Cat Clan resident. Sally respectfully poured the flower tea for the crowd, then quietly stepped back to serve. Tea aroma dense, Gu Xing's eyes fell on the opposite side of the sitting Himyu body. The ghostly maiden had hung her head low from the moment she entered, her slender fingers twisting uneasily at the corners of her coat. Why don't you tell me your name first? Scarlet Moon heard Gu Xing's voice before she came back to her senses, and after hesitating for a moment, she softly opened her mouth. Himawari. Crimson Moon. She had wanted to open the door and propose to Gu Xing that her sister wanted to contract him. Only, her eyes unconsciously flicked to Gu Xing's side. An elfin and an angelic race. All are among the top races in this world. And also clearly perceived. The mythic level pressure emanated from the bodies of these 2 imperial beasts. Himawari involuntarily gulped. According to her and her sister, Green Frost's original plan. When this human imperial beastmaster breaks through to the commander level, the contract will first be concluded between sister and Gu Xing. With his sister's help, this human should be able to grow to the monarch level at the fastest speed possible. Upon reaching the rank of monarch, this human will also receive another contractual qualification. When the time comes, one will be able to contract with this human. But there's an important caveat to this plan. That is, one's sister must hold a pivotal place in this human's heart. This is so that you can save yourself a valuable indenture slot because of your own sister's presence. But now it seems. Himawari's eyes darted between Vera and Ruri. This human already has two powerful imperial beasts. Sister's strength was certainly not lost to them, but what about herself? She knew her situation better than anyone. Except for that special void skill, she has almost no fighting ability. Such a self. Is it really worth wasting a precious deed bit on the other side? Thinking of this, a trace of undetectable despondency flashed in Himawari's eyes. But it was quickly hidden. As long as one's sister is able to contract. As for her, doesn't matter. And Gu Xing was a bit puzzled as he watched this little girl's face change and change. What is this beast thinking? If you want a contract with him, then ask. He was all ready to say yes. Although her basic attributes were indeed ridiculously low, Gu Xing knew better than anyone. Being able to be rated by the system on a mythic level. That meant that she must have the strength to be able to match that qualification in. The biggest possibility is that void skill. And now he happens to have a contracted spot for this imperial beast. If you don't abduct her, do you still let her go? But she never spoke up. Rush him. No way. Seeing Sally come over for the third time to add more tea, Gu Xing finally pressed on. Ahem. He coughed lightly and got straight to the point. That. Are you trying to contract me? After saying this, he felt his own face burning. After all, things like contracts were usually initiated by the imperial beasts. And this was his first meeting with this imperial beast. He felt like a bad uncle abducting a loli at the moment. And Luri and Vera looked at their master in this state and twitched their mouths in unison. Both imperial beasts knew very well what their masters thought. They were able to sense that this imperial beast was not strong. Even if the master contracted with her, the role she assumed would surely be a support-like one. On the battlefield, it was definitely the battle-type imperial beasts that had a deeper bond with their masters. The two imperial beasts glanced at each other in silent understanding, instantly reaching a consensus. This imperial beast is not a threat. Kind of over the top. Qualification over the top. Strength. Not important. Overall, it can be deeded. However, Himawari's petite body visibly trembled when she heard those words. Her eyes darted between the crowd, finally settling on her hands. On the matter of the deed. She still needs to think carefully. If he had directly told his sister to come to the contract while he withdrew, his sister's character would have rejected it out of hand. She had to think of a foolproof way to convince her sister first. As for giving up, Gu Xing was the only human being that his sister had been satisfied with in all these years. I'm very sorry. I'll get back to you when I'm ready. Crimson Moon suddenly got up and bowed deeply to Gu Xing. Just before the crowd could react, the space behind her cracked open a gap without warning. In the next second, her figure had disappeared without a trace. Gu Xing's outstretched hand froze in midair. Rejected? He mechanically turned his head to look at the two imperial beasts. Acting too excited? Luri and Vera shook their heads at the same time. The corner of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. What the hell is going on here? That imperial beast found him, obviously wanting to contract with him. But why did he throw out the olive branch and how did she reject it again? His gaze fell back to the empty seat across from him. There wasn't even a scent left there, as if no one had ever been there. This skill. It's pretty sick. Traveling through the void at will without any signs or chanting preparations, it was simply a favorite of the void. No wonder other attributes are so suppressed. If they have a strong fighting ability again, how can other imperial beasts play? Even as it was now, the strategic value of this imperial beast was frighteningly high. Imagine if she was allowed to suddenly appear in front of the enemy with Lioli's explosive power. Even a commander-level imperial beastmaster could be in the gutter without opening his domain. No way. This imperial beast must be contracted. Gu Xing made up his mind. But then his expression collapsed again. This imperial beast ran so dry. Where is he going to find it? Chapter 89, Sister is so hard to persuade. Ugh. Gu Xing sighed heavily. The next time we see that mysterious imperial beast, we don't know when we'll have to wait. Only just then. He suddenly detected a strange fluctuation coming from the imperial beast space. The mythic grade material that had been picked out in the Jingua treasure trove earlier, the one whose purpose had been unknown, was currently emitting a soft pink glow. Is this? Gu Xing took it out suspiciously. The crystal slowly rotated in his palm. Heart of Gemini. Quality, mythical. Function, repair the birth defect of the twin sentinel so that the twin sentinel only occupies one contract position. Gu Xing gazed at the information that surfaced on the system's light screen, understanding the role of this material. I see. Most races have only a single natural ability. Like Luri's Blazing Angel bloodline, or Vera's Power of Nature. But some special races have a double gift. For example, the Ghost race possesses two distinct abilities, Ghost Power and Void at the same time. The The so-called twins are a very rare exception to this type of race. For some special reason, the dual gifts that should have been combined in one person were inherited by two separate individuals. The fact that this could occur often meant that the strength of the abilities each of the twins had inherited was far beyond the ordinary. But this is not a good thing. Too much ability can put a huge burden on the twins' bodies. Thus, from birth, there are certain birth defects. Example: it will not be able to continue to break through after it has grown to a specific stage. Overuse of talent can lead to physical disintegration. And what the heart of the twins does? Not only can it perfectly repair all the congenital defects, but it also allows the twin who inherits dual talents to take up only one contract slot of the Imperial Beast Master when contracting. Only, after reading the information, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. What's this all about? Where is he going to find a pair of eligible twins? In the beginning, he had chosen from 1,000 choices in the treasure trove, but in the end, he had chosen such a mythological material that couldn't be used. Wasn't this not pitting himself? Forget it. Gu Xing rubbed his temples. After choosing everything, it's useless to regret now. It was still imperative to improve his strength first. But there is one more thing that must be dealt with before we start practicing. Gotta pay back the favor I owe Cat Clan first. He took out a high-grade starstone with a ghostly blue glow from the Imperial Beast space. Sally. Gu Xing handed the starstone to the Cat Clan maiden standing by. Please give this to your father. Sally's cat ears twitched when she saw the item in her hand, and she almost didn't throw the astrolith. This is Advanced Starstone? Lord Gu Xing, this is too valuable. She panicked and tried to offer the starstone back, her slender fingers shaking slightly. Last time, the Cat Clan just gave Gu Xing a few dozen low-grade starstones, and now the price of this high-grade starstone is more than 100 times. What's more, Lord Gu Xing had saved the entire Cat Clan, and it was only natural for the clan to give a thank you gift. How can you turn around and accept such a heavy gift? No denials allowed, and he purposely trailed off until he saw Sally's cat ears twitch nervously before continuing. Aren't you to be my exclusive maid? This is your first task, and you must make your father take it. At the word maid, Sally's body tensed violently. Maid's refresher course number 1. Absolute obedience to the reasonable requests of the master. She took a deep breath and held the starstone respectfully to her chest with both hands, unconsciously assuming the standardest of attendant postures. Yes, Lord Gu Xing, I will give it to my father myself. Sally curtsied respectfully and exited the room with her hands carefully holding the starstone. After her figure disappeared out the door, Gu Xing's gaze involuntarily turned to Vera. That. He rubbed his hands together a little hastily and swallowed back the words as they came out of his mouth. After all, it was only last time that we consumed a large amount of the spring of life and the leaves of the tree of life, and now we have to. Only before Gu Xing could say anything, Vera's figure had already disappeared in place. The next second, accompanied by a burst of emerald green light, an oak tub that was fully 3 times larger than the last appeared in the center of the room. Gu Xing stared at the tub dumbfounded. There was a thick layer of tree of life leaves floating on the spring of life that was full inside, so bright green that the color of the spring water was almost invisible. Master, don't worry, my elf clan has nothing else, but the spring of life and the leaves of the tree of life are enough. Vera patted her chest, pride all over her face. With that, she threw a triumphant look at Ruri. What's the point of being able to fight? To please the owner, you also have to rely on the real thing. And the corners of Ruri's mouth twitched hard. She suddenly realized a harsh truth at this moment. It's amazing that he himself can't really help at all in this regard. The only thing she owns now is a boundary-breaking blade. But it doesn't come in handy at the moment. Looking at Vera's smug look, a sudden feeling of frustration at being outclassed came over her. Only until Lioli returned to the Imperial Beast space again, it was only then that she realized. The tree of life, which was previously green and lush, now had half of its leaves missing and looked particularly depressed. The other side. A crack unfolded silently. Qingfeng's slender fingers still flowed over the strings, and the melodious sound of the zither did not pause for a moment. She didn't even turn around, just spoke faintly. Back? Her own sister could not be idle, she had always known that. However, with Crimson Moon's ability, as long as she didn't provoke a monarch-level existence, there really weren't many people in this city of chaos who could leave her behind. Thus, after coming here, she didn't ask too much about Himawari. I knew I wouldn't be able to hide it from my sister Sama. Scarlet Moon landed lightly on her bare feet and deftly scurried over to Green Frost. Regarding the matter of going to Gu Xing, Himawari was not going to tell her sister for the time being. But this meeting confirmed at least one thing for her. That would be the human that was surely worthy of his sister. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the 2 mythic qualification Imperial Beasts willingly follow him. However, the dilemma now is how to convince your sister. Crimson Moon rested her hands on her cheeks and propped her elbows on the mahogany table next to the ancient zither, watching her sister play the zither with unblinking eyes. Sis. She suddenly spoke. What do you think would happen if I didn't get a master? I feel like I might be uncomfortable after having an owner. Qingfeng's slender fingers gave a slight lurch on the strings of the zither, his eyes lifting slightly but quickly focusing on the zither again. Fine, we won't look if we don't want to. Nothing is more important than your own sister. Though she had a grudge against those old men of the Ghost Clan for kicking them out. But she didn't mind letting the old things go as long as her own sister didn't want to. However, Himawari immediately denied it. Sister, you contract with a human. When we break through the Monarch level, we can fight our way back to the Ghost Clan. Crimson Moon had just finished the sentence. The piano suddenly stopped. Realizing that her sister was angry, Himawari immediately waved her hand. Sister, I'm kidding. It wasn't until the sound of the zither resumed that Himawari breathed a quiet sigh of relief. No jokes like that next time. I'm your sister, and if you don't want the deed, I'll always be there for you. If there is to be a contract, then it must also be us together. Hearing those words, Himawari nodded her head like a chicken pecking at a rice. That said, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Sister is so hard to persuade. What to do? Chapter 90, Talent Metamorphosis. In the meantime, Gu Xing skillfully carried the two little ones who wanted to peep out of the door and locked the door of the room by hand. Turning to face the bucket of the glowing green spring of life, he took a deep breath and stepped into the water without hesitation. The cool spring water instantly wraps around your body and stretches every pore. Whoa! As 34 high-grade starstones were thrown into the water, the entire bucket of spring water suddenly boiled up. The surging energy turned into streams of blue light visible to the naked eye and surged madly into his body. He immediately closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the flow of this energy in his body. In his perception, the two talents were like sharks that had smelled blood, greedily devouring the energy. Only this time could be different from the last time. The starstone energy was thousands of times that of the last time. Even when the two talents were on fire and absorbed with all their might, a large amount of energy still escaped and was absorbed by his body. And his various attributes also soared under such circumstances. Gradually, the devouring speed of the two talents began to slow down, just like a well-fed beast slowing down its feeding. When the absorption of both energies is saturated, Gu Xing only felt a buzz in his head, as if a thin veil had suddenly been lifted. The world became clearer in his eyes than ever before. Subconsciously check your own information. Gu Xing. Beasts, Holy Angels, Nature Spirits. Contractual quota, 2-3. Level, Transcendent 9. Talents, King's Landing upgraded, Soul Eater upgraded. Power, 500. Body mass, 500. Spirit, 2434. Speed, 500. Under the influence of the two talents, his spiritual attribute had soared to 2434 points. Almost touching human limits. Although every other attribute is still low, at least. These two robber-like talents have finally had their fill. Looking at the two talents labeled elevated, he immediately felt in detail the metamorphosis of the talent. King's Landing Enhanced. Effect, grants 3 battle statuses to the Imperial Beasts. The King's Landing talent is able to bestow 1 more status. Killing Fury, attacks ignore defense. Wherever the blade goes, everything is cut. Guardian, defense is greatly increased, Divine Guardian, indestructible. Heaven's Grace, purify negative statuses, Holy Light, God's Mighty descends. Gazing at this added status, Gu Xing secretly nodded. Although this status is not a strong increase in the battle power of the Imperial Beast, it allows the Imperial Beast to be immune to all negative statuses. The boost that can be given in actual combat is huge. And another talent, Soul Eater. The same metamorphosis has been accomplished. Soul Eater Enhanced. Effect, undifferentiated increase of 200% of all attributes of the Imperial Beasts. Special status, sacrifice can double the enhancement effect to 400% by sacrificing a contracted beast. The moment she saw the word sacrifice, Gu Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. Sacrifice the royal beast? His mind instantly flashed to the looks of Ruri and Vera. Your own 2 imperial beasts, if any one of them disappears. At the thought of that possibility, he shook his head instantly, shaking the idea out of his mind. No way. Even if this ability makes a qualitative leap in strength, the power traded for their disappearance. He couldn't take it. Sequestration. This special state. Don't use it in this lifetime. And after checking out the two talents clearly, his various attributes were raised to the limit. Power, 1500. Body mass, 1500. Spirit, 2434. Speed, 1500. When all the attributes were fixed at 1500 points, Gu Xing clearly felt. The body has reached saturation. He rose from the tub with a clatter, crystalline droplets of water rolling down his muscle lines. The water of life in the bucket had long since become crystal clear, and only a few remnants of the tree of life were left floating. Only 2 more starstones lay alone at the bottom of the barrel. With a wave of his hand, he put it into the Imperial Beast space. Looks like using starstone to boost. 1,500 points is about as far as this method can go. As for his spiritual attributes, being able to reach such a terrifying level, it's entirely because of his own two talents. Thinking of this, he took out the special secret realm pass that glowed with purple light from the Imperial Beast space. No wonder Qin Shushue urged him to perform well in the special secret realm. Only in this special secret place. It is only then that the various attributes can be raised upwards again. A bathrobe was casually thrown on. There was still time before he entered the secret realm, so he would take the two Imperial Beasts to look around and see if he could find the ghost girl. After all, the position of the third Imperial Beast had been empty for a long time. The other side. Parliamentary quarters. Bang! The heavy oak door was kicked open, and the door panel slammed heavily against the wall, shaking the ceiling with dust. Hector's head snapped up, anger surging through him. At least the Council is also one of the three major forces of the human race who is so ungrateful. Only, after seeing the appearance of the visitor, his entire being instantly froze. Ms. Vero, what brings you here? The anger on Hector's face instantly turned into a fawning smile. Didn't the old man inform you? I've come to the Northern Realm to participate in the secret realm. The young woman casually slapped a paper order on the table. The corners of Hector's mouth twitched hard after he confirmed that it was indeed Lord Caven's order. The only one who dared to show no respect to one of the three top pillars of the human race, Vero Caven, was this great lady. Miss Vero, the day after tomorrow is the day the special secret realm opens. At that time, I will send you to the entrance of the secret realm. With Veronica's status, if she wanted to participate in the special secret realm, she naturally didn't need to personally go to the demon realm to kill the demons to gain points. Veronica nodded. Her current level had similarly reached the transcendent 9th stage, and her various attributes had also reached 1,500 points. Want to continue to improve? One must also enter a special secret realm to do so. And that was why Vero Caven had allowed her to travel to the north. This special secret realm was divided into 3 levels. Every time you pass a level, you will be able to gain a certain attribute boost. The first 2 levels, she had the confidence to pass. Only the 3rd tier. Unable to pass. Strictly speaking. More like a challenge level. Each time you defeat the enemy in front of you, a more powerful opponent will coalesce in the secret realm. Qin Shushue, who is known as the first genius of the human race, continues to challenge successfully on the 3rd floor until he met a commander-level opponent, and that's how he fell. It is also for this reason that the growth cap for the entire human race is defined at 2,500 points. This number is Qin Shushue's various attributes at the transcendent level. A hint of seriousness flashed in Veronica's eyes at the thought. The 2 imperial beasts she is currently contracted to, the White Emperor and the Underworld Spirit Leopard, were both once at the Monarch level. The reason why Cavan was willing to pay such a great price, going so far as to let the Monarch-ranked imperial beast drop down in realm to contract with her. There is only one purpose. That's so she can break human limits. Verony looked careless, but understood what the old man expected of her. She can be playful and willful, but never unchanging. Only the seriousness in her eyes flickered for just a moment, and she returned to her usual self. By the way, is there anything interesting going on in the north recently? Quickly tell me about it. Hector didn't dare to hesitate and immediately told her all about the 2 major events that had happened recently in the north. There's a ghost clan from the Northern Realm who's looking for her master, and now she seems to have become the strongest imperial beast in the Northern Realm. Any more? Veronica was not interested in imperial beasts. After all, her old imperial beasts had all the arrangements, and there was no way she was going to indenture this ghost race. There's also a transcendent level human who crossed over and killed a commander level demon. Upon hearing these words, the White Emperor and the spectral spirit leopard who followed Veronica's side simultaneously had their pupils shrunk. As former monarch levels, both beasts knew how difficult it was for a transcendent level to kill a commander level. Even now they can't use the field. It was only a 50-50 split with the commander class demons. What was the human's name? Veronica came instantly interested. Gu Xing. Hearing the name again, Veronica's eyes snapped open. Chapter 91, Holy Virgin Cecilia of the Holy See. 2 days passed in a flash. During these 2 days, Gu Xing had almost set foot in the City of Chaos, but he had never seen that ghost race girl again. This naturally had the cause of Himawari deliberately avoiding him. She still hasn't come up with a way to convince her sister, and Gu Xing will definitely make her contract when he sees her. Therefore, she simply avoided Gu Xing and disappeared. Gu Xing sighed softly and pushed this regret down for the time being. There were more important things waiting for him right now. The entrance to the special secret realm wasn't far from the City of Chaos, and it didn't take him long to reach the entrance to the secret realm. This was because there were very few people who were able to reach 1,000,000 points in exchange for the qualification to enter the special secret realm. Gu Xing scanned the circle and realized that there were only 40 to 50 people participating in this secret realm. But everyone that can stand is the top group of human geniuses. Only just then too. A slender palm suddenly tapped on his left shoulder. He subconsciously turned his head, only to realize that there was no one behind him. This was followed by another light tap on the right shoulder. Gu Xing turned around in surprise. Veronica was elegantly folding her legs, one hand behind her back and the other lightly pulling back her long, waterfall-like blonde hair. The sunlight gilded a soft light on her delicate side face, and even her voice was deliberately softened a trifle. "Long time no see, Gu Xing." The corner of Gu Xing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. If he hadn't known about this great lady's nasty personality, he would have been fooled by Veronica's pretense of being a lady. "Hey!" Veronica instantly cracked, "What's with that look? Can't you just play along with me?" Gu Xing forced a smile. "It's been a long time, Vero." Mississippi. Veronica then raised her chin in a triumphant smile. Gu Xing shook her head helplessly, and her gaze fell on the two imperial beasts beside her. The spectral spirit leopard on the left he had already seen last time. As for the 2-meter-tall white giant bear on the right, most striking was the hideous scar over its left eye, which nearly cut the entire bear's face in half. Is this Missy's new beast? Polar Bear King White Emperor. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Half-Step Myth. Status, Special Under Suppression. Power, 3000. Body Mass, 3000. Spirit, 3000. Speed, 3000. Skills, Bear Bloodline, Eternal Frost, Winter's Might. Seeing the qualifications of this half-step myth, Gu Xing was a bit surprised. This should be the pinnacle batch of imperial beasts of the human race. In addition to qualifications, the bear's various attributes are kind of sick, too. It's almost as good as glazing. In the meantime, the White Emperor was also sizing up Gu Xing, a hint of scrutiny flashing in his soul eye. This is the human who killed the commander-class demon race? Since Gu Xing hadn't summoned a royal beast, Bai Di couldn't accurately judge his strength. But judging from Gu Xing's breath, this human was flat. Being able to kill a commander-level demon race. Is it because his imperial beasts are strong? The spectral spirit panther on the side noticed the look in Bai Di's eyes and immediately guessed what he was thinking and immediately reminded him. White Emperor, don't underestimate him, this human's talent. She paused for a moment, not thinking of the right adjective. It's horrible. Scenes from the Elven Mysteries came to her mind. Gu Xing's eyes that scorned everything left a deep impression in her heart. Upon hearing the reminder from the underworld spirit leopard, the White Emperor's one eye narrowed abruptly, putting away his earlier contempt. To be able to make a former monarch-level companion give such an evaluation, this human was definitely not to be underestimated. And Veronica couldn't help but speak out as she watched Gu Xing keep staring at Bai Di. Gu Xing, you also think Bai Di is ugly, right? I think so too. Ugly? Gu Xing almost didn't tense up. There was no one else who could be disliked as ugly by this great lady for a demigod-level imperial beast. Gu Xing was just about to retort when a cool voice suddenly inserted itself. Ms. Vero. Gu Xing turned his head and saw a young girl in a pure white nun's robe walking towards him. The most striking thing was the silver cross on her chest. Meeting his gaze, the young girl curtsied slightly with a smile. Only, Gu Xing could feel it, but her eyes carried a coldness that refused to go beyond 1,000 miles. The secret realm is so lively this time. The Vero family's eldest young lady and the Holy Maiden of the Holy See are both here. Wait, who's that young brunette standing with them? Longsha Kingdom, right? Looking at the age, most likely a student of the Jingui Academy. Do you think the three of them will be able to surpass the record set by Chief Commander Chen? Miss Vero and the Holy Maiden Sama are very likely, and that dark-haired dragon Summerlander. I see hanging. From the surrounding chatter, Gu Xing finally confirmed the identity of the nun girl. Holy Virgin of the Church Cecilia. It was also the most powerful of the younger generation of the Holy See. Only, Veronica didn't seem to have much love for the saintly woman. Tisk, wearing that hypocritical mask all day. The people of the Holy See are a bunch of hypocrites. Veronica rolled her eyes. She suddenly wrapped an arm around Gu Xing's shoulders and deliberately raised her volume. Gu Xing, you have to work hard and strive to trample a certain Holy Maiden Lord under your feet in the secret realm. The corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched, and his afterglow glanced at Cecilia. Saying such things in front of the rightful owner, this missy is really not afraid of anything. Only Cecilia completely ignored Veronica's dislike and revisited Gu Xing. To have Veronica held in such high esteem says a lot about the man. At least to the level of her and Vero. In the order, it is the strong who have the power to command respect. She lifted the hem of her skirt gracefully and offered her white silk-gloved right hand. First time, I'm Cecilia. The voice was still gentle, but there was more seriousness in his eyes. Veronica tugged frantically at Gu Xing's coat behind her back to stop him from reaching out. But Cecilia was at least the Holy Virgin of the Church, and basic manners he could not lose. He gripped the other man's fingertips lightly, a touch that separated them. Gu Xing. After knowing Gu Xing's name, Cecilia didn't remain here to make a fool of herself when she saw that Veronica didn't welcome her. See you in the secret realm then. Leaving a comment behind, Cecilia turned to leave. And Gu Xing saw the white figure disappear into the crowd before he lowered his voice and asked Veronica, "You have a problem with her?" Hearing this, Veronica put away her playful smile in a rare moment and shook her head gently. "No offense, just don't share the philosophy of the church. When you have seen for yourself what the Holy See has done, you will naturally understand." Upon hearing these words, Gu Xing's brows furrowed slightly. To be honest, he didn't know much about either the council or the order. But he knew that the council was run by the House of Vero, and as for the papacy, all he knew was that the papacy ran the whole country by the church. About the specifics, he wasn't quite sure. But before he could ask more, Veronica recovered and digressed. "But even though we both know each other, I won't keep my hands off you when I run into you in the secret realm." Seeing Veronica's reluctance to say more, he could only nod. Next, a man in military uniform walked slowly to the center of the square. "All trialists are invited to enter the trial teleportation array." Veronica pulled him along towards the ancient spell on the ground that was 100 meters in diameter. The moment the last person stepped into the spell, the uniformed man waved one hand down. Kai! Hundreds of starstones shattered violently, and the runes on the spell formation flowed like living creatures. Space began to distort and the figures of the crowd gradually became transparent in the glare. Chapter 92, Above the King. The Yoke of the Human Race. Joint Military Department. Qin Shushue, who was reviewing the documents, suddenly had the tip of her pen lurch, but soon the tip of the pen continued to slide again. A moment later, the air within the command room suddenly distorted as a burly figure tore through space and stepped out. "Chief Lei, how did you find the time to come to the north?" Qin Shushue didn't raise her head and her tone was clear and cold. Lei Zhan waved his hand, not caring, and found a seat with a big grin. "Qin girl, you've broken through the monarch level, can't I come and congratulate you?" Qin Shushue's face was expressionless, her attention still on the documents in her hands. "Chief Rei, wasn't this expected?" She originally thought that her breakthrough to the monarch level was an accident, but the more she thought about it after it was over, the more wrong she was. With such amazing talent, how could Gu Xing appear in the northern realm by himself without a word? And also traveled alone to the magic kingdom without any protection? Isn't this giving the demons a chance? Obviously, this was done on purpose. It was an elaborate setup. And in the north, those who are qualified to lay this kind of bureau. Qin Shushue raised her head, her eyes focused on the man not far away. Chief of the Northern Military Region, Thunder War. He's the only one who's qualified. Meeting Qin Shushue's incomparably serious gaze, a trace of embarrassment rarely surfaced on Leju's rugged face as he subconsciously touched his nose and his sight drifted to the window. It's something he really did not do right. Qin Shushue was the person in charge of the Northern Realm, and he took it upon himself to arrange this operation without informing Qin Shushue. It's true that I didn't think it through well enough and didn't check in with you ahead of time, it's my fault. Hearing Lei War apologize, Qin Shushue's frosty face finally loosens. The beneficiary of this operation was her, and there was no way she could blame Lei Zhuan for anything more. As for Gu Xing, who was used as bait by Lei War, she did her best to make up for it. However, at that moment, Lei War's words changed at that moment. "Qin girl, where's that Gu Xing kid? Entered that secret realm?" Upon hearing the main event, Qin Shushue's face became serious once again. Besides Gu Xing, the Vero family's eldest young lady and the holy daughter of the Holy See are all participating in this secret realm. Hearing this, Lei War frowned slightly. The lineup that participated in this secret realm this time was really unexpectedly luxurious. But perhaps this was the only way to completely unravel the secrets of this secret realm. After all, this time, the special secret realm had another alias. Ascend the Mysterious Realm. And that's why the council and the papacy went all out to train Veronica and Cecilia. This secret realm involved the secret of breaking through above the monarch king. In the beginning, Qin Shushue suppressed an era. They originally thought that Qin Shushue would be able to pass through the entire secret realm and learn the truth. Only, she failed. Collapsed on top of the last step. "Qin girl, do you think Gu Xing has hope?" Qin Shushue recalled the moment Gu Xing killed the commander-class demon race. The strength he displayed at that moment demonstrated had far exceeded his transcendent level self. She spoke slowly after a few moments of contemplation. "I believe in him. He's better than me." When Lei Zhuan heard this, his eyes also stared. Originally, after Qin Shushue's failure, they had already planned to give up on this secret realm. After all, it was impossible for Longxia Kingdom to have another genius stronger than Qin Shushue. But Gu Xing's appearance gave them hope once again. Above the king? Lei Zhuan suddenly got up, his eyes firm. "Qin girl, I'm going to contact Elder Long." Effective immediately, Longxia enters a level 1 state of war readiness. "I have an intuition that the shackles plaguing the human race will be completely lifted this time." Qin Shushue's eyes also stared up when she heard this. Only when the human race possessed a strong person above the monarch could they truly stand firm in this foreign space. "Understood, I will manage the entire northern realm. As for those foreigners?" Lei Zhan's eyes stared and his tone was determined. If they dare to have bad intentions, then let's fight. A berserk aura penetrated his body, and Lei War's eyes were filled with killing intent. Any force that hinders the growth of the human race must be removed. The Secret Realm. When Gu Xing opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was very different. In front of him was a gray, foggy wasteland where dead trees stood like twisted skeletons. Behind them was a vibrant oasis, the towering city glowing warmly in the sunlight. One before and one after the other, a stark contrast. He looked around the room. There was no sign of Veronica, or the human who had entered with him. It seems that the challenge on this floor must be completed alone. However, just at this moment, an icy mechanical tone suddenly rang out in the void. Welcome challengers to the first level of the Mystery of Ascension. Challenge, please protect the city from being destroyed by the demons under the onslaught of the demonic flood. Hold on for 2 hours and you can go to the next level. Remaining time, 2 hours. This challenge will begin in 30 seconds. Attention, if you die in the secret world, you will be teleported out of the secret world. Hear the words Ascension to Mystery in the prompt. He frowned slightly. This secret realm didn't seem as simple as he thought. The so-called God here. By no means does it simply refer to the mythical qualifications of the imperial beasts, but Gu Xing sucked in a breath of cool air. Almost instantly, he realized the meaning of this secret realm. Countdown, 10 seconds. Countdown, 9 seconds. Looking at the diminishing countdown, Gu Xing understood that the most important thing right now was still to clear the first level of the secret realm. As for the secret of God, as long as he was in this secret realm, he would definitely be able to figure it out. He gently waved his hand, and a blue summoning spell appeared, and 2 imperial beasts instantly appeared in front of him. Seeing Vera and Lioli, Gu Xing suddenly realized. It seems that Vera's mother as well as Ruri's father seem to be above the king. Then why don't you ask them? Thinking of this, Gu Xing immediately opened his mouth. Vera, Luri, do you know anything about the king above? Upon hearing this question, the 2 imperial beasts shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this, Gu Xing could only give up on the idea. Better to deal with this challenge first. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. Challenge begins. As this elevated tone fell, the demon race in the distance instantly stirred as if they had received a command. Like a tidal wave of demons, they instantly surged towards this only city. Seeing this scene, Gu Xing's heart no longer had any fluctuations. Besieged by demons. He's been through this quite a few times. To these transcendent level demons, Vera was their god. Vera, elfin kingship. Understood. Vera responded. In the next moment, the emerald green divine ring emerged behind her. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 1510. Body mass, 1520. Spirit, 3,430 10,290. Speed, 1,500. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain. Although there were only 10,000 points of spiritual attributes. But for these transcendental level demons, that's enough. Chapter 93 Master. I like you. As far as Gu Xing's eyes could see, they were all hideous demonic figures. Although the level of individual demons is not high, the number. And yet there are so many that it's a horror. Gu Xing estimated. If it was an ordinary transcendent 9th order beast royalist, the probability of surviving a demonic tide of this scale would be less than 10%. Not to mention having to protect the city behind them from the onslaught of the demons. But he wasn't some ordinary transcendent 9th order. Vera. The little girl's gaze was fixed as she scanned the demon race that came like a tidal wave in front of her. Although her strength far exceeds that of these lower-ranked demons, the mission, this time, was to hold the fort for 2 full hours. This is an extreme test of the royal beast's range. And in the face of this situation, among the threefold natural disaster, Earth Vein Siphon. The divine ring behind her suddenly blossomed with bright light, and a huge earth-colored spell formation boomed out on the ground thousands of meters in front of Gu Xing. Within the spell formation, an invisible force crazily devoured the demon race that stepped into it. Their life force was forcibly extracted and turned into pure energy, constantly replenishing Vera's mental energy consumption. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. These low-ranked demons would then be completely drained and fall down as dried-out husks. However, even so, the demonic tide was still raging. The demon race in front has just fallen, and the demon race in the rear has brazenly stepped into the phalanx, as if it were endless. Gu Xing frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He was able to sense that these demons were not illusions, but real beings. Because, every time Vera killed a demon, a faint wisp of energy would be absorbed into her body. In the secret realm, where did so many demons come from? This thought had just flashed by when his afterglow caught a glimpse of Lioli, who was standing on the side. The silver-haired angel was currently pursing her lips and looking at Vera, who was on a rampage, with a complicated gaze. Ever since her master contracted this green TL, she found herself striking out less and less frequently. As a fighting Imperial Beast, this was not a good sign. If the Master contracts a new Imperial Beast, she wouldn't be reduced to guarding the Imperial Beast space, would she? Just imagining that image, Ruri couldn't help but clench her fists. No way. Absolutely not. The Master has the ability to be able to raise the qualifications of the Imperial Beasts. That means combat was an item she didn't have much of an advantage in. Since this aspect doesn't work. At that exact moment, Gu Xing's voice came. Liuli, come with me to the front to see where these demons came from. Liuli's body trembled, and her eyes instantly lit up. Here's your chance. This time the mission was to hold the city for 2 hours. That means Vera can't leave here. Then she can talk to the owner. Alone. The thought made her heart skip a beat. It had been a long time since Vera had joined her, since she had been able to spend time alone with her master. The plots of those secretly collected romance novels in the Imperial Beast space involuntarily surfaced in her mind, and Luri felt her cheeks burning, and even the tips of her ears were tinted with a light pink color. Vera, you're in charge here. Gu Xing dryly gave the order. The elf maiden who was maintaining the spell formation turned her head violently, her emerald green eyes instantly widening. The master is going to run away with that angel. Leaving her alone and miserable to work here? Vera opened her mouth to protest, but Gu Xing turned resolutely to ignore it. Dealing with a sea of demons, Vera played much better than Luri. Guard the city. After a brief explanation, Gu Xing signaled Liuli to lead him to the source of the demon race. Ruri's body visibly stiffened when she heard this request. She gulped quietly, her slender arms carefully wrapping around her master's waist. So close. The familiar refreshing scent came to her face, and Liuli's face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. The scene made Vera in the distance look at her teeth. Abominable. Normally, with her watching over her, this angel never had a chance to get this close to his master. Results now. What's the point of being able to fight? The house has been stolen. The more she thought about it, the angrier Vera fiercely raised her staff, and furious lightning elements gathered around her. Vaulting thunder falls. With her angry cry, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Between the terrifying thunderclouds churning, a giant dragon made of pure thunder gradually took shape, each piece of scale armor flashing with a destructive blue light. Boom! The thunder dragon roared as it swooped down, its piercing electric light instantly engulfing the demon race for miles around. When the glare cleared, only curls of smoke remained on the charred earth. This anger-laden strike cleared the entire battlefield of demonic clans. Taking advantage of this opening, Liuli hurriedly rushed towards the source of the demon clan with Gu Xing in her arms. Watching the two leave, Vera, who stayed where she was, stomped her foot in hatred. Damn angels! Stealing away! Liuli held Gu Xing in her arms as she flew quickly at a low altitude, and the closer she got to the source of the demons, the higher the level of the demons on the ground became. A few bone-winged elite demons had already spotted them and were continuously leaping up in an attempt to attack. Humph! Liuli snorted coldly, and the red-golden holy flame instantly condensed into a translucent flame shield around her body. Those demon attacks landed on the shield and couldn't stir up a single ripple. But at this moment, Liuli had no intention of paying attention to these stragglers. The owner in her arms was so close that she could even feel Gu Xing's smooth breath brushing the side of her neck. The realization made her heart beat faster and faster, and the silver feathers at the edges of her feathers unconsciously flared with a faint red flame. If you give me a kiss. This bold thought suddenly broke into her mind, and Liuli was so ashamed that even the tips of her ears turned pink. The temperature of the holy flame shield continued to rise with her mind, and even the air around her began to distort. Ruri? Gu Xing, who had noticed the abnormal heat, turned his head suspiciously, just in time to meet the angel's reddened cheeks and flickering gaze. Are you okay? No, it's fine. Ruri panicked and stammered a reply as she looked away from her face. But when she once again met Gu Xing's concerned gaze, the long pent-up emotions suddenly broke through. Master! I love you. The moment the words came out of her mouth, Ruri herself was stunned. Speak for yourself. Really say it. One puts one's inner thoughts into words literally. She subconsciously tightened her arms around Gu Xing, and the flames on her wings boomed a little higher. But after the excitement comes the nerves. If one's master refuses. Hearing this, Gu Xing was visibly stunned for a moment. But soon he reacted. It's certainly not a male-female like. His knowledge of imperial beasts was based entirely on the memories in his mind. Within the understanding of the predecessor. The imperial beasts were once companions, and they possessed an extremely heavy heart of dependence towards the imperial beast master. So says. Ruri's comment about liking him should just be the sentinel's dependence on his master. Ruri, I like you too. Hearing Gu Xing's words, Liuli was instinctively delighted. But see Gu Xing's eyes completely fluctuate. She then knew her master must have misunderstood her. Her mood was lost. Stupid master. She muttered in a small voice, so soft it almost dissipated into the wind. What did you say? Gu Xing suspiciously came closer. No, nothing. Liuli panicked and pointed towards the surging demonic aura in front of her. I mean, we're almost there. Master. After Gu Xing turned his head, Liuli quietly buried her face into his shoulder and took a deep breath. Even if it is treated as a mere dependency, at least for the moment, she was the one closest to her master. Chapter 94, Encountering Magic Marks Again. At Liuli's reminder, Gu Xing's eyes looked ahead. What appeared before him was a corpse. No, rather than a corpse. Rather, it was a complete corpse of a demon race that was as huge as a mountain. And in the surroundings of this huge corpse, there was strangely no half of the demon race. However, the thick demonic aura that filled the air was 100 times stronger than anywhere before. Gu Xing observed. The source of the constant stream of demons before was here. Put me down. Liuli sniffed and slowly landed. Gu Xing just wanted to go forward to check, but bang hit an invisible barrier. Prohibition? Just as he was frowning in thought, a sudden disturbance came from the Imperial Beast space. The mysterious magic pattern that was previously suspended above the spring of life was actually trembling violently at this moment, constantly transmitting urging thoughts. It wants me to get close to the body? Gu Xing's brows furrowed slightly. The function of this magic pattern was already unknown, and now it was actually going to guide him to come into contact with an ancient corpse that emitted a terrifying demonic aura? No matter how you think about it, it's not right. What if the demonic corpses inside come to a swindle? Only, just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly thought. View info. Fallen demon. Rank, totem. Qualification, demon god. Status, completely dead. Remarks, containing special magical patterns in the body, recommended to acquire. Gu Xing's pupils shrunk. Totem level. This was an existence that had already surpassed the level of a monarch, and even though he had already died, the residual pressure still caused his heart to palpitate. However, since the system ruled that it was completely dead, it made him feel a little more at ease. What concerns him more is that the system actually took the initiative to prompt to acquire a magic pattern? That's a first. Although it wasn't clear what the specific purpose was, something that could be specially labeled by the system was definitely not simple. The question now is, how do I break through this barrier? Master, want to go in? Luri's voice suddenly rang out. Gu Xing turned her head, only to see that at some point in her hand there was an oddly shaped short blade, the blade flowing with the fluctuations of spatial laws. Boundary-breaking blade. It was only then that Gu Xing remembered that this was the loot he had obtained when he had killed the War Angel Miller earlier on. You can open it? Ruri nodded confidently, the short blade humming slightly in her hand. As the boundary-breaking blade was one of the angel race's greatest treasures, any prohibition would be useless in front of it. Only seeing her flick her wrist, the tip of the blade drew a graceful arc in the void. The originally impenetrable barrier was suddenly like torn silk, cracking open a passable gap. Without hesitation, Liuli took the lead and stepped in, her feathered wings slightly unfurling as she protected Gu Xing behind her. Unknown circumstances were too great for her to put her master at risk. Good thing everything went well. Soon, the two men approached the body. It was only when they truly stood in front of the demon god's corpse that they truly felt their own insignificance. Just one of the corpse's fingers is comparable to a boulder. How horrible should such a massive being have been in life? The demonic patterns within the Imperial Beast space were restless at the moment, still transmitting urging thoughts. Gu Xing took a deep breath and slowly pressed his palm against the cold corpse. In an instant, another dark purple magic pattern emerged from the corpse, wrapping around his arm like a swimming snake, and eventually disappearing into the center of his brow, suspended side by side with the previous pattern above the fountain of life. It was also at the moment when the magic pattern was collected that a sudden change occurred. The entire demon god's corpse began to weather and disintegrate at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, turning into black points of light that dissipated in the sky. What was even more shocking was that all the demons in the secret realm stiffened at the same time, and then shattered one after another like bubbles. In the meantime, the mechanical beep echoed through the void. Congratulations on passing the trial perfectly. For completely solving the demonic crisis, the reward is doubled. Rewards begin to be issued. Before the words fell, a majestic torrent of energy instantly surged into Gu Xing's body. And under the rush of this energy, his attributes once again increased. Gu Xing. Beasts, Holy Angels, Nature Spirits. Contractual quota, 2-3. Level, Transcendent 9. Talents, King's Landing, Soul Eater. Power, 1500-1900. Body mass, 1500-1900. Spirit, 2434-2834. Speed, 1500-1900. Originally, passing this level of the secret world could only increase attributes by 200 points, but now, he added 400 points. This also caused his various attributes to directly soar to 1900 points. And his current spiritual attributes. It's more like it's already over 2500 points. Beyond the limits of the human race? Gu Xing pondered for a moment, and in the end, he could only attribute it to his own exceptional talent.
Gu Xing then hurriedly ordered Liu Li to return. After all, Pixie was still left alone where she was.
The same, liner banded turn in this 9AZ text file, D, 8 and 9 UE75A0ZFKK559T equals 7F0I% plus ACZFKG4, ZAB plus 500T2E, O0V9 at FO7$B2 at 0B at 270PH6.Q80H49CXU def E8 equals OK5, YY.
On the way back, Gu Xing was surprised to find
the wilderness that had originally been eroded by the demonic chi to the point where not an inch of grass could grow, was actually revitalized at this moment. It seems to be because of the disappearance of that demonic corpse. As the two landed on the city walls, they were greeted by a ghostly elf. Seeing this, Gu Xing hurriedly apologized. It was also at that moment that the mechanical beep sounded again.
After 3 minutes, the passer will be transported to the next level.
Not only Gu Xing, but all the other people in the secret realm had also received this message.
Veronica and Saint Cecilia both noticed the anomaly of this secret world.
Would have needed to stick around for 2 hours, but now,
in just under an hour, this challenge ended early. What's going on with the secret world this time? So unusual? In the meantime,
inside the city of chaos, Wang Yu gazed at the order in his hand, his knuckles unconsciously tapping on the desktop. Qin Shushua's order of level 1 alert caused the atmosphere of the entire city to suddenly tighten up.
It's not just the country of Long Xia.
The council, the papacy, and even the Fae were dumbfounded.
Looks like it will have to be sped up.
He narrowed his eyes and gazed through the window to the south of the city. It was imperative to contract that Ghost Clan as soon as possible and train it to the commander level. Only then can we have a little more power to defend ourselves in this coming storm.
Come on, man.
With a soft call from him, a commander-class Imperial Beastmaster walked over.
What are your orders, my lord? That Ghost Clan, how's it going?
This commander-class Imperial Beastmaster hesitated for a moment, but still answered. Under our surveillance, that ghostly lady has always been behind closed doors.
But
her sister is rather often missing. Wang Yu snorted coldly when he heard this Imperial Beastmaster's reply. Her sister is not important.
It's just an Imperial Beast with low attributes and not much use.
But 10 days is too long, I don't want to put it off any longer. Pass on my order, give her a final deadline of 3 days, if she doesn't know how to raise her head again. Wang Yu's voice went cold.
3 days later, the ghostly creature was still unwilling to contract.
Then don't blame him for doing whatever it takes. That commander-class Imperial Beastmaster immediately comprehended this when he heard this.
My subordinate will do it now. Chapter 95, Sister, I'm in love.
The order given by Wang Yu was quickly transmitted to the several royal Beastmasters monitoring Qingfeng. Miss Qingfeng, my lord has asked us to inform you that you only have 3 days left, so please decide quickly whether or not to contract. These words were transmitted to the courtyard by several people wrapped in spiritual energy. After witnessing Gu Xing enter the secret realm, Crimson Moon, who had just returned to the courtyard, heard these words.
What? What's going on, sis? After Himawari reacted, she immediately came up to Qingfeng's face. How is it that she hasn't been in the yard for a while, and how is it that her own sister is being forced into a contract?
Qingfeng, on the other hand, did not have any fluctuation in his expression after hearing these words. 10 days turned into 3 just meant she spent less time in the city of chaos.
Looking at the somewhat anxious Hamatsuri, she spoke faintly. It's fine, last time that monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmaster forced me to contract with him.
But it's okay, I've decided to leave here in 2 days.
With you here, they won't be able to stop us. However, hearing this, Hamatsuri was instantly anxious. How could one contract with that human if one's sister left the area? Sister, wait. We can't leave so simply. That human is the one you searched for with great difficulty. How can we give up so easily?
Hearing this, Greenfrost slowly reached out and stroked Himawari's head.
Not everything goes the way you expect it to. Now these results only show that human is not destined to be with us.
So there's no need to force it. Looking at her sister with the look that it didn't matter whether she was contracted or not,
Himawari felt bad at once.
What his own sister had decided would never be easily changed.
Not to mention,
now that Gu Xing happened to have entered the secret realm, there was no way to come in contract with his sister.
If this goes on, that's a real miss. No way. It absolutely cannot continue to develop like this. Himawari's little face crumpled into a frown. Dead brain. Think fast. How to keep your sister? What's the one thing my sister cares about? And so on.
Although my sister has always been a bland look, it seems to involve herself.
Sister. I can't go.
Greenfrost immediately cast a puzzled look. Himawari braced herself to look straight at her sister with determined eyes.
Sister, I can't go. She repeated it again. Why?
Greenfrost frowned slightly. Her own sister had always been obedient before, how come she kept refusing to leave with her today? Gazing at her sister's pressing gaze, Himawari gulped. Humanity. Sorry about that. There's nothing I can do about it. I'll apologize to you when I see you again. After silently apologizing to Guxing in her heart, Himawari took a deep breath. Sister, do you know why I've been running out of town lately? Green Frost frowned slightly, his green eyes rippling. The words really piqued her interest. Sister, I'm in love. I'm in love with a human. I can't leave here. So in the meantime, I'm just going to find that human. Love? Qingfeng's pupils suddenly contracted. She knows her sister too well. Himawari, who has never disobeyed her for several years, is so perverse today. There's only one explanation. What she said was true. Boom! Pitch-black ghost tattoos instantly crawled all over Qingfeng's body like living creatures, and a furious ghostly aura rose up to the sky. The bricks and tiles of the entire compound crumbled under this pressure, and the walls were torn into pieces like papier-mâché. How could his own sister, so innocent, suddenly fall in love with a human? That's only one possibility. That human cheated on his sister's feelings. That human. Where is it? Qingfeng's voice seemed to come from the nine hells. Under this pressure, Himawari's body involuntarily trembled, but she stubbornly tilted her head. My boyfriend. He's gone to the secret realm. He'll be back in 2 or 3 days. Sister, I won't go with you. Male. Friends? The ghostly lines around Qingfeng's body suddenly flipped violently, and the temperature within a 100-meter radius plummeted to freezing point. She remembered those rumors about vile humans. Scum who specialize in luring simple fae girls. Now how dare you hit my sister with your idea? Rumble. Even more terrifying ghost chi formed pillars of light rushing into the sky, and the buildings in the entire neighborhood began to tremble violently. The commander-level Imperial Beastmasters who were watching from afar felt this aura and their faces instantly turned pale. What's going on with this ghost clan? Why has she suddenly erupted with such a terrifying aura? Is she trying to forcefully fight her way out of our blockade? With this aura, no wonder Lord Wang Yu had to contract her. Why do I feel that this ghost race is now stronger than my Imperial Beast? I'm a commander level. Quickly report to Lord Wang Yu, this ghost race is running away. The secret world. Guxing still didn't know that Himawari had gotten him into a big trouble. At this moment, everyone was transported to the second level of the mysterious realm of ascension. Perhaps it was because he had drained the demonic corpse of its demonic lines, which led. The 50 people who had originally entered the secret realm were in the midst of the challenges on the first level. Surprisingly, not a single one was eliminated. At this moment, everyone was gathered in the middle of a square. The crowd was discussing the abnormality of this secret realm's first level challenge. This secret challenge isn't right, is it? It didn't end in 2 hours. Yeah, I heard from the seniors who participated in this secret realm in previous years that the first level of this secret realm is particularly difficult. Every year it seems that quite a few people have to be eliminated, but this year. But passing is our limit, there are only 3 spots to enter the 3rd floor. Look at the scene, just our Longxia kingdom has the least number of people. It is estimated that none of us will be able to enter. Of the people who participated in the secret realm this time, the country of Longxia accounted for only 10 people. While the Holy See occupies 25, the Council occupies 15. The second tier advancement quota is yet only 5. This means there are 45 people to be eliminated from the scene. In previous years' trials, there would often be situations where one side's forces would forcefully clear the field to ensure that those who entered the 3rd floor were their own people. And the weaker side with fewer people is often whichever one is eliminated first. This time, the country of Longxia is the weaker party. To avoid this, unless it's like 4 years ago, a genius had appeared in the weak dragon Summer Kingdom, capable of suppressing the entire scene. A blonde knight in the ecclesiastical team stepped forward and whispered, Holy Maiden Sama, I suggest clearing out the members of the Dragon Summer Kingdom first. As for the council side, his gaze drifted unconsciously to Veronica, and the knot in his throat rolled as he swallowed back the latter part of his sentence hard. Can't fight it. The selfsame Holy Maiden Sama is just about 50-50 with that one. If he really said it, he had no doubt that his own saintly daughter would kick him in front of the other party to make amends. But just then, Veronica suddenly took a step back and waved her hand lazily. Gentlemen of the council, do with them as you will, it is not my concern. These words were like a thunderbolt, and the parliamentary crowd was in an uproar. But no one in the council dared to question Veronica's decision. But for the moment, it is natural that the congregation of the council cannot be the first to be cleared. Therefore, all eyes turn to the only soft target in the field. Dragon Summerland Team. Chapter 96, The Scarlet Pontiff. For the 2 forces of the council and the papacy to join forces. The crowd of the Longxia Kingdom reacted quickly. Stronger parties joined forces to eliminate weaker parties first. Such a situation had long been commonplace in the secret realm trials over the years. Shrink the formation. I don't know who gave a low shout, but several Dragon Summer Imperial Beastmasters silently gathered back to back. As they moved, the crowd unanimously protected Gu Xing in the center. Brother. A tiger-eyed, inch-haired man lowered his voice. The guys are under your command now. Even though our hopes of advancing are slim this time, we can't let them win easily. The other few people who had entered the secret realm were all acquainted with him, and all of them were clear about each other's strength. Only Gu Xing. To have the qualifications to enter the secret realm at such a young age. He's not hard to guess. It must be a genius from the Zhengui Academy. And in this secret realm, the command naturally goes to the strongest one. Therefore, the burden naturally fell on Gu Xing. Under this big man's reminder, Gu Xing finally slowly returned to his senses. When he entered the second level, part of the information about the mysterious realm of ascension suddenly flooded into his mind. This secret realm was originally a gift from this heaven and earth to the human race. It can help human transcendent level imperial beast masters to step into the commander level with greater strength. Only hundreds of years ago, the demon race invaded this place and deliberately left behind the demon god's corpse, resulting in an extremely low probability of the human race being able to pass through the first level. Thus, if one was not a top genius, one would simply not be able to the first level of this secret realm and enhance their attributes. This is also a direct result of the strength of the human commander class Imperial Beastmaster was flat out weaker. But now it's different. The corpse of that demon god disappeared, and the secret realm once again returned to normal. As long as the human race entered the secret realm, they would be able to pass through the first layer directly. Get the rewards of this secret world and improve your attributes. The moment. The remaining 9 Longxia countrymen all gathered their eyes on him and waited for his instructions. And across from them, the council and the papacy surrounded the few. However, Gu Xing was not worried at all about the scene in front of him. Looking at the nervous few compatriots, Gu Xing spoke out to comfort them. It's all right. Quantity is never the key to victory. Before the people from the Longxia kingdom behind him could understand what Gu Xing meant, he took a step forward and blocked the crowd. Although only 5 can advance this time, among the council and the Holy See. Other than Veronica and Cecilia, he wasn't prepared to let anyone into the third level. And when Cecilia saw Gu Xing alone blocking the Longxia countryman, an ominous feeling rose in her eyes. Veronica's earlier statement of staying out of the way was particularly intriguing to think about at the moment. She actually chose to back down just now, directly regardless of being a member of the same council. She did it for 2 reasons, Cecilia guessed. One was that Veronica wasn't prepared to make a move because she was acquainted with Gu Xing. But in terms of Veronica's character, the odds of that are extremely low. Therefore, the other possibility is the most likely. That was that the man named Gu Xing possessed enough strength to scare her. Cecilia's eyes gazed up at the thought. As the Holy Virgin of the Church, she couldn't be as capricious as Veronica. If the members of the order were left alone, it would certainly shake her prestige in the order. Holy Maiden Sama, make your move. Yes, there are only 10 people from the Dragon Summer Kingdom participating this time, so as long as the Holy Maiden Lord makes a slight move, she will be able to. At the urging of the ecclesiastical crowd, Cecilia had no choice but to summon her own imperial beast. As the 2 pillars of blood-colored light fell, her 2 imperial beasts slowly manifested. One was a unicorn with a body as crystalline as blood jade. The other was a handsome man with a demonic face and a pair of dark bat wings spreading behind him. Seeing these 2 imperial beasts, Gu Xing frowned slightly. Obviously, the Holy See is such a sacred name, and the royal beast. Scarlet Unicorn. Status, Blooded. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Legendary 9 stars. Power, 2200. Body mass, 2300. Spirit, 2500. Speed, 2700. Skill, Scarlet Trample. Blood Prince. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Half-Step Myth. Power, 2900. Body mass, 2900. Spirit, 2900. Speed, 2900. Skills, Blood Shadow Divergence, Blood Rage. Blood? Gu Xing searched his memory for relevant information. This was a superior race on par with the Ghost race, feeding on blood and possessing near-eternal life. It was also one of the top races in the middle of the alien space. As he looked around, he noticed that apart from Cecilia's blood imperial beasts, the imperial beasts of the other members of the order actually showed varying degrees of blooded characteristics. Scarlet eye pupils, sharp fangs, blood-colored lines faintly visible under the skin. Now do you see why I hate dealing with this crowd? Veronica came to her side at some point, her red lips slightly parted. They call themselves the Order, and their full name is but the Scarlet Order. She deliberately emphasized the word bloody. Gu Xing didn't know anything about this knowledge, so he looked at Veronica with confusion in his eyes. The Scarlet Pimpernel? Veronica shrugged. Their land borders the demon region. In order to defend against the invasion of the demon race, that Queen's Majesty. But to willingly defect to the Bloods and volunteer the people of the country as food for the Bloods. Sacrificing nationals for food? Hearing this, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. She finally understood why Veronica had called the church hypocrites. I suggest you eliminate Cecilia as well. She's no good. Looking at Veronica, who was eager to try, Gu Xing automatically ignored this sentence. If you really don't let Cecilia advance, that would really be a hard slap in the face of the church. When Veronica saw Gu Xing's expression, she knew it was hopeless. She spread her hands and stepped to the side. Only. Her gaze toward Gu Xing was serious. Cecilia's strength she understood, it wasn't too far from hers. But Gu Xing. Veronica's heart was not in it. Last time in the elf secret realm, although she had already seen Gu Xing strike. But she had a hunch that that was definitely not Gu Xing's limit. And this time, finally, I can get a good look at it. And when the White Emperor and the underworld spirit leopard saw this, their eyes also became grave. The two of them were also curious as to what level of strength Gu Xing had reached. It was only then that he was able to be at the transcendent level and cross over to kill the commander level. At that moment, a mechanical female voice once again sounded in the void. The second level of examination begins. Number of places available for advancement 5. Prizes will be awarded to those who succeed in advancing. Hearing this voice, Gu Xing also summoned his imperial beast. A bright blue glow lit up. The holy angels and the nature elves appeared at the same time, and a terrifying aura instantly swept across the field. Chapter 97, Him? Victory? And the moment they saw the two imperial beasts that Gu Xing had summoned, that blood prince's pupils crinkled. His eyes focused on the angel's wings. 6 wings. As one of the oldest races in the other dimension, he was well aware of what it meant for the angelic race to have 6 wings. Mythical qualifications. And judging from the aura emanating from the surface of that angel's body, it seems that she is also the strongest blazing angel among the angelic clan. As for the other imperial beast, upon seeing Vera, his eyes likewise flinched. The already extinct elven race. Among the rumors, there was only one elf of the elf clan who survived. Daughter of the elf queen. The qualifications are likewise of mythic rank. He was no match for any of these two. And now, 2 imperial beasts appeared at the same time. That's bull. And Cecilia, who hadn't realized it yet, bowed slightly, respectfully. Your Excellency the Prince, this battle requires your hand for the Holy See to be victorious. And upon hearing Cecilia's request, the corner of this blood prince's mouth twitched. Him? Victory? Get out. After cursing angrily, this blood prince immediately returned to Cecilia's royal beast space. Upon hearing the word, Cecilia was completely dumbfounded. Although the blood prince and Cecilia are in a contractual relationship, even the contract was made with her because this Prince Sama had fallen in love with her blood. Therefore, let alone ordering this prince of the blood. Even if she needed to make this Prince Lord fight, she needed to initiate a request to him. Only. Normally, this Lord Prince would not refuse her requests. And today, the surrounding members of the Holy See were all stunned when they saw this scene. What's wrong with the Prince Sama? Is he in a bad mood? Why are you refusing to fight? This is the first time I've heard Lord Prince curse. But even if Lord Prince doesn't make a move, the Holy Maiden Sama still has the unicorn, this battle is still solid. Lord Holy Maiden, please make your move and eliminate the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Seeing such an unusual situation, all the people in the council also focused their eyes on Cecilia. Things don't seem right. Let this holy daughter of the Holy See try the depths of the Dragon Summer Kingdom first. And with Cecilia in full view of the crowd, she had no choice but to let the unicorn strike. Only. This unicorn looked at Lioli but never dared to step forward. Both are the same sacred attribute imperial beast, this legendary level unicorn in front of Lioli. The bloodline was directly suppressed. Not to mention striking out, it didn't even dare to look directly into Lioli's eyes. One could only say that Cecilia's 2 imperial beasts were too badly restrained by Gu Xing. Veronica, on the side, had her mouth twitching at this point. She had expected to be able to observe Gu Xing's strength, but now she found. Can't fight at all. Gu Xing's mouth twitched even as he watched the awkward scene. He had thought it would take a bit more than that. After all, how about that blood clan is a half-step mythical qualification? But I didn't expect. Master, that blood clan probably saw me and Sister Lioli so it didn't dare to make a move. Creatures like the blood clan are the most savvy. Vera said as she tried to get closer to Gu Xing. Only, Luri was quick to pick up Vera by the scruff of her neck and lift her to the side. What the hell is a green tea elf talking when he's talking and trying to move his hands? Master, this green. Vera is right, my flames suppress him greatly, I guess he doesn't dare to fight me. Her blazing angel fire not only did a lot of damage to the demon race, it also had a great suppressive effect on the blood race. Plus the fact that the blood clan and those of the Holy See were originally superior and inferior, it was naturally impossible for them to come and fight their nemesis because of this group of humans. Hearing the 2 imperial beasts' explanation, Gu Xing then nodded. However, although that saintly woman's highness does not make a move on him, But he's not going to show any mercy. Ruri, keep Cecilia, as for the others, eliminate all of them. Understood. Luri nodded slightly. In the next moment, she dodged and appeared in front of a member of the order. Before that member of the order could react, the blazing angelic flames that brushed against his shoulders scorched him to ashes. With Liuli's current attributes, it would take absolutely no effort at all to deal with these humanoids who were also at the transcendent mortal ninth stage. There was no need to even turn on the killing angel state, they could easily be eliminated just by crushing them with their attributes. And Vera had wanted to jump into Guxing's arms when she saw Liuli leave. After all, Liuli had been stopping her lately, and she hadn't been hugged by Guxing in a long time. Only just as she was about to make her move. Vera, go take care of that group from the council. Vera's footsteps, which were trying to sneak closer to Guxing, suddenly paused. She turned grudgingly to look at the crowd of the council. Humans. The people in the council saw how easily Liuli had eliminated the members of the Holy See, and this would have realized that Guxing's strength was terrifying. When they saw Guxing having another Imperial Beast strike at them, they were immediately on guard. It's fine, that human can't be strong with both Imperial Beasts. Right. That angel is already that perverted, surely this Imperial Beast can't still be that strong. Everyone stay close and keep the Imperial Beasts on the periphery, so she won't be able to break us apart. The parliamentary crowd moved quickly. In almost a moment, everyone was huddled together. However, Vera won't be eliminated one by one like Luri. What's more, these humans had just interrupted her from posting with her own master. Vaulting thunder falls. Vera gently raised her hand. A thunder dragon slowly appeared, its entire body continuously solidifying. For Vera, solving these humans was still easier than going up to the first level to solve those demons. After all, the constant stream of demons attacking the ground like a tidal wave still required her to maintain her skills all the time. But this group of humans of the ninth order of transcendence. She merely waved slightly. The thunder dragon then charged towards the gathered crowd with an unrelenting momentum. The crowd gathered around, facing this skill released by Vera. Almost instantly, it was all gone. And the crowd of the Dragon Summer Kingdom had long been dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In just a few moments, the two major forces of the Holy See and the Council were wiped out by Guxing. The big man who had just raised his voice looked at Guxing's back and gulped. So this is the genius of the Zhengui Academy? Surprisingly, the gap between them and their group of Transcendent Ninth Order was so huge. Veronica was not the least bit surprised to see this scene. She bent down slightly to inquire about the White Emperor. By D, what do you think of the strength of those two Imperial Beasts? A flicker of thought flashed across the White Emperor's one eye before he slowly spoke out. That angel didn't seem to be at her full strength when she killed the members of the church, I can't tell the depths. But this elf just now, when she unleashed that thunder dragon, I could feel that she should have struck out at full strength. Although she's very strong, I should be able to defeat her if I go all out. Veronica nodded when she heard this from Whitey. After all, this guy is the old man's hand-picked Imperial Beast. The strength should still not be bad. I guess so. Chapter 98 Third Tier Trial. Only, if he had heard these words from the White Emperor, the Blood Prince in Cecilia's royal beast space would have definitely rolled his eyes. You're blowing awesome yet. He, a Blood Prince, could only obediently cower in the Imperial Beast space in front of those two Imperial Beasts. You a half-step mythological qualification polar bear. Let's just say you were able to defeat the two top races, the angels and the elves? But the Blood Prince's line of sight looked at Guxing through the Imperial Beast space. That human was surprisingly able to obtain the pro-religion of the two top races. Such an anomaly must be reported to the Blood Ancestor. This human is so special. As one of the longest surviving races in this space, they know that this space is especially favorable to the human race. Even the secret realm, if not for his contract with Cecilia, he would not have been able to enter. He cursed again at the thought of Cecilia. Stupid. Outside. With the combined efforts of Luri and Vera, the rest of the council and the order had been cleared by the two Imperial Beasts. Returning to Guxing's side, Liuli once again carried a certain elf who wanted to pounce on Guxing to the side. This elf has gotten a little carried away lately. And after eliminating the rest of the council and the papacy, Guxing's line of sight fell on the remaining few people from the Longxia Kingdom. He, Veronica, and Cecilia were already going to take 3 spots. That means there are 2 spots left. And what's left of the Dragon Summer Kingdom? A full 9. You guys? Before Guxing could say anything, the remaining 9 Longxia countrymen raised their hands. I quit. I quit too. With the exit words, they cleanly wiped out their necks as well. I'm also retiring. The big man who had just come up to Guxing's side pulled out the dagger he was carrying and prepared to wipe his neck. Guxing hastily reached out to stop him. Wait. Enough is enough. Guxing hurriedly opened his mouth. And the big man turned to look. Just realized. Aside from the one female teammate left by his side, the others had already wiped their necks and exited the secret realm. A scarlet blush instantly appeared on his face. But it wasn't much to see under the cover of his tan skin. That my name is Gao Chang. He scratched his head and spoke with some embarrassment. The other female member left behind also introduced herself, Shenman. Gu Xing. After saying hello to the two, the trial on this level had also ended. Congratulations to the 5 trialists who have passed the test. Reward now. The same feeling as the first level reappeared, and Gu Xing checked his information. Gu Xing. Beasts, Holy Angels, Nature Spirits. Contractual quota, 2-3. Level, Transcendent 9. Talents, King's Landing, Soul Eater. Power, 1900-2200. Body mass, 1900-2200. Spirit, 2834-3000 max. Speed, 1900-2200. Except for the spiritual attribute, the other 3 attributes were raised by 300 points again. Only spiritual attributes had been completely unable to be raised. Gu Xing's frowned slightly. It seems that 3000 points is the limit reached by the human race. And the 2500 points Qin Chushue reached. Based on an increase of 200 points for the first tier and 300 points for the second tier. Then on the third level, Qin Chushue gained a total of 500 points of attributes. However, Qin Chushue did not manage to clear the third level. That means that as long as he can pass the third layer, is there a chance that all of his own attributes will all break through to 3000 points? When Gu Xing returned to his senses, he realized that 5 rings had appeared on this level at some point. The mechanical female voice sounded again. The third level of the trial opens. Ring challenge. Failure of the challenge will result in teleportation out of the secret world. Looking at the 5 identical rings, Gu Xing randomly chose one to walk up to. Veronica, Cecilia, and the others also chose a ring to walk up to in turn. Only, Cecilia's eyes kept falling on Gu Xing's body. She's not stupid. When she had seen the Blood Prince's behavior earlier, she had been just a little dazed for a moment. Now after coming back to her senses, she realized something. That was that the Blood Prince had likely returned to the Imperial Beast space in the first place because he was afraid of Gu Xing's Imperial Beast. However, it was the same realization that made her suck in a breath of cold air. The Imperial Beast that can make the Prince Sama fear. How strong does that have to be? And as the 5 men mounted the ring, a demon slowly appeared in each ring as well. Pickpocketing. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Magic Lieutenant equivalent to Excellent. Power, 1400. Body mass, 1600. Spirit, 1100. Speed, 1600. Skill, Flesh and Blood Stripping. For the transcendental level demons that appeared at the very beginning. Too weak. Even before this demonic figure could solidify, it was sucked dry by the vine summoned by Vera. And as this demon was killed, Gu Xing clearly felt that his various attributes, with the exception of his spiritual attribute, had all increased by 10 points. Seems kinda simple. Only. That is, the demon that reappeared after this one was killed. A full 10 times over. What appeared in front of him now was a whole 10 skinning demons. But it was still no threat to him. There was no need for Lioli to make a move at all, just Vera's vines held these demons to death. And with these 10 demon lieutenant level pickpocket demons being killed, once again appearing in front of Gu Xing. It was 10 demon general level skinning demons. This is no threat to Gu Xing, but for Gao Chang and Shen Man. It's a little stressful. It was with incomparable difficulty that the two of them were able to kill these 10 demons. Next, reappearing on the field. A transcendent 9th order demon king. Such a level was simply not in existence that Gao Chang and Shen Man could deal with anymore. After the two and Gu Xing exchanged glances, they could only helplessly exit the secret realm. And facing this transcendent 9th order demon king, Veronica and Cecilia also got slightly more serious. Although the two's imperial beasts were all above the legends, they were quite a bit stronger than this demon king. However, after all, it was a demon king rank, and the two did not dare to be careless. Cecilia summoned the Blood Prince again. And the Blood Prince didn't refuse this time, despite Cecilia's previous foolishness. With Lord Blood Ancestor's orders in place, he also had to do his best to help Cecilia pass through this secret realm. And Gu Xing looked at the demon king who appeared in front of him, did not have too much to worry about. Fallen Devil. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Demon King. Power, 2500. Body mass, 2600. Spirit, 2500. Speed, 2400. Skill, Demon King's Body. Various attributes are in the mid to upper 2500 point range. It's a lot worse than Luri. Not to mention, Ruri also possessed a blazing angel form. For glazes, should the Demon King rank be considered a warm-up? There was no need for Gu Xing to give orders, and Lioli, whose full attributes exceeded 3000 points, killed this Demon King in seconds almost instantly. The Blood Prince on the side saw this scene and was secretly glad that he didn't go up against that angel. Although being killed in this secret realm will not kill you. But the pain of having his soul seared by the fire of a blazing angel was not something he wanted to experience. Soon, Veronica and Cecilia pass in turn. The demons who appeared next. Both of them felt great pressure at the same time. Chapter 99 Ruler Level Demon King. Fallen Demon. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Half-Step Demon God. Power, 2800. Body Mass, 2700. Spirit, 2999. Speed, 2600. Skills, Eternal Night Gaze, Furnace of Original Sin, Darkness Shield. When the figure of this half-step demon god fully solidified, Guxing's eyebrows raised. He finally understood why Qin Shushua hadn't cleared the secret level. After killing a demon, the next demon will immediately appear. And the strength of the devil race that appeared next time showed a geometric increase. It's not just a test of the challenger's strength, it's a test of the endurance of the challenge. Perhaps it was under such circumstances that Qin Shushua failed the challenge. The other side. Seeing the demigod-level demon race that appeared in the middle of the ring, Veronica and Cecilia tensed up at the same time. Although their imperial beasts were all demigod qualifications, the strength of this demon race in front of them could not be inferior to their imperial beasts at all. It was only because of the secret realm's cohesion that this demonic race did not have the slightest bit of sanity in its eyes. This was what made its true strength somewhat different from that of a demigod-level demon. But, before entering the secret realm, both of them knew what enemies they were going to face at this level. Thus the two did not panic upon seeing this demigod-level demon race. White Emperor. Lord Prince. The two men spoke out almost simultaneously. Under this order, the two imperial beasts quickly rushed up to fight this demigod-level demon clan in a fierce battle. And Guxing sighed. There wasn't the slightest bit of worry in his eyes as he looked at this demigod-level demon race. This demon race in front of him is compared to the commander-level demon race he faced before. It's not even close. The full attribute is less than 3,000 points. Ruri, finish him off. As the words fell, Liuli's eyes condensed without the slightest hesitation. Killing angel form, liberate. Boom. 8 red gold feathered wings unfolded with a roar from her back, and blazing sacred fire instantly swept through the entire space. Her various attributes also soared. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Mythical 3-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 3026,040. Body Mass, 3010 6020. Spirit, 3000 6000. Speed, 3036,060. Skills, Blazing Angel Form, Final Angel Form, Field of Heavenly Fire. Under the blessing of the Blazing Angel status, Liuli's various attributes were completely no less than those of a commander-class demon. It was even more crushing level for this transcendent-level demon race. She only gently lifted her wings, and between the flow of blazing flames, her figure had appeared in front of the fallen demon god like an instant. The opponent didn't even have time to raise his hand. Liuli's holy sword had already cut a brilliant arc of light. Swish! The demon god's body was split in two like a thin sheet of paper, and incandescent angelic flames flared up at the incision. Straight up seconds. Seeing this, Guxing roughly estimated Liuli's strength. With the blazing angel state turned on, except for the heavenly flame domain, which was slightly weaker than the domain of a commander-class imperial beast. Other aspects. Liuli was already indistinguishable from the imperial beasts of the first order of command. And opening the final angelic form, Liuli's various attributes were even able to match those of a commander second order, or even a commander third order imperial beast. If you add the soul-devouring talent. Guxing shook the thought out of his mind. For now, he hadn't encountered such a hardy demon race. After all, under the addition of the soul-devouring talent, Liuli's various attributes were pushing 20,000 points. Such an unbelievable attribute, even if it is suppressed by the field. It was also enough for Ruri to easily defeat her opponent. However, a battle that was sparse to Guxing stunned Veronica and Cecilia. Demigod-level demons. So easy? The two men stared dead on at the dissipating remains of the demon god at Liuli's feet, their pupils trembling violently. Although the two had tried to overestimate Guxing's strength before, they didn't expect Guxing's strength would be so strong. Even scarier, Guxing hadn't even used his talent yet. Gulp! The two men gulped in unison. In the meantime, the White Emperor and the Blood Prince settled their opponents almost simultaneously. The two imperial beasts gasped violently, both leaving scars of varying depths on their bodies. Although this demon clan was inferior to the two. But no matter what, it is still at the level of a demigod. Both of them inevitably suffered some minor injuries on their bodies. After the battle ended, the Blood Prince's gaze involuntarily turned to the other side of the ring. When he saw Liuli's immaculate and holy figure. Once again, I feel wise in my choice. Not bad for the best fighting angel clan. Perhaps with the exception of the more warlike ghost race, no other race could compare to the angelic ones. The White Emperor likewise took in Liuli's performance. The current one no longer dared to say anything like defeating Liuli. That angel was able to easily clean up the demigod-level demon race, that means. She was able to clean herself up just as easily. Gu Xing didn't care at all what Veronica and the others thought. The moment. After killing this demigod several times over, his various attributes increased once again. Gu Xing. Beasts, holy angels, nature spirits. Contractual quota, 2-3. Level, Transcendent 9. Talents, King's Landing, Soul Eater. Power, 2200-2700. Body mass, 2200-2700. Spirit, 3000 max. Speed, 2200-2700. The three attributes of strength, constitution and speed were now only 300 points short. Then you will be able to truly reach the limits of the human body. There is not a hint of further advancement possible. And the next challenge. Gu Xing's vision narrowed slightly. It has to get serious. The speed at which the demons formed in front of them was obviously too slow compared to before. But even though the body of this demon had yet to fully coalesce, Gu Xing could already feel the terrifying pressure coming from that demon. Commander level. And this rank seems a little high. And the moment Veronica and Cecilia saw this demon form, Veronica took out a golden clock, while a blood core appeared in Cecilia's hand. It was clearly impossible for the two to pass this challenge with their imperial beasts. If the commander-class demons this time were demon generals or below, the two might still have a slight chance of passing. Demons that can appear in the ring. Fallen Devil. Level, First Order of Commander. Qualification, Half-Step Demon God. Power, 6000. Body mass, 6100. Spirit, 6400. Speed, 6000. Skills, Eternal Night Gaze, Furnace of Original Sin, Field of Corruption. Ruler of the First Order of the Demon Lord. The full attribute reaches 6000 points. And it also has fields. The average attribute of the two imperial beasts is less than 3000 points, plus the suppression of the fallen domain. How do you fight? Therefore, in order for the two to pass through this secret realm, the Council and the Holy See chose a tricky approach. Time-traveling pocket watch. Quality, mythical. Effect, temporarily restores a small portion of the pack's strength. Blood core. Quality, mythical. Role, communicating with the Blood Ancestor. Chapter 100 Blood Ancestor, Lilith. The corner of Gu Xing's mouth twitched after he saw the items that appeared in Veronica and Cecilia's hands. If you can't beat it, turn it on? The Parliamentary Synod is really giving it up though, 2 mythical items. It was just given to 2 people to use. After shaking his head, Gu Xing's line of sight fell on the Demon King that was about to finish coalescing in front of him. Long Jinghua hadn't given him any mythological props, so he could only rely on his own strength to harden his liver. But, can't you still play without being hung up? Liuli, Heavenly Firefield. Understood. Before the words fell, red golden flames suddenly erupted, completely enveloping that commander-class demon clan. At almost the same moment, the demons unfolded their own fallen domain. Boom! 2 diametrically opposed domain forces collided fiercely in midair, the black and gold energies eroding each other. Field confrontation. However, Gu Xing could clearly feel. The strength of this Demon King's domain was clearly not as strong as the winged demon he had encountered before. Although it has a higher base attribute, it only suppresses Liuli by 30%. But the various attributes did exceed that winged demon by quite a bit. But such an attribute for Luri. Ruri, final angel form. The last thing Luri needed was a way to boost her attributes. The sacred fire around Liuli suddenly turned golden, and the 9th and 10th feathers suddenly emerged. 10-winged final angel. Sacred angel blazed. Qualification, mythical 3-star. Level, transcendent 9. Strength, 6,000 and 49,060. Body mass, 6,000 and 29,030. Spirit, 6,000 9,000. Speed, 6,000 and 69,090. Skills, blazing angel form, final angel form, field of heavenly fire. The full attribute breaks the 9,000 mark. There was no need to utilize the soul-devouring talent at all. Even with the 30% domain suppression, Luri's attributes at this moment still crushed the commander-class Demon King in front of her. It seems that this secret realm didn't intentionally make things difficult for people. In the meantime, there was a crisp click from the other side of the ring. Veronica's mythic class time trace watch was turning upside down in her hand, and the White Emperor's broken one eye was bursting out with the pressure of a monarch. Though it only briefly regained 1/10 of its peak power. But it was enough to deal with the first rank of the commander. Boom! The White Emperor's huge palm cleanly and directly crushed the Demon King's head. When it turned its head to look at the ring where Gu Xing was, it happened to witness Liuli's final sword decapitating the Demon King's head. What? Baidi's bear's mouth grew, disbelief all over his one eye. The first order of commanders can still be second? Hang on? And in the ring with Cecilia. The Blood Prince knelt down on one knee, Cecilia folded her hands in front of her chest, and the two of them reverently looked up at the blood-colored crystal suspended in midair. Lord Blood Ancestor, your people welcome your arrival. Their voices trembled as if they were the most devout of believers. Lord Blood Ancestor? Gu Xing raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze involuntarily drawn over. The strongest living blood? Under the crowd's gaze, the blood-colored crystal slowly rotated, and a dense blood mist filled the air. As the red mist churned, a demonic figure gradually solidified. The scarlet blood-like long skirt was windless, and a furious aura swept across the entire ring. I beg Lord Blood Ancestor to help us pass the trial. Cecilia's forehead almost hit the ground, her voice filled with awe. The Blood Ancestor just glanced at them lightly, her slender hand lightly lifting. Snort! A scarlet aura instantly wrapped that Commander-class Demon King. The crowd didn't even have time to see what was happening before that Demon King turned into a boiling puddle of blood in the blood mist. This strength. Gu Xing's pupils shrunk slightly as he subconsciously checked his attributes. Blood Patriarch Lilith. Status, extremely weak origin damaged. Rank, King's 9th Order in suppression. Qualification, mythical 5-star. Power? Physique? Spirit? Speed? Skill? All of them? Gu Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. Even in an extremely weakened state, this being still maintained the rank of a peak monarch. That heyday. All of them are at least totem level. Suddenly, Lilith seemed to feel something and slowly turned her head. Those eyes that seemed to contain an endless sea of blood looked straight at Gu Xing, and in a flash. Buzz. Gu Xing only felt that the blood in his body was going to freeze, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. It was good that the other party only swept his eyes away with an indifferent glance. Cecilia. Lilith's voice was cold, like a frozen river of blood. This trial, it must be passed. Hearing this, Cecilia didn't dare to hesitate and immediately returned. At your will. Seeing Cecilia so obedient, Lilith's scarlet gown began to dissipate into wisps of blood mist. It wasn't until the last wisps of blood mist disappeared into the air as well that Cecilia took a long, shuddering breath and stood up. Who? She wiped the cold sweat from the corner of her forehead. Every time she met the Blood Ancestor face to face, she felt like she was wandering around the edge of death. And the Blood Prince moved his stiff joints, batwings twitching unnaturally. Remember Lord Blood Ancestor's order. One must pass through this secret realm. After saying these words, his figure transformed into a bloody light and re-entered the Imperial Beast space. And that's when it happened. The cold, mechanical-like beep sounded again. Congratulations to the 3 challengers who have successfully cleared the level. Rewards are now being handed out. A familiar warmth swept through his body. Gu Xing checked his various attributes. Power, 3000 max. Physical fitness, 3000 max. Spirit, 3000 max. Speed, 3000 max. All 4 attributes reached the limit of the Transcendent Order. Afterglow swept over the other 2, Veronica and Cecilia didn't seem to be getting that enhancement. Maybe it was because the 2 used external forces? Gu Xing estimated. At this moment, the 2 should have the same various attributes as Qin Chuxue in the Transcendent stage. 2,500 points. And after the reinforcement was complete, space began to distort. Welcome the 3 challengers to the 4th floor. In the meantime, Kingdom of the Scarlet Order, Central Castle. A blood-colored figure slumped helplessly on the large, ornate bed woven with silver silk. Ha! Lilith's pale fingertips sank deep into the sheets, her chest heaving violently. Since falling into an extremely weak state, this was the first time she had forced her way out. Under the influence of the rules of the secret realm, a single strike had completely consumed the energy in her body. I hope Cecilia. Don't let me down. With difficulty, she raised her hand and looked at her shrinking body. This is a self-preservation mechanism of the bloodborne origin, which reduces energy consumption by shrinking its size. Is it happening again? The silver hair spread out like a waterfall, and the scarlet pupils gradually became rounded. In the blink of an eye, the majestic Blood Patriarch had already turned into a little silver-haired, red-pupilized lowly, curled up on the huge silver silk bed, appearing particularly delicate and fragile. The human's divine pattern. It must come to hand. Only with the help of blood impregnated with the divine pattern. I can return to the realm of the totem. Biting her lip, she used the last of her strength to pull over the velvet comforter and wrap herself into a ball. Immediately afterward, vertigo hit her and she too fell into a deep sleep once more. Chapter 101 Golden Divine Ripple. The Secret World. The moment they stepped into the 4th floor, the 3 of them were stunned at the same time. There was no mechanical beep, no description of the rules of the trial, only a suffocating silence. Is this? Before Veronica's words fell, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Rumble. As the 3 of them looked on in shock, a huge willow tree that reached the sky rose up from the ground. Its main trunk is like a pillar supporting heaven and earth, towering straight into the clouds. Except for a few branches that were bright green, the rest were scorched. This is Gu Xing's pupils suddenly shrunk and immediately checked its information. World Tree. Rank. Qualifications. Attributes. Current status, dying. Introduction: a supreme being who descended from the original alien space and witnessed the birth and annihilation of countless civilizations. The moment he saw this introduction, Gu Xing understood. The most important thing in the entire Ascension mystery realm was this world tree. The world tree that has existed since the beginning of the descent into other dimensions. Must know why the human race could not break through to above the monarch. And when Veronica and Cecilia saw this, they almost simultaneously took out a crystal flowing with a mysterious glow from their arms. Shadow crystals. Quality, legendary. Role, recording of images. Looking at the shadow retaining crystals that appeared in the hands of the two, Gu Xing froze in place. And so on. Why doesn't he have anything? The Parliament and the Holy See are clearly well prepared, and he. How could he have known that when Lei Zhan met him, he was planning to help Qin Shushua ascend to the monarch level? How could he remember to give him such a small thing as a staying shadow crystal? The corner of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. But while there are no stay-put crystals, he took out his cell phone from within the royal beast space. It's okay to use this. After all, the effects are pretty much the same. After letting Lurie take good note of the picture from the side, Gu Xing, Veronica and Cecilia nodded at each other and took a step forward. Sha sha. The only remaining emerald green branches of the world tree suddenly swayed gently, sweeping around the three of them like probes. A moment later, an ethereal voice rang out. It's finally time for you. A race favored by the other dimension. What? Favored? The three of them simultaneously showed a stunned expression. The human race couldn't even break through to the monarch, so how could there be any talk of favor? As if sensing their doubts, the branches of the world tree lightly trembled, and three brilliant golden light shadows slowly emerged in the void. It's called a divine pattern, a key to a higher dimension. Only a race that obtains the divine mark can give birth to an existence that surpasses a monarch. Gu Xing's line of sight fell on top of the golden divine pattern silhouette in the sky. He found. Wasn't this the same thing as the magic tattoo in his royal beast space? Only. One is a radiant gold color and the other is a deep black. The reason why we say that your human race is the race that is favored by the other space is because all the other top races in the other dimension only possess a single divine stripe, while your human race, a full 3 channels. Hearing the number 3 paths, Gu Xing was shocked. 3 times as many as any other race. The number was indeed worthy of the word favor, but then a greater doubt came to mind. If that's the case, why has the human race not even obtained a single divine pattern so far? Perhaps able to read the thoughts in his mind, the world tree continued to speak. The only way to obtain a divine pattern is to pass through the corresponding mythic level secret realm. You have passed the test of the mystic realm of ascension, and 7 days later, the first divine spirit mystic realm will open. But keep in mind that not only foreign races without divine lines can participate, but even those powerful races that already possess divine lines will covet. This is the only chance for the human race to obtain the first divine pattern. The level of the first divine spirit mystery realm is limited to the transcendent order, and although it's tough, I'm sure you guys can do it. When he said this, Gu Xing had a feeling. It seemed as if the tree of the world was speaking to him. After answering all the questions, the charred branches suddenly intertwined into a teleportation formation. Finally, I hope you can unite all your forces and defeat the demon race. A soft glow flashed by and the three were standing in the initial square. As the breeze brushed by, Gu Xing's hand had a bright green willow leaf in it at some point. When no one was looking, he hurriedly put it into the Imperial Beast space. Boom! A moment later, 3 monarch-level pressures descended on the square at the same time. Lei Zhan stood in the air, his gaze sweeping over the 2 powerhouses of the Council and the Holy See. Tucker Ironwall, the 9th seat of the Council, and Walter Scarlet Archduke, one of the 12 Knights of the Scarlet Order. It's all hardcore. The 3 of them looked at each other and instantly reached a consensus. In the present, it is best to avoid conflict within the human race. Each with their own family, no comments? Lei War was the first to break the silence. Tucker clasped his arms and nodded, while Walter gave a graceful knight's salute of approval. The strength of the 3 was not much different, all of them were at the true monarch level that had been elevated through the decimation of the demon race. If there was a conflict, none of the 3 would be able to get away with it. Each taking their own people is clearly the best course of action. In the square, Veronica saw the scene and knew that the time had come to part ways. She waved her hand toward Gu Xing. Pervert, see you in 7 days. The one that could make her, the eldest lady of the Vero family, admit to perverted strength after all these years. It was only Gu Xing alone. However, when Gu Xing heard this title, several black lines sprang up on his forehead. The name pervert. It's so hard to hear. On the other side, Cecilia looked at Gu Xing with a hint of awe in her eyes. After all, the Blood Prince was completely afraid to make a move in front of Gu Xing. Go away! Lei Zhan's large hand slapped heavily on Gu Xing's shoulder, and his monarch-level spiritual power exploded. Boom! The two instantly transformed into streams of light that shot straight up into the clouds, speeding towards the Dragon Summer residence in the City of Chaos. At this moment Lei War's heart itching. The Dengeki Mystery Realm Pass is on the table. But what happened in the secret world? Only the three of them knew. In the City of Chaos, the courtyard that was previously destroyed by green frost had been repaired. Qingfeng leaned against the window, her green silk swaying gently in the breeze. When she sensed the monarch-level aura sweeping across the sky, her cyan eyes narrowed slightly. The secret world is over. That asshole human who cheated on Himawari's feelings. It's time to show up too. Her eyes swept to her sister, who was facing the wall in the corner, and she spoke slowly. That boyfriend of yours seems to be out, want to go find him? Although Qingfeng's tone was calm, Himawari knew it was all an illusion. Without any hesitation, she shook her head decisively. Great. Himawari was instantly relieved when she heard those two words. A moment later, though, her heart lifted again. Although we don't know who that human is yet. But we'll see him soon. If you dare to ventilate. Dark ghostly lines flickered across Green Frost's face. Himawari's body plummeted, her head shaking into a rattle. She had originally wanted to inform Gu Xing that she seemed to have gotten him into a lot of trouble. But look at the state of my sister now. She immediately abandoned the idea. If she left now, she had no doubt her sister would have a field day. Break her legs. Chapter 102 Imperial Beast Limit. Chaos City. Long Xiaoguo resident. In less than a minute, Lei Zhan had brought Gu Xing back to the City of Chaos from the entrance of the secret realm. Just after landing, Gu Xing was dragged by Lei War and rushed towards the classified conference room. The moment he pushed open the door, his pupils shrunk. Besides Qin Shushui and Lei Zhuan, there was also someone he was familiar with. Principal Long, you're here too? It's been a long time. Long Jingguo's eyes were filled with relief. From the time Gu Xing was specially recruited to the time when he passed through the mysterious realm of Ascension was only a month and a half. His rank was then raised from Transcendent Mortal First Order to Transcendent Mortal Ninth Order, just one step away from being raised to the rank of Commander. But it also proved that he had made the right decision in sending Gu Xing to the Northern Realm early. Next, after casually exchanging pleasantries, Gu Xing took out the video recorded in the secret realm. Long Jinghua stared at the smartphone with the sticker on it, black lines all over his forehead. This bastard Lei Zhuan actually didn't even prepare the staying shadow crystals? Feeling Long Jingguo's dissatisfied sight, Lei Zhan's body instantly tensed up. One must know that the current heads of the four major military regions were all students of Long Jinghua. In order to avoid Long Jingguo's outburst to beat the crap out of him, he bumbled and projected the video. The holographic screen in the center of the conference room suddenly lit up as the device was activated. The image of a huge willow tree that ran through heaven and earth instantly filled the entire field of vision. Gu Xing duly explained from the sidelines. The name of this tree is the World Tree. Half a dozen times later, the video finished playing and the conference room fell into dead silence. Disbelief was still frozen on the faces of the three monarch-level powerhouses. Turns out it wasn't that they weren't talented enough to break through to the monarch level. Instead, it's the human race whose ceiling has been set. Without a divine pattern, it was just impossible to reach above a monarch. But after realizing this, Long Jinguo's eyes stared. The importance of the divine pattern cannot be overstated. But, according to the World Tree, any race would be able to snatch the human race's divine mark. Trouble. In the City of Chaos alone, there were hundreds of different races, large and small. Aside from the City of Chaos, there were also some top races that did not cooperate with the human race. If all races are involved, that human race had enemies on all sides in the divine spirit mysterious realm. However, when he looked at Gu Xing, his tightly locked brows stretched out again, and his heart was slightly at ease. After all, the level of the first divine spirit mystery realm is limited to the transcendent level, with Gu Xing in. The probability of Long Xiaoguo obtaining the first divine pattern. It's still relatively large. Student Gu Xing, Long Jinghua suddenly got up and pressed his hands heavily on the conference table. This time, in the divine spirit mysteries, you are the hope of Long Xia. Feel free to mention anything you need. Looking at Long Jinghua, whose eyes were filled with sincerity, Gu Xing nodded. He would definitely participate in the divine spirit mystery realm this time. Thus, even though he had already reached the peak of transcendent, he was in no hurry to break through. As for the requirements, Gu Xing tentatively told Long Jinghua about the materials required for Liuli and Vera to improve their qualifications. Bright divine crystals? Earth's marrow? With each name read out, Long Jinghua's frown tightened. The old principal shook his head helplessly as the last material name fell. I haven't seen a single one of these materials, and haven't even heard of them. However, Gu Xing was prepared for this. The last time he was in the Jinghua treasure trove, what he saw should be all the mythological materials of the Long Xia kingdom. He had just taken the idea of trying, and he wasn't lost now that he knew there wasn't one. He then turned to another question. Headmaster Long, the human race has its own limit at the transcendent level, so does the imperial beast have a limit? Earlier, he had realized that the bear that Veronica had contracted was 3,000 points in all attributes. Why is it exactly the right integer? When Long Jinghua heard this, his gaze immediately turned to Qin Shushue. Qin Shushue had reached her limit at the transcendent level and should know more about this issue. Qin Shushue pondered for a moment before speaking. I only know about Changli. Its qualification is at the demigod level. Back then, after Changli's various attributes reached a specific value, it was indeed impossible to continue to improve them any further. Changli's attributes should be on par with the White Emperor of that Missy contract of the Council. Qin Shushue couldn't see the specific attributes of the Imperial Beasts, so she could only compare them to other Imperial Beasts. And when Gu Xing heard this, he immediately understood. It was about the same as Bai Di, so that meant Qin Shushue's Imperial Beast back then had also reached 3,000 points of attributes. It seems that 3,000 points is the limit for the less than mythical qualification Imperial Beasts. But 3,000 points was certainly not the limit for his two Imperial Beasts. All of Lioli's attributes had broken through 3,000, while Vera's spiritual attributes had even broken through 3,400. Apparently the limit of mythic Imperial Beasts was completely over 3,000 points. However, the two Imperial Beasts had now reached the transcendent 9th level. How should I continue to improve the attributes of the Imperial Beasts? For some reason, Gu Xing suddenly thought of the demon god from before. Whether it's Walker, the wolf demon god, or the fallen demon god, all of them had the presence of a magic pattern in their bodies. Could it be that mythic grade Imperial Beasts had to be fused with divine marks in order to be raised to their limits? Thinking of this, Gu Xing's eyes lit up. Makes sense. Demon god level demons all possess demonic tattoos. It didn't make sense that mythic level Imperial Beasts didn't. After all, from the various attributes of Lioli and Vera now, surprisingly, it was only not much stronger than a demigod level Imperial Beast. This is clearly unreasonable. Realizing this, he didn't dwell on it. 7 days later, the Divine Spirit Secret Realm opened. Is he right? Grab the divine ripple in your hands and test it out and you'll understand. But before that, one must first contract one's third Imperial Beast. His level was about to break through the Commander level and unlock the fourth Imperial Beast contract opportunity. And now, the third Imperial Beast is not even landed. Next, after informing all the information he knew to the three of them, Long Jinghua, he hoofed it to the ring in the center of the City of Chaos. Whatever. Even if he couldn't find that Ghost Clan maiden, he still had to choose a royal beast to contract first. After all, after entering the Divine Spirit Mysterious Realm, there was no telling what kind of enemies one would face. It's always good to be cautious. You must first pull the full amount of battle power that you can boost. Even if the third Imperial Beast is slightly weaker in battle, it's better than nothing. Inside the conference room. After Gu Xing left, the room fell into silence. After a long time, Long Jinghua slowly got up. This time, the Divine Spirit Mystery Realm isn't just a problem faced by the Long Xia Kingdom alone, it's a problem faced by the entire human race. The first seat of the council, the Scarlet Empress. It's time to get together with these old friends. Shushue, keep an eye on the foreign races in the City of Chaos. If any of them cross the border, then make an example of them first. As for you, Long Jinghua's gaze turned to Lei Zhuan. Notify the 4 major military regions of the Dragon Summer Kingdom to observe martial law. We must guard against the demon race at this juncture to prevent them from taking this opportunity to attack. Hearing Long Jinghua's command, Lei Zhan and Qin Shushue simultaneously lead the order. Understood. Chapter 103, No contracts. The Long Xia compound is not far from the ring. Within a short time, Gu Xing arrived at the busiest area in the City of Chaos. Chaos Ring. When he stepped into the place, deafening shouts came like a tidal wave. On the towering ring, 2 alien Imperial Beasts were fighting fiercely. Gu Xing randomly picked an onlooker and asked, "Hello, I wanted to ask if there's any quicker way to find a powerful Imperial Beast to contract?" The man didn't look back, waving his hand impatiently. "If you're capable, get on the stage and fight. Beat these foreigners into submission and naturally rush to contract with you." After that, he continues to yell at the ring. I see. Gu Xing understood the rules here. As long as you can prove that you are strong, then naturally there are foreign races that rush to contract with you. In that case, get in the ring and fight. Just in time, the fight between the 2 Fae in the ring had ended. Gu Xing leaped and landed firmly on the bloodstained ring. With a wave of his hand, 2 summoning spells appeared, and both Vera and Luri appeared in the ring at the same time. The audience under the stage immediately murmured when they saw this. What does this human want? Ready to challenge the whole field? By the looks of this human is trying to pick his third Imperial Beast. Gu Xing stood with his arms folded and waited for half a day in the ring, but realized that none of the foreigners had come up to challenge him. What's going on? Gu Xing turned slightly, his gaze going to Vera beside him. And Vera immediately understood what Gu Xing meant. If these foreigners don't come on stage, then provoke them to come on stage. Everyone from the City of Chaos, do you even have the courage to take the stage now? Vera's crisp voice stung in the silence of the ringside area, but remained unanswered. Only a short while ago, they had experienced being hung by the ghost race for the entire match, and now they didn't dare to take the stage at will. This Imperial Beast was an elf, a top race on par with the ghost race. Without some strength, going up there is a disgrace. However, just at this moment, the crowd suddenly parted like a tidal wave. Let me. A lanky figure leapt up in the air, and the heavy landing sound shook the ring slightly. The half-dragon Kike stood across from Gu Xing with his head held high. His purpose in coming to the north could be to find the human pact. Now that he had easily encountered a human race with good strength, he definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. And when Gu Xing saw this half-dragon man, he immediately checked its information. Half-dragon Kek. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Legendary 9-star. Power, 2700. Body mass, 2600. Spirit, 2100. Speed, 2500. Skill, Dragon Man Bloodline boosts attributes 1.3 times. Transcendent 9th Order and Legendary 9-star qualifications. And all the attributes are good. It seems that making this draconian contract isn't bad. On the opposite side of Gu Xing, Kike mounted the ring before realizing that this elf was not simple. Powerful mental fluctuations flowed around her. Stronger. Facing this elf, he seemed to have the feeling of facing that ghost clan. As stressful as it gets. The tail of the Kaikon slapped the ground uneasily. This elf shouldn't be mythic level as well, right? One's luck shouldn't be so bad. But just then, Vera suddenly let out a soft cry. With that, he took a step back and pushed Luri forward. Fighting is not for her. What's more, she's in no condition to be singled out. At this point, hiding from your master is the best outcome. Master, she tugged at Gu Xing's sleeve in aggravation. This guy with scales all over his body is so scary. She was like a frightened bunny, aggrieved and trying to burrow into Gu Xing's arms. Only. Before she could succeed in her ruse, Ruri's small hand had already picked up the back of her neck with precision. Leave me in peace. The glazed golden pupils swept her coldly. Vera immediately nodded her head in a good-natured, I'm obedient manner. However, as soon as Luri turned around, Vera immediately wrapped her arms around Gu Xing's waist from behind and pressed her face against his back. Master, Sister Lioli was mean to me just now, I'm so scared. Seeing Vera in this state, the corner of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. But this was at least his own imperial beast. Gu Xing helplessly rubbed Vera's head. And when the opposite Kike saw this scene, a hint of displeasure flashed in his dragon eyes. Human, are you looking down on me by letting this angel on? The aura of that elf just now was clearly stronger. And before Gu Xing could answer, Lioli's eyes suddenly turned cold. Not as good as that elf? She was already in a bad mood because of that green tea elf, and now this half-dragon had the nerve to add fuel to the fire? Ha! Lioli sneered, and red golden flames suddenly erupted. Killing angel form, liberate. In an instant, Lioli's 8 feathered wings stretched out from behind her back, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire ring. Kek's dragon scales instantly exploded as a chill ran down his spine and straight to his head. This feeling. What's with the déjà vu? His dragon pupils tightened and his heart beat wildly. Is it going to be a repeat failure? No. As a descendant of the dragon race, he would never allow himself to fail again. Howl. Kike roared up to the sky, the dragon's blood boiling inside his body. The dark red scales glowed with a metallic sheen, and the muscles bulged like steel. Dragon Man Bloodline activated. Power, 2700 3510. Body mass, 2600 3380. Spirit, 2100 2730. Speed, 2500 3250. However, this was in front of Lioli, who was in the form of a blazing angel and had broken through 6000 points in each attribute. It's not worth it. But Kek the dragon doesn't seem to realize it. The glory of the dragon clan is not to be tarnished. Even in the face of a strong enemy, we will only stand. However, he's not done with the slogans. Boom! With a speed indiscernible to the naked eye, Luri pressed his head directly into the stone floor of the ring. The hard verdant ground cracked instantly, spiderweb-like cracks spreading out. Hiss! The entire audience neatly sucked in a breath of cool air, and many of them subconsciously touched their heads. This angel is too mean. But the strength of this angel. It's so strong. Kek doesn't even have the slightest ability to fight back in front of her. The next image made the corners of everyone's eyes twitch. As if in a fit of rage, Luri wrestled Kek back and forth as if he were a sandbag. Fortunately, the dragon man's skin was thick, coupled with Lioli's deliberate retention of his hand. Although the scene was gruesome, they were all just superficial injuries. Stop. I concede. The sniveling Kek finally seized the opening and raised his hand shakily. Only then did Lioli withdraw her hand and gracefully turn back to Gu Xing. Seeing Vera, who was still glued to Gu Xing, Lioli immediately cast an icy glare. Eee! Vera stiffened and immediately loosened her arms around Gu Xing, moving 3 meters away with small steps, and smiled curtly at Lioli. Count on this green tea spirit to know what it's doing. Luri grunted softly, before withdrawing her warning gaze. And Keck took a moment to slow down and clear his head a bit. If the Draconians are defeated by humans? He suddenly stepped forward and dropped heavily to one knee. I, Keck the dragon, would like to make a pact with you. And at the sound of that voice, the scene instantly forked over. What? Kike actually recognized his master voluntarily? Damn, I'm so envious. That human has such a strong angel, and now he's taken in Kike the dragon. Although Keck had lost to Green Frost before. But aside from Green Frost, he was the strongest imperial beast of the transcendent level known to Chaos City. At the moment he was kneeling before a human and recognizing him as Lord. And when Gu Xing saw this scene, he pondered slightly. Then he intended to agree to it. After all, that ghost girl from last time was nowhere to be found. Immediately he will also have the 4th contract position, so first contract a legendary 9-star imperial beast. Feasible. Only. Didn't wait for him to speak. No. 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 3 categorical refusals rang out at the same time. In the eyes of Vera and Luri, this draconian. Whether it's face, personality, or gender. Neither is recognized by the 2 imperial beasts. As for the 3rd voice. Instead, it was roared out by Himawari, who had just arrived here. Chapter 104, Battle for Status. Go back in time a few minutes. Ms. Green Frost. A Fey squire hurriedly burst into the compound. A human royalty has appeared in the ring area, and his angelic royalty has just defeated Keck. Angel? Hearing those 2 words, Himawari immediately realized who that human was. Gu Xing. He was the only one who possessed the royal beast of an angel. Green Frost keenly caught the difference in her sister. It seemed this human was her target. Himawari, lead the way. Hearing her sister call her by her full name, Himawari immediately stiffened her entire body. But looking at her sister's eyes that could not be refused, Himawari could only apologize to Gu Xing again in her heart. I'm sorry, human. I really didn't mean to, I just couldn't help it. After doing enough mental construction, Himawari gritted her teeth and took Xingfeng's hand. The power of the void surged, and a spatial crack instantly appeared. Next moment. The sisters then appeared above the chaos ring. I was surprised to find that just after entering the ring, a draconian knelt on one knee and attempted to recognize Gu Xing as its master. And Gu Xing was still going to agree. What? This draconian wants to pick the peach. She paid such a high price if that human hadn't contracted with her sister. No. Himawari shouted this with the greatest strength of her life. Gu Xing turned his head in surprise and was confronted by the sudden appearance of 2 ghost race girls. Oni Crimson Moon. Level, Transcendent 9. Status, Birth Defect. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Power, 100. Physical Fitness, 100. Spirit, 100. Speed, 100. Skill, Void. Ghost Screen Frost. Level, Transcendent 9. Status, Birth Defect. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Power, 4000 max. Body Mass, 2000 defects and suppression. Spirit, 2000. Speed, 2000 defect suppression in progress. Skills, Ghost Clan's 4 styles, Ghost King's Body, Field of Force Elementary. The 4 styles of the Ghost Clan: Open Mountain Strength attribute increased by 1.5 times, Break the Sea cannot be used due to physical limitations, Break the Sky insufficient level, Destroy the Star insufficient level. Body of the Ghost King, enhance all attributes by 1.5 times. Field of Force, physically restricted from use. Seeing the various attributes of this ghost race girl, Gu Xing's throat rolled. This attribute is simply the perfect template for combat. Strength 4000 points. Mythic level limit. Plus the body of the Ghost King, plus the 4 styles of the Ghost Clan. Gu Xing estimated. 4000 power attributes, Ghost King's body boosted by 1.5 times, and then this style of opening mountains boosted by 1.5 times, that's 9000 power attributes. It's not far off from turning on the final Angel's Glaze. But this was this Ghost Clan girl who couldn't use the Ghost Clan's second style Broken Sea because of a congenital defect. If we can fix her flaws. He's gluttonous. The attributes of this Ghost Clan are too luxurious. Deluxe too. He couldn't afford to let it go. Only. The expression on the face of this ghost race girl didn't seem too good. And the moment Xingfeng saw Gu Xing, she realized that she had misunderstood Himawon. She certainly wasn't cheated out of her feelings by this human. Quite the opposite. Himatsuri had gone to great lengths to make up so many excuses, and her ultimate goal must have been to get her to contract with this human. But even so, the battle was also inevitable. Whether it was Himawari hiding herself for this human, or allowing this human to reserve a spot to give to her sister. It was a fight she all had to win. But that angel. The strength is strong. Luri felt the same way. She could feel the oozing oppression coming from that Ghost Clan. She slowly stepped forward and blocked Gu Xing's body.
Master, stand back. This ghost race is not simple.
Luri's voice was as grave as it had ever been. This was still in the same level of imperial beasts, and she felt such immense pressure.
And Gu Xing looked at Himawari and then at Qingfeng. I see. He understood why Himawari hadn't contracted with him before.
It turned out to be because of the presence of green frost.
But now,
Gu Xing saw Liuli's incomparably serious little face.
He also understood what Luri was thinking. Perhaps Ruri understood that these two ghosts would become his imperial beasts the moment he saw Hamatsuri.
But they were all his imperial beasts, and there was also a difference in status. This ghost clan in front of him was clearly unconvinced of Liuli's position as chief imperial beast.
This fight is also a battle for Ruri's status.
The same holds true for Green Frost.
Green Frost? Ruri. The two exchanged their names. In the next moment, the golden blazing angelic flames covered Liuli instantly. She felt a tremendous amount of pressure. Without any hesitation, she directly opened her final angel form. 10-winged final angel form open. Sacred angel blazed. Qualification, mythical 3-star. Level, transcendent 9. Strength, 6,049,060. Body mass, 6,029,030. Spirit, 6,009,000. Speed, 6,069,090. Skills, blazing angel form, final angel form, field of heavenly fire. 9,000 points in full attributes. And Green Frost likewise went all out. Ghost King form, open.
Dark ghostly lines crawled quickly across her cheeks like living creatures.
Ghost's Green Frost. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Myth 1-star. Power, 6,000. Body mass, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000. Speed, 3,000. Skills, Ghost Clan's 4 styles, Ghost King's body, field of force. The spectators outside the arena had been completely baffled when they saw this scene in the ring. Why is Miss Green Frost in the ring? Could it be that she also wants to contract with this human? What kind of luck is this person? Why would Miss Qingfeng, such a strong imperial beast, choose this human? Not good. Quickly go report to Lord Wangyu, his imperial beast is going to be intercepted. A commander-class royal beastmaster in the crowd immediately turned around and left when he saw this situation. And at this point, Keck, still kneeling in the ring, is baffled. Inexplicably, this angel fought with that ghost nation. And his recognition. It was rejected by all 3 imperial beasts. He raised his head to look at the ghostly tattooed Green Frost, and then at the 10-winged angel Liuli, who was burning with golden flames. 2 people. He's no match for anyone. So he turned around and left the ring forlornly. Crimson Moon suddenly flashed to Gu Xing's side at this time and immediately spoke. Gu Xing, you must contract with my sister when you reach the commander level. I won't stay here. You must treat my sister well. With that, a spatial crack appeared behind her. With so many powerful imperial beasts in this human's hands, he surely wouldn't want a little trash like himself. In that case, it would be better to leave first. She will return when her sister's contract with this human is complete. However, Gu Xing heard these words from Himawari. Instantly realizing what the little girl with the pit in her brain was thinking. She doesn't think she's so bad that she resents her herself. But it's not a matter of dislike or dislike. But he still had the heart of the twins, a mythic great item, lying in his royal beast space. Wasn't the twin that was on my mind before, right here? If this girl Himawari runs away, how will he contract? Vera, tie her up for me. Vera's speed was fast, and the moment Gu Xing ordered it, a vine bound Himawari into a dumpling. And she snapped her fingers, the tips of the vines sealing Himawari's lips with precision. Well, Himawari was bound by a vine, her eyes filled with aggression. It was obvious that he was so miserable, but this human was still so rough. Gu Xing pinched her puffy cheeks. Look well, this is your sister's stage. At this moment, the center of the ring. On the left side was the churning ghostly air of the underworld, and on the right side was the burning sacred fire. The 2 top imperial beasts, neither of them refused to back down. Fighting, a touch and go. Chapter 105 Reasons Why You Can't Lose. The first style of the Ghost Clan, Open Mountain. The ghostly aura around Qingfeng suddenly contracted, and pitch black lines flowed across his skin like living creatures. The moment she folded her hands, the materialized ghost chi actually emitted a metallic clang. Strength, 6,000 9,000. Under the influence of this skill, her strength attribute was once again increased by 1.5 times. At the moment it was on par with Luri, also reaching 9,000 points. Facing such a strong enemy, Liuli didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Break the sin. She let out a low gulp, and the golden holy sword suddenly ignited with blazing golden flames, which wrapped around the sword like a dragon and snake. It had been a long time since she had used this move. But at this moment, facing this ghost race, she had to go all out. In the next instant, both of their auras climbed to the peak at the same time. Boom!
Almost at the same moment, the ghostly green frost and the golden flame entangled Lily struck out brazenly. Rumble! Two diametrically opposed forces collided in the center of the ring, and violent shockwaves swept around like angry waves. The lapis lazuli ring under his feet, which had endured 100 years of weathering, crumbled inch by inch under the impact of this force, and the rubble splashed. The surrounding transcendent-level Imperial Beast Masters were toppled by the aftershocks and fell to the ground in a sorry state. The several Commander-grade Imperial Beast Masters who had stabilized themselves at the scene also had horrified faces at the moment, looking incredulously at the center of the battlefield. Aren't these two Imperial Beasts transcendent level? Why are the energy fluctuations they emanate completely unrivaled by the Commander rank? Aside from the fact that there are no domains colliding, this is simply a Commander-level battle. However, the chaos isn't limited to the ring. The berserk energy fluctuations swept through the entire city of chaos like a hurricane, and even the few true monarch levels within the city were startled. Several strong spiritual forces instantly locked the chaos ring. Long Xiaoguo resident. Long Jingguo was preparing to leave for the Council and the Holy See to discuss the matters of the Divine Spirit Mystery Realm in 7 days. Suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the direction of the Chaos Ring. This is Qin Shushuet, Lei Battle, and Long Jingguo sensed this aura almost simultaneously. The three of them unanimously threw their spiritual energy in the direction of the Chaos Ring. A trace of surprise flashed across the faces of all three when they saw the Imperial Beasts engaged in the ring. But then it dawned on me. This must be Gu Xing picking his third Imperial Beast. But that Ghost Clan had actually fought with Ruri to score a win. Does that mean that Ghostbuster's rank? Again, it's a mythic level. At the same time, a few of the previous monarch-level spiritual forces had also detected the uncomplicated nature of the ghost race in the ring. An Imperial Beast with strong qualifications is something that anyone would want to have. The monarch class is no exception. However, before they could make a move, a domineering to the extreme aura instantly enveloped the entire field. Long Jingguo stepped in. His behavior as such demonstrated the position of the Long Xia Kingdom. Anyone who dares to intervene is an enemy of the entire Dragon Summer Kingdom. Feeling this intimidation, those foolishly powerful monarch-class people immediately collected their minds. This person was one of the 3 top powerhouses of the human race. If they really dared to strike against his will, then the Parliament and the Holy See would inevitably push them out to make amends in order not to offend the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Seeing these monarchs settle down, Long Jingguo then snorted coldly and turned his attention back to the ring. For the battle. He was also incredibly curious as to who would win. Chaos Ring. In just a few short breaths, Qingfeng and Liuli had exchanged hundreds of rounds. Although Liuli almost crushed Green Frost in every attribute such as speed and defense. However, the latter relied on his almost instinctive fighting instincts to battle this mythological angel. However, as time went on, Green Frost's disadvantage gradually became apparent. Clang! Liuli's holy sword once again collided with Qingfeng's fist blade, sending out blinding sparks. In this flash of lightning, Qingfeng suddenly changed his stance, and his hands were like iron pincers as they clasped the body of the holy sword. Zip, zip, zip. The blazing angel flame clashed fiercely with the thick ghostly aura, emitting a toothsome corrosive sound. The golden holy flame continuously penetrated the ghostly qi barrier and scorched Qingfeng's palm, and the smell of charred skin and flesh immediately spread out. But this stubborn Ghost Clan girl didn't even frown. Her green-colored pupils looked straight at Liuli. Her voice was terrifyingly calm. You are strong. Her tone was flat, but it carried a seriousness that had never been seen before. This angel was the strongest opponent she had encountered in so many years. Liuli was equally grave. She clearly felt her absolute advantage in attributes, but this ghost race in front of her bridged the gap with near-perfect combat skills. You're not so bad. Luri responded solemnly. Hearing this recognition, the corners of Qingfeng's mouth raised in a rare smile. As a naturally warlike ghost race, it had been a long time since she had fought so freely. As strong as you are. The ghostly aura around Qingfeng suddenly churned violently. But I have to win this time. I have reasons why I absolutely cannot lose. Liuli was shocked when she saw this. Could it be that in the battle just now, this ghost race actually still had some strength left? However, when Himawari, who was bound by Vera, saw the scene, she suddenly struggled violently. Her eyes were wide with terror, and a whimper escaped her throat. Gu Xing immediately understood and signaled Vera to loosen her restraints. The moment the vines pulled away from Himawari's mouth, the young girl couldn't care less about the sore corners of her mouth and cried out with a sobbing voice. Gu Xing! Quickly stop, sister! If she keeps boosting her power like this, her body will collapse. Gu Xing's heart tightened at these words of Crimson Moon. He immediately checked Green Frost's attributes. Ghost's Green Frost. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Power, 12,000. Body mass, 3,000 on the verge of collapse. Spirit, 3,000. Speed, 3,000. Skills, Ghost Clan's 4 styles, Ghost King's Body, Field of Force. Attention, this beast is on the verge of physical collapse from the use of the Oni second stance, Seabreaker. Seeing the words "on the verge of collapse" displayed on the attribute panel, Gu Xing's brows furrowed. There was no longer any need for this fight to go on. Continuing this has only one outcome. Both lose. But at this moment, the two imperial beasts with boiling battle intent clearly could no longer listen to any dissuasion. How can we stop them? Gu Xing's gaze turned sharply and finally settled on Vera. The center of the ring. Ghost Clan's second stance, Seabreak. Xingfeng's stern voice exploded in the ring, and in an instant, the originally churning ghostly aura suddenly collapsed. The entire ring trembled violently under this force, and even space began to twist and distort. Liuli's 10 light wings trembled violently under this pressure, but she still stubbornly held her head up. She could clearly feel. At this moment, Xingfeng's strength was completely above his own. But Liuli's knuckles that gripped the holy sword were white from exertion, and the golden flames burning in her eyes grew fiercer. Only Master. I will never back down. I will never admit defeat. With this cry, the blazing angelic fire burning around Luri suddenly collapsed into a pure white color. Behind her, the 11th and 12th feathers had already taken shape. Gu Xing was shocked to find. At this moment, Liuli's various attributes unexpectedly increased strangely once again. Sacred Angel blazed. Qualification, Mythical 3-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Status, Critical. Strength, 90-61-0060 breakthrough limit. Physical fitness, 90-31-0030 breakthrough limit. Spirit, 9,000-12,000 on the verge of collapse. Speed, 9,000 and 10,090 breakthrough. Skills, Blazing Angel Form, Final Angel Form, Field of Heavenly Fire. Attention, mental attributes have breached the safety line. Continuing to fight will result in irreversible damage. When he saw the line of hints, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Damn! Those two idiots. Do you even want to lose your life in order to win or lose? Grass. Two idiots. He snapped his head around to look at Vera, his voice laced with disbelief. Vera! Elven Kingship! Now! Now! Chapter 106, Elven Kingship Full Liberation. Understood. She also realized the gravity of the scene. Even a second's delay at this moment could result in irreparable consequences. The Elven right to total liberation. The radiant emerald god ring unfolded with a bang behind her, and countless lines of light erupted from the void. At the same time, a dark aura flashed in Gu Xing's eyes. Soul Devourer. Under the double increase, Vera's attribute panel was frantically refreshed. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 3020. Body mass, 3040. Spirit, 3430 20,580. Speed, 3000. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain. Vera, stop them. Understood. Vera's childish little face was now covered with gravity. It was the first time she had faced such a difficult situation. The task of forcing an end to the battle without harming the two mythic great imperial beasts strained her spirit to the extreme. Vera didn't dare to have the slightest reservation, and the surging spiritual energy in her body rushed out like a dike. With the full force of her power, she could no longer maintain the disguise of her juvenile form. The long, radiant golden hair fell down like a waterfall, and his slender figure gradually stretched under the power of nature. Pointed elven ears showed through her hair, and transparent wings of light unfolded fully behind her. This is what? The true stance of a nature elf. But at the moment, Gu Xing had no time to appreciate what Vera really looked like. His gaze was locked dead center of the ring, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Green Frost's body is starting to break down. Ruri was still able to support herself, but she must not be allowed to continue fighting. Damn! At this rate, Xingfeng's body would definitely collapse completely after releasing this strike. What to do? What do we do? His mind raced. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind. God's Grace. That skill that purifies all negative statuses. Maybe it'll stop Green Frost's body from collapsing. It was also at this time that the two men in the ring had built up their momentum to the extreme. Boom! Xingfeng and Liuli stormed up at the same time, transforming into two streams of light, one black and one gold, rushing towards each other with a destructive momentum. The storm of energy intertwined between the ghost chi and the holy flames caused the entire ring space to start distorting. Just as the two figures were about to collide. Nature's Lament, Sea of Bone-Eating Vines. Vera's cool voice resounded. Under the terrifying boost of 20,000 points of spiritual power, tens of thousands of emerald vines erupted from the void, instantly constructing a green barrier that stretched across heaven and earth. Bang! The moment the torrent of black and gold energy hit the vine barrier, the entire Chaos City shuddered. The surrounding Imperial Beastmasters and Fae desperately tried their best to resist the airwaves coming from above the ring. While gritting their teeth, their eyes were filled with horror. The original duel between angels and ghosts was beyond their knowledge, and now. The crowd stared dumbfounded at the nature elf suspended in mid-air. The power revealed by this imperial beast surprisingly crushed the angels and ghosts in the ring. Inside the Longxia Kingdom residency, Long Jinggua's pupils also shrunk when he saw this scene. Earlier, he had wanted to make a move to forcefully stop the two imperial beasts. Only, as long as he made a move, the two imperial beasts would definitely be seriously injured due to the backlash. It was also the moment he hesitated that Gu Xing completely dissolved this crisis. Feeling that the two imperial beasts were safe, Long Jinggua let out a sigh of relief. If any of the mythic grade imperial beasts were to be lost due to this competition, the loss would simply be incalculable. Suddenly, Long Jinggua frowned as he sensed an aura approaching the ring at a rapid pace. After realizing this person's purpose, Long Jinggua's eyes stared. Lei Battle, his voice plummeted cold, the Wang family, crossed the line. Lei Zhuan also sensed this person's purpose. His bronzed face was filled with frost. A false king level who also dares to covet a mythic level imperial beast? It seems that the Wang family has been living too comfortably. Before the words fell, thunder exploded. The figure of this northern military god had already disappeared from the spot, leaving only the slightest arc of electricity crackling in the air. Chaos ring. Seeing that Vera managed to take control of the situation, Gu Xing's hanging heart finally fell halfway. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, both Liuli and Qingfeng were tightly entangled by emerald vines. The two imperial beasts were now finally settling down. After seeing that Liuli was unharmed, Gu Xing immediately came to Qingfeng's side. It was only when he got closer that he realized. Qingfeng's originally white skin was covered with fine cracks, as if it was a porcelain that was about to break. It must be done immediately. Without hesitation, Gu Xing switched his talent, and the golden aura in his eyes skyrocketed. King's Landing, Heaven's Grace. The bright golden halo wrapped around Qingfeng like flowing water. With the help of this state of Tianan, the cracks on the surface of Qing Frost's body began to start healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Effective. Gu Xing's taut nerves then relaxed. Sister. Crimson Moon broke free of her restraints at this time and stumbled to Qingfeng's side, her crystalline teardrops rolling down continuously. Her voice choked as her trembling fingers lightly touched Green Frost's face. I'm sorry. Sis. I shouldn't have lied. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. If it wasn't for herself, wouldn't her sister have never fought? Things wouldn't have turned out this way. Seeing this, Gu Xing squatted down and gently patted the young girl's trembling shoulders. Don't worry, your sister is fine, she just fainted due to overexertion. Upon hearing these words, Hamatsuri then raised her teary-eyed little face, with fine teardrops still hanging on her eyelashes. Really? Really? Aha! But this isn't the place to talk, so let me get you out of here. It's a mixed bag, and remaining here is clearly not a good option. He was about to signal Vera to take the crowd and leave when suddenly. Did I tell you to leave? A grim voice suddenly rang out. Wan Yu's eyes were crimson, veins rippled on his face, and his eyes staring at Gu Xing were filled with hideous killing intent. A district transcendental level imperial beast master. How dare you get your hands on my royal beast? He didn't know how much he had paid to indenture this ghost race. And now, this kid is trying to cut me off halfway? Looking at Gu Xing crouching beside his intended imperial beast, Wang Yu's eyes sank. Killing people in the city of chaos is a real pain in the ass. The corner of his mouth pulled out a cruel arc, but no one dares to hold me accountable for killing a transcendent level yet. Swish. He waved his hand violently, and 3 peak commander-class imperial beasts instantly appeared. A berserk aura swept across the field, and the surrounding fighters retreated one after another. Kill him for me. The 3 imperial beasts received the order and instantly transformed into residual shadows to pounce on Gu Xing. However, just then, unbridled, a thunderous cry of fury exploded into the sky. A giant bird silhouette entwined with purple lightning swept by, so fast that the people present only saw a flash of electricity. Bang! 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 The figures of the 3 commander-class imperial beasts suddenly stiffened, and then collapsed to the ground with a bang, the scorched lightning strike marks on their bodies shocking to the eyes. But Wang Yu violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood and staggered back several steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? I'm a monarch. Thunder War surprisingly. Take a shot at me? His pupils trembled violently as he looked towards the figure that descended from the sky. Chapter 107 Twins, Contract Completion. Although Wan Yu was the top genius of the younger generation of the Wang family. But why did he, Lei Zhuan, need to give face to the Wang family? In the next moment, he appeared in front of Wan Yu. He reached out and directly pinched Wan Yu's throat, lifting this Wan Yu directly into mid-air with coldness in his eyes. Cough. Ahem. In front of Lei Zhuan, Wan Yu did not have the slightest ability to fight back. His legs stomped futilely through the air, fear finally surfacing on his reddened face. From Lei Zhuan's eyes, he sensed a smear of killing intent. And this killing intent was still magnified infinitely. This moment. He's scared, he's terrified. Lei. General Lei. I know I'm wrong. It's me who is obsessed. Meh. Lei Zhuan sneered, his knuckles slowly tightening. There are some mistakes that can't be erased with an apology. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his neck, Wang Yu completely panicked. You can't kill me. The Wang family. The Wang family will never settle for good. The king's family? Lei Zhuan suddenly interrupted him. Count on something. Ka-ching. A crisp bone crack sounded. Wang Yu's glaring pupils instantly laxed, and the royal beast master who once dreamed of contracting a mythical royal beast was now as limp and drooping as a rag. After killing Wang Yu, Lei Battle's hand loosened. Bang! Wang Yu's body crashed to the ground, and the dull sound caused the entire room to fall dead silent. The pupils of all the Fey and Imperial Beastmasters have shrunk. Although it is a false king level, it is still considered a monarch level Imperial Beastmaster after all. Just killed without mercy. Lei Zhuan's cold gaze swept across the entire arena, his voice wrapped in the power of thunder resounding through the clouds. Effective immediately, any power, any race, any person. If you dare to take action against Gu Xing, you are challenging the bottom line of the Longxia kingdom. Those who think this way, prepare to be immortalized with Longxia. Boom! As if responding to this declaration, several terrifying auras suddenly erupted from all parts of the City of Chaos. Long Jinghua, Qin Chu Xue, as well as the dozens of Imperial Beast Masters of the Dragon Summer Kingdom who were in the City of Chaos. Their auras intertwined into a net, covering the entire City of Chaos. The expressions of the Fae, the Council, and the Scarlet Cleric's monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmasters who were paying attention to this place were incomparably grave. Long Xiaguo this time. It's getting real. Anyone who dared to make a move against this transcendent-level Imperial Beastmaster, then the entire Longxia kingdom would truly fight them. After a long time. Seeing that the deterrent effect had been achieved, Lei Zhuan slowly collected his aura and walked towards Gu Xing. Why don't we go back to the Longxia country quarters? It's safe there. Gu Xing thought for a moment, but still refused. Lei Zhuan had straightened this out, and now no one in the entire City of Chaos dared to take a shot at him. So it's the same wherever you go. Seeing this, Lei Zhuan did not force himself. After giving Gu Xing a few words of advice, he left the place. He had his own mission to accomplish. It wasn't until Lei Zhuan's figure disappeared that the audience at the scene woke up as if from a dream. What exactly is this human's status? To be able to make the Dragon Summer Kingdom go to such an extent for him. Whatever his identity is, now he's really famous. His name will surely resonate throughout the entire chaotic city. And while the crowd was talking, Gu Xing had long since left with a few Imperial beasts. Only the ring, which was full of wreckage, was left behind to witness the battle that shook the whole city. One day later. Cat Clan resident. Green Frost's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils contracted suddenly as she took in the figure standing beside the bed. That angel? She braced herself violently, her ghostly aura instinctively surging up around her. The last fight hadn't been decided. However. I'm sorry. Ruri suddenly bowed deeply, her long silver hair falling with the movement. This action caused Green Frost to freeze in place, a flash of dismay in his eyes. She's in. Apologizing? At the moment, Luri was biting her lower lip tightly. After Himawari's explanation, she realized why this ghost clan in front of her was so desperate. Turns out it was for her own sister. And yourself? To think that he would fight with this ghost clan just for the sake of a chief imperial beast's identity. A pang of guilt surged through her again at the thought. I'm really sorry. The other day. I shouldn't have fought you to that extent. Ruri bowed deeply again, then silently walked to the corner and stood facing the wall. Face the wall. This is Gu Xing's order. Sister. Scarlet Moon finally waited until Qingfeng awoke and could no longer hold back, jumping headfirst into her sister's arms, tears instantly wetting Qingfeng's lapel. Ooh-hoo. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you. Green Frost subconsciously wrapped her arms around her sister and gently stroked her long hair. Moon, it's okay, I guessed it. Guessed that when I got to the ring. After comforting Himawari for a couple of moments, Qingfeng then turned her head to look at Gu Xing. Although the last fight was not split. It was about her sister, and she still had to bring it up. She looked at Gu Xing, her voice low. I can contract you, but I have one condition. And without any hesitation, Gu Xing nodded decisively. I promise. Seeing this human so decisive, Green Frost froze. She hadn't even said what her terms were, so how come this human was? Seeing Qingfeng's doubts, Gu Xing spoke again. Whatever the conditions, I agree. With all the attributes of this ghost race, if he let it go, he would really regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, he agreed to whatever conditions Green Frost proposed. Though seeing Gu Xing agree, Qingfeng took a deep breath and still stated her conditions. I want you to leave behind the monarch-level contract position and contract my sister after you've elevated to the commander-level contract me. Hearing her sister's request, Himawari raised her head from Green Frost's arms at this time. though she felt her sister's request was a bit much, forcing this human to accept himself as a little punk. But after this, she'd thought it through. Nothing is more important than being with your sister. Even if this human didn't agree, she could continue to wander with her sister. However, Gu Xing shook his head at this time. When Qingfeng and Crimson Moon saw this, the light in their eyes instantly dimmed. It seems that the humans that are so hard to find still can't be contracted? Gu Xing saw the lost expressions of these two sisters and instantly understood what they were thinking. He held out 2 fingers and laughed softly. You don't have to wait until the monarch level, and you don't have to separate your contracts. Upon hearing Gu Xing's words, Qingfeng and Crimson Moon froze violently. What does this human mean? And Gu Xing took out the heart of the twins at this time and placed it in front of the two. The two of you were meant to be one, of course the contract is together. If you believe me, put your hands on it. Green Frost and Crimson Moon looked at each other. Not sure what this human means, but together, the two sisters are not afraid of anything. The two men folded their hands and slowly placed them on the heart of the twins. Next moment, the heart of the twins violently split into 2, turning into 2 streams of light that disappeared into the sisters' brows. At the same time, radiant contract spell formations blossomed under the feet of the 3. Before Qingfeng and Scarlet Moon could be surprised, they saw that Gu Xing's palm had firmly pressed on the core of the spell formation. An arcane message exploded in the minds of the 3 at the same time. Twin Pact completed. Chapter 108 Ghost Clan Green Frost, sworn to follow Master. As this message came into his mind, Gu Xing knew. The ghost sisters in front of him had become his imperial beasts. Earlier, the attributes of the 2 men were suppressed at lower values due to congenital defects, and now, he was very curious to know to what extent the attributes of the 2 sisters had reached under the restoration of the Heart of Twins. Oni Crimson Moon. Level, Transcendent 9. Status, Twin Pact. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Power, 1001000. Body mass, 1001000. Spirit, 1001000. Speed, 1001000. Skill, Void. Under the influence of the twin stars, Himawari's congenital defective state had been repaired. Her various attributes skyrocketed from the original 100 points to 1000 points, a full 10-fold increase. Although such a value is still not enough to match the standard of mythic imperial beasts. But it's a far cry from the beginning. However, Gu Xing hadn't intended to have Himawari as the main battle royal beast from the start. The nature of her skills doomed her to not be too strong in a head-on battle. After learning about Crimson Moon's attributes, Gu Xing's gaze slowly turned to Qingfeng. She, the real target of this deed. Also, the 3rd main battle contracted imperial beast he was about to acquire. Ghosts Green Frost. Level, Transcendent 9. Status, Twin Pact. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Power, 4000 max. Body mass, 3500. Spirit, 2000. Speed, 3000. Skills, Ghost Clan's 4 styles, Ghost King's body all attributes increased by 1.5 times. Field of power usable. The 4 styles of the Ghost Clan, Open Mountain Strength attribute increased by 1.5 times, Break the Sea Strength attribute increased by 2 times, Break the Sky Insufficient level, Destroy the Stars Insufficient level. When Xingfeng's attribute panel was displayed in its entirety, Gu Xing couldn't help but gulp. This can only be described in 2 words. Terror. Perhaps it was because it had absorbed the attributes of fellow mythical great imperial beast Himawari. Xingfeng's various numerical values far exceeded the level of ordinary mythical great imperial beasts. You know, Liuli's current qualification is a mythical 3 stars. However, apart from the spirit attribute and speed attribute, the other 2 items were surprisingly completely crushed by the mythic 1-star Green Frost. Gu Xing's gaze drifted unconsciously to the corner. If we let Green Frost and Liuli fight against each other now, I'm afraid it's going to be quite tough for Liuli to win. And it wasn't until then that Green Frost and Crimson Moon came back from their trance. Green Frost gazed down at her hands, then turned her head to her sister beside her, a glint of disbelief in her eyes. She and her sister. All contracted? And still being indentured at the same time? What shocked her even more was that congenital defect that had been nagging for years had unexpectedly disappeared completely at this moment. Qingfeng tentatively operated the ghost chi in his body, and the energy rushed like a river, no longer half stagnant. Really? Cured? All she had originally asked for was to find a human indentured servant to help her and her sister break through to transcendence with the power of the human race. As for her own flaws, she had long ago resigned herself to the fact that she felt they would stay with her for the rest of her life. But today, Green Frost looked up, his eyes burning into the human in front of him. How did this human do it? Not only have they repaired their injuries, it was also able to contract both itself and Himawari at the transcendent level. But when she looked into Gu Xing's smiling eyes, all the confusion dissipated. Why this human can do these things? Is it important? Not important. Important. She and her sister finally didn't have to wander around, they found their place. They overcame their flaws, and the transcendental level was no longer their limit. Thinking of this, her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Guxing. This human. Giving them a second lease on life. Without hesitation, Green Frost rolled out of bed and dropped to one knee, his voice resounding. Ghost Clan Green Frost, vow to follow Master to the death. Seeing this, Himawari on the side first froze for a moment, and then scrambled to imitate her sister's movements as she knelt down and saluted. Ghost Clan Crimson Moon, greetings to the Master. This sudden allegiance caught Guxing off guard. By the time he came back to his senses, the sisters were kneeling respectfully before him. He rushed forward and gently helped the two up with both hands. We'll be partners from now on, you don't have to be so outgoing. When Guxing's warm palm touched Qing Frost, a hint of panic flashed across the face of the always calm Ghost Clan girl. She had never been this close to anyone in decades. Now that she suddenly had an owner, this unfamiliar bond made her feel overwhelmed. Guxing keenly sensed Qingfeng's discomfort and offered in a friendly manner. Should we go to the Imperial Beast Space to familiarize ourselves with the environment first? Hearing these words, Qingfeng was relieved and immediately responded respectfully. Yes, Master. Seeing Qingfeng in this state, Guxing was somewhat helpless. But he also knew that it would take some time to get this ghost race to willingly integrate into them. After dealing with the matters of the Qingfeng sisters, Guxing turned his gaze to Liuli, who was still facing the wall in the corner. At this moment, Vera was tilting her little head and wandering back and forth beside Luri. Ruri-san, why are you staring at the wall? How tiring it is to stand like this, would you like to accompany Vera to sit for a while? The corners of Liuli's mouth twitched slightly, and veins vaguely emerged from the corners of his forehead. This green tea elf. It's really getting loose these days. Just as she was about to teach Vera a lesson, she saw the other party suddenly change her words. Oh. You don't know, Sister Liuli, seeing you get hurt yesterday, Vera's heart was breaking. Vera pretended to be sad and wiped her eyes. Guxing, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but hold his forehead. He had sort of figured out this elf's personality now. But on second thought, although Vera usually always looks heartless, but the key moment. If she hadn't made a timely move, the fight between Liuli and Qingfeng would have ended in a different way. Therefore, Guxing let her go. He then walked to Liuli and slowly stood in front of her, deliberately speaking with a stern face. Ruri, do you realize what you did wrong? Luri immediately bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, Master, I shouldn't have treated a partner who was about to join us like that. Bang! Hearing Liuli's reply, Guxing gently flicked her forehead. This is only one aspect. Most importantly, you even disregarded your own well-being in order to fight. If Vera hadn't stepped in just in time, I'd see how you'd end up. Speaking of which, Guxing couldn't help but flick her again. This girl is a real worry. Vera, who was on the side, heard the compliment and immediately proudly lifted her small chest and looked at Liuli triumphantly. Unfortunately, her petite frame made the maneuver unimpressive. And at that moment, Ruri didn't care about Vera's provocation at all. Her mind and heart were all drawn to the concern in Guxing's words. Master is worried about my well-being. He's caring for me. The angelic maiden's cheeks were instantly colored red. Seeing this, Guxing thought that he had spoken heavily and hastened to moderate his tone. I'm not dismissing you wholeheartedly, just pay attention next time. Only, Guxing has not finished the sentence. Luri lunged into his arms violently and suddenly. Thank you, Master. This sudden scene caused Vera's smug expression to instantly freeze. Oops. This angel got the hang of it. That's more like it. Master Vera wants a hug too. Oh. Chapter 109, It's not pretty now, is it? Guxing helplessly calmed the two clinging imperial beasts. As time passed, seeing that the two never had any intention of letting go, he planned to force them apart. Only just then. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Ruri and Vera let go at the same time. In front of outsiders, the two imperial beasts were still not so bold. Seeing this, Guxing straightened his scuffed and wrinkled blouse before clearing his throat. Come in. Sally pushed her way in and bowed respectfully. Lord Guxing, there's someone outside the compound seeking an audience. Hearing Sally's words, Guxing was a bit stunned. Someone's looking for him? Who? With doubts, Guxing followed Sally to the entrance of the compound. At this moment, Winning Ice was leaning against the doorpost, her slender fingers gently stroking the ice phoenix on her shoulder. The sunlight poured down on her, painting a picture of quiet beauty. However, after walking in to see Winbing's figure, Guxing's pupils suddenly contracted. He noticed that half of Winbing's iconic long ice blue hair had turned into a piercing silver white at this moment. The discovery made his heart sink. This is... He hastily turned his attention to the ice phoenix on her shoulder. Frosty Ice Phoenix. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Half-Step Myth. Power, 3000. Body Mass, 3000. Spirit, 3000. Speed, 3000. Skills: Cone of Cold Piercing, Frost Storm, Frost Ring Imprisonment. Cultivation: Snow Crystal, Snow Lotus, Cold Marrow. When Ice Phoenix's attribute panel was displayed in front of his eyes, Gu Xing's brows involuntarily tightened. He clearly remembered that the last time he met this Imperial Beast's qualification was still stuck at the legendary 5 stars, but now. Half-step myth. Eyes fall back to Wenbing's long, half-white hair. He couldn't have known better what this silver-white hair meant. The winning family bloodline was able to help Imperial Beasts improve their qualifications, but at the cost of their life force. And now Ice Phoenix's qualification reaches half a step of myth, which means winning Ice paid the price of nearly half of his own life force. It doesn't look good now, does it? Wenbing lowered his head, with a few moments of urgency in his voice. Teenage girls care about their looks after all, even her. A flicker of loss flashed in her eyes, but she quickly lifted her face back up and regained her composure. The secret realm of the Divine Spirit would open soon. And there were only a handful of geniuses of the transcendent rank in the Dragon Summer Kingdom. She doesn't want Gu Xing to face this alone. Thus, in defiance of the crowd, she forcefully burned her bloodline, exchanging half of her life force for this power. Hearing this, Gu Xing hastily shook his head. Why, you've always looked good. As he said these words, his gaze toward Wenbing was filled with complexity. He was actually able to guess a little bit about winning Ice's purpose for doing this. The slow-witted young girl had, at some point, harbored a hint of more than a friend's affection for him. At this moment, looking at the piercing silver white of her hair, Gu Xing made a decision. After dealing with all the mythic mysteries, we must help her with her bloodline. Receiving Gu Xing's affirmation, Wenbing's mood was obviously much better. She turned to Sally with a hint of anticipation in her tone. I don't have a place to go for a while, can I stay here? In the winning family's secret realm, and Gu Xing separated from each other during this period of a month and a half. She seemed to see a bit of her true nature. He wanted to follow him himself. Even if she could help a little, she was satisfied. So as soon as she arrived in the northern realm, she couldn't wait to find out Gu Xing's whereabouts and rushed here without stopping for a moment. Hearing Wenbing's request, Sally then woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly answered. Of course. Lord Winning Ice, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. She naturally didn't dare to treat this honored guest, who had also been kind to the cat clan, with disdain. Soon, under Sally's proper arrangements, Winning Ice also settled down at the cat clan's compound. The other side. Inside the conference room of the joint military headquarters, the atmosphere was heavy. Longjinghua, the first seat of the council, Verokhaven, and the Scarlet Cleric Empress, Iselin, sat opposite each other, and behind each of them stood their country's monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmasters in awe. Regarding the information about the Divine Spirit Mystic Realm, I'm sure both of you have already understood it clearly, right? Longjinghua was the first to break the silence. This time, the Divine Spirit Mystery Realm concerned the entire human race. It wasn't a matter of one power in the Dragon Summer Kingdom, either. Thus, the United Parliament and the Scarlet Pimpernel. That's the optimal solution. Hearing Longjinghua's words, both Verokhaven and Iserin nodded. Through Veronica and Cecilia, both understood what the secret realm of the gods meant. In that case, I'll get right to it. I wish to join forces with you guys this time in the Divine Spirit Mysteries. In addition to the foreign races in the City of Chaos, recently there have been quite a few foreign races. Come here. At this time, the human race should unite to resist the foreign races. Longjinghua's sonorous words echoed in the conference hall. Verokhaven and Iselin look at each other, and after a short silence, Parliament agrees. The Holy See agrees. However, that's when Verokhaven suddenly turned his words around. I don't have a problem with the unity of the human race, but the attribution of the divine pattern. He didn't finish his words, but everyone present understood what he meant. After all, after clearing this divine spirit mysterious realm, there was only one divine pattern that could be obtained. And here, there are 3 forces. How is it distributed? Longjinghua pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. How about this, in the divine spirit mystic realm, as long as the human race obtains the divine mark, the holder will be the custodian when they leave the mystic realm, how about that? After all, as long as the human race obtained the divine ripple, their shackles of breaking through to the top of the monarch would be broken. As for whether or not you can have the divine tattoo, it's not really that important. Okay, as you wish. Cavan took the lead on the clap. Iselin nodded similarly. She had a good idea of where the divine pattern belonged. With Lord Blood Ancestor himself. The divine pattern necessarily belongs to the papacy. Seeing that an agreement was reached, Longjinghua got up and summarized. Then it's decided. As for the Divine Spirit Mystery Realm a few days from now, by then I hope that all of the monarch-level powerhouses will all be present to prevent the foreign races from forcibly seizing the Divine Spirit Mystery Realm after it's over. As it should be. The Holy See will cooperate fully on its own. Iselin looked at the crowd present, a hint of sharpness flashing in her blood-colored eyes. At the end of the meeting, each of the 3 parties left. Verokhaven returned to the council premises and immediately gave orders. Pass the order down, mobilize all of the Council's transcendent Ninth Order Imperial Beast Masters who have contracted legendary grade Imperial Beasts and prepare to enter the secret realm. Meanwhile, Iselin arrived alone in a darkened chamber deep within the church. She dropped to one knee and reported respectfully. Lord Blood Ancestor, Long Xia and the Council have joined forces. But... She looked up, a wild light burning in her eyes. With you at the helm, the divine pattern will surely belong to the Holy See. In the shadows, a figure shrouded in black robes slowly appeared. However, surprisingly, this figure emitting a terrifying pressure had an unusually petite silhouette. Under the wide black robe, slender limbs were faintly visible. Chapter 110, The District is the Human Race, just slaughter it. Over the next few days, the City of Chaos completely sat on the name, and the situation became more and more chaotic. Those ancient foreign races that were originally hidden from the world had appeared one after another, causing the entire city to surge in darkness. During this period of time, Gu Xing informed Wen Bing of the entire list of materials required for the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix to advance. And in the name of her own needs, she asked her to tell Winners to help with the search. After hearing Gu Xing's request, Wen Bing barely hesitated and immediately agreed. No problem, I'll immediately send a message to father and ask him to search with all his might. She looked solemn and incredibly serious. After all, this was one of the few requests Gu Xing had taken the initiative to make, and she had to do her best to fulfill it no matter what. Gu Xing saw that Wen Bing agreed to come down, and only then did he put his heart down. Although these materials are more difficult to find, the winning family is, after all, one of the 4 ancient clans of Long Xia. Even if he couldn't find all 3 types of evolutionary materials for the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix, finding 1 or 2 should not be much of a problem. After putting things in order on Wen Bing's side, Sally hurried in, holding a stack of organized intelligence. Lord Gu Xing, Lord Winning Ice, this is the recent intelligence gathered by the Cat Clan about those newly arrived foreigners in the City of Chaos. Her gaze lingered briefly on Ruri and Himawari before she lowered her voice. The strongest of them are the same as Ruri-sama and Himawari-sama. Angel race and the ghost race. The angelic ones? Gu Xing frowned slightly, his gaze subconsciously turning to Liuli. Luri's expression stalled slightly. During this period of time, she had been deliberately avoiding things about the Angel Clan, but that didn't mean she had completely forgotten about the Blazing Angel Clan. Just because it's weak now. She didn't want to think about it, but when she heard the words Angel Clan again, a hint of worry flashed in Liuli's eyes. Gu Xing was keenly aware of her emotions and reached out to gently press his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Liuli, when we break through the Monarch level, we'll immediately head to the Angel Clan. Hearing Gu Xing's voice, Liuli took a deep breath and nodded, the worry in her eyes dissipating slightly. There was no use thinking about it so much now, working hard to improve your strength was the best choice. Comforting Liuli, Gu Xing's gaze turned to Himawari. As for the Ghost Nation, Crimson Moon, is your ghost race also interested in the human race's divine patterns? Himawari shook her head blankly. Right at this moment, Qingfeng came out from within the Imperial Beast space, kneeling on one knee and respectfully saying, Master, I may know a bit of information about this matter. The Ghost Clan has always rarely left their quarters unless treasures appear that can make up for our fatal flaws. A flaw in the ghost race? Gu Xing recalled Qingfeng's various attributes and nodded thoughtfully. From the attributes of green frost, the spiritual attributes of the ghost race were incredibly low. Even for a special existence like green frost, the spiritual attribute was only 2,000 points, and I'm afraid that ordinary ghosts were even weaker. According to Qingfeng, the Ghost Clan showed up this time to make up for their shortcomings. That meant that there were items in the Divine Spirit Mystic Realm that could enhance spiritual attributes. But the spiritual attributes. Gu Xing's gaze involuntarily turned to Vera. Although this little girl always looks like she doesn't care on weekdays, he can feel a flicker of loss pass through Vera's eyes every time she saw Ruri. Also being a battle-type Imperial Beast, who could bear the thought of being weaker all the time? Thinking about this, Gu Xing had already decided. Regardless of how fierce the competition is in the secret realm of the gods, in addition to the divine pattern, this treasure that can enhance the spiritual power, he must get his hands on it too. After making his decision, Gu Xing then noticed that Qingfeng was still maintaining the position of kneeling on one knee. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes as he looked at this stubborn ghost race maiden. A few days had passed and Green Frost still hadn't changed a bit. Green Frost, get up, next time you don't have to. Yes, master. Green Frost rose respectfully, moving meticulously. Gu Xing knew that his words was probably said in vain again. But he had a sudden flash of inspiration. Green Frost, why don't you teach me some combat skills? Right now, his various attributes were completely unmatched by the Imperial Beast. Being able to learn some combat skills can make for a decent fighting force. What's more, by breaking through to the commander level, the Imperial Beastmaster would not just serve as a supporting role. After possessing a domain, the Imperial Beastmaster had the same uncommon combat power. On the other hand, having Green Frost teach him combat techniques would also enable him to quickly close the distance with this ghost race girl. When Qingfeng heard Gu Xing's request, she immediately responded respectfully. Yes, master. Since she had recognized Gu Xing as her master, the stronger her master's strength, the more it would naturally help her. So she decided to train their masters to the most exacting standards. And as Gu Xing and Qingfeng's eyes, which were tinged with a hint of excitement, met, a sudden chill ran down his back. A sense of foreboding suddenly appeared in the mind. It's just a training exercise that should. It's going to be okay. In the meantime, the highest point in the city of chaos. Two pure white figures stood against the wind, overlooking the entire city at their feet. Ms. Miffy, it's better for us to keep a low profile in the human race's territory. The War Angel Elder cautiously admonished. However, that blonde girl, grunted coldly. The night wind lifted her long waterfall-like hair, and those gilt eyes were full of disdain and arrogance. A lowly human race is worthy to be compared to us? Seeing this scene, the elder secretly sighed. This Missy is different from Miller. She was a genius with half-step mythic-level qualifications, even before the War Angels took power. She also enjoys treatment second only to the once blazing angel Princess Lurie. It was because of this that she had developed such an unseemly nature. But after all, this was the matriarch's daughter, so this elder still carefully opened his mouth to advise. But Miller's fall seems to be linked to the human race, so a punk is dead when he's dead. Miffy suddenly interrupted in a stern voice, a hint of coldness in her eyes. How dare you lose the angelic supreme treasure before dying? You're simply worse than a waste. You said it. The elder wiped the cold sweat from the corner of his forehead. Looking at the entire clan, I'm afraid that only this eldest young lady would dare to judge young matriarch Miller so recklessly. But if she hadn't had no interest in power, the next matriarch position wouldn't have fallen to Miller. Have you found out the movements of the ghost race? At the mention of business, the elder immediately straightened his back and solemnly said, checked it out, their goals don't conflict with ours. The ghost clan is traveling here for the soul nurturing pool in the divine spirit mystic realm. Very good. The coldness in Miffy's brow eased a little. After all, the ghost race, as an ancient race that was on par with the angels, had a battle power that could not be underestimated. Since the ghost clan's goal is different from ours, I must get my hands on the extreme flame in the divine spirit mystic realm. Speaking of the extreme flame, a hint of longing flashed in Myfi's eyes. The blazing angels were born with the true fire of the bloodline, and the battle angels? Nothing. This innate gap allowed the battle angel clan to be consistently pressed headlong. Even now that the blazing angel was history, the humiliation brought about by that golden flame was something she would never forget. Just get the ultimate fire. Not only will she be cleansed of her shame, but more importantly, absorbing the extreme flame would most likely allow her to break through to a true mythic rank qualification. Everything was now ready, just waiting for the secret realm of the human gods to open. Go! Hearing these words, the elder was like an amnesty. Just in this short moment, there were already several monarch-level spiritual forces sweeping through this place. If he hadn't concealed it with the peak spiritual power of a monarch king, I'm afraid the two would have been discovered long ago. Before leaving, he hesitantly reminded, Miss, is it time to find out the truth about Miller's fall? No need. Miffy sneered, her feathers suddenly unfurling, when Father frees up his hands. A mere human race, just slaughter it. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 111 The Secret Realm of the Deities opens. The next few days, Gu Xing spent them completely in the ravages of Qingfeng. Once this ghost clan girl entered instructor mode, she completely forgot about the difference between the master and the emperor. That relentless training intensity even made Gu Xing doubt for a while. She's taking a personal vendetta. But whenever he met Qingfeng's eyes that had seriousness written all over them, he immediately dismissed the idea again. How can I think that when people are obviously pouring out their knowledge? As painful as it was, his rewards were great. In just a few days, his combat experience had doubled several times. When Lei War personally came to greet them, Gu Xing and Wing Bing were already fully loaded and ready to go. Surprisingly, the entrance to the Divine Spirit Mystery Realm this time was right next to the Mystic Realm of Ascension. The prohibition that had originally shrouded this place had already dissipated, revealing a secret realm entrance that emitted a brilliant light. On the ancient stone monument at the entrance, the words "The Secret Realm of the Spirits, 1" were clearly engraved. And on its two sides, 2 prohibitions existed. That was obviously the location of the second and third secret realms. When Gu Xing and his group arrived, the scene was already crowded with various clans. In the sky, the mighty pressures of monarch-level powerhouses collided with each other and confronted each other. The human side was led by Long Jinghua, Virakaven, and Iserin, with dozens of monarch-level powerhouses standing by. However, in the air on the opposite side, the number of foreign monarchs was more than 3 times that of the human race, and the black pressurized formation was suffocating. Right at this moment, a foreign race's monarch-level powerhouse stepped forward. All of you from the human race, could it be that you want to monopolize this divine spirit mysterious realm? This kind of questioning was expected. The city of chaos was filled with various races, and there were many of them that had yet to obtain the divine pattern. To them, this secret realm was undoubtedly the last hope of breaking through the shackles of a monarch, so how would they give it up so easily? And Long Jinghua and the others knew that it was impossible to stop the foreign races from participating in this divine spirit mystery realm. Long Jinghua took a step forward, his voice steady and strong. After our clan's deliberation, we are willing to share the opportunities of the secret realm with all clans. But, he looked around the room, his tone suddenly turning harsh. The battle for the divine patterns is limited to within the secret realm. After any race obtains a divine pattern in the secret realm, the outside world may not make a move to seize it. At these words, the foreign monarchs nodded their heads in agreement. After all, the divine ripple had not yet appeared, and at this moment, it was natural to follow the human race's wishes. But the moment the divine pattern left the secret realm, in the middle of the scene, isn't it just a matter of who's got the biggest fist and who's in charge? After the clans reached an agreement, the scene fell into a brief calm as everyone waited for the secret realm to open. Gu Xing took the opportunity to look around and scrutinize the participants sent by the clans. In the parliamentary camp, in addition to the several imperial beasts contracted by Veronica, although everyone else also carries legendary imperial beasts, those that can pose a threat to him. Hardly. However, Gu Xing could not help but frown slightly when his line of sight turned to the Scarlet Cleric. Aside from the familiar Cecilia, there were very few human beings in the clerical camp. Look around. Clean blood. Seeing this scene, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Although the Scarlet Clergy is under the banner of the human race, the divine pattern, if it falls into their hands, no different than falling into the hands of the Fae. And in the center, surrounded by this group of legendary level blood races, a petite figure wrapped in black robes stood out. Gu Xing subconsciously activated his probing ability. Upon reading the message, his pupils plummeted. This is Blood Patriarch Lilith. Status, Blood Split. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Mythical 5-star. Power, 4000 max. Physique, 4000 max. Spirit, 4000 max. Speed, 4000 max. Skills, Blood Mastery, Immortal Blood Body, Scarlet Plague, Field of Blood. The moment she saw this attribute, Gu Xing sucked in a breath of cool air. The Blood Patriarch? Surprisingly, he descended in person. Although the words blood split indicate that this is only an incarnation of the main body. His eyes were dead set on the piercing 4000 points of full attributes. This was already the limit value of a mythic imperial beast. Moreover, this blood ancestor had 4 more terrifying skills. The knot in Gu Xing's throat rolled. Difficulty. This secret trip. The greatest enemy of all has appeared. Lilith under the black robe suddenly looked up, her childish face looming in the shadows. Her scarlet eyes pierced through the crowd and locked straight onto Gu Xing. This human. For the second time. If the first time could be blamed on an illusion, this time. Her lips curved dangerously. Interesting. And Gu Xing, sensing that oppressive line of sight, immediately averted his gaze as if nothing had happened. Now was not the time to go head-to-head with this Blood Clan patriarch. After turning his attention to the alien camp, his expression gradually became grave. The overall strength of the foreign race clearly crushed the human race, and there were no less than 10 demigod-level existences alone. The most notable of these. His eyes lingered on the 2 figures. When it comes to the ghosts and the angels. Ghosts pale. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Half-Step Myth. Power, 3000. Body Mass, 3000. Spirit, 1000. Speed, 2700. Skills, Ghost Clan 4 styles. Although it is much weaker than Green Frost, at the demigod level, it's also a top-notch presence. Other than this demigod level Ghost Clan, the other Ghost Clans did not need to be put in mind. All of them are legend level. As for the Angel Clan, surprisingly, only one person attended. War Angel Miffy. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Half-Step Myth. Power, 2800. Body Mass, 2900. Spirit, 2900. Speed, 2800. Skills, War Angel Form. Similarly, compared to Luri, this Angel's was significantly inferior. Only because Lioli and Green Frost and Crimson Moon are all on bad terms with their own race. Gu Xing did not summon them out, but instead allowed them to remain within the Imperial Beast space for the time being. Qingfeng and Lioli's emotions visibly fluctuated when they detected the auras of the Ghost Race and the Battle Angel. Gu Xing immediately calmed them down with his spiritual power. Outside of the divine spirit mystic realm, it was natural that one could not make a move. But in the middle of the secret world, Gu Xing's eyes went cold. After confirming the various forces, Gu Xing was slightly relieved. Although there were quite a few foreign races participating in the divine spirit mystic realm this time. But the real threat to him? Only that blood ancestor. At this moment, Wen Bing beside him gently reached out his hand, his cheeks slightly red. Later. I'll pull you, so maybe we can teleport to the same place. Gu Xing hesitated slightly, but still took the hand she handed him. This time, at his request, the Long Xia Kingdom had merely sent only him and Wen Bing to participate. Originally he planned to attend the secret world alone. But no matter how much he was persuaded, Wen Bing insisted on following. In the end, he had to compromise. Winning Bing's strength was good, so at least he could defend himself in the secret realm. Time passes and finally. With a roar that shook the heavens and earth, the entrance to the Divine Spirit Mystic Realm suddenly blossomed into a dazzling blue curtain of light. A storm of energy shot straight up into the sky. And the moment the secret realm opened, the monarch-level powerhouses suspended in the air instantly went on alert, and the atmosphere suddenly tightened. Chapter 112, Shoot to Kill. In the meantime, in the deepest part of the Devil region, several pitch-black devil gates stood for eternity. Suddenly, one of the magic doors rippled strangely, and the entire space trembled with it. Almost at the same instant, all the monarch-level demon kings showed up, half-kneeling in unison, with suppressed fervor in their voices. Welcome Lord Demon God! The fluctuations of the devil's sex stalled for a split second, and then a low voice that seemed to come from beneath the nine hells slowly came out. The secret realm of the human gods has opened. Proceed as planned. The divine pattern must arrive. With this command, the demonic aura on the scene turned over like a tidal wave. The heads of the demon kings hung low and responded in unison. By the grace of God. As this order was passed on from layer to layer, the entire demon region seemed like an awakened ferocious beast. The demons lurking everywhere began to operate like precision gears, and undercurrents raced through the shadows. At the entrance of the Divine Spirit Mystic Realm, a solemn and murderous aura filled the air. Longjingwa's 3 men blocked the forefront without giving an inch. Whoever gets in first will have the initiative. Therefore, regarding the order of entering the secret realm, the 3 of them would never make the slightest concession. Only. Right at the moment of stalemate, 2 figures came out in a row. The Ghost Race and the Angel Race's monarch powerhouses stood side by side, the 2 of them standing on a battle line. We don't have a problem with the human race going in first, but the Ghost Race and the Angel Race must enter with you. Otherwise. Before the words fell, 2 monstrous auras exploded. The strength of that pressure was so strong that it was actually separate from the 3 Longjingwa people. The attitude of the 2 was already very obvious: if the human race did not agree to their conditions, then they would unite with all the foreign races on the scene and make a move against the human race together. Longjingwa's 3 eyes met and instantly reached a consensus. If these 2 clans were allowed to fall to the alien camp, the human race would definitely be at an absolute disadvantage. While there were only a few people from the Ghost Clan who participated in the Divine Spirit Mystic Realm, there was only one person from the Angel Clan. It's worth giving in. Yes. As Longjingwa agreed to come down, the aura of the Ghost Race and Angel Race powerhouses steeply shifted, and the pressure instantly pressed down on the alien camp. The rest of the clans are reluctant, but the 5 peak powerhouses on the scene reached an agreement. They could only swallow their discontent in their hearts raw, under the shroud of several monarch-level auras. Soon, the human race, the angel race and the ghost race stepped into the divine spirit mysterious realm one after another. Just Gu Xing keenly noticed. When those ghost race and angel race powerhouses looked at the human race, they had undisguised contempt in their eyes, like a higher race scrutinizing a lower creature. The only time their gaze returned to normal was when they swept over the clerical bloods. Gu Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. These 2 races really do have condescension etched above their heads. But only arrogance, but no strength then. Gu Xing swept a glance at the group and took Wen Bing's hand to step into the divine spirit mystic realm. In the next moment, time and space seemed to shift instantly. By the time the 2 of them came back to their senses, there was already another world in front of them. Before the 2 had a chance to survey their surroundings, an icy mechanical voice came from the sky. Welcome to the realm of the spirits. Countdown to the appearance of the divine tattoo, 5 days. 2 special areas of the divine spirit mystery realm have been opened: the extreme fire domain and the land of soul nurture. Good luck. Extreme fire domain? Gu Xing's eyes flashed with brilliance. He instantly connected the word to the materials needed for the evolution of the glaze. Extreme fire. The 3 materials currently required for glazing: bright divine crystals, angelic divine blood, and extreme fire. No news yet except for the first material. As for the latter 2, the extreme flame already knows. Was right in the middle of the secret realm of the gods. As for angelic divine blood, Gu Xing thought of the war angel that entered the secret realm of the gods. I wonder if the blood possessed by a demigod qualified war angel counts. As for another place to feed your soul, this would be the location of the ghost race, seeking to enhance their spiritual power. Right now Green Frost and Vera, both of them were incomparably desperate to raise their spiritual power. This location can't be missed either. After realizing this, Gu Xing's goal was instantly clear. The extreme fire domain and the land of soul nurture must all be visited. Only just then. A voice as thin as a mosquito suddenly rang out. Gu Xing turned his head, only to see that Wen Bing's cheeks had reddened to the tips of his ears, and even his fair neck was tinted with a light pink color. He suddenly realized something and quickly raised his hand, which revealed. He was still holding Wen Bing's hand tightly himself, so he let go in a hurry. Sorry, I was too focused. Wen Bing gently shook his head, his hair slightly lifting with the wind. No. That's okay. After saying this, Wen Bing shyly lowered her head. Just her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the spot where they had just touched. Since meeting Gu Xing again in the north, she gradually realized. The only way that heart that always hangs in the air can settle down is by his side. And the touch of the party, instead of causing the slightest resistance, was like igniting some strange, special feelings. This unprecedented feeling made Wen Bing's heart beat like a drum, her cheeks rolled as if they were going to burn, and her head was dizzy. Noticing the subtle atmosphere between the two, Gu Xing immediately summoned the Imperial Beast to break the awkwardness. And the moment Luri and Vera appeared, they immediately cast a wary gaze at Wen Bing. This woman. Unsuspicious. Under the gaze of Liuli and Vera's eyes, Wen Bing slowly returned to his senses at this time. When she got a good look at the Imperial Beast that Gu Xing had summoned, her eyes suddenly widened. The whole four. Gu Xing's rank was no more than Transcendent level. It is reasonable to merely contract 2 Imperial Beasts, but now. Wen Bing opened his mouth to speak. But in the end, she just pursed her lips and swallowed back the questions that filled her stomach. The fact that Gu Xing was willing to expose this secret in front of her meant that Gu Xing trusted him. She didn't need to ask Gu Xing how she was able to contract 4 Imperial Beasts when she was able to be at the Transcendent level, she just needed to keep this secret silently. When Gu Xing wanted to talk about it, he would naturally tell her all about it. But now. Next. She asked softly, leaving the decision entirely in Gu Xing's hands, what should we do? There were still 5 days left for the divine pattern to appear. And as she had no interest in those 2 special locations, she naturally followed Gu Xing's idea. And Gu Xing was silent for a moment, his gaze falling on the bodies of his 4 Imperial Beasts. Since these foreign races want to rob the human race of their divine patterns, it's normal to pay a little, right? Crimson Moon, Green Frost, you guys enter the void. See what happens and strike. Xingfeng and Crimson Moon immediately nodded their heads when they heard Gu Xing's instructions. The next moment, a deep spatial crack appeared behind the 2 of them. Their silhouettes disappeared in an instant as if they were swallowed by the darkness. Gu Xing's eyes then fell on Vera's body, and his tone abruptly turned cold. Vera, launch a mental probe. All aliens appearing within sensory range. Shoot to kill. Since he dared to come to rob the human race of their chance, he must be prepared to be buried here forever. Chapter 113 Location of the Extreme Fire Domain. On the desolate plains, several Tiger Clan beastmen gathered around, with the young clan leader at the head checking the surroundings vigilantly. Young Patriarch, what do we do now? The divine pattern won't appear for another 5 days, we can't just wait around in the meantime, can we? The Angel Clan and the Ghost Clan have already put out the word that whoever dares to approach the trial land is an enemy of them. After hearing these words, the young Patriarch of the Tiger Clan pondered slightly before speaking slowly. You can't go to the place of trial, going there is asking for trouble. He paused, a glint in his eye, but that's rather a good thing. Good thing? The surrounding Tiger Clan looked at each other in disbelief. At the very least, it means that the angel race and the ghost race aren't interested in the human race's divine marks. There was a hint of calculation in his low voice. In that case, the only ones who truly desire to obtain the divine ripple are us, the foreigners and the human race. But there are hardly any among the foreign races that would fight us, the tiger race, so our main opponent is only the human race. A few tiger race beastmen nodded in agreement as they heard the words. Young Patriarch, so what do we do next? A cold light flashed in the eyes of this Tiger Clan's young clan chief as he slowly opened his mouth. Since the human race is the biggest contender, let's. His voice suddenly went cold, capture a group of humanoids. Compassion is the greatest weakness of the human race. He sneered, as long as we use these hostages as a threat. The surrounding Tiger Clan instantly became excited, a cruel light flashing in their eyes. Worthy of being a young patriarch. The mind just spins fast. At that time, the human race will definitely obediently hand over the divine ripple. However, just then, swish! A dark green vine broke through the air like a viper. The young matriarch's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his figure retreated several feet, avoiding this fatal blow. But the tiger warrior beside him wasn't so lucky. The vines instantly penetrated his chest, the essence of blood and flesh visible to the naked eye was crazily devoured, and in the blink of an eye there was only a dried up skin. What man? The hair on this group of Tiger Clan exploded all over their bodies. Gu Xing brought Wen Bing out from the shadows. Catch the human? He hadn't even gone after this group of foreigners yet, and this group of foreigners was even thinking of striking out against the human race. With Vera's detection, he spotted the group from a long distance. And this was the strongest alien race encountered within this period of time. Gu Xing scanned the circle, almost all of them were legendary level. Except for this tiger at the head. Tiger Clan Junior Chief. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Half-Step Myth. Power, 2800. Body Mass, 2600. Spirit, 2400. Speed, 2700. Skill, Tiger King Bloodline. Gu Xing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at this tiger race's message. The young leader of the Tiger Clan. It seems a shame to just kill it. An idea suddenly appeared in Gu Xing's mind. If captured alive, should be able to knock the tigers for a big ransom, right? The more Gu Xing thought about it, the more he felt that it was a wonderful idea. In the secret realm, directly killed, at best, harvest some materials, but if captured alive. His fingertips gently rubbed his chin. How can a Tiger Clan young clan chief be worth a few thousand high-level starstones? Only. Wen Bing, if you capture this Tiger Clan, do you have any way that you can take it away? It wasn't hard to capture this Tiger Clan, but it would be a bit of a problem to carry it around all the time. You can carve a temporary slave contract and lock it into my Imperial Beast space. But the statute of limitations is only 7 days. Winning Ice thought for a moment and gave a solution. Gu Xing's eyes lit up at his words. 7 days is perfectly adequate. As for that Tiger Clan's young clan leader, he instantly became enraged when he saw that these two human clansmen had completely ignored him and were planning to capture him alive. Human race, aren't you too arrogant? Don't you think with that angel of yours? Without finishing these words, this young patriarch's eyes suddenly shrunk. He remembered something. Before entering the secret realm this time, his father had specifically instructed him. There was a human in the City of Chaos who contracted an extremely terrifying angel. As long as he avoided this human, with his strength, not many could threaten him. At the moment, he stiffened and looked up into the air. The glazed and holy 6 feathers glistened in the sunlight. The knot in the Tiger Clan's young patriarch's throat rolled with difficulty, and the beast's pupils contracted violently. Not so unlucky, right? The human race. His voice unconsciously lowered a few points. There is no deep hatred between us. If we really fight, we will only lose both. How about? Well, water does not offend river water? The tiger warriors behind them, however, did not notice the strange atmosphere at all and continued to shout arrogantly. Young clan chief, it's just a mere human, you can crush him with the move of your finger. Exactly. Daring to appear in front of us alone, simply seeking death. Even if he's somewhat capable, are we still afraid of him with so many brothers? Gu Xing ignored this group of tiger clans who could not see the situation, and focused his gaze on this young clan leader. A double whammy? He lazily raised his hand and flicked it at Vera in the air. Nature's lament. In an instant, countless dark green vines broke out of the ground and wrapped around like living creatures. Although it would take some effort for Vera to deal with the young clan chief without the Yelvan King power, she would have to deal with this group of ordinary tiger clan members who only have the qualification of a legend. Chopping and chopping. Roar. A few tiger clans were still trying to struggle, their sharp claws frantically tearing at the vines. But soon their roar was drowned in the raging green waves. In just a few breaths, only the lone tiger clan young clan chief was left standing still on the originally noisy plain. Cold sweat instantly dripped from this young patriarch's forehead. That strike just now, even if he faced it, he wouldn't be able to do well. But his eyes moved to the nature elf in the air. This seems to be a random strike from this imperial beast. And Gu Xing asked with a smirk at this time. Now, do you want to be a good boy and sign the deed, or do you want to wait until I beat you half to death first? Upon hearing these words, the pupils of the tiger clan's young clan chief contracted violently. Although the heart is beyond fear, but the dignity of the tiger tribe. Looks like you picked number 2, Rory. Wait. I'll take the deed. The young matriarch practically growled, his voice laced with unprecedented panic. He reacted so fast that he was afraid that a second slower would be. However, a mournful tiger's roar resounded across the plains as the young patriarch fell heavily to his knees, his two hind legs twisting at a bizarre angle. He trembled and looked up, his golden beast pupils filled with disbelief. You. Gu Xing spread his hands innocently. You're talking slow. The young patriarch of the tiger clan had humiliating rage burning in his eyes, but under Liuli's icy gaze, he was forced to lower his haughty head. As the contract rune on Wen Bing's fingertip disappeared into his brow, a ghostly blue mark slowly emerged between his forehead. The deed is established. Wen Bing withdrew his hand, his tone indifferent. And Gu Xing saw this and hooked the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. It's a star stone. The human race is missing this stuff. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come up with the whole points for points system. After the contract was completed, this tiger clan also explained the location of the extreme fire domain. After knowing where the extreme fire domain was, he was bound to bring Liuli there. But the whole alien capture thing can't be left behind. After thinking slightly, Gu Xing spoke into the air. Xingfeng, arrest all the demigod Fae that entered the middle of the secret realm.
Understood.
A clear and cold female voice came from the void, but no one was visible. Gu Xing turned his head to look at Wen Bing. To accomplish this plan, her contractual ability is essential. Wen Bing pursed his lips, his fingertips unconsciously clenching the corner of his coat. Although she was unwilling to leave Gu Xing's side, she was clear that this was not the time to be capricious. With a nod, she agreed. It was only after Wen Bing's figure disappeared into the spatial rift that Gu Xing withdrew his gaze. With Himawari around, he didn't have to worry about the safety of a few people.
Even if you meet the strongest blood ancestor, even if you can't beat it.
A few people were able to get out in one piece as well. Gu Xing's eyes then fell to the south of the secret realm.
That's where the extreme fire domain is located. It is also the location of the glazed evolutionary material. Chapter 114 The Lava Clan. Familiar poses.
Familiar movements. He was once again carried in Liuli's arms as he traveled towards the location of the extreme fire domain. The young girl's warm, soft body gave off a faint scent that was swept across his cheek by the breeze. The tips of Gu Xing's ears involuntarily burned. It does feel comfortable to the touch though. Still, he gritted his teeth in secret.
Must break through the commander level as soon as possible.
At the commander level, he would be able to rely on the power of his domain and fly on his own. Flying while being carried by your own royal beast. There's a special kind of shame.
Master, it's here.
Luri gently set him down, her snow-white feathers gracefully retracting.
Although the tone remained calm, Gu Xing keenly noticed.
A scarlet blush turned on the young girl's porcelain-white cheeks. The moment his eyes met, his heart missed a beat. A certain unfamiliar stirring spreads through the chest. Right in the middle of this delicate atmosphere, an emerald green figure suddenly popped out of the imperial beast space.
Master, between you and Sister Liuli.
There's nothing, is there? Vera cocked her little head and looked at Gu Xing and Liuli with a suspicious face.
Earlier, she was thrown into the imperial beast space by Liuli.
The first thing she noticed after coming out was that the vibe between her master and this angel was off.
This angel. It's not going to be stolen food. At the thought of this possibility, Vera's pupils shrank and she looked even harder for clues between the two.
Gu Xing coughed lightly and sidetracked the topic. Little kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Luri cooperated by lifting Vera aside by the back of her collar. Go play on your side. Referred to one side by Luri, Vera froze and pointed at herself.
Her, the little kid?
In this instant, she really wanted to change back to her true form and tell Gu Xing. She's not small at all, quite the opposite. She's huge. But then, suddenly, he wilted as if he thought of something. With that retarded personality of her own master, if she changed back to her true form, I guess she couldn't wait for her master to take the initiative in her life.
So says. The kid is in pretty good shape.
Thinking of this, she immediately lunged towards Gu Xing.
Master, Sister Ruri is bullying me.
Luri intercepted him with precision, lifting him by the back of the collar like a kitten.
Settle down.
After instructing Vera, Luri's eyes looked around and reminded Gu Xing.
Master, something is approaching.
Gu Xing's eyes looked ahead, a world of fire. And in the midst of this flame, a group of drooping figures walked out.
Their figures are made entirely of flame. Seeing Gu Xing, they had no intention of attacking.
Seeing this, Luri explained in a low voice.
Master, this is the Lava Clan. They are only obsessed with devouring flames and are not hostile to humans.
As if to confirm her words, a leader with extraordinarily blazing flames came out of the lava colony.
Leave. Leave. This place has been overrun by an angel. She won't allow anyone to come near here.
After saying these words, the group of clansmen behind him instantly revealed a lost look. For the Lava Clan, not being able to devour the flames here was like placing a delicacy in front of them but not being able to eat it. And Gu Xing checked this little fireman's information in passing.
Lava Clan Chief. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Legendary 9-star. Power, 1. Physical, 1. Spirit, 2500. Speed, 1. Skill, Inflammatory Domain. Introduction, a special race, born from the flame, chasing the flame all their lives, upper limit monarch level.
Seeing the introduction of this little fireman, Gu Xing cupped his chin.
No wonder there's no interest in the divine tattoo. Turns out it's a race that's locked up by a racial cap. At the highest, one could only break through to the monarch level, and even if one obtained the divine ripple, it wouldn't be of any use. But this race, so special. Other than the amazing spiritual attribute, the other values were simply pitifully low. What's even weirder is that the entire race actually shares only one skill. Inferno, all clans linked as one. Seeing this introduction, Gu Xing probably understood the race. With this thing, it seems that the stronger the clan is, the stronger the entire race is. Only now. Gu Xing swept around. Other than this patriarch, it seemed that the other lava clans, surprisingly, couldn't even find a transcendent level 1. No wonder, it was kicked out by that war angel. But this race.
Can we abduct them back to Longxia? An idea popped into his head. This race has no conflict with humans and has very simple claims. Pursuing flames alone. And the flames? Gu Xing's gaze swept towards the fire domain in front of him. The extreme flame must be obtained, so could this be used as bait to abduct this group of little firemen back to the Dragon Summer Kingdom? If we can cultivate them all to the level of a monarch. It was also a great addition to the war effort for the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Thinking of this, Gu Xing spoke experimentally. Lava Matriarch, if I can let you absorb the extreme fire here to your heart's content. He trailed off deliberately. Would you guys like to live somewhere else? Change? Place? The flames around the Lava Patriarch flickered and dimmed, clearly struggling to comprehend the offer. A full half-minute passed before his face, made of flames, suddenly brightened. Absorb the flames. Human, we'll go with you if you can make us devour the flames. The little fire people behind the Patriarch kept jumping around as if to show their support for the idea. Hearing this Patriarch agree, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth lifted slightly. Things were going better than he thought they would. It's a deal. You guys wait here for me. Ruri, let's go. Seeing this, Liuli's feathered wings spread out, and in the twinkling of an eye, she took Gu Xing and disappeared into the scorching airwaves. The lava horde that remained in place, however, began to stir, their flame-constructed bodies constantly changing shape. Matriarch. Can that human really defeat that six-winged monster? Are we really following that human? The Lava Patriarch stared in the direction Gu Xing had left, his flame slowly pulsing. After a long time, an order flowed through the clan. Where the flame is, the lava clan is. The other side. The heat waves in the air became more and more furious as they continued to penetrate deeper and deeper into the fire domain. But perhaps it's because it's contracted with Liuli, although these flames are hotter. But he realized he didn't have a single hard feeling. And as if Ruri was back in her comfort zone, she couldn't help but spread her own feathers and greedily absorbed the fire element around her. Suddenly, Liuli's figure lurched. 100 meters ahead, the color of the flames has changed from crimson to a deep dark gold, and in the middle of that boiling sea of fire, a charred figure dropped to one knee. Master, you stay here. Liuli gently set Gu Xing down, her eyes locked on getting the charred black figure. The charred black figure seemed to sense something and slowly turned around. Her charred black form shook dramatically when she saw who was coming. Ruri? Mythi's pupils contracted violently as her gaze swept over the six feathered wings behind Gu Xing and Liuli. Indentured humans. Mythic ranks. A glint of gravity flashed in Mythi's eyes. Although she despised the human race, after contracting the human race, under the influence of the human talent, the combat power of the imperial beasts would indeed increase by a large margin. What's more, Luri is still six-winged blazing angels. However, she watched as the fifth and sixth pairs of feathers gradually appeared behind her. The gravity in her eyes relaxed. Being of the same mythic rank, she was definitely not inferior to a blazing angel. Ruri, you're too late. Mythi suddenly laughed harshly, and the six feathered wings behind her spread out with a roar. A raging aura suddenly appeared. War Angel Mythi. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Power, 3000. Body mass, 2900. Spirit, 3000. Speed, 2900. Skills, Battle Angel Form, Holy Angel Form, Sacred Domain Primary. Battle Angel Form, all attributes increased by 2x. Holy Angel Form, all attributes increased by 3 times. Chapter 115, Magic Marks? Divine Patterns. Seeing that this Battle Angel's level had reached the mythic rank, Gu Xing was also startled. The Extreme Flames addition to the Angel Clan was surprisingly terrifying. Surprisingly, it was able to advance Mythi's rank from demigod level to mythic level. But even with a mythic rating, that also has strengths and weaknesses. It was obvious that Luri was slightly stronger than this War Angel by a margin. Master. Liuli suddenly spoke, this battle. Please let me do it myself. Her voice was soft, but carried an undeniable firmness. When she was in the Angel Clan, her qualifications were merely at the legendary level. In front of Mythi, she didn't have an ounce of victory. And now, with the help of her master, her level had come to mythic. If she was still unable to defeat this Battle Angel now, how could she be worthy of being her master's imperial beast? Gu Xing turned his head slightly sideways and saw the little girl's tense-eyed face. At this moment, he seemed to sense what Luri was thinking. Without questioning, he nodded gently. Go on. Having received permission, Liuli took a deep breath and stepped into the core fire domain alone. In an instant, the terrifying heat forced her to instantly unfold her blazing angel form. Ha! Mythi sneered at Ruri's embarrassed appearance. Ruri, you're still so weak. But Mythi's eyes plummeted cold. But even if you're weak, you shouldn't be following a human. What a disgrace to the Angel Clan. However, Liuli's eyes remained as calm as water. Even though the extreme fire around her continued to erode her body and the power within her body was stagnant from the heat. Mythi. Luri suddenly raised her eyes, her golden pupils looking straight at the other. Is that all you can do, is try to talk your way out of it? The words were like a sharp sword, instantly piercing Mythi's arrogance. Her eyes snapped cold. This former rival. When she was a child, she was able to stomp the glaze under her feet. Now, she could just as well. Without any hesitation, the battle angel form unfolded with a bang. Again, 8 wings. The same rank? Faye laughed sarcastically and gripped her holy sword tightly. Rory, what are you comparing to me? Unexpectedly, Rory suddenly asked an irrelevant question. My people. Still alive? An eerie silence suddenly fell over the core domain. Mythi's feathers quivered imperceptibly. It was a long time before she could squeeze a word through her teeth. Just one word, but it made Lioli drop her heart. She knows better than anyone. The arrogant to the bone battle angel in front of him never bothered to lie. Next, silence once again fell within the core realm, with only the extreme flame leaping uneasily between the two. They are all waiting. Waiting for that moment that will surely come. Final angel form. Liberate. Holy angel form. Liberate. Almost in the same millisecond, 2 clear shouts tore through the frozen air. Sacred angel blazed. Qualification, mythical 3-star. Level, transcendent 9. Strength, 6,049,060. Body mass, 6,029,030. Spirit, 6,009,000. Speed, 6,069,090. Skills, Blazing Angel Form, Final Angel Form, Field of Heavenly Fire. War Angel Mythi. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Myth 1-star. Strength, 6,009,000. Body mass, 5,808,700. Spirit, 6,009,000. Speed, 5,808,700. Skills, Battle Angel Form, Holy Angel Form, Sacred Realm. Looking at the attribute panels of the two, Gu Xing's brows furrowed slightly. The same 10-winged form. Nearly flat base attributes. If Lioli had his help, then she would definitely be able to easily defeat this battle angel. But the little girl refused her help at first. This means Glazed wanted to personally bring down the mountain that had once held her down. Who does Master think will win? Vera suddenly spoke out. Pop. A crisp brain crash rang out. Say what? He wasn't worried at all about whether or not Ruri would be able to achieve victory. He trusted Luri just as Luri trusted him with all her might. Core Fire Domain. The situation has reached the breaking point. In the next moment, the 2 golden meteors collided with a loud bang. Boom. The shockwave from the holy swords hitting each other tore huge cracks in the sea of fire. The 2 golden figures flickered continuously in the fire domain, causing space to tremble slightly with each collision. Lioli, admit defeat. You can't beat me. Mythi's blade was dead center against Ruri. You are nothing except for having the identity of a princess of the Killing Angel clan. No, now your princess status is also worthless. Bang! Another fierce clash. In the face of Mythi's taunts, Luri's eyes never wavered. She's not the same person she once was. The little girl who is so vulnerable that she hides in the corner and cries anymore. She is now. It is the sharpest sword in the master's hand. To cut off all obstacles in front of the master. No matter how hard it was ahead of her, she wouldn't back down for a second. One sword followed another. Luri's offense is getting faster and faster. Mythi's face was getting ugly too. Why? Obviously the attributes are very different. But as time passed, she found the fight harder and harder. What she doesn't know is that, with each swing of the sword, Luri was burning with something hotter than battle intent. That's what she believes in. As Luri chopped away, her blazing angelic flames had gradually merged with the extreme fire in the core area. And naturally, Gu Xing noticed this scene. But he wasn't surprised. Since Mythi was able to metamorphose from a half-step mythic rank to a mythic rank through the extreme flame, then there's no reason why Luri can't. Now, Luri's performance certainly proved it. Only just then, he suddenly detected a strange movement coming from within the Imperial Beast space. The magic pattern that had been silent for a long time actually trembled at the same time as the leaves of the World Tree. Is this? These 2 items are frantically trying to leave the Imperial Beast space, aiming straight for Glazed. Gu Xing only hesitated for an instant before decisively releasing them. The World Tree is always not so bad as to harm him. Swish! The magic pattern and the leaves of the World Tree turned into streams of light and charged straight into the battlefield. When Luri saw this scene, she immediately shook Mythi back. What the hell? Lioli stared blankly at the 2 divine objects suspended in front of her before she could react. Rumble! The entire core fire domain suddenly boiled. All the extreme flames turned into a torrent and madly surged into the leaves of the World Tree. The blade lightly trembled as it stroked over the magic pattern, and the pitch-black pattern of the magic pattern even gradually morphed into a radiant gold color. The Golden God Tattoo? Seeing this scene, Gu Xing's pupils widened violently. Magic patterns were surprisingly capable of transforming into divine patterns. And Mythi seemed to realize something the moment she saw the divine pattern and madly rushed towards Lioli. But in the next moment, the violent energy lifted her fiercely off the ground. Ruri! As Guxing exclaimed in shock, the divine pattern perfectly integrated into the mouth of Lioli's heart. The young girl's feathers spread out in layers while her attribute panel began to frantically refresh. Chapter 116 12 Winged Blazing Angel. Sacred Angel Blazed. Qualification, Mythical 3-star Mythical 5-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 3020.3520.4000. Physique, 3010. 0.3510.4000. Spirit, 3000.3500.4000. Speed, 3030.3530.4000. Skills, Blazing Angel Form, Final Angel Form, Blazing Incineration 10% control of Ultimate Fire, Heavenly Fire Field. After fusing the divine lines, Lioli's qualification had broken through to the mythic 5 stars. Her various attributes. It had also all reached the limit of the transcendent level. And her skill bar, once again, had an extra skill. Blaze, Extreme Fire, Beginning Mastery. Turn on the Blazing Incineration state, the flame of the Blazing Angel will evolve into an eternal and indestructible ultimate flame. When Lioli unfurls her feathered wings, the battlefield will be transformed into a domain of eternal fire, where the flames will not be extinguished and the battle will not stop. Seeing the introduction about this skill, Guxing nodded. As long as this state was activated, the extreme flame would operate on its own, constantly replenishing her with energy so that she didn't need to worry about consumption. And at this moment, Ruri had already lifted her final angel form and returned to her normal state. But even so, her feathers, no longer 6, but 8 wings. The extreme flame wrapped around her body like a submissive, as if recognizing her as the master, no longer resisting. The lagging sensation from earlier when manipulating the flames completely disappeared. And Mythi's pupils contracted suddenly when she saw that under Ruri's unusual was the 8-winged form. Even though at this moment, Ruri did not open any combat forms, she felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. 8-winged angel. This meant that Lioli's strength had taken a qualitative leap. Mythi, you lost. Lioli's calm voice echoed across the battlefield, her gaze looking straight at the 10-winged battle angel not far away. If earlier the strength of the two could barely be considered equal, then now, Luri has completely crushed Mythi. The full attributes reached the limit of the mythical level. If you open the final angel form, her various attributes would break through the terrifying value of 12,000 points. Plus the addition of the blazing burn status. Mythi. No chance of winning. Apparently, Mythi realized this as well. She stared dead on at Lioli, who was surrounded by the extreme flame and looked like a goddess descending into the world, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. Admit defeat? Are you kidding me? Since her birth, she was the most deservedly strongest of the younger generation of the Angel clan. And now, a crippled angel who had been banished from the pack was above her. And for her to admit defeat herself? Never. Once I wouldn't have lost, and now I won't either. Mythi's hiss resounded through the battlefield. Ruri, so what if you promote your 8 wings? There's no way I can lose. The twisted obsession with victory completely distorted Mythi's face. Rivals she once crushed with abandon are now above her. This skyrocketing fall made her nearly insane. Under Lioli's shocked gaze, Mythi suddenly pulled out a crystal as black as ink and crushed it without hesitation. Boom! The monstrous demonic aura instantly erupted, completely engulfing Mythi. Seeing this scene, Lioli's pupils suddenly shrunk. Magic stones. The only function of this taboo item, which only exists in the demon race, is to store massive amounts of demonic energy. And Mythi's move at the moment has one purpose. Active demonization. Absorb the demonic chi in the demonic stone and allow yourself to be actively transformed into a demon. After realizing this, Luri's face was a bit ugly. Why would such an item exclusive to the demon race appear in the hands of a battle angel? Did the war angels have colluded with the demons? The terrifying thought made Luri's breath catch in her throat. Boundless anger then enveloped her. Mythi, what are you doing now when you claim to be hanging on to the honor of the Angel clan? What is this? Black demonic aura wrapped around Mythi like a poisonous snake, her face twisted and hideous from demonization. Power is everything. Mythi hissed, madness in her voice. What's wrong with being in the company of demons as long as you can gain power? With an ear-piercing tearing sound, Mythi's feathers turned completely black. At this point his entire body was covered in black demonic patterns, his eyes glowing scarlet, and he was completely consumed by demonic energy. I didn't want to get this far. Mythi's voice became hoarse and horrible. You made me do it. The last wisp of demonic aura exploded, completely enveloping Mythi. When the black fog clears, the once high and mighty battle angel no longer existed, and in its place was a downright demonic race. Gu Xing gazed at it and realized that after Mythi had fallen into the demon race, her various attributes had actually skyrocketed once again.
Mythi, the Angel of War. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Power, 9,012,000. Body mass, 8,712,000. Spirit, 9,012,000. Speed, 8,712,000. Skills, Battle Angel Form Magic, Fallen Angel Form 10 Wings, Fallen Angel Field Elementary. Gu Xing gazed at Mythi's skyrocketing attribute panel with a frown on his face. He never thought that this high and mighty war angel would be so determined to devote herself to the demon race. But more worryingly, even one of the top races. There were people among the angelic clan who were all on the side of the demonic clan. What about the other races? Thinking about this, Gu Xing's heart was heavy. But right now, he couldn't care less. Looking up at the glaze in the center of the battlefield, Gu Xing could clearly feel. The ever-gentle cherub was now burning with a fury like no other. The same $XS line AFDH to M this easy text XU4 file T88 and 9105Q0FE5B9V7 or 0ZCL FM478A equals 5 HP plus 2P0M9V7 R288A0JB% Re2 RT caret 0CX6G8R or 00 hashtag 34BCDW85SC. The moment. The extreme flame leapt madly around Lioli. They seemed to have sensed Lioli's emotions and now became incomparably furious. Ruri looked at Mythi, who had completely transformed into a fallen angel, her body's surface covered with magical patterns. She slowly raised her arms. The extreme fire of the entire core fire domain began to converge crazily. I didn't want to take your life. Luri's voice was incredibly low. Growing up, Mythi was the object of her longing. It was for this reason that she had refused Gu Xing's assistance and insisted on defeating the other party squarely on her own. But at the moment, Mythi! Lioli's roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Even when my father disappeared, even when the War Angel clan took control of the whole clan, even when my wings were destroyed, I was never so angry. The extreme flame coalesced more and more in her hands, reflecting the reddened eyes. Why? Why did you defect to the demon race? How many of our compatriots died at the hands of the demons? Answer me. Why? Each of Lioli's questioning was accompanied by an explosion of extreme fire, and by the end of the day her voice was completely hoarse. Right in the middle of this earth-shattering roar, the flames of the entire core fire domain suddenly contracted and surged madly towards Lioli's palm as if they were swallowed by a black hole. A lance burning with eternal fire gradually took shape in her palm, and the dazzling light seemed to be able to pierce through all the darkness in the world. Under the pull of this destructive power, Lioli unconsciously entered the final angelic form. 12 feathered wings burning with extreme fire roared out behind her. At this moment, she was like a goddess of war who held the authority of the flames. Simply existing here made the surrounding space begin to twist and crumble. Chapter 117, Blaze Burning Inflammable Gun. While facing the 12-winged incandescent angel Ruri, Mythi suddenly laughed maniacally. That laugh was full of distortion and insanity. Power is everything. Ruri! She growled hysterically, not hesitating to crush the two magic stones again. From the lance burning with extreme fire in Lioli's hand, Mythi had already smelled the scent of death. But she never backed down. I, Mythi, am the strongest genius of the angel clan. Even if I fall into a demon, I will only become stronger. Boom! Even more violent demonic chi erupted from within her body, and the pitch-black streams of air tore through her body like sharp blades. Aha! The sharp pain caused her body to convulse violently, but the corners of her mouth lifted into a grim to the extreme smile. Fallen Angel's demon zone open. A split second. Endless dark demonic chi swept out, completely engulfing the entire core fire domain. The entire space was instantly shrouded in darkness. Only the golden blaze always burned unyieldingly. The light of the flames was like the dawn of daybreak, gradually dispersing the darkness and coloring the entire field a brilliant gold. In the center of the light, the 12-winged incandescent angel Lioli held a fully formed golden flame lance. At this moment, she no longer had a single expression on her face. She understood that at the moment Mythi had. Can't listen to any reasoning. The only way to truly wake her up was to crush her with absolute power. Real power. It's never strength. Luri's voice echoed through the field. It is the bond. It's the bond established with the master, with the clan, and with this world. Blaze burning gun. With this declaration, the golden lance that condensed all of Lioli's beliefs cut through the sky, stabbing straight at Mythi with an unrelenting momentum. Upon seeing this scene, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Mythi's eyes. Stupidity! Don't you realize? The only thing that can counter the field is. However, Mythi's taunts came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place as if she had been strangled. The moment that golden-colored inflammatory gun made contact with the field of fallen angels. Boom! In the loud sound that shook the sky and the earth, the entire extreme fire domain trembled violently, and even the space had spiderweb-like cracks appearing.
On the outskirts of the fire domain, the clansmen of the lava clan looked at the mutated sky in horror. The young fireman tugged at the patriarch. Matriarch, what's going on in there? The matriarch was silent, his face brightening and darkening in the firelight. His sight slowly looked towards the center of the extreme fire domain. He sensed two extremely terrifying energies in the center of the fire domain. Inside the extreme fire domain, Vera's pupils plummeted. The energy aftermath that swept through the room was by no means something that the owner's human body could withstand. The elven right to total liberation. The emerald green light instantly erupted as Vera showed her true form. Without hesitation, she swept Gu Xing into her arms while waving her delicate hand. Countless emerald vines intertwined into a cocoon, wrapping the two in layers. Just the moment the knot took shape. Boom! The entire space wailed as the destructive shockwave swept through. Battlefield center. In Miffy's perception, her carefully constructed field of fallen angels was being destroyed. Wherever that golden inflammatory spear passed through, the pitch-black domain barriers actually began to crack. This can't be right. Miffy's pupils contracted violently, and waves of shock rippled within her. She clearly didn't start a field confrontation, so why? Ka-ching! The crisp cracking sound was like the announcement of death, and the cracks spread at an alarming rate. How is that possible? She clearly didn't release the field. How is it possible to fight against your own field? She was able to accept her failure, but she couldn't accept her crushing defeat. However, the next moment. Rumble! The entire fallen angel demon domain collapsed, turning into a sky full of black wafers that scattered and splattered in all directions. Miffy stood frozen on the spot, watching the destructive inflammatory lance run through her demonic body. Did not give her any time to react, the golden lance went unabated, ruthlessly bombarded the ground behind her. Boom! A giant crater hundreds of meters in diameter instantly formed amidst the deafening explosions. Lioli's figure instantly flashed in front of Myphi, and her fist burning with golden flames suddenly stopped inches away from her face. Waves of hot air seared Miffy's skin, but it didn't fall after all. Answer me! There was a hint of urgency in Lioli's voice. Has the Battle Angel clan defected to the Demon clan yet? Miffy, however, suddenly laughed. The moment she was penetrated by that inflammatory spear, it was as if she saw herself in this life. With her father's indoctrination, she spent her life chasing strength. But what's the result? Even demonized, she was still less than a blazing angel whose wings had been broken and banished away. She relaxed her whole body's strength and allowed it to tumble backward into the huge pit that had been prepared for her. It was as if this was the place she was destined to sleep for a long time. Slowly closing her eyes, a hint of relief actually appeared on Miffy's face. Chasing the power of a lifetime, at this moment finally. It's okay to rest. As for the war angels? What else did it matter to her whether she defected to the demons or not? Luri read Miffy's last look in her eyes. She watched in silence as the extreme fire burned silently at the penetrating wound in Miffy's chest, gradually reducing that body to ashes. Only a single drop of golden blood glistened in the ashes. This should have been a trophy to rejoice over. But at this moment, Lioli's heart was only indescribably heavy. At that moment, Gu Xing broke free from Vera's arms. Looking at the blonde hair flowing elven imperial sister in front of him, he was momentarily speechless. Vera is keenly aware of her master's embarrassment. Master! Along with the clear childish voice, her figure quickly shrunk, and in the twinkling of an eye, she transformed back into her familiar elf lowly appearance. Want a hug? Hearing Vera's familiar voice, Gu Xing then reacted. It was still more relaxing for him to face Vera in this form. Smoothly holding Vera in his arms, Gu Xing turned his head to look at Lioli, who was frozen in the center of the battlefield. And the little girl in his arms. There was a hint of a blush on her face at the moment. The body. Finally. I've hugged the master. This feels. It's so good. And Gu Xing's had his full attention on Lioli at the moment, not realizing the difference in the little one in his arms. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and patted Ruri's shoulder. Don't worry too much, Ruri. Since the war angels are holding your people captive, they won't take it easy on them. What's more, it must be impossible for the Battle Angel clan to defect to the Demon clan in its entirety, and it's likely that it's only Myphi or a handful of a few of her clansmen that are associated with the Demon clan. After all, it's unlikely that all of the Angel clan will be able to let go of their hatred with the Demon clan. Lioli sniffed, her tense shoulders finally relaxing a bit. The Lord has a point. It was unlikely that all the angelic races, including the War Angel clan, would be able to let go of their hatred for the demon race. After letting go, the glaze turns. Only to see Vera, who was resting in her master's arms. Her little mouth immediately pouted. Just now she had sensed that this elf's body. She looked down at her breasts and clenched her fists in secret. Damn green tea spirits. Why so big? Gu Xing didn't know the little thoughts of his own little angel. His gaze was on the golden blood left behind by Myphi's death. Angelic blood. Quality, mythical. Function, enhance the qualification of the angel clan. The second upgrade material for the glaze was finally found. Chapter 118, Encountering the Ghost Race. Next, Lioli directly swept away the flames in the entire extreme fire domain. The flames of the entire extreme fire domain eventually condensed into a cluster of leaping golden flames in her palm. She skillfully sent this origin flame into Gu Xing's Imperial Beast space. In the future, she would have her own territory within the Imperial Beast space. Seeing Lioli's movements, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. His mental power entered the Imperial Beast space. The extreme flame that Lioli had thrown in just now had already formed a field of fire. And next to this field of fire was the Tree of Life that belonged to Vera as well as the Fountain of Life. Good thing there's nothing in the area where the two ghost sisters are staying. It was also at this time that the patriarch of the Lava Clan arrived here with his clan. Looking at the empty ruins of the fire domain, the group of little firemen were confused. It was only after Gu Xing's laborious explanations that he finally made the patriarch of this lava clan understand that the extreme flame had now recognized Lioli as its master. If he wanted to absorb the extreme flame, then he would have to follow him to the Dragon Summer Kingdom. And after understanding what Gu Xing meant, "We are willing to follow the Lord of Flame." The lava clan chief immediately led his clan to kneel on one knee after hearing this. Gu Xing was instantly relieved to see that this group of little firemen were so sensible. After explaining that after they left the Divine Spirit Mysterious Realm, they would go to the Dragon Summer Kingdom to find him, Gu Xing commanded Lioli to head to another trial site. Not long ago, Xingfeng had already transmitted the location of the Soul Nurturing Pool through the contract. Soon, Luri arrived with Gu Xing in a familiar position. The Ghost Sisters and Ying Bing had already been waiting at the entrance. As soon as she saw Gu Xing, Xingfeng stepped forward and reported, "Master, 5 demigod-level foreign races have been captured, and they have all signed temporary contracts with Miss Winning Bing." Upon hearing the capture of 5 demigod-level foreigners, Gu Xing nodded his head in satisfaction. After all, the Divine Spirit Mystic Realm was incomparably vast, and finding the foreign races was the most laborious aspect. And Green Frost was able to catch 5 in such a short time. It had been completely more than he had expected. At this moment, Ying Bing was staring at Gu Xing with eyes like he was looking at a monster. In the midst of all this time, she has been brought along by Himawari. Thus witnessing the strength of the two Imperial Beasts, Green Frost and Crimson Moon. It was because she knew the strength of these two Imperial Beasts that she felt Gu Xing's terror. No matter what level of Imperial Beasts they were, they didn't have an ounce of resistance in front of this Ghost Race Maiden. Whether it was a legend rank or a demigod rank, they were all resolved with a single punch. By the end of the day, the Fae had even gone into hiding. In addition to Green Frost, Ying Bing's gaze fell on Himawari's body. This Ghost Race girl's ability was equally terrifying, though she hadn't been seen striking. However, she was able to take her and keep her hidden in the void. This ability, let alone the fact that there was merely a group of transcendent levels in the Divine Spirit Mystic Realm. Even if they came in at the level of a few commanders, they likewise couldn't do anything with her. Now she realizes. Why did Gu Xing initially apply to the Dragon Summer Kingdom to simply let him enter the secret realm alone anymore? Because of him, one man became an army. Just one person was able to deal with all the threats in the secret realm. After understanding the situation, Gu Xing cast his gaze on the trial area in front of him. The next step was to enter the second place of trial. The fluctuation of spiritual power can be vaguely perceived on the barren land in front of us. Obviously the core area is right in the center. "Master, there is only one entrance here." Xingfeng's tone remained respectful. Gu Xing nodded and entered this area with Wen Bing. Green Frost and Crimson Moon, on the other hand, concealed themselves into the void as usual. Just a short time into the march, there was a sudden and violent quarrel ahead. "Your ghost race is too overbearing. This is the trial place of the Divine Spirit Mystic Realm, why don't you let us in?" That is, it's not like the Soul Nurturing Pool is the private property of your Ghost Clan. The Ghost Clan in the lead sneered and scanned the crowd contemptuously. "Want to go in? You can, as long as you can beat us. If you don't have that ability, just wait outside." When Gu Xing and Ying Bing approached, they found that 2 Ghost Clansmen were blocking the passageway while a group of council members were blocked outside. One of them saw them and rushed to discourage them. "Don't move forward, friend. Those 2 ghosts will do it." The others chimed in as well. "We just tried to break in hard, and we all got punched out." "A roadblock?" Gu Xing's eyes went to the 2 Ghost Clansmen blocking the only path of entry. However, compared to other races, the Ghost race didn't seem to hold much hostility towards the human race. These people from the council wanted to enter the Soul Nurturing Pool, and these 2 Ghost Clans merely repelled these people. But both Green Frost and Vera's mental power needed a boost. Now all of Lioli's attributes had reached their limits, but Vera and Green Frost still had room for improvement. Then this soul-nourishing pool. Can't miss. After thinking for a moment, he planned to summon Lioli and settle this group of ghosts. After all, according to Green Frost, she and Himawari were only driven out by the Ghost Clan. It wasn't a mortal enemy, and it seemed inappropriate to let Green Frost make a move. Only, just as Gu Xing wanted to summon Lioli, Green Frost slowly revealed himself at his side. Master, leave these ghost clans to me. Qingfeng bowed slightly to Gu Xing with a hint of seriousness in her eyes. And when Gu Xing saw Qingfeng's words, he hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to come down. After all, it was his own imperial beast's choice, and he chose to honor it. The two ghost clansmen that blocked the road, however, were shocked after seeing Qingfeng. This particular unicorn. Only 2 clansmen had appeared in the entire history of the ghost clan. Your Green Frost? Where's your sister? Hearing this own name, Crimson Moon also walked out of the void and landed next to Gu Xing. The 2 ghost clansmen immediately understood when they saw this. The banished sisters actually recognized humans as their masters. A traitor expelled from the pack, reduced to serving humans. Since you are no longer of my clan, you should quickly retreat. The front is not a place for you to wade into. There wasn't a single fluctuation in Green Frost's eyes. As the 2 ghosts had said, she and her sister had been expelled from the ghost clan. As a result, neither she nor Himawari had any sense of belonging to the ghost clan. However, the soul nurturing pool was able to make up for the shortcomings of the ghost race's weak spiritual power. Naturally, she couldn't miss it. She took a deep breath, her eyes resting on the 2 ghostbusters blocking her path. Not allowed in? Then call in. And Gu Xing swept a glance at the information of the 2 ghost races. Ghost Clan General Membership. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Legendary 9-star. Power, 2700. Body Mass, 2700. Spirit, 800. Speed, 2600. Skills, Ghost Clan 4 styles. The other Ghost Clan's attributes weren't too different from this one. Seeing this attribute, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Spirit is indeed the shortcoming of the ghost race. These 2 ghosts were 9 stars as legends, but their spirit attribute was only a pitiful 800 points. Lower than even Himawari. Only. Seeing that Qingfeng wanted to make a move, the 2 ghost clansmen smiled disdainfully. The 2 of them, Green Frost and Crimson Moon, were nailed to the ghost clan's pillar of shame. The 2 sisters couldn't even inherit the full powers of the ghost clan, so how could they be their opponents? Only, their thoughts of this kind only lasted for an instant. Next moment. Green Frost's fists had then been hard on both men's faces. Boom! In the next moment, the figures of the 2 ghost clansmen were set viciously into the ground. The surrounding council members had been completely dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. How? These 2 ghost clans were taken out so easily? This imperial beast master of the Dragon Summer Kingdom, so strong? Chapter 119 The Devil Race's Strange Movements. The 2 ghost clansmen lay on the ground in a sorry state, their faces full of disbelief. Wasn't this ghost clan expelled from the ghost clan because of a birth defect? Why did they not have the slightest power to fight back in front of this ghost race? Is that right? Fortunately, the ghost race was naturally physically strong, and the 2 quickly struggled to get up. Only, in the eyes that looked at Qingfeng again, he had already brought deep scorn. After all, it was possible for them to defeat them without even being able to see their striking movements. The strength of this ghost clan must have far exceeded them. It was not even close to Zong, the strongest person from the ghost clan who had entered the divine spirit mysterious realm this time. Seeing this scene, Vera furtively rubbed up against Himawari and lowered her voice to ask. Sister Himawari, do you ghost clans have bad eyes? You're all so powerful that you're willing to drive away? Hearing the title of sister, Hamatsuri immediately looked at Vera. Seeing Vera's childish look, Himawari reached out and poked Vera's forehead. No, if you call me sister, I'll tell you. Hearing this, a black line appeared on Vera's forehead. She had existed for thousands of years, calling a little girl sister? How is that possible? And when Scarlet Moon saw Vera freeze, her gaze swept over Gu Xing and she slyly approached Vera's ear. How about if you call me sister, I'll tell you how to chase your master. Hearing this condition, Vera's eyes lit up. Although she had existed for thousands of years, she had been in a deep sleep. It had only been a few short months since she had descended into the world. More than an emotional experience. This ghostbuster seemed to be richer than her. At that thought, Vera's heart sank. Isn't it just calling your sister? Calling that angel a scream is also a scream, and so is calling the ghost nation. One more or one less makes no difference. Sister Himawari, teach me. Only. Crimson Moon's face changed and she outright refused. Not telling you. She hadn't forgotten. When she was in the Chaos Ring, this elf had tied her up tightly, and even put the thick and long vines into her mouth. Doing this to her and wanting her help? No way. Absolutely not. Swish. The spatial rift instantly unfolded, and Himawari dodged in with a backward jump. She was no match for this elf. Now that you've messed with this elf, it's better to avoid it. And Vera's mouth twitched when she saw that this ghost race had the audacity to play her. Though for now, her strength is in the bottom of her master's imperial beasts. But at least it's better than this little girl. But, looking at Himawari, who had disappeared into the void, Vera's face darkened. This little girl runs really fast. Entrance. Qingfeng's eyes suddenly turned cold as she watched the two ghost clansmen once again stand in her way. She had saved her hand just now. If these two ghost clans couldn't see the situation, she didn't mind giving them a little lesson. But the next moment, swish! The two ghosts suddenly backed away to the sides, making way for the passage. In the ghost race's law of survival, strength is truth. Obviously, Qingfeng's strength had conquered the two. What's more, even if the two continue to stop Green Frost. But it's also self-defeating. Not to mention, the orders given to the two of them by Tsong were only to block as many people as possible from entering the soul nurturing pool. You and your master may enter. And the human girl who was with you. But the rest of the human race cannot enter. Seeing that these two ghost clansmen were aware of the situation, Gu Xing stopped Qingfeng from continuing to strike. He was able to get in just fine. As for this group of council members, uncooked, Gu Xing then let Ying Bing through with ease. And when the people of the council saw the scene, it was only then that they woke up as if from a dream and asked Gu Xing for help. That Long Xia Kingdom Imperial Beast Master, can you put in a good word for us? We want to go in too. Yes, the human race is all one, so you shouldn't fail to help with this small favor, right? When these council members saw that Gu Xing's imperial beasts were able to crush these two ghost clans, they had a crooked idea. And the two ghost race guards tensed up at the words and secretly exchanged glances. If only a few were released it could be explained, but if the group was allowed to enter all, those two are just waiting to get their asses kicked. Thinking of this, they immediately cast a wary gaze at Gu Xing. If this human really wanted to help, they would have to fight for their lives. However, Gu Xing did not even pause in his steps as he walked straight towards the depths of the trial land. If it was Veronica who was here today, then he wouldn't mind doing a favor. But these council members in front of us. Let's just forget about it. Beyond the secret world, Lei Zhuan approached Long Jinghua with a grave expression and lowered his voice to report. I've just received news that the number of demons within the demon region has skyrocketed by several times. Not only have a large number of commander classes emerged, but we've even detected a number of monarch classes. Hearing this news, Long Jinghua's brows tightened. Since the human race had entered the northern realm, the demon region had never seen such an unusual movement. Those demons had always avoided war, which had forced them to formulate a baiting plan. But today, not only the commander-class demon race, but even the monarch-class demon race had appeared quite a bit. This is clearly not right. Why does it have to be this time of year? Long Jinghua's gaze unconsciously turned to the entrance of the secret realm, and a frightening speculation surfaced in his mind. Could it be that devil race is also rushing towards the divine ripple? At this moment, Verocaven and the Pontifical Queen received the same information. The three exchanged glances, instantly realizing the seriousness of the matter. Regardless of the outcome of the secret realm of the divine spirit, if the demon race fights its way in, it doesn't work for whoever gets the divine tattoo. This is true for the human race, and it is equally true for the alien race. Gentlemen! Long Jinghua's loud voice resounded throughout the room. Now that the demon race is stirring up trouble and the fight for the divine spirit mystic realm hasn't yielded any results yet, how about we work together to resist the demon race first? When the Fae present heard this, they thought for a moment before agreeing. After all, the results of the divine spirit mystery realm had yet to come out. Their clansmen who had entered the divine spirit mystic realm had likely obtained the divine mark. At this time, it was inevitable that the demon race could not be allowed to approach the divine spirit mystic realm. But the end of the spiritual mystery will be. For these alien races, the entire alien space can survive anywhere. The reason why some of them came to the northern realm was just because they were thinking about the starstone resources here in the northern realm. And now, the northern realm had clearly been targeted by the demons. If you continue to stay here, not only can you not get any benefits, maybe even the clan will all hitch a ride here. After understanding what was at stake, these foreigners gave orders. Everyone work together and head to the edge of the northern realm to stop the demons. After leaving from the entrance of the secret realm, Long Jinghua also realized that this group of foreigners certainly can't be relied upon. After the divine spirit mystery realm ended, this group of foreigners would never be able to continue resisting the demon race. Therefore, he turned his head to Thunder War and gave orders. Have all the monarch classes among the blue stars head to the northern realm and stand by. There are still 2 secret realms of the gods here in the north realm that have not yet been opened, and if the demonic tribe occupies this place, the consequences are unimaginable. And Lei Zhuan didn't dare to delay and immediately returned to Blue Star with Long Jinghua's order. The great battle was imminent, and there was no room for a moment's hesitation. Chapter 120 The Ghost Nation with Muscle Brains. The crowd kept on their feet and soon arrived at the core area of the trial land. The soul nurturing pool in front of us is even more spectacular than imagined. The water of the pool, which was 100 feet in diameter, glowed with a starry blue light, as if it had incorporated the entire sky into it. However, at this moment, the poolside had long been occupied by a group of ghosts. The closer one got to the pool, the more significant the effect of the mental power boost became, but along with that, there was also an increasingly intense invasion of visions. The only way to truly refine the spirit is to hold fast to the heart in the realm of illusion. Sensing the aura of the outsiders, the ghost clansmen sitting in their seats slowly opened their eyes. The leading ghost race genius, Song, swept his gaze over a few people with a slight frown. However, it soon became clear that the two ghost clans that had blocked the way had definitely been defeated. Otherwise, a few people wouldn't be here. His eyes narrowed slightly when his eyes landed on Green Frost. The one-horned ghosts? Wasn't this the outcast who had been banished from the pack by his father's own hand back then? Song slowly got up, and the surrounding ghost clans stood up at the same time as if they had received a signal. He approached Gu Xing with the crowd, but he didn't even give the human a proper look, instead staring straight at Qingfeng. To be able to defeat my clan's guards, your strength. He looked up slightly, condescending approval in his tone. Got my approval. Song swept a careless glance at Gu Xing, his tone indifferent. As long as you break your contract with this human, I can report to father and let you and your sister rejoin the ghost clan. A playful smile curled the corners of his mouth. Being able to defeat those two ghost clan guards meant that this outcast's strength was close to the top 5 of the ghost clan's younger generation. Not only that. Song's gaze roamed over Qingfeng recklessly. I can still make an exception and allow you to serve me. Although there was only one unicorn horn, that cool and stunning face did make his heart flutter. The surrounding ghost clans immediately chimed in. Young Master Song is merciful, why don't you say yes? What can you get out of following humans? Aren't you here to make up for your spiritual power defects? Promise young Master Song that you'll be able to cultivate with us in the soul nurturing pool. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of trespassing here. Song nodded with satisfaction when he saw that this group of clansmen were so forceful. However, the first one who couldn't sit still when she heard her sister being insulted like that was Himawari. What kind of a thing are you to be worthy of my sister? I poo, how shameless. She directly revealed herself from the void. At the moment, she couldn't even care about the risk of being caught by Vera, pointing at Song's nose and cursing. However, Song's pupil shrank when he saw Himawari appear. One must know that his mastery of the power of the void was also among the top group of the younger generation of the Ghost Clan. Just now, he had unexpectedly not felt Himawari's presence at all. That meant that this Ghost Clan's control over the void was still above him. Another genius. He raised his hand to stop the restless clansman behind him, and his eyes burned at Himawari. In addition to your sister, you may serve me together and be treated the same as her. And Gu Xing silently gave a thumbs up when he saw this ghost race unknowingly aiming his spear at Himawari. Crimson Moon was Green Frost's scales. Don't talk about others. Even if he wanted to harm Himawari, it was expected that Qingfeng would strike out at him regardless of any cost. And this ghost nation stepped precisely on Green Frost's thunderbolt. All Gu Xing could say was good luck to him. Just as Gu Xing had predicted, Qingfeng's eyes had gone completely cold. She didn't feel anything when Song spoke out against her just now, but dared to hit Himawari over the head. Song hadn't realized that something was wrong at this point, and he was getting more and more aroused as he watched Qingfeng and Himawari. Both of you sisters, if you follow me, you'll definitely be able to enjoy the best treatment within the clan. Ghosts refine their bodies for a living, except for the two anomalies of Green Frost and Scarlet Moon. Other ghost women. The big bladder, the tiger's back, that's the norm. Now that he had managed to come across two ghosts of the opposite sex that looked good, how could he let go easily? How about that? I'm definitely going to treat you guys right. However, quicker than Green Frost's answer. It was the ghostly lines that crawled across her cheeks like living creatures. Boom! Berserk ghost chi erupted like a tsunami. Sensing this berserk aura, other than Song, all the other ghost clansmen changed their faces drastically. This force has completely crushed them. And Song got serious at this point. This scent. It's nice. But the ghost race could not just rely on ghost chi to win. Boom! The same ghost pattern, the same ghost king's body. Woman, you have succeeded in arousing my interest. Since you don't agree with my proposal, I'll fight until you do. Seeing that this ghost race was still pretending, Gu Xing was somewhat speechless. If he hadn't been able to see the various attributes of this ghost race, he really would have thought that this ghost race was frighteningly strong. Ghosts Pale. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Half-Step Myth. Power, 3,900. Body Mass, 3,900. Spirit, 1,1300. Speed, 2,700 3,510. Skills, Ghost Clan's 4 styles Ki San boost strength attributes by 1.2 times, See Breaking unavailable, Ghost King's body boosts all attributes by 1.3 times. And what about Green Frost at the moment? Ghosts Green Frost? Level, Transcendent 9. Status, Twin Pact. Qualification, Myth 1 star. Strength, 4000 6000. Body mass, 3500 4550. Spirit, 2000 2600. Speed, 3000 3900. Skills, Ghost Clan's 4 styles, Ghost King's body all attributes increased by 1.5 times. Domain of power. The 4 styles of the Ghost Clan, Open Mountain Strength attribute increased by 1.5 times, Break the Sea Strength attribute increased by 2 times, Break the Sky Insufficient level, Destroy the Stars Insufficient level. The Strength attribute that the Ghost race alone excels at the most. Song is then more than 2000 points away from Green Frost. Not to mention the disparity in physique as well as speed attributes. Beyond that, Xingfeng's increase in strength reached an even more terrifying point after using Open Mountain and Break Sea. Gu Xing looked at Xingfeng, who was already completely furious, and then at Song, who was full of confidence. He shook his head and cast a pitying look at Song. But Song couldn't understand what Gu Xing meant by this look. He thought Gu Xing was begging him for forgiveness, so he became more and more arrogant. Humans! Now you know you're scared, right? Hurry up and break the contract. Or I'll break your legs. Gu Xing didn't even bother to respond to these words. In his time with Himawari and Xingfeng, he hadn't felt that creatures like the ghost race didn't have a good head on their shoulders. Now that I've seen Sun, I realize that the ghosts do have muscles growing inside their brains. Green Frost, just save your breath. Gu Xing left behind a sentence and turned towards the soul nurturing pool. He was all set to let the ghost race go, but now it was better to beat this group of ghost clans into submission and then pit that monarch-ranked Ghost King for a fortune. After all, this was something that this group of ghost clans took the initiative to send to the door, and it had nothing to do with him. Yes, master. After a brief response, Xingfeng's ghostly aura around her body surged once again. The first style of the ghost clan Kaizan. Strength, 6000 9000. Chapter 121, Master. I want to enter the soul nurturing pool. Hearing Gu Xing's words, Song was instantly enraged. Human, who do you think you're facing? The first style of the ghost clan Kaishan. Almost instantly, Sang also used the ghost race's skill engraved in his bones. The same skill, but used by different people, achieves different results. With the addition of the Ghost Nation's first style. Power, 3900 4680. Although Song's attributes have once again improved, compared to Green Frost, it's only half of the Green Frost attribute. Such a gap was directly reflected in the battle between the two. Whoosh! Space was torn apart like a fragile curtain, and Song's figure instantly disappeared into the void. This is just another of the ghost race's gifts. Void. And Green Frost was completely unsurprised to see this scene. While she doesn't possess the gift, what she does possess is extreme strength and combat instincts honed to the peak. Boom! Her right fist blasted backward without warning, wrapped in an ear-splitting cracking sound. Song, who had just emerged from the void, had his pupils suddenly shrunk. He didn't expect Xingfeng to react so quickly. He appeared without warning, and this ghost clan was still able to make an attack in a split second. In his haste, Song could only cross his arms to block. However, the strength attribute is over 4000 plus points. How could such a huge gap be something he could block so easily? Bang! The moment of contact, Sang felt as if he had been hit head-on by a 10,000-foot mountain. His body transformed into a humanoid cannonball, smashing several boulders one after another before he managed to stop. The surrounding ghost clans, on the other hand, had been completely dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. Song. Lord Song, how could he be taken by this one-horned ghost race? It can't be. Isn't her talent crippled? Why is it so strong? Only at that moment, Xingfeng slowly turned around and looked straight at this group of ghost clansmen who had also spoken out against Himawari just now. Gu Xing's tone just now, but just leave this group of ghosts a breath. In the next moment, Xingfeng suddenly appeared in front of the group of ghost clans. She's not using the ghost talent, but pure physicality. And when the group of ghosts saw this scene, they also realized what was going on, and one of the ghosts shouted, "Quickly hide in the void, this ghost race, it won't be able to do anything to us." It was only that when they said those words, they didn't seem to realize that there was another Hamatsuri whose control of the void was unknown how many times stronger than theirs. Void blockade. As this voice of Himawari appeared, the next moment, this group of ghost clans were horrified to find that they were unable to use their void abilities. To put it more bluntly, it was the space they were in that had been taken control of by the ghost race, who were stronger than them. As a result, they were directly disqualified from entering the void. Only, there was no time for them to remain appalled next. Green Frost's fist was already approaching his body. Facing this group of ghosts that are many times weaker than Song, Xingfeng punched one. Within a short time, the group of ghosts had all slumped to the ground and fainted. Because of the ghost race's physical strength, Xingfeng even added a punch to these fainted ghost race. The other side. In the rubble, Sang struggled to get up and shook off his buzzing head. That punch from Green Frost just now cleared his head a bit. The arrogance he had earlier was no longer present in the way he looked at Qingfeng now. Yourself seems to a bit hit and miss. Only, Green Frost didn't care what Song thought. All she knew was that this Ghostbuster was more durable than the others. But if it's durable, then it's a few more punches. Bang! 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 3 hard punches to the head with precision. The whites of Song's eyes instantly rolled upwards and his body went limp like a rag doll. He also managed to faint. At this point, all of the ghost clans on the scene were resolved by Qingfeng. While Gu Xing was not surprised that Qingfeng was able to take care of these ghost clans, he had already arrived at the edge of the soul nurturing pool by now. However, he didn't feel the soul nurturing pool put the slightest pressure on him. He cupped his chin and took a rough guess. Perhaps it was because his spiritual attributes had already reached their limit and could not be raised. Because of this cause, the soul nurturing pool has no effect on him? As opposed to Wen Bing, who was a few steps behind him, was a bit pale at the moment. Apparently it was influenced by the soul nurturing pool. Gu Xing inquired with concern. Are you okay? Wen Bing stubbornly shook his head. Although she felt her body was incomparably hard to bear, she also understood that sticking it out would only do her good. Next to winning ice, on the other hand, Vera looked at ease. Gu Xing guessed that it might be because of Vera's higher spiritual power. But the soul nurturing pool can grow spiritual power. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 1510. Body mass, 1520. Spirit, 3430 in progress. Speed, 1500. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain. 3430.3431. 0.3432. Although the rate of improvement wasn't very fast, Vera's mental attributes were indeed improving. Only then did Gu Xing realize that Vera, in addition to her spiritual attributes, other attributes that seem a little off. Previously, it was because he didn't understand the various attributes of mythic great imperial beasts that he thought Vera's other attributes being low was nothing. But now, after coming into contact with so many demigod-level imperial beasts, as well as the Ghost Sisters, he realized that Vera's other attributes were a bit too low. But after thinking about it for half a day, Gu Xing can only blame. The Elf clan's divine pattern had been taken away by the Demon clan, and that's what led to this. After all, there's no other reasonable explanation. And at that moment, Green Frost had come to his side. Master, I want to enter the soul nurturing pool. Gu Xing turned around and met a pair of stubborn green eyes. Into the soul nurturing pool? Judging from Qingfeng's performance, even if he was close to the soul nurturing pool, his spirit would suffer great pressure. If you enter the soul nurturing pool. Gu Xing looked up once again. Qingfeng was a little pale at this time. It was obvious that it had already received the influence of the soul nurturing pool. Seeing that Gu Xing hadn't been able to answer, Qingfeng repeated it again. Master, I want to enter the soul nurturing pool. When she met up with Luri earlier, she had been able to feel that angel's strength has been. The quality has changed. When she was in the City of Chaos, she could still feel that she was a shade stronger than that angel. But now, though both his sister and himself have been indentured, but she was not happy to be left behind. And to quickly improve the shortcomings of your mental attributes. Access to the soul nurturing pool. Clearly the best outcome. And Gu Xing read Qingfeng's thoughts at this time. Good. But be safe. Gu Xing thought for a moment and then agreed. I don't know if entering the soul nurturing pool will have an effect on Green Frost, but with the skill of Heaven's grace, it is guaranteed. At least he was able to ensure that the first time a problem arose in Green Frost, he fixed the problem that arose. And Vera, seeing this scene, likewise spoke. Master. Seeing the elf's eyes, he also understood the elf's thoughts. One more isn't much. Together. I agree. Chapter 122 Green Frost Crimson Moons Past 1. The center of the Divine Spirit Mystery Realm. Veronica, the Scarlet Clan, and quite a few of the Fae had all gathered here. They didn't choose to go to the 2 trial places in the Divine Spirit Mysterious Realm. They have one goal. That's the Divine Tattoo. At this moment, the empty fan-shaped area in front of the Divine Pattern. The Fae have gathered to separate themselves from the Council and the Scarlet Order. Only now, no party chose to make a move, and the situation was at a stalemate. But it's also just one trigger away from actually breaking out. And that trigger is? The center where this sector converges. There was a divine pattern slowly condensing there. According to the speed at which this divine pattern was coalescing, it was estimated that in another day's time, it would be able to completely coalesce. Among the ranks of the Scarlet Order, Cecilia respectfully came to the black-robed figure in the center. Lord Blood Ancestor, the Gu Xing of the Long Xia Kingdom that you asked me to keep an eye on hasn't arrived here yet. I suspect that he might have traveled to the 2 trial places in the Divine Spirit Mystic Realm. And a half-step mythic-level blood prince on the side immediately spoke with disdain when he heard Cecilia's voice. Lord Blood Ancestor, if you give that human to me, I will definitely be able to bring his head back to offer it to you. However, in the next moment, a white, petite right hand pierced through this blood clan's chest and pinched his heart. The heart was the source of the blood race's power, and as long as the heart was broken, then even a race like the blood race with superb self-healing abilities would die. Blood. Lord Blood Ancestor. With his life in Lilith's hands, his body was constantly shaking from fear. Even if he was a demigod-qualified blood prince, he was like a child with no power to fight back in front of Lilith. Lilith slowly lifted her hood with her left hand, revealing long, moonlit silver hair beneath her black robe. Although her body was petite, she carried endless majesty in her blood-colored pupils. Since when are you able to make decisions for me? Lilith's voice was childish, but it made this blood prince's heart drop to the bottom. His body suddenly softened and he immediately fell to his knees in front of Lilith, answering with a trembling voice. Blood. Lord Blood Ancestor, I'm sorry. My subordinate has overstepped his bounds. Only, Lilith's eyes didn't flicker. 5 onion white fingers slowly tightened. In the next moment, the heart of this blood prince shattered with a loud bang. A blood-colored breath instantly did not enter her body. The surrounding bloods, on the other hand, saw this scene as if they were accustomed to it and only looked at Lilith with even more respect. The bloods can be different from other races. Within their race, there was no such thing as kinship bonds. Among this race, the strong are honored. As long as any blood clan could kill Lilith, then he would be the next blood ancestor. Lilith's blood ancestor's position was likewise obtained in the midst of endless killing. Therefore, to her, this group of bloods could not be considered her kin. Undependable and untrustworthy. Not even a respectful Cecilia on the sidelines. At least, Cecilia wouldn't be trying to put her to death and take her place every now and then. Stay on standby, and if anyone else wants to be stupid, then I don't mind giving them a ride. When the remaining blood clan heard this voice, their bodies instantly trembled and they immediately responded respectfully. At your service, Lord Blood Ancestor. Soul Nurturing Pool. At this moment, Qingfeng and Vera had fully entered the Soul Nurturing Pool. It also means that the spirits of the two men are undergoing an inhuman quenching. Qingfeng's eyes were tightly closed and her face was pale, obviously having completely sunk into the illusion. The moment. Her consciousness was once again dragged back to that infernal day. Torrential rain poured down, and the sky was as if it had been torn apart. In the center square of the Ghost Clan's compound, all the clansmen gathered here. Green Frost and Crimson Moon, who were still childlike, were confined by the boundary in the center of the square. The only gazes cast around them were those of biting disgust. These two sisters are simply a disgrace to the ghost race. When in history has there ever been a one-horned ghost race? They are an ominous sign. It was because of their existence that the Ghost Clan was discovered by the Demon Clan, and the clan chief's daughter died tragically. That's right. Ever since they were born, calamities have followed one after another. Such a scourge should be executed immediately. Keeping them alive will only bring about the demise of the Ghost Clan. Agreed, execute them. Execute them. As the first shout rang out, the entire square instantly boiled. Countless ghost clansmen snapped in agreement, their voices like knives, gouging into the young hearts of the two sisters. Crimson Moon was trembling, cowering in Qingfeng's arms, her thin body almost curled into a ball. Sister! Sister, are we going to die? Her voice trembled with sobs. Green Frost stared dead at the malignant faces around him, his arms tightening around his sister, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. She could feel Himawari's body constantly shaking with fear, her teeth clenched raw, but stubbornness was written all over her childish face. No way! Her voice was low but decisive. Sister would never let anything happen to you. Whatever it takes. I'll even make sure to get you out of here alive. The other side of the square. Several ghost race elders looked down with cold eyes at the man kneeling in the rain. He was covered in bruises, and blood mixed with rainwater to form dark red streams beneath him. Qing, why be obsessed? Is it worth it to cut off your future for the sake of two sinful children who were born crippled? As long as you get up and leave at this moment, we guarantee in the name of the Council of Elders the patriarchal seat will be yours. Is not the entire Ghost Clan more important than your two crippled daughters? Yes, Qing, as the most outstanding genius of the Ghost Clan over the years, don't mistake yourself. Qing always hung his head low, and the rain dripped down his hair, but it couldn't wash away the determination in his eyes. I would like to relinquish my candidacy for clan leader, he hissed. And accept the severe punishment of the clan rules. I only beg you all to spare Qingfeng and Himyue. They are the last of Heim's bloodline left in this world. And the only thing I have left to hold on to. Before the words left his mouth, he bowed heavily. The lapis lazuli slabs erupted under the impact, blood oozing out between the spiderweb like cracks. When Chang mentioned the name of the matriarch's daughter, him, the faces of the several elders visibly darkened. Ever since the matriarch lost her beloved daughter, she has closed herself off to her grief and no longer asks about the affairs of the clan. However, this crippled ghost sister was considered the bloodline of the matriarch after all. It would seem wrong to actually execute them. Several elders looked at each other and exchanged ideas. Eventually, the Grand Elder Song's father slowly stepped forward. Qing, we can grant your request, but you must bear the punishment you deserve. As a guard and the husband of the matriarch's daughter, you failed to protect her, causing her to lose her life due to these two ominous objects. This is a responsibility you cannot shirk. From today onwards, you will be imprisoned in the Ghost Clan's Forbidden Land and will never be allowed to step out for an eternity. As for your two daughters, the Grand Elder's figure drew up violently. Immediately expelled from the Ghost Clan, never to return. Hearing the words Ghost Clan's Forbidden Land, Qing's eyes were surprisingly calm, even showing a hint of relief. If he had gotten back earlier, him wouldn't have died. His daughters would not have suffered today's humiliation. Thank you, Great Elder, for your enlightenment. Green bowed deeply again. As he slowly straightened up, his eyes fell through the rain on his two imprisoned daughters. Those eyes were full of apologies and lingering. Green Frost, Crimson Moon. As a father, I was incompetent, neither able to protect your mother nor keep you in the clan. Chapter 123 Green Frost Crimson Moon's Past 2. After watching Qing's figure disappear into the entrance of the Forbidden Land, the Grand Elder slowly walked towards the two imprisoned sisters. However, when he actually approached, the green eyes that were the same color as Qing's actually flashed with a heart-stoppingly ferocious light. The eyes were like those of a wounded young wolf, dead set on the hunter's throat. Song Xian's pupils shrunk slightly. At such a young age, she already possesses such a strong will for revenge. If we let this girl grow up. He scanned the area without moving, his eyes lingering briefly on the crowd. A ghost race figure immediately understood and quietly hid in the rain. At this moment, a seemingly amiable smile piled up on the Grand Elder's face. Your father has taken all the blame, and from this moment on, you are free. Only, you must leave the Ghost Clan immediately and never return. Scarlet Moon raised her head from Green Frost's arms, a trace of trance flashing in her eyes. They don't have to die? The celebration of the aftermath of the disaster was just coming to the forefront of his mind, only to be crushed hard by the reality of his father's eternal captivity. And only Qingfeng noticed the flash of grimness under the smiling face of the Grand Elder. She tensed up, shielding her sister even tighter. Afterwards, this Grand Elder opened the boundary that had bound the two of them. The moment the knot was lifted, the onlooker clansmen barely gave way to a narrow passageway, while curses followed them. To let these two calamities survive, it's really cheap for them. They caused him to die, they deserve to go down there and be buried with them. Yeah, unspecified is unspecified. But they can't return to the ghost race for eternity. We can also rest assured. In the midst of these ghost clansmen's curses, Qingfeng and Scarlet Moon left the Ghost Clan with their arms around each other. But at this moment, Green Frost silently made a vow in his heart. One day, he would take his sister and fight his way back to the Ghost Clan. Let's show this group if they are unknown or not. Soon, the two sisters were getting farther and farther away from the Ghost Clan, gradually leaving the Ghost Clan compound behind. Himawari raised her head, her eyes holding a sense of confusion about the future. Sister, we left the Ghost Clan, where should we go? Green Frost wiped the rain off her sister's face. Anywhere. Anywhere, as long as we're still together. Green Frost comforted Himawari. As a sister, she must take on more. However, just as the two sisters were about to leave, space suddenly distorted, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the same ghost race powerhouse that had disappeared from the crowd earlier. Why bother thinking about where to go? He smiled grimly. Your journey ends here. Qingfeng's pupils suddenly shrunk as he shielded Himawari behind him. Moon. Run. Don't look back. Hearing her sister's command, Himawari turned and fled without any hesitation. However, this scene amused this transcendent level ghost clan that was blocking them. Run? Match speed with the void gift on two legs? He shook his head contemptuously. Indeed waste, not even the most basic talent of force and void talent has been awakened. No wonder it killed his own mother. But it's time for this to end. In the next moment, this transcendent level ghost clan violently struck out at Qingfeng. However, Green Frost rolled backward in this instant, almost as a conditioned instinct. Surprisingly, she narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Such a turn of events startled this transcendent level ghost clan, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Interesting. A mere awakened first stage, how could you dodge my attack? Your battle instincts are really strong. It's not even close to your father's. If it was at the same level, I might not really be able to do anything with you. But that's all there is to it. Before the words fell, the transcendent ghost clan's ghostly aura surged around his body, and his 5 fingers were like hooks that went straight for Qingfeng's heart. Green Frost stiffened. The other party actually used the power of the void to completely block off the space around her. The moment death approached, she instinctively turned her head. Wanted to see my sister one last time. And yet that one glance made her fall into a pit of ice. Why is Himawari still here? She's not stupid. Run, fool! She shouted frantically in her mind. At this moment, Himawari was trembling. She did run 2 steps. But then he braked his footsteps in life. How can you leave alone when your sister is still in the same place? It was my sister who stood in her own way every time. No matter how many times, when in danger, my sister always stood in her way. One has really been protected by one's sister. An unprecedented stab of pain swept through his body as he watched his sister struggle in vain at the hands of the transcendental ghosts. Why? 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 One has to be protected by one's sister all the time. Cannot. It can't be. To protect my sister, even once. Her childish hands clenched white, the resentment in her chest nearly tearing her apart. Sister! Himawari's cry seemed to rip through time and space. For a moment, the world became incredibly slow to her eyes. The void shed its disguise like a thin veil, revealing its most essential veins. She awakened. One of the ghost race gifts. Void. The ghostly claw that was about to pierce her sister's chest was as sluggish as a snail in her eyes, but she was powerless to stop it. But, without half a moment's hesitation, Crimson Moon's figure instantly dissolved into the void. Put. The palm of this transcendent level ghost clan passed through her abdominal cavity. In that instant, with her strength of awakened first stage, she instantly crossed the distance and blocked in front of Qingfeng. Tick. Tick. The sound of blood smashing on the ground was like a thunderous explosion in Qingfeng's ears. Her cyan pupils contracted violently, and the entire world seemed to freeze at that moment. How? Himawari? Himawari? Her voice trembled beyond recognition, and the sight before her was like a sharp knife, gouging hard into her heart. The sister who was always shielded by her was now using her thin body to shield her from a fatal blow. Sister. The corners of Himawari's blood-stained mouth lifted with difficulty. Himawari can protect you too. But another mouthful of blood gushed out, splashing on Qingfeng's pale face. Sister will die. Your own sister will die. The thought gnawed at Green Frost's sanity like a viper. The sister you've protected countless times is going to die in front of you? Something like this. Things like this. How is it allowed? Blood spread wildly in her eyes. Hands unconsciously clenched, nails piercing palms. Blood dripping to the ground. TSK, actually awakening a talent before dying. The Transcendent Ghost Clan indifferently drew back his arm and flung Himawari at Green Frost like he was discarding rags. Count yourself lucky that this little girl blocked a blow for you. He waved the blood off his hands absently. It's a pain in the ass to have to go out again. Yet he's all but oblivious. The moment he caught Himawari, a bizarre black aura began to seep out from around Qingfeng. Her eyes also grew bloodshot. Chapter 124. The magic pattern riots again. At this moment, boundless anger drowned Qingfeng. Her sanity faded. Her mind was occupied with one thought. People who hurt Himawari. Kill her. She must be killed. She snapped her head up, her scarlet pupils reflecting the figure of this ghost race. And this transcendent level ghost clan trembled when he saw Qingfeng's eyes like this. That look, it's scary. But a ghost race of the awakened First Order still dared to provoke him with such a look. Tired of living. When his eyes sank, he struck again. However, this time, his attack didn't score. Green Frost, who was holding Himawari with one hand, was currently surrounded by ghostly aura, and she reached out a hand to steadily squeeze the hand of this transcendent level ghost clan. Seeing this scene, the pupils of this transcendent level ghost clan shook tremendously. How is that possible? Isn't this ghost race an awakened First Order? Why was he able to catch his blow? That's not possible. What kind of monster are you? However, at this moment, Qingfeng couldn't hear what this ghost clan was saying at all. The ghost chi that had lurked in her body for many years completely exploded, piling up her various attributes to a terrifying level. She cupped the palm of this transcendent level ghost clan's hand and began to slowly apply pressure. The next moment, a crisp bone-cracking sound came. Ka-ching! The hand bones of this transcendent level ghost clan were actually pinched and broken alive by Qingfeng. Such pain, even if he was a ghost race, he felt incomparable pain. Little let go. Let go of me. This ghost clan kept hitting Green Frost's head over and over again with his only remaining hand. But Green Frost had no defense at all, allowing him to strike. Seeing that his attacks didn't work, this ghost clan began to gather all of its ghost chi to gather into its palms. However, it was at that moment that Green Frost, who was completely manipulated by his battle instincts, spotted an opportunity. Discovered the opportunity to strike down this murderer of his sister. All the ghost chi coalesced into the palm of his hand, and this ghost clan lost its defense at the neck for a moment. It was naturally impossible for Qingfeng to let go of this only opportunity. In the next moment, like a vicious dog, she pounced on this ghost race. The teeth bit down hard on the neck of this transcendent level ghost clan. Instantly blood sprayed out, spilling onto Qingfeng's eyes, causing her already blood-colored pupils to turn even redder. This ghostbuster also realized what the girl was trying to do. She actually tried to bite his throat alive. Damn it, get off me! He kept launching attacks at Green Frost. Only, at this point, there was no more fear in Green Frost's mind. One bite, another and another. The struggles of this transcendent level ghost race became lighter and lighter, and finally completely stopped moving. Still, Green Frost's movements didn't stop until he completely snapped the neck of this ghost clan. The sound of a head hitting the ground froze Green Frost's attempts to continue her attack as her consciousness slowly began to return. It wasn't until her vision was clear again that she crawled towards Himawari with a trembling body. Moon. Are you okay? Touching Himawari's body, Qingfeng realized that her sister's body had gone cold. How could Himawari's body, which had been weak since she was a child, possibly withstand such a heavy blow? Feeling her sister's body grow cold, Green Frost's eyes began to distort. Her whole world began to fall apart. If my sister dies, it's all. None of it makes sense anymore. And at that moment Vera was in the same illusion. Only, she was different from Green Frost. She had followed Gu Xing since she was born. Thus the visions experienced at this moment were from before her slumber. The demons keep attacking the elven ones. The clansmen of the elf clan continued to fall. However, Vera's mental power at the moment was already close to the limit of a mythic imperial beast, so she was already able to feel a hint of defiance. She had become her master's royal beast, and all elvish battles were a thing of the past. She wasn't going to be stuck in the past forever. The only person she cares about now is owners. Her body slowly floated into the air. In the next moment, the turquoise divine ring appeared behind her. Boom! Berserk spiritual energy burst out. The elven right to total liberation. Spiritual power was once again enhanced. And as if the illusion couldn't withstand Vera's power, it had begun to crumble inch by inch. Nature's lament, vault of thunder falls. The world-destroying thunder dragon began to gradually solidify around Vera. The next moment, Vera waved her hand. This world-destroying thunder dragon then attacked towards the entire space. Boom! Under this furious attack, the entire illusion shattered with a bang. Outside the soul-nurturing pool. In the middle of Gu Xing's line of sight. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 1510. Body mass, 1520. Spirit, 4000 max. Speed, 1500. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain. Vera's mental attributes had been raised to the limit. It's about time she woke up. The next moment, Vera in the soul-nurturing pool opened her eyes. And this also meant that the soul-nurturing pool no longer had any effect on the transcendent level her. After Vera came to her senses, she tried to jump into Gu Xing's arms at the first opportunity. However, as she approached Gu Xing, he realized that Gu Xing's eyes were heavy at the moment. She paused in her tracks. When she followed Gu Xing's line of sight, she saw that Qingfeng's face had completely lost its blood color. Even her ghostly aura was on the verge of going berserk. How could this ghost clan, who usually seemed so strong, not survive this illusion? Master, sister she. Scarlet Moon revealed her form from within the space, and her gaze towards Qingfeng was also filled with worry. And Gu Xing's eyes gradually narrowed. At this moment, Ghost's Green Frost. Level, Transcendent 9. Status, Twin Pact. Qualification, Myth 1-star. Power, 4000 max. Body mass, 3500. Spirit, 3000. Speed, 3000. Skills, Ghost Clan's 4 styles, Ghost King's body, Field of Force. Attention, the Imperial Beast's spirit has reached the brink of collapse. Gu Xing saw the line of prompts and realized that he couldn't continue like this. If it continued any longer, Green Frost's spirit would surely break. At that point, it's too late. King's Landing. The silver-white Emperor's eyes reappeared. TN. As Gu Xing uttered these words, golden light instantly enveloped Qingfeng. Among the illusions, a flash of gold suddenly appeared in the eyes of Green Frost, whose world had gone gray. And so golden was still expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. Gradually, this splash of gold covered Himawari. And Himawari's body was being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the injury on her forehead was miraculously slowly repaired. And as her body felt this familiar power, this memory that had been dusted off in her mind began to revive. That's when it happened. Outside, the leaves of the World Tree and the one remaining magic pattern in Gu Xing's Imperial Beast space once again rioted. Chapter 125 Green Frost Advancement. The moment the leaves of the World Tree resonated with the magic pattern, Gu Xing understood. This magic pattern was able to be absorbed by Green Frost. He removed both without hesitation. The leaves of the World Tree and the magic pattern had just appeared, and they couldn't wait to gallop towards Green Frost. And in the process, after being purified by the leaves of the World Tree, the pitch-black demonic lines gradually faded away from the gloom and transformed into radiant golden divine lines. This golden color then flew to the top of Qingfeng's head and slowly rotated. Green Frost in the illusion, dusty memories begin to awaken. As a young child, when Himawari was dying of serious injuries and her world was about to collapse, A figure wrapped in golden light had descended to earth. He also cast Heaven's Grace and pulled Himawari back from the brink of death. Just as a young girl, she had somehow forgotten this memory. It wasn't until he felt Gu Xing's divine grace again, coupled with the illusionary pull, that the images of the past gradually became clearer. The blurred figure in his memory is gradually reuniting with the Gu Xing in front of him. So, it's you. The spiritual world shook violently. Her spiritual attributes began to climb crazily. As if sensing the call, the suspended golden divine pattern turned into streams of light and disappeared into her brow. Boom! Berserk ghost chi erupted from Qingfeng's body like a volcano erupting, instantly sweeping through the entire space. In the middle of Gu Xing's sight, Green Frost's various attributes also peaked at a rapid rate. Ghost's Green Frost. Level, Transcendent 9. Status, Twin Pact. Qualification, Mythical 5-star. Power, 4000 max. Physique, 3500. 3800.4000 max. Spirit, 3000. 3500.4000 max. Speed, 3000. 3500.4000 max. Skills, Ghost Clan's 4 styles, Ghost King's Body, Return to the Ruins, Field of Force. Return to the Ruins. The longer the battle lasts after this state is turned on, the stronger the increase in battle power. After seeing the various attributes of the Green Frost ground, Gu Xing nodded. It's the same as the glaze. After fusing the divine pattern, Qingfeng's various attributes directly broke through to the limit. And even the qualification had broken through to mythical 5 stars. More surprisingly, there's also an extra skill called Return to Ruin. The longer the battle lasted, the stronger Green Frost's fighting strength became. This skill paired with Green Frost's near-perfect fighting instincts. Gu Xing was already able to imagine Qingfeng on top of the battlefield, like a god of war. The moment. The water of the soul nurturing pool rippled, and Qingfeng slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on Gu Xing, the figure who appeared in her darkest hour. But why does the present owner have no memory of it? And the owner at that time exuded an aura of, it's so much more powerful than it is now. Although he was puzzled in his heart, Qingfeng did not say anything about this matter. She felt it in the underworld. This matter is so involved that it is by no means something they can deal with now. Green Frost? Gu Xing's voice pulled her back to reality. Green Frost looked up sharply, a feeling called nervousness rising in her heart for the first time in a long time. Her fingers unconsciously clenched, her heart was a little messed up, and even her voice had a slight tremor. Lord! Lord? Gu Xing was also stunned when he saw Qingfeng's perverse appearance. What's wrong with this girl? How come she changed so much after a trip into the soul nurturing pool? Could it be that the effect that the soul nurturing pool had caused on the spiritual power hadn't gone away? Just as Gu Xing was pondering, Himawari had rounded her eyes. It was the first time she had seen a sister like that. That perennially ancient face had a rare blush on it today. Her sister couldn't have been dropped, could she? How else could it have made such a difference? And when Vera, who was on the side, saw this behavior of Qingfeng, an unsettling feeling suddenly rose in her heart. This ghost nation shouldn't be trying to rob your own master, right? Before the Green Frost that look, she is not too worried. But now. Hiss. It's not right. It's very wrong. There's already an angel standing in her way, if there's one more ghostly. Wouldn't her chances of success be another point smaller? No way. Gu Xing also returned to his senses at this time. He checked Qingfeng's message again. It was only then that I realized that there was no unusual status. Seeing this, he relaxed. It's not just that the soul nurturing pool left any after effects. However, because the two of them, Vera and Qingfeng, entered the soul nurturing pool, there was quite a bit of delay. Estimated time now. It's already close to the point in time when the divine pattern appears. As if to confirm his suspicions. Next moment. Boom! The entire deity space suddenly trembled, followed by a cold mechanical female voice resounding through the secret realm. Countdown to the coming of the divine tattoo, 60 minutes. Please get ready. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Xing's pupils plummeted. There can be no more delay. It was necessary to get the divine pattern in the first place, which was the safest thing to do. In particular, that blood ancestor of the Scarlet Cleric was present. Her own strength. It was likely that there was no telling what kind of backstabbing was going on above the monarch. If she is allowed to get her hands on the divine pattern, the consequences are dire. Thinking of this, Gu Xing immediately spoke to Himawari. Himawari, take me to the place where the divine pattern appeared. Upon hearing Gu Xing's command, Crimson Moon immediately nodded her head in agreement. Only before leaving, Gu Xing's line of sight landed on top of the soul nurturing pool behind him. Can I take this thing with me? After all, something that boosts mental attributes can be very rare. Though now, except for Himawari, who can't raise each attribute. The spiritual attributes of both he and the several imperial beasts had been raised to their limits. But what about the commander level? What about even the monarch level above the commander? Using the soul nurturing pool are able to raise the spiritual attributes. This is good stuff. Stay here. Pity. Guxing tried to wrap the entire soul nurturing pool with his spiritual power, but found that it really can. Guxing's mind moved slightly, and the 100 feet square soul nurturing pool disappeared out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye, it was already silently suspended in the royal beast space. At the moment, the space of the imperial beasts presented a marvelous three-part pattern. Extreme Fire Domain, Soul Nurturing Pool, Fountain of Life and Tree of Life. Tripod. The Extreme Fire Domain was Lioli's territory. The place occupied by the Fountain of Life and the Tree of Life belonged to Vera. As for the newly appeared Soul Nurturing Pool, it was temporarily kept by Qingfeng and Scarlet Moon. It just so happens that one of them is on the ground. Guxing's vision returned to reality. Both of the Divine Spirit Mysterious Realms trial places had all but ended. Then next, it was the very center of the entire Divine Spirit Mystery Realm. Collecting the Divine Pattern. This was also the most crucial part of the entire Divine Spirit Mystery Realm. The rise and fall of the entire human race rested on this single Divine Pattern. Though as long as the human race acquires it, the current monarch level possesses the opportunity to break through to totem level. But it's better to keep such a good thing in your own hands. At Guxing's eye gesture, Crimson Moon immediately utilized the ghost race's talent. Her slender hand flicked up, and the void instantly cracked open. Then, she held Guxing in her left hand and pulled Wenbing with her right hand, and the three of them disappeared as their figures were instantly swallowed by the spatial rift. Chapter 126 Divine Patterns, Gathering Completion. The moment. The center of the Divine Spirit Mystery Realm. By this time, the prohibition that had shrouded the Divine Pattern had already dissipated. The brilliant golden light pattern was slowly condensing in the void, with only the last 60 minutes remaining before it was fully formed. The atmosphere in the arena tightened as far as the eye could see. The Fae, who possessed the largest numbers, looked to the seats of the Council and the Scarlet Order and stood in strict anticipation. The members of the Council, on the other hand, had their eyes deadlocked on the alien race and the Scarlet Cleric, their faces equally incomparably grave. At that moment, the spectral spirit panther from the Council's group came up to Veronica's side and spoke. "Miss, Guxing doesn't seem to have arrived." Veronica's eyes scanned the entire room and indeed did not find Guxing's figure. If Guxing had already arrived at the scene, she could simply choose to make a team up with him. After all, after she reported Guxing's situation to the old man gave orders that this genius is best befriended. Even if the divine ripple fell into his hands, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, whether it was the Council or the Dragon Summer Kingdom acquiring the divine marks, they were both affiliated with humanity. As for the Scarlet Pimpernel, Veronica's eyes swept over the ranks of the Scarlet Order. Clean blood. They acquire divine lines that don't work. But now Guxing is not there, then the pressure on her. It could be big. Not long ago, both the Spectral Spirit Leopard and the White Emperor Beasts reminded her. The short figure in the center of the Blood Clan had an extremely terrifying aura. Even Guxing's two Imperial Beasts compared to her. It's also a long way off. The message made Veronica's mood sink. Stronger than Guxing, so that means the opponent was most likely a mythic level existence. And not just any mythical level. It was also in the midst of the confrontation between the several forces that time slowly passed, and the condensation of the divine pattern entered its final stage. Seeing the golden divine pattern gradually appear, the ranks of the foreign races began to stir. The sight of the several demigod levels at the head of the group was deadlocked on top of the divine pattern. As long as they could seize that divine stripe into their hands, they might be able to produce totem-level powerhouses among their clans. At that time, their race's inevitable status amongst the foreign space would be drastically increased. There's even a chance it could turn out to be one of the top races in other space. With such a great temptation in front of them, how could they restrain the greed in their hearts? Gentlemen! The leading demigod level Fae roared lowly. The demigods on the human side are less than 30% of our battle power. As long as we join forces, this time the divine ripple will definitely belong to us. The remaining few demigod level foreigners have a fierce light flashing in their eyes, standing. There was more or less friction between their races. But the situation now forces them to stick together. Judging by the way they feel the breath. Only that human female Gorgon in the council. That white one-eyed giant bear was at the demigod level. Not to be feared. And the Scarlet Pimpernel. That's the real threat. All the Fae involuntarily tensed their muscles as their eyes swept over the group of scarlet figures. Bloods with demigod level strength. The number is no less than 10. The Bloods won't be out in force this time. And in addition to these demigod level blood clans, there is also the blood clan in the very center that cannot see its strength. If they didn't unite, it was absolutely impossible for them to be a match for the Scarlet Cleric. Agreed. Let's put down our hatred for now. Let's eliminate those two human forces first. I also agree. After eliminating those teams, we'll discuss how to distribute this divine pattern. No problem, then it's decided. With this and that roar, the Fey Alliance was reached. However, it was also at that moment. A golden ripple suddenly swept out, and the divine lines finally coalesced completely. Rob! The alien camp instantly rioted, and dozens of figures pounced on the divine ripple like stringed arrows. Veronica also looked solemn, and her jade hand swung down violently. Panther, Whitey. Receiving Veronica's order, the white giant bear and the underworld spirit leopard rushed out as two residual shadows, with the council's strongest members following closely behind. The situation was instantly tense. Only the Scarlet Cleric camp was motionless. All the blood stood still, and under the scarlet cloak, a pair of eyes silently gazed at the figure in the center. None dared to move without Lilith's orders. Cecilia saw this and hesitated, but carefully came to Lilith. Lord Blood Ancestor, aren't we going to grab it? Lilith glanced at Cecilia. If it was a blood who asked the question, she must not hesitate to send that blood to meet God. But this is Cecilia. There's no rush, let them grab it first. It's not like they're holding the divine ripple in their hands now. The divine ripple will still be in their hands when they leave the secret realm. Lilith was in no hurry at all. Although this body is only at the peak of transcendental strength, every attribute is at its peak, plus her incomparably terrifying skills and her battle experience honed from killing. Even if she was allowed to sweep the field by herself, it wouldn't be much of a problem. But she wouldn't do that. After falling into a weakened state, coalescing this body had taken her a lot of effort. And the energy in this body is limited. Save what you can. After all, as long as the divine ripple would end up in her hands, the process doesn't matter. Lilith watched the battle with interest, a hint of playfulness flashing in her bloodshot eyes. She was also very curious. Who was able to hold the divine pattern in his hands in the first place? Suddenly, her pupils contracted suddenly. Swish! A spatial gap cracked open in front of the divine ripple without warning, and Scarlet Moon instantly moved out with Gu Xing. Gu Xing lightly raised his right hand, and the radiant golden divine pattern instantly disappeared into his imperial beast space. In the meantime, Liuli, Vera, and Xingfeng were instantly summoned out of the imperial beast space by Gu Xing. Blazing angel fire, life energy, and underworld ghost chi, three distinctly different terrifying pressures fused and intertwined. Boom! The three of them combined their efforts, and a furious aura instantly swept across the entire arena. When the foreigners and the council crowd saw this turn of events, the crowd instantly stopped in their tracks. Seeing this scene, the fastest rushing White Emperor and the underworld spirit leopard simultaneously turned their heads to look at Veronica. And Veronica, seeing this, held out her hand in a stopping gesture. The crowd at the council stopped instantly. Now that the divine ripple had fallen into Gu Xing's hands, she didn't have to go forward to fight for it. But not so with the crowd of foreigners. Seeing a human suddenly appear and take away the divine pattern that he had been longing for, this group of foreigners instantly fell into a frenzy. Human, hand over the divine ripple or you're prepared to die here today. Human, not only do you have to hand over the divine ripple, you have to respectfully deliver it to us. Right. Make it quick and get it to us right away. With regard to these foreign races, Gu Xing merely swept a faint glance and paid no attention. After all, dead people weren't worth wasting his attention on. From the moment these foreign races entered this secret realm from the beginning, he was not prepared to let them go. All but a few demigod-level aliens need to be kept to blackmail their race. Let's all stay in the secret realm of the gods. Chapter 127, Facing the Blood Ancestor Lilith. Gu Xing's gaze swept over the blood race camp. The toughest among the scene. His eyes were locked straight onto Lilith the blood ancestor's body. Even though Liuli and Xingfeng have fused the divine lines and their attributes have reached their peaks, compared to this blood ancestor, the gap remains wide. What was even more alarming to him was that the system could only display the name of Lilith's skill, and the specific effects were all question marks. At the same time, Lilith's gaze was locked onto Gu Xing's body. The space fluctuation just now. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the void, directly locking onto Himawari, who was in a state of concealment. Ghostly little guy. Her eyes then swept over Lurie and Greenfrost, and the corners of Lilith's lips lifted slightly. This human was able to breed two of the imperial beasts to the limit of the mythic level. Really interesting. In addition to these two, that elf's mental attributes seemed to have reached their limits as well. For a moment, Lilith was suddenly interested in the human. With such strong nurturing abilities, I wonder if it's a boost for her. If there is, this human must be taken back. But now, Lilith's blood-colored eyes suddenly bloomed with demonic light, and her silver hair was windless. Make your move and snatch back the divine ripple. Although this group of blood clans were mediocre in strength, they were superior in number. Always able to consume some status from those three imperial beasts. As for herself, immortal blood body. Boom! A pair of huge, blood-colored bat wings broke out of his body, and his short form began to grow rapidly. The long silver-white hair was dyed like blood, turning into a demonic blood-colored waterfall. when the stunning figure wrapped in the red dress was fully revealed. The entire secret realm was silent. Even Gu Xing couldn't help but catch his breath. This is... The figure standing in the air, with bat wings stretching behind him and long bloody hair flying, was like a... descending from hell. Blood Queen. Blood Patriarch Lilith. Status, Blood Split. Level, Transcendent 9. Qualification, Mythical 5-star. Power, 4,016,000. Body mass, 4,016,000. Spirit, 4,016,000. Speed, 4,016,000. Skills, Blood Mastery, Immortal Blood Body, Scarlet Plague, Field of Blood. Looking at Lilith's addition to the skill, Gu Xing's throat rolled and his pupils contracted slightly. Terror. This seemed to be an unusual skill for this blood ancestor, but it was able to quadruple her attributes. This has surpassed the boost of the lurid and angel status. Is this the underbelly of a totem-level imperial beast? Terrible. If this blood ancestor goes all out. His eyes stared momentarily. Can't be careless. There is absolutely no room for carelessness. As for the group of demigod-level foreigners, they saw Gu Xing completely ignoring them. At this moment, there was complete anger. Humans, toast. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Tear him apart. In a flash, all the enemies except for the council and the blood ancestor came in like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Gu Xing slowly withdrew his eyes from Lilith. He was shocked only by the strength of this blood ancestor and these unusual bloods as well as the Fae. Gu Xing's voice was indifferent as he spoke slowly. Vera, Elfin Kingship. Green Frost, the body of the Ghost King. Luri, the Angel of the End. 3 orders were given. Boom! Vera, who was the first to complete her metamorphosis, burst with emerald green light around her body. The petite body instantly stretched and transformed into a tall elf queen. Surging life energy swept across the field like a tsunami. As opposed to that, there were also attributes that she boosted to the peak. Naturel Vera. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 1510. Body mass, 1520. Spirit, 4,012,000. Speed, 1,500. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Kingship, Nature's Domain. In addition to Vera, endless underworld ghost chi enveloped Qingfeng at the same time. This was also the first time Qingfeng had gone all out after reaching his limit. Ghost's Green Frost. Level, Transcendent 9. Status, Twin Pact. Qualification, Mythical 5-star. Strength, 4,006,000. Body mass, 4,006,000. Spirit, 4,006,000. Speed, 4,006,000. Skills, Ghost Clan's 4 styles, Ghost King's Body, Return to the Ruins, Field of Force. Although the various attributes of Green Frost are only 6,000. The aura she revealed surpassed Vera by even a hair. At this moment, the entire sky had been eroded by ghostly chi, turning it into a ghostly domain of the underworld. Next to Green Frost. Boom! In the golden holy flame, 4 pairs of additional light wings broke through the flame. Luri turned on her final angel form. 12-winged angel of the end, descending. Sacred angel blazed. Qualification, Mythical 5-star. Level, Transcendent 9. Power, 4,012,000. Body mass, 4,012,000. Spirit, 4,012,000. Speed, 4,012,000. Skills, Blazing Angel Form, Final Angel Form, Blazing Incineration, Field of Heavenly Fire. 3 figures protected Gu Xing in the center. Facing the tidal wave of enemies, the 3 pairs of beautiful eyes did not have the slightest fear. There was only the determination to protect Gu Xing and the courage to face everything. Not far away, Wing Bing looked at the 3 imperial beasts gathered around Gu Xing, his ice blue eyes slightly lost in thought. In front of these 3 imperial beasts, it seemed as if their role was infinitely minimized. She reached up and stroked her silver hair, her heart flooding with unspeakable sourness. On this trip to the secret realm, her only role seemed to be temporarily contracting demigod-level foreigners. As for the rest, nothing seems to help. And Gu Xing didn't notice any difference in Wing Bing. His full attention was on the blood ancestor. He didn't have the slightest worry about the Fae and blood race that were coming towards him. Vera, Green Frost, you deal with this group of foreigners and the ghosts. The 2 nodded. Both of them were incredibly clear about Gu Xing's purpose for leaving Liuli behind. That would be for Liuli to deal with the blood ancestor. However, neither of them had the slightest objection to Gu Xing's decision. If it was the previous Qingfeng, she would still have a hint of dissatisfaction with Gu Xing's decision. After all, such a decision meant that Gu Xing considered that Angel as his strongest imperial beast. But now, after knowing that Gu Xing could possibly be the one who rescued her sister when she was a child, she is now interested in Gu Xing. The only thing that matters is absolute loyalty. This is the savior that saved my sister. Nature's Lament, Vault of Thunder Falls. Vera's jade hand lightly lifted, 9 thunder dragons probed their heads from the clouds, and the dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. Ghost Clan's second stance break the sea. The ghostly aura around Qingfeng surged madly, and his attributes increased once again. Strength, 6,000 12,000. After seeing that the two imperial beasts were able to handle these stray fish, Gu Xing's eyes turned to Liuli. For the blood ancestor, it was natural to let the strongest Liuli deal with it. Only, Liuli's attributes at this time want to deal with the blood ancestor. It's a little difficult. But there is an attribute gap. Then lift again. Soul Eater Kai. Scarlet-colored mental energy instantly covered Luri. 200% increase in all attributes. Liuli's various attributes were once again refreshed. Power, 12,000 24,000. Body mass, 12,000 24,000. Spirit, 12,000 24,000. Speed, 12,000 24,000. His bloodshot eyes were dead set on Lilith. Today he's going to look at. Were he and Liuli powerful, or was this totem-level blood ancestor doppelganger stronger?